Family, who understands? I just transmigrated as Nagato, and a big gold chain shot out from my back, beating the Rain Village's fodder to a pulp. It turns out Lin Feng has revisited Naruto and crossed over. Yahiko died in his arms, and he awakened the power of the Uzumaki clan, battling Hanzo and Obito, while also planning to seek Orochimaru to become stronger. This start is explosive. Let me tell you, family, who understands? As soon as I crossed over, several big gold chains shot out from my back, swinging wildly like they were alive. It scared the Rain Village's fodder into a daze. Everyone howling in terror. The scene was incredibly thrilling. These chains were something else. They would ensnare anyone in sight, focusing on physical dominance, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. Let me start from the beginning. 1 second, I was at home, rewatching Naruto, feeling frustrated for Nagato being used as a pawn throughout his life, and the next second, I opened my eyes, and my brother Yahiko was charging straight into the kunai in my hand. Blood splattered on my face, warm. He was mumbling something about you, or the savior. At that moment, my brain crashed. Who am I? I'm Lin Feng. I become Nagato. Before I could react, Yahiko collapsed, and my goddess Conan was crying on the cliff, heart-wrenching. My mind was racing with thoughts. Wow. I really transmigrated. I must change Nagato's tragic fate. Naruto, take a break. I'm the protagonist now. Conan is my wife. And those overpowered Otsutsuki from Boruto, one and all, better watch out. As long as I'm here as Nagato, the era of ninjas will never end. Attack! The knockoff version of Hanzo of the Salamander, shouted, and suddenly, kunai and shuriken were raining down like a storm. I was stunned, instinctively raising my hand, and with a clang, an invisible force sent all the projectiles flying. The enemy was dumbfounded, and I was also nervous. This must be the last muscle memory of Nagato's body, and from here on, it all depended on me. No, I can't panic. I gritted my teeth and dashed up the cliff, grabbing Conan in my arms, not even bothering to untie her ropes, and turned to run. That old Hanzo called ominously from behind. "Want to run?" Explosive flame array. I swear, the ground seemed to have eyes, and explosive tags sizzled with flames as they chased after us. Holding Conan, I used every ounce of strength to leap forward. Boom! A loud explosion. I managed to dodge, but a flying rock hit me right on the forehead. My forehead protector was knocked off, and blood streamed down, splattering Conan's face. I staggered to steady myself, feeling a wave of fear. Without that protector, I would have been the shortest-lived transmigrator in history. Nagato, Conan was almost in tears. "It's fine, I won't die." I tore the ropes off her. "Stand behind me." That old Hanzo emerged from the smoke like a ghost, looking disdainful. "Kid, not dead yet, huh?" As soon as he finished, a group of masked dead faces and Rain Village ninjas surrounded us. From a distance, I knew that the guy with the curly mask, Obito Uchiha, was watching the show. He must be thinking, yes, just like that, "Nagato, quickly summon the outer path Getomazo and offer your life to me." My hair was soaked, hiding my face, and I had only one thought raging in my mind. Can I die here? What a joke. I haven't even had a shameless life with Conan yet. I haven't even rubbed those Otsutsuki into the ground yet. I don't want to go back to that cold, friendless, familyless reality. I want to live. Ah! As I shouted, I felt the chakra on my back completely erupt. But what emerged wasn't the outer path Getomazo. It was the scene I mentioned at the beginning. Crack, crack. Countless golden chains exploded from my back, instantly knocking down all the enemies rushing towards me. Obito at the mountaintop was dumbfounded. Vidralok. This kid actually awakened the power of the Uzumaki clan? What a joke. Ha! You didn't expect that, did you? I don't even know how to form seals, let alone summon any magical statues. It was precisely because I didn't know anything that I relied solely on the fiery will to survive, forcing out the most primitive power of Nagato's bloodline. Those golden chains made a crack crack sound around me, as if announcing to the world, I have arrived. I pointed at the petrified Hanzo at the mountaintop and roared again, all the chains combined into one, like a giant python, lunging towards him. Hanzo, a seasoned warrior, remained calm under pressure, using a body flicker technique to boom and vanish. As for Danzo, that old schemer had long since slipped away. The enemies were all gone, and the golden chains clattered back into my body. I was panting heavily, one hand propped on the ground, feeling the world spinning before my eyes. No, I can't fall. I know the real trouble is just beginning. I raised my bloodied face through the rain. I fixed my gaze on the figure on the distant peak, using all my strength to shout, "Madara, get down here." With a whoosh, the man with the curly mask appeared before me. Let me tell you, this guy opened his mouth, exuding the aura of a pyramid scheme master. "Nagato, do you see? This decaying world needs you to save it. You are the savior. Yahiko's death is proof. He almost laughed out loud. Is he trying to give me a CPU lecture? Such shameless people exist in the ninja world. But I couldn't beat him now, so I had to play along. I quickly calculated turning against him now would be suicidal. Fully complying would mean continuing to be a puppet. So I had no choice but to stretch things to the limit. I feigned an expression of deep sorrow. Madara, you're right, Yahiko was killed by this world. Am willing to execute your Eye of the Moon plan. Upon hearing this, Danzo's mouth must have stretched from under the mask to his ears. Oh, you finally see it clearly? Of course, I changed the subject, but not now. He frowned. What do you mean? I pointed at Yahiko's corpse, channeling my inner actor. He was my best friend. I need time to calm down. 1 year. Give me 1 year. A year? Too long. I raised my voice an octave higher, angrily shouting, Madara, if you can revive Yahiko, I will follow you right now. No second thoughts. The air instantly froze. My words were a direct accusation. You stood by and did nothing while he died. He understood. This guy had been acting like a life mentor in front of me. But now his persona couldn't collapse, especially after my recent display of power. He was a bit wary. In the end, he compromised. All right, Nagato, I'll give you 1 year. Done. I picked up Yahiko's corpse, grabbed Conan, and walked away without looking back. I knew that in this year, I had to work hard to become strong enough to challenge him. Following a steady path wouldn't work. My greatest advantage was my understanding of the entire Naruto plot. To leverage this advantage, one name instantly popped into my mind: the man who mastered core technology. Orochimaru. Yes, I must find Orochimaru and persuade No. Recruit him as my staunch ally. Only then would I have the capital to stand up to Obito a year later. Just as I figured out this crucial step, I could no longer hold on. My vision darkened, and I collapsed forward. Nagato! With Zionen's exclamation, I fell into her soft embrace. Just before losing consciousness, I couldn't help but smirk slightly. Hey, this wave, not a loss. When I woke up again, it was already 10 days later. Goodness, let me tell you, during my 10 days of coma, it was like watching an extremely long VR movie. I directly inherited Nagato's memories and life experiences from birth to now, with one click: everything from his parents being killed, meeting Yahiko and Xiaonan, to being a disciple of Jiraiya. I experienced it all firsthand. In the end, the scene froze in a very strange moment, where it seemed like Nagato's own soul looked fierce and unwilling, then was sucked away by a purple vortex. Whatever, from now on, I am Nagato, and Nagato is me. Moreover, thanks to this dream, all the ninjutsu that Nagato knew, I now know as well, saving me from exposing myself in front of Xiaonan. Seeing Xiaonan with panda eyes from taking care of me, my heart ached terribly. I told her to sleep first, then set up a 5-seal barrier at the cave entrance and went out to find something to eat. To my surprise, on the cliff where we fought before, I actually saw a white-haired figure. It was Jiraiya Sensei. He must have heard about our death and came to check on us. To be honest, having inherited Nagato's memories, my feelings towards this perverted sage are quite complicated. I really had the impulse to go over and confess everything to him, but after thinking about it, I decided against it. The path I want to take is completely different from what he hopes for. Recognizing each other now would only add to the troubles. The only thing I can guarantee is that I will never let him sink to the cold seabed like in the original story. When I returned to the cave, I told Xiaonan everything about Obito's conspiracy and how I had been dealing with him for a year. After hearing it all, Xiaonan trembled with anger, but her gaze towards me was incredibly firm. Nagato, no matter what you do, I will support you. That's all I needed to hear. My heart felt warm. By the way, I changed the subject before that. Let's solve a small problem first. I raised my hand towards a dark corner of the cave, activated my Rinnegan, and used Universal Pull. Whoosh! A white Zetsu was directly pulled out from the wall. The guy was so scared he nearly lost his mind. Pasan, you can sense me? I grabbed his head tightly, and he was still shouting, Wait, we're on the same side, we're on the same side. I sneered in my heart. On the same side? You're just in time. I was just wondering where to find Orochimaru. The Rinnegan flashed with light, and the human path. Activate. I directly accessed his broken memory and found out that, surprisingly, even White Zetsu's intelligence network didn't know where Orochimaru is now. No wonder he's the master of stealth. However, although I couldn't find his exact location, I finally got a key clue that could lead me to him. With the information in hand, White Zetsu became useless. I opened the Hell Realm and summoned King Enma to work overtime, packing and sealing him along with his soul, as he might be useful in the future. Conan was watching in shock, so I took the opportunity to explain the abilities of the Rinnegan and the 6 paths, saying that I awakened them after this injury. Then, we went to see Yahiko together. Looking at the brother lying quietly in the coffin, Conan turned into a tearful mess. To be honest, I felt quite uneasy as well. In reality, I'm an orphan with no friends or family. It's being the Hokage and the bond with those three that makes me feel this world has some meaning. But I know very well that I'm not here to be a saint. Yahiko, I silently said in my heart, if I had a friend like you in reality, my life might be completely different. But, buddy, I ultimately have to live for myself, so I don't plan to bring you back to life. However, that doesn't mean I'll let you disappear completely. You have to find another way to be by my side. You understand what I mean, right? I told Xiaonan wow. She just started crying and then was in shock. I said, don't worry, I have a technique, really amazing, called the Six Paths Technique that can make corpses move again, just like living people. Yahiko will be the absolute center of our Akatsuki organization from now on. Pain of the Six Paths. Xiaonan looked at Yahiko, who stood up from the coffin with a very complicated expression, but at least she felt a bit comforted. She asked me, the Six Paths, does it still require 5 corpses? I said, that's right, and I already have a target for the next one. I told Xiaonan, let's go, girl. I'll take you to find Lin in the west. That's right, it's the Lin that Obito has been thinking about, his white moonlight. Previously, I used the human path on Kagaya. Not only did I find clues about Orochimaru, but I also managed to dig up the location where he buried Lin. We traveled west, crossing mountains and valleys, and arrived at a desolate place. In the middle of a lake, there was a temple with a talisman posted at the entrance. Uchiha Fire Formation, showing fire release in front of me, is like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. I stretched out my hand from a distance and used the Hungry Ghost Path sealing technique to absorb the techniques from the talisman completely. Pushing open the temple door, there was a huge shell coffin inside. Xiaonan took one look and said there must be a girl inside. I said yes, so for the next task, you take over? She looked at the petite and adorable girl lying in the coffin, stunned, completely unable to associate her with the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Xiaonan is also tough. She directly said, let me do it, I'm a girl, it's convenient, and I know how to make it look good. Half an hour later, a brand new Pain's animal path was freshly made. I gave her a code name called Pylon to maximize the effect. I even specially put a cat face mask on her. Obito, oh Obito, weren't you trying to create a world with Lin? Just wait. I'll make you understand what a surprise is, and let you know what your character is, which I've taken away. After finishing Pylon, the next stop is the Land of Wind, to find Sasori of the Red Sand. I didn't want to recruit him. I mainly wanted to inquire about Orochimaru's whereabouts from him. Pylon clapped her little hands, and with the summoning technique, and Yatagarasu soared into the sky. Xiaonan and I sat in the middle, Nagato guarded behind, and Pylon stood at the front. That scene was just so cool. In the evening, deep in the desert, we jumped down from the sky and hid behind a sand dune. After waiting for half the night, a strangely shaped black shadow dragging a big tail slowly came over. Xiaonan asked me, is that Sasori? I said, no, Sasori's true body is hidden in that puppet. I directly had Tiandao and Pylon go meet him. Tiandao said, big brother, can I ask for directions? Scorpion thought we were from Sunagakure looking for the third Kazekage, and without saying a word, he immediately attacked. Scarlet Flow Jade, needle 8 waves. Countless poisonous needles shot toward us like rain. Let me tell you, Pylon's reaction speed was incredible. She slapped the ground with her little hand and used the summoning technique. With a loud boom, a giant panda statue rose from the ground, blocking all the poisonous needles. The scorpion people were dumbfounded, and before they could react, they were knocked away by a bull that appeared out of nowhere. Tiandao seized the opportunity and lifted his hand for a technique, Universal Pull. That broken puppet of Scarlet Flow, Jade, couldn't withstand it and was directly sucked over, crashing into Tiandao's black rod with a crunch, turning into a pile of sand. As a result, that guy used a sand clone to escape, and he was quite sneaky, releasing poisonous mist and launching surprise attacks, stabbing Pylon right through with his tail. He thought he had won and was there gloating, one down. But my family, who understands? He had no idea my real body was hundreds of meters away, and with a swift hell path, Pylon had already fully revived on the spot. Scorpion was still analyzing, saying my gravitational technique must have a cooldown. Just as he was smugly preparing to attack, he suddenly realized he couldn't move. A giant chameleon appeared behind him, binding him tightly. When he looked again, Pylon's corpse was gone. Now he was completely panicked. Tiandao didn't give him a chance. Flying in front of him, palm outstretched. Reveal your true form, Scorpion. Universal Heavenly Strike. With a loud bang, the proud defense of Scarlet Flow Jade was utterly destroyed. A red-haired youth jumped out of the explosion, landing steadily in the distance. Xiaonan was shocked. Is that Scorpion's true form? I said yes, a ruthless person who transformed himself into a puppet. Scorpion calmed down, his expression serious as he analyzed, shared vision, immunity to poison, resurrection. What exactly are you? He finally realized that we were not from Sunagakure. Then, he revealed a scroll and summoned the puppets of the third Kazekage. Goodness, this guy is really something, turning his own Kage into collectibles. The third Kazekage made his move with 1,000 hands manipulation, thousands of arms filled with poisonous mist and shurikens coming towards Devapath. Devapath used Shinra Tensei, deflecting all of them. Scorpion saw this and immediately ordered the third Kazekage to use magnet release, iron sand rain, with iron needles raining down, 100 times denser than the previous poison needles. At that moment, Perrin clapped her small hands. Guess what she summoned? She summoned Devapath right in front of her. Shinra Tensei. The iron sand rain instantly dissipated. Scorpion was stunned. Could it be played like this? He quickly realized that Shinra Tensei had a 5-second cooldown. This was an opportunity. He immediately controlled the third Kazekage to charge forward. But what he never expected was that Pain's Devapath could actually form hand seals. Water release, water chaos wave. The ninjutsu that Yahiko was best at spewed out from Devapath's mouth, directly pushing the third Kazekage back. Scorpion was completely impatient now and unleashed his ultimate move, Iron Sand Whirl Technique. The scale was such that even a normal Shinra Tensei couldn't withstand it. But I also had no intention of taking it head-on. Perrin stepped forward, her small hand slapped against Devapath's back, and the summoning technique was instantly activated. Summoning technique, Hellhound's Devour. A hellhound's head burst forth from Devapath's chest, opening its massive mouth, and with a howl, it swallowed the third Kazekage whole. Before Scorpion could react, Devapath had already reached into the hellhound's flesh, delivering a point-blank Shinra Tensei to the third Kazekage inside. Boom! The hellhound and the third Kazekage were blown to smithereens. At this point, Scorpion finally understood. These two were puppets, and there must be a controller behind them. He suddenly turned around, his gaze locking onto me and Conan on the distant sand dune. Ha 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 ha, I found you. Scorpion laughed sinisterly, tearing open his clothes to reveal his puppet body, and as his propeller started spinning, he charged towards me. Did he think my body was fragile? What a joke. I slowly raised my head, the light of my Rinnegan flashing. I'm not the only one who can fight with my true body. Azurapath. With a clang, 2 mechanical arms popped out from my right shoulder. One directly locked his throat, while the other instantly transformed into an energy hand cannon. A ghostly purple light charging in front of his face. I asked him, buddy, are you satisfied now? The Scorpion immediately admitted defeat and said, go ahead, kill me. I put away the Azurapath and said, you misunderstood. I just wanted to ask about someone. Orochimaru. Scorpion heard this and laughed, saying the guy also wants to find him. It turns out they're both in the same industry, one pursuing physical immortality and the other pursuing puppet immortality. Neither of them looks up to the other. I told them both they were so low, still not transcending life and death. Scorpion actually took it in and said my perspective was novel. In the end, he told me he had a spy next to Uncle Snake, named Kabuto, who is currently in the Land of Grass. He was willing to help me, considering it the duty of the defeated. We agreed to meet 3 days later at the Heavenly Bridge in the Hidden Grass Village. After dealing with Scorpion, I casually asked him where there were hot springs in this desert. The guy was straightforward and directly gave me the address. That night, Xiaonan and I booked a hot spring inn. At the junction between the men's and women's baths, Pylon shyly asked the age-old question, should I go into the men's bath or the women's bath? This question stumped even Xiaonan. In the middle of the night, I was tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, so I put on a kimono and went outside to cool off, wanting to calm down a bit. As luck would have it, Xiaonan was also standing there in a thin outfit. This made things even more heated. I looked at her quiet profile, carrying a hint of lingering sadness, and all the chaotic thoughts in my mind instantly vanished. Sigh. I know she hasn't moved on from the incident with Mayahiko. Well, it's not the time to think about these things. Right now, we are both rebels with no home. Let's focus on making a living first, and then on love. I walked over to her. I can't sleep either. I got into a fight with Scorpion today, and I found a big bug in Pain's move. Let's brainstorm together on how to improve it. As soon as Xiaonan heard this, her eyes lit up. I told her that when the Scorpion charged at me, my first instinct was to use the power of the Heavenly Path to push him away. But at that moment, I realized that the Heavenly Path's ability had been undermined by Pain, and I couldn't use my original form. Moreover, I told Conan that this was just the beginning. The more pain there were, the more my original form would just be like a pure power bank, eventually being completely undermined. Conan thought I was overthinking it, saying that Pain's 6 paths were already invincible. I told her, sister, there are no absolute secrets in this world. Pain's strength lies in the information gap. Once someone figures him out, he's just a live target. We must prepare in advance. So how do we solve this? I told her that the simplest way was to directly cut off the chakra transmission, but then wouldn't Pain just become a pile of scrap metal? What would be the point of this technique? Therefore, I had to find a way to make my original form and Pain's power compatible. Conan said that this was as ridiculous as trying to look left and right at the same time. I was stunned. Her words were like a revelation. It suddenly awakened me. I thought, isn't Naruto solving similar problems with shadow clones? But when I tried it, I was completely at a loss. I couldn't separate the shadow clones when using Pain. This path was completely blocked for me. There was no choice but to forge my own path. I had Conan directly attack me to find inspiration in battle. While dodging her countless paper shurikens, my mind was racing. I watched the paper pieces split and combine, but the attacks never stopped. Suddenly, it was as if my mind was connected to the internet, and a flash of inspiration struck me. Why was I struggling to run both sides at full power simultaneously? As long as I could switch the flow back at the moment I needed it, that would be enough. In the words of 2025, what do we call this? Breakpoint resume, my friends. I was so excited at that moment that I forgot to dodge and ended up with a cut on my face from a paper shuriken. But I didn't care about the pain. I was as happy as a 200-pound child, shouting at Conan. I found a way. I found a solution. I told her about my theory of light speed cutting, and she was shocked, saying it was impressive that I could come up with it. I chuckled and said I had to thank her for the inspiration from her paper. Of course, while the theory is simple, putting it into practice is difficult and requires massive amounts of practice. Once I master it completely, my main body and Pain will be able to connect seamlessly and unleash explosive combos. Just as I was saying this, Conan walked up to me and told me not to move. Then, she reached out her icy fingertips and placed a band-aid on my face. Let me tell you, that moment made me shiver, and my face turned bright red. She even asked me why my face was red, and I stammered that it was because I was feeling the effects after soaking in a hot spring. She smiled at me, saying that was an hour ago. It was the first time she smiled at me like that. It was incredible. I felt like I was on cloud 9. And now, I definitely wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. 3 days later, in the village hidden in the grass, at the Heaven and Earth Bridge. The same place, the same actors. I was in the woods with Scorpion, watching as Kabuto arrived on time, like an NPC. He said he had released the seals in his mind, and that kid would be here soon. I thought that Orochimaru was slippery, so it was better to be cautious. I let Scorpion go ahead to meet him while I observed from the shadows. Before long, a silver-haired boy wearing glasses came walking over from the other side of the bridge, looking harmless. Who would have thought he was a top-level spy? Kabuto immediately slid to his knees, calling Scorpion Lord in a familiar way. But the next second, the chakra surgical knife hidden behind him lunged at Scorpion. What a performance. Even the Oscars would have to save him a seat. But Scorpion is no fool. He easily dodged it and nearly kicked Kabuto's dinner out of him. Then, with 5 chakra threads, he tied Kabuto up like a marionette, his right hand ready to gut him with a poison blade. Just at that critical moment, several large snakes flew over from the bridge, biting through the chakra threads and saving Kabuto. When the BGM started, with flowing long hair and those charming golden pupils, Orochimaru made his grand entrance. He first took his time to educate Kabuto, telling him to recognize the gap between himself and top ninjas, and then turned his gaze to Scorpion, where the two began to exchange compliments and threats. Scorpion, clearly impatient, said, "I'm not the one looking for trouble today." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 Pain bodies appeared beside him with a whoosh. Before Scorpion exited, his expression was incredibly complex, staring intently at my Shirato Pain, modified from the 3rd Kazekage, probably playing out a 1,000-word inner monologue in his mind. Kabuto was already scared silly, shouting for Orochimaru to retreat. But Orochimaru didn't move. He was fixated on my Pain of the 6 Paths, having recognized me. The Pain of the 6 Paths stepped forward and said lightly, "Mr. Orochimaru, long time no see." The next second, Orochimaru's tongue excitedly extended out. It wasn't because of me, but because of the Rinnegan in the eyes of the Pain. He went completely insane, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Really, he just wanted to find out more? With a roar, he rushed forward to try and poke my eyes out. The Deva Path Pain didn't even open my eyes and simply said, "You really are an impatient one," then stretched out my palm. "Shinra, Tensei? What the?" With a loud bang, Orochimaru's face contorted and deformed under the repulsive force, being blasted away like a bowling ball, crashing into the forest on the other side. Scorpion next to me was dumbfounded and remarked that I had indeed gone easy on him during our fight. Orochimaru finally managed to stabilize himself, wearing an expression of disbelief. Meanwhile, Three Pains walked on water and landed in front of him. He blocked the approaching Kabuto, his eyes filled with both seriousness and uncontrollable joy, clapping his hands, summoning Jutsu. With a roar, the giant snake, Manda, made its entrance, exuding dominance, demanding live sacrifices as soon as it appeared. However, my animal path, the little lowly named Pylon, immediately mocked, "Manda, you can only bully Orochimaru because he's easygoing. If it were me, I'd turn you into liquor in no time." Manda immediately exploded in anger, opening its massive mouth to bite. Pylon quickly summoned a giant centipede to entangle it, and Orochimaru's pupils shook. "Another pair of Rinnegan?" Kabuto nearby shouted at the top of his lungs. "Lord Orochimaru, look, there's another one. Also Rinnegan. 3 pairs of Rinnegan." Orochimaru calmed down instead, knowing this was absolutely impossible and must be some kind of illusion. Meanwhile, Manda had already broken free from the centipede, biting down and taking out 2 of my summoned beasts in an instant, quite fierce. But let me tell you, my strategy this time was all about teamwork. Pylon summoned again, this time a rhinoceros. Manda, disregarding everything, opened its mouth to swallow Pylon's main body. Now's the time. Deva Path Pain, beneath the rhinoceros, suddenly raised his hand towards Manda's chin. Universal pull. The powerful gravitational force yanked Manda's head down hard, while the rhinoceros's horn lifted high. With a squelch, Manda's mouth was pierced from below by the rhinoceros's horn. It was in so much pain that its eyes were about to pop out, unable to even scream. It glanced at Orochimaru, as if saying, "Orochimaru, you can't handle this high-level match. I'm out of here, take care." Then with a bang, it disappeared. Kabuto was so anxious he was about to cry, urging Orochimaru to run. Orochimaru knew it was time to retreat, and before leaving, he wanted to use a big move for cover, but it was easily resolved by my Shinra Tensei. Without looking back, he dashed into the forest. Trying to run? My Azura Path Pain directly raised his hand, rolled up his sleeve, revealing a series of gourd-like missiles. Scorpion was stunned. What kind of puppet mechanism is this? Azura Path, finger missiles. Dozens of missiles with tail flames, as if equipped with GPS, flew accurately towards Orochimaru. In a critical moment, Orochimaru used his snake hand to throw Kabuto out with all his might, while he himself was engulfed in the explosion's flames. Conan asked if I was going to kill him, and I reassured her that at this level, Uncle Snake wouldn't die. Sure enough, as the smoke cleared, Orochimaru lay at the bottom of the pit. Although he wasn't dead, he couldn't move at all. He tried to use the Great Snake technique to escape, but I had already anticipated it. I smiled and said to the scorpion, "I mixed a little something into the missile. It's not iron sand, but a micro black rod that can conduct my chakra." As the Azura path formed a seal, the tiny particles within Orochimaru's body instantly condensed into black rods, piercing out from his body. The substitution technique was interrupted on the spot. He trembled all over, feeling the overwhelming chakra, murmuring, "Is this the true power of the Rinnegan?" I slowly walked up to him and told him, "I'm sorry, but this is not it." I squatted down and personally helped him pull out the black stick. Just at the moment the pressure disappeared, he unhesitatingly reached out to grab my eyes. My voice also rang out, because the true owner of these eyes is Uchiha Obito. With these 4 words, Orochimaru's finger stopped just an inch in front of my eyes. Goodness, Uncle Snake's CPU almost burned out on the spot. The information was too overwhelming, he directly crashed. Seizing the opportunity, I threw out the bait. "A mere Rinnegan, if you want it, take it. However, in order to pick up sesame seeds and lose the watermelon, you will miss the true truth." I was sweating at that moment, betting on his heart for scientific research to see if it could overpower his greed for eyes. Fortunately, he ultimately let go. Phew, I sighed in relief. Thank you, Orochimaru, for allowing me to maintain my elegance and refinement in front of Conan. Otherwise, I really would have to consider using the human path to extract souls in a one-stop service. When I arrived at Orochimaru's underground lair, this guy was incredibly excited, pulling me to say that the final evolution direction of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan, claiming that I had placed him on the shoulders of the Giant of Truth. I thought to myself that he was wildly mistaken, but I didn't say anything. This misunderstanding was only beneficial to me. As soon as I entered his room, I felt something was off. There was someone eavesdropping behind the door. I raised my hand and used the universal pull technique, directly pulling Kabuto from behind the door and slamming him to the ground. This kid was quite loyal, saying he was afraid I had ulterior motives. I saw through him at a glance. He was just an orphan lacking love and a sense of security, right? I released him and smiled, saying, if you want to listen, just come in and listen. No need to be sneaky. Find yourself a small stool to sit on, but keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, it could be deadly. You see, didn't that just capture his heart? Then, in front of both of them, I began the long-awaited storytelling session. From Obito's fake death in the Valley of the End, to him giving me his eyes before dying, and then guiding me through Obito as his spokesperson. After hearing all this, Orochimaru indeed asked the most crucial question. How did I, as a person in the game, jump out of the chessboard? I had already thought of what to say. I told him that with these eyes, I saw things that others couldn't. An unaltered, predetermined future. The room went silent in shock. You saw the future? Orochimaru also inquired about what kind of ocular technique this was. I quickly came up with a name on the spot, calling it Aiyiji, a super rare ocular technique that breaks the predetermined fate and can only awaken once in a lifetime. It sounded impressive. Orochimaru believed me. He looked at me with eyes full of expectation. Nagato-kun, I already know the past, so what about the future? As for the future, I smiled meaningfully and asked for a moment to reserve my answer. Of course, I couldn't reveal all my cards at once. Deep emotions have never been able to hold someone. Only schemes can win hearts. Orochimaru didn't press further and change the question. Then, Nagato-kun, what do you want to obtain through me to change that future? I looked at him and said word by word, what I want is actually not much. First, it's a pair of Rinnegan that belongs to me. Orochimaru started analyzing after hearing this, saying that opening the Rinnegan requires the powers of the Senju and Uchiha. The Senju power is easy to handle. I just need to transplant Hashirama's cells. But the biggest problem is I don't have Uchiha bloodline. It's fundamentally wrong. Even if I transplant a pair of Sharingan and awaken them, they wouldn't be my own eyes. I laughed, as expected of Uncle Snake. He quickly spotted the key point. I followed his line of thought and continued speaking. I said, Snake Uncle, listen up. My plan focuses on a cyber ascension, leading the ninja world by hundreds of years. Opening the Rinnegan, who says I have to use this broken original body? I'm telling you, I plan to create a new account. Orochimaru's eyes instantly lit up, like he had just installed 2 light bulbs. I continue to increase my investment. I want to create an entirely new body, using my own face, my own consciousness. And it has to be in real-time synchronization, not like a shadow clone that has its own thoughts. Then, I want to equip it with all the top-notch components that my body is missing, like the 1,000 hand cells and the Uchiha bloodline. Yakushi Kabuto, who was listening nearby, broke into a cold sweat and said it was impossible and too chaotic. I ignored him and directly told Orochimaru, I only provide the requirements. How to achieve it is your job as the chief scientist. Guess what? Orochimaru not only didn't think I was crazy, but he was also incredibly excited, saying that my idea was akin to his immortality reincarnation technique. He asked me if I was planning to change my identity in the future and transfer my soul over. I shook my head and said, no, I still want the account Nagato. What I want is to operate both accounts simultaneously, leveling up both the main and the sub-account together. The main account will max out its current strength, while the sub-account will also level up the Rinnegan to max level. Then, Snake Uncle, your task will come, on some future day, perfectly and flawlessly merge all the strength from the sub-account into the main account. I gestured. What I want is for 1-1 to equal 100 directly, with no compromises or conflicts. I call this the XV greater than or equal to splan. Suddenly, I felt the air in the entire laboratory explode. Uncle Snake jumped up, his vertical pupils glaring like searchlights, and what burned inside wasn't T excitement. It was TMD nuclear fusion. He understood. He completely understood. The body of the vortex, the power of 1,000 hands, the eyes of the Uchiha, plus sage techniques. This wasn't just opening eyes. This was about to directly cosplay the Sage of 6 Paths on the spot. He was so excited that his voice trembled. Nagato-kun, do you know what you're saying? No one has ever done something this crazy throughout history. Merging 2 max-level accounts into one without losing any equipment? The success rate is less than 1 in 10,000. If it fails, your Z will go straight to 0, and then you'll have nothing left. I laughed at that moment. It was just crazy. Who cares about that? If I don't go all out, how can I compete with those old monsters who have lived for thousands of years? Family, who understands? My real enemies aren't even in this beginner village. Uncle Snake looked at me, his expression changing from shock to fervor. He knew I wasn't joking. He took a deep breath and said, Nagato-kun, have you thought it through? There is no turning back on this path. I looked at him and said word by word, Uncle Snake, you too. If you want to help me, you need to be ready for a certain realization. Oh, what realization? The realization of dedicating oneself to the truth. The realization of being ready to die at any moment for my crazy plan. Ha ha ha. Uncle Snake burst into laughter right there, laughing so heartily that tears were almost coming out. It was so interesting, simply too interesting. The pharmacist next to us was almost scared to death, and I turned to him. Doe, can I ask you for a favor? He was stunned at that moment, probably wondering how someone like me could ask him for a favor. He stammered, W, what is it? I laughed. Uncle Snake is focusing on the XVZ plan. And what about you? You're in charge of another research. Help me completely transform this pair of Rinnegan that Uchiha Madara gave me into my own, Nagato's possession. He wants to use me as a power bank, and once he's done, just throw me away? No way, since these eyes have entered my eye sockets. He can forget about taking them back. All right, the plan is set. Let's get to work. Uncle Snake is going to start making a list, Nagato-kun, to create a new body. We need 3 core materials, your cells, Hashirama cells, and Uchiha cells. He said the Hashirama cells he has were stolen from the Konoha laboratory during the defection, and their purity is too low, not enough to be useful at all. I thought to myself, how could I not know this? I directly told him, I know where the purest one is. Back in the day, when Banya fought with the first Hokage, he bit off a piece of flesh from the first, and then raised it with the outer path golem. That thing is top-notch. Uncle Snake's eyes lit up again. Where's the outer path golem? It's in Obito's lair. I can summon it any time. But I also have my concerns. If I summon it, Obito will get an immediate alert, which would be like alerting the enemy. I just spent a year convincing him about a peaceful development period, and this would blow my cover. I also mentioned the fact that I captured a white absolute, hoping to see if I could make use of it. Uncle Snake immediately became excited and asked me to hand over the white absolute's corpse for research, to see if he could create a signal jammer and handle the matter without anyone knowing. Without hesitation, I opened my mouth and spat out the white absolute. Once Uncle Snake took care of that, it was time for the Uchiha cells. He told me, with this new body, you'll awaken a brand new Sharingan. But unfortunately, you can't escape the Uchiha curse. Once you unlock the Mangeki, you'll still go blind. I asked him, so do I have to follow the old path of Ban Yi and find a sibling for my transplant? Uncle Snake laughed in a mysterious way. A life created out of thin air. Where would siblings come from? So we need to do something. Nagato-kun, once you decide whose eyes to transplant in the future, just bring me their serum sample. When I create the embryo, I'll forcefully establish a blood relationship for you. Wow, I was shocked at that moment. Is it really possible to play like this? I don't understand technical stuff, but I was greatly impressed. I couldn't help but ask another question. Spare eyes. Can I choose a few more? The more options, the higher the fault tolerance, right? Orochimaru probably hasn't seen someone so greedy. But after thinking for a moment, he said that with my Uzumaki and Senju constitution, the compatibility should be very strong. He extended 5 fingers. For embryonic stability, at most, it can't exceed 5 people. 5? Wow, you're directly giving me a starting lineup. I held back my excitement and maintained my cool. So, I need to get 5 Uchiha blood serum samples? Yes, before leaving. I even specifically asked, what about an unborn child? Uncle Snake's eyes flickered. Just use the mother's blood sample. I understand. Now the goal is clear. I gave Snake Uncle a summoning scroll for beasts, so I could summon people anytime. Guess what? Snake Uncle took it, tilted his head back, and gulped it down in one go. I was stunned at the time and said, Snake Uncle, your digestive system is really impressive. Before I left, I even made an appointment for a bath with him, saying I'd bring my wallet next time. After leaving Snake Uncle's base, it was already dark. I didn't expect Scorpion to be waiting for me. This guy hates waiting for others. But this time, he was quite particular. He still had that cold demeanor. Orochimaru, I've found you. The favor is repaid. I smiled and thanked him, saying I would return the puppet of the 3rd Kazekage to him. He glanced at the Azura path behind me and said he didn't want it, claiming that picking up something he had thrown away wasn't his style. But I knew he had already acknowledged the power of that thing in his heart. As I watched him prepare to leave, I called out to him, Scorpion, if you have nowhere to go in 6 months, come to the Hidden Rain Village. The Akatsuki is essentially a mercenary group, not a long-term solution. I need to pave the way for my future with Conan, and talents like you must be reserved in advance. After he heard this, he fell silent for a while, and finally looked at the forehead protector of a rogue ninja on my forehead, and said in a deep voice, the leader of the Hidden Rain Village is Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the demigod. You don't know that? I laughed, feeling carefree. I know, he's a demigod. Scorpio was taken aback by my attitude, looked at me deeply, and said, if you can really replace him, I'll serve you. All right, Then I'll wait for you in the new rain-hidden village 6 months later." After Scorpio left, Conan stepped out from the shadows, her face full of worry. 6 months? Is it too soon to fight Hanzo? I watched the rain and explained to her that I knew waiting another 10 years, until Hans grew old, would make it easier to fight him. However, Yahi admired him so much back then, yet he was killed by Hans's own hands. I want to take him down while he is still on his pedestal, at his strongest. That is true revenge. After hearing this, Conan looked at me with a complicated expression and stopped persuading me. She then asked how my talks with Orochimaru were going. She is very clever and knows that with Orochimaru involved, the plan is definitely not straightforward, so she took the initiative to keep watch outside, not wanting to become an obstacle for me. I told her everything was going smoothly, and next, our goal was Konoha, specifically the Uchiha clan of Konoha. That night, we set up camp at the border of the Land of Fire. Conan might have been too tired and quickly fell asleep. However, in the middle of the night, she suddenly sat up, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. I heard the noise and asked her what was wrong outside the tent. She hurriedly lay back down and pretended to be asleep. I lifted the tent flap to check on her, said good night, and left. As soon as I walked away, she opened her eyes, filled with confusion and helplessness. The next morning, when I looked at Conan, she had 2 dark circles under her eyes. I asked her if something was bothering her, and she stammered, indirectly asking me if my head injury still hurt. I took off my forehead protector to show her that it had healed, inviting her to touch it. In the past, she would have done so without hesitation, but now, her face turned red, and her gaze was evasive, filled with an inexplicable strangeness. I felt something was off, but I didn't ask much. I just had to take her to a town near Konoha to relax in a hot spring. We both disguised ourselves and entered Mukajin, a place very close to Konoha, where the streets were filled with ninjas. Seeing the prosperity that the hidden rain village lacked, Conan's mood improved quite a bit. As we passed by a grilled fish shop, I remarked that it had been a long time since we had a proper meal of grilled fish. Her eyes brightened, and she said she missed it. We found a quiet corner on the second floor, and the steaming hot pot grilled fish was served, smelling so good that it almost brought tears to my eyes. I picked up a piece of fish, and it was so fresh and tender. It was simply amazing. I watched Xiao across from me as she took small bites. Her demeanor so graceful that it filled me with satisfaction. Just watching her quietly made me feel like time was standing still. However, I was so engrossed that when Xiaonan looked up, our eyes met directly. Suddenly, her face turned red, and in her surprise, she spilled a bowl of soup all over her white dress. I quickly snapped back to reality, took off my jacket, and draped it over her shoulders, then casually continued eating. After dinner, we went to the hotel, but the owner said there was only 1 room left. I was hesitating when a voice came from the door, saying that he wanted that room. I turned around, and, to my surprise, a white-haired kid walked in wearing a Konoha uniform, followed by a little guy who kept urging him. I took a closer look and realized that this was the future big fool Mizuki and the good person Irika. At that time, Irika was only 9 years old, and Mizuki was about 14 or 15, already quite drunk. Irika kept apologizing to us, saying that his brother had drunk too much and that he was actually a good person. I smiled and said it was fine. But Mizuki, fueled by alcohol, saw Conan and his eyes lit up. He directly blocked Conan's path and, with a flirtatious expression, said, "Hey, sister, you're quite pretty. How about joining me for a drink?" Conan ignored him completely. As a result, this guy got bold, relying on the fact that he was a Konoha ninja, and actually raised his hand, intending to touch Conan's face. I have to tell you that Irika next to me just exploded with anger. He directly shouted, "Shuemu, stop it." Goodness. That grandson named Shuemu turned around and started berating, "Irika, are you getting in my way again?" Irika was almost in tears, saying this was a strict rule of the village, and if caught, there would be punishment. Let me tell you, at this point, more and more people were gathering to watch, and Shuemu's face couldn't hold up anymore, so in the end, he could only curse and wave his hand, letting Xiaonan go. Irika kept apologizing, saying his brother had drunk too much, and not to take it to heart. Xiaonan coldly replied, "It doesn't matter." But Nagato, throughout, didn't say a word. Just before turning to leave, that gaze of his could freeze me on the spot, as he glared intensely at Shuemu, who was following the boss upstairs. I had a feeling at that moment this guy wouldn't last long. Sure enough, early the next morning, Shuemu was rushing back to the village alone, sobered up and starting to fear, wondering if Irika would really go back and report to the 4th Hokage. Just as he was running, he suddenly stopped. In the depths of the forest, a figure stood there. He quickly pulled out a shuriken and shouted, "Who?" The figure slowly walked out with a cold face, wearing the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from the Rain Village. You scum are unworthy to know who I am. As soon as the words fell, Pain's Devapath raised his hand, and I watched as Shuemu was suddenly sucked over, and then, with a pop, a black rod pierced straight through his heart. His eyes bulged wide, and he couldn't understand until death how he had provoked this deity. Not long after, Nagato and Xiaonan appeared next to the corpse. Xiaonan felt a bit guilty, saying it was a bit excessive to kill someone for such a small matter. Nagato replied, killing him isn't the point. The key is, my next plan needs a few temporary pains. The next scene was unbelievable. Nagato snapped the black rod, poking it randomly into Shuemu's face and body like arranging flowers. Then, goodness, that Hell Path King of Hell opened his mouth wide and started chewing on Shuemu's corpse like he was eating spicy strips. Trash, you should feel honored. For the next few days, you will be my human path Pain. I looked at Nagato's cold back and thought this is how it should be. For anyone other than Xiaonan, it should be this killing god. What about the other two? Xiaonan asked. Nagato looked up at the sky and said there was still time to find 2 temporary ones. This matter, Xiaonan, will have to rely on you. Xiaonan nodded, made a seal, and in an instant, turned into thousands of beautifully crafted paper butterflies flying into the vast forest. These butterflies were like moving cameras, and even a needle dropping in the forest wouldn't escape their eyes. Soon, a scream came from the southern forest. A poor guy from Sunagakure fell into a pool of blood. Nearby stood a member of the Umbu, reporting via radio, "Report, Team 7's Dingmao. Target has been eliminated." A chilling voice came from the radio, instructing him to take away the 4th Hokage's documents and then destroy the body to avoid leaving evidence of the organization's involvement. This guy had quite the professional spirit. After finishing his work, he even muttered to himself about how the agreement between the Hokage and the Wind Shadow harmed Danzo-sama's interests. Just as he was preparing to pour the drug to destroy the body, a sudden noise came from behind. He quickly turned around and slashed with his knife, only to find it met a pile of scattered paper. What the hell? Just as he was confused, the mask on his face was suddenly swept away by a surge of paper, and the next second, more paper pieces, as if alive, instantly covered his chubby face. Ugh. He fell to the ground, struggling desperately to tear the paper off his face, but his wrists were tightly bound. The suffocating pain made his eyes nearly pop out. Soon, more paper piled on his chest, transforming into Xiaonan's beautiful face, looking coldly at him. Danzo and his root are also one of the culprits who caused our family to be destroyed. As soon as the words fell, the paper twisted into a long spear and accurately pierced his heart. All the paper pieces instantly scattered, converging into Xiaonan's true form. Nagato also walked over, looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, and said, "Konoha's root, Dingmao. Sunagakure, nameless. You will temporarily be my hungry ghost path and hell path." That night, it was clear that a heavy rain was about to fall in Konoha village. In one household, the lady of the house was preparing to go out to collect clothes from the yard. Suddenly, her husband appeared in the kitchen, grabbing her hand. I took a closer look, and goodness, this guy was still wearing an apron and holding a spatula. This handsome man looked anxious. "Kushina, you're pregnant now. How can you do such heavy work as collecting clothes?" The red-haired beauty blushed, playfully retorting, "Oh, Minato, you're overreacting. It's just collecting clothes. I'm still a ninja." This golden-haired handsome man, who is the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, looked serious. No means no. The doctor specifically said the first 3 months are crucial. Apart from going to the bathroom, everything else is up to me. Saying this, he didn't care whether his wife agreed or not, and started to flash around in the yard collecting clothes. Kushina gently touched her belly, speaking softly to the baby. "Look at your dad. He works so hard during the day as Hokage, and at night, he still has to take care of us. You must be as excellent as him in the future. My little treasure." After they finished dinner, just as Minato was about to wash the dishes, someone knocked on the door. When he opened it was Irika, looking serious. "Hokage-sama, Shuemu hasn't returned to the village yet. I'm a bit worried." Minato was taken aback. "Weren't you supposed to come back together?" Irika explained the argument that happened last night, saying Shuemu left early in the morning and logically should have arrived by now, feeling something might have happened. Just then, the rain started pouring outside. Minato quickly invited him in, saying, "You need to tell me everything about last night's incident in detail." Meanwhile, on the highest mountain peak outside Konoha, Nagato and Xiaonan stood in the heavy rain. "I've been waiting for this rain." Nagato clasped his hands together. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. Let me tell you, in that moment, he seemed to merge with the rain. The entire Konoha was now his holographic map. He knew exactly who was moving and where they were. Under the rain curtain in the Uchiha clan, a little boy was staring blankly at the sky. This child was Itachi. He felt something was off about this rain, especially since his father and Shursui were both on missions. His mother's gentle calling came from inside the house, and he responded, turning to go in, silently vowing, "No matter what happens, I must protect my mother and the unborn Sasuke." And just at the other end of the Uchiha clan, a dark vortex appeared, and a figure wearing a hood and a white mask slowly descended. He raised his head, letting the rain hit his face, and the Sharingan in the hole was shining ominously in the rainy night. On the mountaintop, Nagato suddenly opened his eyes and said to Xiaonin, "I have a basic understanding of the situation in Konoha, but an uninvited guest has also intruded into my reign." Xiaonin's expression changed. "Is it Madara? Should we stop?" Nagato thought for a moment, his gaze fierce. "No, this rain is too rare. We cannot miss this opportunity. Attack!" Outside Konoha village, the Deva Path Pain led the other 5 Pains in a line. Their target was to pass through the sensory barrier that covered the entire village. The tactic was simple and brutal. The third generation of the Wind Shadows puppet, also known as the Azura Path, directly lifted Pain Lin by her arm, and with a loud explosion, flames erupted from her arm. A human cannonball, Pain Lin was shot into the sky, and the moment she passed through the barrier, the entire Konoha's alarm went off. 4 o'clock direction. One intruder. Pain Lin landed lightly, clapped her small hands on the ground, summoning Jutsu. Boom, 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 boom. The remaining 5 Pains were all summoned in. The Deva Path coldly ordered, target Uchiha clan territory. To avoid detection, split up, create chaos, and, if necessary, kill. Scatter. The 6 shadows instantly disappeared into the rainy night. Pain Lin stayed in place, as she sensed a large number of Konoha ninjas rushing towards her. A sly glint flickered in her Rinnegan under her cat-faced mask. She smiled mischievously and directly dove into a nearby alley, preparing to play hide and seek with them. Soon, the first batch of ninjas arrived, led by a silver-haired youth who squatted down to sniff, pointing towards the alley. The scent went that way. He stood up and added, "No, there are multiple scents going in several directions." The people beside him were shocked. What? There's more than one intruder? How was that possible? This silver-haired youth was Kakashi. He was also a bit uncertain, saying the rainwater interfered with his sense of smell. To be safe, they should split up to pursue, and he would go after the one from earlier. Just then, a man in a green tight suit with a watermelon head dropped next to him. "Kakashi, I'll go with you." Kakashi frowned. "Guy, don't you have a mission?" Might Guy grinned. "But I can't rest easy knowing my best friend is out there." "Enough talk. Let us take care of the enemy quickly, because you've already been changed by your other best friend." In the rain, Kakashi and Guy sprinted side by side. That cold heart felt a warmth that hadn't he felt in a long time. "Hokage-sama." Kakashi's latest intel indicates that there may be multiple intruders. Yamamoto Haji continued to use telepathy to contact Minato. Minato donned the 4th Hokage's ceremonial robe and said to Irika, who was nervously sitting on the sofa, "Irika, I know about Mizuki's situation. Once I settle the trouble in the village, I will immediately send someone to find him." Irika stood up and weakly asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" He regretted it immediately, thinking it was overreaching for a mere student from a ninja school. Unexpectedly, Minato smiled and ruffled his hair. "Your task here is to keep my wife and her baby company, understand?" Kushina also smiled as she brought over a fruit plate. "Then I'll count on you, little protector of Konoha." Irika instantly fired up. "Yes." Minato's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Pain Lin was darting through the alley, sensing 2 powerful chakras accurately pursuing her. She thought it wouldn't be easy to deal with, and she needed to call for Azura Path's support. But at that moment, the air in front of her twisted, and a vortex appeared out of nowhere, with a Beto blocking her way. The black hole on the white mask stared intently at her Rinnegan. "Rinnegan, you're Nagato, right? What do you intend to do by barging in like this?" Pain Lin remained silent. Obito's voice grew heavier. "Answer me, Nagato." Boom! The Azura Path descended from the sky, landing next to Pain Lin. Nagato's voice came through the Azura Path, cold and arrogant. "You ask what I want? Konoha killed my parents and destroyed my home. What do you think I want? Madara, I promised you to team up in a year, so during this year, what I do and where I go is none of your business." Let me tell you, on the mountaintop, while Nagato spoke these words, the expression of stubbornness and madness on his face left Conan stunned. She suddenly realized that she had never truly understood Nagato. In the rain, Obito remained silent for a long time, and finally, his tightly clenched fist relaxed. Nagato, I'm glad you dare to speak to me like this. It proves that pain has made you stronger. Do as you wish, but he didn't finish his sentence before spotting Kakashi and Guy in the distance. His pupils constricting. Forget it, let him make a scene. It's just right to test the Rinnegan. With a whoosh, Obito disappeared into the Kenui vortex. Kakashi vaguely saw a shadow, but couldn't make it out clearly. He lifted his forehead protector, and a Sharingan instantly locked onto the two figures outside the alley. Guy, there are two enemies. We have two as well. Let us go. As a result, Pain Lin and Azura Path immediately split and ran. Guy shouted, don't let them lead you around. Let us take one down together first. But Kakashi was fixated on Pain Lin's back. That scent drew his attention too much. Guy, you handle the tall one. Though surprised, Guy responded, all right, let us have a competition to see who can take down the enemy first to support the other. Okay. Kakashi accelerated, and the lightning crackled in his hand. Chidori. Guy saw this and also ignited. Then I can't lose. The fourth gate opened. The green aura exploded, and he shot towards the Azura Path like a green cannonball. On top of a tall building, Obito reappeared, watching the battlefield between Guy and the Azura Path with keen interest. Whoosh! Guy executed a leaf whirlwind, his leg tearing through the air as he kicked fiercely. The Azura Path didn't look back, raising an arm as sand and iron instantly condensed into a shield. With a loud crash, the sand and iron shield shattered, but the broken sand and iron instantly turned into a rain of flying needles, shooting towards Guy. Guy's pupil shrank. This is sand-iron magnetic release, the bloodline limit of Sunagakure? He drew out his nunchaku and spun them defensively, blocking the attack. But at that moment, the Azura Path directly ripped off its arm, revealing a series of missiles that shot towards Guy. What the heck? Guy was dumbfounded. What is this bloodline limit? Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion flames instantly engulfed him. Meanwhile, Kakashi, holding Chidori, was moving at breakneck speed, just about to pierce through. Indeed, so fast. Pain Lin didn't even have time to form seals. But just as Chidori was about to pierce her chest, Kakashi's mind flashed with the face of that girl. His heart trembled, and at the last moment his hand involuntarily shifted. Stab! Chidori pierced through Pain Lin's shoulder. Kakashi spoke with a complex tone. I avoided your vital point. Surrender. You really are gentle. An ethereal girl's voice rang out. Kakashi's eyes widened instantly. That voice. You are. Pain Lin slowly lifted her head. The string of her cat-faced mask broke, sliding down mixed with blood and rain. Thud! The mask fell to the ground, and that face was presented right in front of Kakashi. She tilted her head, eyes wide open, bangs covering half her face, with a strange smile at the corner of her mouth. Kakashi! A wave of chilling fear instantly engulfed Kakashi. That scream, who among the family understands, it was simply heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching. The lightning in his hand extinguished instantly, and he staggered back. You have vulnerabilities all over. Taking advantage of his breakdown, Pain Lin stepped forward, her small hand directly slapped on his stomach. Summoning Jutsu. Ka! A giant Yada no Kagami burst forth from Kakashi's back. Flying into the sky, Kakashi felt as if all his strength was drained, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, his Sharingan disappearing, and finally fell unconscious. Pain Lin picked up the mask and put it on, turning and disappearing. The fifth gate opened. On the other side, Kai narrowly dodged the missile at the last moment, his body glowing green, leaping high from the explosion's smoke. Just as he was about to counterattack from air, the Yatagarasu flew overhead and witnessed this scene with its Rinnegan. Crack! The head of the Azura Path split open like a flower petal, and a terrifying laser cannon shot out from its core. What? Kai twisted his body midair, narrowly avoiding the laser. Obito appeared beside the unconscious Kakashi with Kamui, looking at him and whispering in his own voice. Even with the eyes I gave you, you're still useless. Kakashi. After landing, Kai quickly distanced himself, sensing danger. He had to end this quickly. The sixth gate opened. His skin turned red instantly, and green flames shot into the sky. Feel the heat of youth. Toward the peacock, his fists moved so fast that after images appeared, countless flaming punches fell from the sky like a peacock spreading its tail, smashing down on the Azura Path. Let me tell you, that clash was simply the most spectacular fireworks show of 2025. Technology and raw muscle colliding head-on. Nagato, dozens of kilometers away, saw the flames and thought, this is powerful. I must give him a strong counterattack. The entire back of the Azura path opened up, revealing a massive, double-barreled rotating cannon, wildly firing into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The fiery punches and cannon fire collided violently in the air. The shockwaves from the explosions lifting houses around them. Obito lifted Kakashi and threw him into a conspicuous spot, then donned his hood and vanished with Kamui. Just then, a child cry rang out. A wall was about to fall on a fallen child. Oh no! Kai wanted to save him, but was pinned down by the firepower below. Just as a tragedy seemed imminent, a black iron pillar suddenly rose from the ground, holding the wall firmly in place. It's sand iron. Kai was stunned, that guy. Both sides' firepower ceased simultaneously. Kai gasped as he landed, watching the Azura path retract its weapons. Noticing that a piece of sand iron it used as a base was missing. Is this how it ends? The Azura path said. Kai shouted, "You don't get to decide that." He dragged his exhausted body and charged again, but a sand iron storm blocked his way, and when the storm dissipated, the enemy had vanished. Kai looked at Kakashi being carried away by the medical team, sighed in relief, then collapsed on the ground. Filled with confusion, what on earth does this enemy want? Fighting and saving? Is this some kind of sit-up? Compared to the raging war in the Southern District, the Northern District was eerily quiet. The man modified into pain from the root was walking in the rain. As he passed a telephone pole, he suddenly stopped, his Rinnegan slowly shifting to the shadow at his feet. Then he thoughtfully gazed at a nearby eave sheltering from the rain. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from under the eave. From the shadow of the telephone pole, a man with a classic pineapple hairstyle stepped out, his hands maintaining a hand seal. His expression calm, and the scars on his face adding a touch of weariness. When he spoke, his voice was deep enough to drip water, flames soaring to the sky. Yet you are here strolling, wearing our Konoha headband. You can't hide the fact that you are an invader. Nara Shikaku, you must have heard of me, right? Good heavens, this pineapple head is none other than Shikaku. As soon as he finished speaking, swish swish, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi CHG, his two iron buddies, immediately took their positions, and the pig-deer butterfly triangle instantly formed. CHG squinted his small eyes, staring at the headband of the guy opposite him, looking confused. Hey. Is there a traitor among our own? Shikaku's mind was racing as he analyzed the situation. It's unlikely there's a traitor in Konoha. I haven't seen this face before. Either he deliberately wore the headband to confuse us, or he is from the Umbu or root, under Genjutsu, and controlled. He never loosened the seals in his hands. I've already used shadows to control him. Let us take him down before his companions arrive. CHG, upon hearing this, got fired up. His arms swelled up, his fists as big as a small car. Inoichi, leave it to me. Inoichi struck a pose from a distance. No matter who you are, once caught in my shadow, binding technique, plus my mind-body switch, you'll just lie down obediently. The next second, CHG charged in like a tank. And guess what happened? Inoichi suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, mind-body switch failed." I tell you, at that moment, Rugio was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a scene in his life. High over there turned pale, sweat pouring down, completely dazed, saying he has no heart. Dingswa had already rushed out, unable to stop. He thought, if your heart turns away and fails, Rugio's shadow is still there, right? He leaped up, and that big fist came crashing down on that guy's face. The result was that the guy chuckled. Zulidi is formidable, but unfortunately, my move is simply your natural enemy. Hungry Ghost Path, Sealing Technique Absorption. With a whoosh, the shadow that Rugio had painstakingly controlled was instantly sucked away. That guy jumped back, and Dingswa's fist smashed into thin air. Rugio and Dingswa's eyes were about to pop out, while Dingswa was in a daze. The Hungry Ghost Path shot forward, and his hand, like a spear, pierced right into Dingswa's big belly. In just a few seconds, I watched Dingswa go from a heavyweight contender to being sucked into a thin crisp. Family, who understands this weight loss effect is too obvious, right? That guy also knew when to stop, kicking the now thin Dingswa away through a smoke bomb, and turned to dash into an alley. Rugio stopped Dingswa, who wanted to chase, shaking his head. Don't chase, this guy is too cautious. You won't gain any advantage. His face was grave as he turned to Hai. What did you mean when you said he has no heart? Hai took a long time to recover, gasping, no heart. Doesn't that mean a puppet? Rugio's heart sank. What he thought it was a term even more terrifying than a puppet, but he didn't say it. Upon hearing puppet, Dingswa exploded. Soon a village. It must be them. They just signed a peace agreement with the 4th Hokage during the day, and now they come to steal at night. Truly despicable. Rugio immediately had Hai send the intel to the third and fourth Hokage. On the other side, Minato had just evacuated the civilians and met up with the third Hokage when he received Hai's voice message. After listening, both their faces changed. The third Hokage looked troubled. If it really was Suna village, this matter would be troublesome. We might be on the brink of war again. Minato was also in a dilemma. Just as he was about to say something, a Chunin came rolling and crawling. Hokage-sama, the warehouse storing the sealing book has been invaded. Good heavens, now the target is clear. Minato flicked his cloak. Third, I'm going. I'm fast. The third Hokage hurriedly advised. Remember, try to leave some alive. I'll do my best. Before the words fell, Minato was already gone. Let me tell you, the speed of the fourth Hokage was like teleportation in the village, leaving his flying thunder god coordinates everywhere, striking wherever he pointed. Behind the sealing book warehouse, Minato emerged from a flash of golden light, just in time to see a man carrying a huge scroll walking out of the warehouse. Stop! The man turned around, and Minato's pupils constricted. Hey, isn't that the kid Mizuki? But he thought quickly, combining the intel he had just received, and astonishingly said, You are Sasori of the Red Sand? The Mizuki on the opposite side didn't say a word, just smiled slightly. Minato's expression darkened. Return what you have behind your back. Otherwise, I will be very troubled. As soon as the words fell, with a whoosh, Minato's figure appeared in front of Mizuki. That speed, even Kakashi at full throttle couldn't catch up. However, Mizuki seemed to have eyes behind him, dodging to the side, mocking, rushing in like that. You really underestimate me, don't you? Minato stood firm, rubbing his hands together. A deep blue sphere appearing. Next time, you won't be able to dodge. Spiraling sphere. With a flash of golden light, Minato once again appeared in front of him. In his heart, he was still thinking, what if Mizuki was just being controlled and was still alive? So he deliberately avoided the vital points, aiming for his shoulder. But he didn't expect that at the moment the spiraling sphere struck his shoulder, Mizuki's hand also pressed against his chest. Damn! Minato immediately felt something was wrong. A terrifying sensation, as if his soul was about to be pulled out, surged over him. Without thinking, in the second before Mizuki's fingers began to glow, he zipped away using Flying Thunder God. Mizuki, also known as the Human Path, looked at the Flying Thunder God mark left on his shoulder by the spiraling sphere, sighed helplessly. It's over, this body is finished. He hurriedly set down the sealing book and looked up to see a large black bird diving down from the sky. On the other side, Minato fell into a muddy area, still shaken. That last moment, if he had been just a tenth of a second later, he would have been done for. He stood up, brushed off the mud, and smiled wryly, definitely thinking this limited edition skin is going to make Kushina wash it again. Focusing on feeling sorry for his wife, his eyes instantly became sharp. He had to resolve this chaos quickly. Over at the Human Path, seeing the big bird flying in, he exerted all his strength and threw the sealing book into the sky. The big bird opened its mouth, ready to catch it. Not so fast. Minato also saw it. Flipping a kunai into the air, whoosh, he appeared in midair and caught the scroll. In another flash, he returned to the ground with the scroll. But when he looked down, he saw a big tear in the scroll, and the bird in the sky was clearly holding a few pages of paper in its beak. On the bird's back stood a small figure wearing a cat-faced mask. Minato didn't chase after it, but instead looked at Mizuki on the ground. The safety of his companion was more important than the forbidden technique. He formed another sphere, preparing to take Mizuki out first. Whoosh! He slipped out from the mark on Mizuki's shoulder, just as he was about to make his move. But Mizuki smiled at him, ripping open his shirt, and oh my god, his chest was covered in explosive tags. Not good. Minato's pupil shrank. This wasn't a fight. This was about self-detonation. Boom! In an earth-shattering explosion, the Human Path Mizuki was blown to pieces. Minato jumped out from behind a kunai just a second before the explosion, watching the scorched forehead protector in the pouring rain, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly looked up, staring at the silhouette of the bird in the sky, biting his finger, forming hand seals with one hand. Summoning technique. Bang! With a loud noise, amidst the swirling smoke, Gamabunta appeared, holding a large pipe with an imposing presence. As soon as he appeared, he started to spray. Jiraiya, you little brat, calling me in such a small place again. Bunta, a respectful voice, came from above. Bunta looked up. Oh, it's Minato. What's going on? Minato pointed at the bird that was about to fly out of the village, getting straight to the point. The village has been robbed. That guy stole part of the sealing book, the last volume, the most dangerous part. Upon hearing this, Bunta took a puff from his pipe. Even you can't stop him. He must be a tough character. All right, leave it to me. Just as the words fell, Bunta, with his large physique, I tell you, was parkouring on the rooftops of Konoha, closing the distance with a few big jumps. The cat-faced mask on the bird's back, which was Pylon, turned around and formed seals with her small hands, summoning another hellhound. Minato was astonished. He has more than one summoning beast? Bunta didn't take it seriously at all, directly crushing the dog with a mountain-like force. Seeing this, Pylon summoned a big crab, spitting bubbles at Bunta. Bunta puffed up his cheeks and sprayed out a high-pressure water gun, directly piercing through the crab. The bird, seeing this, began to circle in the sky, preparing to lay an egg. Bunta chuckled. Using eggs to insult me? Watch me split your egg. With one slash, he split the egg open. The result was a loud bang. That egg turned out to be a bomb. At a critical moment, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport both Wuntai and the frog away. In the back, flames soared into the sky. Wuntai's face turned red with anger as he howled and chased after them again. Just as the bird was about to fly out of the Konoha barrier, Wuntai bit down on his pipe, leaped into the air, and threw his short knife like a dart. Thud! The big bird was pierced directly and vanished into the smoke. Pirin fell from the sky, grabbing the few pages of the scroll before landing. Bang! Wuntai landed heavily, and Minato jumped down as well. You have nowhere to run. Minato looked at Pirin, who was clutching her shoulder wound, which was left by Kakashi's Chidori earlier. He stepped closer, forming a Rasengan in his hand. Let me see your true face beneath that mask. The Rasengan howled through the air, heading straight for the cat-faced mask. Boom! With a loud bang, Minato's Rasengan hit the wall. As the smoke cleared, the masked opponent had vanished into thin air. Minato stood there in shock. What was going on? Space-time ninjutsu? It didn't seem like it. It was more like summoning? Had they been summoned away? On the high mountains outside Konoha, Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he had used a technique to cut the signal at a critical moment, rescuing Pirin. He took the hard-earned pages of the scroll, and his Rinnegan glowed. It's time to gather the net for the Hell and Heavenly Paths. At the Uchiha clan's outpost, the Heavenly and Hell Paths had already infiltrated. The Hell Path captured 2 Uchiha clan members left behind, and behind him appeared a King Yin with purple flames, ready to interrogate Uchiha Fugaku and Shursui about their whereabouts. The 2 Uchihas were tough, refusing to yield, and one even spat in the Hell Path's face. If you're going to kill us, just do it. No need for words. Uchiha is not cowardly. Nagato smiled, directly casting Jinjutsu to extract information from that person. But just as he succeeded, Uchiha Itachi returned with a group of police force members, their Sharingan glowing ominously, exuding a murderous aura. The Hell Path threw away the person in his hands and turned to run, buying time for the Heavenly Path. Meanwhile, under a rain-soaked eve, a boy shouted into the dark corner, "Come out, I know you're there." In the rain, the Heavenly Path stepped out, a cold smile on his face. "I'm very glad to see you, Uchiha Itachi." I tell you, Itachi was only 4 years old back then, but he wasn't flustered at all. His logic was terrifyingly clear. There's a battle outside, yet you've come to our Uchiha territory and can even call my name. Your target is my father, right? You're here for revenge? His small fists were clenched tightly, but he still held on. Pain approached step by step. The pressure was overwhelming. Itachi gritted his teeth and didn't back down, continuing to speak. My father is not here. You can't stay here forever, so taking me, his only son, as a hostage is the most advantageous for you. I am willing to go with you. The condition is, spare my family. Oh, Pain was momentarily taken aback, stopping in front of Itachi, looking down at this child who barely reached his knee, a hint of genuine surprise flashing in his eyes for the first time. In this situation, a 4-year-old child could actually make such a decision. I thought this kid was something special, so I wore a somewhat cold smile and asked him, "It's raining heavily outside. Aren't you going to invite me in to sit for a while?" Let me tell you, this kid Itachi is really emotionally stable throughout. He just nodded and let me in. The room was dark, and just as he was about to turn on the light, I gave him a look, and he immediately understood, silently retracting his hand. Once we got to the living room, I stood in front of those 2 cushions. Wow, isn't this the very spot where he would later send off his parents? Who understands? Family? The thing I hate most in this life is this kind of scene, where one personally destroys their own family, no matter how great their reasons are. How many people beg and plead for a family and can't get one? And here he is, tearing his own family apart for so-called peace. Moreover, his later way of loving Sasuke, where you have to PUA him into growing up, is practically a textbook example of a negative case. If it weren't for Naruto, that little son, Sasuke, would have been corrupted to the core long ago. So don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm here today to teach him a lesson. I waved at him, Come here. As he approached, without saying a word, I grabbed his little arm and made a quick cut, letting the blood flow. I have to say, this kid really can endure. His lips trembled in pain, but he didn't make a sound. I filled a small bottle with his blood, tucked it into my sleeve, and told him, "The wound isn't deep, just bandage it yourself." Although he looked bewildered, he quickly tore off a strip of cloth to bandage himself up. I looked at him and quietly said, "Itachi, what you just said about being your father's only son isn't quite right." As I spoke, my gaze drifted towards the tightly closed bedroom door. Itachi's pupils instantly trembled. "What are you trying to do?" At that moment, a thunderclap outside perfectly illuminated the eerie smile at the corner of my mouth. I said to him, "Do you want me to keep an eye on your yet-to-be-born brother, Sasuke?" As soon as these words left my mouth, Itachi completely lost it, his whole demeanor changing as he fearfully questioned me. "What are you going to do to my mother?" I couldn't be bothered to deal with him and just walked straight towards the bedroom. Itachi was behind me, shouting desperately, "Mom, run away!" Inside the bedroom, his mother, Mikoto Uchiha, was startled awake and rushed out with a flashlight. As soon as she saw me, a stranger, her maternal instincts kicked in, and she asked who I was. Itachi was still shouting, "Mom, you want to harm Sasuke?" Mikoto's face turned pale upon hearing this, but her mind was racing. She knew they couldn't escape, so she immediately started negotiating with me, saying she was willing to be a hostage, just asking me to spare Itachi. She kept hinting to Itachi, waving the flashlight towards the door, meaning, "Son, hurry and run, I'll hold him back." Did she think such tricks could fool me? I just watched Itachi coldly, waiting to see what he would choose. And guess what? This kid actually calmed down. He realized I wasn't here for revenge, but was after their Uchiha bloodline limit. He took a deep breath, pulled out a kunai from his pocket, and pressed it against his neck, shouting at me, "You can't harm Sasuke. If you touch him, I'll die right here, and you'll get nothing." His mother Mikoto turned pale with fear. "Itachi, hey, this kid really saw through part of my intentions. But did he think threatening me with death would work? Let me tell you, he was overthinking it. I had only one thought in my mind. You're not my only option. If you want to die, go ahead." I said this nonchalantly, then raised my hand and aimed directly at his mother, Mikoto. In an instant, the universal pull activated and Mikoto was drawn towards me. "Stop." Itachi's voice even changed pitch. I didn't pay him any attention, and a black stick slipped out of my sleeve. With a snap, it pierced into Mikoto's body. Blood immediately soaked the tatami, and Itachi's eyes lost focus in an instant, leaving him completely stunned. I crouched down, using a small bottle to collect his mother's blood. Yes, that's right, Orochimaru said to take a sample from Sasuke, so just drawing from the mother would do, while coldly telling him, "Once, my parents were also killed like this by your Konoha ninjas. How does it feel to see your loved ones die right in front of you?" After collecting the blood, I stood up, and suddenly a whoosh came from behind me. I flicked my sleeve and sent the kunai he threw at me flying. When I turned around, well, this stimulation directly awakened his Sharingan. He was only 4 years old. In those blood-red eyes, there was a single tomo in each eye. This was a whole 4 years earlier than in the original story, a surprising gain. But now that he had awakened his eyes, it was useless. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, unable to do anything else. I walked over and pulled the black stick out from his mother's shoulder, only telling him before I left, "Hurry up and stop the bleeding for your mom. The wound isn't deep and didn't hit any vital points. If you want to see your brother born safely." It was only then that Itachi woke up from his daze and rushed over to treat his mother's wound with his Sharingan. Meanwhile, outside of Konoha, my main body was also filled with emotions. Just during the time I was inside, the realms of hell, hungry ghosts, and Azura had all been wiped out. Konoha during this period was really fierce. However, I've gotten what I needed. It's time to withdraw. On the other side, at the Konoha Roots headquarters, that old man Danzo had already received the news. As soon as he heard about the Rinnegan, his eyes lit up, and he was almost bursting with excitement. While he was notifying Hanzo of the salamander and Amage cure, he was also thinking about how to get my pain bodies to study the secrets of the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, in the ruins to the east of Konoha, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had already dealt with my 2 discarded pain bodies. Hiruzen was saying that Minato shouldn't have gone too hard, and Minato explained that he was afraid they would self-destruct. As a result, Hiruzen flipped over a corpse and was shocked. This isn't the third Kazekage. Everyone present was stunned. The missing strongest Kazekage had actually been turned into a puppet to attack Konoha. If this gets out, the enmity between Konoha and Sunagakure would deepen significantly. Just when they were feeling troubled, over at the Uchiha camp, the security team also found the body of the Hell Realm. a kid named Uchiha Inaho, who opened his Sharingan at the age of 9 and was quite bold, actually suggested, "This eye is so strange, let's dig it out and study it ourselves, and not report it to the village." Just as he was about to make a move, I, as the Deva Path, suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his wrist. "Young man, your idea is very dangerous." The group of Uchiha youths around him saw this and charged at me, yelling. I was annoyed at that moment and casually said, "Shinra Tensei." Boom! With a loud bang, the ground exploded around me, and those Uchiha were sent flying like bowling pins. I looked down at Inuzuka, whose arm I was holding, trembling in fear. I recognized him as one of the 3 who later challenged Itachi. I smiled and kneed him in the stomach, knocking him out while muttering, "I'm reserving those eyes of yours. I'll come to collect them after you die." At that moment, Danzo also arrived at Minato's side. He immediately wanted to take away the bodies of the 3rd Kazekage and another pain, claiming it was for the root to handle, ensuring that nothing would leak. Minato, the good-natured gentleman, immediately frowned. He knew very well that Jiraiya-sensei had warned him to be cautious of Danzo. He outright refused, "Say, Mr. Danzo, this kind of cover-up will only put the village in a more passive position if exposed." Danzo, that old fox, started playing the emotional card, saying he was thinking of the newly appointed 4th Hokage. Beside him, the 3rd Hokage also seemed to want to mediate, urging Minato to hand the bodies over to Danzo. I have to tell you, Minato is really tough, not giving any face at all, and directly pushed back. "Sorry, Danzo, this is a matter of principle. The bodies of the invaders must be handled by the Leaf Village officials." When Danzo saw that he couldn't be tough, he pointed to the body of the Hungry Ghost Path and said, "That body belongs to my root member." Minato had no choice but to take a step back and agreed to let him take away his subordinate's body. Before leaving, Danzo didn't forget to sow discord, hinting that this attack was related to the Uchiha clan, just when he thought he could at least get a body and prepare to go back to study it. I performed a reverse summoning. With 2 bangs, the 2 bodies of pain disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Danzo was instantly petrified, his old face as dark as the bottom of a pot. The heavy rain that had lasted all night stopped at this moment. Minato looked at the clearing sky, his eyes full of challenge and anticipation. Meanwhile, on the high mountains outside the Leaf Village, I summoned King Yin and resurrected the 3 fallen pains. I looked at Conan, who had been with me in the rain all night, and smiled at the morning light. "Let's go, Conan." After a day of traveling, by nightfall, we settled down by a stream in the southern fire country. I put down the branches I'd picked up and said with a smile, "Conan, let's take a break here. You look tired from the journey." But Conan said, "I'm fine. We should hurry to find Uchiha Shursui and Fugaku. As it relates to your plan, I tell you, there's no way to delay. Those 2 guys went to a place where they can't just leave anytime soon." Xiaonan is still a bit confused and asked me where they went. We just started a fire and began grilling while I explained to her. Keek Mountain. Goodness. When Xiaonan heard that, her face turned pale, and she said, "Isn't that the battlefield where the 3rd Shinobi World War was the most tragic? The ninja meat grinder where over 10,000 people died? They went there to clear the war traps? You say this job can't be done in a few days and nights?" We had the bonfire going, the wild boar was on the grill, and the Hungry Ghost Path was standing guard like a door god. While grilling the meat, I took out the half-scroll of the sealing book. I tell you, as soon as I opened a page, our eyes nearly popped out. Flying Thunder God technique. Xiaonan was so shocked that her voice changed. "Isn't this the signature technique of the yellow flash from Konoha?" "That's right, it's that technique. Unfortunately, this page happened to be where it was torn off, so it's incomplete. But just looking at the principles of the technique on it made me unable to help but marvel. I was thinking about the 2nd Hokage who invented this technique, that silver-haired hedgehog head. What kind of brain structure does he have? Simply a genius. Although it's incomplete and can't be used in top-level battles, it's definitely enough for daily travel and map running. I was really into my research when I turned around and almost kissed Xiaonan. Our faces were just inches apart. Family. At that moment, my CPU overloaded, and my face flushed instantly. I couldn't even speak properly. It was Xiaonan who smiled and reminded me, asking if I didn't have something to show her. Right. I quickly handed her the scroll and pointed to another page, saying, "Look at this. This technique is simply tailor-made for you." Xiaonan didn't take it but sat down next to me, our shoulders touching as we looked together. The page read, "Mutual explosion symbol. Does anyone understand? It's that forbidden technique for infinite chain explosions." Xiaonan was shocked on the spot, her orange eyes filled with disbelief, murmuring that now she finally understood why Konoha was the strongest ninja village. Then she suddenly apologized to me, saying it was because my parents died at the hands of Konoha ninjas. I waved my hand, saying that was all in the past. It's a fact that Konoha is formidable, and it's also a fact that my parents were killed, but they don't conflict. To avoid an awkward atmosphere, I quickly pointed to another technique nearby, called Nightmare Ghost Flower. This one was interesting, similar to Orochimaru's Cursed Seal, but even more sinister, specifically used at night. Capable of transformation and immense power increase. But it had significant limitations. It was said to be more suitable for girls to practice, and the risks were extremely high. It was best to know sage techniques to control it. At that moment, I thought, what on earth was the second Hokage, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, thinking when he developed a forbidden technique specifically for girls? Xiaonan was also very interested in this technique, and asked if it was the sage technique from Jiraiya-sensei. I secretly laughed. Sage techniques aren't limited to Mount Mayaboku. There are also the Wet Bone Forest and the Dragon Cave. But I never expected that later. In order to fully master the technique and gain its black butterfly form, Xiaonan really went to the most dangerous Dragon Cave to cultivate, which was truly life-threatening. Of course, that's a story for another time. After we finished the roasted pig, we didn't wait for any clueless ninja to come and deliver a head for me to supplement the human path. What a pity. Xiaonan set up the tent and went to sleep. She was exhausted after these few days. I sat cross-legged outside, continuing to study the technique specifically designed to counter the Sharingan, preparing to take action against those two Uchiha uncles. Xiaonan softly said good night from inside the tent, and I replied, feeling warm inside. Meanwhile, 100 miles away on Kikyo Mountain, Fujitaka and Shursui were standing, looking at the devastated scene before them, as if it had been bombed. Shursui, with his naturally curly hair and shining Sharingan, asked his uncle, Uncle Fujitaka, why did you take on this hard task with Lord 4th Hokage? Fujitaka crossed his arms, his voice deep like thunder. Shursui, you didn't participate in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. I was here, watching my best friend and many clansmen die in front of me. After the battle, I couldn't even bring back their remains. He shook his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. Their Sharingan had long been dug out by the enemy, or even by our own people. Our own people. Upon hearing this, Shursui clenched his fists. He understood. He was referring to that old man Shimura Danzo. Fujitaka's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it, and he began to give Shursui a political lesson. He said, Your ancestor Uchiha Kagami taught me to coexist peacefully with the village. What happened? He turned around and died mysteriously during a reconnaissance mission. Who could have plotted against him? If not those trusted high-ranking officials in Konoha? The third Hokage, Fujitaka's analysis was incisive. He was too benevolent. To put it bluntly, he was indecisive. He always wanted to consider the bigger picture, and as a result, he was led by the nose by hawks like Danzo, hesitating in decision-making. So I dare say, if the third Hokage continues for another 10 years, our Uchiha clan will surely be exterminated. Shursui listened, dumbfounded. But fortunately, Fujitaka shifted his tone, stating that the third Hokage himself knew there was a problem, so he chose Minato Namikaze. That kid Minato, I trust him. I saw it with my own eyes. During the Great War, when the Cloud Village took the relatives of the daimyo as hostages, everyone shrank back, but he, without hesitation, took action and slaughtered the enemies. That kind of courage, the third Hokage will never have. As long as Minato is in power for one day, Danzo and that group of old folks won't be able to force our Uchiha into a corner. Fujitaka looked up at the sky, as if he had made a resolution. So Shursui, I've decided to lead the entire clan to fully support the 4th Hokage. I brought you here today to pass this hope into your hands, so you can influence the younger generation of the clan. Finally, he also asked Shursui to take care of his son Itachi, saying that the child had seen too much of war too early and was too repressed inside. Shursui nodded solemnly, a bright smile appearing on his face. We've arrived, this is the place. I stopped with Xiaonan. Xiaonan looked around, a bit worried. Is it okay that the human path hasn't been supplemented? I smirked, it's fine, with 5 of us. Taking him down is more than enough. Shursui Fugaku. I want your eyes, your future, all of it. Deep in the heart of Kaiki Mountain, Fugaku and Shursui had been busy for 3 whole days and nights, finally eliminating all the traps. Just as they were about to catch their breath, it started to rain. But this rain fell off. The 2 pairs of Sharingan instantly detected that the rainwater was mixed with chakra. They exchanged a glance, and it was clear to them, it seemed, there would be no rest. In the forest at the foot of the mountain, Conan and I stood there in raincoats. I took out a crystal ball, formed a hand sign, and a scene of Fugaku and Shursui immediately appeared inside the crystal ball. "What is this?" Conan exclaimed in surprise. I chuckled and said, "The third Hokage's telescope technique, combined with my Rain Tiger Free technique, is simply a perfect match, focusing on a live broadcast." After hearing this, Conan returned the crystal ball to me, her gaze resolute. "Nagato, rather than just watching, I want to participate in the battle directly." All right, I could feel her determination. So I gave her a task. "Then you go and, during the battle, use your abilities to help me collect their blood samples. After all, it's too difficult to pin them down and draw blood directly. With Conan around, I can go all out." I specifically warned her, "Xiao Nan, listen carefully. You must not look into Uchiha Shursui's eyes at all. If that kid has activated Kotoame Tsukumi, you won't be able to withstand it." "Understood." As soon as I finished speaking, the beast path summoned a giant bird, carrying Pain and flying towards the foot of the mountain. At the halfway point, Fugaku and Shursui could already feel that intense chakra. They instantly locked onto the suspect, Shimura Danzo. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the sky. "It's here." The two jumped back at the same time. With a loud bang, the Azura Path's mechanical arm slammed down, creating a large pit. Immediately after, swish, 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 5 figures landed on the surrounding high ground, encircling them. 6 people. In the sky, the Yada no Kagami swooped down. Without a word, Fugaku and Shursui form hand seals at the same time. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. 2 massive fire pillars twisted together and exploded in the air. The scene was unbelievable. It directly turned the Yada no Kagami into ashes. As soon as I saw it, I thought, great, Conan has joined the battle, so let's not waste time and finish this quickly. Pain joined his hands together. Illusion technique, dark path, whoosh. In an instant, everything in front of Fugaku and Shursui turned pitch black. Conan seized the opportunity, and countless paper shuriken flew out. But guess what? That kid Shursui closed his eyes and, relying solely on sound to determine the position, blocked all of Conan's paper shuriken with a clang. Fugaku was shocked. "Shursui, can you see?" "I can't see," Shursui said in a deep voice, "but I have practiced." At that moment, the Azura Path also moved. The sound of sand and iron flowing rustled. Shursui's expression changed, and he immediately formed hand seals, summoning a large group of crows, then igniting them with fire release, creating a massive firestorm that forcefully blocked the attack of the sand and iron rain. As the flames dissipated, Pain directly used universal pull to draw Shursui towards him. This was too sudden. Even a genius would be stunned. But this kid was tough, taking advantage of the pull. He countered with a powerful dragon fire to the face. Not bad, Shursui. I couldn't help but admire him. The hungry ghost path flashed over, hands outstretched, sealing technique. Absorption seal. It directly absorbed the fire dragon. Now, despair showed on Shursui's face. Pain, holding a black rod, lunged forward to stab. It was about to succeed. Suddenly, boom! A dark red skeletal fist fell from the sky, grabbing the hungry ghost path, who couldn't dodge in time, while the other hand gently seized Shursui. Release. With a low shout from Fugaku, the dark illusion was dispelled. Shursui opened his eyes, stunned. "Uncle Fugaku, your eyes." "Damn, Kaleidoscope Sharingan." "Susanoo, this old guy, Fugaku, actually has such a trick up his sleeve." During the battle at Kaiki Mountain, I awakened these eyes only after watching my dear friend die in front of me. Fugaku's voice was filled with exhaustion. He originally intended to keep this as a trump card, but he didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, crack. Susanoo's fist squeezed tightly, and the hungry ghost path was crushed into blood. Uncle Fugaku directly activated a physical cheat for him. He told Shursui to quickly eat a soldier's food pill to regain chakra, while he stood firm, with Susanoo vigilantly watching the remaining 5 of us. Deva Path Pain sneered. "So it's Susanoo, huh? He can't hold out for long." I can see clearly that Fuyue's face has already started to break into a cold sweat. He has just opened his eyes and is obviously not skilled yet. Let's put some pressure on him. Pain's Azura Path forms hand signs. Magnet release. Sand Iron World technique. Boom. The entire area is shaking, and endless sand iron transforms into countless sharp spikes in the air, crazily stabbing towards the skeleton of Susanoo from all directions. Fuyue can only grit his teeth and wield Susanoo's long sword to withstand it. I can see it clearly here. The weak point of this form of Susanoo is at its feet. Conan, prepare to collect blood samples. Azura Path, ground burrowing bomb. Boom. As he looked at the missile that suddenly emerged from beneath Susanu's feet, Uchiha Fugaka's pupils suddenly constricted. At a critical moment, Fugaka kicked Shursui away, while his right eye erupted with a red glow. Rumbling, the explosive flames instantly engulfed the entire Susanu. Shursui watched from a distance, his eyes nearly popping out. Uncle Fugaka. Conan's paper was ready, just waiting for the flames to subside before rushing in to collect blood. And what happened? When the flames cleared, Fugaka was actually unharmed, squatting in place, panting like a broken bellows, with one hand covering his right eye. I was stunned by Tendo pain. He took an explosion inside Susanu and was completely unharmed? Is it his eye technique? The more bizarre things were yet to come. The Azura path of pain, the one that launches missiles, suddenly began to crumble, his body falling apart. Ha, confirmed. It's the eye technique of the right eye. Tendo scoffed. Fujitsu was exhausted to the point of collapse, murmuring to himself, "Luckily, I have this Tianpu by me." At that moment, Shursui shouted, "Uncle Fujitsu, watch out behind you." Before his words fell, the chameleon of the animal path suddenly revealed itself, its tongue shooting out and lifting the exhausted Fujitsu into the air. "Conan, now's your chance." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Conan's paper flew over, leaving several bloody scratches on Fujitsu, which then returned with blood. "I want his Mangeki Sharingan now." The hell path leaped forward, reaching directly for Fujitsu's eyes. Fujitsu's left eye suddenly focused, seemingly trying to activate the eye technique, but nothing happened. Is this the end? Fujitsu was filled with despair. Just as the hell path's hand was about to poke his eye, whoosh, a blade of light flashed by at breakneck speed. The chameleon's tongue was severed. Tendo suddenly looked up and saw Shursui's figure all around. The Shursui who just drew his sword was carrying Fujitsu, landing at the back of a large number of afterimages. I tell you, as soon as Fugaka landed, Uncle Fugaka was already in a weak state, unable to maintain his Sharingan, urging Shursui, "Shursui, you should go, don't worry about me. The Uchiha cannot be without you." Shursui stood there, full of righteous spirit. "Uncle Fugaku, I refuse. I can't let your future child be born without a father." Over there, Pain's Devapath was nodding like a commentator. "Oh, so the illusion is also a physical entity. Is this the origin of Shunshin Shursui?" Next to him, the Hell Path was counting the battle losses. The Hungry Ghost Path had been crushed, and the Azura Path was turned to dust by Fugaku's glare. Both were completely GG. Unable to be revived, Devapath was still mumbling. "The Hungry Ghost Path doesn't matter, but it's a pity about the third Kazakage being the Azura Path. But it's just right, after the fight, we'll head to the Hidden Cloud Village, and I'll bring back my favorite. Once the new Azura Path is taken care of, its combat power will soar, and I can even wrestle with it." Upon hearing this, Shursui couldn't hold back. All his clones rushed toward the Hell Path. As a result, Devapath directly airdropped next to the Hell Path, spreading his hands. "Don't be too arrogant. Shinra Tensei." Boom. Let me tell you, that scene flattened the entire ground with an invisible force, creating a huge pit. All of Shursui's illusions, along with his body carrying Fugaku, were blown away like a kite with a broken string. All illusions were gone. Devapath mocked, "Oh, once the body is injured, the illusion can't be maintained." Just then, the girl named Pirin made a hand seal, summoning technique. With a bang, a giant rhinoceros charged out, targeting the fallen Shursui and Fugaku. Fugaka shouted at the top of his lungs, "Shursui, put me down. Run." Guess what happened? In this critical moment, Shursui closed and opened his eyes. With a whoosh, his pupils turned into a four-pointed windmill. The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. Family who understands. Emerald green chakra erupted from him, growing two massive rib-like arms that braced against the rhinoceros. Fugaka was dumbfounded. Shursui remained calm. "Uncle Fugaku, I've activated my eyes too. Thanks to your demonstration of the power of Susanoo, I can handle it now." As soon as he finished speaking, another small hand grew from the rib arm, grabbing the rhinoceros's horn, and the large hand was freed, transforming into a green energy sword, which pierced straight into the rhinoceros's eye with a squish. The rhinoceros let out a scream and vanished into smoke. In the distance, Nagato saw this scene and muttered, as expected, "Shursui has activated his eyes." Inside the ribcage, Shursui was panting and quickly analyzing. "Uncle, I found out that these people share vision. The only breakthrough point is that blue-haired woman. She clearly could attack your vital points before, but she chose not to. This is definitely suspicious." Without hesitation, Susanoo used the bone sword as a javelin and hurled it toward Conan's position on the mountain. Conan was startled and quickly jumped back to dodge. No matter what they were planning, That woman was our lifeline. Shursui stuffed Fugaku into the ribcage and shot out like a cannonball, aiming straight for Conan. He was all in, ready to use the strongest illusion technique, NagatoAwakens. What speed, let me tell you. Seeing Shursui charge over, Conan quickly formed seals, trying to turn into a paper figure and escape. But Shursui's kaleidoscope could see everything clearly. He extended a hand. Lightning release. Lightning strike palm. A crackling bolt of lightning struck Conan, directly paralyzing her, leaving her unable to move. After using NagatoAwakens, my left, I will be useless. So you must come back to Konoha with me. Shursui shouted while charging, and just as he was about to succeed, boom, Conan vanished. Shursui slammed to a halt, turning back to see that Conan had been summoned next to the animal path. Can they still summon living people? Shursui was stubborn, unwilling to give up, and turned around to charge again. His speed was so fast that he appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. And the lightning in his hand lit up again. Conan shouted in panic. Only Deva can deal with him. But that masked Pirin coldly said, "No, Pain's battle is over." After speaking, she clapped her hands. Bang! This time, let me tell you, it was the real body. Nagato. Nagato reached out, directly grabbing Shursui's lightning technique, consuming it like a snack. Shursui was stunned and retreated abruptly. But Nagato raised his hand, and a force yanked Shursui back. With a snap, he caught Shursui's wrist, his Rinnegan staring directly at him. Kid, don't get too cocky. Boom! Shursui unleashed a fire technique at point-blank range, only to be instantly absorbed. A mechanical arm extended from Nagato's shoulder, clamping down on Shursui's shoulder, performing a powerful twist. Crack! Ugh hi! Shursui's entire right arm was torn off. Under the intense pain, he desperately pulled out his knife to stab, but was blasted away by a repulsive force. The knife broke, and he crashed to the ground like a broken sack. The ribcage protecting Fugaku shattered with a bang. Shursui! Fugaku rolled and crawled over. Conan watched Nagato's tall figure, stunned. Suddenly, she understood. This wasn't just for tactics. He was serious. This was beyond friendship, a deep favoritism. Even after 22,025 years, to see such pure favoritism, I'll honor it. Nagato, holding Shursui's severed arm, coldly warned them. Not a word about today's events, where the Uchiha clan will be exterminated. Before leaving, he gave Shursui a meaningful look. Here's a piece of advice. Uchiha Shursui, keep your eyes covered. A person who plays with crows shouldn't get pecked in the eye by one. After saying this, he vanished with everyone without a trace. Shursui, holding on to his last breath, grabbed Fugaku. Uncle Fugaku, go back. Don't tell anyone. That man definitely knows our Uchiha secrets. After saying this, he thudded and fainted. Fugaku looked at the desolate battlefield, feeling how deep the water was. On the other side, Conan felt she had held him back and was determined to become stronger, planning to learn a forbidden technique called Yami Yami Bihan, which required a full year without sleep to train. After hearing this, Nagato smiled slightly. All right, I'll accompany you. The scene shifted to Orochimaru's underground base, where he and Kabuto were enthusiastically dissecting White Zetsu. Suddenly, Nagato used a shadow clone technique to appear. The two had a remote meeting to check on progress. Nagato mentioned he had obtained several blood samples, and Orochimaru's side was also nearing results. Nagato casually asked if he knew where the third Reikage body was buried for a new Azura path. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was thrilled. Hey Nagato-kun, you really asked the right person. Thus, Nagato and Conan rushed northward, heading straight for the Land of Lightning. Meanwhile, Fugaku brought the injured Shursui back to Konoha. Let me tell you, the entire Uchiha clan was in an uproar. The genius Shursui went out on a mission and came back with an arm broken. Who would believe that? Fugaku had to insist it was a trap malfunction. The clansmen informed him that while they were out, the village had also been raided, and the enemy's characteristics were identical. Fugaku broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. It meant the enemy was operating on multiple fronts. The more shocking thing came next. When he returned home, he found his 4-year-old son, Itachi Uchiha, already waiting for him at the door. Itachi not only knew the inside story, but also, in front of his father, activated his Sharingan. He directly transmitted the complete scene of the attack that he and his mother faced that night to Fugaku with his eyes. Fugaku was stunned. He never expected that the enemy wouldn't spare his wife and child. At that moment, the police force came knocking, saying the 4th Hokage wanted him to attend an emergency meeting to discuss the village's invasion. Fugaku pondered for a long time and finally solemnly told Itachi, Itachi, what happened tonight stays between us. If anyone asks, say you don't know. He felt that this matter was too deep for the higher-ups of Konoha to handle. Meanwhile, in the land of lightning, at Kumogakure Valley, when Nagato and Conan arrived, they found that the third Raikage's funeral was taking place. The fourth Raikage, a muscular man, was kneeling at the grave, crying out loud, "Ooh, Dad, may you rest in peace. I will definitely take revenge on that old man Yuki in the future." While crying, he pounded the ground with his weak arms, causing the earth to shake. Nagato and Conan looked at each other from the mountaintop, and Nagato commented, "I didn't expect to catch a funeral." Conan asked, "Should we act now?" Nagato waved his hand. "Let's wait, let him finish crying. He's a filial son, it's understandable." They waited until late at night, but then a sensing ninja from the cloud suddenly looked up and shouted, "On a mountain peak, someone is spying. Not good." They were discovered. Nagato pulled Conan and prepared to retreat. But then he thought, if they ran today, they would have even less chance in the future. There was no choice but to fight. Nagato waved his sleeve, and from the newly assembled 6 paths of pain, the Azura Path, Human Path, and Hungry Ghost Path leaped out. These 3 were made from the Awakens ninjas they had eliminated on the way, and they still wore Awakens headbands. Let's start with a greeting. The Azura Path tore off its arm in midair, revealing a series of missiles. 5-finger missile. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of missiles. Trailing flames. Smash down. The cloud ninjas below immediately panicked. Scatter. After the explosion, someone covered their shoulder and cursed. "It's those bastards from Awakens." Before the words were out, the Human Path had already appeared behind the sensing ninja, pressing down on his head, and looked at him with Rinnegan. "As a sensing ninja, you are quite outstanding. So you are also the most troublesome." With a swift motion, he extracted the ninja's soul. This scene shocked the surrounding cloud ninjas. But in the next second, anger replaced fear, and all kinds of ninjutsu came pouring in. The Hungry Ghost Path immediately stepped forward, unfolded a shield to absorb all the ninjutsu, and then used a technique to disappear from the spot. The Azura Path, standing on the mountain wall, transformed its arms into machine guns and began to fire wildly at the ones below. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. The Earth Release ninja from the cloud quickly built a wall for defense. An elite jonin named Tutai was particularly fierce, clapping his hands. Melt Release, Protective Wall. A large area of fluid rubber was applied to reinforce the earth wall, barely holding up. He turned back and shouted, "Raikage-sama." At that moment, the fourth Raikage had already stood up from his father's grave, tears still on his face, radiating blinding lightning, and roared, "Everyone get the hell out of the way. I will personally tear these bastards from Awakens apart." At the mountaintop, Nagato calmly explained to Conan, "Lightning Release Chakra mode brings extraordinary speed, power, and defense." However, in this aspect, his father, the third Raikage, was even more powerful, with both offense and defense combined, making him the strongest spear and shield. Conan instantly understood. "Is this the reason you chose him as the Azura Path?" "That's right. Nagato had analyzed it for me back then. He said that when selecting the Azura Path, 2 points must be considered. First, the physique must be strong enough to accommodate various advanced weaponry. Second, both explosive power and defense need to be top-notch. Whether in close combat or ranged, they can hit you right in the face. Let me tell you, the third Raikage is simply tailor-made for the Azura Path. Plus, he has that lightning release chakra mode, which is like giving his weapons a super buff." Nagato even claimed that this new Pain's one-on-one ability could surpass his own original body. I was shocked to hear that. Could Pain really be stronger than the original body? Nagato laughed and said that was only in a specific aspect. His original body can switch between 6 different forms at will, a skill Pain could never replicate. Overall, he will always be the top one. While we were talking, the battlefield had already gone crazy. The fourth Raikage, charged over and with a seemingly ordinary straight punch. He broke through several layers of our defenses and created a huge hole. He emerged from the hole, his small eyes wide open, staring intently at the Azura Path hanging on the wall. The Azura Path was quite polite, looking down and saying, "Hello, Raikage." And guess what? What greeted him was a heavy punch from the Raikage jumping up. With a bang, the entire mountain wall shook. After being knocked down, the Azura Path tore off his shirt. And let me tell you, it was quite a scene. His body wriggled and transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, with a chainsaw tail sprouting from behind. The Yunin strategist called T-Dai was yelling at the top of his lungs, "Fourth, be careful. This guy's body structure is abnormal." The Raikage didn't even pay him any mind. He twisted his neck with a crack, and the next second, boom, the ground cracked beneath his feet, and he shot forward like a cannonball, executing a lightning release. Thunderclap and flash, his arm like a red-hot iron, firmly locked onto the neck of the Azura Path. I tell you, that speed was absurdly fast. Even the hungry ghost path, which shares vision, was stunned and couldn't dodge at all. With a loud boom, the entire back of the Azura Path crashed into the mountainside, crackling as its mechanical body shattered piece by piece from the neck down. But at that moment, crack. The chainsaw tail of the Azura Path wrapped around Rakich's neck. The people of Yunin were scared out of their wits, shouting, "Not good. Lord Rakich is caught." But Suchikage remained calm. "Don't worry, that thing can't break Lord Rakich's lightning armor." Saying this, he turned to a nearby child. "She, can you sense it?" The child, named She, was only 10 years old, one of the future bodyguards of the Rakich, currently a genin specializing in sensing techniques. He closed his eyes, sweating profusely, and said, "I sensed it. There's an invisible enemy approaching Lord Rakich from behind." Suchikage immediately shouted, "Lord Rakich, there's someone attacking from behind." Rakich responded with a hum, not turning his head, and swung his elbow backward. Whoosh, the invisible hungry ghost path was forced to reveal itself, jumping away in embarrassment. The hungry ghost path taunted, "Hey, Rakich, your subordinates are pretty capable." AI sneered, "Once I finish with this metal lump, it'll be your turn and that old rat burrowing underground." Just as he finished speaking, a strange sound erupted, and AI turned around to see, holy crap, that nearly falling apart Azura Path was opening its mouth, a blinding light shining from within. The people of Yunin were dumbfounded. This distance? Zero distance attack. The next second, boom! A thick laser cannon shot directly out of the Azura Path's mouth. The wave of light instantly engulfed AI, sweeping through and flattening the Yunin defenses behind him. Lord Rakich. The people of Yunin were terrified, staring at the center of the storm. Suchikage remained steady, murmuring, "This attack is fierce, but it can't hurt the fourth with his lightning armor. What I'm really worried about is that guy burrowing underground. I don't know if his technique that can instantly kill our sensing ninjas will work on the fourth." He glanced at She behind him, who was still desperately sensing, but couldn't feel anything, and said that the guy was probably burrowing too deep. Suchikage thought, burrowing that deep means he can't threaten the fourth for now. Sure enough, when the light wave stopped, AI's figure appeared. He stood there, lightning armor protecting him. He wasn't even scratched, not a hair out of place. He stared at the already battered Azura Path and coldly said, "Had enough? Scrap." The Azura Path wanted to say something. Rakich, crack. AI didn't give him a chance, delivering a knife hand strike that cleaved the Azura Path in half, head and body included. The severed head fell to the ground. The Rinnegan still staring at AI, completing its unfinished words. So unreasonable. AI ignored it, stepping down with a boom, directly crushing its head. Then one foot, another foot, continuing to grind it into the ground until not a single complete piece could be found. He spat, turned, and focused on the hungry ghost path. Next. "It's your turn." Crackle. Lightning flashed, and AI had already teleported behind the hungry ghost path, locking his hands and lifting him high. The hungry ghost path still pretended, "Ah, I'm being lifted high by Rakich." AI howled to the sky, electricity bursting from his body, preparing to smash him into a pulp with his technique, lightning bomb. The surrounding Yunin people were terrified and quickly ran away, fearing being caught in the aftermath. But just as AI was about to smash down, his expression suddenly changed. He felt his chakra rapidly depleting, but he didn't have time to think, so he smashed down fiercely. Boom! A loud noise. The ground sank into a large pit, but there was no dazzling electric light as expected. The Yunin people in the distance were confused. What's going on? The power isn't as great as imagined. Suchikage understood. Look, Lord Rakich's lightning armor D&D, do not disturb mode. Oh no, lightning armor disappeared a second before the hit. He explained that the enemy could absorb chakra, and shockingly efficiently. Just a few seconds of contact had drained Rakich's armor. That's why the hungry ghost path wasn't instantly killed, but he definitely suffered a complete body fracture. AI looked expressionlessly at the mushy, hungry ghost path on the ground and said, "If you have that ability, the old man Noki shouldn't have sent you to die. Speak your purpose, and I'll make your death quick." The hungry ghost path chuckled. "Speak, Rakich." Boom! AI's fist, the size of a casserole, smashed directly into his face. "Speak, Rakich." Boom! Another punch. Rakich. Boom! 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 AI went berserk, landing punch after punch until the hungry ghost path's head was smashed into the ground and out of sight. He squatted at the edge of the pit, blood dripping from his fists, coldly saying, "Try saying it again." The hungry ghost path couldn't speak anymore, but his hands could still move. He groped around, picked up a fallen black stick nearby, and swung it at AI's forehead. Ding! A crisp sound. I tell you, it was not very damaging, but extremely insulting. You've really pissed me off. AI completely exploded, his lightning armor reactivating, unleashing a frenzied assault on the hungry ghost path. Boom, 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 boom. The scene was a complete carnage, flesh flying and stone scattering, leaving the Yunin people stunned. Sachikage quickly asked she beside him, "What about the last enemy? Any movement?" She's expression was strange. "It seems like there is, but also seems like there isn't. The commotion over there with Lord Raikage is too loud. I can't concentrate." Sachikage scolded, "Concentrate." She was jolted awake. Suddenly that vague sensing became clear. He screamed in terror. "Over there, by the third generation's grave. It's approaching." "What?" Sachikage turned back sharply, was his goal. Before he could finish his sentence, crack. The pain of human path, who had been lurking underground, appeared in front of the third generation Raikage grave. He clapped his hands on the ground, finally found it. Earth release, earthquake core. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the coffin buried deep underground was actually pushed up like this. Sachikage steadied himself, yelling in despair at AI, who was still beating the hungry ghost path. "Lord Raikage, the grave of the predecessor has been dug up." This finally made AI stop, but surprisingly, he didn't explode in rage this time. His gaze was chilling. He discarded the half-body of the hungry ghost path he was holding and, with a flash of electricity, charged straight at the human path. At the mountaintop, Nagato's expression was serious. Success or failure hinges on this one move. Swish, swish, swish. The Deva path, animal path, and hell path. 3 panes descended from the sky. The Deva path landed directly in front of the human path, blocking AI's way. Sachikage was dumbfounded. What? There are more than 3 enemies? AI's fist was already on its way. That technique, lightning battle ninja. Only yellow flashes could dodge it. The Deva path couldn't dodge, but he could repel. His eyes widened, shouting, "Shinra Tensei!" Whoosh! An invisible giant force directly pushed AI flying back. Sachikage was stunned. What kind of ability is that? But as AI was being pushed back, his hair stood on end, and his chakra mode exploded further. He roared, "Don't underestimate the Raikage." Boom! He stomped on the ground, forcefully stopping his retreat and even trying to charge forward against the repulsive force. The Deva path was shocked. This explosive power was almost on par with Six Tails Naruto. Unfortunately, AI didn't have a tail to plant in the ground as a support, and he was ultimately blasted away, crashing headfirst into a distant mountain wall. Boom! At that moment, the coffin of the third Raikage was finally pushed completely out of the ground. The Deva path lifted the coffin with repulsive force, while Perrin rode down from the sky on a giant bird, ready to grab it and run. They absolutely could not let them take the coffin of the previous generation. The ninjas from Cloud Village charged forward, knowing full well it was a death sentence, but none of them backed down. The Deva path dodged Kanai while struggling to control the coffin, feeling a bit flustered. He seized the opportunity to lift the coffin upward, and Perrin's giant bird successfully caught it. Then he spread his arms. Shinra Tensei. All the charging cloud ninjas were blasted away. Just then, a black lightning leopard descended from the sky, biting onto the Deva path and paralyzing him with electricity. The attacker was Darui. Using the secret technique taught by the third Raikage, Black Spot, he shouted to Samui beside him, "It's up to you." Samui charged in with her sword. But at that moment, Darui's expression changed drastically. He felt himself being locked from behind by an invisible hand. Turning around, he was shocked. The hungry ghost path, which should have been crushed to bits, appeared unharmed. In the distance, the hell path retracted the king of hell. It turned out he had revived the hungry ghost path. The hungry ghost path instantly drained Darui's chakra, and he fell limp into its arms. With no restraints, the Deva path easily dodged Samui's sword, stabbing her in the abdomen with a black rod, knocking her out on the spot. The Deva path also captured the sensing little ghost. Nagato watched from above and said to Conan, "These little ghosts have decent potential. It would be a shame to kill them. Once we take down the Rain Village, we will need to cultivate some new strength." At that moment, boom! The mountain rocks exploded, and AI charged out. He watched as the giant bird carried his father's coffin and 3 subordinates higher and higher. Boom! He stomped on the rocks and soared into the sky, jumping higher than the bird. Perrin was startled. "I was careless. I almost forgot this guy's speed rivals out of the yellow flash." AI concentrated all his lightning chakra onto his feet, coming down with earth-shattering momentum. Even if it pulverized his father's body, It could not fall into your hands. Lightning release. Thunder Fury axe. Just as he was about to strike. At the critical moment, swish, 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 countless pieces of paper suddenly surged out, stacking beneath AI's feet to cushion the force of his strike. The paper scattered and reformed into Conan, who launched a paper spear at AI. Although blocked by his lightning armor, AI was still delayed. Seizing the opportunity, Perrin summoned a giant stone panda, which slammed down on AI, crushing him off the bird's back. Immediately, all the Pain bodies, including Nagato himself, gathered on the bird's back. AI smashed the stone panda, shouting down, T-Die, use your technique to create a springboard for me. I want to jump higher and bring them down. T-Die panicked. Lord Rakich, the enemy is all present. It's too dangerous. We shouldn't pursue any further. AI clenched his fists, his eyes turning red. Of course I know that. But T-Die, do you want me to watch helplessly as they take away the future of Cloud Village? T-Die instantly understood. AI was not only fighting for his father's body, but also for Darui and the others who had been captured. He stood in respect. I understand. He immediately used lava release to create a massive rubber hill. As AI prepared to jump, Conan on the bird's back turned pale. Oh no, he still isn't giving up. At that moment, Nagato stepped forward. A mechanical arm extended from his shoulder, transforming into a cannon, beginning to charge. ZZZZ. The terrifying chakra fluctuations sent chills down everyone's spines below. High in the sky, Nagato's figure was enveloped in a dazzling cross-light. T-Die was so frightened his voice trembled. This chakra? Is he trying to wipe us all out? Lord Rakich, run. AI looked at the light above and knew he couldn't afford to provoke it. But he decisively shouted at T-Die, stop making the springboard. Quickly use the protective film jewel to shield everyone. But the protective film jewel couldn't block it. Just do what I said, fast. T-Die had no choice but to comply, encasing all the cloud ninjas in rubber balls. In the air, Nagato finished charging, aiming the cannon below Die. Sure is attack. Boom. A purple beam capable of piercing through the Earth explosion stars shot down. Just as everyone thought they were doomed, AI made an astonishing move. He actually jumped towards the beam. He concentrated all his lightning chakra into his right arm, then spun in mid-air, scraping against the beam at an angle. Crackle. Sparks flew everywhere. T-Die instantly understood. Lord Rakich was using his arm as a rail, forcibly deflecting the beam. Whoosh! The beam grazed AI's shoulder and shot off into the distance, hitting the forest. Boom, 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 boom. A massive light mushroom rose, leveling the entire forest and the mountains behind it to the ground. After the storm subsided, Yunmin Valley had become a wasteland. AI stood at the pinnacle of the ruins. His right arm was gone, the severed inchar black. He clenched his left fist, his face filled with pain, compared to the pain of a severed arm. I am more heartbroken over losing my future left and right arms. He gritted his teeth and said, we won't go to the village yet. Let's meet the daimyo. I want to use this severed arm to make him understand that the end of the war does not mean we can live in ease. I want more military funding to build Cloud Village stronger. Everything that cannot kill us will only make us stronger. AI, swear in the name of the Rakich. The humiliation of today will be repaid doubly in the future. High in the sky, Nagato looked at the changed terrain below, his expression solemn. I acknowledge you. Fourth Rakich AI. Let us meet at the peak. After that battle, Nagato returned to the lair with the spoils. As soon as the coffin touched the ground, the Deva Path opened the lid with a snap, revealing the third Rakich lying inside, surrounded by flowers, sleeping peacefully. Nagato smiled and said, the corpse hasn't decayed at all. This saves us some trouble. Conan, with her keen eyes, noticed the lightning-shaped scar on the corpse's chest and curiously asked how it came to be. Nagato thought for a moment and said, it was probably an accident he caused himself. With the strongest spear and the strongest shield, the spear being stronger than the shield, the only thing that could hurt him was himself. After saying that, he took out a black rod and stabbed it down towards the third Rakich's shoulder. Guess what happened? Crack! The black rod broke. I was shocked at that moment. Conan picked up the broken black rod and said they never had this situation when they were paying before. Nagato sighed. Yes, even without the lightning release armor, this guy's body is ridiculously tough. To deal with strong foes, we can only resort to strong measures. Nagato's shoulder transformed into a mechanical arm, and with a twist of his wrist, a glittering diamond drill emerged. He said to Conan, I need to make a hole first. It might get a bit bloody, so you should step back. Conan nodded, casually wrapping up the remnants of the Shura path with paper and taking them out to dispose of. Over here, Nagato buzzed as the diamond drill pressed against the body. Crack! Sparks flew. Nagato, sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, you better drill in. Otherwise, I can only start from your butt." Goodness, after an hour. The drilling operation was finally completed. Nagato collected the blood from the drill bit and said that this stuff could be used for impure world reincarnation in the future. Then he inserted black rods into the holes and finally summoned the king of hell, who opened his big mouth and swallowed the entire coffin. Crack! Crack! Conan had just finished dealing with the garbage when she heard the commotion. She saw the king of hell open his mouth, and a giant man with golden hair and beard, holding his fangs and bowing his head, walked out. His body was adorned with black rods, and with those Rinnegan eyes. He had a mysterious and dark aura, especially the scar on his chest, which Nagato specifically covered with a lightning-shaped black rod, making it look more like a special tattoo. Incredibly handsome, Nagato put away the king of hell and looked at his new creation with satisfaction. This is Payne's Azura Path, the third rakeage, A for convenience. Let's just call him Pay AI. Conan looked at Nagato, who was sweating profusely, and asked, "Are you exhausted?" Nagato wiped his sweat and said, "Not bad. I haven't sweated this much even in a fight, but this harvest is worth it." Now, with Yahiko as the Deva Path, Payne as the Animal Path, and Pay AI as the Azura Path, this is officially organized. The remaining human path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Hell Path were all made with random passersby. Nagato looked at these 3 temporary workers and asked Conan, "So who do you think we should replace among the remaining 3? Conan thought for a moment and said, "Oh, this matter is not urgent. I think the few people I have in mind are either already dead or the risk is too high to approach now. Some of them are still babies and need to be nurtured." Then she suddenly pointed at me and said, "Nagato, look at you. You've been working all night and are covered in sweat. Let us go. I'll take you to soak in a hot spring." At that moment, I was like, what? It was all good. But the problem arose. What should we do about those 3 future stars from the rain-hidden village? Payne's remote control has a distance limit, right? We can't just take 3 captives to the hot springs, can we? That scene would be too beautiful. Conan suggested, "How about I leave a paper clone to keep an eye on them?" I said no. That would waste chakra. I directly had Pylon, that beast path, pull out the summoning scroll, grab the hands of those 3 guys, and put a red handprint on each of them. Done. Pylon was still there giggling, saying now it's fine. They could run to the ends of the earth, and I could just call them back like flying a kite. I tell you, the look in Conan's eyes at that moment was one of utter admiration. I waved my hand coolly. Hot springs, let's go. The scene shifted to Konoha Village, where the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Minato gathered all the high-ranking officials for a meeting and started off big, saying, "Folks, we have a serious problem. The Book of Seals has lost 6.5 forbidden techniques." Someone asked, "What do you mean by 6.5? Minato replied, "That half is my flying thunder god. The book got torn during the fight. The remaining 6 are all super S rank." Goodness, they started off with a bombshell. Then came the intelligence summary. Guy stood up, his voice booming, saying he fought against the 3rd Kazekage, and Kakashi encountered a masked man. Then Kakashi was seriously injured and fell unconscious. Minato also confirmed that the last one he fought was that masked woman, who uses a very tricky summoning technique and vanished in an instant. I suspect she used that technique to infiltrate Konoha. Yamashiro Aoi said Kakashi's injury didn't seem like a mere unconscious state. It felt like his mind had suffered a severe shock that burned out his CPU. He suggested doing a brain scan, but Minato flatly rejected it, saying he couldn't let his disciples suffer anymore. Just then, let me tell you, the heavyweight arrived. Tap, tap, tap. Danzo entered with his cane, his face grim. The moment he arrived, the temperature in the room dropped to freezing point. He sat down and directly fired at Uchiha Fugaku, saying, "Hey, there are 2 intruders in your Uchiha territory, and you haven't said a word until now?" Fugaku's face turned dark. The tension escalated instantly, and the 3rd Hokage hurried to mediate. But Danzo got even more worked up, bringing up the incident with Shirsue's broken hand. Just as it seemed like a fight was about to break out, Minato spoke up. "Danzo-san, we're in a meeting, so let's not discuss unrelated topics." I tell you, just that one sentence completely silenced Danzo. Everyone was shocked. The fort's presence was strong. On the other side, Conan and I had already arrived at a small town in the land of rice, enjoying some Odin, and sneaked into a hot spring inn. I looked up and saw the sign, "Mixed bathing." My heart was racing, but I hesitated to suggest go to another place. Conan grabbed my sleeve and, still chewing on a dumpling, blinked her eyes and said in an emotionless tone, "Let's go to this one. Who understands people?" Here I was soaking in the open-air hot spring, and behind a warm, big stone was Conan, completely naked. My mind was like a barrage of comments, going wild. Does she not see me as a man? Or is it that She already sees me as her man. Then Conan spoke, and I was completely taken aback. She said softly, so much has happened this past month. I've seen my own shining points in you. Aside from the Rinnegan, like wisdom and responsibility. My heart skipped a beat, and I thought, crap, could she have discovered I'm a time traveler? I tentatively asked her if my personality had changed. She said, it has changed. You keep making all those facial expressions, even more than I do. Then she provided her own answer. I think it's probably a side effect of when you saved me last time and got hit on the head by that rock. I wanted to bow to that stone at that moment. Thank you, Brother Stone. I followed her words and said, yeah, I feel like I've changed, but I don't know how to explain it to you. Xiao Nan was particularly gentle and said, just be yourself. Don't be bound by the title of a savior. I immediately expressed, my desire to save the world comes from the heart, and even if I get hit on the head by stones 100 times, it won't change. After hearing this, Xiao Nan was deeply moved. In the end, she stood up from the water, and in that scene, amidst the swirling heat, she turned back and smiled. I'll be waiting for you at the old place. On the Konoha side, the meeting was still in brainstorming mode. After Uchiha Fugaku finished explaining their situation, the whole place erupted, saying that the technique that could deflect everything was too outrageous. Just when everyone was at a loss, the smartest person in the room, Nara Shikaku, took action. Shikaku said that the Ino Shikicho trio had previously used the mind transfer technique against an enemy, but failed. And the conclusion from Inoichi was that the opponent had no heart. Therefore, he deduced that these invaders were all corpses. However, they were not ordinary puppets because they had consciousness and could speak. Thus, there was only one truth. The enemy had always been one person, remotely controlling these 6 corpses to play with us. We were fighting for our lives while the main body remained unscathed and even took away forbidden techniques. Moreover, Shikaku also mentioned that the enemy deployed their strongest combat power to the Uchiha clan, indicating that the Book of Seals was not the primary target at all. Then, Minato casually mentioned that it rained that night. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, a professor of ninjutsu, suddenly remembered a forbidden technique from the Rain Village, the Rain Tiger Free Technique, which can sense through rainwater. The focus immediately shifted to the Rain Village. Danzo quickly interrupted, saying not to expect Hanzo to help us. The meeting ended in this oppressive atmosphere. The scene switched back, and I returned to that broken temple where Xiao Nan was already there. The 3 captives had indeed run away, as expected. Xiao Nan had already started her training on the forbidden technique Nightshade Flower, staying awake for 3 days and nights. And her dark circles were showing. I felt heartbroken watching her, and since I said I would accompany her, I sat down right next to her. I said, this is all about companionship. The real test has just begun. As dawn broke, Orochimaru sent a message. I immediately performed a summoning technique, and with 2 puffs, Orochimaru and Kabuto made a flashy entrance. We followed him to a secret base in a swamp. As soon as we reached the entrance, I sensed it, the grass. It was white Zetsu. Orochimaru told me not to move. He took action himself, and a snake shot out, directly binding that white Zetsu. The white Zetsu tried to shout for Nagato, saying, you're working with Orochimaru. Are you trying to create? But Orochimaru made a hand sign and immediately silenced him. Orochimaru dragged the white Zetsu and explained to us that he had already cracked the information network of white Zetsu. And there was a delay. We acted quickly, so the news didn't leak out. Upon entering the base, Pain's Deva Path set up 5 sealing barriers around the perimeter, turning this into an absolute private space. Then, Orochimaru showcased his research results, a modified white Zetsu. He said he used the technique of impure world reincarnation to rewrite its soul. And now it was absolutely loyal. No sooner had he finished speaking than the white Zetsu suddenly knelt down and said, Lord Nagato, you are my esteemed master. I was shocked at that moment. Uncle Snake is impressive. At this moment, Kabuto came over with tea. I looked at his cautious, trembling demeanor and thought, wow, the youthful Kabuto is so cute. I couldn't help but tease him. I deliberately smiled sinisterly and said, Kabuto, you didn't poison this tea, did you? Crack. Kabuto was so scared that he dropped the bowl, sweating profusely, unable to speak properly. I reached for Xiao Nan's cup, took a sip, and said, go. Make another cup for Sister Nan. Yes, yes. Kabuto ran off in a panic. He leaned against the wall at the door, probably feeling overwhelmed, trying to figure out how such a strong man could be so approachable, leaving him flustered. While he was lost in thought, Orochimaru launched a mental attack, directly warning him in his mind not to play tricks. Kabuto was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, but eventually laughed in relief, probably thinking that since he was someone Orochimaru valued, He wanted to see what kind of person I really was. Before long, he returned with a cup of freshly brewed tea. I told you, when Doe brought the tea over, his hand was still shaking a bit. He probably just got a CPU burned out by Orochimaru's earlier comment. Shounen was still a bit hesitant, not daring to drink, but I just picked it up and said, "Go ahead, Uncle Snake's special brew. It's refreshing and invigorating." Sure enough, Orochimaru spoke up the next second and dropped a heavy bombshell. He said he figured it out. Those white Zetsu are all communicating through a soul network like a giant server. And the main switch of the server is that outer path golem I mentioned. As soon as I heard it, I thought, wow, isn't this public Wi-Fi? Does anyone understand this? Uncle Snake is really wasting his talent, not getting into network security. He went on to say that his idea is to build a separate encrypted local area network for this white absolute we have in hand. I realized it at that moment, and I said, are you trying to make him go offline and operate independently? But that's not safe, right? If they see that a device is missing, wouldn't it be immediately exposed? Uncle Snake was so excited. He said, Nagato-kun, your analogy of public network and local network is simply brilliant. That's right. Just going offline definitely won't work. Not only will we get discovered, but we also won't be able to steal any intelligence. So, his voice rose by 8 octaves. My idea is, don't go offline. Let's stay on this public Wi-Fi, but we'll install a firewall for him, allowing him to continuously send out false signals 24/7, making others think everything is normal and he's on the same frequency as everyone else. Wow, I was almost unable to hold my teacup at that moment. Isn't this just a fraudulent data package? This level of technology, what a motto. Just step aside, okay. I suppressed my excitement and asked him, so what you said, that there is almost no transformation to the physical body. What does almost mean? Orochimaru's smile was both charming and dangerous as he replied, this is the true essence of my experiment this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the white Zetsu beside me walked up to the recently captured prisoner and placed a hand on him. In an instant, the previously dazed white Zetsu came back to life and directly knelt before me, saying, Lord Nagato, crack. The teacup in my hand shattered on the spot. I told you. At that moment, for words popped into my head, virus transmission. Do you understand? Just like in zombie movies, bite one, and another turns. Orochimaru added that the modified original model is the mother body, and only it has the ability to assimilate. Ha ha ha. Obito, what do you have to fight me with? This wave of reversal of the heavens has just begun. Of course. Orochimaru also said that this tactic is useless against the main body of Black Zetsu, the big brain that shares a body with White Zetsu. But it doesn't matter, as long as there are enough minions. My first thought was whether I could assimilate that treasure of a cloak on Obito as well. I really like that guy. With the technical issue resolved, it was time to discuss serious matters. I exchanged glances with Orochimaru. It wasn't convenient for Conan to be present for what was to come. It had to be Conan, folks. The tacit understanding was incredible. She immediately stood up and said, Nagato, it's a bit stuffy in here. I'm going out for a walk. As she reached the door, she turned back and shot a glare at Orochimaru like a knife. You don't have any disgusting things like human experiments in this base, do you? Orochimaru was still trying to act cool, flipping his hair and saying, oh my. The little girl from back then has really grown into a beautiful woman. Conan just replied with 2 words, thank you. Then she left without looking back. Once she was gone, I sat back confidently, crossed my legs, and said to Orochimaru, all right, let's get down to business. My second body plan now only lacks 2 things, the Hashirama cells from the outer path and the last sample of Uchiha blood. Orochimaru became serious. Then, the 5th you've been interested in should be revealed, right? I'm not beating around the bush, I'll get straight to the point. Uchiha Bido. His Manjiki Sharingan, Kamui. This ability is simply the pinnacle of spatial techniques. There's no reason to refuse it. Orochimaru nodded, as expected of him. I continue the deployment. Intercolumnar cells. Let's have the 2 white absolutes we just collected, 0 and 1, sneak back into steel. As soon as those 2 lively ones heard this, they immediately raised their hands. Lord Nagato, who is 0 and who is 1? When I saw the 2 of them, I was also stunned. Pointing at the one on the left, I said, you are the one I killed? Yes. I pointed at the one on the right. You are the one dragged in by Uncle Snake? That's right. Goodness, I quickly apologized. Sorry about that. Guys, I was a bit rough earlier. As a result, these 2 immediately started posing. It's okay. We were reborn because of this. So, how exactly do we differentiate between 0 and 1? I thought for a moment, pointed at the one who could assimilate and said, you can have children, you're number 0. The other one immediately became emo. I can't assimilate. I don't deserve it. I hurriedly comforted him. Don't. 0 is female, and 1 is male. With more companions in the future, you'll be everyone's father. When number one heard this, his eyes lit up. I'm a father. Can I recognize you as my father, Lord Nagato? That's really unnecessary. I haven't even had a proper relationship with Conan yet. How could I have such a big son? Back to the main topic, I solemnly said. So, the biggest problem has arisen. How do we get Obito's blood? This is truly difficult. Should we just go find him and fight? It's hard to come up with an excuse, and all our trump cards would be exposed. It would be best to obtain it without anyone knowing. I pondered for a long time, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I asked Orochimaru, Uncle Snake, I have a technical question. Can solidified blood that has been frozen for a long time still yield viable genetic material? Orochimaru immediately understood. You mean the Shinju Bridge? Exactly, I exclaimed, slapping my thigh. Back then, when he was smashed into half his body, that stone must have had some remnants. At that moment, Zero White Zetsu chimed in. That stone is still there. That kid Obito thinks he's hiding his identity well, but he never went back to deal with it. Orochimaru encouraged. Isn't that perfect for you two to handle? As a result, the two clowns shook their heads vigorously. No way, no way. That place is too close to our base, and there are former colleagues everywhere. The moment we make a move, we would be torn to pieces on the spot. I thought it made sense, so I said, all right, then you all focus on the interstitial cells. We can't let you take any risks with this matter. Then number 0 was quite understanding, pointing to himself and saying, Lord Nagato, we have interstitial cells in us, although they are a bit inferior. If you don't mind, you can use mine. I rolled my eyes internally. If I were impressed by your low-quality goods, would I go through so much trouble? But of course, I had to sound emotionally intelligent. You are all my important subordinates. How could I let you suffer? The two lively characters were so moved that they immediately saluted and went underground to carry out their tasks. Once they left, the room fell into a terrifying silence. Finally, it was Orochimaru who asked me, what do you plan to do about the Shinbai Bridge? You and Conan definitely can't go. He was right. If we went, it would be like tearing off Obito's mask in front of the whole world. Just as we both fell silent, D, who had been quiet the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Let me go. I looked at him, my expression extremely serious. Orochimaru, do you know what you're saying? Once you're discovered, Obito will use Kanye to teleport in front of you, and then you'll be done for. Orochimaru adjusted his glasses, his tone eerily calm. I know. It could even be worse. He will use the Sharingan to control me and extract all information about you. I stared at him. Are you still going? He looked straight into my eyes and said, that's a risk you have to take. I can only guarantee that I'll end it myself before he extracts any information. Hearing this, I laughed. I tell you, I truly laugh from the heart. This guy is really intense. I said, you can't die. Have you forgotten what I asked you to do? Though was taken aback. And it was only then that he realized I was serious when I asked him to help me turn the Sharingan into something that truly belonged to me. I wasn't joking. He probably always thought I was just dreaming big, but didn't expect that I really believed in him. I took a deep breath and turned to Orochimaru, saying, Uncle Snake, since D has to go, just follow what I say next and give him an insurance policy. Half an hour later, at the ruins of the Shima Bridge, D was walking alone in that desolate area, surrounded by silence. Following the map, he found the cave buried under rubble. Time was of the essence. He quickly formed hand seals and used a Doton Jutsu to clear the surface stones, revealing a dozen giant rocks beneath. In an emergency, he released dozens of small snakes to frantically search for blood traces in the crevices of the stones. Fortunately, he found it. He immediately took out a scroll and began to extract the blood deep within the stones using the sealing technique that Orochimaru had taught him. Above him, White Zetsu had already surrounded him, watching like it was a circus show. Hurry, go tell Obito. Just when D had the scroll with the sealed blood in hand and was finally breathing a sigh of relief, a cold voice echoed behind him, accompanied by the sound of a distorting vortex. You can go back and report now, right? A hand reached out directly towards him. D reacted quickly, swinging his chakra surgical knife backward, but it passed right through the person. What? D was stunned. The next second, with a snap, his arm protecting the scroll was forcibly torn off by Obito. In excruciating pain, D clutched his severed arm and stumbled backward. Obito took the scroll from the severed arm and coldly asked, what did Orochimaru send you here for? No way. Boom. Obito instantly closed in, gripping his neck with one hand and lifting him into the air, the blood-red Sharingan in the mask's hole locking onto D's eyes. Jinjutsu. Sharingan. D's gaze instantly became vacant. I was at the base with Orochimaru, watching this scene through the crystal ball. My heart almost jumped out. Orochimaru's face turned pale, and he shouted at me. It's a Jinjutsu from Kabuto. Nagato, quickly use summoning jutsu to bring him back. I clenched my fist tightly, sweat dripping down, but I still shouted, no. Wait. In the crystal ball, Obito began to interrogate. Where is Orochimaru? D replied blankly, in the land of rice. The base. Obito then asked, why hasn't the white Zetsu I sent to monitor reported back? Here it comes. I'm telling you, success or failure hinges on this moment. I could only hear D in a completely emotionless tone, stating word by word, because the white Zetsu monitoring there has already been killed by Orochimaru. It's done. I exchanged a glance with Orochimaru, and we both breathed a sigh of relief. I'm telling you, Do didn't fall for the illusion at all. The insurance we set up for him worked. But before we could even be happy for more than 3 seconds, our hearts sank again, because we both knew that this didn't mean we were safe at all. I'm telling you, that guy Obito is not to be underestimated. He immediately reacted, staring intently at Kabuto with a coldness that could freeze shards of ice. Orochimaru sent you. What exactly does he want? Kabuto, still acting, spoke in a stuttering manner like a malfunctioning robot. Uchiha. Obito. Corpse. Konoha hasn't found it. Orochimaru. Suspects. You're still alive, wants to use your blood. To try. Edo Tensei. As soon as those words were out, Obito was instantly alarmed. Cold sweat poured down from beneath his mask. He knew very well that if this blood was taken back to perform Edo Tensei, the result would only be one thing. Failure. And if it failed, it would mean announcing to the entire ninja world, hey, brothers, Uchiha Obito is still alive and kicking. That would be disastrous. His grand scheme would be completely overturned. Killing intent erupted in his eyes in an instant, but he still held back his last breath. Wanted to clarify, a little CH Nin who died in the Ninja World War. Why is Orochimaru targeting me? Kabuto continued to stammer. The eyes. Uchiha's ocular power. Orochimaru wants it, but he can't reach Konoha, so Obito interrupted coldly. So he settles for second best and targets the dead Uchiha, right? Yes. Just as that word came out, crack. Obito's right arm exploded with wooden spikes, piercing Kabuto cleanly through. Blood instantly stained the ground. Obito discarded him like trash. Fire bursting from his hand, burning the scroll containing the blood to ashes. It seemed that the land of rice cannot be delayed any longer. Orochimaru must be eliminated immediately. Obito was filled with killing intent. 2 white Zetsus emerged from the ground, one saying, are we going now? The coordinates you left are still some distance from Orochimaru's lair. Obito was extremely anxious. It doesn't matter. The sooner he disappears, the better. With that, he vanished into the Kamui space in an instant. The remaining white Zetsu looked at Kabuto's corpse, drooling. So, can I eat this? The other white Zetsu replied, suit yourself. Just as the white Zetsu was preparing to feast, a dramatic scene occurred. Kabuto's corpse suddenly transformed with a special effect, sizzling and disappearing into a shadow. What the hell? The white Zetsu was dumbfounded. The next second, poof, a hand glowing with blue chakra pierced it from behind. The white Zetsu struggled to turn its head before dying. Its eyes nearly popping out, Kabuto, alive and well, was standing right behind it. Good grief, it was truly a living ghost. It never figured it out before dying. But that didn't stop it from transmitting information to all its kind just before its death. In an instant, a large number of white Zetsus emerged from the ground, howling as they charged forward. You bastard, dare to play us. Kabuto was also ruthless, casually taking another white Zetsu hostage, then turning and fleeing into the forest. At the same time, a concealed breath-sealing talisman in his armpit turned to ash, and a Sharingan hidden there slowly closed. That's right, Izanagi. This was the ultimate insurance that Nagato proposed and Orochimaru provided to Kabuto. Time rewinds to 7 days ago. Nagato told Orochimaru, using Izanagi, an Uchiha forbidden technique, can make Kabuto immune to death and injury for a period of time. Orochimaru was a bit surprised. Oh, Nagato, you understand this too? Nagato went straight to the point. You have a ready-made Sharingan, right? Orochimaru admitted, saying that years ago, when he mixed with Danzo, that old bastard secretly collected the eyes of fallen Uchiha clan members, wanting to create Izanagi. Orochimaru helped him study it, and his reward was half of the Sharingan. But he also said, Kabuto is not Uchiha. To use this technique, he needs Senju cells, which is no small burden. Guess what happened next? Nagato firmly said, trust Kabuto. He can do it. At that moment, Kabuto was shocked, thinking, are we that familiar? Why do you trust me so much? Back to the present. Orochimaru watched all of this and couldn't help but smile. Nagato, you were right. You understand this kid's potential better than I do. On the other side, Kabuto was frantically running with the hostage. He asked the white Zetsu, "You must be number 0 or 1, right?" The white Zetsu answered, "I'm number 1. Kabuto was puzzled. "Aren't you supposed to have another mission?" Number 1 looked like he had just survived a disaster. "I got the Hashirama cells, but I was exposed and am being suspected by Obito. Thankfully, something happened on your end to divert his attention. Otherwise, I would have been doomed." Saying that, it stuffed a chunk of flesh into Kabuto's pocket. "Was that scroll really destroyed?" Number 1 asked. "Of course not. I swapped it out. He burned a high-quality replica," Kabuto said calmly. Number 1 was simply in awe. "Brother, your acting skills deserve an Oscar. Even dared to expose Orochimaru's fake address." Kabuto looked helpless. "I had to bluff him, otherwise it wouldn't have worked. Being able to improvise is a basic skill for a spy. Okay? Then hurry up and let Lord Nagato summon you." Kabuto glanced back at the pursuers. No way. If Obito understands the Rinnegan, summoning now would expose that Lord Nagato is involved too. We must find a blind spot. Number 1's expression darkened. "Kabuto, the forest at 6 o'clock is their blind spot." "Understood. I'll set you down and charge over at full speed." "No," Number 1 replied. "You can't just let me go like this. Killing me now is the most reasonable choice. I've been exposed and will eventually be dealt with by Obito. Dying here is the best outcome. Just do it quickly." Kabuto fell silent instantly. Number 1 revealed a farewell smile. "By the way, please tell Lord Nagato from me. Thank you. I can feel that although he is using us, he doesn't truly see us as disposable pawns. The time we spent together was really enjoyable. I hope he treats my fellow clansmen well in the future." "I will." Kabuto gritted his teeth, and the moment he released Number 1, his chakra scalpel sliced across its throat. Taking advantage of the moment when the group of white Zetsus was stunned by the sight of their companion's corpse, Kabuto used all his strength to charge into the forest at 6 o'clock, disappearing in an instant. "Now, Lord Nagato." "Understood. Summoning technique." Meanwhile, on the other side of the land of rice, Obito was charging toward Orochimaru's stronghold with killing intent. Boom! As the white smoke dissipated, Kabuto appeared in front of Nagato and Orochimaru. He had only one hand left, pushed up his glasses, and spoke in a low voice. "I got the stuff, but..." Number 1. Nagato lowered his hands from the hand seals. "I saw it all." Good grief, this operation was precisely hitting Nagato's heart. He silently murmured, "I will always remember the designation 1. Rest in peace, my friend." Just then, rumble. The entire stronghold suddenly began to shake violently. Orochimaru's face changed drastically. "This chakra. Could it be?" Nagato murmured. "That was fast." Outside the stronghold, Obito had already arrived. With a Uchiha fire formation, he sealed off the entire area and then used Kemui to suck away the swamp, revealing the entrance to the stronghold. "Orochimaru, today you can't escape." In the room, Konan pushed the door open, her eyes heavy with dark circles from 10 days of sleeplessness. But her gaze was filled with fighting spirit. "Nagato, shall we fight? With our current configuration, we might not be at a disadvantage against him." Nagato clenched his fists. Indeed, with pain, Konan, Orochimaru, and Tobi all assembled. They had the strength to battle. But Kamui was too overpowered. They couldn't hold him back, and everything they had done before would be in vain. "Konan, it's not the right time yet. We need to retreat." Konan looked unwilling, but still followed the plan. "Then at least, we should leave him a big gift." After saying that, she formed hand seals, and countless pieces of paper flew out, transforming into explosive tags that perfectly integrated with the ground. Orochimaru, Tobi, and the others were stunned. This technique is Hanzo's explosive barrier. He almost died to this move back in the day. Konan said, "I studied it and made some improvements myself. I originally wanted to add some extra spice, but there wasn't enough time." Orochimaru laughed. "The brilliance of this trap lies in the fact that unless one knows about it in advance, it's impossible to dodge it. Even the Sharingan can't see through it." At that moment, Obito was frantically passing through walls in the underground passage. He could already feel the chakra of 4 people ahead. Orochimaru, but who were the other 3? He sped up, and when he was just one wall away from his target, he slammed his fist forward. "No matter who you are, you will die here." Boom! The wall exploded, and would release surged in. As a result, the room was empty. The white Zetsu, Afe, on him was still jabbering. "This feels like the sudden disappearance of a need to go." Obito ignored him, scanning the room with his Sharingan. He was certain people were here just 10 seconds ago. Earth release? He shifted his gaze to the ground, and indeed found faint chakra responses. Just as he squatted down to touch it, rustle, rustle, rustle. The floor suddenly came alive, turning into flowing explosive tags that crawled up his arm. Immediately afterward, the explosive tags all over the ground burst into flames and surged toward him. This technique is... Boom! The explosion's flames instantly engulfed everything. The entire underground base collapsed due to the destroyed load-bearing structure, several kilometers away on a mountain. We heard that earth-shattering roar. Conan looked at the unvanished flames of the barrier and knew they hadn't managed to take him down. As the dust settled, Obito stood expressionless in the ruins. Alfei was complaining, "Ouch, that hurts so much. Obito, if it weren't for my strong body blocking the first wave, you would have lost an arm again." Obito completely ignored him and muttered, "This is Hanzo's technique. How could Orochimaru?" Just then, a white Zetsu crawled out of the ruins. "Obito, I got good news for you. Toby is still alive. He used Izanagi to escape." Alfei chimed in sarcastically. "Oh dear, really got played." Obito's Sharingan gazed mournfully at the sky, and he instead smiled. "Thanks to this explosion, I've been awakened." He coldly said, "Let's go back." As soon as he left, Orochimaru laughed. "That was a close call. Nagato, everything is in place. Your second body plan can officially begin." But Nagato remained calm. "Obito won't let this slip by. Orochimaru, all your bases around the world will soon become forbidden zones." He looked at Conan, who had reached her limit after 10 days without rest. She could no longer endure such a drifting life. They needed a stable rear. Nagato looked up at the sky in the northwest. Plans can't keep up with changes. He didn't expect to settle accounts with Han so soon. At the same time, in Amigay-Cure, a rumbling thunder jolted Hans awake from his dream. He was sweating profusely, his heart racing. What is this feeling? He casually killed the guard who rushed in and then summoned an Umbu. "Lord Hans, there's an encrypted message from Konoha's Danzo. It's him again. Last time he saw my cooperation, I felt this same heart racing." Hans pondered for a moment. "I'll handle it. Clean this place up before I return." In the Jizz Temple of the Land of Rice, Nagato looked at Toby's empty left arm and said, "With your medical ninjutsu, you can bring the severed hand back and reattach it yourself, right?" Toby adjusted his glasses. "Yes, but the situation at the time didn't allow it." Nagato extended his hand and grabbed Toby's shoulder. "Don't move." Azura path. Crack. In an instant, a brand new mechanical arm grew out from Toby's severed limb. Toby and Orochimaru were both shocked. Toby moved his new arm, feeling the nerves connecting. It was simply incredible. Nagato smiled. "Although it might feel awkward at first, I believe you'll adapt quickly." Toby felt a mix of emotions. He knew Nagato needed Orochimaru the most, but Nagato was treating him, this little assistant, so well, gifting him enhancements and equipment. What was his motive? Did he want me to be a spy? Or was it for my medical ninjutsu? He couldn't figure it out. Then, Nagato said to Orochimaru, "Next, Obito will definitely be searching for you everywhere. You need to quickly relocate your precious experimental equipment and subjects. Take whatever you can while creating a time gap." Orochimaru understood instantly. "Looks like you already have a next step planned." Nagato's gaze was firm. "Exactly. Next, I'm going to reclaim Amigay-Cure from Hans." Behind the pillar, Conan heard this and silently hugged her knees. Before leaving, Orochimaru reminded Nagato, "Don't underestimate him. Hans is at the peak that a mortal ninja can reach, on par with my teacher, the third Hokage. And Danzo will likely sell your information to Hans." Nagato calmly glanced at Pain beside him, thinking, "My Pain has long been upgraded. Old information is useless to me. Moreover, I still have 2 big moves I haven't used." He told Orochimaru and Toby, "The bathhouse meeting will be postponed. Let's gather again in the new Amigay-Cure." After sending the 2 off, Conan walked to Nagato's side. "Nagato, isn't it possible to find a safe place for Orochimaru to conduct his research without necessarily attacking Amigay-Cure? Why did you advance the plan so much?" Nagato remained silent for a long time, then said, "Do you want the truth, Conan?" "Yes, for you." Just those 3 simple words made Conan's weary eyes instantly light up. She lowered her head, whispering, "I see." After a while, she looked up. "On the way to the Land of Rain, can we walk separately? I want to be alone with Pylon." Nagato was a bit surprised, but agreed without thinking. After all, Pylon was also part of him, and it might be more convenient for the 2 girls to be together. Thus, we split into 2 groups, 10 miles apart, heading toward Amigay-Cure. On the way, Conan walked side by side with Pylon, and suddenly, she took Pylon's hand. "Huh?" Pylon's small face under the mask was stunned. Conan turned back and smiled, her dark circles unable to hide the sparkle in her eyes as she looked at Pylon, as if she were looking at Nagato 10 miles away. "How about it? Can you feel this hand, the warmth in my palm?" Conan. Pylon's hand was the coldness of a corpse, so of course she felt no warmth. But What was this warm feeling in her heart? On the other side, Nagato's heart raced. Conan ran holding Pylan's hand. Suddenly, boom! A loud noise came from the forest ahead. Ninjas were fighting. Conan was about to investigate when Pylan pulled her back. No need. Let's just go take a look. The two hid behind a tree and saw a tall man standing in a clearing, wearing a mask that only revealed his emotionless green eyes. Nagato recognized him at a glance through Pylan's perspective. Wow, isn't that Kakuzu? The youthful version. He was holding a half-dead Suna ninja and coldly said, "The Suna Jonin Maki's disciple. His head is worth 20 million ryo. I'll take it." The Suna ninja, named Yuja, was also tough, shouting to go down together. And with a flick of his finger, he hit Kakuzu right in the face with a wind blade. Boom! After the wind blade passed, Kakuzu had several cuts on his body, but he acted as if nothing had happened, and with a swift motion, he directly pulled out Yujia's heart, another 20 million in hand. He looked at the wounds on his body as black threads emerged from the flesh, starting to stitch themselves up. Conan was stunned. What kind of technique is that? Pylan explained. It's a secret technique from Takigakure, the Earth Grudge Fear. Just as she finished speaking, Kakuzu's cold green eyes swept over. You've been watching for so long, it's time to come out, little mice. Earth Grudge Fear, Tentacle Fist. His fist shot out like a cannonball, accompanied by black threads. With a loud bang, the tree we were just standing by was completely shattered. Conan and Pylan stood their ground, with Pylan politely saying, "Sir, we're just passing by." Kakuzu completely ignored her and fixed his gaze on Conan. That face. I've seen it on the latest black market bounty list. No name, but worth 25 million ryo, more valuable than the one I just killed. Damn. Nagato instantly understood that it must be because of the last time at Yunjian Valley, when Raikage saw Conan and immediately went back to issue a bounty. That guy Kakuzu really would do anything for money. Kakuzu sinisterly laughed. Today is truly the day of the god of wealth descending. He then looked at Pylan. Under that mask of yours, you wouldn't have a valuable face, would you? Pylan was still negotiating. Your Excellency, we're all in a hurry. Can we just pretend nothing happened? Not happening. Kakuzu rejected firmly. You two are just walking banknotes in my eyes, and soon you'll turn into numbers in my savings account. Is that so? What a pity. Pylan closed her eyes and coldly raised her little hand. I'm really in a hurry, so I have no choice but to kill you. Spirit summoning technique. Bang, bang, bang. 3 large clouds of white smoke exploded, and 6 figures instantly appeared in front of Kakuzu. What? This completely abnormal scene left Kakuzu stunned. But before he could even assess the worth of these faces, Pain's Devapath had already coldly raised his hand. Universal pull. Whoosh. An irresistible gravitational force immediately pulled Kakuzu back. It was too sudden. With no information about his enemy, facing such divine powers, Kakuzu hastily used the black threads of Earth Grudge Fear to stitch himself to the ground, forcing himself to stabilize. He truly is a seasoned fighter with rich battle experience. Unfortunately, in front of my current Pain's 6 paths, this struggle is the only resistance you can muster. The next second, let me tell you, the scene was like the arrival of the Thunder God. With a crackling sound, the guy named Pei AI, wrapped in lightning release armor, moved so fast that Kakuzu's dynamic vision couldn't keep up, and he directly appeared right in front of his face. Boom! No fancy tricks, just a straightforward punch, solidly crashing into Kakuzu's chest. Ugh! Kakuzu's dark green eyes instantly widened as big as copper bells. Let me tell you, this is not over yet. Pei AI also had a black rod in his hand, something I specifically arranged. The combination of lightning release chakra and the black rod created a double debuff, directly silencing you, leaving you with no strength to even lift a finger. Considering you have 5 hearts, I couldn't afford to be careless. Pain's human path rushed up and pressed his hand on Kakuzu's shoulder, and good grief, the soul extraction technique activated. He forcefully yanked at Kakuzu's soul. Kakuzu could only watch helplessly as his soul was forcibly pulled out of his body. That feeling was worse than death. The dignity of a top-tier powerhouse just vanished like that. The last look in his eyes was filled with unwillingness and confusion. Like, what the hell is this? Crack! Pei AI withdrew his fist, the lightning faded, and Kakuzu's corpse thudded to the ground in front of me. I looked at him expressionlessly and thought, you weren't really qualified to be my Pain, but since the real one hasn't arrived yet with your skills, you can just be a quality substitute for now. My gaze turned to the realm of hell, that unnamed pawn from the sand-hidden village, who could now be let go. As soon as the signal was cut, that guy fell to the ground. Then, according to my aesthetic, I implanted a black stick on a Kakuzu. Once the Hell Pass ability was activated, purple flames rose, and a brand new pain emerged. I thought to myself, even though it's temporary, I should give a name, right? Let's call you Pain. Let me tell you, this Angle P with long black straight hair is really recognizable, and that heart that was blown up by Pei AI has also been repaired. I turned to Xiaonan and said, collect the blood of Jiaodu. Once we take down the rain-hidden village, we'll have Orochimaru use the impure world reincarnation to bring him back to life. Xiaonan looked curious and asked, why? I laughed. The main goal is to squeeze out his last remaining value. Just think about it. In the future, for the development of the rain-hidden village, how can we do without a trustworthy financial manager? That guy Jiaodu is simply the chosen worker. At that time, if we give him an immortal body and let him be like 007, wouldn't that be great? While collecting blood, Xiaonan was probably lamenting my capitalist face. I glanced at the body of that guy Yujie on the ground, thinking that his ability in the human path was decent, so I casually switched it out. Two nameless ninjas, able to briefly become a piece of my e-treasure and experience a high-end match, could be considered a highlight of their ninja lives. So safe travels. This wave of encounter battles not only didn't slow me down, but instead allowed my Pain 6 Paths combat power to directly upgrade, which was truly an unexpected joy. Meanwhile, in the rain-hidden village, Hanzo hadn't slept all night because of the encrypted letter from Danzo. In the letter, Danzo detailed the information about how I recently raided Konoha, including his own little schemes. After reading it, I tell you, Hanzo felt a chill down his spine. He really didn't expect that in less than 2 months, I would dare to directly attack Konoha, using a bunch of abilities he had never even heard of, like using the Rinnegan's Eye power on the dead and playing remote control. He even started to imagine whether he could withstand it if I had attacked his rain-hidden village that day. However, this old guy has a strong mentality and quickly calmed down. In his view, as long as the information is exposed, no matter how powerful the ability is, it's not to be feared. His gaze fell on the end of the letter, where Danzo expressed heartfelt sentiments, saying that as long as Nagato was not eliminated, the ninja world would not be peaceful, and that he had already sent 2 squads of root elite soldiers to station in the Land of Rain, ready to assist in taking down Nagato. The signature read, Old Friend, Shimura Danzo. Old friend. Hanzo closed the scroll and walked into the rain, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He thought of Yahiko, remembered the former Akatsuki, and even considered entrusting the future of the rain-hidden village to them. But in the end, because of his paranoid nature, he was used as a pawn by Danzo. He knows it clearly in his heart, but refuses to admit it verbally. Now, his only thought is to send me and Xiaonan down to reunite with Yahiko, letting the term Akatsuki become a part of history. 3 days later, we traveled smoothly and returned to this weeping country. I personally held the umbrella for Xiaonan, while Pain walked into the rain, forming hand seals with both hands. Rain Tiger free technique. Chakra instantly mixed with the rainwater, and I successfully took control of this rain. But the next moment, Hanzo noticed it. The weight of the rain changed. It was that technique. He said to his subordinates in a low voice, assemble the Imperial Guard. Then he formed hand seals and shouted, playing with rain in front of me? You're still too inexperienced, Nagato. Counter, Rain Tiger free technique. I immediately felt that my chakra was being repelled by the rain. Goodness, I've been reverse queried. No wonder he's a demigod. The resources are indeed abundant. It seems that old man Danzo sold my information completely clean. I said softly. Conan asked, so how do we infiltrate? I laughed. Attacking Konoha is a sneak attack, but attacking the Rain Village is a decapitation operation. The intelligence is half transparent. So what is the point of infiltration? Just charge indirectly. Boom! The Yada no Kagami, carrying Perrin, tore through the rain like an arrow and charged straight into the airspace of the Rain Village. Hans sensed it instantly, knowing that I have defenses. You still dare to charge in? Nagato, I can smell your killing intent even through the rain. He crushed the armrest of his chair and shouted at the hundreds of elite ninja below. Akatsuki has returned. Many of you will die, but those who survive will gain supreme glory. Go, willing to die for my lord. Those elite ninja charged into the rain like they were on steroids, howling as they went. Hans knew in his heart that these people were going to their deaths, but he didn't care. The village can be rebuilt, and the dead can be replaced. As long as Hans is alive, the Rain Village will not fall. He needed to use these lives to verify how much of the information provided by Danzo was true. Perrin in the sky looked at the crowd below and, without hesitation, started dropping bombs. Boom! The ground instantly turned into a sea of fire. Although these elite ninja desperately try to hide, They couldn't keep up with the frequency of the bomb drops. Dodging one meant getting blown away by the next. In one wave of airstrikes, the vanguard was completely annihilated. Just as Perrin was feeling proud, suddenly, whoosh, a wind-style shuriken flew past her scalp. In the side sky, a man riding a dove appeared. It was none other than Hanzo's right-hand man, Shiyu. Remnants of Akatsuki die. Shiyu immediately unleashed a big move, water release. Rain dragon roar. The rain in the sky instantly gathered into a water dragon, roaring as it lunged forward. The Yada no Kagami released bombs that collided with the water dragon, creating a thunderous explosion, engulfing the area in mist and obscuring vision instantly. As soon as I saw it, I understood. This move is specifically targeted at the shared vision of my Rinnegan. So, where will you launch your sneak attack from? Perrin murmured, just as her voice fell. Suguru appeared behind her in an instant, stabbing a knife into her back. This way, you won't be able to summon other corpses, Suguru said coldly. Oh, not bad. Your analysis. Perrin chuckled lightly, and with a bang, she transformed into a piece of wood. Suguru's pupils trembled. Are you kidding me? Can a corpse still use the body-switching technique? I tell you, Lin was a medical ninja in her lifetime, and close combat was her weakness. To make up for this, I worked hard. I combined physical techniques and summoning techniques to create an unprecedented move. Yaga. Feel the pain. Pylan's small hand formed the tiger seal. Beast technique. 1,000 years of pain summoning. GUH. An indescribable, terrifying power surged from below to above, instantly piercing through Yaga's body. His mask shattered with a crack, revealing the pained mask underneath. White smoke was coming out of all 7 orifices, and that power was wildly rampaging in his stomach. The instinct to survive causing him to open his mouth. Boom! A column of white smoke erupted from his mouth, and immediately, a hellhound was forcibly squeezed out from his throat. That pain, who among the family understands? Yaga's scream was heart-wrenching, simply not human. Under the oil umbrella, Conan looked at the scene in the crystal ball. Her face turned pale, stammering as she asked, Elong, what was that just now? I remained calm. Lin's ultimate technique before her death. Shaolin had a skeptical expression. Impossible. How could such a cute girl like Lin use a technique that even Jiraiya-sensei couldn't use? You can't judge a person by their appearance. I thought to myself, this isn't really deceiving you, after all. It was taught by her beloved Kakashi. Shaolin tactfully said, this technique is a bit too inhumane. Let's not use it if we can avoid it in the future. All right, I'll listen to you. I couldn't help but chuckle inside, don't worry. Next time I use it, it will definitely be reserved for that unfortunate soul. On the battlefield, Yaga, with astonishing willpower, actually raised his hand and tore open his clothes, revealing that they were covered in explosive tags. Akatsuki's Nagato. Remember this, even small fries have indomitable will. He roared, wanting to die alongside Pylan. Pylan did a backflip off the Yatagarasu, and with a loud bang, a massive fireball engulfed the sky. She landed on the ground, looking at the dust scattered in the rain, softly saying, I don't hate warriors, Yaga. Well done. As soon as she finished speaking, the remaining dead soldiers surrounded her. She formed a hand seal, summoning pain. Devapath, right beside her. Shinra Tensei. Clang, clang, clang. All hidden weapons were deflected. The explosive flames rolled back, instantly clearing the area. Those dead soldiers were stunned when they saw Yahiko's face, but before they could react, the 5-second cooldown was up. Farewell. The Devapath spread its arms. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The world went quiet. The Devapath's gaze pierced through the rain, locking onto the figure on the distant tower. Next, it's your turn, Hanzo. Hanzo's long hair flew as his cold eyes glared from beneath the mask. Kid, let me teach you a lesson. He formed hand seals, and the rain in the entire sky instantly froze, transforming into a giant dragon dozens of times larger than Yaga's. Crashing down fiercely, the Devapath raised its hand. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The rain dragon exploded, and amidst the mist, Pylan instantly summoned several other pains. Hanzo's figure forcefully charged through the mist, determining that Pylan was the core, delivering a lightning-fast Ayajutsu. Slash! Pylan's head flew off, and all summoned beasts vanished in an instant. Next, it's you, Yahiko. Hanzo turned and swung his scythe at the Devapath. Underestimating people has its limits. The Devapath's eyes narrowed. Shinza Tensi. Boom! Hanzo was directly blasted away, crashing hard against a stone pillar. In an instant, he calculated that he could only take that technique 4 or 5 more times before he would be finished. The Devapath coldly extended its hand. Bansho Tenin. Hanzo was pulled towards it, But instead of panicking, he was delighted. He swung the chain, wrapping it around the Deva Path's black rod, and with the pull of gravity, he swung down with the scythe. The Deva Path indeed used Shinra Tensei again, but the moment he was pushed back, Hanzo smiled. The chain had wrapped around the Deva Path's wrist without him realizing it. No sensation from the corpse. What a pity. Hanzo suddenly yanked, and the Deva Path uncontrollably flew towards him. Hanzo released the scythe and slapped the Deva Path's chest. Chakra disruption technique. Crack. My pupil shrank. Feeling the connection signal with the Deva Path instantly drop from 5G to 2G. It's over. Hanzo raised his scythe, aiming for the Deva Path's head. Bang! The Deva Path vanished in a puff of white smoke. It was a summoning. Hanzo quickly looked up, gasping. Pylon, whom he had just decapitated, stood unharmed in front of a purple demon, and the Deva Path had just been summoned by her. Cold sweat streamed down Hanzo's cheek. The Rinnegan actually has the ability to resurrect. J-Kai lowered his palm, retracting the King of Hell. Hanzo's brain raced, knowing he had to reassess the situation. It seems the resurrection ability belongs to that black-faced ghost. His thoughts raced, and he activated the Rain Dragon's song again. A majestic, giant dragon crashed down. This time the hungry ghost path was lifted into the air by a rhinoceros, opening a barrier to absorb ninjutsu. Alright, the absorption ability is confirmed. Hanzo's gaze turned cold, and he flashed, instantly appearing behind the human path to ambush it, his hands like iron pincers, capturing it in one move, then swung his scythe. Its head dropped. No summoning to save it? Just as he found it strange, he noticed Pylon had vanished. In the next second, he felt his body bound by some invisible force, lifted into the air. A cloaked chameleon revealed itself. Below, J-Kai's tentacle fist was already crashing down. I see. Using the rain as cover for a sneak attack. Unfortunately, it won T-work on me. Water body technique. With a swoosh, Hanzo vanished into a puddle before the fist struck. I must take down that guy who can absorb ninjutsu first. After revealing himself, Hanzo formed hand seals. Wind release. Dance of explosions. A large number of explosive tags flew through the raging wind, covering the hungry ghost path. I thought to myself, this old guy is really precise in his response. Even if the hungry ghost path can absorb explosions, it can't escape being blown to pieces. I decided to play along and see what other tricks you have. Sure enough, although the hungry ghost path opened a barrier, it was still blown to smithereens. After confirming that the chakra of the hungry ghost path had disappeared, Hanzo finally unleashed his trump card. Boom! With a loud explosion, a gigantic salamander burst out from the ground, which was his summoning beast, the salamander. Hanzo leaped onto the salamander's head, and the salamander opened its mouth wide, unleashing a long-accumulated stream of deadly poison mist. Boom! The poison mist instantly enveloped the entire area, affecting Pylon and all the summoning beasts she had called forth, causing their muscles to spasm and turn into white smoke. The salamander's poison was indeed effective against pain as well. Hanzo thought to himself that the paralysis effect of the poison mist wouldn't last long, so he had to end this quickly. He turned his gaze ominously towards Kakuzu. Let's start with you, the one who can resurrect. He formed hand seals, water release, rain spear. A crystal-clear water spear formed and shot towards Kakuzu's heart. Crack! The rain spear pierced through Kakuzu, who fell to the ground with a thud. Now, no one could be resurrected. Hanzo's gaze shifted to Pylon, but he couldn't help but be shocked. Pylon had actually stood up and was struggling to form hand seals. Her adaptation to the toxin is faster than I expected. I must eliminate her immediately. Hanzo leaped down from the salamander's head, swinging his scythe fiercely towards Pylon. Finally, Pylon completed her last hand seal. It's time for my trump card to make its appearance. Summoning technique. Crackle. A blinding flash of lightning suddenly appeared. Who is it? Hanzo's pupil shrank. Crack! In the next second, blood spurted wildly. A severed arm flew into the sky, still clutching a broken side. Wow! Hanzo clutched his bleeding severed arm, retreating in a disheveled manner. You are. Looking at the imposing figure emerging from the lightning, Hanzo's pupils suddenly collapsed into black dots. I tell you, when that thing appeared, Hanzo was completely dumbfounded. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, and he stuttered two words. Rakeage. Good grief. That was the third rakeage, one of the top recognized bugs in the ninja world, aside from his own salamander's poison. Hanzo couldn't think of any way to deal with this great god. He immediately realized, his voice trembling. You even have his corpse? You did it on purpose. You waited for me to use up the salamander's poison before summoning him. And guess what happened? A cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Hanzo, now you finally understand. It's too late. Hanzo turned around, almost scared out of his wits. The Deva Path Pain, who should have been dead, stood up. The human Path Pain, whom he had beheaded, also came out from the mouth of that king of hell. Impossible. Hanzo was paralyzed. I clearly pierced your heart with the rain spear. The Deva Path Pain coolly replied, Yes, but who told you I only have one heart? Let me tell you. Hanzo's face at that moment was something else. If he hadn't been so cowardly at the beginning and had rushed in to chop off Kakuzu's head, there wouldn't have been all this trouble later. Now he had broken an arm, blood gushing out, his big move still on cooldown, and the opponent? Good grief. They had put on their resurrection armor and summoned a big brother. How to fight? There was simply no way to fight. What a joke. Hanzo was completely broken. He knew that if he didn't run now, he would really be done for. He slammed his palm on the ground, and with a whoosh, a large area of explosive tags rolled up, spreading out like a carpet towards Raikage Pain. But Raikage Pain didn't even lift an eyelid. It was as if he was taking a stroll, allowing those explosive tags to stick to him. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued, and what happened? When the smoke cleared, there wasn't even a black mark on him. Where was Hanzo? He had long since dived into the ground, using the explosion as cover. But what is Pain's 6 paths? 6 cameras with 360-degree surveillance. The Deva Path saw everything clearly. The Raikage Pain, hey, here comes the flashy operation. He cracked his wrists, tucked them under his armpits, then squatted down, driving the 2 severed wrists directly into the ground. Zzz. That thing started glowing blue like it was charging. The next second, I was stunned. Lasers were being fired from his armpits, focusing on a physical transcendence. Azura's Wrath Cannon. Boom! Boom! 2 beams of light drilled into the ground. And then the entire surface erupted like a boiling pot, with dozens of light beams shooting into the sky. The scene was simply breathtaking. Hanzo was in a desperate situation, barely escaping from one of the light beams, but still a moment too late. His left calf was vaporized by the laser. Awoo! Seeing his master in danger, the salamander roared and rushed over to save him. Hanzo crawled onto the salamander's back with one hand and one leg. His eyes reddened. Hold on. I still have a chance. As long as the salamander's poison mist is off cooldown, we can take them all out. Even if I run, I need to hold out until then. The salamanders seemed to understand, sprinting away with all 4 legs. But as they ran, a figure stood in front of them, the Deva Path. Hanzo shouted, He has already been crippled by me. Salamander, crush him. Awoo. The salamander charged forward, about to turn the Deva Path into a meat pie. But the Deva Path merely raised his hand coldly. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Family, who understands? That strike was like an invisible giant hand, directly flattening the round salamander, then sending it flying, crashing through the rain curtain and landing in the mud with a howl, vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Hanzo's last hope was gone. He fell to the ground, completely dazed. But his mind was quick. He suddenly remembered. Right? Danzo. Danzo said in the letter that he had arranged 2 teams outside of Amage Cure. As long as I can get there, I can turn the tables. His survival instinct surged. He pulled out a scroll from his waist, summoned a knife, and used it to prop himself up, standing on one leg. Excessive blood loss made his vision go dark. But he forced himself to gather the chakra, mixed with the rain. His spirit lifted as he prepared to use the body flicker technique to escape. Just then, at the moment he was about to form the hand seals, a pair of invisible hands firmly grabbed him from behind. The disguise lifted, and I was shocked. It was the hungry ghost path Pain, all burned and scarred. Hanzo's eyes were about to pop out. You didn't die? Why can't my rain sense detect you? The hungry ghost path simply asked, What do you think? Demigod. Hanzo instantly understood. Camouflage. Your body is a ninja from Awakens. So that's how it is. His last chakra was sucked dry by the hungry ghost path. At this moment, the human path also walked towards him. Hanzo knew that today, he truly wouldn't be able to get out. His mind began to play movies, recalling his younger self, full of vigor, wanting to bring peace to the ninja world. My first half of life has been embarrassing enough, he roared before dying. I absolutely cannot lose the name of Demigod. He suddenly raised the knife in his hand and fiercely stabbed it into his own chest. The knife tip pierced through his back, also stabbing into the heart of the hungry ghost path. The hungry ghost path loosened his grip and fell. This last-ditch counterattack stunned even Nagato. Hanzo pulled out the knife and lunged at the human path, chopping off one of his hands and pinning down the other wrist, opening his mouth to reveal a hidden weapon aimed at the human path's brow. But the human path, with a restrained hand, lightly flicked 2 fingers. This is the end. Hanzo. Wind release. Wind blade. Boom. The violent wind blade instantly swallowed Hanzo. After the wind stopped, Hanzo's upper body was stripped of clothing, his whole body a bloody mess, kneeling on one knee on the ground. Meanwhile, the human path's brow was also pierced by the hidden weapon shot from his mouth. The Deva path Yahiko, along with the remaining pains, walked up to him. Hanzo, you were the person Yahiko admired the most. Do you have any last words? Hanzo stared blankly at the sky and said, Can you let your true body come here? I have something to say to him. The Deva path Yahiko glanced at his drooping left hand and coldly said, You mean to pierce the poison sac in your left abdomen and perish together with my true body? Ding dong. The kunai in Hanzo's hand fell to the ground. He smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. People tend to see themselves clearly only at death. Thank you for allowing me to awaken before I completely fall. After I die, will you turn me into one of you? No. Pain Yahiko said, Your abilities do not distinguish between friend and foe. I can't have all the pains wearing your ugly mask. Ah, so this technique is called pain. Is it painful? It really fits your experiences. Though I won't turn you into pain, your heart, which has an extraordinary control over water release, just happens to make up for the losses I just suffered. Kakuzu Pain stepped forward and released the black line. Hanzo looked at Yahiko's face one last time. Amage Cure cannot be without a leader. Pay Nagato after I die. Amage Cure is entrusted to you. Don't get me wrong, Pain Yahiko said. I'm not interested in fulfilling your wish, but I will make Amage Cure stronger for the fallen comrades. That's good. Hanzo calmly closed his eyes. Kakuzu Pain took the heart and conveniently revived the hungry ghost path and human path who had just died. Nagato silently said to himself, To be honest, Hanzo, you managed to fight against Pain's 6 paths to this extent with your mortal body. Even in defeat you have honor. The demigod of Amage Cure, Hanzo of the Salamander, has fallen. Under the oil umbrella, Conan watched all of this with a complex expression. It's over. Yes, it's over. But it's also a new beginning. Nagato held up the umbrella and took Conan's hand. Let's go, to welcome our glorious days. Half a month later, Nagato had completely eliminated Hanzo's old subordinates, confidants, and family. There was no room for negotiation. The weeds must be uprooted. The public relations work was handled by Conan, and the message was very unified. It was Lord Pain who defeated Lord Hanzo. He is the deity sent by heaven to save us. You wouldn't believe it, but this line worked quite well in the land of rain. The people believed it wholeheartedly. Thus, Nagato became a god, and Conan naturally became the messenger of the god, Lady Angel. However, our Lady Angel has been quite exhausted lately. To practice a forbidden technique, she hadn't closed her eyes for a month. In the Amage Cure Tower. Is this comfortable, Conan? Is the pressure okay? A bit more is fine. How about this? Nagato, your technique is really skilled. I'm telling you, at that moment, Pain's female body, Pelin, was gently giving Conan, who was lying on a soft chair, a head massage. Nagato sat beside her, watching her with concern. Conan, you've worked hard these days. Conan buried her face in the cushion, her voice muffled. What I've done is nothing. It's not nothing. Without you. How could I sit here researching the Book of Seals peacefully? Nagato waved half a page of the Flying Thunder God. After hearing this, Conan gestured for Pelin to stop, prop herself up, and looked at Nagato with a slightly dazed expression. Since you said that, can I ask for a reward? Nagato was taken aback and felt his heart skip a beat. He knew this was Conan being a bit hyper due to her lack of sleep. She wouldn't say such things when fully awake. He steadied himself. Then, what do you want as a reward? Conan said, This cushion is too soft. It's easy to fall asleep leaning on it. Nagato immediately stood up. I'll get you a harder one. Conan shook her head. No, it's too hard. It hurts my skin. Nagato. Then I'll find someone to customize one that's not too soft and not too hard. Conan shook her head again and then patted the spot next to her. Nagato froze. Are you asking me to sit there? Conan nodded. Isn't that okay? No, of course it's okay. Nagato hurried over, swallowed hard, and sat down next to Conan. The chair was just right for one person, but with two it was cramped, their bodies pressed tightly together. Oh my. I'm telling you, this atmosphere made me blush. Nagato felt a bit nervous. So what now? Conan didn't say anything, just gently leaned her head on Nagato's shoulder. Nagato's heart started to explode with fireworks. Conan closed her eyes and said, Nagato, your heartbeat is so loud. Nagato panicked. Is it? I'll control it. No need. Conan smiled and asked again. By the way, is Pelin's massage technique her exclusive skill? That's not it. I learned it from Jiraiya-sensei. Oh, no wonder. Then next time, you can help me massage. Yeah, can I? Conan didn't answer, just gently nodded. Seeing that she was about to fall asleep, Conan forced herself to stand up, walked to the mouth of the tower sculpture, and looked at the rain outside. Those kids should be running about now. Nagato walked up beside her. Yes, it's time to reel in the kite strings. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of lightning, Darui, Samui, and Ki were watching the clouds belonging to their homeland in the distance, tears of excitement almost falling. Look, over that mountain is the village. Great, we're finally back. Darui even started to laugh. I really want to see what expression Reikage-sama will have when he sees us alive. Ki was still reminiscing. To be honest, I really didn't expect the enemy to be so careless. They didn't even leave a guard. Before he could finish, bang, a puff of white smoke dispersed, and the three of them were dumbfounded. Were the familiar mountains of their homeland. It was that familiar rainy day again. Hey! Pelin waved her little hand to greet them. The three of them exploded on the spot. It's you bastard. Damn it. We were so close. Pelin was quite friendly. Don't be so formal. Just treat this place like your own home. Like hell it's our home. Darui was the first to calm down, drawing his sword and charging up. Pelin smiled, dodging left and right. Darui was good with his sword, but after being captured and running for so long, he had no strength left and couldn't land a hit. Samui, Ki, come help. Upon hearing this, Samui also drew her sword and charged up. Ki was responsible for sensing nearby, checking for other enemies. With the two of them working together, Pelin was starting to struggle, just dodging. In the tower, Conan asked Nagato, aren't we letting the other paths help? Nagato smiled. No need. It's not good to take advantage of numbers. Down below, with a clang, Samui knocked Pelin's kunai flying. Darui seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword straight through Pelin. But with a bang, Pelin turned into a piece of wood. Her real body appeared on the other side, still waving her hand and saying, keep it up. Darui was furious. This bastard is toying with us. He turned to Ki. Did you sense anything? Ki, no. There's only her chakra nearby. Darui's mind raced. This girl is strong, but she's deliberately holding back and toying with us. We have a chance, but only one. He shouted to Samui, buy me some time. You want to use that move? Yes. After this, I won't have any strength left. You handle the finishing blow? Okay. Samui immediately attacked fiercely, entangling Pelin. Darui took a deep breath, bringing his fists together. A light circle appeared on his fists. The tower's Conan was surprised. That move is Nagato, wind release bloodline limit. It seems he's ready to go all out. Samui, get back. Darui yelled. Samui immediately retreated. Z. In Darui's light circle, countless lasers shot towards Pelin. Wind release, gales severing. I hate this. Pelin was hit by the lasers, retreating repeatedly, and finally fell into the water with a splash, saying, I was careless. I didn't dodge. Now's the time. Samui, be exhausted, Darui shouted. Leave it to me. Samui flipped in pursuit, gripping her knife with both hands, and using the downward momentum, stabbed fiercely into Pelin's heart. Crack! Pelin's body stiffened and stopped moving. Samui also collapsed onto the ground, her hands trembling. Darui propped himself up with his sword, confirming once again, Ki, how's it going? Still no signs of other enemies. Darui finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the enemy really didn't take us seriously, but we shouldn't stay here for long. Let us go. The three young boys and girls supported each other and began to flee once more. In the tower, Nagato smiled and asked, so, Conan, do they have potential? Xiaonan's expression was complicated. Indeed, I saw the shadow of our past in them. Nagato, yes. That's why I want to train them to become the future 3 Sannin of Amigakure. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakuzu and Pain landed below the tower, summoning King Enma to resurrect Pelin. At that moment, Nagato's expression changed. Oh, is Orochimaru and Kabuto ready over there? Great, my plan can finally begin. Below the tower, Pelin formed a hand seal, summoning Jutsu. Orochimaru and Kabuto appeared in the rain. Let's go, Xiaonan. Nagato leaped forward. Xiaonan followed closely, thinking to herself, Nagato, no matter where you go, I will follow you. In the rain, Orochimaru smiled like a blooming flower. Nagato-kun, that's amazing. You actually defeated Hanzo. Nagato replied lightly, not bad. How about you over there? Kabuto adjusted his glasses. The result was smooth, but the process was quite twisted. We encountered several waves of white Zetsu. If it weren't for Lord Orochimaru's ability to sense them, we wouldn't have been able to bring back the experimental equipment you wanted. Orochimaru smiled helplessly in his heart, thinking that Kabuto was worried about my contributions being overlooked. Nagato stepped forward. Thank you for your hard work. Let us welcome you first. But Orochimaru was serious. No rush. First take us to see the experimental site. All right, follow me. The group walked into the underground of the tall tower. Just the circular staircase took them more than 10 minutes. Xiao Nin introduced. This is the bunker built by the previous leader of Amigay Cure, several hundred meters underground. Even if the surface is flattened, this place won't be affected. Nagato opened a heavy iron door. Inside was a complex network of walkways and pipes, and the muffled sound of flowing water echoed in the bottomless darkness, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Xiao Nan continued. This is Amigay Cure's underground drainage system. Rainwater from the village has been collected here for years, eventually forming an artificial ocean. At the end of the walkway, there was another door. Behind the door was a long corridor with iron doors on both sides. Orochimaru sighed. Those who live in the sunlight will never know how many tragedies have occurred in the darkness. But this is the necessary path for the pursuit of truth. Xiao Nan, upon hearing this, darkened her gaze. We have arrived. Nagato stopped in front of a wall at the end of the corridor, removed a talisman, formed a hand seal, and the wall rippled like water, turning into an entrance. After entering, Nagato clapped his hands, and the lights turned on. Kabuto and Orochimaru were astonished. This place was as big as a village. Moreover, there were talismans and barriers everywhere shielding against detection. Not even the Byakugan could see through. The most impressive part was that despite being so deep underground, there was still air circulation and electricity. At this moment, Xiao Nan spoke, a hint of pride in her tone. Orochimaru, this was personally crafted by Nagato, taking nearly 20 years of his learning, to ensure air circulation and electricity. He even used the power of the Azura Path to create an air purification device and a tidal generator. Even if Amigay Cure is gone, the experiments here will not stop. Nagato meant that you could also use this place for your own research. He is not the type to only take, and hopes you understand. After hearing this, Orochimaru smiled with a hint of intrigue. What a surprise, Xiao Nan. You actually spoke so much to me at once. Who are you doing this for? Xiao Nan's face showed a hint of awkwardness. Please don't act like you understand me so well. Well, that's not so bad. Orochimaru smiled and said to Kabuto, Then, let's start the setup. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto summoned a white snake, used a mechanism to cut open its belly, and hundreds of scrolls fell out. All experimental equipment they had painstakingly retrieved. Then, Kabuto closed his eyes and rapidly planned the layout of the entire laboratory in his mind. 1 minute later, he opened his eyes, his gaze extremely focused. Then I tell you, the next actions of this guy left me dumbfounded. I saw Kabuto, like a severe obsessive-compulsive disorder patient, running back and forth on the open ground with a pile of scrolls, laying one here, placing one there, dripping blood, drawing talismans, all in a fluid process that left me stunned. Goodness. After fussing for a full 2 hours, he finally reached the center of the area, clapped his hands, and shouted, Ninja technique group scroll summoning. Boom! 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 My goodness, white smoke poured out like it was free, and, in the blink of an eye, this empty shell of a house transformed into a top-tier research center, filled with various machines that I couldn't understand but felt were impressive, all arranged meticulously without a hint of chaos. Kabuto wiped the sweat off his brow and said, It's done. Next is the power debugging. I was just about to say, You guys have worked hard, when Orochimaru stopped me. His snake-like eyes scanned the dark circles under mine and Conan's eyes, and he smiled with a meaningful expression. Nagato-kun, Conan-kun, you two don't look so good. It's obvious you've been staying up late, right? Are you secretly practicing the forbidden technique? At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. Wow, has he seen through this? He directly gave me a strict order. Listen carefully. Creating this second body of yours is not the same as ordinary childbirth. We're dealing with pure black technology here. Using my cell technology, we'll take your genes as the foundation, and then use interstitial cells and Uchiha cells as pigment to concoct one for you on the spot. Essentially, it's cloning. As soon as I heard the word clone, my heart sank. Isn't this thing inherently flawed? Orochimaru seemed to know what I was thinking and immediately explained. That's right. There are flaws, but that's because of being too impatient, pushing it with growth accelerators. We're not going to do that. We need to let it stay in the mother body for a full 10 months, developing step by step. Only then will we have a perfect work of art. Mother body? Conan's face turned pale. Who understands what family means? She probably thought Uncle Snake was going to find someone to be a surrogate for me. As a result, Orochimaru pointed to a huge glass jar in the middle of the venue and said, See that? That's the womb. I will simulate an amniotic fluid environment inside it, and then use interstitial cells to specially cultivate an artificial placenta for you. However, this placenta will take 3 months to grow. For the first 3 months, you'll have to work hard, Nagato. We'll draw blood once a week, Your blood will be its nutrient solution and also the cornerstone for stabilizing its genes. So, for the next 3 months, you must be a health model, eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well. If you dare to stay up late and affect the blood quality, your son will be wasted. He added mysteriously, by the way, once the placenta is ready in 3 months, I have a carefully prepared little gift for you. All right then, since it has come to this, what else could I say? Conan immediately expressed that she would take care of all our logistics from now on. And then she pulled me back. Back at the tower, I watched the rain outside, feeling quite troubled, not for myself but for Conan. She was practicing that forbidden technique, practically risking her life. Yet this girl was even more open-minded than I was. She leaned against the window and smiled, saying, Nagato, this is my own choice. You've accompanied me for a month. That's enough. You have more important things to do. Don't keep hesitating because of me. Let me handle this myself. I looked at her stubborn face, feeling both heartbroken and helpless, and finally nodded. All right, but if you feel any discomfort, you must wake me up immediately. She promised sincerely. But little did I know, this foolish girl did something incredibly reckless behind my back. Once I fell asleep, she secretly took out a black rod from the tool bag, which I had broken while making pain. After confirming that I was sound asleep, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing a section of her snow-white arm, gritted her teeth, and jabbed it in her own arm with a pucci. Buzz, I tell you in that instant, the vast and active chakra in my dream surged in her body like a flood through the black rod. She trembled like a leaf, but her spirit instantly lifted. When she reached her limit, she pulled out the black rod with a cha, collapsing on the ground, gasping for air, drenched in sweat, murmuring, it's effective. This way, I can hold on, right? Thus, relying on this self-harming form of charging, she managed to last for 3 months. 3 months later, at the experimental base, Orochimaru was drawing my blood for the last time. Conan was like a soon-to-be mother, hands on a large petri dish, staring intently at the little life forming inside. This became her greatest hobby over the past 3 months. Orochimaru said that when this little guy comes out, he will look just like me, except his hair will be pure black. And most importantly, this body must not have its own consciousness. It must be completely synchronized with my consciousness, just like Pain's 6 paths. But here's the problem. Pain's 6 paths were made from dead bodies, while my second body must be alive and capable of growth. How could a living person completely synchronize with the consciousness of the original body? This is simply the ultimate contradiction. As for Orochimaru's thought process, I can only say, as expected of you, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. 3 words, vegetative state. That's right. Keep this body alive, but the consciousness is dead, just like a vegetable. He even found a dying ninja for the experiment. And guess what? It worked. That guy successfully became my pain. His consciousness completely synchronized with mine, and he didn't even need me to supply chakra. He used his own. However, in the end, he still died, naturally according to his own lifespan. Orochimaru was ecstatic at that moment and asked me, Nagato-kun, does the Rinnegan really only possess the power of the 6 paths? I was taken aback and forced myself to stay calm as I said, there's still the 7th path. The power of the external way, transcending life and death. Uncle Snake slapped his thigh and said, that's right. It's the power of the external way. This phenomenon is definitely the work of the external way. Although he didn't fully understand the principle, it was enough to solve the current problem. The plan was set. I would have my second body born in a vegetative state, and, at the moment of birth, I would use the power of the external way to synchronize his consciousness. He would become my external path Pain. Shaonin looked at the small life in the petri dish and suddenly said, Nagato, let's give him a name. I thought for a moment and said, let's call it Maple. Maple? Yes, like maple leaves. It will carry my ambitions, blooming passionately like maple leaves, and in the end, wither away, transforming into my strength. In plain terms, it's just an ultimate tool, burning itself to illuminate me. At that moment, Orochimaru pushed the petri dish containing Maple towards the sterile chamber, preparing for the artificial placenta docking surgery. He smiled at me and said, Nagato-kun, do you remember the little gift I mentioned 3 months ago? It's time to fulfill that promise. With that, he took a syringe out of the freezer. This is the Hashirama cells I've specially refined for you. I frowned at that moment and said, Snake Uncle, what do you mean? I went through all this trouble to create a second body just to avoid transplanting this thing myself, right? That thing is like a cancer cell. If I'm not careful, I might end up growing the face of the first Hokage on my body, and I can't handle that. As a result, Orochimaru shook his finger and said, No, Nagato-kun, this is not a transplant. It's a catalyst. Catalyst? Orochimaru smiled slightly and dropped a bombshell. Yes, it will awaken the power of the Senju that lies dormant within you. Nagato-kun, you are not only a member of the Uzumaki clan, you are also a descendant of the Senju. I gasped in shock at that moment. My brain completely shut down. Family, it's 2025. Who still plays this kind of hidden boss game? But this happened to me, and I was really confused. He said that once this power is unleashed, my wood release could reach the level of a wood dragon. Pain's control range could increase several times, and I could also gain the ability for rapid regeneration. Can I not be moved? Just as I was about to speak, Xiaonan grabbed my sleeve tightly, her eyes filled with a don't trust him look. She pulled me into the hallway. Anxious. Nagato, this risk is too great. What if he tampered with the injection? I can't let you take this risk. You are everything to me now. Seeing her about to cry, my heart softened completely. I placed my hand on her shoulder and said gently, Xiaonan, I understand your concern. How about this? You help me keep an eye on things. When he injects me later, you just watch closely. If I show any signs of something being wrong, just give me a look, and you can take action to subdue him. To reassure her completely, I took out a scroll from my pocket and handed it to her. This is my backup plan against him. I'm entrusting it to you now. My future depends partly on him, but the other half must be in my own hands. Xiaonan nodded and accepted the scroll. Back in the lounge, I directly said to Orochimaru, let's do this, stop dragging it out. Orochimaru smiled brilliantly, even wanting Xiaonan to inject me herself, but she coldly refused. He didn't mind, picked up the syringe and with a quick jab to my neck, injected the entire dose in just under 10 seconds. I touched my neck, looking confused. Is it over? I don't feel anything. Orochimaru smiled and said, Nagato, do you remember the scene when you first awakened the power of the Uzumaki? The power has already been drawn out, but an opportunity is still needed for it to erupt. My heart skipped a beat as I remembered the Chinibu lines from last time, and my face instantly flushed. In other words, I have to go all out again. All right, I get it. This time, I definitely won't let that kind of embarrassment happen again. Just leaving a cool silhouette for Xiaonan will be enough. But the next second, with a buzzing sound, the operating room door opened. I told you. That kid Do came out with a face that looked like he had been drained dry, pushed up his glasses, and reported to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, the placenta connection surgery for Kanon has been successfully completed. Without saying a word, Nagato got up, put his arms around their shoulders, and said grandly, You've worked hard. Tonight, I'll treat you. We must celebrate you well. Where to go? This broken place, Rain Village, rains every day. Forget about outdoor hot springs. It has to be an indoor bathhouse. First, we'll grab some local specialty meat buns, then head straight to an inn in the southern district with a big bathhouse. As soon as Nagato entered, he was quite polite. Sorry to disturb. Good grief. There was a gracefully poised landlady kneeling at the entrance, her hair up in a bun, wearing a kimono with a long smoking pipe in her mouth. Her gaze scanned us from head to toe like an X-ray, and with a furrowed brow, she realized something was off. She tentatively asked, Gentlemen, you look unfamiliar. Do you have any acquaintances who referred you? No. Well, that is a problem. The landlady exhaled smoke and directly issued an eviction order. We only serve regular customers. You should look elsewhere. Just then, Conan entered with my Pain clone and instantly commanded the room with one sentence. They are foreign guests invited by Lord Pain. I told you. When the boss lady heard Lord Pain's name and then saw Lord Angel, her face changed faster than flipping a book. She jumped up in excitement, as if she had won the lottery. Really? These three are esteemed guests invited by the gods. Xiaonan smiled and nodded, then pointed to my parent avatar, saying, This is my personal maid, named Lily. My Pylon doppelganger is also quite the performer, waving her little hand cutely and saying, Hi, please take care of me. The shop owner couldn't help but cry with envy on the spot, touching her own swollen belly and sighing, Oh, to serve the angel. I am truly blessed. I hope my child can have this fortune in the future. It turns out her husband was a lower ninja during the Han's era and had long since died in action, leaving her with an unborn child. Xiaonan then asked her if she had thought a name for the baby. The shop owner smiled gently and said her husband had mentioned that if it was a boy, he would be named Forget-Me-Not, and if it was a girl, she would be named Hydrangea, hoping the child would grow up carefree. As soon as my clone Pylon heard this, she immediately turned into a drama queen, leaning in to stare at the boss lady's belly and pretending to ponder while pinching her chin. It should be a hydrangea, right? The boss lady was surprised. Huh? How did you know? Hee, that's not important. My clone reached out her little hand and gently touched her belly, softly saying, The great deity will bless the little hydrangea. Because peace is also the great deity's wish, you know. Well, that really moved the boss lady, who cupped her face and kept saying she wanted to borrow my good words. When we went upstairs, the landlady quietly asked Xiaonan if she wanted any special arrangements, but Xiaonan naturally refused. As a result, the landlady said there were no other guests in the shop today, and Xiaonan directly took out 100,000 taels from her frog wallet, saying it was a venue fee. The landlady refused to accept it, saying it was her honor that we came. Xiaonan insisted on giving it to her, saying she would come often in the future, and only then did it come to an end. Looking at Xiaonan's departing figure, the landlady's eyes welled up with tears, reflecting, "Ah, what a gentle angel! How great must Lord Pain be!" Then she hung up the closed sign. On the men's side, who understands a family? It's about being honest. Nagato, Orochimaru, and D were soaking in the pool. Orochimaru was exceptionally relaxed, with wet long hair draped over him, and his snake-like eyes revealed a sense of laziness. He joked that it would be even better if he had a cup of sake at that moment. However, D, that kid was still wearing glasses while soaking in the bath, seriously said, "The adult is right, but I am not old enough to drink yet." Nagato laughed. "You're already a rogue ninja, yet you're still adhering to this rule?" D was so reserved that he couldn't speak smoothly. Orochimaru explained beside him, saying that D is particularly self-disciplined. Even when he was a spy, he strictly followed the 3 ninja prohibitions, and he particularly admires him. A few words made D feel embarrassed. I thought to myself that Do was still too reserved with me, and it was just the right opportunity. Nagato stood up directly, picked up the soap and washcloth, and said, "Do, let me help you scrub your back." Do was so startled that it seemed like he was about to be assaulted, reacting strongly. "No way. Absolutely not. It's too rude. How could I let you, Lord Nagato, scrub my back?" Orochimaru, watching the fun from the side, laughed and smoothed things over. "Nagato-kun, it really isn't appropriate for you to do it yourself. If you want to get along with him, it's fine to let him help you scrub." As soon as Do heard this, he immediately nodded. Yes, that works." Nagato scratched his head. "All right then. Orochimaru, I'll help you scrub your back." Orochimaru laughed again. "Oh, then I won't be polite. But it seems like no one is taking care of Do's back. I have a suggestion." "What a great idea." Nagato understood and smiled while forming hand signs. Summoning technique. With a bang, the smoke dispersed, and my modified Azura Path, Pei AI, landed in the bathhouse. Facing Do, I said, "Lovely Do, leave your back to me." I told you, Do was completely petrified at that moment, and that expression was simply my meme of the year. In the end, there were 4 small benches lined up in the men's bath, and from the front to the back they were Orochimaru, Nagato, Kabuto, feeling uneasy, and then Pain. Meanwhile, in the women's bath, Conan was sitting on a small bench, making bubbles and lamenting, "It's been 4 months since we took down Hanzo and settled in Amigay Cure, and things have been surprisingly calm." She turned her head and saw my Pain clone, blindfolded, sprawled out swimming in the hot spring. There was nothing I could do. I still hadn't overcome the shame of letting Nagato see everything about me, and I had only agreed to soak in the hot spring because of the water mist. I borrowed Perrin's words to say, "Yes, this village is quite closed off, which has given us valuable time. Next, we need to protect the fetus and ensure that Feng is born smoothly, while also working hard to enhance our own combat power." Xiaonan smiled. "Do you have no ideas?" My clone stood up from the water, leaned over the edge of the pool, and said to Xiaonan, "The 6 paths of pain need to be further perfected, and my main body's abilities must keep up, after all. There are just over 6 months left until the agreement with that guy." Xiaonan asked how I planned to enhance my main body. I laid it all out for her. I mastered 6 types of chakra transformations and all mainstream jutsu by the age of 10, but mainstream also means mediocre. Bloodline limits and secret techniques are not my forte. Secret techniques are one thing, but bloodline limits can't be replicated, right? Unless through cell transplantation, but you reject that. That's right. I lower my voice and mention the key point. In Konoha's Book of Seals, there is a record of the last forbidden technique called Blood Demon Luo. This thing was passed down from the sage of 6 paths, and even the Hokages of all generations couldn't master it. If mastered, it can combine all chakra and nature transformations at will, theoretically able to restore all bloodline limits. Conan was so shocked that she even stopped scrubbing herself. There's such a forbidden technique? Even the first Hokage couldn't master it? Yes, because the conditions to practice are too harsh. One must possess all 7 nature transformations: yin, yang, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. The first Hokage, like me, had 6, but he lacked yin. Yin released chakra, right? Yes. I was clear in my mind that this pair of Rinnegan was given to me by Madara, hiding the power of the Sharingan beneath. The reason Nagato couldn't use it is that he lacked the necessary release chakra of the Uchiha clan. That old Madara probably chose me as a successor because he calculated that I didn't have release and couldn't use his tricks, so I could only obediently be his resurrection tool. Therefore, whether for practicing Blood Demon Luo or unlocking the Susu hidden in these eyes, acquiring release chakra is a must. Conan asked me how I planned to obtain release, whether the Hungry Ghost path would work. I shook my head. This thing is linked to the chakra network, and since I don't have that network in my body, I can't create it out of nothing. The only way is to transplant a chakra network that carries release. But who can extract the microscopic network? There's only one technique that can do it. Kakuzu's forbidden technique, Earth Grudge Fear, extracting the heart along with the network. Leaving behind Kakuzu's blood was truly a brilliant move. I smiled at Xiaonan and said, I already have a plan, by the way. Is the village's finances tight recently? Xiaonan replied, the money from Daimyo barely covers the grassroots construction, but maintaining Orochimaru's laboratory has huge ongoing expenses, and it's a bit tight. As she spoke, she bent down to grab the bath bucket, preparing to fill it with water. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and a double image flashed before her eyes. Bang! The bath bucket fell heavily to the ground, and Xiaonan also fell down. Xiaonan! My clone parent exclaimed, and, removing her eye mask, jumped out of the pool. I rushed to her side and lifted her up, only to find a strange scar on her arm. Xiaonan, how did you get this injury? She flickered her eyes and lied to me, saying she accidentally got scratched by a nail while walking. I can't believe you. Can a shadow-level expert be that careless? This wound doesn't even look like it was caused by a nail. But now isn't the time to pursue this. I let her rest on my lap and used medical ninjutsu to heal her injuries. At the same time, my main body had already received the signal and was preparing to come over. In less than a minute, the wound was healed. I helped her sit up and leaned her against me. With a bang, my main body appeared through summoning, directly wrapping Xiaonan's body in a black cloak and lifting her up in a princess carry. I'm taking you back to rest now. Xiaonan kept her eyes closed, biting her lip, leaning against my chest, and didn't say a word. 30 seconds later, I held her and used Flying Thunder God to instantly appear in her room in the tower, gently placing her on the bed. Nagato, I'm sorry for the trouble. I felt heartbroken and softly said, why say these things? It's my fault for not noticing your condition in time. I'll get you a glass of water. Just then, on the hillside outside Rain-Hidden Village, the main force dispatched by Danzo had been stationed for 4 months, waiting for Hanzo's news until the flowers had withered. They finally couldn't sit still any longer and sent 2 elite members to infiltrate Rain-Hidden Village for reconnaissance. These 2 unfortunate souls had just popped their heads out of a ditch when I sensed them. The hunter had already begun to act. Under the tall tower, Orochimaru and Kabuto stood in the rain, watching Yahiko of the pain approach them. Nagato, what's going on? Yahiko said lightly, it's nothing, just a minor issue. He stopped in front of the 2, exuding a powerful aura, making Kabuto's heart race. Orochimaru, I need to borrow your Edo Tensei to revive someone for me. Oh, Orochimaru smiled. The life material is ready, right? Yahiko handed over a vial filled with blood. It's right here. Orochimaru took the blood vial. You'll also need a living sacrifice. You draw the formation first, and by the time you're done, the living sacrifice should arrive. Understood. Orochimaru put away the blood vial, a signature eerie smile on his lips. On the other side, in a dark alley, a root member had fallen into a pool of blood, badly injured. The human path, why Sook? Coldly looked at him. Danzo's minion has indeed come. The root member's eyes, hidden behind his mask, were filled with fear. You are one of the corpses manipulated by the Akatsuki's Nagato. That's right, there are 2 intruders. One will be used for Edo Tensei, and this one will be used to extract souls for information. The human path's hand reached for his head. You'll soon meet Hanzo underground. The root member's pupils constricted. He really has killed Hanzo. Whoosh. Under the tall tower, another root member was brought before Orochimaru, barely alive. Let's use him as the living sacrifice. Yahiko formed a hand seal, and the rain stopped. Kabuto dragged the living sacrifice to the center of the formation, poured the blood, stepped aside, and solemnly prepared to observe Orochimaru's live demonstration. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, his black hair swirling without wind. Forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. The living sacrifice let out a scream as the dust on the ground quickly swirled up, clinging to his body. In the dust storm, a figure gradually took shape. It was Kakuzu. Returning from Edo Tensei, Kakuzu, with his dark green eyes, stared intently at Yahiko's face. He could never forget that terrifying existence that had killed him instantly in the land of Rice's forest. It's you. I was already killed by you. Kakuzu, you did indeed die. This is the Edo Tensei technique. Kakuzu looked down at his cracked hands, accepting reality. He turned his gaze to Orochimaru. You're the one performing the technique, right? The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, with a bounty of 50 million Ryo on your head. Orochimaru chuckled in response. Kakuzu snorted coldly, his gaze returning to Yahiko's face. Who are you exactly? To be able to kill me and also control Orochimaru. You can't possibly be a nobody. This is Rain Hidden Village. Rain Hidden? Kakuzu's pupils constricted you. You kill Hanzo? You should know. Hanzo was worth 80 million Ryo. What did you do with his corpse? He had a poison sac inside, so I disposed of it. Kakuzu was instantly enraged. Baka, fool. That was 80 million Ryo. Orochimaru smirked beside him. Kakuzu, although Hanzo's corpse is gone, your corpse is still perfectly intact. Kakuzu's eyes lit up as his counterpart, Haiden, stepped forward, saying in the same voice, I'm right here. Kakuzu looked at another version of himself, his pupils widening in realization. He lowered his head, filled with self-deprecation. How ironic. My corpse became the enemy's trophy after death. He raised his head and asked, so what is your purpose in reviving me with Edo Tensei? 2 purposes. First, I've just taken over Rain Hidden, and the village lacks money. You're good with finances, so come be my financial manager. Kakuzu burst out laughing. I only earn money for myself. I won't work for others. That makes things difficult, Yahiko said coldly. If you're unwilling to contribute to the village, then I'll have to make you pay. That huge sum you've hidden should be able to solve Rain Hidden Village's urgent financial crisis. Right. As soon as he finished speaking, the human path, Waisuk, dropped another root ninja's corpse beside them. Kakuzu, you're familiar with this ability, right? Soul extraction. All right, it also has another function, which is to read the information in your brain in an instant. Orochimaru's snake-like hand tightly bound Kakuzu. No, don't think about taking my money. Kakuzu completely broke down. 30 of the net profit dividends every year, deal or no deal. As he watched the human path's hand about to press on his head, Kakuzu gritted his teeth and roared, 40. Deal. Then for the second matter, Yahiko smiled. I want the scroll of the demonic illusion, Hell's Grudge. Meanwhile, on the hillside outside Rain Hidden Village, facing the lightning monster, Pei AI, the members of Root unleashed their ninjutsu, but it didn't even scratch him. It's the third Reikage. Captain Ren recognized him. Everyone was shocked. This was a legendary powerhouse known for defeating thousands alone. The 2 captains made a quick decision. All personnel retreat. We'll cover you. 70 Root members turned and ran, following orders without a hint of hesitation. Rin and Xin Cho immediately joined forces to perform their jutsu. Earth Release, Barrier, Earth Prison, Water Release, Water Shockwave. A massive Earth prison formed instantly, filled with high-pressure water. Even you should find it hard to break free for a while. Boom! The next second, the Earth wall exploded, and a hand covered in lightning directly grabbed Rin Yin's head. With a pop, like smashing a watermelon, he was killed instantly. Xin Cho launched a water dragon bullet from behind, but Pei AI didn't even look. With a flick of his shoulder, he dispersed it. He knew he was doomed. So he gave up resistance and bravely stated, at least our main force has retreated. Lord Danzo will soon learn your information. Not a single one will escape. Pei AI said coldly, stop bluffing. Then open your eyes wide and watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei AI directly removed his left arm and raised it high. Lightning surged violently at the wrist cut. All the chakra that has attacked me will be automatically marked. And then, just like this, boom, a beam of lightning shot into the sky. And at its peak, it suddenly shot out a total of 70 sharp lightning arrows, chasing after the 70 scattered Root members, seeking their lives. Azura's divine punishment cannon. I tell you, when that thing went off, those poor bastards below didn't even have time to react, and I knocked them all down with a puff, puff, puff. The last masked guy was still stunned. He couldn't even speak properly. With my temper, I just punched him, directly opening a hole in his chest. Job done. And guess what? Suddenly, a white Zetsu popped up from the ground, and he immediately threw himself down in front of me, showering me with compliments. Lord Nagato is amazing. Your path of Shura is simply unbeatable. This guy was an undercover agent planted on Obito's side, number 18. After flattering me, he started teasing. Lord Nagato, I have good news, bad news, and one that's neither good nor bad. Which one do you want to hear first? I thought to myself, are you playing Russian nesting dolls here? Fine, let's start with something sweet. He said the good news was that Obito already knew I had taken over the Rain Village and was quite happy, saying that I was finally useful as a pawn. Huh, go to hell with your pawn. What about the bad news? The bad news is that Obito has become suspicious. He couldn't find Orochimaru and Kabuto after searching for a long time, and now he suspects that I've hidden them away. He's planning to use his Kamui to sneak in and conduct a surprise inspection. At that moment, my expression turned cold. This information was crucial. As for the neither good nor bad news, it was that my teacher, Jiraiya, had returned to Konoha. My heart sank. This was bad news, as Minato would definitely inform him. If my teacher found out that Pain had the Rinnegan, his mind would start racing, and he might just figure out it was related to me. It was really overwhelming. However, after dealing with all this trouble, I turned around and saw Konan. Who understands family? The moment I saw her state, I knew something was off. Her eyes were almost as dark as a panda's. When I asked, I found out that she had been staying up late every night to help me with village matters, and when she got tired, she relied on poking herself with my black stick to stay awake. I was furious at that moment, feeling both heartbroken and guilty. I directly told her, no way. Absolutely not allowed to do such things again. That forbidden technique, Night Dark Border Flower, let us not practice it anymore, okay? There are many ways to become stronger. There is no need for self-harm. Xiaonan looked at me and suddenly smiled, saying that I finally spoke my mind. Well, I was just worried about you. In the end, she finally agreed to me, promising not to harm herself anymore. But the problem needed to be solved. I couldn't let her just tough it out. Suddenly, I thought of Gaara. That guy has never slept since he was a child because of Shikaku, yet he looks fine apart from his dark circles. This shows that the key is not about not sleeping, but about fighting against the drowsiness produced by the brain. I immediately had Pylon contact Orochimaru to see if he could come up with a medicine to temporarily suppress the nerves that cause drowsiness. That guy Orochimaru got excited when he heard about a new project, saying it would be a piece of cake and that he could finish it in a month. But we still had to survive that month. I looked at Konan and suddenly noticed her stomach hay. I had accidentally caught a glimpse of her belly button ring when I helped her put on a coat earlier. I was so embarrassed at that moment that I had a sudden inspiration and made her a new belly button ring overnight with a black stick. I turned red when I handed it to her. I told her that this thing could gently deliver chakra, and its effect was similar to piercing oneself, but without the harm. A straight guy giving a gift focuses on practicality, but you know how the process goes. When Konan took it, her eyes sparkled, and she asked if this was the first gift after her coming-of-age ceremony. She even joked about wanting a lip piercing, and without thinking, I said, no. Your face is already perfect. It doesn't need any extra decoration. After saying that, I regretted it, feeling like I was interfering with her freedom. And guess what? Konan firmly said, okay, then I want to get it. With this thing, Conan's condition visibly improved, and I could focus on my career with peace of mind. On the other hand, our newly hired financial manager Kakuzu was almost driven crazy by the accounts. He was tugging at his hair, his hands shaking. That wasteful Hans. And you guys, the 100 million Rio aid from the daimyo of the Rain Country, and you reduced it to just over $1 million in 4 months? Konan floated over from the side and added, oh no, it's $1 million. We spent another 200,000 last night on dinner and bathing. Kakuzu's expression at that moment couldn't hide the look in his eyes that wanted to kill someone. I quickly tried to smooth things over, saying I had just dealt with a batch of roots from Konoha outside the village, and I didn't know if they were worth anything. When Kakuzu heard about the roots from Konoha, his eyes lit up as if he had seen his father. Where are the bodies? Take me to see them. When we arrived at the morgue, Kakuzu put on gloves and skillfully pried open a corpse's mouth. He pulled out the tongue and saw a curse seal on it. He went crazy with joy. We hit the jackpot. That old guy Danzo had put a curse seal of tongue curse eradication on each of his subordinates to control them. And this is the anti-counterfeit mark. On the black market, a certified body of a root member is priced at 5 million Rio. He checked them one by one. And in the end, he calculated that there were 71 bodies, worth a total of 355 million Rio. Kakuzu was so excited he was almost crying, saying that he finally had startup funds. But then Konan quietly added, I have to keep 200 million for our daily living expenses for the next 6 months. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, Kakuzu's face at that moment was darker than the bottom of a pot. This immense wealth was ultimately not meant for him. In the end, he gritted his teeth and made a request. Don't let me see why Suk's face again. I thought to myself, what a coincidence. I was also planning to give Pain a 2.0 upgrade. That previous human path needs to be replaced. I tried using the reanimated corpses with Edo Tensei to make Pain, but it failed. It seems that Obito's 6 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki Pain are a limited edition and cannot be replicated. So I still have to find a corpse, honestly. My new target, the second Suchikage Mu. That guy's dust release and invisibility ability are simply a perfect match for the human path. Orochimaru told me that Mu's corpse is treated as a national treasure by Awakens and is hidden in an underground pyramid filled with traps. Normally, you would need sage techniques to sneak in undetected. But right now, I don't have time to learn that. As Obito and Jiraiya Sensei's 2 lightning bolts could explode at any moment. So I'll go myself. I set off directly with Azura Path Pei AI and Animal Path Pei Lin. You might ask how I can control them from so far away. Hey, it's technology and hard work. I had Azura Path build several chakra signal relay towers along the way. When it comes to technology, we must lead by a mile. While I was busy with my plans, in Konoha, the atmosphere was quite warm. Jiraiya Sensei had returned to the village. And Minato and Kushina were discussing names for their unborn child. Guess what they decided on? Naruto, just like the name of the main character in Jiraiya Sensei's novel. Sigh. I watched this scene through white Zetsu, and it felt quite uncomfortable. But after the warm moment, it was time to get serious. Minato brought up the previous attack on Konoha by me, and he analyzed it thoroughly, making me more anxious with every word. Finally, he changed the subject and directly asked, Sensei, among the students you took in from AdamantineSealing, was there one with a very special pair of eyes? Wow. Let me tell you, when Minato asked this, Jiraiya Sensei's pupils practically experienced an 8-0 earthquake. Impossible. He stood up abruptly, extremely agitated, exclaiming that my 3 disciples, including Nagato, had died in AdamantineSealing 6 months ago. Seeing Minato's confused expression, he realized he had lost his composure, sighed, and sat back down. Minato, still calm, said, Sensei, please don't get too emotional. Is there a possibility that Nagato is actually not dead, but just barely escaped? Jiraiya Sensei fell silent, clenching his fists, and said that even if he was still alive, he couldn't understand why he would attack Konoha. Minato then began to analyze, saying they were war orphans whose homes were destroyed. Could it be because of Konoha? Let me tell you, this hit a nerve with Jiraiya Sensei. His mind was filled with memories of the time spent with us, especially Nagato's brilliant smile. He suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with determination. Impossible. I believe in my disciple. There's definitely something going on here. Either someone has awakened a Rinnegan, or Nagato's eyes have been stolen. As expected of Jiraiya Sensei. Even at this point, he still chooses to believe in his student. Minato didn't try to persuade him anymore and directly handed over the scrolls containing the abilities I used when attacking Konoha to Jiraiya Sensei. After accepting the scrolls, Jiraiya Sensei stood up to leave, but Minato wanted to keep him for a late-night talk. Suddenly, Jiraiya Sensei changed the subject and leaned in with a mysterious look, saying, Haha, Minato, wait until Kushina falls asleep, use the Flying Thunder God to come to the back mountain, and I'll show you some sights that even the Hokage hasn't seen. Goodness. Kushina's killing intent instantly erupted from behind the door. Minato broke out in a sweat and quickly refused with righteous indignation. Sensei, I can't do anything that would betray Kushina. As soon as he said that, the killing intent disappeared. Jiraiya laughed heartily, saying he was just joking and knew Minato wanted to ask about sage techniques. However, he honestly admitted that his sage techniques weren't that great and wouldn't be much help. But then he pulled out a new work, Aika Paradise. That foolish Minato thought it was some great ninja literature, getting all excited and saying he had to read it with Kushina to understand the complex battle moves within. Who understands? His expression of trying to hold back laughter was just priceless. He said, it's perfect for couples to watch together, but during special times, don't imitate the dangerous moves inside. So, after bidding farewell to Minato, Jiraiya Sensei opened the information scroll alone in the woods at the village entrance. In the end, he found a kunai with the Flying Thunder God seal pressed under the scroll, along with a note from Minato, saying he knew Sensei would definitely go to AdamantineSealing to investigate, and to take this kunai, as he could arrive at any time if there was danger. That kid Minato. Really? Jiraiya Sensei laughed at that moment, tucked the kunai into his pocket, and turned to sprint toward AdamantineSealing. The scene shifted to my side. 3 days later, I was flying on the Yada no Kagami, already arrived at the land of Earth's immortal river. My target was clear, the grave of the second Suchikage Mu. But this was a bit troublesome. The map Orochimaru gave me marked 2 pyramids, one real and one fake, a suspicious grave set up by the old man Inoki. Just touching it would provoke the entire Iwagakure to come after me. My 2 avatars, Pei AI and Pei Lin, started a commercial mutual praise. One said, this place is perfect for a huge explosion, while the other said the super god Luo Tianzhong is also great. I'm already used to chatting with myself. What to do? Simple and straightforward. I directly sent Pei AI and Pei Lin on separate paths to trigger two mechanisms at the same time. Pei AI carried Pei Lin and jumped down from a height of 300 meters, landing quietly. Then Pei Lin summoned a chameleon, swallowed herself, became invisible, and rushed towards the grave that was closer to Awakens. Meanwhile, in Awakens, that Tsuchika Jinoki was working while feeding his granddaughter, who is the young Kuratsuchi. His son Kuratsuchi advised him not to tire himself out, but he stubbornly insisted he was still strong, even using the heavy stone technique to spin Kuratsuchi around like a barbell in his office. As a result, when he stopped, Kuratsuchi's eyes were all spiraled. At that moment, Kuratsuchi reported to him that the grave of the third Reikage seemed to have been dug up, and the fourth Reikage had even lost an arm. Inoki laughed at that and said with schadenfreude, "Serve him right. Who told him to hold such a high-profile funeral? Our Awakens security is top-notch, absolutely." Before he could finish, rumble, 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 the whole office shook. An earthquake? No, it's the grave of the Great One. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Jiraiya-sensei had successfully infiltrated. He crawled out from the mouth of a toad, looking at the rainy, steel city, feeling quite pleased. But he didn't know that I had already sensed him through the rain. Conan asked me what to do. I said, since he has been kind to us, let's not take his life. Capturing him alive would suffice. I stopped the rain and let Conan use a paper clone to scout. Jiraiya-sensei noticed the rain had stopped and thought it was a coincidence, analyzing as he walked. His thought process was quite convoluted, making him suspect Hanzo the salamander and Danzo, only to ultimately pin the blame on Orochimaru, saying he must have stolen my eyes to take revenge on Konoha. As it turned out, while he was deep in analysis, he suddenly turned around and saw a pink light paradise in the rain, his eyes instantly sparkling with inspiration, saying he needed to go for in-depth research for his writing. I was truly impressed. Conan, on the high tower, was dumbfounded and reported to me that Sensei went to the store that Kakuzu just invested in. Just as Jiraiya-sensei contentedly came out, it started raining again. Through his research, he also learned that the rulers of the Rain Village had changed to Lord Pain and Lord Angel. He immediately became alert, feeling that something was off with this situation compared to Orochimaru's style, which made him think of Conan instead. On the high tower, Conan said it seemed like Sensei had sensed something. I nodded. The Immortal River had already made a move, and I needed to act quickly. So, I dispatched that body, the only one that could make him comply without harming him. On the Immortal River, two pyramids rose into the air. The main force of Awakens' ninja army charged towards the suspicious grave where Pei Lin was located. That old man Inoki, cunning as ever, knew the enemy would definitely split into two paths. So he deliberately led the main force to the suspicious grave while he and his son Kuratsuchi headed straight for the main tomb, where Pei AI was. On the suspicious grave side, Pei Lin summoned hellhounds and several giant centipedes to block Iwagakura's demolition team. She sneaked into the tomb, facing Iwagakura's genius ninja, Wanya, and directly summoned a hell crab in the small space, performing a series of swift actions, grabbing a corpse, and escaping with the invisible chameleon. On the other side, Pei AI also obtained a corpse in the main tomb, but just as he charged out from the top of the pyramid, he fell into an ambush. With a boom, two earthen hills trapped him. Kuratsuchi shouted, "Dad, attack!" Inoki floated in the air like a final boss, looking at the trapped Pei AI, sneering as he formed a transparent cube. In front of my dust release, even the strongest shield is meaningless. Dust release, original world separation technique. At the moment the beam swept down, Pei Lin descended from the sky. And just at this critical moment, in the Rain Village, I sent the hungry ghost path to appear silently behind Jiraiya-sensei, using camouflage invisibility, locking him in a chokehold. Chakra drained rapidly, and Jiraiya-sensei was stunned, thinking he was done for, just entering the door and already facing doom. But just as he was about to lose consciousness, bang, the hungry ghost path behind him vanished. Jiraiya-sensei stumbled and fell to the ground, a face full of question marks. But he reacted quickly, realizing he had been saved, and immediately dove into a pipe to avoid the rain. He couldn't understand why the enemy had suddenly disappeared, but he knew he had to counterattack. He bit his finger and began to draw the sage face on his face, preparing to summon the two great sages. On the high tower, I watched everything from afar. That's right, just now, I urgently summoned the hungry ghost path to the Immortal River to take the hit from Inoki's dust release. family at that moment. My three-line operation nearly burned out my CPU. While attending to one thing, I neglected another. Conan next to me asked worriedly, "What about Jiraiya-sensei?" I told her not to worry. I know Jiraiya-sensei's temperament well enough. He's quite stubborn and won't give up easily. We'll just respond to whatever he throws at us. Anyway, I never intended to take his life. As soon as I finished speaking, I swear, the air suddenly felt like it had turned on an exhaust fan, and a dark vortex appeared out of nowhere. My heart skipped a beat, and my face must have looked terrible. "Conan," I immediately shouted at her, "quick! Take Kakuzu to the underground base, inform Orochimaru and the others, and activate the emergency plan." Conan was also extremely nervous, her fists clenched tightly, asking if it was. I nodded with a serious face. "That's right, that guy is here." Out of the vortex walked none other than Obito. Oh no, Uchiha Obito. He took off his hood, shook off the rainwater, and his Sharingan gleamed ominously as he spoke. "I heard you become the leader of the Rain Village, so I can take a look. By the way, I should let you know, Jiraiya of the Sannin has already infiltrated. You must have heard about it, right? Nagato, why was I so nervous, you ask? Because my CPU not only had to deal with Obito, but on the other side, Pain and the others were causing a major disturbance in the Stone Village. Just a moment ago, the battle over in the Land of Earth had reached a boiling point. Inoki, that old man, started with a devastating dust release, but guess what? That was immediately confiscated by my newly created Hungry Ghost Path Pain with a sealing technique. Inoki's eyes nearly popped out. He recognized that Hungry Ghost Path was made from his missing subordinate, Shinkage, and was completely thrown off guard. His son, Kuratsuchi, was also a tough guy, and he threw a giant rock at us. I was about to laugh, thinking, throwing a rocket plane? But guess what happened? Halfway through, Kuratsuchi performed a hand seal, and a massive rock arm suddenly sprouted from the rock, slamming down toward Pain and the other's Yata mirror. Damn, that was an impressive move. He had turned the rock into a medium for casting techniques. Inoki seized the opportunity and unleashed another dust release. But it was useless. Pay AI, the pain I created using the third Reikage abilities, shattered the rock arm with a single punch, and the Hungry Ghost Path opened its barrier again. Absorbing the dust release once more, Pay AI lowered his fist as if to say, "Do you think I don't exist?" Pain didn't hold back either. He controlled the Yata mirror to spit out a giant egg bomb. Seeing his precious son in danger, Inoki quickly flew down to summon a giant stone golem, using its back to absorb the blast. I'm telling you, during this period, Inoki's battle awareness was top-notch, and he was flawless. Once they got what they came for, Pain and the others prepared to make their escape. Kuratsuchi shouted, "Dad, don't mind me, just go after them." That old Inoki shot off like a cannonball. But he knew very well that dust release was countered and he couldn't match the third Reikage in close combat, so facing them head-on was definitely not an option. But he had a trick up his sleeve. You thought this was the end? Inoki directly summoned reinforcements. On the flight path of the Yata mirror, two figures suddenly appeared atop two mountain peaks. The two Jinchuriki of the Stone Village, the lava release user Noki and the steam ninja Han, directly descended onto the battlefield. Goodness, the sight was so overwhelming that even I, hundreds of miles away, felt my pupils shake. That old man Inoki was really going all out. The two Jinchuriki came in with two terrifying hot winds. Pei AI met them with his fists, and there was a massive explosion in the air, creating a shockwave. Inoki took this opportunity, covering his hands with rock fists, and accelerated to close the distance. In the blink of an eye, I had to urgently operate and summon Hungry Ghost Path Shinkage to the front to take the hit. Inoki's rock fist could be absorbed, but he was clever. He caught Shinkage's arms, twisted them back, and quickly used Earth Release to erode him. Shinkage wasn't foolish either. He immediately activated the Hungry Ghost Path's ability to absorb Inoki's chakra. Inoki was startled, but quickly realized. So that's how it is. But you're a step too late. He pressed his palm against Shinkage's back, using a super heavy rock technique. With a loud hum, Shinkage dropped like a stone from the sky. Immediately after, Inoki wasted no time and unleashed another dust release. Boom! A mountain peak, along with Hungry Ghost Path Shinkage, was directly erased from the map. After taking one down, Inoki was panting heavily, but when he looked up, Noki and Han were also sent flying by Pei AI. He stared at Pei AI, whose strength rivaled that of the fourth Reikage's lightning release armor, completely dumbfounded. You can make him use his pre-birth power perfectly? Pain just laughed. You noticed too late. Inoki raised his hand again to gather dust release, but he hesitated. His chakra was severely depleted, and if he missed this shot, his side would be completely done for. I'm telling you, at that moment, Pain was just standing there on the Yada mirror, the wind blowing her mask, calmly watching him with a look that screamed, "Go ahead, try moving again." In the end, guess what? He backed down. He lowered his hand. This high-stakes game of psychological warfare left him unable to stabilize his mindset. He was all about if you fight, you win. If you don't fight, you stabilize. Pain and the others swaggered away just like that. I'm telling you, this battle directly cracked Inoki's will. So, everyone, now you understand why my CPU was burning out, right? Just as Pain and Pei AI had barely escaped, the main character over here showed up. That guy Obito came to confirm 3 things: whether I was hiding Orochimaru, whether I would go all out against Jiraiya, and what my current trump card was. I can't let him see Pei AI and Pei Lin. They're my trump cards. All right, if you want to see, I'll show you some scraps. I said to Obito, without changing my expression. That's right, Jiraiya-sensei has come in, and I was just about to send someone to deal with him. Are you interested in taking a look together, Mr. Madara? Obito noticed that I used honorifics, and his tone softened a bit. Oh? What level of combat power? I snapped my fingers, and in the darkness, a tall figure emerged. Goodness, it's the Horn Pain from the Akatsuki version. Horn Pain, making a dazzling entrance. Obito frowned. Hell Path? You don't need to use the Heavenly Path or Azure Path. Just send someone who can revive to take the lead. I've long thought of my words. Konoha has intelligence on several paths, and using the Hell Path can catch them off guard. Besides, using the Hell Path as the main attacker is a first for me. Quite fresh. Obito snorted, which counted as him believing me, and he stood beside me, saying, "It's all fun and games, but don't go overboard." He thinks I'm still that little loser from back then, even bringing up how I failed to steal the Book of Seals from Konoha. I couldn't be bothered with him. So I directly took out a crystal ball, used the telescope technique I borrowed from Konoha, and said, "Here, live broadcast." Obito took the crystal ball, and then started to PUA me again. "What's wrong? Don't you hate me for not saving Yahiko back then?" I directly gave him a big performance and said, "Mr. Ban, I figured it out. You did it to accelerate my growth. We are both dream chasers, both for peace. When will the cycle of revenge end?" This speech moved him, and he wanted to cooperate sincerely with me. I immediately interrupted him. "No, cooperation must wait for 7 months. I no longer blame you for Yahiko's death, but that doesn't mean I've forgotten. This year is a mourning period." As I spoke, Yahiko walked out from behind me. Obito looked at Yahiko's cold face and ultimately compromised. "All right, since you want to see a show, I'll give you a good one." The scene shifted to the sewer, where my good teacher Jiraiya had already activated Sage Mode. On his shoulders sat the Toad couple like 2 Bluetooth speakers. He explained the situation regarding the Rinnegan to the 2 sages, saying he originally thought it was Orochimaru's doing. But now he felt things were not that simple. Sage Shima, straightforward as ever, said whoever it is, just pin them down and beat them up to find out. Jiraiya laughed heartily. I was thinking the same thing. Just as he finished speaking, he formed hand seals and used Sage Art. Toad Oil Fire Bullet. With a loud boom, a surge of flaming oil rushed towards Kakuzu at the pipe's entrance. What happened next? Kakuzu formed hand seals, performed fire style, fireball jutsu, and forcefully pushed it back. The power of the fire clash knocked Jiraiya back a bit. In the basement, the real Kakuzu watched the live broadcast, his face turning green. "This is outrageous. I've trained for 3 years, and he learned it in 3 days, and even uses it better than me? Who is this guy named Nagato? Does he even understand hospitality? Haha, everyone, did you hear that? He's panicking." Outside the pipe, Jiraiya unleashed Sage Art. Super large Rasengan against Kakuzu's water style. Rain Dragon Song. The Rasengan initially had the upper hand, but Kakuzu hid a lightning style. False darkness in the water jutsu, and a lightning spear directly exploded the Rasengan. Jiraiya fell awkwardly, and Kakuzu fell from the sky, using a disaster-level wind style, pressure damage, nearly forcing him to his knees. At a critical moment, Jiraiya summoned Toadken, using a large shield to block the storm. The 2 sages decided it was time to use that technique. The moment the wind stopped, Toadken threw Jiraiya into the sky. Little Jiraiya used oil. His mother used fire. I used wind. Sage Art. 5 right guardians. A sea of boiling oil and fire poured down towards Kakuzu. And Kakuzu, on his shoulders, the fire-wind masks of the Earth Grudge Fear began to emit, and his eyes also bore the Rinnegan. The 3 chakra natures of fire, lightning, and wind merged into a beam. Then let us collide. Earth Grudge Fear. Final shot. Boom. The entire area turned into a hell on Earth. After the clash, Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. Just as Kakuzu turned around, thinking he was safe, Jiraiya seized the moment he turned back and attacked him from his blind spot with a punch. "Now's the time." "What happened?" Kakuzu didn't even look back. Raised his hand and effortlessly caught Jiraiya's punch. Jiraiya was stunned. What? Then the black lines of earth grudge fear bound him, and the fire from the mask burned him into white smoke. It was a clone. In the distance, the real Jiraiya felt a sense of lingering fear and thought it was a close call. He couldn't understand why even attacks from his blind spot could be defended against. It was Sage Shima who noticed the mask on Kakuzu's shoulder was moving. Sage Fukasaku said, "Let's test it." Jiraiya immediately used Sage Art. Hair Needle Thousand Birds, sending a storm of white hair shooting towards Kakuzu. As a result, the wind-style mask on Kakuzu's left shoulder lit up, and a fierce wind blew all the needles away. Indeed, those mask's eyes share his line of sight. Sage Fukasaku exclaimed, "Wow, isn't this like having a built-in 360-degree dashcam?" The arms could also extend to attack. It was simply unbeatable. Sage Shima suggested, "Then let us use an invisible attack to decide the outcome." Jiraiya was startled. "You mean that Sage Art Taijutsu? But I've never really mastered it." Sage Fukasaku encouraged him. "It's through real combat that you can force yourself to grow." "I will try to surpass myself. I tell you." At that moment, I felt like the entire world had become my arms and legs, every inch of natural energy obeying my command. I turned around and charged straight at that guy named Xiao Pei. That dude was surprisingly calm, muttering, "Oh no, the real body is here, gotta be careful." And then his arm suddenly turned pure black, looking like a piece of charcoal, and he smashed it towards my fist. With a loud bang, our fists collided. In good grief, my arm in Sage mode was actually shaken to the point of pain. Is this guy's physical technique that insane too? But he was still acting tough, saying, "Next up, the invisible fist is what will take your life." Laughable. Who doesn't know how to play dirty? I directly summoned natural energy and threw a punch from afar. The air on the right side of his cheek rippled like water. He was momentarily stunned. This is too late. Frog group hands, you know? With a loud bang, by the time Nagato reacted, the sonic boom had already sent Xiao Pei flying, crashing through a building. That guy wobbled up from the ruins, his Rinnegan eyes unfocused, still mumbling, "This move is really fierce. If it weren't for you, teacher, not being skilled with it yet, I probably would have been flat on the ground." Before he could finish his sentence, swish, the tongue of Sage Shima had already tied him up tightly. Immediately after, Sage Shinju sent a water blade slicing towards him. Xiao Pei desperately dodged, but that left arm containing the wind release heart was still severed with a snap, taking advantage of his misfortune to take his life. I stepped on the tongue and flew into the sky, unleashing a supersized Rasengan from above. And guess what? Just a second before the sphere smashed into his face, he formed a hand seal with his right hand, and whoosh, it turned into a puddle of water. I was shocked at that moment. This move is Water Instant Body. Isn't this the signature skill of the legendary Hanzo, the salamander from back in the day? I remember it clearly, even when I teamed up with Orochimaru. We couldn't take him down. Both of us, Brother Frog and I, realized that this was already the second time using Hanzo's trick, which is definitely not normal. I looked at the heart that had stopped beating, fallen out from the severed arm on the ground, and instantly understood. Let me tell you, I understand everything. This guy, after taking down Hanzo, used some kind of dark magic to rip out his heart. He even stole Hanzo's incredible water-style ninjutsu. And then I thought about the fire-style and lightning style he used before. Oh man, 1, 2, 3. Wow, this guy has 4 hearts stitched into him. For lives. It's simply ridiculous. All right, for lives, huh? Let's see if I won't take all of them from you today. I followed his aura and chased after him. Meanwhile, Nagato, who was watching the show from a tall tower, finally couldn't sit still. He felt that one body couldn't handle me, so he directly sent down 2 more pain bodies. Obito, watching from the side, said softly, "Oh, are we finally getting serious?" The chase has already begun. I'm running on all 4s like a frog, constantly spitting fireballs from my mouth, making a loud commotion. Xiao Pei is jumping around like a monkey, looking utterly flustered. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the underground base where Shao Nan and Uncle Snake are. Jiao's soul is howling there. "Fight! Counterattack! What are you running for? It doesn't cost anything to die anyway." Shao Nan is calm. She knows I definitely can't defeat Nagato, and also knows that Nagato won't really kill me. Right now, she's more concerned about something else. She walks up to Orochimaru and coldly says, "Obito came here just to confirm whether you two are present. Since he himself is next to Nagato, the one sent to spy must be White Zetsu. We have a shielding barrier here, and as soon as White Zetsu gets close, he will be blocked and instead exposed." Uncle Snake claps his hands, smiling elegantly. "That's why we moved the reanimated Jiao to this place, to avoid being discovered by Obito. Think about the Ito Tensei technique, right? That's right. Xiaonan's expression is serious. Nagato's second plan absolutely cannot have any issues. Uncle Snake stands up and says to Dogo, "Bring that over." Do pushes up his glasses and quickly takes out a few talismans from the warehouse. Xiaonan asks what they are. Uncle Snake smiles proudly. "Ever since I learned that Obito was going to infiltrate, I prepared for this. This is my invention, an invisibility talisman specifically for White Zetsu. If you stick it on your face, even if White Zetsu walks right by, he won't be able to see you." Xiaonan takes a look at one talisman and her face darkens. "Orochimaru, are you serious? I told you, if I had been there at that time, I would definitely have asked too. Family members who understands, that talisman had a giant ugly smiley face drawn on it. When you stick that thing on your face, is it sure not some kind of the latest abstract behavioral art of 2025? Uncle Snake even solemnly guaranteed. "Absolutely true. Stick it on." Open the barrier to let the White Zetsu in. They turn around and find nothing and just leave. "What about these instruments? Stick them on too." Toby has already started to get busy. He stuck one on himself first, then handed one to Xiaonan. Xiaonan was holding that talisman. His hands were shaking. "Are you sure you're not joking with me?" Uncle Snake shrugged, looking innocent. Xiaonan gritted his teeth and finally managed to say, "You must not tell Nagato about this. Otherwise, I'll kill you." After saying that, he stuck that ghostly talisman on his face. Next, it was Kakuzu's turn. Kakuzu was furious on the spot. "What kind of joke is this? How could I wear something like this? Just kill me." In the end, Xiaonan, Uncle Snake, and Toby struggled like they were catching a pig, and with great effort, they finally got that talisman on Kakuzu. Then Xiaonan opened the barrier, and within less than 5 minutes, 7 White Zetsu popped up from the ground. These White Zetsu were wandering around like they were shopping, looking here and there. Xiaonan was so nervous he could die. He had to quietly give way to a White Zetsu approaching him. As a result, bang, one White Zetsu bumped its head against an invisible glass container. It was the petri dish containing the one called Maple. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. That White Zetsu foolishly shouted, "Hey, there's an invisible wall here." Xiaonan's expression instantly turned cold, already prepared to take action to silence him. Just then, another White Zetsu walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and then turned to the other White Zetsu and said, I made a mistake. I accidentally tripped just now." "Huh? What is going on? You scared me." The White Zetsu laughed and walked away. Before leaving, the one who patted the shoulder even bowed deeply to the empty space. It turned out that was the No. 0 White Zetsu, one of their own. Wow, this was like a spy thriller. It almost went wrong. As for me, I had already pushed Kakuzu to a dead end. I directly used the frog mouth binding technique, and the entire building instantly grew a bunch of flesh walls, trapping him in the esophagus of the great frog of Mayaboku Mountain. I walked over and confidently said, "You can't escape now. Do you want to be dissolved by stomach acid, or will you honestly tell me who you really are?" To my surprise, the guy looked at me and actually laughed, saying, "You don't really think a place like this can hold me, do you?" My heart sank. "Stop pretending. You definitely can't break this esophagus. Maybe not from the inside." He said faintly, "But from the outside, it's not certain. Could it be?" Before I could react, countless black lines emerged from his body, wrapping him up. I immediately shouted that it was bad and quickly used my hair to cover myself and the two-toed immortals. The next second, Shinra Tensei. Boom. I tell you, it felt like the entire world had been pressed with the delete key. A violent repulsive force exploded from the outside, instantly tearing apart the frog's esophagus. Jiaopei took advantage of the explosion's light and directly escaped. When the dust settled, I stood in the center of the ruins, and when I looked up, there were 3 people standing above. My gaze swept across that corner, across another realm of existence, and finally, it froze on the face of a third person. In that moment, my pupils contracted to a point and then suddenly dilated. That face, the face I had taught for 3 years. "Yahiko." Then, in a tone devoid of any emotion, he said to me, "Long time no see, Jiraiya, teacher." I was completely stunned. The sage beside me, Shinsaku, was also bewildered and asked me what was going on. I clenched my fist tightly, cold sweat mixed with rainwater sliding down my face, and I heavily told him, "It can't be wrong. It's Yahiko." Before coming here, I had imagined 1,000 possibilities, but I never expected that the enemy would be my own disciple. It felt like a boomerang I threw out had returned and stabbed me right in the chest. How I wish this was just Orochimaru playing a prank on me. But I forced myself to calm down. I lifted my head and managed to smile. "Yahiko, is this how you greet your teacher, by going straight for the knife?" He replied expressionlessly, "The greeting is done. It's time to end this farce." After saying that, he raised his hand, and a huge force pulled me towards him. Universal pull. The most troublesome ability in the intel. Fortunately, I had prepared before coming. I quickly countered with a sage art. Toad oil fireball, using his pulling force to slam it into his face. And guess what? He curled his fingers, and the gravity instantly turned into repulsion. Goodness. My fireball exploded on the spot, and I felt like I had crashed into a speeding dump truck, spitting out a mouthful of blood and getting smashed into the ground. The human path walked over and said, "Teacher, you should settle down a bit, right?" As he spoke, he reached out to grab my face. I thought it was over. There was no way to dodge. But then his hand suddenly stopped right in front of me, as if it had hit a wall. Shinsaka shouted, "Now's the time." Ignoring the intense pain, I performed a quick roll and kicked him away. Then, taking advantage of the cover of wind release, dust cloud, I quickly jumped out of the encirclement. On the tower, Obito asked Nagato, "Why did your human path stop just now? Couldn't you bring yourself to attack your teacher?" Nagato admitted, saying it was understandable to have a moment of hesitation when it came to a mentor. Then he countered, "Can Mr. Madara really strike down his own teacher without hesitation?" Obito was momentarily taken aback, but he forced himself to act cool, saying that the strongest enemy is the best teacher. And he even lectured Nagato not to show mercy to enemies. Nagato was probably thinking in his heart, "You're too deep into the role, buddy. Fine, I'll play along. I'm currently running like crazy." I told the two Toad Sages, "This Mayahiko is too strong. I can't handle a one-on-one fight. You two should hurry and leave." But they didn't listen at all, and just sat cross-legged on my shoulders, puffing their cheeks, getting ready to unleash their big moves. "Shut up, little Jiraiya. We need to focus." I was so moved that my eyes got teary. Really, it was just too thoughtful. There was no way out. I could only take a gamble. I took the three of them to play Subway Surfers, diving into a huge metal pipe to amplify the sound. I deliberately slowed down my pace, waiting for them to catch up, and then suddenly stopped at a corner. "Now's the time. Ribbit, ribbit." I told you when the two of us, the Frog Sage and I, started singing, it was a piercing sound that resonated deeply, causing both physical and mental pollution. The three pains seemed oblivious, charging straight at us. Great. We took the bait. Just as Yahiko's hand was about to grab me, there was a buzzing sound, and his Rinnegan began spinning wildly like a top. And then he collapsed right in front of me. The other two fell down in succession as well. What is even more incredible is that this technique has area splash damage. Far away, the real Nagato was looking at the crystal ball when suddenly he grabbed a trash can and started vomiting. Really vomiting. It felt like someone had placed a plate of rotten seafood sashimi in my brain. Now, all three pain were caught in the illusion. In the illusionary world, they were trapped by four frog warriors using a barrier, their consciousness completely sealed. Meanwhile, in reality, I grabbed a big knife that I pulled out from the scroll and delivered finishing blows to each of them, sending them on their way. Especially that one with the horn. I stabbed him several times, watching with my own eyes as his three hearts stopped beating. Only then did I feel relieved. Finally, I walked up to Yahiko. He wasn't completely dead yet, and weakly said it was the Leaf Village ninja who killed my parents. My heart sank. It was indeed like this. What else could I say? I tightened my grip on the hilt of the knife and whispered, "I'm sorry. I couldn't sense the darkness in your heart. I'm not a qualified teacher." As soon as I finished speaking, I turned the knife and ended it. I reached out and touched his face. It was ice cold and bone-chilling. This sensation told me that Yahiko had long been dead, and what stood before me now was just a corpse. Therefore, the true mastermind could only be Nagato. He must still be hiding in some corner of this village. Just as I was about to go look for him, the two toads on my shoulders kept coughing and said that the last move had strained their voices too much and was exhausting, urging me to stop and return to the village with the intel. But let me tell you, that thought crossed my mind for just a moment and was immediately snuffed out. Going back. What a joke. If I went back now, it would be like throwing away all my efforts, right? That kid Nagato must think I've fled now. This is the time when his guard is the lowest. I tell you, this might be my only chance to get in front of him in this lifetime. If I miss this village, there won't be another opportunity. I was determined at that moment. This was my own choice, and I couldn't drag those two old frogs down with me anymore. I was just about to tell them to hurry up and leave when, let me tell you, things took a magical turn. Suddenly, a pitch-black tentacle stabbed right through me from behind without any warning. I was stunned at that moment. When I turned around, lo and behold, that cornered pain, whom I had already beaten down to the core, was standing behind me as if nothing had happened. His smug face was still mocking me, saying, "I have 5 hearts. You blew up 4 of them, yet you missed my own. What do you think? Are you a pig?" I still haven't reacted yet. The pain next to me, Who summons the king of hell? Opened his mouth, and with a buzzing sound, the king of hell appeared again. And guess what? The heavenly path Yahiko and the human path, whom I just took down, walked out of the king's mouth completely unscathed, just like clocking out from work. The two toads on my shoulders were so shocked that they couldn't even speak properly, alive. The two people we killed have come back to life. Family. Does anyone understand? At that moment, my heart sank. After all the commotion, the sixth pain, who hadn't made a move all this time, actually had the ability to revive. What kind of fight is this? Isn't this cheating? The cold, dead face of Yahiko looked at me, and with a raised hand, he said, Shinra Tensei. Boom. I felt like I'd been hit by a speeding truck, being violently thrown out of the pipeline. The disgusting black lines connected to my shoulder snapped with a loud pop, and blood gushed out immediately. I fell onto the surface of the water outside, and my blood instantly turned a large area of the water red. I understood clearly that just now, that move from Yahiko was definitely him holding back. Otherwise, my heart would have been shattered. He probably wanted me to leave quickly for the sake of our teacher. The two toads on my shoulders were anxiously croaking. Little Jiraiya, that's enough. Hurry and go. Go. I couldn't help but smile wryly at that moment. I raised my hand, formed a seal, and with a burst of chakra, I forcefully sent them flying off my shoulders. Sorry, you two. I was too presumptuous. I can't let you take risks with me anymore. Bang, bang. Two clouds of white smoke, and they were forcibly sent back to Mount Mayaboku. Now I was done. I lost sage mode. I lay on the water surface, gasping for air. Yahiko from the heavenly path looked down at me, and the meaning was clear. You aren't even a super scion anymore. What do you want to do? But let me tell you, I, Jiraiya, have never had the word give up in my dictionary. I shakily reached into my clothes and pulled out a specially made kunai. Yahiko's Rinnegan immediately noticed it. He understood. It's over, Teacher Jiraiya. Just as those words fell, Yahiko from the heavenly path, the human path, and that pain with 5 lives, 3 people, 3 black rods, charged at me from 3 directions like 3 arrows, aiming at me, who was already out of strength on the water surface. At that critical moment, whoosh, a flash of golden light passed by. A hand suddenly pressed my head down, and the black rods from the heavenly and human paths flew past my scalp. Then a white Hokage cloak flashed before my eyes, and the water's surface instantly erupted in a circle of waves. Clang! With a crisp sound, the pain who tried to ambush me had his black rod directly pried apart by a kunai. Then, a large hand swiftly covered my eyes, and a steady voice rang in my ear. Close your eyes. The next second, there were several explosions, and bright white light erupted from the water. It was a flashbang. The entire space turned as white as heaven. That voice rang out again, with a hint of apology. Teacher, I'm sorry for being late. Now leave it to me. I leaned against him and smiled. Ah, please. Before I finished speaking, I felt a move. Golden light flickered wildly in the white world. The whistling of the spiral sphere, the sounds of weapons clashing, and bodies hitting the ground created a symphony of death. Once the bright light faded, Nagato covered his eyes and asked in a deep voice, Who are you? State your name. With a whoosh, that incredibly stylish white cloak unfurled in the wind, and a blond man with a smirk raised his voice loud enough to penetrate the entire Rain Village. Konoha, 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, reporting for duty. Goodness, my disciple has arrived. The human path, upon seeing Minato, rushed forward without a second thought, reaching out with his palm directly towards Minato. Minato's gaze sharpened, and he quickly grabbed his wrist, while his other hand brought a kunai straight to his throat. He even mocked. This move of yours isn't meant to extract souls, is it? I have to be cautious. And guess what happened? That little brat from the human path was quite sneaky. Just as he was about to have his throat cut, his hidden hand suddenly hooked. Wind release, blade of wind. Whoosh. In an instant, an invisible blade of wind enveloped the water surface around him. Minato frowned, but his movements didn't stop. The kunai still sliced down, sending the human path to meet the king of hell. Then, at that crucial moment when the wind blades erupted, he held me and whoosh. The flying thunder god transported us several meters away. Boom! Just as we stood firm, the water surface behind us exploded like it had been plowed by a missile, causing chaos. Mizukage looked at Tendo Yahiko and calmly analyzed, using soul extraction as a decoy. The real killing move is wind release. Not bad. The tactics have improved a lot since the last time we attacked Konoha. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat and said a Watergate. That guy's ability is to extract souls. I almost fell for it just now. Tion Dao Yahiko didn't respond at all, expressionless, and raise his hand again. I quickly reminded Minato, "Be careful, Minato. He can use gravity. He can also instantly turn gravity into repulsion, making it hard to defend against. Universal heavenly attraction." As soon as the gravity was activated, Minato completely ignored it, hugging me and disappearing in an instant. Tiandao Mihuan stretched out his hand, and the scene became quite awkward. He could only reluctantly lower his hand and mutter to himself, "What an unreasonable guy." The next second, we had already returned to Konoha, on the sofa in my living room. When Kushina saw my half-dead appearance, her hair nearly stood on end. "Teacher, how did you get so injured?" But Minato remained unusually calm. "Kushina, go get the medical kit." I looked at the unmoving water gate and instantly understood what he was going to do. This kid was planning to finish listening to the intel and then charge back. Kushina quickly bandaged me up, not saying a word the whole time. She understood that this was a crucial moment and couldn't be disturbed. I briefly told him about what I saw and heard during my trip to Rain Hidden Village, as well as my speculation that Pain's true body is Nagato. As soon as I finished speaking, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened wide. An orange face paint was drawn around his eyes, with his pupils transforming into horizontal frog-like pupils. I understood. "Teacher, the one controlling Pain is your highly regarded disciple." "Nagato," I sighed and said, "It's quite embarrassing. As a teacher, I haven't even met him, and I have to rely on you, as a senior, to take care of things for me." However, Mizuki smiled and said, "Teacher, how can this be called taking care of things? I am your disciple, and also Nagato Senior. Meeting him and understanding what he has been through is my unshakable responsibility as a senior." Listen, Teacher Sarutobi, this is the will of fire." I advised him. "Then go ahead. Just don't force it. Nagato is currently unfathomable." Minato smiled confidently. "Don't worry, teacher, I have my own ideas." On the other side, in the Rain Village, Yahiko had just collected the bodies of the other two Pain and was preparing to retreat. Suddenly, with a splash, the water surface beneath him rippled. He turned around, and to his surprise, a jumping thunder burst out of the water. The delayed explosion landmine that was thrown earlier. Boom! The landmine exploded, and dozens of flying kunai shot out in all directions. In the next moment, Minato's figure emerged from one of the kunai, flying towards Yahiko. Yahiko slid a black rod out of his sleeve and stabbed it forward. Without raising an eyebrow, Minato lifted his palm, and with a crack, the black rod snapped in response. He caught the broken rod with his left hand and instantly formed a spiral sphere filled with Sage Chakra in his right hand, slamming it towards Yahiko. Sage Art. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force erupted, but just before the repulsion hit his face, Minato flashed to another kunai in the distance. The two pulled apart, and in this brief exchange, neither gained the upper hand. Yahiko lowered his hand. "Why are you back?" Minato calmly replied. "To continue what my teacher left unfinished. To meet your original body. Arrogant. No need to waste words with you." Minato smiled and, with a thrust, directly stabbed the broken black rod into his palm. Whoosh! The Sage Chakra instantly reverse-tracked along the chakra signal in the black rod. In an instant, Minato and Nagato, who was far away in the tall tower, shared vision. Sure enough, this black rod is the remote control for your manipulated corpses. Minato pulled out the black rod and tucked it away. "Sorry, I'm not used to chatting with corpses. Let's talk face-to-face, Nagato." As soon as the words fell, Minato transformed into a golden light, disappearing on the water surface, heading straight for the center of the Rain Village. Yahiko raised the corner of his mouth. "I could have stopped you, but there's no need." At the Rain Village Tower, Nagato could already see the golden figure rapidly approaching. He turned back and said, "Mr. Bito, I've consumed quite a bit of chakra. I may need you." But when he turned around, the guy named Bito had already quietly retreated into the shadows, pulled up his hood, playing the traitor without mercy, and directly used Kimui to escape. Nagato sneered, "Coward." Whoosh! A kunai whistled through the air. Nagato gently sidestepped, and the kunai struck with a clang right where Bito had just disappeared. As the white cloak fell, Minato steadied himself and looked around. Strange. Wasn't there someone here just now? He used such an unreasonable method to directly flash in front of Nagato. Nagato silently complained, "This guy, when there's no plot armor, is simply a standard, overpowered character." Minato withdrew his gaze and looked at Nagato. "You must be Nagato, right? Attacking Konoha for a few months and taking down Hanzo. You've become the new leader of the Rain Village. Impressive." Nagato remained unperturbed. "It's true that I took down Hanzo and reclaimed the Rain Village. However, I never attacked Konoha. Fourth Hokage, You should have evidence when you speak. Minato directly countered. Evidence? It was Pain who attacked Konoha, right? Yahiko was among them too, right? You can't deny that. If you're looking for Pain, what does it have to do with me, Nagato? Nagato shot back. Hey, so you're still trying to play this game, huh? Minato scratched his blonde hair. His gaze sharp. Are you saying those corpses with Rinnegan R&T controlled by you? The one who injured my teacher, ISNTU? Nagato turned and met his gaze. Completely calm. I ask you, fourth Hokage, are you interrogating a suspect here? Understand where you are right now, okay? I'm on my own rooftop, enjoying the rain. And you people from Konoha keep barging in one after another. Who do I complain to? You break into someone else's home without notice and then turn around on me. This is how you Konoha treat guests? This is the demeanor of your Hokage? Sigh. Minato sighed inwardly. This junior is a diplomatic expert. With just a few words, I've become an illegal intruder. The imposing aura on Minato's face instantly faded, returning to his usual gentle demeanor. All right, I'll apologize first. This matter is indeed my uninvited arrival. But I think my teacher came here not to invade, but to confirm the safety of his former disciples. Minato, unable to win through force, opted for a soft approach, emphasizing sincere communication. Nagato, you and Yahiko among the Pains were once disciples of Jiraiya-sensei, right? Nagato's expression darkened slightly. I don't deny that. That's all I need to hear. Minato smiled. It's raining quite heavily. If you don't mind, would you invite me inside the tower for a chat? Nagato gestured for him to enter. Inside the tower, they both sat on the sofa. Minato began to play the emotional card. I started following Jiraiya-sensei right after graduation, so by seniority, I'm still your senior brother. Then he reminisced about how long he had been a genin, mentioning his disciples Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. When he spoke of Obito and Rin, his gaze dimmed. After laying the groundwork for a while, Minato finally revealed his true intentions. Nagato, I've been a teacher longer than you, so I can understand Jiraiya-sensei's feelings even better. When he heard about your death, how distressed he was, I can't empathize. He risked being killed by Hanzo to find you. What happened? He got beaten up by you. As he spoke, Minato changed his tone. But I believe you showed mercy. After all, you're now the leader of a village and need to establish your authority. So, how about it? Can you tell me how you survived under Hanzo? Goodness, after this series of punches, Nagato was quite impressed. This Minato is truly a man who hides needles in cotton. Seeing that Nagato was silent, Minato quickly added, don't misunderstand. It's purely his senior brother's concern for his junior brother, nothing else. Nagato raised his eyes and smiled. Why are you so nervous? I didn't say it wasn't, senior brother. Minato scratched his head, feeling genuinely embarrassed. For the first time in his life, being called senior brother felt like finding a long-lost younger sibling. Nagato didn't respond to this and poured him a glass of water. Then his expression turned serious. Senior brother Minato, since we've reached this point in the conversation, there is something you should know. You said it was Hanzo who ambushed us? That is not accurate. Minato raised his eyes. What do you mean? Nagato spoke clearly. The one who incited Hanzo and set the ambush together with him was another person. The leader of your Konoha route, Shimura Danzo. Danzo conspired with Hanzo to ambush the Akatsuki? Minato was shocked, his eyes nearly bulging out. Nagato calmly took a sip of water. Yes, it was half a year ago. Your other junior brother, Yahiko, died at that time. Minato's cup nearly shattered in his hands. But he quickly calmed down and said solemnly, no, it's precisely because this is so much like Danzo's style that I suspect you might be shifting the blame onto him. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then raised it, his expression incredibly complex. But with this, many things make sense. When Pain attacked Konoha, Danzo's unusual actions, and during the meeting, when Lord Third mentioned Hanzo, he was evasive. All the signs indicate that what you said is true. Minato clenched his fists. What terrifies me the most is that Danzo knew from the very beginning that Pain was you. He not only kept it a secret, but also deliberately shifted the suspicion onto the Uchiha clan. Minato's senior, Nagato, put down his cup, his expression darkening. Let me emphasize once again, it was not me who attacked Konoha. If you can't even figure that out, then I'm sorry. I have to ask you to leave. Minato looked helpless. All right, you really can't tolerate any sand in your eyes. The one who invaded Konoha is Pain, and Pain has nothing to do with you, Nagato, okay? Only then did Nagato smile. You're my senior, so I won't hold it against you. Minato took a sip of water, just about to change the topic to continue probing, but Nagato spoke first. Senior, you got married, right? Yeah. Minato's face turned red. Can you tell me about your wife? As soon as Kushina was mentioned, Minato couldn't stop talking. His eyes sparkling as he praised Kushina from head to toe, saying she was the embodiment of an angel. Nagato listened with a smile, thinking, sorry, Minato, but the angel in my heart is the only one. When Minato finally dried up, he added with lingering feelings, by the way, my wife Kushina is also red-haired. Could you be from the same clan? Goodness. This kid talked about Kushina for so long, but didn't mention a word about her being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, or that she's from the Uzumaki clan. And now he wants to turn the tables and pry information from me. Nagato smiled slightly. I don't know my origins either, only that my parents were war refugees. When you say same clan, which clan are you specifically referring to? Minato was stumped by the question, unsure of how much I knew. Just as he was thinking about how to gloss over the topic, Nagato suddenly put down his cup and his gaze sharpened. More importantly, Minato-senpai, regarding what I just mentioned, Danzo's actions, don't you intend to give me an explanation? This directly left Minato silent. Nagato decided to press on. Also, since we talked about parents, I'll be straightforward. My parents died at the hands of your Konoha ninjas during the Second Shinobi World War, right before my eyes. As my senior and the Hokage of Konoha, how do you view the small country civilians who have lost their homes because of your great nation's conflicts? How should their inner hatred be resolved? Minato was directly at a loss for words. This question was too lethal. No one could answer it directly. Minato remained silent for a long time, and he finally realized that Nagato was willing to sit down and talk with him not out of fear, but to seek an answer from him. Meanwhile, he had been busy probing and prying. With this in mind, Minato put away all his little thoughts, raised his head, looked Nagato in the eyes, and spoke firmly, word by word. The mistakes made by Konoha during the war, as Hokage, I will not deny them, past, present, or future. I cannot compensate for the past harm, but I can guarantee that under my leadership, Konoha will never take the initiative to start a war. From now on, we will only engage in defensive battles. The flames of war will never affect innocent countries. At the same time, I also declare that as long as Konoha is under my leadership, I will never allow anyone, for any reason, to harm my village and my comrades. Nagato listened quietly and then asked the ultimate question. Do your comrades include Danzo as well? I tell you, Watergate's response was simply incredible. He didn't hesitate at all and directly said, that's right. Danzo is extreme in his actions, and personally, I can't stand him. But as long as he is still a part of Konoha, he is my comrade, and I have to protect him. Wow, those words were flawless. But then he immediately added, however, don't worry, from now on, I will gradually push him out of the power center and dismantle his root organization. Then, he changed the topic and directly addressed Nagato. As for the hatred you mentioned, my junior, let me be clear. If you still have grievances in your heart, whether it's about your parents or Yahiko, you can come at me. If you want to talk, I'm here to talk. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. I was shocked at that moment. This Minato is too straightforward. He was very honest. To be honest, junior brother, I can't see how strong you are right now. I estimate I can't beat you. But my determination to protect Konoha has nothing to do with strength. When that day comes, those who trust me and those I trust will stand with me. After saying that, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his aura fully unleashed. That's what I wanted to say on behalf of Jiraiya-sensei. We're even now, so how about we try to be friends between Konoha and the Rain Village? After listening, Nagato lowered his head, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile, and stood up, stubbornly saying, what do you mean, your time and my time? I'll say it one more time. I, Nagato, am not the one attacking Konoha. Minato felt helpless inside. Well, this kid is stubborn and won't admit it. Let's not mention the Book of Seals matter. Although the alliance wasn't reached between the two of them, I tell you, there was a particularly wonderful tacit understanding, a feeling of being both enemies and friends. Minato stood on the big tongue outside the tower, ready to leave. He turned back and said, by the way, say hello to your little junior sister for me. Being called Lady Angel means she must be a girl in this world who's just a bit worse than my Kushina. Nagato immediately rebutted, no, you're wrong. She is the one and only angel in this world. Minato was taken aback, then smiled meaningfully, extending his pinky finger to gesture. Oh, so she belongs to you, huh? Nagato didn't speak, but his expression clearly said, not yet, but she definitely will be in the future. As a result, Minato started to show off his affection again, but well, Kushina is the one and only. There's no girl better than her. After saying that, he vanished in an instant, not giving Nagato a chance to retort. Nagato looked at the place where he disappeared and smiled helplessly. This guy, Minato, really is as usual, quite the trickster. Then his gaze turned cold as he spoke to the wall beside him. Well then, you should be coming out now. As soon as he finished speaking, A white Zetsu emerged from the wall, trembling like a leaf. Don't kill me. I'm just here to deliver a message. Nagato's gaze was as if looking at a dead object. This was exactly why I had you stay here. He had long seen that this white Zetsu was sent by Obito. Nagato even played along and asked him, why did Madara just leave without saying a word? The white Zetsu hurriedly explained, Lord Madara predicted you wouldn't fight. Minato can't do anything to you, and it's unrealistic for you to want to keep him. So he left first. Huh, sounds better than singing. Nagato continued to ask, then why didn't he come back himself? The white Zetsu replied, Lord Madara said he came this time to congratulate you on reclaiming the Rain Village and to see your growth. Your growth fully meets his expectations. He is very pleased. He said to formally cooperate in 6 months, and during this time, he won't disturb you. Is that so? Nagato said lightly, I understand. But you need to clarify one thing. It's not 6 months, it's 7 months. 617, got it? The white Zetsu cursed inwardly. This guy really gives no face at all. But he didn't dare to say it out loud, continuously nodding. Understood, understood. I'll head back now. After saying that, he quickly slipped away. Nagato watched him disappear and thought, it seems Obito temporarily believes me and doesn't suspect that I'm hiding Orochimaru. But this matter isn't over yet. It's time to complete my masterpiece. He vanished in an instant. I tell you, the seal he just made, although it required hand signs, was definitely the flying thunder god technique. In the underground base, Nagato appeared beside Konan. Orochimaru greeted him with a smile. Nagato-kun, you've worked hard. As soon as Kakuzu saw him, his eyes widened. It's you. I remember you. You were the red-haired kid summoned by that masked girl. So you're the true body of pain. Nagato wore a warm smile. Hello, Kakuzu. I've been too busy lately and neglected you. I'll tell you, Kakuzu was originally filled with anger. But seeing this powerful guy who could destroy the world was so young and polite, his anger dissipated more than half, and even felt a bit flattered. Where? You just took over the village. It's only right to be busy. However, for the village to develop, it's important to increase income and reduce expenditures. We need to discuss the funding more in the future. I think so too. Nagato smiled like a little fox, and just then, he had something to discuss with you. Go ahead, just don't go too far. Then I'll say it. Nagato pointed upwards. You saw the fight outside just now, right? Kakuzu nodded. Yeah, the pain you made from my corpse performed quite well. Thanks for the compliment. I heard that during your prime. You even fought with the first Hokage. Kakuzu felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Ahem, that's an old story. I was young back then, not in my prime. Of course, even at my peak, I was still far from the first. You're too modest. Nagato smiled with his eyes squinted. So, about the buildings destroyed in today's battle. Could you please assess the damage and allocate some maintenance funds? All right, since we're going to start construction, let us also fix the ninja school while we're at it. After all, we can't let the children suffer, right? Kakuzu grumbled as he walked away. Then came the main event. Nagato began summoning bang, bang, bang. The Deva Path Yahiko, along with the human path and Kakuzu's pain, all appeared. Soon, Pylon and Pei AI from the land of Earth also arrived with 2 mummy-like corpses. Nagato first resurrected Kakuzu's pain, then looked at the 2 bandaged bodies. One is a true grave, the other is a suspected grave. Just to be safe, I brought them both. Let us verify. Kabuto immediately stepped forward, performing operations like a tiger, holding the test results, his glasses nearly falling off. Impossible. The genetic profiles of these 2 individuals are 100 identical. Even twins couldn't be like this. Conan's heart tightened. What does this mean? Unfortunately, it means that neither is the real body. They are both clones. Just as Conan was about to despair, Orochimaru spoke up, his voice hoarse yet with a hint of pride. Or perhaps they are both the real bodies. Everyone turned to look at him. Split. Orochimaru explained. It is rumored that the second Tsuchikage's ability is to split himself into 2 completely independent bodies. Before he died, to prevent his power from being exploited, he did just that. So, there really is no distinction between true and false. Both bodies are real, and both are fake. Nagato had already guessed this, and now that Orochimaru confirmed it, he finally felt relieved. So how do we merge them? Make them into pains separately, and then undo the split. But Nagato hesitated and asked Orochimaru, after making them into pain, can they use dust release? Orochimaru thought for a moment and said, yes, but there's a prerequisite. You have to concentrate all the chakra controlling the 6 paths into this one pain. ISNT that, just like the Deva Path's almighty push, that is too much of a loss. Nagato decisively made a shocking decision. Decided, no merging. Let us make these 2 bodies into the human path and the Preta path. Orochimaru laughed. As expected of you, Nagato, you think just like I do. Nagato began to implant the black rods, specifically aligning them in the same position on both bodies. Conan asked, "Aren't we going to remove the bandages?" Nagato smiled. "We can, but it's unnecessary. The second Tsuchikige's main feature is a weak presence, like a ghost." The king of hell appeared, and after a moment of chewing, two new pains dressed in matching bandages stepped out. Nagato revealed a satisfied smile. Then, the pain made from the second Tsuchikage will be called Peiwu. As night fell, heavy rain began to pour in Amagakure. Today was significant for Nagato. He had settled things with his teacher, tricked Obito, and upgraded the 6 paths of pain, finally able to enjoy some peace. Conan was also in a particularly good mood. She suddenly suggested, "Nagato, let us celebrate with a little drink tonight." Nagato was a bit confused. Is that appropriate? We're only 19. We're not of drinking age yet. Who knew Conan would nonchalantly respond? Then are you willing to break the rules with me? Who understands family matters? Who can withstand this? Nagato immediately threw the ninja 3 prohibitions to the back of his mind, stood up, and went to buy drinks. All right, wait for me. No need. I've already ordered. Your favorite sukiyaki is on the way. Conan smiled sweetly. Before long, the delivery team from Amagakure arrived, showing great respect to Conan, kneeling on the ground without daring to raise their heads. Conan handed over a box filled with 1,000,000 ryo. "Thank you for your hard work. This is your reward." The leading delivery man was so frightened he waved his hands. "Lady Angel, just being able to serve you is a tremendous blessing. We cannot accept this money." Conan directly brought out Pain. "Take it. This is a reward from Lord Pain. The will of the gods cannot be defied." Upon hearing it was from Lord Pain, the delivery men were almost in tears, holding the money box with both hands. Conan added, "Go back and tell everyone, Lord Pain has decided that from now on, every month on this day will be a day of generosity in Amagakure, and families without labor capabilities can receive living allowances." At this, the delivery men burst into tears, shouting that Lord Pain and Lady Angel had come to save the country. After they left, Nagato smiled and asked, "You spent quite a bit of money, didn't you?" Conan replied, "Not really. Why not? As long as it's to consolidate your position, it's not spending money. Moreover, it's not really our own money we're spending." Nagato touched his nose, wearing a mischievous smile. "That's true." Conan suddenly tilted her head and asked, "Nagato, you don't think I'm wasteful, do you?" "How could I? As long as Conan is happy, that's all that matters." "Really?" "MHM, as long as we can ensure the common people live well and maintain our luxurious lifestyle, it's all worth it. It's just making Kakuzu suffer a bit." Conan chuckled and picked up the bottle, pouring a drink for Nagato first, then for herself. It was Nagato's first time drinking. He picked up the cup with a serious expression. "Conan, this first drink in life, let us toast to Yahiko." "MHM." Conan took a sip and ended up coughing a lot. "Conan, no, it's fine." She took a moment to recover and took another sip, finally adapting. Nagato, the novice, finished 1 cup and raised another. "Then for this second cup, let us toast to our comrades from the era of Shao." "MHM." Conan followed suit, pouring the 3rd cup. Nagato hesitated, not knowing what to say. Conan said, "For the 3rd cup, let us toast to ourselves." "Makes sense." Nagato looked at Conan, smiled, and said, "Then for the 3rd cup, let us toast to you and me, and to a beautiful tomorrow. How about that?" Conan held up her cup, not moving for a long time. "Conan, did I say something wrong?" No, it's great." This time, Conan followed Nagato and downed her drink in one go. The strong liquor hit hard. Conan's face turned red, her heart raced, and her whole body felt warm. She suddenly thought that drinking was quite exciting. The two of them were eating hot pot and drinking a little wine, and before they knew it, the night had deepened. On the other side, let me tell you, the atmosphere was completely different. In Yuin village, our leader Dalu, he was thinking quickly and instantly analyzed everything. He said these people were from Yuin, and the mastermind behind it all must be that Shanchao Hanzo. The goal was to recruit us, promising newcomers to fulfill his ambition of challenging the 5 great nations back in the day. His analysis was spot on. "So what should we do?" Dalu thought for a moment and came up with a plan. He lowered his voice and called for a small meeting. "Listen, let's pretend to ally with them. We'll act as undercover agents, endure humiliation and hardship, and once we figure out their ability secrets, we can turn the tide and take them down, returning to Yunin in glory." The plan was flawless. But then, while we were having this small meeting, that masked woman, Pylon, was standing in the rain, listening with a smile. She even mimicked Dalu Yi's tone. "Hee then, you'll take me down, right? Not a bad thought." I tell you, in that moment the air seemed to freeze. Druid was completely broken. collapsing into the mud, his eyes vacant, with his only escape route blocked. He pulled out a knife, ready to slit his throat. At a crucial moment, she grabbed the blade. This guy suddenly got tough and shouted, "Are we feeling constrained? We're going to fight them anyway, since we're all going to die. Let's go out in a blaze of glory." Sammy also expressed her agreement. "Exactly. Let's take this guy down, then I'll take a nice hot shower and wait for death cleanly." The three of them were ready to face death and reignited their spirits. But then, Pylon just smiled playfully, and her aura instantly changed, becoming cold and imposing. "Want to die? It's not that easy." Druid charged forward, shouting that he would take the lead, with lightning wrapped around his knife. But then she raised a hand and used a summoning spell. With a bang, a gigantic lizard, its eye resembling a kaleidoscope, appeared. Druid tried to sneak around for a surprise attack, but the lizard's tongue was as agile as a whip, and with one flick, it sent our leader flying, also injecting poison that paralyzed him completely. Druid lay on the ground, still stubbornly saying, "Huh, no wonder you're Hanzo's lapdog. Using poison too." The woman walked over and lightly said, "Oh, Hanzo? He died a long time ago." "What?" Druid's eyes nearly popped out. Pylon continued, "And I didn't necessarily need the three of you. If this didn't work, I was planning to give up." Then came a most outrageous move. She began to torment Sammy, and she right in front of Druid. First, Sammy suddenly felt an invisible force grabbing her hand, lifting her into the air. Her legs spread apart, as if an invisible giant was using her as a dumbbell. Sammy tried to bite her tongue to commit suicide, but then, snap, a black tentacle wrapped around her throat. Immediately after, Pylon summoned a king of hell, and from the king's mouth, two hands emerged, brutally yanking out Sammy and She's tongues. I tell you, at that moment, Darui really couldn't hold on any longer. Watching his companions being tortured like this, he completely broke down, bloodshot eyes roaring. "Stop. I promise you. I will serve you." Perrin pretended to ask, "Oh, how can I trust you?" Darui suddenly looked up and said word by word, "Then remember this. A descendant of the hidden cloud will never use a companion's life to make a false vow." After saying that, he took off his forehead protector and deeply slashed it with a kunai, the mark of a traitor. That slash wasn't loud, but it hurt as if it was carved into everyone's heart. Samui and Hickey were released, and their tongues returned. Samui tightly grabbed the mud on the ground and shouted at Hickey, who wanted to say something else. "Shut up. Darui betrayed his homeland to save us. The only thing we can do now is to become his accomplices." After saying that, she also slashed her forehead protector. Finally, the youngest, Hickey, with tears in his eyes, also carved that humiliating and heavy mark. Thus, the three most promising youths of the hidden cloud became Nagato subordinates. On the tower, Nagato looked at their heavy figures and probably thought, "Kids, by following me, your fortune is ahead." The scene shifted to Konoha, where the atmosphere was extremely tense. Minato and Jiraiya had a long talk throughout the night. Minato felt that Nagato didn't seem like a purely evil person, and he sensed that there was a mysterious figure with space-time ninjutsu around Nagato, possibly influencing him. This speculation made Jiraiya feel a bit better. After all, it wasn't one of his students who was hell-bent on beating him up. They also discussed Nagato's strange actions regarding the Uchiha clan, and Minato suspected that this was related to Shursui losing an arm on Kaiki Mountain. Fugaku and Shursui kept silent about it, and Minato guessed that Nagato used absolute power and terrifying threats to make them lose the courage to seek help from the Hokage. As the conversation went on, the atmosphere became too heavy, and Minato decided to lighten things up. Changing the topic, he talked about Jiraiya's major work, the tale of the gutsy ninja. Minato was immediately choked by tea, turning red. Then, mischievous thoughts came to Minato. He smiled and said to Jiraiya, "Teacher, how about we do a cultural export? Find a way to circulate your masterpiece to the Rain Village. Let Nagato and Conan read it too." Good heavens, I can't believe it. Who would have thought that you, the thick-browed and big-eyed Minato, would come up with such a big move? This is just the hottest cultural seduction strategy of 2025, right? Using soft power to corrupt the enemy. Brilliant, truly brilliant. On the other side, Danzo was directly furious. He had just received news that the two branches he had placed on the outskirts of the Rain Village were completely wiped out. A quarter of his combat strength just vanished. However, he quickly calmed down, and his dark side came back. While calculating how to use this incident against Minato, he turned around and killed the messenger who brought the news. What was the reason? "You saw me lose my composure, and you might be a spy. Who understands? Family? This boss values his reputation more than my life." Back to Darui and the others. After resting in the Rain Village for half a month, they were finally going to meet the big boss. The three sat up straight, extremely nervous. Suddenly, footsteps came from the corridor, and a flash of lightning cut through the night sky. With the light, they saw the visitor. What the heck? The third Raikage. Darui and the others were stunned. He was half of Darui's teacher, but he reacted quickly, immediately kneeling on one knee, changing his address. Lord Payne. Samui and Hickey hurriedly followed suit and knelt down. This Raikage Payne announced that the three of them would form the Raijin team, with Darui as the captain. Then he gave them their first mission. Go to the land of grass and find a red-haired woman in the picture and bring her back. Samui asked why they needed to capture a civilian pregnant woman, but Darui snapped back at her. Payne just smiled mysteriously. Once you meet her, you will naturally understand. The next morning, I tell you, the scene changed dramatically. On Nagato and Conan's side, it was sweet to the point of nausea. Conan actually cooked for Nagato, studying the recipe for 3 days to make him a sandwich. Nagato, that guy, was as moved as a 200-pound child, wolfing it down and licking the sauce off the corners of his mouth, making Conan a bit embarrassed. After this dog food breakfast, Nagato went to the underground base. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had already prepared a special staying-up-late medicine for Conan. To ensure everything was perfect, he even personally tested the medicine. The effect was outstanding, but long-term use would lower immunity. Nagato accepted the medicine and sincerely thanked Orochimaru. Finally, Nagato stated the reason for his visit today. He had mastered the Earth Grudge Fear and was ready to acquire the Een Release Chakra Pathway. To seize the Een Release Chakra Pathway wasn't too difficult, but the challenge was that this pathway had to perfectly integrate with Nagato's existing Yang, Water, Earth, Wind, Lightning, Fire Chakra natures. Therefore, the person to be seized should ideally possess the 7 attributes of Een, Yang, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, Lightning in their chakra pathways. Thus, the separated Een could perfectly integrate with the other 6 pathways. Among ninjas, those who met the criteria were few and far between. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. Oh, so Nagato-kun, do you already have a candidate in mind? Nagato replied solemnly. Yes, this person is not unfamiliar to you, so I need to seek your opinion. Orochimaru's gaze shifted. Nagato-kun, are you referring to? Nagato said, that's right, it is. The third Hokage, your teacher. As Nagato's words fell, Orochimaru's vertical pupils trembled slightly. I see. He then slowly stood up and said, can you accompany me outside for a walk, Nagato-kun? Sure. Nagato followed Orochimaru's footsteps outside the base. Under the eaves of the attic, Orochimaru leaned against the railing, looking at the rain-soaked streets below with umbrellas in the bustling crowd. He vaguely recalled the days when the young Sarutobi teacher took him, Jiraiya, and Tsunade out for a stroll after a mission. It was also a rainy day in Konoha. Since Nagato-kun is asking for my opinion, it means he is certain that deep down, I still have feelings for Konoha and my former teacher, right? Do you want to hear my true thoughts? Nagato walked to Orochimaru's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Orochimaru slightly turned his gaze and said, go ahead. Nagato reached out to catch the raindrops falling from the eaves, his eyes filled with thoughts, and calmly said, you are someone I brought to my side through force, half coerced. Even if you gain the truth from me, ultimately, the true beneficiary of your truth is still me. No matter how grand it sounds. You're just like a tool, right? Orochimaru revealed a smile that was entirely different from his usual demeanor. Nagato-kun, you really are very straightforward. Well, that's not bad. Please continue. Nagato said, but I don't want it to be this way. I want to treat the people around me sincerely. So, I want to understand your true thoughts, understand your most pressing needs, so that in this relationship, you can also obtain what you truly desire, not just empty truth. Nagato withdrew his hand. So, please tell me, at this moment, how do you feel about Konoha, about your teacher, the third Hokage? Orochimaru's gaze lowered. Politeness and intellect are his masks, especially the mask he wears when facing overwhelming power. He had never thought there would be a day when he would unveil his mask to Nagato and express his inner thoughts. Nagato-kun, you really are a very special person. All right, since we've come this far, let me share my true thoughts with you, Nagato. The sound of rain gradually fades in his mind. I have complex feelings towards Konoha. It is the hometown where I spent my youthful years, filled with irreplaceable memories. But at the same time, Konoha is also a cage that binds me. Along this journey, I have become accustomed to death and separation, which has made me deeply aware of how fragile life is. Those precious things I once wanted to hold onto have decayed and vanished under the ravages of time. I want to change something, but I realize my power is too insignificant. Even being called one of the legendary Sannin, I cannot escape the sorrow of being a flesh-and-blood ninja. This body trembles and cries out in anguish from injuries and bleeding, and it becomes useless due to illness and aging. This reality leaves me with a deep sense of emptiness and despair. I cannot end my life like this. One day, I finally made up my mind. I want to uncover the truth of all things in the world, to approach the sun known as truth. I want to obtain eternal and immortal life and unravel all truths in the world. Then, using the fruits of truth, I will completely change the realities that once left me powerless. I am well aware that I am an outlier. No one around me can understand my thoughts, including my companions and mentors. In other words, the bonds between companions, the will of fire of Konoha. These things that I once regarded as guiding principles will become stumbling blocks on my future path. Therefore, I am determined to defect from Konoha. At this point, Orochimaru showed a hint of helplessness in his smile. Speaking of which, Nagato, your teacher, Jiraiya, has always seemed to think that I betrayed the village out of hatred because Konoha took my parents' lives. It's not such a superficial reason, because no one is at fault. The countries and villages that initiated wars for survival are not at fault. My parents, who voluntarily threw themselves into the chaos to protect their homeland, are not at fault. And the enemy ninjas from the opposing country, who killed my parents to protect their homeland, are also not at fault. It is precisely because I realize that no one is wrong that I will not be governed by hatred in my actions. However, I must also admit that I have never been able to completely let go of my feelings for the village itself, for my teacher Hiruzen, and for my former companions. Even after defecting from Konoha, Konoha still remains a cage that binds my progress. So, Nagato, to speak frankly, I plan to destroy Konoha one day, and I already have a blueprint for this plan. If you hadn't found me at the Tenchi Bridge using Sasori, I was planning to establish a ninja village in the land of rice fields. I intended to train a group of warriors who could assist me in fulfilling this mission. When the time is right in the future, I would destroy Konoha in one fell swoop, severing all the ties that bind my path. And then I would walk on a lonely road that belongs solely to me without any concerns. This thought, even now as I get along quite well with you, Nagato, still surges strongly within my heart. But at the same time, alongside this goal, new questions constantly entangle my heart. If I truly achieve my objective, will I really be able to let go of my obsession with the past and move forward as I wish? Orochimaru's hands left the railing, and he turned to face Nagato, speaking in a serious tone. So, Nagato, back to the original question. I cannot simply say to take action against Sensei Sarutobi. I do not care about his life or death, nor can I advise you to choose another target, falling back into the kind of person bound by ties. Humans are such limited creatures. Without being in the situation, they cannot see their true thoughts. Perhaps only when you truly strike your teacher can I make a choice. Orochimaru smiled self-deprecatingly. And by that time, I will no longer have the right to choose. Not necessarily. Nagato looked at Orochimaru. The technique of resentment and hatred, perfected, does not necessarily require taking the target's heart. I can merely sever one of his shadow, chakra pathways. The problem lies in the trade-offs. If I only strip away one of his chakra veins, it means leaving him alive, which would pose a future risk for me. For me, this is not a favorable option. So my original plan is to take the third Hokage's heart. However, Orochimaru, if it's for you, I am willing to take the corresponding risks. Under Orochimaru's complex gaze, Nagato revealed a smile like a spring breeze. So, please try to confirm your heart at that moment. The life of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, will depend on your thoughts in that instant. Chapter 99. Beginning the conspiracy, Nagato and Orochimaru returned underground, walking through a long corridor towards the experimental base. Orochimaru asked, "Are you still planning to take action against Sensei Sarutobi in Konoha?" Nagato shook his head. "No, the previous actions have made various clans more vigilant. I'm sure Sensei Jiraiya is also in the village, including Danzo, and there are at least 6 Hokage-level combatants in the village, making the chances of success slim. Therefore, it is wiser to act when Hiruzen Sarutobi leaves Konoha." Orochimaru pondered. Sensei has retired from the Hokage position, and Konoha has recently encountered issues. I do not believe that at this critical moment, as one of the pillars of strength in the village, he would easily leave the village. Therefore, there must be a reason to make him leave the village. Nagato paused for a moment and said, "What do you think if his son Asuma were in danger? Would he go to rescue him?" Orochimaru shook his head without a second thought. No, Sensei is someone who separates public and private matters very clearly. In his heart, the safety and long-term development of Konoha are always the top priority. Nagato looked at him meaningfully. Not necessarily. When you defected from Konoha, Didn't the third Hokage block your path? At that time, he had the ability to eliminate you, but ultimately he couldn't bring himself to do it and let you go. Orochimaru tossed his long hair, saying meaningfully, I didn't expect you, Nagato, to know such a private matter. Is this also the power of Aiheiji? No. It was Toby who let it slip and told me. Nagato casually let Toby take the blame. Achoo! In the base's washroom, Toby, who had just gotten up and was showering, sneezed. Has the recent rain caused my immunity to drop? Nagato and Orochimaru entered the experimental base and took a seat on the sofa in the lounge. Nagato skillfully brewed tea. Orochimaru said seriously, just because Sensei might go soft on me doesn't mean he will go soft on anyone else. Precisely because Asuma is Sensei's son, he would choose to avoid suspicion. That's just how he is. On the other hand, aside from Asuma being the teacher's son, his current strength as a ninja barely qualifies as a Genin. Sensei understands that even if he loses Asuma, it wouldn't be a significant loss for Konoha. He certainly wouldn't choose to rescue him personally, at most discussing with the fourth Hokage to send elite Umbu to rescue him. In short, Asuma is not a reliable choice, and forcing the teacher's hand is too obvious. Nagato leisurely finished brewing the tea and took out 3 cups. Nagato-kun, if you're going to use Asuma to draw the teacher out, you might as well choose me. A hint of amusement appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Just say that I'm conducting dangerous experiments that threaten the daimyo of the Fire Country. And even let him know my location. I believe he would come rushing over without a second thought. Nagato poured a cup of hot tea and placed it in front of Orochimaru, smiling. You can stop now. I don't know how much effort I've wasted to keep you out of the public eye. To draw out a mere Hiruzen. Using you as bait is like picking up sesame seeds while losing watermelons. ISNT it? Oh, thank you once again for recognizing my value. Orochimaru clapped his hands and smiled. Nagato prepared a cup of tea for himself and set another cup on the empty spot beside him. After placing down the teapot, he said seriously, Actually, I agree with your point. Asuma is not suitable as a pawn to draw out Hiruzen. But conversely, if Hiruzen believes that Konoha will suffer significant losses, he might take risks, right? That is how it is, but such characters are rare. Orochimaru raised his hand to pick up the teacup. Nagato smiled. Isn't there one right here? The cup stopped just short of his lips, and his eyes flickered. Are you referring to? Nagato replied. Exactly, Tsunade Haim, who, like you and Jiraiya, is one of the legendary Sannin and a disciple of Hiruzen, the strongest medical ninja currently in Konoha, and also the granddaughter of the first Hokage. If she is suspected of being threatened, Hiruzen would have to consider whether Konoha can afford that loss, right? Orochimaru took a sip of tea. The fragrant aroma made his eyebrows twitch. Not bad, Nagato-kun, your tea skills have improved. Thank you for the compliment. Nagato showed a rare smile. After putting down the teacup, Orochimaru said somewhat complicatedly, Tsunade, regarding her, I need to let you know, Nagato-kun. Perhaps Kabuto has told you again. Nagato said, No, go ahead. Orochimaru said, during the Second Shinobi World War, her brother, Nawaki, and her lover, Dan, both died one after another. What is lamentable is that Nawaki died right in front of me, and when Dan perished, Tsunade was present, personally using medical ninjutsu to save him. Yet she couldn't prevent his death. Since then, she has developed a deep fear of blood, a psychological disorder called hemophobia. Now, she can no longer act as a ninja. Nagato gently swayed the teacup. However, psychological disorders like hemophobia can theoretically be overcome. No matter how downcast she is, she still holds extraordinary strategic significance for Konoha. Orochimaru laughed. That cannot be denied. But even so, I can't guarantee that the teacher will take action. Nagato said, just talking on paper is useless. Some things need to be tried to know if they will work. Orochimaru took another sip of tea and said, just so you know, Nagato-kun, Tsunade is not a woman who can be forced to submit by brute force. If she realizes she cannot defeat you and sees no possibility of escape, she will definitely choose to end her own life to hinder your goals. In other words, she's not the type to fall into someone else's hands and become a captive. While your current strength is great, at least I don't think it's enough to make Tsunade unable to take her own life. So, Nagato replaced Orochimaru's, so, we need to use methods other than force to make Tsunade submit. To prevent me from using force against Tsunade, you really are being quite persuasive, Orochimaru. Nagato thought. It seems that this version of Orochimaru is much more humane than the one who destroys Konoha over a decade later in the original story. Human nature indeed tends to decline step by step. Orochimaru finished his tea and said hoarsely, indeed, Tsunade's greatest weakness is her gambling addiction. And she always loses when she gambles. Chapter 100. Quiet rainy night in the evening, Nagato returned to the tower, hung up his rain-soaked coat, and caught a whiff of a delicious aroma in the air. What nice smell, he thought. Following the scent, he arrived at the kitchen door, and under the light, he was surprised to see Conan in a small frog apron, focused on cooking porridge at the stove. For a moment, he was lost in thought. The sight of Conan cooking, which he had never seen before, was simply beautiful. He couldn't help but walk over and stand behind her. Gulp. He swallowed hard and reached out towards Conan's slender waist. What if I hugged Conan's waist now and whispered my feelings in her ear? Just as he was about to touch the edge of her clothes, he retracted his hand. Reason regained the upper hand. Conan faced forward, smiled slightly, and said in a calm voice, "Nagato, what are you sneaking up on me for?" It turned out she had already noticed Nagato's return. Whether she was aware of his earlier little action was unknown. Nagato said, "I wanted to see what porridge you were making." Conan replied, "Meat porridge." Nagato's heart blossomed. He thought he would be happy enough to eat the sandwiches Conan made during the day, but unexpectedly, he could also drink the meat porridge she cooked at night. "Do you need my help?" Nagato asked. Conan said, "No need. You don't know how to cook, right?" Nagato smiled, but said nothing. In the real world, he is quite independent and has full cooking skills. However, during the time he has been in contact with Conan, he hasn't had time to study cooking. So, he decided not to show his face in such matters. Moreover, he could tell that Conan was a bit nervous. A beginner cooking while being watched would feel quite uncomfortable. At times like this, it's better to prioritize Conan's feelings over showcasing culinary skills. "Then I'll go to the table and wait." Go ahead." After Nagato turned and left, Conan visibly sighed in relief. She pulled aside the sleeves that were covering the stove, revealing a book titled The Porridge of a Virtuous Wife. Half an hour later, the porridge was finished. She scooped some with a long spoon, tasted it, and frowned slightly. The taste. There is still quite a gap compared to what is sold in the store. Clearly, she followed the steps in the book, so could it be a matter of timing? Putting down the long spoon, she bent down to open the cabinet under the stove, where a large jar was filled with all the failed porridge. This afternoon, she went to the highest-end ingredient shop in the Rain Village and bought a large amount of ingredients and seasonings for making meat porridge, almost all of which were wasted. It seemed too late to go shopping again. A little knowledge. Refrigerators have not yet become popular in the relatively underdeveloped Rain Village. So the ingredients sold in stores are all made on the same day, and by evening, they are basically sold out. It seems that to ensure a margin for error, I should consider applying for funds to build a large cold storage in the Rain Village. She then shook her head, dismissing her earlier thought. Forget it. I have indeed been a bit extravagant with spending. Let us allow Kabuto to manage things well first. As Nagato said, the chives have sprouted. It's not too late to cut them again. Conan silently closed the cabinet door, untied her apron, turned off the heat, and could only choose to serve this delicious but not perfect porridge in bowls. "It's done. Let's eat." She served 2 bowls of porridge on a tray and placed them on the table, feeling anxious. I don't know if this porridge will suit Nagato's taste. She was clearly overthinking. To Nagato, who had a bit of a peculiar taste, everything made by Conan was delicious and could be eaten directly, not to mention, it was porridge she had personally cooked. If necessary, he could eat it like the plain brother from the Union victory, crushing even the spoon to eat it. Delicious. Conan's porridge is so tasty. Gradually, Nagato began to feel dissatisfied with using a spoon. He put down the spoon, picked up the bowl, and drank from it. Conan felt embarrassed and said, "Nagato, don't rush, there is still some in the pot, and it's too hot. It's not good for your stomach." Nagato placed the empty bowl down, wiped his mouth, and smiled. "It's nothing, I'm just hungry." "Really?" A hint of blush flashed across Conan's face as she asked, "Do you want another bowl?" Nagato raised 3 fingers. "I can drink 3 more big bowls." "All right, I'll go serve it." Conan went happily, thinking, indeed, the cold storage plan still needs to be implemented. In Nagato's words, let us endure a little hardship. After the meal, Nagato proactively went to the small kitchen to wash the bowls. Returning to the living room, Conan sat on the edge of the sofa, patted her thigh, signaling Nagato. Nagato smiled slightly, walked over, sat beside her, and then rested his head on her lap. Ever since that night, they had drinks. This kind of knee pillow had become quite common. Nagato was also curious about the changes in Conan's mindset, but after thinking it over, he could only come up with an answer he considered reliable. He had been practicing Yimi and Bihua for nearly 5 months, and his body and mind were extremely exhausted under the extreme pressure, needing some extra care. Nagato wanted Conan to rest her head on his lap, but Conan was worried that it would be too comfortable and she might fall asleep. Nagato looked at Conan, who had deliberately drawn her eyes to hide her fatigue, but still couldn't conceal her tired expression, and said, "Orochimaru's special medicine is ready." Is that so? Conan stroked Nagato's long hair and asked, "Did you say anything when you went to see him today?" Nagato replied honestly. "I told him that the target of my resentment technique is his teacher, the third Hokage." Conan said, "Is that so?" How did he respond? Nagato also wanted to change Conan's stereotypical impression of Orochimaru, so he recounted the content of their conversation truthfully. After a long silence, Conan said, "Is that so? I didn't expect you two to start confiding in each other." "Hey, Conan, are you a bit unhappy?" "No." Conan turned her eyes to the rain curtain outside the tall tower. "As long as he stays within his bounds and doesn't do anything outrageous to us, that's enough. As for his moral standards, I never had any expectations. However, listening to what he said to you seems to be more trustworthy than I imagined. Give me the medicine. I will choose to take it based on the actual situation." "All right." Conan accepted the medicine bottle and placed it in her bosom. "By the way, Nagato, when I went to the Rain-Hidden bookstore today, I found a strange book." Nagato was surprised. "A strange book? Let me get it and show you." Conan went to her room and pulled out a book with an orange cover from a stack of cookbooks she bought. "Here, it's this one. The cover and the title are a bit suspicious, and I haven't had the chance to look at the content yet. But it doesn't seem like a book published in our Rain-Hidden village." Nagato took the book from Conan's hand, and his expression changed dramatically upon seeing the title. This, Chapter 101, Paradise of Affection. This book is Jiraiya's masterpiece, Paradise of Affection. Nagato's gaze shifted from surprise to curiosity, and then from curiosity to seriousness. "Damn, this is not a joke." "Nagato." Conan was surprised by Nagato's reaction upon seeing the book, but she didn't know the book's background, leading to a misunderstanding. "It's my supervisory work that wasn't done properly, allowing external toxins to flow into Rain-Hidden. I've caused you trouble, Nagato," Conan said sternly. "I will handle this matter properly." Nagato replied, "No. This matter has nothing to do with you, Conan." Suddenly, the coffin lid in the next room moved. Pylon came over, tiptoeing, and took the orange book from Nagato's hand, her soft voice ringing, because the author of this Paradise of Affection is Teacher Jiraiya. "Jiraiya? Teacher?" "That's right. He just visited Rain-Hidden half a month ago, and shortly after, this book appeared. Do you think it's a coincidence? This must be intentional. I smell a conspiracy. Let us go visit the bookstore and investigate." "Okay." Conan clenched her fists. Pylon and Conan went to the bookstore where they bought the book. The bookstore owner was a little old man who adjusted his reading glasses and carefully examined the book in front of him, sweat running down his wrinkled face. Rain-Hidden has a closed policy. Bringing in external books without permission is a capital offense. Oh dear. This is really strange. I don't remember acquiring such a book. Angel, please, you must investigate." Conan did not respond, as she was feeling very unhappy. Pylon said, "Old man, don't panic. Think about whether anything strange has happened in the store recently." "Strange things." The old man trembled as he adjusted his glasses. Pylon continued, "It doesn't matter if it's a small thing. Just think carefully." I racked my brain and remembered. A few days ago, while I was sleeping upstairs at midnight, I heard some strange noises. Like this. He gestured with his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At first, I thought the window was closed properly and the wind blew in, but after checking downstairs, I found nothing unusual, so I went back upstairs to sleep. A few days later, that sound appeared again. The old man glanced at the corner of the room, where there was an urn. I thought it was my dead wife coming back to see me. Could this book have been brought by my wife from another world? Strange noises at midnight. Pylon said cautiously, "Old man, can we search around?" "Okay, please go ahead." Pylon walked around the bookshelf aisle, occasionally stopping to search, not letting any dusty corners go unchecked. That thing must be here. She knelt on the floor, slowly moving her body, her small hands exploring the gaps between the bookshelf and the floor. Finally, she felt a metal object stuck to the bottom of the bookshelf. After pulling it off and examining it in front of her, it was a uniquely shaped shuriken with the engraving sword of endurance. We've cracked the case. The corners of Pylon's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile beneath her cat mask. This is even more shameless than the water door of returning home. "Conan, keep looking. There must be more than one book here." Conan was already searching, and sure enough, hidden among the reading materials on the bookshelf, several small orange books were discovered one after another. In the end, they piled up in several large stacks, totaling more than 100. Are they all here? Conan also understood that this matter had nothing to do with the bookstore owner. She took out a large stack of silver coins and placed them in front of him. The old man turned pale with fright. No. Angel, this isn't my stock. How could I sell it for money? Please take these books away. The small store absolutely wouldn't do anything against the will of the gods." Pailin smiled and said, "Old man, you misunderstood. The angel isn't giving you money to buy the books. No, it's not money to buy the books." Pailin looked at the urn in the corner and smiled charmingly. "That's right. Use this money to buy a plot for your wife to rest in." The old man took off his reading glasses, tears streaming down his face. "My wife's ashes have been sitting at home for so long that they're going to mold. Angel, you and Lord Payne are truly sent by heaven to save us poor people." After leaving the bookstore, Pailin and Conan walked in the rain. Xiao and murmured, "It's really strange how Wave Wind Minato managed to evade the rain surveillance, sneak into the bookstore, and leave this kunai behind." Pailin casually twirled the kunai in her hand and said, "He must have left the kunai in those dark corners of the drainage system that the rain couldn't reach while he was on his way to find my original body. He was probably planning for a future infiltration." Xiaonan replied, "If that's the case, we need to conduct a thorough investigation of the entire village." Pailin tucked the kunai into her clothes, saying, "Well, when you find a cockroach at home, it's already a sign of serious infestation. It can't be completely cleaned up." Xiaonan looked at the book in her hands, puzzled. Speaking of which, what could his purpose be for sneaking in to do this? Could it be that there's a technique written in this book that would ensnare anyone who reads it? Pailin's gaze became distant. "I guess he wants to carry out a cultural invasion." "Cultural invasion?" Xiaonan echoed. "Yes. The people of Rain Hidden have lived in a closed environment since the time of Hanzo, never experiencing the cleansing of external influences. To be frank, they're like frogs at the bottom of a well. If the frog at the bottom of the well saw the scenery of the outside world, it wouldn't yearn for its life at the bottom of the well anymore. He wants to fundamentally shake the ruling culture of Rain Hidden Village." Xiaonan tightened her grip on the book. "This Wave Wind Minato looks harmless, but his intentions are actually so sinister?" Pailin smiled. "Well, it's understandable after all. He is in an opposing position. Moreover, Pain attacked Konoha earlier. Although no one was killed during the attack, Mizuki did die. And Pain also took important contents from the Book of Seals. The retaliatory measures taken by Minato are already quite mild. I would even say, I can sense that he wants to interact with me." Xiaonan looked sideways. "How did you figure that out?" Pailin smiled. "Well, it's just intuition." Xiaonan shook her head, not quite understanding that. "What should we do with those books?" "Let's consult Kakuzu. He has been complaining about our excessive spending, and this could provide him a way to make some profit. By the way, Xiaonan." Pailin's gaze flickered slightly. "Do you know how to gamble?" Chapter 102. Intimate Tactics Gamble? Xiaonan was slightly surprised and said, "Actually, I don't like the uncertainty that gambling inherently brings. I prefer to ensure everything is prepared before executing a plan to guarantee success." "Yes." Pailin nodded with a smile, thinking to herself, "Just like the 600 billion explosive tags I prepared for Obito." She mysteriously said, "If there was a 100 chance of winning, Xiaonan, would you be willing to take a gamble?" Xiaonan turned to look at her. "What do you mean?" Pailin replied, "Actually, I have an idea." In the finance room, Kakuzu was counting money with a furrowed brow. These two spendthrifts had overspent 80 million Ryo again this month. It was one thing to renovate the ninja school, but now they even wanted to refurbish the nursing home and hospital. And what was that plan about spreading wealth to win the people's hearts? They were all short-term investments that wouldn't recoup costs anytime soon. At this rate, the existing funds could only last for another 2 months. He glanced at the large money box at his feet. No way. They can't take another single Ryo from this money. "Hey, darling." A melodious greeting rang from the doorway, but to Kakuzu, it was incredibly nauseating. He kicked the money box into the empty space under the table, steadied himself, and said in a deep voice, "What are you two doing here in this poor remote place at night? Let's be clear. I'm really out of money." Pailin playfully pouted. "How mean, Kakuzu? What do you take me for? I'm not someone who only takes without giving." Hee. Kakuzu sneered twice in his heart. "I believe you, sure." He propped his chin with his hands, adjusting his posture. "Speak up. Aside from money, everything else is negotiable. I have a great project I want to discuss with you." Pailin took a chair and sat across from Kakuzu, then pushed a book titled Intimate Paradise in front of him. Kakuzu frowned. "What's this?" Pailin replied, "A book. A book that can create infinite wealth." Kakuzu glanced at the cover with indifference. Pailin smiled. "The author is someone you must be familiar with. Jiraiya of the legendary Three Ninjas. Not long ago, you saw me fight him using your corpse." Kakuzu's brows furrowed deeply. "If you hadn't mentioned him, I would have been fine. But now I'm angry. Why didn't you just kill him like you did me? His head alone is worth 50 million Ryo. That's equivalent to half a month of your expenses." Pailin said, "Well, don't get angry just yet. Aren't you interested in this book?" "Humph." Kakuzu crossed his arms. Unceremoniously, "It's just a little broken book. What is so special about it?" Pailin smiled. "You're being narrow-minded." "Kakuzu, I'm telling you, this seemingly insignificant little book in front of you can generate this amount in royalties across the 5 great ninja nations in a year. Do you believe that? As she spoke, she extended 5 fingers. Kakuzu said coldly, "What? 5 million a year?" Pailin shook her head. No, your poverty limits your imagination. Damn it. Being told this by someone who doesn't manage finances and doesn't know the value of rice and firewood is truly frustrating. Kakuzu frowned. Could it be 5 billion? Pailin smiled. Why not be bolder? 5 billion. Be bolder. Kakuzu's eyes suddenly widened. 50 billion? Bingo, a guaranteed minimum of 50 billion, with no upper limit. Kakuzu jumped up. Hey, you're not joking, right? Is this based on verifiable data, or is it just your imagination? At this stage, there really is no verifiable evidence. After all, the current timeline in the ninja world is the summer of Konoha's 52nd year, and Naruto hasn't even been born yet. Intimate Paradise is also a work that Jiraiya just released after Strong Will Ninja Transformation, and it doesn't have the fame and sales of the original work yet. At this time, whether Intimate Paradise can become a bestseller is still uncertain. But Nagato knows it will definitely sell well. There's huge business potential in it. The question is, how to convince Kakuzu? Pailin said seriously, "Trust me, this book will definitely be a hit." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu immediately lost interest and sat back down. "You got me all excited for nothing. It turns out it was just your fantasy." Pailin said, "Kakuzu, I believe in your judgment of value. Whether it's a fantasy or not, you'll know once you read the content of this book. Let's get him out of here first." Kakuzu set the book aside. "Well, I'll take a look when I have time." "No, you need to look now. And I want your thoughts right after you finish." "What's wrong with him?" Kakuzu was about to explode, but when he looked up, he saw Pei AI standing at the door, his broad shoulders leaning against the door frame, fists clenched. "It's raining heavily outside. Can I borrow a place to hide from the rain? By the way, Kakuzu, I feel a bit sorry for you staying in such a shabby place. How about I arrange a more impressive office for you later?" I think that's not going to work," Kakuzu said angrily, sitting down and forcing himself to start reading. The rain pounded against the window, and Pailin, Xiaonan, and Pei AI quietly waited. Xiaonan felt a bit uncertain. Would this work? Kakuzu would probably start complaining as soon as he finished reading, right? At dawn, Kakuzu closed the book, blinked his eyes that had hardly closed all night, and looked at Pei AI's face, which appeared much more refined. "Boss, tell me your thoughts," Pei AI said with a smile. "So, does this mean you recognize the value of this book?" Kakuzu nodded. "Your insight is indeed unique. I might have misunderstood you in the past." Xiaonan was surprised. "Kakuzu, your attitude is completely different now. What exactly is this book about?" Kakuzu rhythmically tapped the book with his finger. "It's about how the novel publishing industry profits. It's a blind spot in my knowledge. But according to business principles, it's not hard to imagine that this book must have its own distribution channels. Your teacher grants part of the copyright to the distributor to share the profits. No matter what, it has nothing to do with us, but it's a pity. Should we eliminate the licensor and take over the distribution rights?" Pailin said, "There's no need at all. We won't manage anything. We'll just print this book extensively and sell it at a price far lower than the official one, which is what you call piracy. Cheap and with a lower threshold. Piracy will quickly take over the market, driving out the good." Kakuzu was concerned. "Will that work? Won't we get warned by the authorities?" Pei AI smiled. "You ain't isn't afraid of any military threats. All you need to do is fill bags with money." "That's right, Watergate. You and Jiraiya Sensei conspired to culturally invade Yuin, so I'll take advantage of your wind and make a fortune." "Exactly. This is intimate tactics." Seeing Kakuzu's eyes light up, clearly intrigued, Pailin giggled. "Kakuzu, I need to apply for some funds." Kakuzu was in a good mood and didn't think much. "I knew you were waiting for me. Just take this money box." Pei AI lifted the money box. While Kakuzu was drinking tea, he asked, "By the way, what do you plan to do with this money?" Pailin turned and innocently smiled. He, "Let Xiao and take it to gamble." "Oh, all right. Just spend it wisely. I really don't have much left." Kakuzu lowered his head to drink tea. Suddenly, he jolted. What did she just say?" Chapter 103. Xiaonan, let us get moving. Ignore the lip piercings in the official image. "Nagato, what is this?" Xiaonan looked at her brand new appearance in the mirror in surprise. At this moment, she wore a veil resembling a pure white gown over her snow-white skin. Nagato stood behind her, personally placing a headscarf adorned with paper cranes on her head, smoothing out the creases, and said, "This is a costume I had the master tailor from Yuin customize for you. Do you think it fits?" Xiaonan turned her orange eyes, shining and staring at Nagato without blinking. Nagato felt his face flush under her gaze, scratching his head as he said, "You might not have noticed while staying in Yuin these past few months, but it's already summer outside. You're in a special period now, and UV rays can be quite harmful to your skin. So I thought I'd give it to you now, just in time for you to go out." Xiaonan slightly parted her lips, speechless for a moment. She placed her hand over her heart and lowered her gaze. "Is this really so thoughtful of you?" The atmosphere suddenly became a bit ambiguous. Speaking of which, this dress fits her figure perfectly from top to bottom, but the tailor never measured her. How did Nagato get it so right? Could it be that he secretly measured her when she wasn't paying attention? With that thought, a subtle blush crossed Xiaonan's face. She whispered, "This dress is really suitable for a wedding." "Huh? What did you just say, Xiaonan?" "Nothing." Half an hour later, the two, all dressed up, stood on the tongue of the relief outside the tower. Xiaonan asked, "Do you have any leads?" Nagato replied, "Yes, number 32, White Zetsu, secretly informed me last night that the fat sheep is right next door in the Land of Rivers. Pei Lin and Pei AI have already taken the money over to scout the area and establish the chakra relay route between Yuin and the Land of Rivers. Sumunin technique." In the forests of the Land of Rivers, Pei Lin formed hand seals with her small hands, summoning Nagato and Xiaonan to her side. Pei AI stood not far away, with Kakuzu's money box on her left and a large wooden box on her right. Surrounding them were a group of bandits. Xiaonan asked, "What is this?" Pei AI sat down directly on the face of the bandit leader, who was dead and unblinking, and said, "This bandit group runs rampant in this area, specifically robbing passing merchants. The number of innocent people who have died at their hands is countless. We just happened to come across them, so we took care of it. It counts as ridding the world of harm. By the way, these guys are really fat." Pei AI stroked the large wooden box beside her. "This is filled with the loot and ill-gotten gains of these bandits. I checked it. It's worth at least as much as what Kakuzu gave us. We might not even need to use our own money." Xiaonan stepped forward to open the box, which was filled with silver and gold treasures. Closing the box, she said, "Let's still use Kakuzu's money. As for these stolen goods and money, we'll take them back for ourselves. Anything we can't spend will be shared with the poor people of Yuin Village." Pei AI smiled, "Good idea." Xiaonan looked at the corpses of the bandits scattered around and thought, this could actually be a side hustle. Once I master this technique, I might as well start a side gig. However, I will specifically target those high-ranking officials of powerful nations who, in their positions, neglect their duties and exploit the people. When that time comes, I'll join you. Pei Lin stepped forward, straining to lift Kakuzu's money box, then let us set off. Pei AI picked up the large wooden box with one hand and walked to Nagato's side, placing her other hand on Nagato's shoulder. "Xiaonan, have fun." Nagato raised his hand to form a series of complex hand seals, maintaining the final seal. Through the remnants of the sealing book, he learned an incomplete version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Unlike those who learned the complete version, he not only needed to form complicated seals, but also had to wait 30 seconds after completing the seals for the Flying Thunder God technique to activate. This meant that Flying Thunder God had almost no practical significance for Nagato, but it was quite useful for daily life. Whoosh! 30 seconds later, Nagato and Pei AI disappeared from their spot. Xiaonan withdrew her gaze and, along with Pei Lin, arrived at the capital of the Land of Rivers. That night, in the VIP room of the gambling house in the capital, a luxurious gambling game was reaching a fever pitch. The participants were none other than the notorious fat sheep, Tsunade, who was attracting much attention in the gambling culture circle. Tsunade boldly sat at the south side of the gambling table, playing with a wine gourd in her hand. Behind her, the money box guarded by the girl Shizen was filled with a staggering 50 million ryo. The girl appeared calm, but those who looked closely could see that her hands, gripping her knees, were wrinkling her plain skirt. The reason was that this 50 million ryo was the gambling capital Tsunade had borrowed from a recently established loan shark, using her own head as collateral. The frightening part was that if they lost everything, they would have to run away tonight. Even more terrifying was that they were bound to lose everything. With a crisp sound, the dice cup spun by the dealer stopped. The rules were simple. Bet on big or small. None of the gamblers at the table spoke. All their gazes turned to Tsunade in unison. This was a long-standing wealth code in the casino. When betting on big or small, as long as you bet against Fat Sheep Tsunade, you would definitely profit. This was also the reason why Fat Sheep was so popular. Thud, thud, thud. Tsunade ignored the gazes of the crowd, picked up the wine gourd, and took a few hearty gulps, letting out a satisfying sound. "Huh, Lady Tsunade, I'll wait for you outside." Finally, feeling anxious, Shizen made the most efficient decision. "Sit down." The strong liquor went down Tsunade's throat. and she glanced at her. What's wrong? Do you think I will definitely lose? Shizen looked around at the strange gazes and lowered her voice awkwardly. My lady, please accept reality. So far, you have never won. Ha 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 ha. Tsunade laughed heartily, picked up the money box, and poured all 50 million taels onto the table. I have always believed in the next round, I will definitely win. I bet on big. I bet on small. I also bet on small. I also follow the bet small. Clatter. The gamblers had their eyes shining red, scrambling to bet small, afraid of losing their chance to place a bet. Shizen closed her eyes. It's over. At this moment, the dealer picked up the dice. 4, 6, 5, 15 points big. Hiss. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Oh my, Tsunade, the perennial loser in gambling, actually won unexpectedly. Hearing the cheers, Shizen opened her eyes, looked at the big result, and slapped her cheeks to confirm she wasn't dreaming. This can't be real, right? Not only her, even Tsunade was stunned. For the first time in her life, she didn't know what this meant. Just then, the door of the gambling house opened, and a mysterious woman dressed in exotic attire, accompanied by a girl wearing a cat mask, entered the tatami room. They were witnessing this rare scene. It seems we came at just the right time. Conan, Chapter 104. Conan, Tsunade. Bet locked, hands off. All the money on the gambling table was gathered in front of Tsunade. 50 million taels turned into 100 million taels. Tsunade felt an extreme sense of unreality, not about the money itself, but because the curse of always losing at the gambling table, as if possessed by a god of misfortune, was actually broken on this inconspicuous night, in this inconspicuous place. Lady Tsunade, we won. We really won. Shizen exclaimed joyfully, even switching to vibrate mode, leaning against Tsunade like a little puppy, shaking her arm. Tsunade's big coconut tree also swayed left and right, her cheeks flushed with drunkenness, her eyes sparkling with the unique excitement of being tipsy. Oomph. Is this what it feels like to win money? It's not as thrilling as I imagined. Great. Finally, I don't have to run away anymore. Shizen wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and snuggled up to her. Lady Tsunade, let's take our winnings and leave. First, let's pay off the high-interest loans. And the rest, we can save in the bank. Tsunade dismissively replied, What nonsense are you saying? Shizen, I've lost for so many years. Winning this little bit is not enough. I need to at least win back everything I lost in the past. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves and pushed all the money she just won back onto the table. Continue. This time I bet on big. The gamblers who had just lost were a bit hesitant, but recalling Tsunade's past rumors, they still believed that what just happened was merely a coincidence. So, they all bet small, until the total bets reached Tsunade's 100 million. Bet locked, hands off. After the opening, 665, 17 points. Big. Tsunade won again. 100 million turned into 200 million, and the whole place was in an uproar. Big, big, big. Tsunade, full of momentum, mindlessly bet big, and continued to win several rounds. Those who didn't believe in evil continued to bet small against Tsunade and lost everything. Some opportunists started to bet big with Tsunade, wanted to ride on her luck, and Tsunade didn't mind. After all, the betting amounts on both sides were equal, and she wouldn't lose out on the winnings. Wow, did Tsunade win again? The onlookers were so amazed that no one paid particular attention to Conan and Perlin. Conan looked uncertain. Is she really the perennial loser in gambling, as rumored? Looking at her luck, can I really win against her? Perlin pinched her chin under the cat mask, pondering for a moment, already having made up her mind. Tsunade is indeed a perennial loser in gambling, that's for sure. And once she wins, it will surely lead to trouble. The more she wins, the greater the price she will pay in other matters. Just as the ancestors said, fortune hides in misfortune, and misfortune leans on fortune. Don't worry, Conan, I guarantee you'll be fine. Tsunade sang all the way. Those who heard her name as a fat sheep, wanting to fleece her, all lost in disgrace, walking out with their heads down. Damn it. Which bastard said she was a fat sheep? Damn it. I lost all the money I was supposed to give my wife for her father's medical treatment. Now, I can only change places and live in hiding, change my wife and start a new life. Countless banknotes piled up behind Tsunade like a mountain, and no one dared to touch her anymore. This meant that tonight, Tsunade achieved a grand slam. Shizen knelt on the ground, looking at the enormous sum of money that seemed to exceed 1 billion taels at a glance. Tears of excitement streaming down her face. Woo woo woo. This is wonderful. This money is just enough to pay off Lady Tsunade's past debts. We finally don't have to live in fear of creditors anymore. It felt as if the ceiling was adorned with the smiling, handsome face of Uncle Kato. Uncle, Are you watching over us from above? Gulp, gulp, gulp. Tsunade tilted her head back and drank the strong liquor from the gourd in one go. Huh. She staggered to her feet and said, Shizen, put this money away in the storage scroll. We should go. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizen opened the storage scroll, stretched out her arms to gather the money. May I play a couple of rounds with you? At that moment, a cold female voice rang out. Shizen turned to look, and a lot of money fell from her arms. Conan sat casually opposite Tsunade. Oh, Tsunade raised an eyebrow, glancing at the money box that Perlin had moved next to her. With that box's capacity, it could hold a full 100 million taels. A sharp glint flashed in her slightly tipsy eyes. You two are ninjas, right? And you're rogue ninjas. Conan calmly replied, Yes, we are ninjas. But we didn't tell you we're headbands. How did you know we are rogue ninjas? Burp. Tsunade burped, pointing at the money box behind her, playfully saying, It's a simple logic. Which serious ninja can hold so much wealth? Those diligent ninjas either die on the battlefield or end up impoverished. Only rogue ninjas, who abandon their beliefs and homeland, can earn more than others can in a lifetime. Conan said, as expected of the legendary Sannin, Lady Tsunade. Bang! Tsunade slammed the wine gourd down heavily. Knowing my title means you came prepared. Conan said calmly. So, are you afraid? Ha 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 ha. Tsunade laughed heartily. A very clumsy provocation, but you succeeded. I have never been afraid of gambling. You've seen my luck tonight. Are you ready to lose everything? Conan replied peacefully. Of course. One must abide by the rules of gambling. They're fair for both parties. Tsunade sat back down, staring deeply at Conan's face. But I feel like I've seen this face somewhere. Conan said coldly. You must have mistaken me. The sudden appearance of an uninvited guest made Shizun's heart, which had just relaxed, tense up again. She knelt beside Tsunade and whispered, Lady Tsunade, don't fall for her tricks. Let's leave quickly. Tsunade smiled and said no. The money behind me is just enough to pay off past debts. We still have nothing. But if we win the money she has, that might not be the case. Right? However, Nobuts, tonight, I will kill gods if they block me. Bang! Tsunade slammed her palm on the table, causing 100 million taels of silver to leap into the air and land on the gambling table. Accompanied by her overwhelming momentum, 100 million taels, I bet big. Wow. Conan, undeterred, waved her wrist wrapped in white bandages as her white paper fan unfurled. Bills flew out of the money box, gracefully descending neatly, stacking on the table. 100 million taels, I bet small. Bet confirmed. The epic-making showdown between Conan and Tsunade unfolded on the gambling table. Chapter 105. The real bet. The dealer revealed the dice cup, and the total of the 3 dice was 8. Not reaching 10 points, it was small. Amidst the gasps of the spectators, Conan won the first round. Shizun's expression turned serious. She ended Lady Tsunade's winning streak right from the start. This woman is up to no good. I concede, Lady Tsunade. Conan gently waved her white paper fan. Bills from across the table flew over, merging into her pile of money. 100 million taels turned into 200 million taels. After her first defeat, Tsunade's face showed no significant emotional fluctuation. Her gaze towards Conan became sharper. Even if the money on your table doubles, you still only have one chance in front of my strong capital. Conan retorted coolly. I hope next time you can still be so confident. The dealer's dice cup froze. Tsunade snorted coldly and pushed down the mountain of bills worth 200 million. Then let me crush your hopes. 200 million taels, I bet big. Conan calmly replied. 200 million taels, I bet small. Bet confirmed. The dice cup was revealed, and the total of the 3 dice was 7, still small. Conan won again, and her 200 million taels of silver doubled to 400 million taels. Shizen's expression changed drastically, saying without thinking, Lady Tsunade, the situation is not good. That familiar curse has returned. We must stop now to minimize our losses. After another defeat, Tsunade still showed no visible anger or joy. But this time she picked up a wine gourd and took a hearty swig, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Tsunade's eyes reflected a tenacity that wouldn't give up until she hit a wall. Stop. Impossible. I will not rest until that expression of regret appears on her expressionless, ancient, puppet-like face under the veil. 400 million. I bet all your money. Bet big. Tsunade's third bet carried the momentum of a lion hunting a rabbit, dominating the scene. In the first 2 rounds, she lost 300 million to Conan, and she still had 800 million behind her. If she put in this 400 million, Conan would have 800 million, while her own funds would shrink to 400 million, completely reversing their leverage. Under Tsunade's overwhelming pressure, Conan felt uncertain. But losing money was one thing. The plan of Nagato could not proceed as originally intended. At that moment, under the table, Perrin's small hand grasped hers. This was encouragement. Conan said in a deep voice, "For 100 million taels. I bet small." Bet confirmed. The dealer's face showed sweat as he took a deep breath and opened the dice cup. The spectators held their breath. 2, 3, 4. 9 points. That's right, 9 points, still small. Phew. Conan sighed deeply in her heart. Wow. She slowly unfolded her white paper fan, covering half her face hidden behind a light veil, calmly saying, "Lady Tsunade, now the advantage has shifted. The one with only one chance has become you." After such a dramatic turn of events, even Tsunade couldn't suppress the emotional turmoil written on her face. Conan, wanting to lure her in, said, "Lady Tsunade, you don't look too well. In my opinion, it would be wise for you to close the betting now and leave with 400 million taels." Shizune, flustered, said, "Lady Tsunade, she's right. Stop now. Don't continue." But if Tsunade could stop, then she wouldn't be Tsunade anymore. Her gaze became highly aggressive. "Oh, you have quite the audacity, little girl. Do you think the one who laughs last will definitely be you?" Conan, calm and composed, "Control the rhythm. Are you deciding to go all in? Who knows?" Tsunade's eyes became playful. Just because her luck was bad didn't mean she didn't understand gambling. How could she not see that the other party was clearly approaching her with a purpose? Thus, Tsunade took the initiative. "I can tell you really want me to bet everything. However, even if I win this round against you, it would only bring the situation back to the previous round. If I lose, I will have nothing. No matter how you look at it, it's not worth it, even if I am reluctant. Perhaps stopping now is the wisest choice." "Lady Tsunade, that's great. You finally figured it out." Shizune was overjoyed, thinking that Lady Tsunade had finally realized the dangers of gambling and understood the wisdom of quitting while ahead. But then Tsunade said, "So, if you are willing to wager your 800 million taels against my 400 million, I might consider going all in here." Upon hearing this, Conan's brows furrowed tightly. Not to mention her, even the spectators began to murmur. How can one play like this? This is clearly making a fool of this lady in white. The principle of gambling is that risk and reward are proportional. 800 million against 400 million. Something like this is simply, "What, you unwilling?" Tsunade stared intently at Conan's hesitant face. Conan said, "Do I even need to say this? Your request is obviously unreasonable." Tsunade smiled and said, "I'm not forcing you to agree. The conditions of the bet don't necessarily have to be equal, as long as both parties agree in advance and have no objections. So, will you or won't you? Please tell me your answer within 10 seconds." As Tsunade's lazy voice fell, she leaned on the table, shaking the wine gourd, waiting for the right moment. Gulp. Shizune swallowed hard, cooperating with Tsunade, pretending to pack up the remaining money. In the pin-drop silence, all eyes were focused on the poised Conan. After stretching, Tsunade lay on the table. Her face flushed with drunkenness, began her own countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. At that moment, Conan lifted her lower gaze, closed her white paper fan, and slowly said, 800 million against 400 million. I can agree to your bet, but I need to add one more thing. Oh. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What additional condition do you want? First of all, let me clarify that apart from this head of mine, I don't have anything valuable on me. Xiaonan extended the white paper fan wrapped in white bandages, pointing towards Tsunade's chest, where a crystal green pendant was shining. I want to add this pendant as an extra bet. Kapter shimtas shishi. Habeti sabit. Tsunade looked down at the turquoise pendant on her chest. It carried countless memories for her. Her smile gradually faded. It was a gift from her grandfather, Hashirama, hoping she would inherit the will of fire of Konoha. She had treasured it and had given it to the two most important people in her life. Both aimed to become Hokage, and Tsunade felt that the meaning of this pendant complemented their dreams of becoming Hokage. However, this meaningful pendant brought them no luck, but rather a curse. Her brother, Nawaki, and her lover, Dan Kato, both died on the path of pursuing their dreams. She despised the title of Hokage and hated this pendant. Yet all these years, she had worn it close to her. It was a contradictory feeling that she herself found hard to articulate. Her hand slowly grasped the pendant. Lady Tsunade, no. Shizune showed a terrified expression, but Tsunade steeled her heart and tore the pendant off, placing it on the gambling table. Tsunade raised her head. Looking into Xiaonan's eyes, no trace of inebriation visible, and with a half-smile, she said, I remember now. You were that child back then, right? You've grown up now. Xiaonan had no intention of deliberately hiding her identity and replied calmly, You still look the same. Do you have any secrets to maintaining your appearance? Tsunade coldly laughed and said bluntly, "Don't play dumb. I don't know how you found out about this pendant and what you plan to do with it, but..." Wow. Tsunade suddenly snatched the dice cup from the dealer's hands. The dealer was dumbfounded. This. Xiaonan said, "It's okay." Wow. Tsunade tossed the dice cup, putting 3 dice inside and shaking it rapidly in mid-air. For a moment, the room fell silent. Only the sound of the dice and the cup clashing quickly echoed. Tsunade closed her eyes, fully focused on listening to the movement of the dice. Bang! At a certain moment, her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. At the same time, the dice cup slammed heavily onto the gambling table. She raised her gaze, staring at Xiaonan, and said, "But since you chose to compete with me at the gambling table, I, Tsunade, will return the favor in the name of gambling. The basis for this decisive battle is to guess the number I just rolled. Any objections?" Xiaonan said, "No objections. How do we guess?" Tsunade said, "Whoever guesses closest to the rolled number wins. If the differences are the same, then the one with the smaller number wins." Xiaonan asked, "What if both sides guess correctly?" Tsunade smirked with confidence. "The one who guesses first wins. I guess." 18 points. Perrin understood that Tsunade must have used a superb dice rolling technique to achieve the exact number. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so confident. 18 points, which means all 3 dice showed 6. A careless mistake. Tsunade has exceptional gambling skills. Moreover, this time, in order to win, she didn't hesitate to use outside tactics to gain the upper hand. Is this it? Just as she was about to signal Xiaonan to casually guess a number and leave it to fate, Xiaonan closed her eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, "Then I guess 6 points." Tsunade laughed. "Oh, 6 points? Are you sure? What's your reasoning?" Xiaonan opened her eyes and said, "The person I cherish the most has a connection with the number 6. Therein, if... Oh, then you really are 6, but unfortunately, you are destined to lose to me." Saying that, she slowly lifted the dice cup. The scene that unfolded shocked everyone. What is this situation? The dice under the cup indeed showed 6 on top, but only 2 of them. The third die had shattered completely due to Tsunade's excessive force when she dropped the cup. Tsunade's dice rolling skill ultimately did not reach the level of a master. So, the total points are 12. How could this happen? Even Tsunade herself turned pale at this sudden turn of events. Xiaonan calmly said, 18 points, 6 points, we are both 6 points away from 12, but you mentioned earlier that if the differences are the same, then the one who guessed the smaller number wins. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade, but I win. All the money on the table, as well as that pendant, became Xiaonan's possession. Wow. The woman in the pure white dress stretched her arms, and the sleeves fell in 2 segments of white satin, hanging down on the tatami, inscribed with summoning techniques, as she formed hand seals with her hands. The coins symbolizing copper odors around her, and behind Tsunade responded, flying in the air, layering and organizing themselves neatly into her sleeves. The ordinary people present had never seen such a celestial maiden descending from heaven. Whether sitting or standing, they were all stunned by this breathtaking scene. So beautiful. Even celestial maidens are not this exquisite. If I could gamble with her and become her servant if I lost, I would willingly place my bet. A minute later, all the money had been collected into her sleeves. Then, I will accept the additional bet. Xiaonan leaned down and took the pendant from the table. Shizun stood in front of the table, her eyes covered by the shadow of her bangs. Before turning away, Perrin glanced deeply at her and left the gambling den with Xiaonan. Shizun helped Tsunade back to their room at the inn. Lady Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade looked as if she had lost her soul, staring blankly at the wall. Shizun knew that Tsunade's current state of despair was not due to losing money, but rather losing that pendant of great significance. In a fit of anger, she had bet it without realizing the consequences of losing. Some things can only be truly cherished after they are lost. Shizun silently closed the door. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. I'm going to do something that goes against your principles. Under the moonlight, Xiaonan and Perrin walked together on the road outside the city. That pendant seems quite important to Tsunade. I guess we have taken something dear from her? There's no choice. I promised Orochimaru not to use force against Tsunade. So I had to resort to this underhanded tactic. With this pendant that Tsunade never parts with, it would be enough to convince the third Hokage, Hiruzen, of the contents of this letter, thus drawing him out of Kano. Whoosh! Behind them, the sound of wind breaking came. Xiaonan's eyes flashed, and she quickly distanced herself. Whoosh! A gray shadow dropped down, capturing Perrin in its arms. Xiaonan looked at Shizun, who was holding Perrin hostage, and asked coldly, what is the meaning of this? Shizun pressed a kunai against Perrin's neck. Please return that pendant. It holds great significance for Lady Tsunade. Xiaonan replied, You know the principle of a bet is a bet at the gambling table, right? Shizun said, So this has nothing to do with Lady Tsunade. It's my personal action. Seeing Xiaonan unmoved, Shizun gently cut Perrin's neck skin with the kunai, blood seeping out as she forcefully declared, I'm not joking. The kunai is poisoned. She has already been poisoned. You will leave the pendant, and I will give her the antidote. Isn't that fair? Not fair. Huh. What? Suddenly, Jingyin's face lost color. There was clearly an invisible pair of hands reaching through her armpits. Chapter 107. A Falling Incident. Pei Wu, the Hungry Ghost Path, embraced Jingyin from behind. Whoosh! Almost in an instant, the hungry ghost path's devouring absorbed all of her chakra. Pailin broke free from Jingyin's limp arms. Her small hands enveloped in the green glow of medical ninjutsu, soothing the wound on her neck caused by the kunai, then turned to face Jingyin. This is really excessive. How could this happen? Who are you people? Jingyin bent forward, unable to muster any strength. If it weren't for Pei Wu supporting her from behind, she wouldn't even be able to stand. Whoosh! Under the medical ninjutsu, Pailin repaired the wound on her neck, lowered her small hand, and said, I can only say that I understand your thoughts, but I cannot agree with your actions, Miss Jingyin. So, how should I deal with you? Jingyin showed no fear. Kill or torture me. Do as you wish, but don't think you can get the antidote for your poison. Pailin squinted and smiled. Hee hee. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Knowing you're poisoned, you remain so calm. Jingyin was shocked. Could it be? You are immunotoxins. Correct, but the reward is only death. Pailin flicked her wrist, and the kunai fell into her hand. Damn it, I look so bad. I've disgraced Lady Tsunade. Jingyin closed her eyes in pain. Wait, Tsunade shouted while running, noticing something was off with Jingyin before she left. She hurriedly chased after her. Xiaonan frowned and raised her hand to stop her. Pailin said, There's no need for that. She will soon be defeated without a fight. Crack! As the words fell, the kunai in her hand pierced Jingyin's abdomen, and her eyes suddenly widened. Tsunade rushed forward, her steps halting abruptly. Behind Jingyin, Pei Wu released her hands and quietly retreated. Pailin pulled out the kunai and jumped back to Xiaonan's side. Tsunade. Lady. Jingyin covered the gushing wound on her abdomen, staggering forward and collapsing into Tsunade's arms. Jingyin. Tsunade wanted to support her, but couldn't muster any strength. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as Jingyin fell at her feet. I'm sorry. Please run away. As her words came out like a whisper, Tsunade felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Feeling the stickiness in her palm, she trembled as she raised her hands. The crimson filling her vision caused her pupils to dilate violently, and her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. No. This is hemophobia. As long as she sees her, the generalized fear will cause her mental collapse. For a ninja, this is a fatal flaw. Xiaonan said sadly, I never expected that the legendary Sannin Tsunade, who is on par with Jiraiya, would fall to such a state. At this moment, Pailin stepped forward under Xiaonan's astonished gaze. Tsunade, if you could use medical ninjutsu right now, she might still be saved. Tsunade didn't have time to consider why the person who injured her disciple would remind her now. At this moment, she had turned Jingyin over, but her hands trembled so much that she couldn't even complete the simplest hand signs. It's already impossible. I can't do it. I simply can't do it. Tsunade, in despair, let her hands fall, tears of breakdown streaming down her face. I'm sorry, done. I not only couldn't save you, but I also couldn't save your only family in this world. Pailin said, Is it really impossible? To me, it seems you are just avoiding it. You say I avoid? Tsunade glared at her in anger. What do you know about my matters? You scheming villain. Stop saying these sarcastic remarks here. Either end my life, or take that pendant that will only bring misfortune. Disappear from my sight. Pailin said, I know your situation very well. It's the psychological trauma left from not being able to save your lover, Kato Dan, with your own hands. The psychological illness named hemophobia. You. Tsunade was momentarily speechless. Her gaze at Pailin turned incredulous. Pailin raised her hand, revealing the pendant. You guessed right. This pendant is indeed a trap we set for you. However, it is a different matter from the current situation. If you want to save Jingyin, then pull yourself together and listen to what I have to say next. Putting away the pendant. She didn't wait for Tsunade to respond and began to speak on her own. The source of your hemophobia, rather than blood, is actually the traumatic memories of death and separation that accompany blood. More precisely, it is the self-denial and devaluation triggered by traumatic memories. In the face of loss, some choose to rise up to prevent the tragedy from repeating, while others develop an avoidance mentality, becoming dispirited, and you, evidently, are the latter. Shut up. Tsunade, trembling, lowered her gaze. Deep inside, you actually know very well that the injuries Kato Dan suffered back then were wounds that medical ninjutsu could not heal, beyond the power of humans to change. You also know that what killed them was war, not their dream of becoming Hokage, and certainly not this pendant. So, what are you avoiding? Shut up. Tsunade's trembles grew more intense. That's right. What you are avoiding is the reality that you clearly long for the sight of them pursuing their dreams, but cannot be as resolute as they were. You hate your own weakness and humility and fear it. I told you to shut up. Did you hear that? Tsunade suddenly charged forward, her fist striking towards Pylan's mask. Pylan watched the fist approaching. The best way to conquer fear is to face it directly. Whoosh! That fist stopped just an inch from her face, the wind from the punch causing her golden hair to flutter. Pylan smiled. With such a powerful punch, forming hand signs should be a piece of cake, right? Go ahead. I'll watch you closely. Tsunade's fist slowly lowered. You really are a perplexing person, but don't think that I will show you gratitude for this. She returned to Jingyin's side, staring at her blood-stained hands, her gaze gradually becoming resolute amidst the tremors. She took a deep breath and steadily formed the hand signs. Whoosh! The green light of medical ninjutsu enveloped her hands. The glaring blood red on Jingyin's abdomen made her hands tremble uncontrollably, the green light flickering. In her mind, the parting smile of Dan before his death flashed by. That's right. Dan left with a smile, even in the face of death. He had never wavered in his choice of the Hokage dream. The trembling of her hands stopped, and the green light remained steady. Whoosh! Tsunade placed her hands over Jingyin's wound. Only then did she realize the wound wasn't actually deep, and it hadn't harmed any vital areas. The wound quickly healed, and Jingyin was out of danger. The light of medical ninjutsu faded, looking at the blood that had scabbed on her hands. Tsunade found that she no longer felt any fear. She sighed inwardly. I never expected that the blood phobia that had troubled me for years would be cured in an instant by the enemy's humiliating words. Although wearing a mask, the voice sounds younger than being muted by a few years. The blue-haired woman accompanying her must be one of the children from Amage Cure. No doubt, at that time, Jiraiya had stayed in Amage Cure to teach her. So, did Jiraiya tell her about me? No. My blood phobia developed after that. And during Jiraiya's teaching period, he couldn't possibly have told them these things. Could it be, you and Orochimaru are? When Tsunade raised her gaze again, Konan and Pylan had already vanished from sight. Chapter 108. By the Jinshui River. On the slope of the land of rivers at dusk, Konan and Pylan walked forward. Below, an unknown small river reflected the glow of the evening clouds, and a gentle breeze was refreshing. Konan stopped, lightly twirling her headscarf, saying, I want to enjoy the breeze here. All right, Pylan readily agreed, raising her small hands behind her back to help Konan adjust her clothes. And they sat facing the river together. Once seated, Konan gently hugged her legs wrapped in white knee-high socks and curiously asked Nagato, why do you want to help Tsunade overcome her psychological fears? Pylan took off her cat-faced mask, cradled her chin in her hands, and smiled. There really aren't strict boundaries between enemies and friends. Today's enemy might become tomorrow's friend. Is that so? Konan turned to look at the girl beside her. This girl named Rin is someone very important to Uchiha Bito, right? Did you specifically make her one of the pain bodies for some unknown reason? Pylan replied, actually, it can't be considered a deep intention. Creating Pylan was just a whim of mine. I wanted to see that guy's expression of frustration when his pawn was manipulated back against him. To be honest, this matter leans more towards malicious fun. Who knows, it might even anger that guy and lead to some crazy actions. Pylan rested her small hands on the grass beside her, gazing at the sky. Even so, I won't change my mind. I've always felt that living a life solely based on gains and losses is too empty. People should do things according to their temperament. Even if many of those things seem meaningless and boring, doing things according to one's temperament. That sentence seemed to inspire Konan, who reached out and held Pylan's small hand. Nagato, if you have children in the future, would you prefer a boy or a girl? Pylan answered without hesitation. That goes without saying. Of course, I prefer a girl. Huh? Wait, why are you asking me this question? Pylan's eyes twitched as she turned to the side. So Nagato likes daughters. Conan's cheeks flushed red. But Pylon couldn't tell whether it was the sunset's glow or something else. Calm down. This is just a simple topic of discussion. Nothing more. Yes, it must be like that. So, Conan, if you have children, would you prefer a boy or a girl? Conan also answered without thinking, a girl, I guess. Pylon curiously asked, why guess? Conan replied, because Keed is a boy. Recently, watching him grow little by little in the petri dish, it inevitably gives me a feeling of raising a son, so if I have my own child, it would be a girl. Huh. So this is how Conan views Keed. No wonder. Nagato thought. It's better not to keep Keed around, lest Conan's feelings for me change in nature. By the way, Conan said seriously, what are your plans for delivering the letter along with the pendant to the third Hokage? About that, Pylon's big eyes rolled around, revealing a playful expression as she pretended to seek advice. Conan, do you have any good ideas? Conan had never participated in decision-making. She was a master of execution and had long viewed herself this way. So, she never imagined there would come a day when Nagato would seek her opinion. I need to think carefully about how to make Nagato rely on me more, Conan thought. After serious contemplation, Conan said, we should break into Konoha, find the third Hokage, and hand the letter to him. Pylon couldn't help but chuckle. We've laid so much groundwork to avoid direct conflict with Konoha. If we attack Konoha, just to deliver a letter, that would be a bit counterproductive. Thus, Conan thought seriously again for a while and said, if a frontal attack won't work, then we should find a way to sneak in and slip the letter through the door gap of the third Hokage's house. Well, although it still seemed a bit rough, this time it sounded much more plausible. Pylon smiled and said, but that probably won't work either. After the last attack incident, Konoha must have strengthened their defenses, especially in terms of perception. I'm afraid any slight movement will be detected, and moreover, ensuring the letter reaches the third Hokage's hands just by slipping it through the door is also not secure. After being rejected twice in a row, Conan's brows furrowed. This time, she integrated all the elements, racking her brain. Not being able to launch a strong attack, not being able to sneak in, and still needing to ensure that they could slip past Konoha's strict perception capabilities and deliver the letter to the third Hokage himself. Finally, after a large number of brain cells had died, Conan had an idea. Teacher Jiraiya once said that Konoha had special messenger birds trained for delivering letters. And then? Then, we first go to the land of fire and stake out the location where the messenger birds appear and catch one. And then, use your animal pass ability to sign a contract with the messenger bird, turning it into your own summoning beast to control. That way, you can openly ignore Konoha's perception units. And then, let the messenger bird take the letter and deliver it to the third Hokage. Wow, Conan, you're amazing. I didn't even think of such clever tactics. Conan felt quite pleased with the compliment and was about to be modest, but then she heard Pylon change the subject. Conan, did you know there's a profession in the ninja world called postman? You just write the letter, specify the recipient and address, hand it over to the postman, and they'll be responsible for delivering it. The post office is an official institution of the 5 great nations and has dealings with all 5 ninja villages after all. Not all ninjas have family and friends living in a ninja village. It's common to communicate through letters. I've already inquired about it. The post office also has expedited services. Just pay an extra 100 Ryo, and it can be delivered quickly, and the customer's information is kept absolutely confidential. Amid Pylon's cheerful laughter, Conan coldly asked, so, were you just teasing me with that serious question? Pylon mischievously laughed. Are you angry? After all, Conan has never been angry with me, so I'm just a bit curious you won't hit me, right? Conan directly tackled Pylon down. That's useless. Even if you tickle my armpits, I won't feel ticklish. Is that so? Then how about this? Annoying Conan. That's Obito Uchiha. His favorite place, don't touch it. Or, I'll fight back. If you have the ability, then try it. Ugh, seriously, that guy Shounen might actually be a carnivore. After the commotion, Shounen not only forgave Nagato, but she even felt a bit happy inside. After all, Nagato had never made fun of her since they were young, which felt refreshing to her, like discovering a new world. Shounen got ready and said, let's hurry and head to the post office. I'm a bit worried about the 100 Ryo express fee. Once this matter is settled, we should at least get 1 million Ryo. Chapter 109. Speaking at high noon, the sun was blazing and the cicadas were chirping loudly. In a shaded backyard, Sarutobi Hizashi was wearing home clothes, sitting on a chair and reading the Ninja World Daily. It reported on the theft of a grave in Awagakure. Such sensational events are impossible to keep hidden from the well-informed Ninja World newspaper, but the details are beyond their knowledge. Hizashi picked up the pipe beside him, put it in his mouth, and took a puff, releasing clouds of smoke. First, there was a problem in Kumobikure, and now in Wagakure. The ninja world has indeed been quite unsettled recently. Whoosh! At that moment, a flash of gold appeared as Minato, wearing the Hokage cloak, emerged in Hizashi's backyard. This was after the attack incident, and Hizashi had allowed Minato to leave the Flying Thunder God Mark at his home for emergency communication. Oh, Minato is here. Hizashi put down the newspaper and greeted him with a smile. It's high noon, and instead of going home on time, you're here with me. Aren't you afraid of Kushina complaining? Minato scratched his head and smiled. I've informed my family. I specifically came here to bring you a refreshing watermelon. Saying that, Minato placed the large watermelon he was carrying in a bag down. Hizashi set down his pipe, picked up the big watermelon, feeling its weight. You really went out of your way to bring me such a big watermelon. Lake Biwa. Hizashi turned to shout into the house. Coming. Oh, isn't this Minato? Hizashi's wife. Bawako, dressed in simple clothes, came to the yard. With this time to visit a retiree, why aren't you with Kushina? Don't think you can slack off just because it's not yet the big month. Every day during pregnancy, you must remain vigilant. Yes, Lady Bawako, you are right. Minato scratched his head and smiled. Hizashi said, All right, Bawako, go ahead and cut the watermelon. Remember to chill a bit. Soon, Bawako brought out the cut and chilled watermelon. I cut half of it. The other half is in the fridge. Don't spit the seeds everywhere. Spit them into the basin, and I'll clean up later. Now, you two chat. Bawako said sternly and closed the door. Minato said awkwardly, Lady Bawako is as strict as ever. What a terrifying aura. This is what they call the wife is the priority, right? No matter how strong you are as a ninja or Hokage, when you get home, there is always someone above you. Hizashi took a puff from his pipe and smiled. Minato, when you reach my age, you'll understand it even deeper. Minato laughed happily. Actually, I already have a deep understanding of this now. Hizashi tasted the watermelon and said, You've put aside your official duties and family matters to come find me. It can't be just for the watermelon, right, Minato? Minato nodded. Well, to be honest, there are some things I need to inform you about. Hizashi chewed the watermelon flesh vigorously, swallowing the seeds along with it. Is Jiraiya back? Minato chewed slowly, spitting the seeds into the basin one by one. You already know about this? Sensei has been staying at my house these days. Oh, that's surprising. He didn't rush out to gather materials? Could it be that he's come to terms with it? Willing to stay in the village and fulfill his duties as a Konoha ninja? This matter, he didn't reveal it, but he should stay in the village for a while. After all, he hasn't been back for many years. Hizashi's gaze darkened. He didn't even come to see me. His teacher. Is he still blaming me for not being able to keep Orochimaru? Minato set down the watermelon rind and said seriously, It's not like that. Third Hokage. Sensei probably doesn't know how to hide his injuries in front of you. Hizashi's hand holding the pipe froze in midair. Injured? Jiraiya is injured? Not long ago. He went to AdamantineSealing. Not only was he injured, but he almost lost his life there. What? What did you say? Minato's words made Hizashi spill ash from his pipe. You want to provoke Hanzo? This is one of the important things I wanted to inform you about. Hanzo the Salamander's era has ended. What? That Hanzo actually. Hizashi's pupils trembled violently. He raised the pipe to his lips, took a hard puff, and the smoke swirling in his throat and lungs concealed the shock in his eyes. Who ended Hanzo's reign? Minato said solemnly. It was Nagato, one of the 3 disciples Jiraiya Sensei took in AdamantineSealing. Nagato possesses the power of the Rinnegan of the Sage of 6 Paths. Hizashi took several more puffs from the pipe and said, The one who injured Jiraiya was also him? Yes. To be honest, I've already met Nagato in person. Under Hizashi's incredulous gaze, Minato naturally raised both hands to support his chin, and based on my observations, he doesn't seem like a vicious person. Hizashi said, The enemy who attacked Konoha not long ago had unusual ripples in his eyes. Don't you find that suspicious, Minato? You indeed noticed it as well. Minato said calmly. Regarding this, I also have my suspicions. I once questioned Nagato face to face, but he didn't admit it. Well, whether it was him or not, he currently holds the officially recognized legitimate position of the leader of AdamantineSealing. If we want to take action, the conflict will not be between the village and an individual, but between villages. Hizashi picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This chilled watermelon not only did not cool me down, but it made me feel even hotter as I ate it. Minato, your judgment is correct. At this critical moment, it is indeed not suitable for Konoha to establish a powerful enemy. As long as he does not invade Konoha again, we should handle this matter conservatively. Minato's gaze flickered slightly, becoming sharp. No. Actually, what really made me choose to handle it conservatively is the secret that Nagato revealed to me regarding a particular matter. Hisashi took the pipe back in his mouth. Secret? What secret? Minato said. Hanzo the Salamander launched a siege against Nagato and the other two disciples of Sensei, Yahiko and Shaonan, leading the Akatsuki organization about half a year ago. Hisashi said, Akatsuki, I've heard of it. It emerged during the war in Amigakure, absorbing a group of young people committed to peace, mediating between Konoha and Awagakure, achieving corresponding results, but then it vanished after the war. So it turns out, the leader of Akatsuki is Nagato, Jiraiya's disciple? Minato shook his head gently, no. The leader of Akatsuki is Yahiko. He died in Hanzo's siege against Akatsuki. Hisashi's gaze sank. Ah, I see. So Nagato chose to end Hanzo's reign for revenge? Minato said in a low voice. That's about right. However, according to Nagato, that day, Hanzo actually had another accomplice. He is our Konoha root leader, Shimura Danzo. As soon as Watergate's words fell, the pipe in Rizen's hand dropped to the ground. Chapter 110. A person who is involuntarily bound, yet resolutely committed. Rizen realized that he had lost composure in front of Watergate. He steadied himself, bent down, casually picked up the pipe, put it in his mouth, and said in a calm tone, Watergate, to conclude that Danzo participated in that incident solely based on Nagato's words is quite hasty, isn't it? Indeed, Rizen's reaction was within Watergate's expectations. In fact, what he said about Nagato taking down Hanzo and becoming the leader of the Rain Village, as well as his own past encounters with Nagato and other decisions made with discretion, were all just groundwork. After all, Watergate was currently the head of Konoha, and he didn't need to specifically consult Rizen for external decisions. The only issue was with Danzo, which was internal. Furthermore, Danzo's identity was sensitive. As an elder of Konoha and Rizen's partner during his time as Hokage, Watergate had to let the Hokage, who promoted him, understand the reasons to prevent. When he took appropriate measures against Danzo, Rizen stepping in to plead for him. This was to make sure Rizen clearly knew what Danzo had done behind the scenes and the consequences it led to, effectively giving him a precautionary measure to avoid being impeded by emotional appeals when making decisions. This was Watergate's true intention in inviting Rizen to discuss the situation over lunch. This was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had both human compassion and tact, being just and upright externally while being gentle yet firm internally. A person who hid sharp needles within soft fabric. Facing Rizen's assertion of hasty judgment, Watergate responded with reason and evidence. Do you remember, Lord Third, on the night of the attack, when we defeated the enemy, the reclusive Mr. Danzo was eager to retrieve Pain's corpse? Oh, Pain is the alias for those enemies who invaded Konoha, suspected to possess the Rinnegan. Rizen's eyes flickered as he said, what he wanted to retrieve was merely the corpse of his subordinate Dingmao, which is reasonable in context, and it doesn't necessarily imply that Danzo. All right, let me cite another example, Watergate said methodically. After the invasion, during the meeting analyzing the intelligence on Pain, when you mentioned that the enemy would use the Rain Tiger free technique originating from the Rain Village and suggested probing Lord Hanzo for information. Do you remember Mr. Danzo's reaction at that time? Rizen's gaze darkened. He remembered very clearly that Danzo's reaction was quite intense, now that he thought about it. If it weren't for a guilty conscience, he probably wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, he still couldn't accept that Danzo had secretly caused such a huge mess behind his back, establishing such a powerful enemy for Konoha. Rizen continued to defend Danzo. What Danzo said in rebuttal was not without reason. During the last Ninja World War, we used the small nation's Rain Village as a battlefield, which was indeed an unjust act. After the war, seeking help from Hanzo seemed. Lord Third, at this moment, Watergate interrupted him, looking into his eyes earnestly. I understand the bond between you and Mr. Danzo goes beyond mere comradeship and collegiality, but think about it from the other side. If Mr. Danzo truly conspired with Hanzo to encircle Akatsuki, what would that imply? The clear sky was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds. Cold sweat trickled down Rizen's cheeks. Watergate said solemnly, yes, it implies. Mr. Danzo knew about Nagato from the very beginning, knew that he possessed the Rinnegan, and even knew that he was very likely the true body of Pain, the real culprit behind the attack on Konoha. Yet he said nothing about it during or after the incident. Perhaps his intentions were genuinely to protect Konoha according to his own ideas, but his motives must have been mixed with personal desires. to avoid making Risen feel too uncomfortable. The gentle Watergate still didn't make the issue too clear. That is, Danzo attempted to undermine Watergate's position as Hokage to fulfill his own ambition for power. Thunder rumbled ominously in the clouds. Feeling Watergate's determination, Risen exhaled a plume of thick smoke and asked in a low voice, "Are you planning to dismiss Danzo?" Watergate replied, "Not to the point of dismissal. After all, he has contributed in his own way to Konoha, and while he may not have merits, he has put in effort. However, he is not suitable to hold an equal position with the Hokage's direct umbu in terms of combat personnel allocation. So, I plan to reduce the Root structure soon. Currently, Root has 8 squads, nearly on par with the Hokage's direct umbu in terms of combat strength. I intend to cut it down to 4 squads first, observe his future behavior, and then make a decision." Risen's eyes drooped as he said, "This is not an easy matter. The members of Root are all selected seedlings from various clans, trained from a young age. After the reduction, where will these people go? Have you considered this issue?" Watergate said, "Regarding this, I will specifically consult the opinions of the village's Jonin and come up with relatively proper measures. In any case, the Root, which has entrenched itself in the great tree of Konoha, must be pruned. Otherwise, it will soon overshadow the previous Hokage and the light you dedicated yourselves to protect." Looking at Watergate, who showed great decisiveness in this sensitive decision concerning the fundamental system of Konoha, Risen felt a mix of emotions, yet was also deeply gratified. Even if he had such tact, he lacked the resolve to carry it out to the end. Danzo had taken advantage of this point, repeatedly crossing the line. Because Danzo knew Risen too well, Risen was too cautious, which left him in a passive position in diplomacy, constrained by other countries. Even if Danzo made a significant mistake, Risen would at most put him under wraps. When Risen needed him, he would certainly reinstate him. But Watergate, this Hokage personally selected by Risen, though young, already exhibited the demeanor of a leader capable of standing independently, able to stabilize Konoha even without relying on Danzo. "I truly did not misjudge him. Watergate, you are the one who can lead Konoha onto the path of revival." Risen put down the pipe. "Then let's proceed as you wish, Watergate. I will not interfere with your decisions regarding Danzo." Receiving Risen's assurance, Watergate felt a deep sense of relief inside. He stood up and bowed deeply. "I am truly grateful." Lord Third, the heavy rain poured down. Watergate scratched his head and said, I need to go home and collect the laundry." "Lord Third, you should hurry inside too. Next time, I'll bring some fruit to see you." Risen looked at the watermelon rind in the basin and smiled, saying, "Please don't. That fruit you brought made me quite anxious." Watergate chuckled. "Next time, it'll just be about eating fruit." "All right, hurry along then. That's farewell." Whoosh. Watergate vanished in a flash. As Risen tidied up the tables and chairs, a knock on the door sounded. Risen called out to the house, "People Lake, go open the door." People Lake replied from the kitchen, "You open it yourself. I'm busy." Risen went over and opened the door. Outside stood a sturdy young man in a green uniform. Risen was taken aback, recognizing him. "Isn't this Konohamaru?" Konohamaru was sweating profusely, enthusiastically greeting, "Hokage Grandpa. Long time no see." Risen smiled and said, "Haha, I'm no longer Hokage. I'm now enjoying a peaceful retirement. Actually, I have a letter for you." Konohamaru carefully took out a golden mailbox. "Why did you personally come to deliver it? Say hello to the guard and just hand it over to me. This is from our courier company's Ultra VIP customer, specifically requesting delivery." Ultra VIP. I remember, doesn't the courier company only have Ultra VIP customers? It was added by the boss last minute, so I dare not be negligent. Please confirm receipt and sign for it, so I can report back. "Oh, all right." Nikazane took the mailbox, opened it to take a look. The green pendant placed together with the envelope gave him a sense of familiarity. As he picked it up and examined it closely, his pupils suddenly contracted. This is. He immediately opened the envelope. It contained only an address and a simple sentence. "At midnight tonight, in the Hayabusa Gorge of the Land of Rivers. One person must come, and latecomers will not be waited for." Nikazane asked, "Who is the person who asked you to send this letter?" Chajiru shook his head and said, "Sorry, sir. We only handle the delivery. If the client is anonymous, we won't disclose any information about her." Nikazane keenly caught a key piece of information, which was that the sender was a woman. "Is that so? Thank you then." Nikazane picked up a pen and signed for the letter. "Sir, I'll be leaving now." Chajiru put away the receipt, made a few agile moves, and disappeared at the street corner. Nikazane looked up at the rainy sky, his thoughts turning. From Konoha to the Hayabusa Gorge in the Land of Rivers, even with my speed, it would be a struggle to arrive by midnight tonight. Is the other party not planning to give me time to think. The letter didn't mention Tsunade's name at all, but this pendant made of chakra from the first Hokage speaks volumes. Tsunade has fallen into the hands of the other party, her life hanging by a thread. If I don't arrive before midnight tonight, her life might. My 3 disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Orochimaru has already taken the irreversible path. Jiraiya's ambitions lie elsewhere. Tsunade, though she is in a low point due to setbacks, if anyone is most likely to inherit the will of fire, is only her. Moreover, her unparalleled medical ninjutsu is crucial for this village. Even knowing this might be a trap, I must go and investigate. Back in the room, Nikizane put away his pipe and changed into his black battle attire. Nikizane, you should eat some iced watermelon and drink a bowl of stomach-nourishing porridge. Bawako entered with a bowl of porridge, and upon seeing him, her expression changed. Nikizane, what are you planning to do? Bawako? Nikizane put on his arm guards, smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes, and calmly said, I need to go out for a bit. If I don't return in a short time, remember to take care of Kushina for Minato. The delivery of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is a serious matter. Chapter 111. Land of Rivers, Hayabusa Gorge. In the Hayabusa Gorge of the Land of Rivers, Konan sat against the cliff, looking at the cold moonlight, while Perrin stood quietly beside her with her hands behind her back. Will he come? Konan asked. Who knows, but we've done everything that needs to be done. So now we just wait quietly for the results. What if he doesn't come? Then we'll think of another way. Russell. A white figure appeared behind the two. Konan immediately stood up and raised her hand. The white Zetsu quickly raised both hands. Lady Konan, don't attack. I'm an ally. Konan asked, what is your number? The white Zetsu said, I'm number 47. Number 47? Perrin and Konan exchanged glances, both feeling, Zero is really capable. Is there something to report? Number 47 said, a clone spotted the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Nikizane, leaving Konoha around noon, heading this way. Since the two of you are here, I'm reporting this to you. Little cutie, you came at just the right time. Perrin asked. The 3rd Hokage is coming alone, right? Number 47 said, yes, in about half an hour, he will arrive. Perrin nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Also, please inform Zero to be cautious in the base, and don't be greedy for quick results. And you all, be careful not to reveal anything. Thank you for your concern, Lady Nagato. I'll take my leave now. Go ahead. Number 47 vanished into the ground. Is the pleasant time with the girls coming to an end? Perrin said, throwing a flying Raijin kunai into the ground by her feet. Then she disappeared in a white smoke. She was summoned back to Amage Cure by Nagato. Whoosh! 30 seconds later, Nagato appeared beside Konan, bent down, and picked up the kunai, putting it away. Konan glanced sideways. Are you going to fight with your real body? Nagato smiled. Even if I defeat Nikizane using pain and take his chakra, my real body still needs to show up, so I might as well use my real body from the start. Moreover, having my real body and pain not appear at the same time also helps with the narrative. After all, even though Nikizane did not travel with Minato, we cannot rule out that he is carrying Minato's flying Raijin kunai. Nagato's gaze drifted to 2 spots on the ground below, murmuring, well, those 2 invisible ghosts are another matter. Konan quietly muttered, recently, Nagato has mentioned Minato a lot. In the Hayabusa Gorge, at the 7 o'clock position in the forest, Nikizane rushed forward, reaching into his chest to pull out a kunai engraved with Sword of Ninja Love. It was given to him by Minato earlier. As long as he injects chakra into it, Minato will sense it and come to his side immediately. All along the way, Nikizane had thought for a long time. He may be slow to act, but his mind is as clear as a mirror. Shizen lost an arm in Kaiki Mountain, but didn't mention who attacked her, coincidentally. She had her incident after Konoha was attacked. Most likely, it was the same person. That is, Jiraiya's disciple, Nagato. So, this incident might also be related to Nagato. Minato and Nagato had just crossed paths in Amage Cure and established a conservative handling policy regarding the previous attack. If, this time it really is Nagato holding Tsunade hostage and threatening me with her life to achieve his ulterior motives, then letting Minato get involved with his style would probably lead him to unhesitatingly declare war on both Konoha and Amage Cure. If Konoha can capture Amage Cure in a short time, that's fine. If not, and it turns into a stalemate, it could give other ninja villages an opportunity to spark the 4th Great Ninja War. Moreover, the possibility of developing into a stalemate is quite high. Nagato was able to eliminate Hanzo. His strength might even surpass mine. More importantly, Nagato possesses extremely strong personal power, and he is not alone. Among Jiraiya's 3 disciples, Minato mentioned that Yahiko died, but the female disciple named Konan is still alive. Would the person who sent the letter to the courier company be her? Setting aside her strength, she is quite generous in her actions. This indicates that after the era of Hanzo, Amagecure's overall strength has not only not declined, but also received a lot of funding for development. With funding, it means they can greatly develop military strength. Therefore, Minato absolutely cannot get involved. After realizing this, Nikizane made his own decision. He attached an explosive tag to the kunai and threw it into a distant tree trunk, raising his hand to form seals. Boom! In the midst of the explosion, he completely eliminated the possibility of Tsunade's entry. Konan probably never expected that her extravagant act of spending 1,000,000 Ryo to expedite the letters would indirectly lead to a feigned military strategy being recognized by Nara Shikamaru, thereby removing a huge obstacle for Nagato's plan. Whoosh! While running, the exit of the forest was already in sight. He bit his finger to form a seal. Boom! Amidst the white smoke, the Monkey King, Emma, appeared beside him, running alongside him. Emma, what's going on? I'll explain the details later. First, transform into the adamantine staff. Emma, while running, made a cool turn and transformed into the Rui Jingu Bang. Nara Shikamaru grabbed it, and after a splendid spin, it was at his side. The shadow of the trees faded from view, and what caught his eyes were the towering mountains. Nara Shikamaru's gaze was resolute. Regardless of whether the opponent was Nagato or not, the first priority was to ensure Tsunade's safety, and secondly, to clarify the opponent's intentions. By the cliff, Nagato's expression shifted slightly. Have they arrived? I apologize for putting you through this, Konan. Konan silently stood up, closed her eyes, recalling her impression of Tsunade in her mind, and formed the transformation technique's seal. Boom! In the white smoke, she transformed into Tsunade's appearance and glanced down. Doesn't the drooping feeling seem a bit lacking? Nagato, with a satisfied gaze, said, it's already quite restored. Konan's eyes flickered slightly. Is that so? Then, she obediently knelt before Nagato. Nagato took out the prepared ropes and wrapped them around Konan. Feeling his gentle strength, Konan said in Tsunade's voice, Nagato, use more force. Since we're doing this, let's make it more realistic. Gulp. Nagato swallowed hard. I apologize, Konan. He tightened the ropes. Ugh. Konan's body tensed, letting out a muffled grunt. In the end, she was completely bound by Nagato, her hands also restrained behind her. A few minutes later, Nara Shikamaru, under the starry sky, rushed to the foot of the mountain. He looked up and tightly gripped the Rui Jingu Bang. Nagato stood at the mountain's peak, looking down at the solitary figure below. Third Hokage Nara Shikamaru, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Nagato. Chapter 112, Nagato vs. Nara Shikamaru. 1. As Nagato finished speaking, Shikamaru's expression remained calm. Nagato was slightly surprised. Oh? He didn't seem surprised upon hearing my name, which means he has probably guessed something truly impressive for a man who has been Hokage for decades. Shikamaru slowly raised his gaze and spoke in an elder's tone. Nagato, your teacher Jiraiya was my disciple, so technically, I could be considered your grandmaster. Is that so? Shikamaru continued. Therefore, I believe there should be a better way for us to communicate aside from confrontation. Don't you think? How about we first release Tsunade, your master's uncle? Calm and unhurried, he occupied the moral high ground despite being forced to look up. But Nagato would not fall into his rhythm. Since you know about me, you should understand what Danzo did to us, right? That was during your time as Hokage. You can't think that you can wash your hands of it after giving Danzo the means to stir up trouble, can you? So it's related to Danzo after all. Shikamaru's heart sank. He said apologetically, I truly feel sorry about Danzo, but Tsunade is innocent. Release her first, we can talk, and I promise. It will be sincere. Is that so? Nagato raised his hand indifferently. Shinra Tensei. Whoosh. What? Shikamaru staggered as his feet left the ground, being pulled towards the mountaintop by Nagato's hand. A black rod with spiral patterns fell from Nagato's sleeve, piercing into Shikamaru's body. Crack. Cracks spread from Shikamaru's body. Nagato coldly said, is this your so-called sincerity? You cunning old man. Gurgle. Shikamaru's body and the Rui Jingu Bang he held melted into the ground. It was Shikamaru's specialty, Earth-style, shadow clone. Boom! On the opposite mountaintop, Shikamaru's real body burst forth, looking at Nagato from a distance. My tried-and-true Earth-style shadow clone has been easily seen through. Also, that ability to forcibly pull me just now, is it the power of the Rinnegan? It's truly hard to defend against. The Rui Jingu Bang spun vigorously in his hand, its base embedding into the ground with a loud thud, resonating. Nagato, you invited me out in such a special way. To be honest, I'm a bit anxious. Is it too much to keep a hand in reserve? That doesn't mean I lack sincerity, right? This indeed is the real body. That posture controlling the Rui Jingu Bang is to guard against my Shinra Tensei, right? Truly experienced. Shikamaru proclaimed loudly. Nagato, you used Tsunade to lure me here and brought up Danzo, simply to gain something from me. Speak, although I have retired from the Hokage position. If it's not an excessively outrageous request, I can still speak for Konoha. At this moment, Conan, embodying Tsunade, shouted angrily, Old man, why are you wasting time talking to him? Do you expect mercy from the enemy? Don't worry about my life or death. Quickly take him down. Shikamaru's pupils suddenly constricted, and then his gaze became profound. Is that so, Tsunade? Shikamaru's scroll fell from his sleeve, and with one hand, he summoned a giant F-Ma shuriken and rested on his back. He hooked his foot around the Rui Jingu Bang, forming a hand seal with the hand holding the staff in front of his chest. Inma, cooperate with me. Launch a strong attack. I've been ready for a long time. Shikamaru threw the F-Ma shuriken forward. Ninjutsu, shuriken shadow, clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. The spinning F-Ma shuriken multiplied into thousands, covering the peak where Nagato and Tsunade stood. A non-discriminatory attack. This is. Nagato's gaze sharpened, raising his right hand. Shinra Tensei sent all the approaching F-Ma shuriken flying. Whoosh. At the same time, he used his left hand to condense a wind blade, cutting the ropes on Conan's body. That's enough. Conan, you've been seen through. Release the transformation technique. Boom. Conan transformed back into herself, and together with Nagato, they dodged back, avoiding the Rui Jingu Bang that came crashing down. She asked in confusion, was my imitation not accurate enough? How did he see through it? Dodging the flying rocks, Nagato said, No, Conan, your imitation was exquisite. But your general impression of Tsunade consists of her boisterousness at the gambling table and her vulnerability during blood phobia episodes, lacking a deeper understanding of her character. Shikamaru swung the staff vigorously, his eyes revealing maturity. That's right, if Tsunade were captured like she was just now, kneeling before the enemy, there's only one possibility. She is under Jinjutsu and has no ability to resist. Otherwise, as long as she has a shred of consciousness, she would do everything possible to end her own life, to avoid becoming a pawn for others. From the moment you started talking, it proved. You are not Tsunade. However, the physical restoration is indeed spot on. Xiao then apologetically said, I'm sorry, Nagato, I made things worse for you. Nagato replied, It's okay, this works perfectly for me. The purpose of having you impersonate Tsunade was to determine whether the person who came was really Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that it's confirmed, I can go all out. Go back to Pylon. Bang. Shaolin disappeared into a white smoke. Bang, 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 bang. Meanwhile, in front of him, amidst 4 clouds of white smoke, Hiruzen's 4 shadow clones were already in position, coordinating with the body to form different hand signs. Oh, isn't this the move that comes right after being reanimated? Speaking of which, at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is just over 50 years old, which is the prime age for a ninja. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he is at his peak. As the rightful Hokage, his strength is undoubtedly not below that of Hanzo the Salamander. Nagato's lips curled into an eager smile. Come on. Ninjutsu. 5 elements great burst. Boom, 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 boom. Fire, lightning, wind, water, earth. The shock wave formed by the 5 elemental natures surged forward like a tidal wave. Excellent. Nagato spread his hands. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The violent repulsion force pushed terrifyingly in all directions, not only disintegrating the torrent of the 5 elements, but the shockwave even obliterated the 4 shadow clones that were coordinating the jutsu with Hiruzen, all vanishing in the white smoke. Hiruzen's body covered his face and staggered backward under the impact. What? Is the power so much stronger than when I deflected the shuriken shadow clone? Note, the Shinra Tensei used by the body can flexibly control its power, allowing it to gently deflect shuriken, like in the original work when Nagato faced Hanzo's assault, or like how Kabuto manipulated the reanimation to directly uproot an entire forest. But it should be distinguished from Super Shinra Tensei, swish. Nagato slightly retracted his palm. Bansho Tenin. Hiruzen's retreating figure suddenly shot forward again. Is there repulsion followed by attraction? But perhaps I can use this attraction to my advantage. Hiruzen covered his mouth and nose, quickly releasing fire release. Great fireball technique, forcing it forward. Nagato seemed indifferent. The hungry ghost path, sealing technique absorption, instantly swallowed the great fireball. What? This is the ability of Ding Mao to absorb ninjutsu. Azura path. Crack. Nagato summoned mechanical armor on his arm, and mechanical cables shot out from the cut, wrapping around Hiruzen's body. Not good. Hiruzen's pupils shrank suddenly, but he reacted swiftly. Vuibang, go. At the moment his arm was bound, he completed the hand signs, released the Rui Bang, and the wind release he exhaled propelled the Rui Bang to spin rapidly like a windmill. Crack, 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 crack. The Rui Bang, spinning wildly in the wind, severed all the mechanical cables that were entangling him. Hiruzen turned and swung the Rui Bang fiercely at the unprepared Nagato. In front of him, crack. Nagato's mechanical armor on his right arm was smashed to pieces. He turned to pursue and was about to sweep with the Rui Bang. Whoosh! But Nagato raised his palm, and the explosive repulsion force sent Hiruzen flying back helplessly. Not bad, let's try this. Nagato clasped his hands together. Summoning Technique. Chapter 113. Nagato vs. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Part 2 Bang. The white smoke of summoning dissipated, revealing a three-headed hellhound with wings, baring its teeth and roaring. Hiruzen exclaimed, "What? Did he summon a summoning beast this time?" Nagato lowered his hands from the hand signs. Well, this summoning has never appeared before, so let's give it a special introduction. A wave of consumption should be enough. Awoo! The three-headed hellhound charged fiercely. Zolfust. As Hiruzen stepped back, he formed hand signs with one hand. Earth release, earth flow, river. Whoosh! The soil gushed forth from his hand signs, transforming into a mudslide, rushing forward, about to reach the feet of the three-headed hellhound in an instant. Boom! The latter leaped into the air, gliding low with its short wings, diving down to Hiruzen's head in the blink of an eye, its claws striking down fiercely. Clang! Hiruzen raised the Rui Bang, which widened several times, blocking the fierce claw. What incredible strength! One hit should be enough. Hiruzen's gaze was solemn as he held the Rui Bang with one hand, quickly forming hand signs. Lightning release, thunderclap. This move is the lightning technique from the Five Elements Great Burst, now separately executed by the body. It shines even more brilliantly. Crackle! A sharp lightning lance was released from Hiruzen's mouth, piercing through the chest of the three-headed hellhound. And as he twisted his neck, the sweeping lightning lance cleaved its massive body cleanly in half. Awoo! The severed hellhound let out a painful howl upon hitting the ground. However, contrary to Hiruzen's expectations, it did not dispel due to taking fatal damage. Awoo! Instead, the severed body of the hellhound quickly bulged at the cut, transforming into a separate entity. Moreover, the other half of its body not only restored itself, but its two heads also propelled the body, tearing it into two halves. The three hellhounds bared their teeth, surrounding Hiruzen in a pincer formation. I didn't expect it to be like this. Hiruzen's expression was serious, but he didn't seem too flustered. Boom! 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 His figure moved agilely like a monkey, dodging the attacks of the three hellhounds. Saruma, what do you think of this? Saruma said solemnly, "Three heads, when attacked, split into three bodies, so I suspect that three is their limit. Try that move. Makes sense." Hiruzen once again ducked to avoid a claw sweeping above his head and took the opportunity to form the shadow clone hand sign. Bang! Bang! Two shadow clones shot quickly toward the formation, coordinating with the body to form hand signs. Triangular sealing. The southeast and west directions opened a green, transparent pyramid barrier, enveloping the three hellhounds within. Hiruzen's body cast his gaze far away, seeing Nagato sitting high on a cliff, showing no intention of intervening. Trying to wait for me to exhaust my chakra? Or simply wanting to see me struggle against just a mere summoning beast? I really don't understand the thoughts of these young people these days. Hiruzen quietly withdrew his gaze. Well, if he's not coming close to me right now, the killing move I prepared for him can temporarily remain unused. Let's deal with these hellhounds first. Whoosh! The triangular ceiling began to contract, the barrier walls squeezing their massive bodies. As it reached the limit, Hiruzen and the two shadow clones simultaneously raised their two fingers. Nagato focused. That move, can it be used like this? Wind release, triangular wind blade. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The chaotic, cutting winds within the sealed barrier of the triangular ceiling conducted high-intensity slicing at an overwhelming frequency. The power released was comparable to the wind release, Raisin Shuriken that only appeared in later generations. Bang, bang, bang. As the shadow clones of the triangular ceiling disappeared, the rampaging winds also came to a halt. But. The dismembered hellhounds fell to the ground like pieces of meat falling into dumplings. Unaware of the severity of the situation, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to face Nagato. Nagato, how about this? Are you satisfied now? Just your one summoning beast has forced me into a tough battle. I suggest you stop with these tricks, and let's have a good talk, shall we? Nagato jumped down from the tree. Speaking calmly, talk about what? You were the one who attacked first. Hiruzen replied. That was because I discovered that the Tsunade beside you was a fake. I realized I was being toyed with and only retaliated a little. Otherwise, you might really think I'm just a useless retired old man. Nagato chuckled, that's true. Hiruzen kept a close eye on Nagato's approaching steps, calculating the distance between them in his mind. Almost there, if he takes 10 more steps forward, I will have a way to target him. Hiruzen asked, where exactly is Tsunade? You could retrieve that pendant that means so much to her, proving she has indeed fallen into your hands. Who knows? Nagato paused, raising a finger. Instead of worrying about Tsunade, you should be more concerned about your own situation. Hiruzen felt a sudden tightening in his pupils. How could this be? The hellhound he had torn apart had actually split again, and this time the number increased, merging into a terrifying creature with 9 vicious heads and 18 menacing Sharingan. Even the sensation of chakra was so violent that it made Hiruzen, a powerful being of his level, feel a sense of heart-pounding dread. Finally, cold sweat trickled down Hiruzen's face. An amplification, summoning technique? The power of the Sharingan is too terrifying. On the Rui stick, the monkey spirit opened its eyes. Hey, Hiruzen, don't hold back on the chakra. If this goes on, just this hellhound will be enough for us to handle. Ah, that's indeed the case. Hiruzen created distance, staring at the hellhound, forming hand seals. And at that moment, a sudden inspiration struck him. Those black rods. I remember Minato mentioning them. Monkey spirit, I have an idea. I see. Let's give it a try. Boom. Hiruzen dodged the hellhound's attack, spinning the Rui stick behind him, tossing it high into the air, which then split into dozens of Rui sticks crisscrossing to form a cubic cage, forcefully sealing the hellhound inside. Nagato stared. Oh, a cage with fire? Monkey spirit's hand. Crack, crack, crack. Multiple monkey hands extended from the Rui sticks, grabbing the black rods embedded in the hellhound's heads. Nagato was astonished. Is this? Hiruzen raised 2 fingers. Ninjutsu, Diamond Dissolution. Chapter 114 Nagato vs. Hiruzen Sarutobi 3. Ninjutsu, Diamond Dissolution. The Rui sticks that formed the diamond prison separated, and the dexterous monkey hands pulled out the black rods embedded in each of the hellhound's heads. In ninjutsu, this is called diamond dissolution. In military strategy, it's called cutting off the source of fire. Boom! Without the source of chakra, the amplified hellhound vanished in a white smoke. Ha ha ha. Hiruzen breathed heavily. Clearly, even though he used a clever method, this round exhausted him significantly. The unified Rui stick spun back into Hiruzen's hand, standing beside him. Nagato sincerely exclaimed, as expected of the so-called professor of ninjutsu, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen. Chakra had already been consumed over half. If I continue to drag this out, not only will I not find out Tsunade's whereabouts, but I might even end up here. Therefore, Hiruzen did not ask any questions or pause, charging towards Nagato. Nagato suddenly became alert. Knowing I can absorb ninjutsu and deflect close-range attacks, he just boldly charges in. A shadow clone. Doesn't seem like it. If something is unusual, there must be a trick. Nagato decisively retreated. Truly sharp. Hiruzen thrust the Rui stick forward, extending it. The Diamond Rui. Is he using this move? I remember the power of this technique is enough to push the Ninetales from the village to the borders of Konoha, but using it against a mobile and agile target doesn't seem very wise. Hiruzen's gaze remained focused on the lower part of the Rui stick. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly sharpened. This moment, with the stick tucked under his arm, he quickly formed hand signs. Whoosh! The shadow of the Rui stick extended strangely at this moment, intertwining with Nagato's feet. Crack! Nagato's evasive movement abruptly halted. What? He actually knows this move? Nagato truly did not expect Hiruzen to master Nara's shadow technique. That's right, the world only knows that Hiruzen excels in the nature transformations of the five elements. But he is also well-versed in the ninjutsu of Yin release and Yang release. Even the secret techniques passed down from the Inuzuka clan, he has dabbled in. Hiruzen focused his energy. The power of the Sharingan can absorb ninjutsu, but when suddenly faced with a technique outside of common knowledge, the hesitation born from surprise is your opening, young one. He adjusted the angle of the Rui stick, and the extended tip pierced through the chest. Boom! Nagato's body turned into a piece of wood on the Rui stick. Hiruzen smiled wryly. Is this a substitution technique? I focused too much on his Sharingan's ability that I forgot he is a standard ninja. This is troublesome now. Boom! Nagato's true body emerged from the ground. Raising his palm. Boom! Under the force of gravity, a mountain wall collapsed, and with a wave of his hand, the gravitational pull dragged the giant rocks formed from the shattered mountain wall towards Hiruzen. Monkey spirit. Oh! The retracted slender Rui stick had transformed into a robust form, and Hiruzen's right hand, holding the Rui stick along with his right arm, quickly grew. Partielle multiplication technique. The giant hand maneuvered the giant stick, swinging fiercely at the flying mountain rocks. Killing stick of authority. Boom! The mountain rocks shattered. On a distant peak, Nagato focused. Has he even mastered the multiplication used with Yang release from the Akimichi clan? Mastered both Yin and Yang release transformations, not Yin Yang release. Hiruzen at his peak truly lives up to his reputation. In the original work, I had never seen Hiruzen use Nara's shadow techniques and Akimichi's transformation techniques. Was it because of his age and declining chakra that he couldn't use them? Boom! At this moment, a majestic water dragon descended from the sky above Nagato. Nagato raised his hand, intending to use the hungry ghost path to absorb it, when suddenly his expression changed slightly. Shinra Tensei! Boom! The water dragon exploded, and Hiruzen, who was hiding within it, was also forcefully sent flying out. You attempted to hide within the water dragon's blast, wanting to launch a surprise attack while I was using the hungry ghost path to absorb it? You really seemed to be calculating every step. If I hadn't fought against the equally cunning Hanzo, I might have truly fallen for your trick. Clang! Have my thoughts been seen through? His combat experience is much more seasoned than I imagined. Hiruzen positioned the Rui stick beside him, his hands forming strange gestures. But the fact that he can use repulsion to push me away confirms that the person before me is the real body. This technique cannot be avoided. Mind turn technique. But in the next moment, Hiruzen's expression suddenly changed. The mind turn technique did not succeed. What happened? Nagato's expression was indifferent. That is, of course, because there's an unseen person between us. After witnessing the Nara shadow technique and Akimichi transformation technique, I had no reason not to be on guard against the mind technique of the Yamana clan. Crack! Crack! In the moment of shock when Risen failed to turn around, an invisible pair seized him from behind. What? Nagato said coldly. The shock tactic is not just for you to use now. Thank you for the advice. I've improved again. Thank you for the wonderful performance from the moment you were captured by no adult. This battle has already entered the countdown. Hungry Ghost Path. Ugh. Chakra. No good. My chakra is draining at a terrifying speed. Behind me, there is an invisible person. Is it the camouflage technique? No. The camouflage technique would deactivate when launching an attack. It's not camouflage. Could it be? A chilling speculation flashed through Risen's mind. But right now, the most important thing is to escape. Risen urgently shouted. Yuanma, quickly attack behind me. Understood. Yuanma dispelled Diamond Wish. Returning to his true form, he clenched his powerful fist and swung it towards Risen's back. Useless. Nagato coldly waved his palm. Universal pull. Ugh. The gravity pulled Yuanma away. He rolled on the ground and landed awkwardly at a distance. Damn, this ability is truly too overbearing. Yuanma got up and was about to rescue again. Yes, is it too overbearing? As the words fell, an invisible hand had already grabbed his fluffy head from behind. I can't move. The unknown fear made Yuanma's hair stand on end. His pupils were filled with blood vessels and began to roll back. So that's it, Yuanma. Is this your origin? I really want you, but it seems unrealistic, so I've decided to give up. On you alive, Piwu murmured, opening her dim eyes. Raising her palm. Human path. Whoosh. The soul of the summoning beast Yuanma, with Hokage-level strength, was ruthlessly extracted. Piwu's human path secured the first kill. Risen, drained of chakra by Piwu's hungry ghost path, fell weakly to the ground. Looking at the lifeless Yuma, his gaze dimmed. How could it be like this? Chapter 115. Orochimaru's Choice. Nagato flicked his sleeve and jumped down from a height, striding towards Risen. The death of Yuma made Risen realize that today he was in grave danger, and the only thing he couldn't let go of was the safety of his disciples. Nagato, I only want to know, is Tsunade still alive? Nagato stopped in front of Risen and said, alive, doing well, and her hemophobia has been cured. I see. Risen closed his eyes, his feelings very complicated. He understood that at this moment, Nagato had no reason to deceive him. Attacking Konoha, yet not slaughtering innocents. Clearly able to keep Jiraiya and Tsunade, but let them go, and even reach some tacit understanding with Minato. Nagato, what kind of person are you? Risen opened his eyes, his expression becoming calm. Can you let me die with clarity? What is the reason for going to such great lengths to lure me here? Is it simply because of Danzo's matter venting his anger on me, or is there another reason? Nagato said, there is a head for every grievance and a master for every debt. The sins Danzo has committed, I will make him pay sooner or later. And it's not because of that I vent my anger on you. I invited you here today solely because you have something I need. Risen met Nagato's gaze. You need something? Nagato did not answer, but raised his palm, his gaze slowly turning to a certain spot above. Hidden Rain Village, underground laboratory. On the crystal ball, Nagato's gaze transmitted through the air, making Orochimaru's eyes widen and tremble. He knew. Nagato was telling him that the time for decision had come. The word from their long talk in the rain echoed in his mind. Humans are such limited beings. Without being there in person, they cannot see their true thoughts. Perhaps, only when you truly make a fatal decision against your teacher can I make a choice. The Earth Grudge Fear technique perfected does not necessarily have to take the target's heart. I can just strip away one of his release chakra networks. The problem lies in the trade-offs. If I only strip away one of his chakra pathways, it means leaving him alive, creating future risks for myself. For me, this is not a favorable option, so my original plan was to take the third Hokage's heart. But, Orochimaru, if it's for you, I'm willing to take the corresponding risks. Thoughts returned to the present. Orochimaru's trembling eyes had calmed down. He had made a decision. He turned his gaze to Pailin. Can I go to the scene? Pailin said, yes. Conan was worried. Won't it let the white Zetsu from Obito's side discover? Pailin said, it's okay. My main body has confirmed that there are no white Zetsu from Obito's side in the Hayabusa River area. Hayabusa River, Nagato retracted his palm, forming the summoning seal, and said to Risen, who looked surprised, there's someone who wants to meet you. Boom! White smoke gathered and dissipated. Orochimaru in white clothes appeared beside Risen, smiling and greeting. Teacher, long time no see. Orochimaru. Risen's eyes widened, struggling to sit up, but failed. Orochimaru smiled. Teacher, are you so happy to see me? After all, I'm your favorite disciple. So, Orochimaru, the beloved yet hated disciple, have you colluded with Nagato, the disciple you and Jiraiya cherish the most? What a heartbreaking reality. Risen lay back down, looking up at the sky and sighing. I owe you all. The previous Hokage, my disciple, and I have failed to successfully pass on the will of fire of our predecessors. As guides, we are all failures. Haha, the will of fire. Teacher always likes to talk about these empty things in this world. What is there that can be called the will of fire? That's right, only the truth is the only thing that can be called real in this void. Risen, as always, you preach your twisted and evil theories. Orochimaru, your dangerous thoughts pose a great threat to the world of ninjas. I really should have listened to you and Ma's advice and just sigh, but unfortunately, at that time, I would still be soft-hearted. You tell me, what exactly is there on my body that Nagato has his eyes on? Orochimaru said, Nagato-kun, with the Rinnegan of the Six Paths, inherently possesses 6 nature chakra types, and by the age of 10, he mastered all mainstream ninjutsu. However, to advance further, he still lacks a release chakra network in his body. He has mastered the technique to seize chakra networks, but there are very few suitable candidates in this world. So, at my suggestion, Nagato chose you. Upon hearing the words from the crystal ball, Conan was surprised. Orochimaru, does he want to take the responsibility of bringing Nagato to Sarutobi Risen upon himself? Risen murmured, the technique to seize networks. I remember. That is the Earth Grudge Fear technique from Takigakure, which has been lost. The principle is to strip away the network along with the heart. Is that so? Is that the case? My sinful disciple Orochimaru, you can't wait for me to die early. Orochimaru smiled. As expected of a ninjutsu professor, well informed however, What you understand is the imperfect Earth Grudge Fear technique. Nagato-kun has perfected it, allowing him to strip away chakra networks without taking the heart. What to do? This undoubtedly gives you a glimmer of hope. Teacher, although it's a useless question, I ask you, do you want to die or do you want to live? Nichiren closed his eyes. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? I taught you, this wicked disciple. I am ashamed to face my predecessors. Let me die and atone for my sins to my ancestors. Orochimaru laughed. That sounds like a good choice, but teacher, have you considered what would happen if you died outside, without any clarity? The fourth Hokage, Minato, would surely spare no effort to investigate the cause of your death. And it wouldn't be hard to find out after all. You left Konoha in a hurry after receiving a letter. Indeed, the post office has a confidentiality agreement with its clients, but if it involves the death of the third Hokage, an event that shook the 5 great nations, and the daimyo puts pressure on the post office, then the truth will inevitably come to light. What will be the consequence of Minato's style? That's right. Either there must be a battle between him and Nagato, or there must be a battle between Konoha and Amigakure. There are no other possibilities. Regardless of the outcome, all nations would inevitably be restless, and the fourth great ninja war would begin with your death as the fuse. Nichiren opened his eyes in anger. What a despicable Orochimaru! You want me to bear all this and live on in humiliation? Orochimaru excitedly said, That's right. You can't reveal to anyone what happened here today. You even have to pretend nothing happened, and when necessary, cover for Nagato. As the third Hokage of Konoha, this must be a painful thing for you. Just thinking about it. That pleasure is 100 times stronger than simply killing you. Nichiren gritted his teeth. Orochimaru, how could the progenitor's creation go so wrong? To create such an evil person like you? Orochimaru shrugged and smiled. Evil? Perhaps. That said, Nichiren deeply agreed with what Orochimaru said and gave up the idea of seeking death. He turned to look at Nagato. Nagato, I can give you the Ein-released chakra network you want, and I can overlook the death of the Monkey King. But can you promise me that you will never take action against Konoha in this lifetime? Of course, Nagato could willfully say no. After all, the power of life and death was in his hands. But he had to respect Orochimaru's thoughts. Orochimaru had made a choice on a question that had confused him for many years. He wanted to fulfill not only Nichiren, but also the Konoha that he could never return to in his heart. Thus, Nagato said solemnly, If Konoha does not take the initiative to attack me, I will not take the initiative to attack Konoha either. However, one person must die. You should know who I'm talking about, right? Nichiren clenched his fists tightly, no matter what. You still don't want to let Hanzo go? But as a loser, he no longer had the power to negotiate further. All right, I understand. Sarutobi Nichiren painfully closed his eyes, silently hoping. Hanzo, I hope you can restrain yourself from now on, so that Minato will at least remember our kinship and do his best to negotiate for you. Make your move. Bear with it, it might hurt a bit. No pain can compare to the pain in my heart. Gee, a crack slowly appeared in Nagato's palm, and after the crack opened, dark lines crawled out and drilled into Nichiren's chest. The Grudge of the Earth, Chakra Extraction. Chapter 116, The Sin in Silence. Black tentacles drilled back into Nagato's palm, and the crack smoothed out. Nichiren's chest, with a minor wound, was stitched up with black lines, and he lay on the ground, unable to move for a while. Nagato said, This line will dissolve on its own after your wound heals. Your chakra will not be affected, but from now on, you will not be able to use any jutsu related to Ein-release. Nichiren remained silent, quietly taking a soldier pill from his ninja tool pouch, holding it in his mouth to recover some strength before standing up. Orochimaru, I will keep today's events to myself as you wish, but Nagato, I also hope you can keep your promise and never take the initiative against Konoha. After taking one last look at the body of the Monkey King, Nichiren felt a deep pain in his heart. I'm sorry, my comrade. You fought alongside me for half a lifetime, yet I cannot send you off for the last time. Farewell. Withdrawing his gaze, Nichiren turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Orochimaru felt a bit melancholic. Teacher, he doesn't even want to look at me again. Nagato said, After all, you took the hatred that was supposed to be directed at me and pulled it onto yourself. Orochimaru lowered his gaze. I, surprisingly, do not wish to cause trouble for others. After all, this is a compromise Nagato made for me, and I should take on the corresponding responsibility. Moreover, I really appreciate you, Nagato. Appreciate me for what? Nagato turned to look at Orochimaru's profile. Orochimaru smiled. Until this moment, I have truly let go of Konoha in my heart. My past thoughts of wanting to destroy the village, to sever ties, were also a kind of attachment. For a long time, What bound me was not the village itself, but the thoughts I couldn't let go of in my heart. At this moment, I have truly freed myself from the shackles of the past. Without attachment, nor hatred, I can pursue the things I long for with an open heart, freely. Orochimaru turned his gaze and met Nagato's eyes, half smiling. Moreover, through this matter, our bond has deepened, which is also what you wanted to see, right? Nagato. Who knows? Nagato smiled slightly and turned to the corpse of the Monkey King. Orochimaru approached and said, "The body of the Monkey King has not disappeared. Did you do something, Nagato?" Nagato replied, "Sort of. Are you interested in the origin of this guy?" Orochimaru, "I am curious about the truth of all life. There are very few summoning beasts in this world that possess thinking and language abilities like humans, and the Monkey King and the three-headed dog are among the best." Nagato said, "The Monkey King is not a life born on this land. Its ancestors seem to have experienced some kind of disaster and migrated from their original planet to take refuge here. This is what I read using the human path's heart layer. I can sense that it has even deeper memories sealed deep within its soul by some means, which even the Rinnegan cannot read." Then, Nagato, "The reason you extracted the Monkey King's soul. Yes, I will leave the Monkey King's soul to you as a research topic for your leisure time. If you can unlock the deep sealed memories of the Monkey King, we will understand more about its ancestors. If you can't, that's fine too. Just consider it an in-depth study in your field of souls." Orochimaru smiled knowingly. Being by Nagato's side will never be boring. However, before that, Nagato took the Monkey King's soul from the pain of the human path. "I need to sign a contract with the spirit of the Monkey King first, using the amplification summoning technique to turn it into my summoning beast of the animal path. This must also be of great significance to Pylon." Grass Hidden Village. The end of the Third Great Ninja War did not bring peace to this village. Instead, due to the Lord's sudden death, the higher-ups of Grass Hidden were divided into two factions and began a civil war. Deep in the grass, in a simple thatched hut, a red-haired woman curled up on a bed made of straw, her face showing signs of exhaustion. Not long ago, her husband, a commoner, was ruthlessly killed shortly after the Civil War began. She was captured by the militant faction of the Grass Hidden Village due to a special ability and was imprisoned, enduring a life worse than death every day. Under the torment day after day, she initially thought of ending her life, but at that moment, she discovered the little life growing inside her. This child became her only belief and motivation to survive. She gently stroked her belly with her battered and bitten arms. Her eyes filled with loving light. "Xianglin, I hope that when you grow up, you won't inherit your mother's abilities, and you can leave this place of turmoil and live a peaceful life." Suddenly, the woman's hand recoiled, because the sound of disgusting and fearful footsteps came from the doorway. Bang! As expected, the door was forcefully pushed open, and a ninja with a face full of flesh barged in, clutching his injured shoulder. "Damn! Those bastards! How dare they ambush me?" He cursed, approaching the bed, ignoring the woman's terrified expression, and yanked her arm. However, he saw that the rows of bite marks on her arm had no place left to bite, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Fearing his anger, the woman immediately lifted her clothing. "Please, sir. At least you know your place, you filthy woman." The brute bit down hard, disregarding her shrill cries of pain. Meanwhile, the wound on the man's shoulder healed rapidly, accompanied by white smoke. He laughed with delight. "Ah, what a convenient woman." The woman, ignoring the pain, suppressed her unease, waiting for him to leave. But at that moment, the brute looked at the woman's beautiful face and the fair skin beneath her collarbone, and suddenly had other thoughts. The woman noticed his gaze and exclaimed in terror. "What are you going to do?" The brute lunged at her. Get away from me." The woman struggled desperately. Slap! A loud slap hit the woman's face, and the brute sat on her, grinning with his uneven teeth, holding a shuriken in his hand, threatening her with a cold glare. "Do you believe that I can make you see your child right now?" The woman's pupils suddenly widened, and she gave up all resistance, pleading in a trembling voice. "I'll do anything you say, just please don't hurt my child." "Ha ha 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 ha. That's more like it." Amidst the brute's wicked laughter, the woman helplessly closed her eyes. Bang! Just then, the door was smashed open. Chapter 117, Madam, we are all. The sudden breaking of the door extinguished the excitement of the brute in an instant. The three Darui who entered were also confused by the scene inside the room. Both sides were in a daze. "Hey, did we come to the wrong place?" "No, look closely at that woman." Darui's gaze landed on the terrified and helpless woman on the bed. Then he unfolded a picture in his hand. Although there were many differences, it was undoubtedly the woman in the picture, the target of this mission. Darui closed the picture, his lazy expression turning sharp. However, in this situation, his hand had already reached for the ninja knife behind him. Who are you? The brute, regaining his senses, was filled with rage and fear, one hand holding up his pants and the other reaching for the shuriken. Whoosh! Darui's ninja knife was drawn, and he swiftly closed the distance. Clang! The shuriken that the brute had just grabbed was knocked away and embedded into the wall. The brute's gaze followed the tip of the blade, which was only an inch from his throat, and he looked in terror at the youth holding the ninja knife with a cold expression. Gulp! No, don't kill me. Spare me. Are you this woman's husband? Darui asked coldly. Aye. The brute's ugly face was dripping with cold sweat, and he stammered in response to Darui's question. Darui's gaze shifted to the woman on the bed, disheveled and still in shock, and asked, Is he your husband? We were ordered to take you away. So we need to clarify the basic situation first. Take me away? Darui's words made the woman's eyes flash with a glimmer of hope. But that light quickly dimmed. It's just going to put me in a new place, continuing to exploit me. At that moment, Samui stepped forward, took off her black coat, and gently draped it over the woman. Looking at the bite marks all over her body, her gaze trembled. Don't be afraid. Please speak boldly. The woman still didn't trust them, until Samui continued. Think not just for yourself, but also for the child in your belly. They know. I'm pregnant. The woman's heart trembled, tightly gripping the robe. He is not my husband. My husband died in the chaos of the grass-hidden village. Take me away. I won't resist. Just please do not harm my child. A cold light flashed in Darui's eyes as he turned his wrist, using the back of his knife to knock the brute unconscious. Damn it. It's hard to quell my hatred without killing such a beast. Samui approached the brute, drew her ninja knife, and was about to end his life. Samui! Darui stopped her, calmly saying, Our mission is only to take this woman. The mission did not specifically mention allowing the killing of an unresisting foreign ninja. Do not act rashly. Damn it. Samui gritted her teeth in unwillingness and sheathed her ninja knife. Darui's ninja knife slowly returned to its sheath, patting Samui's shoulder, kindly reminding her, Also, we don't know what that lord's disposition towards this woman is. So, it's better not to have any compassion for her, or in the end, it will be yourself who gets hurt. Samui tightly clenched her fists. You're always so calm, Darui. At this moment, standing at the door, with hands forming a seal, she reminded, Darui, Samui, I sense a lot of chakra gathering here. Hearing Shi's words, the woman's gaze fell back into fear. If these people are killed here, and they take their anger out on me, what should I do? No, for Xianglin. I need to think of a way out. Otherwise, what awaits her will be. Darui came to the bed, opened a scroll, pinched the woman's wrist, and gently cut her palm with the shuriken, pressing it onto the blank space of the scroll. What are you doing? Darui said, Don't panic. This is just a necessary step to take you away. Hiss. White smoke rose, and a blood-red handprint was left on the blank space of the scroll. Whoosh. Darui put away the scroll, looking at the air above, saying, Are you watching? Everything is ready. Please activate that disgusting technique. In the rain-hidden village, Nagato, who was watching the live scene with Conan in the tower, smiled. Darui is even more reliable than I thought. Bang. 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 Outside, 4 white smoke screens fell, and the 4 people from a land of grass appeared in the rain-hidden village thousands of miles away. You are. The 3 Darui saw Nagato in person for the first time, exchanging glances, all able to see the shock in each other's eyes. The woman brought to this strange place in such an extraordinary manner was even more at a loss, clutching her black cloak tightly to conceal her fear of the unknown future. It was raining heavily outside. Let's talk inside. Nagato turned and walked toward the house that had long been prepared. Is he the mastermind behind manipulating those corpses? Or was he one of the corpses himself? What does he plan to do with this woman? Questions like these lingered in the minds of the 3 members of the Akatsuki, especially for Samui. Her inner restlessness and anxiety were even greater than that of the shivering woman beside her. Nagato opened the door and said to the others behind him, Drui, hi. You wait outside for now. Samui, support this lady and come in. Yes. Samui felt the woman's trembling shoulder and softly said, Don't be afraid. If he intends to harm you, I will do everything I can to help you escape. The environment inside the room was cleaner and tidier than she had imagined. Samui helped the woman sit on the sofa. Nagato sat opposite them, and Conan came over with a tray, calmly saying to the woman, Drink some water first. Thank you. The woman's voice trembled, but she hesitated to reach for the cup in front of her. Nagato did not force her. What an unfortunate woman. It seems that the urgent matter is to alleviate her deep-seated anxiety. After gathering his thoughts, Nagato spoke in a calm tone. Madam, I know that your heart is filled with unease and confusion at this moment. You are anxious about the situation of yourself and your unborn child. You worry that I, like those guys from the grass village, am trying to exploit your miraculous healing ability. And you are confused about how I know so much about your matters, right? The woman clenched her fists tightly, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, but she still mustered the courage to nod. Nagato said, Then let's be frank, madam. Like you, I am a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. The corner of her petal-like hair, black hair reveals her uniqueness. 5 hearts. It turns out her heart isn't pierced. Descendant of the Uzumaki clan. You too? The woman's red eyes trembled in shock. However, what shocked her the most was not the fact that the man sitting opposite her was also from the Uzumaki clan, but rather, how he could so calmly and even proudly speak of their identity. In her understanding, this was unimaginable. After the fall of the land of the whirlpools, the Uzumaki people were almost extinct, and the survivors scattered throughout the shinobi world, living under false identities and carefully hiding, fearing that others would discover their bloodline. Madam, may I know your name? The woman hesitated, and under the encouraging gaze of the man opposite her, she timidly spoke her name. Ga. Oh my. Latis Ga. Nagato marveled inwardly. Ka, what a lovely name. By the way, my name is Nagato. Our last names are not Uzumaki, but the same red hair is proof of the pure Uzumaki blood within us. The same red hair. This sentence was like a warm wind blowing into Ka's heart, stirring her numb spirit that had suffered trauma. Lord Nagato, did you bring me here because we are of the same clan? Nagato smiled slightly, still addressing the somewhat older Ka as madam. Madam, if I said it wasn't, it would surely only add to your unease, right? So I'll say it's half and half. Under Ka's anxious gaze, Nagato gestured, drink your water. Don't let it get cold. Oh, all right. Ka picked up the cup of water and took a small sip. The dry cracks of her lips were moistened by the warm water, and in the places where the dead skin was cracked, a wave of heat surged, releasing a hint of sweetness mixed with the taste of blood. It was this hint of sweetness that awakened Ka's instinct for life. As a person, she was still alive. She gulped down the water, its clarity diluting the sweetness, transforming into a source of life flowing into her throat, with warmth spreading from her stomach to her entire body. It was as if she had truly come back to life, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Can I have another cup, please? Nagato smiled, of course. Conan stepped forward and filled her cup with warm water. Ka drank again. Witnessing the scene, Sammy felt a mix of emotions. She truly didn't expect that the person she once viewed as a demon could have such a down-to-earth, caring side. I seem to have misunderstood him, Sammy thought. Ka set down her cup, wiped her tears, and the anxious look in her eyes had vanished. She looked at Nagato and spoke with deep respect. Lord Nagato, you said half of it is because we are of the same clan. What is the other half for? Nagato candidly replied, for the future of our village. Ka's expression froze for a moment. Village? Are you referring to the former Uzumaki village in the land of the whirlpools? Nagato gently shook his head. No, the Uzumaki village has been destroyed. What I mean is, the Hidden Rain village. Sekai climate, Hitten Rain. This is the land of rain? You are Hanzo of the Salamander's man? At this moment, Conan interjected. No, the era of Hanzo of the Salamander has ended. The one who defeated Hanzo and now leads the Hidden Rain village is the person sitting in front of you, Nagato. What? Ka looked at Nagato in disbelief. You defeated that Hanzo of the Salamander who instilled fear in the grass village. You became the leader of the Hidden Rain village? Nagato's expression remained calm as he said, I want to build the Hidden Rain village into a village that can compete with the 5 great ninja villages. No, surpass them. Clearly, relying solely on my strength is not enough. Therefore, I need to cultivate a large number of outstanding ninjas. Madam, let me be straightforward. I, Nagato, and the Hidden Rain village I lead, are willing to be a strong backing for you and your unborn child. Additionally, I want to cultivate your child into an excellent ninja. Ka gasped. A ninja? Lord Nagato, do you think this child, Karen, can become a ninja? Sammy was surprised. Karen? That's a girl's name. Do you know you're having a girl? Ka gently touched her abdomen and nodded. Yes. I can sense that she is a girl. Nagato smiled. Madam, I guarantee that Karen will be fine. If you are willing to let her become a ninja, I will take her as my disciple and personally guide her in the future. Of course. The decision is in your hands, This is not coercion. If you do not wish for her to become a ninja, she can still live here in the Hidden Rain Village. After all, our blood ties are here. Breaking bones still connect sinews. This was Nagato's heartfelt words. Having never felt the warmth of family since childhood, he longed for the bond of blood relations more than anyone else. His sincere words further astonished Ka. In her mind, ninjas had always been synonymous with violence and power, but Nagato's appearance overturned her impression of ninjas. If it's someone like Lord Nagato, such a down-to-earth and refined ninja, I am willing to entrust Karen's future to him. Ka said, Lord Nagato, you are too kind. For Karen to follow you is a stroke of luck for both of us. Let's go with your wishes. Nagato stood up and said, All right, madam. Starting today, this house will be your home. Moreover, all your living expenses in Rainy Hidden Village will be covered by the village. Huh? After hearing this, Shishan's expression changed drastically. No way. This absolutely cannot happen. Lord Nagato, you took me in and are willing to give my unborn child a way out. How can I continue to live off others without contributing? Lord Nagato, please retract this order on this point. Nagato smiled and said, My lady, I mean no harm. The surviving members of our clan are few, and I consider myself capable among the survivors of the Uzumaki clan. With great power comes great responsibility. Let me do my part. Lord Nagato. Shishan's eyes brimmed with tears once again. I am currently pregnant and cannot work, so I am willing to accept the village's support until the child is born. However, once the child is born, please allow me to support myself, not for any other reason, but to set an example for my child as a mother. With this, Nagato could not insist any longer. Very well. Please rest assured and take care of your pregnancy. I will come to visit you often. Chapter 119. A glance back at the blossoms. Husband's horn helmet once again dominates the scene. Sammy walked in from the rain with a light step, hands behind his back. Darui said calmly, It seems that the woman has been properly settled. Yes. Sammy nodded lightly. Well, Darui's gaze drifted to the side, scratching his head. A subconscious action he made when his mood shifted from tense to relaxed. That's great. I was really worried that I would become a character like the executioner. A strange blush appeared on Samwy's face, but speaking of which, when the Lord is gentle, it really is hard to resist. Huh, she said. What kind of enchantment did he pour into you? Have you forgotten how much we have suffered these past few months? Samwy said with certainty. Those hardships were inflicted upon us by that guy called Pain, not Lord Nagato. Darui and she exchanged glances, their small eyes filled with big question marks. After dinner, Conan and Pylon went to the village's financial office, and as soon as they opened the door, they were met with a shocking scene. The man with the black face had actually hanged himself from the beam with a hemp rope. The window was open, and the wind blew in, making the man sway back and forth. His eyes bulged out, looking as if he could not close them, even in death. Pylon and Conan exchanged glances, thinking, has he finally gone crazy? Pylon stepped forward and greeted him awkwardly. Jiao Du, if you have grievances in your heart, why not sit down and talk about it? There's no need for this. Come down, I can give you a back rub, or we can do something else. Facing her initiative, Jiao Du only coldly replied, I am dead. If you have business, burn paper. Pylon tried to unlock Jiao Du's heart. Is it because that person didn't come find you right away when he returned, making you feel neglected? There is actually a reason for that. Jiao Du directly interrupted coldly. I am dead. If you have business, burn paper. I am angry. Pylon pouted. Do you feel that I have no face? Should I have pay AI come over to carry you down? Normally, Jiao Du would definitely back down. But this time, he chose to resist to the end. I am dead. If you have business, burn paper. What the hell? Is he going to reverse the heavens? Pylon was greatly shocked. Understood. Conan said calmly, looking around the room, her gaze stopping at the basin stand in the corner. Pylon understood and had already brought over Jiao Du's basin. Jiao Du remained unmoved. He was deliberately waiting to see what these two would do next. Then, Conan extended her palm, dropping a large amount of paper into the basin, took the lighter that Pylon handed her, lit it, and directly threw it into the basin, igniting the paper inside. Whoosh! The flames leaped up. The firelight reflected in Conan's orange pupils as she raised her gaze and said, There's something. Oh, so you're playing this game with me. Jiao Du's gaze was dark and deep. But, little girl, you're still a bit too inexperienced. Not enough. Keep burning, Jiao Du said fiercely. Understood. Conan raised her hand, and a large amount of paper flew out from her sleeves and surged into the fire basin. The height of the flames had already reached Jiao Du's feet. In an instant, the excitement brought by the sense of ritual made Jiao Du feel a strange satisfaction. as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had suffered during this time. Not enough. Not enough. Wow. Conan raised her other hand too. Whoosh. The flame shot up, igniting Jiaodu. Is that enough? Conan asked. Ha ha ha. Burn my remains. Blazing holy fire. Jiaodu, in his self-satisfaction, completely ignored Conan. At this moment, Conan slowly said, by the way, the money I burned was what I won at the casino. Ga. Jiaodu's pupille suddenly twisted. Quickly, stop it. Stop this damn fire. Conan seemed to discover a new form of fun. No rush. I've only burned a little over half. Hee hee. I have to thank you, Jiaodu. I thought spending money extravagantly would be enough excitement, but I didn't expect that directly burning money would be even more thrilling. Pylon looked at the light in Conan's eyes and thought, oh no, not good. It's the truth. Jiaodu, don't burn it. Don't burn it. Ani. You just call me Ani. Fine. Conan reluctantly lowered her palm. Jiaodu also broke the rope and fell to the ground. He didn't take care about putting out the fire on his body and directly carried the fire basin out into the rain. The rain extinguished the fire in the basin, and Jiaodu stared blankly at the basin full of ashes. Pylon and Conan walked outside. Watching Jiaodu's rugged back, Pylon's heart, which had been devoid of warmth, actually felt a trace of guilt. Perhaps we should just tell him, Conan. All right. Conan stepped forward, Jiaodu. But both were shocked by Jiaodu's next action. They saw Jiaodu actually tearing open the stitches at the corner of his mouth, tilting his head back to stretch his mouth to its limit, and then dumping the entire large basin of ashes of money into his mouth. Jiaodu chewed vigorously. The taste buds of his reincarnation were unable to taste anything. However, for some reason, Jiaodu actually tasted it. Is this the taste of money? It truly pierces the heart. Even though I no longer have a heart. Jiaodu turned to look at the two, who were dumbfounded. What were you going to say just now? Conan and Pylon exchanged glances. Should we still tell him that what was burned earlier was actually just paper? Underground experimental base. After completing today's fetal heart monitoring, Orochimaru accompanied Nagato down the long corridor of the underground base, and the two were preparing to go out to see the sea. Lord Nagato, how do you feel after obtaining the shadow release chakra meridian from the teacher? Nagato smiled and said, extracting and transforming spiritual energy directly into shadow release chakra is indeed a fresh experience, and also the ninjutsu taught by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The techniques related to shadow release have also been mastered by me through this meridian, thanks to Jiaodu. Hee with this, the basic conditions for practicing the blood Rama technique have already been met. Similarly, that legendary power hidden beneath these Rinnegan eyes has also awakened, right? Yes. Inside Nagato, the chakra of the six paths began to converge towards the eye's meridians, causing the unchanging ripple pattern of his eyes to undergo a transformation. Gee, in front of the stairs, Nagato stopped looking back. With an attached image, just make do with it. Chapter 120. A Power Test. 1. As he gazed at the manifestation of Nagato's eyes, Orochimaru's slitted pupils suddenly brightened. Oh? Is this the eternal Mangeki Sharingan of Uchiha Madara? Indeed, this is the genuine Sharingan of Madara. At this moment, in Nagato's eyes, the trajectory of moisture in the air and the movement of fine dust on the ground were all intricately detailed and vividly reflected. The dynamic visual ability of the Sharingan surpasses that of the Rinnegan. This is also the reason why the reanimated Madara switched back to the Mangeki Sharingan in high-intensity close combat. To reiterate, the Rinnegan is not an evolution of Sharingan, but rather an independent, different ocular technique. Orochimaru curiously asked, can the six paths of pain still be used? Nagato replied, they are all in a dormant state. The Rinnegan is a necessary condition for that technique. At least a single, I can maintain it. Orochimaru chuckled. Well, that just means we need to be flexible in real combat. Yes, I want to switch to my double eyes now to first confirm if Madara's eternal Mangeki has the eye power to assist me. Orochimaru, happy to serve Nagato-kun. Nagato withdrew his gaze, walked up the stairs, and pushed open the gate at the end of the staircase, reaching the sea formed by the gathered rainwater. There has never been a direct demonstration of the eye power of Madara's Sharingan in the original work. This is undoubtedly extremely unreasonable. Well, no matter how those who love to argue in the circle try to patch things up later, racking their brains to reason it out, is all a waste of effort, because it is simply that the creator of Naruto, Kishimoto Masashi, was too lazy to depict it. In the creator's thinking, sometimes to ensure the smoothness of the story, they will handle things lightly. Take Madara's depiction, for instance. As long as there is a power positioning, Even if Madara's Manjiki techniques are not specifically portrayed, it does not shake Madara's status. This is known as drawing the target before shooting the arrow. The world of two-dimensional characters is ultimately limited. Therefore, understanding this major premise means there is no need to get tangled up in the differences between character motivations and actions. For example, if Madara's Manjiki truly had a certain ocular technique, why did he not use it at a certain time? Questions like these hold no significance. In a world that already has limitations, reasoning with an omniscient perspective is fundamentally flawed. There's only one thing that is beyond doubt. Madara's Manjiki must contain ocular techniques that correspond to his power level equal to that of Hashirama Senju. If the strength of that technique is too high, it only indicates that Hashirama has matching hidden abilities. This is what is known as positioning. It is essential to clarify the underlying logic above. Otherwise, discussions about Madara's double-eyed Manjiki will not unfold reasonably and will surely lead to controversy. Also, please do not say I am filling Kishimoto's plot holes. I do not have that qualification or ability. I am merely a fan author relying on Kishimoto's work, and that remains the unchanged positioning. Bang! The heavy gate swung open, and before them was a heavy curtain of rain, countless ripples rising and falling on the sea surface. Let's let this rain stop first. Nagato stepped forward and formed a hand seal. Rain Tiger Free Technique Release. Whoosh! The rain ceased, and sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, instantly brightening the oppressive scenery. Orochimaru walked beside him, his hand brushing through the smooth hair beneath his earrings, gently caressing his cheek as they both gazed at the undulating sea surface below. Orochimaru said excitedly, "This is truly a refreshing sight. Nagato-kun, we should come here often." Nagato whimsically said, "Good idea. Next time I will apply for funds with my Jiraiya, and we can build a small artificial island on this sea, enjoying the sea breeze while having barbecue and drinks." "That would be quite nice," Orochimaru chuckled. Hehe. Indeed. But for now, let's have some fun with the tide on this sea. As his words fell, Orochimaru leaped over the railing and dove into the sea. Nagato followed suit. To avoid affecting the dock they had just stood on, the two walked forward for a few hundred meters before stopping. They stood facing each other about 20 meters apart. The hair of Nagato and Orochimaru fluttered in the sea breeze as they exchanged smiles and formed the opposition seal. Splash! At that moment, paper began to gather from the sky, forming a magnificent figure on the protruding, abandoned metal pieces on the sea. It was none other than Conan. She said, "How can you not invite me to such a fun thing, Nagato?" Nagato smiled. "Sorry, Conan, you were focused on reading, so I didn't want to disturb you." Upon mentioning books, a slight blush flashed across Conan's face. She said, "Do you want me and Orochimaru to serve you together?" Nagato replied, "Let's skip that. I'm not sure about the ability of this right now. Orochimaru is at least immortal, so even if the strength is too high, he won't die. If you join in, I might not be able to unleash my full power." Conan said, "Then I'll just focus on being a spectator." Nagato said, "That would be perfect." Orochimaru, eager to try, said, "I'm going in, Nagato-kun." Nagato, full of enthusiasm, "Go for it." Splash! Orochimaru stepped on the water, his figure like an arrow leaving the bow, charging towards Nagato. He couldn't hide his excitement, thinking, facing Nagato's Rinnegan, "My heart has never leaped like this. Indeed, the Sharingan is more compatible with me." Whoosh! As he charged, Orochimaru formed seals with both hands. "So, Nagato-kun, what will it look like when you fight with the Sharingan? I can't wait to witness it." Wind release. Great breakthrough. Boom! A fierce wind surged from Orochimaru's hands, crashing towards the sea surface where Nagato stood. Splash! The sea erupted with waves 5 feet high, but Nagato had already disappeared from his spot. Zulfast! Orochimaru suddenly blinked, raising his arm to receive Nagato's heavy punch. Bang! The wind pressure exploded, and Orochimaru was sent flying helplessly. After Nagato landed, his calves cramped, forcing him to squat on the water's surface as he looked at his trembling hand. When he sensed the attack's prelude, his body reacted instinctively, causing his muscles to strain because they couldn't keep up with his consciousness. Don't get me wrong, this is not at the level of Itachi or Sasuke when they first activated their Sharingan. This is Madara's eternal Manjiki Sharingan. If we were to compare intensity, it's a matter of dozens of times difference. Nagato clenched his hand, steadying himself. However, this level of adaptation is quick. Looking at Orochimaru, who was still lying motionless on the sea, Nagato laughed. "Stop pretending. Orochimaru, that level of attack just now couldn't possibly hurt you, right?" With an attached image, Kikik butt. Orochimaru remained lying on the sea, not moving at all. Chapter 121. I power test to him? Seeing that Orochimaru's condition was off, Nagato hurriedly rushed forward to check. Orochimaru, Orochimaru, Orochimaru. Nagato called out several times, but Orochimaru did not respond. Nagato bent down, wanting to touch Orochimaru. Shoo. At this moment, Orochimaru's body quickly shriveled up as if it had lost air. Nagato was taken aback. Was he shedding skin? Whoosh! Orochimaru's true form emerged from the sea behind Nagato, his lower body transforming into a snake tail, gracefully gliding across the water's surface, building momentum before launching a powerful punch. Playing this card, huh? Nagato smiled slightly, bending down to dodge the punch, and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Water release. Whoosh! The surface of the sea surged. Orochimaru's gaze sank, his pupils constricting suddenly. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Nagato stood firm on the undulating sea surface, unyielding, while the surrounding water surged violently, transforming into a ferocious water dragon that soared into the sky. Ugh! This is unreasonable. Even in a place with water, the scale of this water release is a joke. Whoosh! The water dragon twisted down from a height of 100 meters, crashing into the sea surface with a sound like shattering glass. After a scream, Orochimaru sank into the chaotic depths of the ocean, feeling a tearing pain all over his body. He secretly felt a chill. If it weren't for my soft body modifications, I might have faced the fate of having all my bones shattered. But even so, the damage I sustained was still extremely severe. Previously, I was only incapacitated by a blow relying on physical techniques, and this time, is it the enhancement of ninjutsu? Whoosh! In the currents, Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a black light shot out from his throat, returning to the surface of the sea. Once again shedding his skin, Orochimaru, unharmed, looked at Nagato, who had a strange expression and seemed to have gained some insight, and said with a smile, "It seems that Nagato-kun has already gained a preliminary understanding of the abilities of these eyes." Oh, that's right. Nagato raised his right hand and gently covered his right eye. The Eye of the Six Paths does not need to be consciously activated. As long as the eyes remain open, it will continuously take effect, providing a tremendous amplification effect on physical techniques, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Moreover, the enhancement of the Eye of the Six Paths does not conflict with other factors that can also enhance the effectiveness of techniques, such as amount of chakra and mastery of the technique. Orochimaru laughed. I see. Saying this technique is tailored for Madara is not an exaggeration. Nagato lowered his hand that covered his right eye, saying that the warm-up exercise ends here. Next, let's make our activities a bit more intense. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. After forming hand seals with both hands, Orochimaru lay flat on the surface of the sea, opening his mouth. The Great Serpent's formation. Whoosh! Countless venomous snakes surged out from his mouth, twisting and entangling on the sea surface, forming a tumultuous tide of snakes, rushing forth. Crack! 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 In the invasion, each snake squirmed and opened its mouth, revealing blades from deep within their throats. Each sword was an indestructible Kusanagi sword. The tide of snakes, accompanied by the flow of swords, charged towards Nagato, who stood alone on the sea's surface. Watching from the sidelines, Konan couldn't help but sweat for Nagato. Orochimaru truly lived up to the name of the three legendary Sannin, with such a scale of snake sword killing formation. If Nagato relied on the abilities of the Rinnegan to respond, it would certainly be no problem, but the Sharingan seemed a bit lacking. The tide of snakes surged, and the flow of swords descended upon him. Konan was startled. Nagato, what? Aren't you dodging? This move. I've always wanted to try it out. Nagato raised his hand, forming the seal of Noon in front of his chest, his Sharingan gleaming brightly. Fire release. Great fire. Annihilation. Whoosh. A seemingly inconspicuous column of fire erupted from Nagato's throat, but it exploded into a vast torrent of flames on the sea surface. Boom! The torrent of flames collided with the ocean of snake swords, creating a deafening roar. The flames rolled over the sea, gradually engulfing the snake formation and through the wall of flames. One could occasionally see black snakes being obliterated within. So hot! Konan flapped her paper wings, flying into the air, shielding her face with her hand to resist the heat wave. If the previous Water Dragon bullet had an element of taking advantage of the terrain, then that fire release under unfavorable conditions was the real deal. In the past, even with Nagato's Uzumaki clan chakra, He couldn't perform ninjutsu of such a grand scale. But now he could do it. The power of the Eye of the Six Paths, the Sharingan, is truly remarkable, isn't it? Boom! The great fire annihilation devoured the great serpent's formation. The remaining force was still strong, rushing towards Orochimaru. There's no choice. With no other option, Orochimaru bit his thumb and struck the surface of the sea, summoning Rashomon. Bang! A massive gate, covered in iron and engraved with demonic reliefs, with heavy weights suspended, stood before him on the sea surface, blocking the flames and moving towards obliteration. Hiss. At this moment, the sea was shrouded in steam created by the high temperature of the evaporating seawater, with visibility almost zero. After rising, Orochimaru smiled to himself. Nagato-kun, although you had the upper hand just now, the current environment is overwhelmingly unfavorable for you. He formed hand seals with both hands, summoning Great Serpent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless large snakes rose from the surface of the sea, rushing towards Nagato's position as sensed by Orochimaru. Boom, boom, boom. In the mist, the shadows of the snakes suddenly appeared, and Nagato nimbly dodged the attacking snakes, countering by thrusting an explosive tag into the mouth of one of the snakes. Hiss, hiss. His eyes glimmered red, and he flew away from the subsequent giant snake's attack, throwing out a chain from his sleeve, wrapping it around the snake's body, and suddenly pulling it in, binding several snakes together. It happened so quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. Boom! The explosive tag that had been thrust into the first snake's mouth detonated, obliterating several snakes at once. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone. Just as one wave settled, another rose. Under the cover of the thick mist, a rain of shurikens came pouring down. But Nagato turned around at lightning speed, strolling through the rain of shurikens, each slight movement of his body perfectly avoiding attacks. If he couldn't dodge, he would gently raise the kunai in his hand and deflect them. The feigned attack of the Shuriken Shadow Clone came to an end. Whoosh! From the surface of the sea, Orochimaru's long neck suddenly emerged, the Kusanagi sword in his mouth, piercing straight towards Nagato's back. Too slow. Nagato caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, lightly sidestepping to avoid the edge of the Kusanagi sword, and in the next instant he had closed in, grasping Orochimaru's throat with his palm. Orochimaru, with the sword in his mouth, felt his pupils tremble. This is impossible. Such keen and precise insight and evasion in this visibility, this is simply not possible. I see. Nagato seemed to gain some understanding, raising his palm once more to cover his right eye. This is the power that belongs to Izuna's right eye. Chapter 122. I Power Test 3. Exclusive sponsorship by Wu Ji Sing, the Great Dono Ben. Once activated, the vision of the Sharingan is unaffected by mist or other harsh environments, and the control over details can be precise to the femtosecond. This overly detailed, dynamic vision and deep pre-reading can even create the illusion of slowing down time, allowing the user more operational space. Insight and the consciousness of a fighter complement each other. The stronger the fighting will, the more powerful this technique can be. This is the power of the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Izuna, the right eye. I see. Having long been familiar with the official Naruto setting collection, Nagato immediately recognized it. The official setting collection book of the array shows that Uchiha Izuna is a formidable opponent who almost never exposes a flaw. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, expended a great deal of energy to find Izuna's blind spot and developed the Flying Thunder God technique, successfully defeating Izuna with the Flying Thunder God Slash. Regarding this outcome, one can only say, if Izuna was born, why was Tobirama born? Before his death, Izuna entrusted his Manjiki Sharingan to his elder brother, helping his brother Madara gain eternal light, and the dojutsu born for the strong reached its true pinnacle in the eyes of the strongest, Madara. And now, this technique reappears in Nagato's eyes, showcasing its brilliance. In mythology, Ibuti, Ningdandate, Nabe God are siblings. Hence they are merged into one eye here. The long blade of the Kusanagi sword retracts into Orochimaru's throat, and he does not hide his longing. Date Nabe, surpassing the realm of ordinary Sharingan insight, truly lives up to its reputation as the unparalleled dojutsu of Uchiha Madara, who once competed with the first Hokage. Nagato releases his grip from Orochimaru's throat, and the two distance themselves again on the surface of the sea. Orochimaru smirks, saying, "Hee, I didn't expect that just testing my right I would make me use almost all my tricks." Nagato replies, "All your tricks? Not necessarily, but this time, I'm going to take the initiative." He raises his left hand, covering his left eye. Between the gap of his middle and ring fingers, a brilliant pupil trembles, emitting dazzling red light. Is the dojutsu of the left eye about to be unleashed? Orochimaru's hair stands on end, and he immediately prepares to dodge. However, in that instant, he feels as if the air around him has solidified. His expression changes dramatically. This feeling, could it be that confinement lasted only for a moment before it was released? Crack! But in that moment, a black rod extended from under Nagato's sleeve, piercing through Orochimaru's shoulder. This is Madara's left eye, the dojutsu known as Dihon Daishin, which can confine the space where the focal point of vision is located. In mythology, the stone that blocks Yomi no Kuni's entrance is called Dihon Daishin, also known as the great god who blocks the entrance to Yomi. Orochimaru regards the black rod piercing his right shoulder as nothing, casually saying, "Oh, a spatial ability? Huh, and a rare confinement space at that." However, the duration is a bit short. Nagato responds, "The duration may be short, but the chakra consumption is tremendous, all because of the hidden effects of this technique named Dihon Daishin." Hidden effects? That's right. Its true purpose is not to confine space and hinder a person's actions. In a confined state, it can silence the enemy's time-space abilities, rendering them ineffective. Just this alone makes it a nemesis of Shinra, Tensei Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru laughs. "I see. The existence of this dojutsu allows Madara to handle enemies with special time-space abilities with ease, making him even more flawless." Whoosh! The black rod retracts into Nagato's sleeve as he points at Orochimaru's shoulder, saying with a smirk, "You're injured. Aren't you going to use your signature substitution technique to shed your skin?" Injured? Orochimaru looks down at the small hole bleeding on his shoulder and smiles. "Nagato-kun, is this what you mean? This little injury is nothing, not worth shedding my skin for." Nagato asks with concern, "Does it hurt?" "Hurt?" Orochimaru replies gracefully, "A little, I suppose, but this pain feels like a refreshing summer breeze, quite soothing." "Is that so? You won't think that way for long." Nagato smiles slightly, locking his left eye onto Orochimaru's gaze. Zing! Orochimaru's features suddenly contort. "Ugh, hi!" He lets out a heart-wrenching scream, clutching his shoulder, his entire body, collapsing onto the surface of the sea. This is... Nagato reveals the truth. Izuna's left eye dojutsu, Tianyu Shoming, which can be activated through eye contact, amplifies the real existence of the opponent's pain as a trigger. Orochimaru's pupils tremble as he weakly says, "So, the mechanism of action looks like a visual-type jinjutsu." Nagato contemplates for a moment and replies, "It is a jinjutsu, but not entirely a jinjutsu." Orochimaru curiously asks, "Oh, how so?" Nagato explains, "It's called a jinjutsu because its activation mechanism interferes with the opponent's chakra through mental disruption. And whether it takes effect also depends on the opponent's jinjutsu resistance, which is to say, their mental strength. And it is not entirely a jinjutsu because the pain derives from an already existing real pain, rather than being fabricated, and it cannot be dispelled by external forces." Orochimaru thinks for a moment. That makes sense. In ninja common sense, inflicting pain is one of the methods to break jinjutsu. If it could be dispelled by external forces, logically, the moment the pain occurs, this jinjutsu should be broken. Exactly, Tianyu Shoming, either you don't get hit, but once you do, you have to endure it until the pain naturally subsides. If one had to define it, this technique is a blend of reality and illusion, quite an unusual dojutsu. Orochimaru sweats lightly. Speaking of which, this amplification of pain is not just a simple amplification. Nagato adds, "Well, I forgot to mention, it can amplify the pain that the opponent actually endures by 10,000 times. 10,000 times. Even the smallest injury, if amplified 10,000 times, could probably destroy a person's spirit in an instant." Orochimaru thinks deeply. "If it weren't for my body being modified to be naturally dull to pain, Mao would have probably crumbled just from that moment. So, in a sense, Tianyu Shoming is also a dojutsu that can kill in one hit." The pain finally ends. Orochimaru decisively uses the shedding technique, facing Nagato with an unharmed body. "So, Nagato-kun, Madara and Izuna's original dojutsu have all been used up, right?" According to my in-depth research on the Sharingan, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, in theory, will cultivate entirely new dojutsu. Thanks to Wuji-san for the great certification. Chapter 123 Dojutsu Test 4 Wuji-san exclusive sponsorship the dojutsu of the eternal Mangeki. After using all of Madara and Izuna's original dojutsu, he has already sensed the existence of this dojutsu. But Nagato's gaze, also become strange. How could it be so coincidental? How could it be so coincidental? Initially, to win over Orochimaru and explain why he knew certain things, he fabricated a dojutsu called Aiheiji, even creating a setting based on actual circumstances. Something about breaking predetermined fate, looking towards the future presented by the preset premise, thus perfectly explaining why he knew he was not the original owner of these eyes, and the future interpreted under premises he was unaware of. But coincidentally, the technique Aiheiji actually exists and indeed relates to predetermined fate, but does not break predetermined fate. Instead, bestows it. Aiheiji can only be activated by the power of both eyes, sacrificing the user's 10 years of life to ignore the opponent's physique, health, and age, forcibly shortening the opponent's lifespan to 3 years. No force can change. After 3 years, the recipient will meet the end of their life. This could be described as an extremely ruthless killing eye technique. How did the first Hokage die? This is a mystery that was never revealed in the original work. At this moment, Nagato couldn't help but feel a chilling thought. During the battle at the Valley of the End, did Madara not impose the curse of Aiheiji on Hashirama? At the cost of 10 years of lifespan, he decided the predetermined fate of Senju Hashirama, that he would die within 3 years. Otherwise, it is hard to imagine what kind of strong enemies Madara, who retreated behind the scenes of the ninja world, could have faced that would lead to the early death of Senju Hashirama, who was regarded as comparable to the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, this is ultimately Nagato's speculation. Only Madara knows the truth. Considering the cost of this Aiheiji, it was impossible for Nagato to demonstrate it in front of Orochimaru. Furthermore, he also did not want to reveal the details of this technique to Orochimaru, not just because of the name issue, nor because he did not trust Orochimaru, but because, regardless of the time or person, it is always wise to keep a few cards up one's sleeve that only one knows. Thus, Nagato calmly said, "Regarding this eye technique cultivated by the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, I have no sensation of it, nor do I know if it is because I just activated this eye. Is that so?" Orochimaru seemed somewhat disinterested. To satisfy Orochimaru's curiosity, Nagato smiled and said, "However, aside from the 4 original eye techniques, another force is already stirring within this pair of eyes." "Oh, what kind of power is it?" Orochimaru couldn't wait any longer. "Nagato-kun, let me see it." Nagato smiled and said, "Just advising to drink without doing so oneself won't do. If you want to see this power, you also have to show your ultimate skills, Orochimaru." "Ultimate skills, huh?" Orochimaru shrugged helplessly. "Nagato-kun, you really know my secrets well. Let me show you the embodiment of immortality and rebirth that can be compared to the Edo Tensei technique. The Yamada no Orochi. As you wish, Nagato-kun." Orochimaru formed hand seals with both hands, his handsome long hair billowing up. Boom! A disastrous wind swept in all directions. Even Konan, watching from a distance, couldn't help but raise her hand to shield her headscarf. Her orange eyes closely watching the man transitioning into a white monster in the eye of the storm. Orochimaru still harbors such power. Is he really on par with Jiraiya-sensei, one of the legendary Sannin? Wow! As the storm calmed, the figure of the monster froze. A white giant snake with 8 heads and 8 tails, rivaling the tailed beasts, coiled on the surface of the sea. 8 heads, bearing sharp fangs, exuding a murderous aura. 8 pairs of eyes spinning, golden light flowing. 8 tails standing tall, imposing and majestic. Gugu. The 4th tongue on the left, with fangs bared. Orochimaru's slimy figure emerged from the snake's throat, looking down at Nagato, who stood below on the sea surface. "He, Nagato-kun, pardon my appearance. I haven't shown myself in this form for a long time." Nagato observed the towering Yamada no Orochi with the Sharingan, feeling amazed. After transforming into Yamada no Orochi, Orochimaru's chakra was indeed astonishing. Although it couldn't be compared to the tailed beasts, in terms of endurance and difficulty, it might really be on par. "Then I won't hold back." Nagato's eyes suddenly sharpened. Crack! A blue protective layer rose around him, transforming into a skeletal form. This is... Both Orochimaru and Konan showed expressions of astonishment, especially Konan, unable to believe. "I never thought Nagato would possess such chilling chakra." This is not about chakra strength, but the characteristics presented. Orochimaru's trembling pupils calmed down, followed by a deep solemnity. "This is Susanoo, in the Warring States period, developed by Uchiha Madara, a legendary power of the Uchiha clan that could rival Senju Hashirama's would release." Nagato's eyes glowed with a strange light. So this is the feeling when manipulating Susanoo. It feels like the fire of the Uchiha is burning fiercely using my firewood. Well, it's a bit slow to heat up, but it's just right as a warm-up. He looked towards the advancing Yamada no Orochi. Crack, crack. Two curved great swords ignited in the skeletal hands, swinging and slashing against the wind. Crack, crack. The two approaching snakeheads were severed and fell into the sea, creating huge waves. But in the blink of an eye, those heads regenerated. Come, let's go. Orochimaru was exceptionally high-spirited. Boom, 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 boom. The heads of Yamada alternately crashed against the skeletal Susanoo, and cracks constantly appeared on the skeleton. Do not underestimate Susanoo's defense. First, Nagato is using the basic form. Second, the strength of Yamada no Orochi is here. Itachi only perfectly defended against all attacks thanks to the divine Toyota mirror. Susanoo's double blades opened and closed, cleaving the body of Yamada no Orochi. The white and red rolling blade chunks fell into the sea like dumplings. Wow, wow, wow. The first wave of confrontation came to an end. Both sides stared at each other across the sea. The severed heads of Yamada regenerated. The remnants of Susanoo were repaired. Nagato-kun, the power of Susanoo must be far beyond this, right? Of course, this level is still far from enough. I want to see the true power of Susanoo. Is that so? Nagato's eyes slowly closed, and when he opened them again, they burst forth with a fierce light. Attached image. Then I shall. As you wish. Chapter 124. I power test. V-boom. The vast blue chakra surged like a tsunami, rising into the sky, transforming into a giant clad in striped armor. It is called armor rather than shell because the form is not yet complete. Nagato's body also rose from the surface of the sea to the top of this giant. The colossal chakra he further unleashed outside. This giant striped armor transformed into Ajin Karasu Tengu armor that was between fiery and physical states. But the Karasu Tengu armor had not yet closed, and the massive and unstable chakra that formed it had not yet stabilized. Once it stabilizes, it would be the genuine, complete Susanoo. However, when Nagato tried to forcibly stabilize it, the burning pain in his eyes forced him to interrupt the process. Orochimaru and Konan looked up at the sky, awestruck. Is this the true form of Susanoo? No. Nagato's gaze darkened as he slowly lowered his hand that was trying to stabilize it. This is not the complete form. This is the critical form of the complete Susanoo that Madara once faced against the 5 Kage, attached image. The Susanoo chakra released by Nagato has already reached the volume of a complete form. The final stabilization could not be completed for 2 reasons. First, due to the existence of Ibiton, Madara's complete Susanoo was larger than Sasuke's complete Susanoo in later generations, which made the difficulty of completion for a Susanoo much higher than Sasuke's. Second, Nagato is ultimately not the original owner of these eyes. His limitations are reflected in the completion of Susanoo. In fact, the long-legged form is his instinctive limit. But he forcefully broke through this limit with his enormous chakra, reaching the critical form of the complete body. Unfortunately, the eyes have already been overworked, making further progress a luxury. It's not a matter of chakra quantity. After all, I am not the original owner of these eyes, so I cannot use the complete Susanoo with Madara's eyes. Kakashi can use it because Obito temporarily became the sage of 6 paths. So don't confuse the two. What a pity. If I could use the complete Susanoo, it would mean that my strength positioning would theoretically surpass the combined power of the 5 Kage. Soon, Nagato came to understand. This precisely proves that my path of growth is correct. On one hand, through my second Persona Maple, I unlock my own Sharingan and Rinnegan. On the other hand, I let Orochimaru help me find a way for Madara's eyes to exert powers comparable to the original owneress. If I can successfully walk one of these 2 paths, it will be enough for me to enter the realm of the Sage of 6 Paths. If both paths succeed, who knows? Boom! The form of Susanoo disintegrated, and Nagato slowly descended onto the surface of the sea. This was enough, Orochimaru. I probably have a rough idea of the power of these eyes. Orochimaru, cancel the 8-headed serpent technique. Nagato-kun, I'm sorry you didn't get to see its true form just now. Is that so? The form just now wasn't the complete Susanoo of Madara back in the day? After a slight pause, Orochimaru smiled and said, but in my view, this isn't necessarily a bad thing, Nagato-kun. Nagato asked curiously, oh? How so? Orochimaru pointed out, because in my opinion, the complete Susanoo has greater symbolic significance than practical significance. Firstly, it is not energy efficient, and in most future situations, it will likely be useless. Secondly, If you encounter an existence where you can use the complete Susanoo, then that technique may not be as effective as you imagined. I must say, Orochimaru's vision is quite forward-thinking. The complete Susanoo, not to mention when facing Hashirama's Sage art would release, it would seem powerless. And facing the threat of Otsutsuki would be even more strain. How Kagaya effortlessly melted the complete Susanoo and how she targeted its weaknesses with precision and brutality are living examples. It seems that against the likes of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, it still has some utility. But then again, not having a sword in hand and having a sword but not using it are two different matters. Whoosh! Nagato's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, and he clasped his hands together. The rain once again became the main theme between heaven and earth. Nagato turned and said, "Let's go see Maple." The three returned to the underground laboratory. Kabuto was using professional instruments to conduct a comprehensive monthly check on Maple. "Three adults, you came at just the right time. I have a situation that needs to be reported to you." "Oh, what is it?" "It's like this. I found that Maple's growth rate is faster than we initially expected. The due date might be 3 months early." 3 months early, that much? Conan said in surprise. "Does that mean in 3 months, Maple will be born?" Nagato frowned slightly, his gaze shifting to Orochimaru, who also looked somewhat surprised. Clearly, this was unexpected for him as well. He asked Kabuto in a deep voice, "How is the health condition?" Kabuto said seriously, "All indicators show that Maple is very healthy. The rapid development has not caused any negative effects." Orochimaru raised his hand, lightly pinching his chin, lost in thought. Nagato and Conan remained silent, not interrupting him. Eventually, Orochimaru tentatively concluded that it seems that if the cells of Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki combine organically during the embryonic stage, they will produce unknown changes at our current stage. If it doesn't affect the fetus's health, this change can be considered benign. Hearing this, both Nagato and Conan let out a sigh of relief. Conan said, "Then should I prepare the baby supplies in advance? By the way, does Maple need breast milk? Should I find a wet nurse for him from the Rain Village? 3 months early, huh?" Nagato's gaze flickered with unusual light. "That timing just happens to be in October of the 52nd year of Konoha. You must know that night on October 10th in the past, Konoha would face a monumental event that would directly change the future of the ninja world. And now, Maple is also going to be born in that October. Could it be that everything is the will of fate?" Click! In the rain curtain outside the village, a figure dressed in a black robe stopped, gently lifting the black hood to reveal a head of short red hair. "Half a year, I have come as promised." Chapter 125, The Visitor in the Rain. Tonight, Conan made abalone soup, specially ordering fresh abalone from Rain Village's seafood merchants, a total of 100, all plump and tender, at great cost. Nagato was worried about wasting food if they couldn't eat it, so he let Pylon join them at the table. After cleaning up the small kitchen, Conan walked to the dining table. She saw Nagato and Pylon happily devouring their food. Pylon used her small hands to pry open the abalone shell, sucking out the abalone juice, looking very satisfied. Conan's expression changed slightly. "Can you taste it?" Pylon put down the empty shell, ignoring the juice at the corner of her mouth, and picked up a shiny abalone again, smiling sweetly. "I can't taste it, but just thinking about it being cooked by Conan makes me want to taste it. Is that so? If it's good, eat more." Conan propped her chin up with her slender hand and took out a book with an orange cover from her bosom. Nagato raised his gaze. "Conan, aren't you eating?" I'm not very hungry." Conan's eyes wandered through the lines, pausing occasionally at key points, lost in thought. Nagato thought, Conan has been neglecting her meals to catch up on Jiraiya-sensei's great work and has taken Orochimaru's special medicine. She looks much more energetic now. Gulp gulp. After finishing her meal, Pylon drank water in big gulps, patting her round little belly, saying, I'm full. Coming back to her senses, she noticed Conan looking at her with a strange gaze. "What's wrong?" Nothing. Conan lowered her gaze. She had just wanted to ask where the food Pylon ate and the water she drank would ultimately go. After all, it was the first time Nagato allowed Pain to eat and drink, but she didn't ask it out loud. After all, that question was somewhat inappropriate, and she cared about her image in front of Nagato. At this moment, Nagato's expression changed slightly as he walked to the tongue root of the tower's outer sculpture. Conan closed the book and approached him. "Is there an intruder?" Nagato raised both hands, carefully sensing the chakra response coming with the rainwater, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "They are indeed punctual. Saying half a year means half a year, neither early nor late. Half a year." Conan's thoughts were suddenly pulled back to half a year ago. At the bridge of the grass village, when Nagato captured Orochimaru and threw an olive branch to someone. Scorpion, right? I remember he didn't agree to join at that time. Did he? Nagato smiled and said, a ninja like him. Not refusing means he has accepted. On the rainy streets of the hidden rain village, Scorpion walked in the rain, cloaked in black. He observed the bustling pedestrians, their steps light and expressions calm. He murmured, the scene in this village doesn't look like one that just experienced a great battle. Could it be that he failed to overthrow Hanzo? At that moment, a child standing under an eaves, munching on a sugar dumpling, pointed at Scorpion and shouted, Dad, look, there's a weird kid in strange clothes. Huh, weird kid? Scorpion glanced over. Don't speak out of turn. The child's father hurriedly covered his mouth and scolded, disobedient child. Lord Pain can punish you. Huh, Lord Pain? Scorpion's expression shifted slightly. Pain was a name he had heard in the ninja world, even before Orochimaru, apart from Conan. The child blinked with confusion and asked, if I do something bad, will Lord Pain really punish me? How would he know if I'm a bad kid? I've never even seen him. The father said earnestly, listen, dear, even though Lord Pain has never seen us, his divine power is everywhere. Even this rain from the sky is brought down by Lord Pain's divine power. If you do something bad, Lord Pain will know immediately. So, be a good child, understand? Okay, I got it. The child nodded obediently, then bowed apologetically to Scorpion. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have called you a weird kid. You should go home quickly. If you go out dressed like this and Lord Pain thinks you're a bad kid, he'll punish you. After speaking, he left with his father. Scorpion withdrew his gaze, his eyes hidden beneath his red bangs, looking at the rain-soaked sky, smirking slightly. So, that's how it is. You're quite good at creating mystery, Lord Pain. He glanced at the entrance of the alley, swiftly disappearing into it, heading for a more open space. While running, he took out 2 scrolls from his sleeves. The greetings will be the spoils from this blood-mist journey. At the tower, Nagato's expression shifted. Scorpion's chakra suddenly disappeared into the rain. Conan said, looks like he sent something and is playing hide and seek with us. Nagato pondered lightly, it shouldn't be. Scorpion came to pledge allegiance. He wouldn't be so secretive. If I'm not mistaken, this feels more like an invitation to a battle. It seems Scorpion has also grown stronger. Nagato smiled. Splash. In the restroom, the sound of a toilet flushing could be heard, and Conan turned her gaze towards the sound. The door opened, and Pain emerged, adjusting his clothes. Conan thought, as expected, what goes in won't just disappear into thin air. With her curiosity satisfied, Conan felt good. Retracting her gaze, she said seriously, since Scorpion wants to engage in a battle, it wouldn't be good if we don't respond. Should I go greet him? I remember you haven't had a chance to exercise your skills for a while. Have you? Since the hidden rain stabilized, I haven't had a chance to fight, Conan replied. Then you should go get some exercise, Nagato said. Scorpion's chakra disappeared in the uninhabited area of the West District. If you move quickly, he should still be there. Splashing, Conan stretched her arms, her form transforming into countless white paper cranes, flying towards the West District. Nagato said, Conan's strength should not fear Scorpion. But after being out of battle for so long to cultivate the nightshade flower, I should also lend a hand. Crack! The coffin lid in the tower's morgue moved. Crack! Crack! Pain stretched his thick hands, walking into the darkness. In the West District of the Hidden Rain, a figure larger than a mountain stood openly on an outdoor platform made of water pipes. Yet, the rain could not sense the chakra emanating from it. Splashing. The paper pieces that formed Conan's figure in midair looked at the unfamiliar, rotund person below, her eyes momentarily filled with surprise. She coldly greeted, You're Scorpion, right? The rotund person spoke in a deep voice, You're late, and after waiting for so long, I didn't expect it to be you. Hearing the condescension in his tone, Conan calmly retorted, Is this rotund body your new puppet? Your true self is hiding within it. Just like the crimson flow jewel that was shattered by pain in the land of Wind's desert. You seem surprisingly unoriginal. Scorpion, with a malicious tone, said, What did you say? On the crystal ball's live image, Nagato watched the rotund person Conan mentioned, his expression filled with intrigue. No way. I can't be mistaken. That heavyweight tonnage is that guy? I didn't expect Scorpion to also change careers and become a grave robber. It's impressive he could find him. That dead ghost. The puppet Scorpion was hiding and was actually. Chapter 126. The Way of Hospitality? The puppet protecting Scorpion was none other than the former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen who died at the hands of Kisame Hoshigaki, the original wielder of the great sword. The Watermelon Mountain, the pufferfish. The strength of the Watermelon Mountain, the pufferfish in life was not outstanding, But he had one quality that was unmatched among ninjas, a massive physique that even the Akimichi clan of Konoha could not match. This quality allowed him, after being turned into a human puppet by Scorpion, to use chakra from his living days, while also being able to incorporate more puppet mechanisms within his body. Through the mechanical eye of the watermelon mountain, the pufferfish, Scorpion stared at Conan in midair. Little girl, you just said my puppet art lacks innovation, right? For convenience, we will refer to Scorpion, protected by the watermelon mountain, the pufferfish puppet, as Pufferfish Scorpion. Conan casually replied, that's not right. Pufferfish Scorpion teased, oh? You don't dare to admit what you just said? Splashing. The swirling paper surrounded Conan's pure white figure. I never said. Your thing qualifies as art. What did you say? Amidst Pufferfish Scorpion's rage, Conan raised her hand wrapped in white satin, the surrounding paper pieces twisting into paper spears, launching downwards. Boom! In an instant, the ground where Pufferfish Scorpion stood was riddled with holes. But the paper spears that struck Pufferfish Scorpion all bent without exception. Scorpion smugly remarked, when I found this guy's corpse, it was already rotten beyond recognition. I put in a lot of effort to peel his skin off and crafted his outer armor with the strongest alloy steel in the ninja world. It's not an exaggeration to say his defense is dozens of times that of the Crimson Flow Jewel. Pufferfish Scorpion mocked. The little girl speaks confidently, yet her attacks are soft and powerless. The ability to manipulate paper is fresh, but with such attack strength, don't even think about breaking through this guy's defense. Even breaking through the Crimson Flow Jewel's defense would be quite difficult. Crack! Pufferfish Scorpion opened his mouth wide enough to swallow a watermelon, unleashing a super high-pressure water column that shot into the sky. Whoosh! Conan's body scattered into countless paper pieces. The water column passed through the paper stream, directly splitting the rainwater in the sky in two. Pufferfish Scorpion exclaimed in surprise. Oh? Not only can you manipulate paper, but you can also turn yourself into paper? You're clearly a woman, yet you have such mastery over Een release transformations. Conan's chakra attributes are wind, earth, water, and Een. In this setting, the ability to turn oneself into a physical medium like paper is a power of Een release. Splashing. Countless paper pieces rushed towards Pufferfish Scorpion from all directions. Although I don't know what you're planning, it's always wise to prevent you from getting close. Since you've turned yourself into paper, your weaknesses must be obvious, right? The ignition device placed under the Pufferfish Scorpion's feet emits flames that quickly spread, creating a flame exclusion zone with a radius of 50 meters. The rain falling from the sky evaporates even at a height of 50 meters due to the rising heat waves. The paper reassembles into Xiaonan's body as she looks through the scorched, hazy air at the Pufferfish Scorpion standing gloomily at the center of the flame exclusion zone. The water escape technique that severed the rain just now, along with this exaggerated heat, was not created on-site using chakra. It must have been made in advance and sealed in a scroll, stored in excess, allowing such powerful effects to be triggered in an instant. But what's even more exaggerated is that the puppet seems unharmed by the flames, showing just how strong its armor's defense is. Additionally, does it have heat insulation inside? It seems that after being shocked by pain in the desert of the Land of Wind, Scorpion has put in a lot of effort over the past 6 months to prove himself. The Pufferfish Scorpion taunts, what? A little firewall has made you hesitate? That man's female attendant shouldn't have such limited abilities, right? Xiaonan coldly replies, you should pay more attention to what's under your feet. Oh, don't think you can use such an obvious trick against me, Scorpion. Even if you really have set something up at your feet, under this fire, it won't matter. The Pufferfish Scorpion glances down, and suddenly his expression changes drastically. This is Rumble. The platform the Pufferfish Scorpion stood on suddenly collapses, and its massive form falls along with the ruins. Even if you can withstand the flames, the platform beneath you cannot, and I won't leave my weaknesses unattended. Xiaolan forms seals with her hands. Water release. Amniotic fluid protection. Whoosh. A layer of green water gathers into a protective membrane around Xiaonan. This is a technique she created after observing Maple in a petri dish being protected by amniotic fluid. And it suddenly dawned on her that she could overcome her fear of fire when vaporized. Whoosh! Xiaonan dives down into the residual heat of the flames, her beautiful eyes locking onto the Pufferfish Scorpion in the collapsed ruins. With a wave of her hand, countless pieces of paper surround him. Each piece of paper is inscribed with explosive tags. Again, with the explosive tags, the Pufferfish Scorpion thinks unimpressed. After all the hard work to find a flaw, this is just a tickling attack. What makes you think such mere explosive tags can affect me? Xiaonan, looking down from above, calmly says, then what makes you think this is just a regular explosive tag attack? What are you saying? It's just explosive tags. How much more can you do with them? The pufferfish scorpion's mechanical eye scans the explosive tags on the paper, suddenly filled with suspicion. Among the explosive tags, there are even techniques similar to summoning. What is she planning? Using explosive tags to summon explosive tags. Concentrating the power at a single point for continuous explosions. I spent 3 months mastering this technique and another month setting up the hardware. Speaking of this technique, it was originally intended by someone to use the impure world reincarnation technique to get close and perish with the enemy. But coincidentally, this technique complements my paperization ability. Using mutual explosive tags, I've long wanted to try this technique on someone, but someone wouldn't allow it. Now that you're here, I finally have a reason to give it a shot. Style, dance of paper, mutual explosive tags, B00M. In an instant, the explosive flames engulf buildings, stacking into countless fiery mushrooms, swallowing a larger area of structures, becoming a grand spectacle in the Rain Village's western district. Rain Village, finance room. Just as Kakuzu finishes balancing the accounts and is about to savor his hot tea, a rumble shakes the room. Kakuzu frowns. Is the village at war again? He pauses slightly. By now, he has adapted to local customs, which have always been this way. Well, it's rare to have a trip to the land of rivers. And those 2 pieces of merchandise have replenished my blood quite a bit, as long as the Western District isn't damaged. Kakuzu puts down his teacup and looks at the economic strategic planning map of the Rain Village's Western District. The Western District is my planned special economic zone for the Rain Village. To make big money, relying solely on speculation won't do. I want to establish the largest industrial park in the land of Rain in the Western District. No, the largest industrial park among the 5 great countries. Chapter 127. Reciprocity. The principle of mutual explosive tags is concentrated point detonations, so the Western District did not suffer a catastrophic blow. Only dozens of buildings at the explosion center were reduced to ruins. Let's leave it at that for now. If I really take down Scorpion, pain will be trouble. Xiaonan lowers her hands. The explosive tags she used against Scorpion were only 1/10 of her existing stock. Just a mere million explosive tags. However, as the smoke from the explosion clears, the scene before Xiaonan is astonishing. It turns out, it hasn't been completely destroyed. The pufferfish scorpion is missing the right half of its head, and its battered body exposes various puppet components and hidden mechanisms, looking particularly terrifying. Little girl, I have to admit, I underestimated you. Scorpion's deep voice comes from within. So next, it's my turn to return the favor. Crack! As the words fall, an exaggerated spiral blade bursts from a gap in the pufferfish scorpion's body, spinning at a terrifying speed. At the same time, the wind suction device at the center of the spiral blade begins to operate, emitting a spiral white suction vortex that instantly covers a radius of 100 meters. Puppet killing technique, 50 bell cuts. Whoosh! In an instant, countless fragments of stone are sucked up by the raging wind, swept into the spiral blade, instantly turning into powder. Seeing the situation is not right, Xiaonan waves her paper wings behind her to distance herself from the suction wind. But the wind is too strong, and she has no choice but to fully paperize herself in the moment she is pulled away by the wind. The pufferfish scorpion laughs. It's useless. No matter how much you scatter, you can't escape this storm. And if all the paper that makes up your body is ground into powder, what will happen to you? To be honest, I'm a bit curious. The chaotic wind carries the scattered paper towards the spiral blade. Scorpion thinks to himself, your woman won't just watch you die, right? So, from where will you attack? At the top of the Western District's spire tower. Pei AI stands against the wind, and at this moment, within his Shuropath Rinnegan imaging, a crosshair appears. He raises his right arm, forming a gun gesture with his thumb and index finger, and another crosshair appears in his sight, aligning the center point of the 2 crosshairs with the eye of the storm hundreds of meters away, forming a straight line. Shuropath, Thunder Sniper, bang! A razor-like flash of lightning darts across, and the suction vortex halts abruptly. Too fast. What's happening? The pufferfish scorpion, unable to sense the prelude, can only deduce from the phenomenon. The wind suction device malfunctioned? No, just at this moment, it was destroyed by someone. An attack I can't see and can't react to. The wind suction device and the spiral blade are one unit. Yet they are 2 different mechanisms. The wind suction stopped, but the spiral blade continues to operate. Whoosh! The paper stopped before the spiral slash. reassembling into the form of Conan. Paper dance, departure. The paper folded into a sharp-edged wheel, rolling forward and colliding with the rod of the spiral slash. Under the violent cut of the paper wheel, the rod snapped with a sound, and the spiral slash broke apart, leaving terrifying gashes on the ground before coming to a halt. Only then did Conan turn to look behind her. Scorpion, following her gaze, also noticed the towering figure with long hair standing on the spire. Ha ha ha, as expected. It was you who caused this trouble. Boom. The pufferfish scorpion ignited its feet, using it as thrust to launch into the sky. Let me see how far my current art is from your ocular eye technology. The watermelon scorpion surged forward, opening half of its mouth. Although its head was only half, the water release device at its throat was unharmed. Puppet killing technique, cloud cutting. A powerful water column sliced through buildings like tofu, heading straight for Pei AI, standing at the top of the spire. Pei AI's eyebrows twitched. Oh? Is this the water release mechanism that split the rain in half earlier? Crack. Lightning release covered Pei AI's entire body. And with just his arm, he faced the so-called cloud-cutting water release. Overestimating yourself? You're finished. Snap. The cloud-cutting shot struck Pei AI's lightning-clad arm, scattering the water flow. What? It can't be cut. Scorpion's expression turned horrified. Pei AI looked at the golden particles spilling from the scattered water flow. I see. The water was infused with diamond powder, combined with ultra-high pressure, turning it into a truly indestructible water blade. It seems you've been racking your brain to improve the puppet mechanisms this past half-year. If it weren't for this Azura path made by the third rakeage, you might have really vindicated traditional puppet techniques. Slap. He leaped up, punching into the torrent of cloud cutting, forcefully approaching the pufferfish scorpion. As the distance closed, Scorpion also recognized the shape and appearance of the incoming figure. You are. Scorpion, to honor your long journey here, I'll use the strongest technique this guy had his lifetime to warmly welcome you. Pei AI raised the international friendship gesture towards the pufferfish scorpion. Crackle. The incredibly powerful lightning chakra gathered on that raised middle finger. This move, used by AI in his lifetime, was typically executed with the index finger. But compared to the index finger, Nagato was more adept at using the middle finger, or perhaps using both the middle and ring fingers together. Of course, that would be something Conan would deeply understand not long after. On the tower, Nagato was cautious. I really have to be careful with this move. Don't kill Scorpion. Let's coordinate with the Sharingan. Zing. Nagato's right. I transformed into the Sharingan in response. At the same time, Pei AI's right. I also changed into the Sharingan. Hell's piercing stab. One book in hand. Crack. The strongest spear forcefully pierced through the armor made of alloy steel of the pufferfish scorpion. Boom. At that moment, the built-in ejection device forcefully launched Scorpion into the sky behind him. Pei AI was slightly surprised. Oh, there's actually an emergency escape device, quite comprehensive in consideration. It seems I was overthinking. Slash. Pei AI withdrew his arm. The uncontrolled human puppet, watermelon pufferfish demon crashed down heavily, collapsing the buildings below. Scorpion landed on the rooftop of another building. His proud art once again crushed in the same domain, causing him to be unable to suppress his frustration. Boom! He punched into the water tank standing beside him, the cables emerging from his sleeves wrapped around the entire water tank, lifting it along with the base, and threw it heavily towards a nearby building. Rumble! The wall of that building was smashed open, a large amount of water flooding in. Although it didn't collapse, it would surely be a big project to repair. By this point, Scorpion had come to terms with it. Winning was impossible, but he couldn't afford to lose too disgracefully. Wow. He formed hand seals with both hands. Let me show you the latest result of my art. Parasitic line, activate. Whoosh. A thick fog unexpectedly enveloped the rain-hidden western district. Pei AI focused. This technique could be crackle. Golden lightning suddenly spread to Pei AI's feet, then transformed into vine-like tendrils, climbing up Pei AI's body. Oh, is this to buy my movements? Be I mated. Without warning, a fierce large blade slashed horizontally, striking hard at Pei AI's neck. Clang. Chapter 128. Scorpion's Entrance Clang. The large blade broke with a sound, the flying blade spinning and burying itself deep into the wall 20 meters away. Pei AI's left eye's Rinnegan open wide. Azura, thunderstorm instrument. Crackle. A hemispherical lightning field activated, covering a 10-meter radius around Pei AI, instantly dispersing the golden lightning that had wrapped around his feet. The shadow that had attacked him with an unknown large blade under the cover of fog was forced to retreat and could no longer approach. Crack, crack! A rough mechanical hand emerged from Pei AI's right shoulder. Lightning chakra input into it, palm facing the direction for which the blade had flown. Azura, magnetic hand. Crackle. The input lightning chakra was surprisingly converted into an equivalent magnet release, generating a magnetic attraction effect. Crack, crack. The broken blade that had deeply lodged in the wall trembled violently a few times before flying back into the magnetic hand. Pei AI glanced down. As expected, is it the decapitation blade? Then it's not hard to guess that the golden lightning released from my feet earlier was the lightning blade Fawn. The puppets of the 7 ninja swordsmen used their Life-S ninja swords, combined with a hidden mist technique, to launch a silent assassination technique. Quite interesting. Beep, beep, beep. Pei AI's left eye's Rinnegan infrared sensor had already identified the 2 figures hidden in the fog, stirring restlessly. Using thunder missile to instantly destroy you would be nice. But I want to see what you look like as puppets. Crack. Pei AI opened his mouth, plasma beams gathering at his mouth. This beam can clear impurities in the air and has an excellent clearing effect against ninjutsu that blocks sight, like fog and sand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pei AI shook his neck, and the beam trembled, spreading like a twisted shape, quickly clearing the fog enveloping this area. Hundreds of meters away, on the rooftop, Scorpion watched this scene, quietly clenching his fist. I thought he would use brute force to break the hidden mist technique, but I didn't expect him to perform such delicate work. Swinging the heavy stick, threading the embroidery needle. Don't worry, Kakazu. The home of the rain hidden will be carefully protected by me. The fog dissipated. The 2 puppets. Pei AI murmured. So it really is. Black Horaiga, Paipa Shizun, plus Watermelon Pufferfish Demon, the 3 surviving members of the 7 ninja swordsman Undermight guy, have all become your puppets now, Scorpion. However, more surprising than confirming the identities of the puppets is, his gaze crossed over Raiga and Shizun, fixing on the rooftop where Scorpion's true body was located. Hundreds of meters away, the Sharingan in his right eye clearly saw that Scorpion and the 2 puppets were indeed connected by chakra threads. Is that so? Scorpion, have you also transitioned from wired networks to the Wi-Fi era? Scorpion understood that continuing to fight would only tarnish the art, so he chose to end this greeting in a more dignified manner. He lifted his robe, unfolded the spiral blade at his waist, and began to spin rapidly. The spinning spiral blade generated air currents that lifted him into the air, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he dove toward the place of confrontation. To demonstrate his momentum, he did not avoid the buildings along the way, forcefully cutting through the walls, stone pillars, water pipes, and more with the spiral blade. Amid the sounds of crumbling earth and stone, metal tearing, and buildings collapsing, he arrived nearby and used the chakra threads released from his fingers to pull out the human puppet, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, deeply buried in the ruins, throwing it heavily to the ground. After retracting the chakra threads and spiral blade, he performed a graceful somersault, landing in front of the 2 human puppets, facing Pei AI. At the rain-hidden tower, Xiao Nan, who had returned to Nagato's side, saw this scene in the crystal ball and furrowed her brows. This guy, who had clearly been defeated, was trying to bolster his presence. It was really hard to watch. Nagato, I remember you mentioned a technique called planetary devastation associated with the Rinnegan, right? You haven't used it yet. Why not bring it out and show this arrogant guy what true momentum looks like? Nagato smiled and said, that sounds like a good idea. But for the sake of making a show, sending Pain's Devapath on a special trip would actually diminish the momentum. Anyway, Scorpion ISN going 2 overboard. So let him be. Facing Pei AI, Scorpion sighed, it's been half a year, and the world has truly changed. What about the 3rd Kazekage? Have you abandoned him? Pei AI replied, no, I've been wanting to find a chance to tell you. The 3rd Kazekage was severely injured and has heroically retired from executing a major plan concerning my future. Oh, is that the plan you and Orochimaru quietly agreed upon? Do you want to know about that plan? I can tell you, never mind. I'm not interested in such matters. I'm only passionate about things related to my art. P.I. laughed. Impressive. How did you manage to manipulate the 2 puppets behind you so freely without using chakra threads? Scorpion smiled. Are you sincere about wanting to know? Of course. Pei AI smiled, tearing off a segment of the decapitation blade from the round hole part and wearing it as an ornament around his neck. Please do tell me. I'm very interested. Scorpion summoned a blood bag and threw it behind him. Pa Shirzong bent down, dipped the decapitation blade into the blood bag, and the broken blade reformed. Scorpion sat atop the high watermelon mountain, sharing with Pei AI his proudest achievement in puppet art over the past 6 months. Parasitic threads. It turned out that half a year ago, during his battle with Nagato, what shocked Scorpion the most was not the guns and cannons of the Azura Path, but the technique of the 6 paths of pain itself. By using a black rod as a medium, it synchronized the user's chakra and consciousness remotely with the body to be controlled. This made him realize that the old method of manipulating puppets with chakra threads was utterly weak. Even if the skill of the operator improved and the number of puppets they could control increased to dozens, hundreds, or even thousands, the cost would inevitably be a decrease in manipulation precision. Describing it as a rabble would not be an exaggeration. Scorpion realized that the puppet art he once pursued was limited from the very beginning. He resolutely decided to abandon the method of manipulating puppets with chakra threads and sought a new medium for control. This was not a betrayal of art, but an elevation of it. Thus, the parasitic threads were born. Pei AI asked, "Can I see it?" "Your parasitic threads." "Sure." Scorpion extended his palm, and whoosh. A blue ripple appeared on the back of Black Ho Thunderfong's head, and an almost invisible thread flew out. Crack! Black Ho Thunderfong immediately fell to the ground, turning into a lifeless object. Pei AI gently pinched the flying thread with 2 fingers, observing it closely with his Sharingan. It resembled a mite under a microscope, but he could sense a strong chakra activity from it. "Wait, those light spots that do not belong to chakra, could it be?" Scorpion smiled and said, "That is my soul." "Soul?" Pei AI was surprised. Scorpion smiled, "That's right. The essence of the parasitic threads is a part of my separated soul, which is transformed into a special existence that lies between spiritual and material due to my obsession. At least by my understanding, it cannot be erased. Even if I, the Scorpion of the Red Sand, were to disappear, the parasitic threads would not disappear. In this sense, each parasitic thread is eternal and indestructible, existing as another version of me on a microscopic level. It can attach to the objects I once entrusted my beliefs to, allowing my will to be manifested again." Pei AI contemplated Scorpion's words. This parasitic thread, in terms of technique, might even rival Orochimaru's curse mark will. Nagato, through Pei AI, sincerely said, "This is truly an impressive technique, but I must remind you, Scorpion, that the soul is a non-renewable force. If you continue to use this technique to separate your soul, one day, your own soul will completely disappear." Scorpion was not afraid. Instead, he showed a look of longing. "That would also mean that my soul will completely break free from the shackles of the body and become immortal on the puppets I entrusted my beliefs to. This is the eternal artist, Scorpion of the Red Sand." Pei AI released his fingers. The parasitic thread automatically returned to Black Ho Thunderfong, who stood up again. He stepped forward and extended a symbolic hand of friendship toward Scorpion. "Must you make it so formal?" Scorpion extended his hand. "Scorpion, welcome to the family of Rain Hidden." Scorpion looked at Pei AI's neighborly smile and said, "I think with your strength, you could be a bit more aloof." "Well, never mind. Please take care of me in the future, whether in art or anything else." On the tower, watching this scene through the crystal ball, Xiaonan clenched her palm. "How can this be? Another man who is open-hearted with Nagato has appeared." Time passed quickly, and 3 months slipped away unnoticed. The annals of the ninja world reached the 52nd year of Konoha, a significant October. Chapter 129, Red Maple October. In the golden autumn of October, the maple leaves swayed gracefully on the branches, their fiery red color mirroring the blazing will of fire in the hearts of the people of Konoha. Hizashi sat on the stone steps by the roadside, smoking a pipe and enjoying the scenery of the red leaves. 3 months ago, he had received a letter and hurriedly left the village, but returned the very next day. Minato had come to inquire about this matter specifically. Hizashi simply brushed it off, saying he had met an old friend. He kept quiet about Nagato's coercion of Tsunade's life to force him to leave the village and take away his in-release chakra network. As Orochimaru had hoped, Hizashi had indeed swallowed his grievances, enduring this silent loss. His forbearance was all for the sake of Jiraiya's 2 promising disciples, Minato and Nagato, and the respective villages they led, Konoha and Rain, to avoid disputes and maintain the hard-won stability. In these 3 months, Konoha also underwent a significant transformation. As previously hinted, Minato reduced the Root's organization from 8 teams to 4. The halving of the organization meant that Danzo's Root no longer held the same status as the Hokage's direct Umbu. The 4 teams of root members, along with their leaders and trainees, totaling 150 people. These individuals had all been carefully selected by Danzo before joining Root, having undergone training. The placement of these individuals is crucial for the long-term development of Konoha. Minato's placement measures have also impressed Hiruzen. The origins of the Root members can be categorized into 3 types. The first type consists of those recruited by Danzo through coercive means from various major clans in Konoha. The second type includes war orphans who, homeless and without support, were naturally taken in by Danzo. The third type consists of desperate criminals who have lost their legitimate identities and can only follow Danzo into darkness. The methods of placement for these 3 types of people are also different. After consulting with the village's Jonin, Minato made the following arrangements. Those from the major clans of Konoha would return to their respective families and be given corresponding positions. War orphans would not only have their ninja identities restored and be given their father's surnames, but would also receive housing and basic living support. They would later be gradually integrated into regular ninja units, executing missions and receiving ninja salaries like normal ninjas. As for the criminals, their crimes would not be punished for the time being. They would be allowed to remain under probation, and if they committed no further offenses within 10 years, their legal status could be permanently restored. Minato was well aware that these Root members had been indoctrinated with Danzo's dark ideology since childhood, and to make them truly abandon their past and live as Konoha ninjas would be a long and arduous task. However, as Hokage, Minato was determined and confident in handling this matter well. By the way, regarding the disbandment of Root, there is a subtlety worth pondering. The 6th and 7th divisions of Root had already been completely wiped out before the Rain Village. Minato learned about this through his intelligence sources. However, when he disbanded Root's structure, he deliberately did not disclose this matter to Danzo. He calculated that Danzo would certainly not dare to report the truth. As expected, Danzo would rather honestly disband the existing 4 major teams than admit that he had sent 2 teams to support Hanzo of the Salamander, resulting in their complete annihilation. Consequently, after the disbandment, Root's actual combat capability was reduced to only 2 teams. Although he could recruit more soldiers to fill the vacancies in those 2 teams under the allowed structure, it would undoubtedly be a long process. Minato's actions would make it difficult for Danzo to recover his strength and interfere with his Hokage decisions for the next 10 years. Recalling Hayato Kawakami, Nagato's overt murderous intent towards Danzo made Hiruzen take a deep puff from his pipe, exhaling thick smoke. Danzo, do not blame Minato for being unfeeling. Indeed, some of your past actions were too outrageous. I hope you use these 10 years to seriously reflect on your behavior. Only when Konoha truly becomes strong will Minato have the ability and position to preserve your life from Nagato's hands. On the small road at the end of the maple forest, Irika came holding a bouquet of flowers. Seeing Hiruzen sitting by the roadside, he hurried over. Third Hokage. Hiruzen concealed his worries and revealed a kind smile, putting down his pipe and saying, Irika, it's been a long time. Irika replied, yes. I wanted to visit Brother Mizuki on a mountain, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Mizuki was the only Konoha ninja who lost his life during the previous attack. However, since it was not a wartime sacrifice, his name did not appear on the memorial stone. To commemorate him, Irika set up a tomb in the back mountain and visited it from time to time. I see. It's rare for you to have this sentiment to remember your companion. I'll accompany you. Hiruzen stood up and walked with Irika toward the mountain. What are you doing here? Irika asked. Hiruzen, with the pipe in his mouth, replied, just enjoying the breeze and looking at the maple leaves here. The two arrived at Mizuki's tomb, and Irika placed the bouquet, clasped his hands together, and closed his eyes in remembrance. Hiruzen put down his pipe and bowed his head. After paying their respects and descending the mountain, Hiruzen picked up his pipe again and said, Irika, in half a year, it will be your ninja school graduation exam, right? I heard your grades have been stable. You should be able to successfully become a genin. As a ninja, do you have any goals you want to achieve? A teacher, Irika blurted out without hesitation. Oh, a teacher. Hiruzen looked at him in surprise. This was not a goal one would expect from a child who had yet to become a ninja. Can you tell me why? Irika looked down at the road and unconsciously recalled the events of the attack night, when Minato had spoken to him with a gentle smile while patting his head. Although I haven't become a ninja yet, I am aware that my talent as a ninja is rather mediocre. I probably want to be able to become an outstanding ninja like you and the fourth Hokage. Hiruzen did not deny him, but waited for him to continue. Irika raised his hand to touch his head. That night, Minato had spoken to him with a lovable smile while patting his head. Although I can't become Hokage, I admire the noble character and actions of the Hokages. I want to possess the kind of noble character and have the power to inspire others. So, I want to become a teacher, to set an example and embody the will of fire, spreading it to the future little guardians of Konoha, like me. Looking at the smile blooming on Irika's face, Hiruzen was deeply moved. Konoha's future. Little guardians, indeed? That's right. Passing down the belief of the ancestors for peace in the ninja world and protecting the village from generation to generation is the true meaning of the will of fire. Irika, I will personally attend your graduation ceremony. Really? You will really come in person? Count me in too. Fourth Hokage. Irika was overjoyed. After parting, he immediately ran home to tell his parents about it. After he left, Hiruzen said, Minato, Kushina is about to give birth. Aren't you going to take care of her? It won't be another issue, right? Minato smiled and said, Third Hokage, I specifically brought you good news this time. What good news? Tsunade has returned to the village. Thud. As Minato's words fell, Hiruzen's pipe fell to the ground. Where's she? At Konoha Hospital. Is she injured? No, Tsunade-sama learned about the attack, and since Kakashi has been in a coma, she went to check on his condition. Chapter 130. Birth and Revival. In the intensive care unit of Konoha Hospital, Tsunade sat by Kakashi's bedside. Yamanka Kaiji stood beside her, reporting on Kakashi's condition. Kakashi's physical injuries had long since healed. He had not awakened due to psychological trauma. After the attack that night, the fourth Hokage held a post-war meeting, and I had suggested that the analysis team intervene to examine Kakashi's brain. But the fourth was concerned about potential damage to Kakashi's brain and rejected the proposal. Tsunade said seriously, Minato is right. If Kakashi truly suffered some psychological trauma, your stimulation could very well turn him into a complete invalid upon waking. Kaiji also felt a sense of dread. What Tsunade-sama said is true. So, do you think we should let your disciple Shizun attempt to treat him? Tsunade looked at him with a meaningful expression. Why should we have Shizun treat him? Kaiji hesitated, trying to choose his words carefully to express as tactfully as possible. At that moment, Minato and Hiruzen arrived at the door of the hospital room. Tsunade said in a deep voice, There's no need to be so coy. Just say what you want. Are you trying to say that I can't use medical ninjutsu because of my psychological trauma from early years? So you want Shizun to take over, right? Seeing that he was exposed, Hachi could only awkwardly say yes. Lord Tsunade, your insight is remarkable. Then, you'd better open your eyes wide and watch closely. Tsunade retracted her gaze and raised her hands in front of her chest. Could it be? Hachi's expression changed in shock. At the door, Minato looked surprised and was about to enter, but Nichiren pressed down on his shoulder, his gaze fixed intently on Tsunade's hands forming seals. Soon, Tsunade completed the hand seals. A soft green glow enveloped her hands. Minato exclaimed, This truly surprises me. Lord Tsunade has actually overcome. Nichiren's eyes were filled with a mix of relief and bitterness, reflecting the strongest medical ninja, Lady Tsunade, has come back to life. Nagato really wasn't just talking nonsense. It's quite shameful. Even I, as her teacher, have been helpless against her heart's illness, yet he managed to do it. He really didn't need to go out of his way for this. Whoosh! Tsunade held her hands up, pausing in front of Kakashi's forehead. In the underground laboratory of the Rain Village, an extraordinary moment was also approaching. That is the delivery of Keed. Well, it's called delivery, but in reality, it's just the completion of cultivation, taking her out of the petri dish. However, the necessary sense of ceremony must still be there. At this moment, Nagato, Konan, and Orochimaru stood outside the petri dish, while the 6 paths of pain guarded various corners of the underground laboratory. Inside the petri dish, Keed floated in amniotic fluid. Head down, but up, umbilical cord wrapped around her neck, her little feet crossed as if she were a small monk sitting upside down, quietly waiting for her fate. By the way, Keed was currently in a vegetative state, unaware, and perhaps you've forgotten why. It's okay, we'll mention it again later. The most nervous person at this moment was undoubtedly Kabuto, standing at the control panel, because, as a medical ninja, he was unavoidably the chosen one to deliver Keed. He adjusted his glasses and glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled and nodded, giving him an encouraging look. Well, I'm going to start. Ding! Kabuto pressed the delivery button. Whoosh! The holes at the bottom of the petri dish opened, and the amniotic fluid flowed back into the recovery chamber. The amniotic fluid lowered. Keed's position in the petri dish also continuously decreased. But don't worry, she won't just drop down with a thud, because the placenta, nourished by Hashiroma's cells, and connected to the umbilical cord, is securely attached to the side of the vessel. Moreover, Keed's umbilical cord is long enough that she won't be strangled by it due to the descent. Whoosh! Just as the amniotic fluid was about to be fully drained, Kabuto rushed forward, his hand reaching under the rising glass vessel to support Keed's head, preventing it from hitting the base. Carefully, he cradled Keed's back with one hand, while the other hand gathered chakra to form a surgical knife, precisely cutting the umbilical cord. The delivery was completed, but no cries were heard in the delivery room. At that moment, Konan stepped forward, took Keed from Kabuto's hands, and wrapped her delicate body in the prepared monk's robe, her gaze sweeping over a certain spot with a hint of an inexplicable smile. Holding little Keed, she turned to face Nagato. "Should I congratulate you on the birth of your precious child, Nagato?" "Don't joke around, Konan," Nagato replied with a helpless smile. Konan initially wanted to hold a grandparent-child ceremony in the Rain Village, but after thinking it over, she decided against it. Keed's existence must remain a temporary secret, Orochimaru said with a smile. Keed was successfully born, and now the most important matter is yet to come. Ah, yes, Nagato's expression became solemn. The critical point of Nagato's second body plan is that Keed's consciousness must be completely synchronized with Nagato's, just like the 6 paths of pain. Keed must be an independent, living being, but her consciousness must belong to Nagato, which posed quite a challenge for Orochimaru. However, the method had already been discussed, to transform Keed into Nagato's outer path pain, detailed in Chapter 63, which can be revisited if forgotten. The outer path pain is created from a vegetative state that lies between living person and corpse, so from the embryonic stage, Keed was set up by Orochimaru as a vegetative person. The outer path pain has consciousness that is completely synchronized with Nagato himself, while everything else is unrelated to the main body and the 6 paths of pain. It does not possess Nagato's Rinnegan's 6 paths abilities, does not share the vision of the Rinnegan, nor is there any restriction on the distance of manipulation with the black rods, and it will not consume Nagato's chakra. Therefore, even if Nagato loses consciousness or dies for some reason, Keed will not lose consciousness or die. In terms of results, Keed, as a life form, will effectively become Nagato's second body, and moreover a living body. This is the outer path pain. This power is so extraordinary that Nagato has yet to fully unveil its veil from the moment he accidentally discovered this technique to this point. But compared to the initial discovery, he has now made more reliable progress. The outer path power of the Rinnegan can transcend the cycle of life and death. But this does not entirely equate to the rebirth technique, which allows one to live fully in another body while maintaining synchronized consciousness, yet not being interfered with by the state of the main body. This is another manifestation of transcending the cycle of life and death. This is the power of the Rinnegan. Buzz, a diamond-shaped black rod crystal appeared in Nagato's hand and was handed to Kabuto. Kabuto said with complexity, "The precision required for this operation is also a challenge for me. Do you really trust me, Lord Nagato? If I fail, everything we've achieved so far will." Nagato patted his shoulder and smiled. "I believe you can do it because you are my superhero, Kabuto. This trust, Lord Nagato, indeed, like Orochimaru, needs me. I cannot disappoint the expectations of both of you. Leave it to me." In the Konoha hospital room, sweat was already visible on Tsunade's forehead, but Kakashi still showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Everyone couldn't help but feel anxious for both her and Kakashi. If even Lord Tsunade is at a loss, Kakashi might really remain lying like this forever. "Kakashi, what did you see that night? What could have triggered such a strong shock?" Just then, Kakashi's tightly closed eyelids trembled a few times before slowly opening. Thanks to NagatoAwakens Kittens for the inspiration capsule, urgent update talisman, and sending a letter with a knife. Is this love and whip? I've learned. Chapter 131. Connection and Collision. On the bed, Kakashi opened his eyes, staring at the white ceiling, momentarily confused about the situation. "Kakashi!" Excited greetings rang out at the bedside. Kakashi turned to look at the voice, seeing his teacher, the third Hokage, Hachi, and also Lord Tsunade. Suddenly, Kakashi's fragmented thoughts connected with reality. What happened to the village? Were the attackers repelled? Nichiren said, "Don't worry, Kakashi. That was over half a year ago." "What? Over half a year?" Kakashi's pupils constricted as he scanned the hospital room and lifted the blanket to see the hospital gown he was wearing, taking a long while to come back to his senses. "So, I've been in the hospital, unconscious until now," Minato said. "Yes, you have been unconscious since the attack incident. The medical team tried every means to wake you up, and it was only thanks to Lord Tsunade, returning to the village that she used her extraordinary medical ninjutsu to bring you back. Lord Tsunade. Kakashi's gaze turned to Tsunade. As a disciple of Minato and a key candidate cultivated by Konoha, Kakashi has access to crucial information that many of his peers do not. He is aware of Tsunade's situation. So, Tsunade has overcome her long-standing fear of blood and regained her medical ninjutsu. Of course, these are not things he can casually discuss as a junior. He respectfully said, "Thank you very much, Lady Tsunade." Tsunade, sitting in a chair, nodded slightly. "Are you feeling any discomfort?" Kakashi replied, It's okay, no obvious discomfort, just a bit weak." Tsunade said, "That's to be expected. You've been on nutritional IVs for over half a year. You'll need a week of rest before you can be discharged." "A week?" Kakashi murmured. "It's already been half a year, so what's another week?" Tsunade called out to the door, "Yamato." Yamato rushed in, "Lady Tsunade." Tsunade instructed, "Prepare medicinal meals for Kakashi. Also, for the next week, you won't need to serve me. You'll be here to take care of Kakashi's daily needs." Yamato glanced at the bed and obediently nodded, "Yes." "Lady Tsunade." Minato scratched his head and said, "Yamato is your attendant. I can just assign someone from the medical unit to take care of Kakashi. No need to trouble her." Tsunade rubbed her shoulder and replied, "Yamato is more attentive. Plus, with her not around, I can enjoy some peace and quiet for a few days." "Kakashi, can you tell us what exactly happened before you fell unconscious?" The words of Yamato caused everyone's gaze to focus back on Kakashi's face. Kakashi lowered his gaze. "I remember at that time, Guy and I split into two teams to pursue two intruders, and then we chased them into an alley." His words trailed off. "And then?" Yamato asked eagerly. "Then?" A look of confusion flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he frowned, trying hard to recall. "I only remember that I seemed to have used Chidori." Yamato said, "That's right, you did use Chidori and pierced that masked woman's shoulder. This has been confirmed by the fourth Hokage. The fourth also fought with that masked woman and only knows she can use summoning. Beyond that, we need your intel to fill in the database about her." Masked woman, pierced shoulder? These keywords successfully triggered Kakashi's memories, and a blurry image with snowflakes flashed in his mind. Kakashi concentrated, trying to dispel the fog covering that face. But just as that face was about to be revealed, a sharp pain struck, and he suddenly covered his left eye. "Ugh. Hey, Kakashi." Minato stepped forward to support him. "Are you okay?" Kakashi felt guilty. "Sorry, sensei. I really can't remember what I saw." Minato helped him lean against the headboard, gently reassuring him, "It's all right. Since the event has passed, there's no need to dwell on it. Your safety is more important than anything." After saying this, he turned to Yamato, conveying an apologetic look. "I understand. The fourth still cares for his disciple. Then I'll return to my post. And, Kakashi, make sure to rest well." Kakashi said, "Thank you for your concern, Yamato. If you get a chance, please send my regards to Guy. Let him focus on his mission and not come to the hospital to see me. After I'm discharged, I'll go find him." Yamato smiled. "I will." After Yamato left, Kakashi asked, "Sensei, your child should have been born by now, right?" Minato smiled. "It's rare to see you concerned about this. Kushina's due date is in 10 days. Kakashi exclaimed, 10 days? Then you must be especially busy, Sensei, and still coming to see me. Don't worry, Lord Jiraiya is helping to take care of things at home." Lord Jiraiya is back in the village?" "Yes, he's been living at my house." Kakashi smiled helplessly. "It seems there's really nothing I can help with." Minato said, "Your top priority now is to recover your health and return to your ninja duties as soon as possible. Kushina's identity is special. Her delivery is crucial to Konoha's safety. Lady Mikoto, the third's wife, and my direct Umbu have been preparing for this matter for a long time, and now that Lady Tsunade is back, I have even fewer worries." Tsunade and Hizashi stepped out into the corridor outside the hospital room. Hizashi, holding a pipe, asked, "Tsunade, what do you think about Kakashi's amnesia?" Tsunade leaned her arms on the railing, looking at Hokage Rock, and said, "The psychological trauma left a significant shadow, and to protect himself, his brain has blocked out the memories of the trauma." Hizashi continuously puffed on his pipe, murmuring, "Is that so? It seems he really saw something extraordinary." He then shifted the topic. "You already know about Kushina's situation, right?" "Yes." Tsunade nodded. "I came back for this reason. My grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, faced similar issues back in the day. Since I now have the ability to confront it, I won't evade my responsibilities." Hizashi relaxed his brow, feeling deeply gratified. "Hearing this from you truly comforts me." Tsunade's eyes glanced at him. "Old man, you should stop pretending. Don't think you can fool my keen medical ninja eyes. You were injured not long ago. A serious injury." Hearing this, Hisashi put the pipe back in his mouth and fell silent. Tsunade continued. I heard that 3 months ago, you received a mysterious letter and then left the village, only to return the next day. Who did you meet? Hisashi remained silent. Tsunade insisted. Old man, you know my personality. I advise you to come clean. Sigh. Hisashi sighed deeply, slowly reaching into his robe. Taking a break for the next couple of days to better immerse myself in writing, please understand. Chapter 132. Intertwining and Entanglement. Rain Village, Underground Experimental Base. Sterile Room. After a precise surgery, Orochimaru successfully implanted a diamond-shaped black rod the size of fingernail into Keed's brain using minimally invasive techniques. After the wound healed, looking at Keed's stable life signs on the monitor, Orochimaru let out a deep breath. Wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, he looked at Nagato. This meets your expectations. Right, Lord? You've worked hard. The King of Hell, with dark purple flames, rose beside Nagato. Conan, looking more nervous than Nagato at this moment, asked, Nagato, are you confident? Don't worry, Conan. We've conducted multiple experiments today with Orochimaru. Every step has been strictly executed, and there won't be any mistakes. Good. Conan gently picked up Keed and placed her in the open mouth of the King of Hell. She stepped back, clasping her hands in prayer. Crackle, crackle. The King of Hell's Rinnegan coldly stared ahead, chewing for a full 18 times before stopping. Did it succeed? In the past, the outer path pain experimental bodies would walk out by themselves from the King of Hell's mouth. But Keed is a newborn baby, and even if it succeeded, she definitely wouldn't be able to walk out. They would have to wait for the King of Hell to release her to know whether it was successful or not. However, Nagato did not release the King of Hell for a long time. Xiaonan, Orochimaru, and Toby all cast their gazes. They saw Nagato tightly clenching his fists, cold sweat pouring down his face, his expression filled with fear of the unknown. What's wrong? I can't deactivate the Hell Path. What will happen then? I don't know. I've never encountered this before. Let's rescue Foam first. Without a second thought, Xiaonan unleashed a paper shuriken from her sleeve, aiming directly at Yama's mouth, but before it could get close, it was melted by the purple flames in front of Yama. Nagato, is that you? No, it's not me. Nagato was in a daze. Damn it. What? A loud cry echoed from Yama's dark throat. Yakushi Kabuto's face changed. Could it be that the Hell Path didn't turn Fong into an outer path pain, but instead endowed Fong with his own consciousness? Orochimaru looked suspicious. No, that can't be right. Even if that's the case, why would Yama from the Hell Path lose control? Could it be that Fong did it? Suddenly, Nagato covered his eyes in pain. My eyes. This feeling, could it be? A will even greater than mine has taken over Yama. Damn it, so that's how it is. What? What happened, Nagato? That's right, it can only be him. Uchiha Madara has been resurrected. Damn it, this shouldn't be happening. Where did things go wrong? Madara, he absolutely shouldn't be here at this time. Eh-ha! Thud! Nagato suddenly fell to his knees, letting out a desperate scream. Lord Nagato! Nagato-kun! Nagato! Xiaonan, Orochimaru, and Toby gasped in shock and rushed forward. Give. At that moment, a cheerful laughter rang out from behind. The three turned to look, and Yama had vanished. Fong was clapping her small hands and stomping her little feet, laughing joyfully. The three looked back at Nagato, who lowered his hands from his eyes, standing unharmed, and playfully said, my acting was pretty good, right? Just now, it was all your act. Yep, from start to finish. Yakushi Kabuto. So the Hell Path didn't lose control? Of course not. Orochimaru. Was that crying sound from Fong too? Yeah, just born, a little crying fits the occasion, right? Xiaonan. So just now, pretending to be attacked by Madara was also? That was a spur-of-the-moment addition for myself. Did it scare you, Xiaonan? Toby and Orochimaru exchanged glances. Lord Orochimaru, please allow me to indulge a little. In response to Toby's request, Orochimaru smiled and turned to look at her holding the child. Xiaonan, what do you think? Xiaonan, cradling Fong, surprisingly aligned with the two, thinking that since she now has Fong, she no longer needs Nagato, so you all can do as you please. Since the Angel of the Rain Village has given her permission, then Nagato-kun, I'm sorry. Orochimaru's gaze turned to Nagato, and then he and Toby approached Nagato in a pincer formation. Nagato kept retreating until he was cornered against the wall. You shouldn't do anything reckless. I am a supreme ruler of the Rain Village. Orochimaru chuckled. Oh, that's not right, is it? The supreme ruler of the Rain Village should be Pain. Nagato hurriedly insisted. What nonsense are you talking about? Orochimaru. Pain is me, Nagato. Hey. I think it's you, Nagato, who's the one who's drunk. Pain is pain. And Nagato is Nagato. What do you think? Toby Orochimaru's mouth curved into a smile, and several snake hands slipped out from his sleeves. Lord Orochimaru. What you said is indeed true. To say that Nagato is trying to impersonate Lord Pain is not an exaggeration at all. Yakushi Kabuto's glasses reflected a glint of light. In his left arm, a mechanical prosthetic shot out octopus-like cables. Rustle. The snake hands and cables lunged toward Nagato. Yame Butterfly. Ugh. Lock expansion. Extinguish there, not possible. Watching Nagato pay the price for his actions. Xiaonan revealed a smile reminiscent of her past, because their consciousness was completely synchronized at this moment. Feng's innocent little face in Xiaonan's arms also showed a strange expression, her small fists clenched and making little noises. But only those pitch-black, inky bright eyes were staring unblinkingly at Xiaonan. His feeling is really wonderful. It was the same for Xiaonan. She looked closely at the baby version of Nagato's face right in front of her, and suddenly a mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. She leaned in close to Feng's ear and said in a mysterious tone, "Do you want some milk?" Nagato. On the terrace outside Konoha Hospital. This is. Looking at the green pendant spread out on Hisashi's palm, Tsunade's mouth dropped in disbelief. Isn't this the heirloom of her grandfather that she lost as a bet in the Land of Rivers? This pendant ended up in Hisashi's hands. Connecting it to her experiences that night in the gambling house and Hisashi's subsequent ordeal, she realized many things. So that's how it is. She clenched the pendant she had regained, her eyes filled with turbulent emotions. It wasn't just the paper girl's whim to have me use the pendant as a bet. She was never after my reputation as a fat sheep to make money. Instead, she was after this pendant. After obtaining the pendant through the gambling game, she planned to use it as proof of my identity to lure Sarutobi out of Konoha. What a deep scheme. Tsunade angrily asked. Who hurt you? Was it that blue-haired woman with a paper flower in her hair? Hisashi sighed. So you've seen that woman too. Tsunade pressed. So there's one of them. Did the other one take action? The masked woman. Hisashi exclaimed. What? You saw the masked woman too? His unusually surprised reaction made Tsunade hesitate for a moment and ask. You didn't see her? It seems. Tsunade hasn't seen Nagato. After taking a puff from his pipe, Hisashi calmly said, Tell me what happened. How did this pendant end up in their hands? So, Tsunade recounted how that night in the gambling house in the Land of Rivers, how she unexpectedly won and was then intercepted by Xiaonan and Perrin, and how, in a fit of anger, she lost everything. So that is how it is. The confusion that had lingered in Hisashi's heart for months was finally resolved today. The thick smoke filled his lungs, and a sigh echoed in his heart. It really was arranged so clearly. I have no anger left, not a bit. Tsunade held the pendant up to her face and demanded, Sarutobi, now you can tell me, how did that woman set a trap to injure you after luring you out with this? Who were the participants? Hisashi exhaled a smoke ring. Looking confused. What do you mean lured out? What trap? What are you talking about? Didn't she use this pendant to lure you out? This pendant was indeed sent to me by someone through a letter, and they wanted me to pass it on to you. They never intended to take away what you love. They just wanted to maintain appearances. So why did you leave the village without saying a word after reading the letter? I'm just a retired person looking to take a break. Tsunade stepped forward, grabbing Nijan's collar, and exclaimed anxiously, Don't give me that. What about your injuries? Sighing internally, Nijan said earnestly, Tsunade, some things you just shouldn't ask anymore, okay? Just like there are things you haven't been completely honest about with me, right? Everyone has their own beliefs and persistence. Let's respect each other's thoughts. Tsunade's gaze fell down. Just as Nijan had said, she hadn't been honest about her phobia of blood. Tsunade had her own pride. She couldn't accept that she was manipulated by someone, overcoming the fear that had held her back for many years through coercion and guidance. That was harder for her to accept than death itself. Damn it. She released Nijan's collar and strode towards the water tank on the hospital terrace, punching it. Boom! The iron tank was pierced, and the water inside surged out, flooding the clothes drying on a rooftop platform across from it. As for your explanation about the pendant, I'll just take it as you said, Sarutobi. Pulling her arm out from the metal, Tsunade put the pendant back around her neck and glanced back at Nijan. But I still really dislike the Hokage. Just to be clear, after helping Kushina through this dangerous period of childbirth, I will leave the village again. And I can't say when I'll be back. Nijan smiled and said, I never wanted to bind you. I just hope you'll stop treating that pendant as a bet. It would be great if you didn't lose it. Tsunade's mouth curled up into a bright arc. Of course, it's mine, my treasure. Nijan smiled contentedly, understanding that the treasure Tsunade referred to wasn't the pendant itself, but the will of fire passed down through Konoha that it represented. Wiping the smile off his face, he reminded her Kushina's childbirth location is in the barrier on the back mountain of Konoha, and Biwa will be there too. Although your medical ninjutsu is top-notch, you lack experience in childbirth, so having her around will be safer. That night, at the high tower of Rain Village, Nagato stood outside the tower's relief, gazing blankly at the rain curtain in the night sky. Since returning from the underground base, he had been like this. Now, Keed had successfully been born, and the second body plan had safely landed. What he would face next was Naruto's birthday on October 10th, 10 days later, and the Nine Tails incident in Konoha. This would directly affect the lives of Minato and his wife, as well as his own interests. As for the lives of Minato and his wife, there was no need to say. Nagato definitely hoped they would survive, but his personal interests were tied to the ownership of the Nine Tails. One day in the future, Nagato had to acquire the power of the Ten Tails. And the most important part of the Ten Tails was the Nine Tails. Uzumaki Kushina was the host of the Nine Tails, a reality Nagato had to face. With this reality in mind, even if he stopped the Nine Tails incident for now and allowed Minato and his wife to survive, one day in the future, the tragedy would repeat itself. The only difference would be that the culprit would change from Obito to him, Nagato. So, should he just let go? Let the outcome happen naturally? No. That result was not what he wanted. He was someone who craved bonds, especially the bonds of family and kinship. Indeed, under his interference, some things had already changed. For example, the current Konoha had gathered unprecedented strength. But this world is dynamically changing. The changes he brought would also trigger new changes. In every sense, he still had to get involved. How could he preserve what he wanted to protect and obtain what he wanted to gain? After thinking it over, there really was only that one method. Nagato, are you troubled? After putting Keed to sleep, Konan approached Nagato. Konan, I might need to go on a long trip. Where to? Sunagakure. Konan was surprised, so sudden. When are you leaving? Time is tight. I might leave soon. Then I'll go pack. No, you stay and take care of Keed. For this trip, having Scorpion accompany me is enough. Chapter 134, Each Journey. Two figures in black cloaks walked in succession, their forms like cranes, weaving through the flying sand of the desert, unknowingly arriving deep within the land of wind. The next night, a sandstorm suddenly struck. After trekking from Rain Village, Nagato and Scorpion decided to rest in a cave on a sand dune, waiting for the storm to pass before continuing their journey. Nagato took out the water pouch attached to his waist, unscrewed the buckle, and took a few hearty sips. He let out a satisfied sound, wiped the water from the corner of his mouth, and tossed the water pouch to Scorpion. Scorpion opened the water inlet on his left shoulder, inverted the pouch, and pressed it against his mouth. Gulp, gulp. The water flowing into the puppet's body was absorbed by the core flesh in his left chest after a series of transformations. Changing water into liquid food works similarly, but Scorpion had a habit of not eating afternoon. Throwing the water pouch back to Nagato, Scorpion said, "It's just Sunagakure. Yet you personally set out. You should tell me your purpose for this trip." Not speaking before departure, and not during the journey, was because this trip to Sunagakure was something Nagato had decided after deep consideration, and he needed to think carefully about how to explain it to Scorpion. He maintained his usual air of mystery. "Why don't you guess what my purpose is?" After thinking for a moment, Scorpion reasoned, though Sunagakure is one of the 5 great ninja villages, it's the most resource-poor among the 5 great nations. What you might be interested in here could only be Shikar Dragonvein, right? Nagato smiled. Well said. Both are indeed in my plans, but they're not the purpose of this trip. After considering again, Scorpion said, "Then do you want to turn Sunagakure's 4th Kazekage Raza into pain?" Nagato laughed. "This time you and Kakuzu are on the same page. Before we set out, he strongly urged me to do this, saying he wanted to use the magnetic release of sand and gold to implement a major gold-digging plan in the ninja world." Scorpion said, "So, I guess wrong again." Nagato stood up, walked to the cave's entrance, and looked out at the dense wind and sand, saying in a low voice, "This time I came not to plunder anything. If the situation allows, I don't intend to have any conflict with Sunagakure. Not to plunder anything, not to provoke any conflict. That really doesn't sound like something you would say." Scorpion casually commented before saying, "So, you can't be here just for sightseeing, right? Just say it. You've piqued my curiosity." Nagato slightly clenched his fist. "I want to meet someone and ask her for something. Isn't that still considered plundering? Strictly speaking, it doesn't count, because even if that thing is given, it won't result in any loss." Scorpion stepped forward and said, Something that wouldn't be considered a loss to give away is either useless or it's a jutsu, right? Speaking of jutsu, the key to the secret scrolls of Sunagakure must be personally managed by each generation of Kazekage, and to unlock the scrolls, merely having the key is not enough. It also requires the chakra of the Kazekage themselves. That Raza has mediocre strength, but he is still somewhat principled. To ask him for the sand-hidden techniques without causing any conflict is simply wishful thinking. If you ask me, you might as well kill Raza and make him your pain. After hearing Scorpion, Nagato smiled and replied, "You're right, Scorpion. What I want is indeed a technique. But it's useless to look for it from Raza, because it is not recorded in the secret technique scroll of Sand-Hidden." Scorpion's expression shifted. A technique not recorded in the Sand-Hidden secret technique scroll? I've never heard of such a thing. If there really is a technique created in Sand-Hidden that interests you, I can't imagine that the fourth Kazekage wouldn't force the inventor to hand it over unless. Nagato smiled and said, "Unless that person holds a significant position and prestige in Sand-Hidden, even surpassing the Kazekage, right? Could it be that you?" Scorpion's gaze lifted in shock. "Exactly, Scorpion." Nagato slowly turned his gaze back and said, "The person I'm looking for on this trip is your grandmother, Chiyo. At the junction of the land of fire and the land of earth, near the ruins known as the Kamikaze Bridge, surrounded by mountains and forests, lay the remains of an unknown giant beast on the desolate land. The throat of the beast's bones connected to a bottomless underground nest. Deep within the nest, there was a different world. The outer path golem sat on a wooden lotus throne, its wrists tightly bound by chains. And behind it were 10 wooden stakes with smooth-cut surfaces. Its naturally fierce face still seemed to silently roar, even in death. Below the golem, a group of idle white Zetsus were playing and frolicking as usual. At that moment, footsteps echoed through the dark corridor. The white Zetsus looked over in unison. He was dressed in black robes as before, but the Obito covering his face was gone. Over the past year, Obito had grown taller, no longer fitting the body of Obito. Although Obito wanted to experience the true meaning of convenience from that inner tension, he mercilessly rejected the proposal. Instead of Obito, covering Obito's face was a striking tiger skin mask. The white Zetsu laughed and said, "Oh, you put on a brand new mask. Obito has made his debut. Is he preparing to go public?" The black Zetsu disdainfully remarked, "TCH. One uncultured guy. Look up a dictionary before you speak. Making a debut is a derogatory term." "All right." The white Zetsu mused. After shedding the Obito skin, Obito will emerge with a strong stance. "Shut up." The black Zetsu interrupted. "Speaking seriously, since the surprise raid by the Rain-Hidden Village, you haven't made any significant moves, Obito. Does this new mask signify a plan?" "I'm preparing to go to Konoha soon." The black Zetsu said, "That's strange. Ever since that kid Nagato caused a ruckus in Konoha, putting Kakashi in bed, you haven't returned." Obito said in a deep voice, "Kakashi, that useless snack, has woken up." The Zetsus all showed shock. "How do you know this?" Obito replied, "My eyes resonated not long ago, something that hasn't happened in a while. Although it was only for a moment, it couldn't be wrong. But don't misunderstand. Whether that guy is alive or dead, whether he's asleep or awake, has nothing to do with me. I only saw something interesting through his eyes." "Interesting? What did you see?" The right eye of the tiger mask, the Sharingan, shimmered with a heart-stopping light. "I saw." Chapter 135, Overlapping Signposts. "I saw Tsunade, one of the legendary 3, alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru, appearing in Kakashi's hospital room. Isn't that interesting?" The black Zetsu said, "Oh, Tsunade, huh? I heard that she can't practice medicine anymore because of her hemophobia. It's quite intriguing that she returned to Konoha to wake Kakashi up." Obito continued, "Yes. I have a premonition that something will happen in Konoha. It's necessary for me to investigate in person for my plans." "I see. It is indeed necessary." The white Zetsu echoed, secretly mocking in his heart. "Tsunade has no connection to you, right? You've really gone through a lot to rationalize your stalking behavior towards Kakashi." The sandstorm was stronger than anticipated. Nagato and Scorpion were stuck in the sand dune cave for 3 whole days before they could continue their journey. After another 2 days, they finally arrived outside the sand-hidden village. By then, it was already deep into the night of October 7th. And 3 days later was Naruto's birthday. On the summit of the hills, Nagato and Scorpion looked at the 2 mountain walls standing at the end of the sandstorm. The gap between them, less than 10 meters wide, was the gateway to Sand-Hidden. The Sand Shinobi had a rather fitting name for their entrance, One Line Gorge. "Are you sure that Grandma Chiyo really developed such a technique?" Scorpion still couldn't fully believe that the cold-blooded and indifferent Chiyo would develop a technique that sacrifices her own life to save others. It should be correct, after all. It's information provided by Toby. You know, he once acted as a spy, deeply infiltrating Sand Hidden. Nagato nonchalantly shifted the blame onto Toby, who was far away in Rain Hidden, changing diapers for Keed. But in Scorpion's eyes, Toby's capabilities couldn't be underestimated. If he had such abilities, how could he have fallen for my subconscious manipulation of sand? You might as well say that Orochimaru provided you the Chiyo information. That would be more reliable. Nagato laid out the facts. Then Toby's implanting of the subconscious manipulation of sand on Yuru is something Orochimaru wouldn't know about, right? This kind of thing can only be investigated by Toby. After Scorpion had nothing to say, he found something to say. A rat is still a rat. Its digging skills are quite impressive. Together with Orochimaru, they're always hiding underground. A perfect match of snake and rat. Nagato laughed. Ha ha, a rat, a snake, and scorpion. We have gathered the 3 pests of our rain-hidden village. No, the 3 disasters. Scorpion raised 2 fingers and said seriously, do you want me to unseal Yuru's subconscious manipulation of sand and let him guide us? Nagato said, no need, just keep this dark thunder buried for now. Besides, he isn't in a high position in Sand Hidden right now, is he? Scorpion lowered his hands and said, it seems you have other ways to avoid alarming the Sand Shinobi. Nagato smiled, that's right. Whoosh. Peiwu appeared in the wind and sand. Scorpion couldn't hide his surprise. This guy, has he been here all along? Wuching Misa, the second Tsuchikage's ultimate technique, surpasses camouflage techniques. It is the most perfect invisibility technique, perfectly hiding chakra and traces. The only way to perceive Wuching Misa is through physical perception. Nagato handed a kunai engraved with Yuru Rushi Karai to Peiwu. Yuru Rushi Karai is a pun-on, please take care of me. Whoosh! Peiwu vanished again. By having Peiwu carry my flying thunder god kunai to infiltrate, we can enter without alarming anyone. Scorpion's gaze scanned the surroundings. That guy there too. Could there be another one following? Nagato looked at Scorpion's back, smiling without speaking. Scorpion's puppet body had no sense of touch. Additionally, the super lightweight rock technique could reduce his weight to a negligible level, allowing Scorpion to carry a person unnoticed all this way. In front of the one-line gorge, 2 Sand Hidden guards were chatting away. My goodness, is this true? Absolutely true. After hearing the commotion and barging in, Yozu witnessed it with his own eyes. Chuanhu was on top of her. Peiwu just walked past them openly and entered the Sand Hidden village, walking through the semicircular sand castle buildings towards the depths of the village. Chiyo Granny's residence had already been informed by Scorpion, so unless something unexpected happened, he would soon arrive smoothly. The wind and sand became a bit more urgent, and Peiwu raised his hand to shield his face to prevent the wind from blowing unpleasant things into his eyes. It was because of this small action that Peiwu noticed the golden granules stuck in the gap of his wrist bandage. After taking out the granules and pinching them between his fingers, he realized that their weight was not that of ordinary sand, but rather gold sand. The question was whether it was intentional or accidental. Zizi, his right, eye instantly transformed into the Sharingan, and he quickly discovered the unusual nature of the wind and sand. So that's how it is. On the platform, Maki, who had returned from a mission, was reporting to Rasha, who appeared to have an unusual expression. Lord Windshadow, Rasha said expressionlessly, at the beginning of the month. A messenger from Konoha came and delivered a notice from the 4th Hokage. The letter stated that our envoy Nariku, who had been sent to Konoha 6 months ago to sign a peace agreement, had been confirmed dead, killed by Danzo, and that he had dealt with Danzo. This was his sincerity in expressing Konoha and Sand's intention to restore peaceful diplomacy. Today's Konoha, under the leadership of Minato Namikaze, is experiencing a resurgence. Of course, I welcome the restoration of diplomacy, but I worry that besides the notice, that envoy may have brought some useful tools from the Hokage. So these days, I will use gold sand to sense the movements throughout the village. I didn't expect to actually discover something unexpected. Physical perception is indeed the only means that can restrain the dustless miasma. The Sand Hidden village excels in this area. Is an intruder? Maki said solemnly. I will go immediately. No need. Rasha slowly raised his palm from his chest and placed it over his right eye. Zizi, accompanied by the emergence of a black eye circle, his deep gaze added a touch of solemnity. To sneak in silently, evading heavy guards and the sensing troops, already shows that this is not someone you can handle. Rumbling. Deep underground in the Sand Hidden village, the turbulent flow of gold sand surged up, gathering towards Peiwu and crushing down. Peiwu chuckled. Now, I can't keep a low profile anymore. Many people only know that Rasha was easily slaughtered by the combined forces of Orochimaru and Kimimaro, appearing weak. But they overlook the most crucial issue. Sand Hidden is the home ground of the Wind Shadow. The scene shifted to Konoha Village, in front of the memorial stone. Under the care of silent Kakashi, who had just been discharged from the hospital, bent down to place a bouquet of flowers that would never be absent. Straightening up, he looked at the engraved name on the stone and softly began to speak. Rin, sorry to keep you waiting. In the past 6 months, I encountered some events. Thanks to Watsutsuki Yubi Dragon Tornado for the inspiration capsule and character summon thank you. Moi, this name, is clearly a fan of the scroll. Chapter 136, Acting Disruptively. In front of the memorial stone, Kakashi spoke softly. More than half a year ago. Oh, for me, that sensation feels like just a few days ago. Konoha was attacked by a formidable enemy. I was injured and passed out, and somehow, I ended up in a coma for over half a year. Thanks to Lady Tsunade's intervention, I was able to wake up. The ninja world is truly never at peace. Even though the surface-level war has temporarily subsided, the undercurrents have never ceased. Regarding the attack incident, I wanted to learn more about the details. But Sensei Minato said that matter was over and forbade me from inquiring further. It's hard for me to go against Sensei's words, but during the absent half year, I couldn't contribute to the village as a ninja, which makes me feel guilty. Sensei Minato has already approved my request to join the Hokage's direct Umbu. The disciples of past Hokages generally join the Umbu for training and will eventually be reassigned to other positions. So I don't know how long I can stay in the Umbu. For now, I'll just do it. If I continue to be idle, I feel like I will truly become useless. But rest assured, Rin, no matter where I am, I will never forget Obito's teachings. In the rules of being a ninja and among comrades, I will always prioritize my comrades. After all, a ninja who violates the rules is called useless, and someone who doesn't cherish their comrades is even worse than useless. As Kakashi's smiling words fell, a gust of wind blew. In the silence, beneath the tiger-striped mask, the Sharingan glimmered with a cold light, showing no fluctuations. Kakashi, as always, was so boring. Well, it's time to go back. He withdrew his hand resting on the tree trunk, slowly covering his mask, and was about to disappear into the dark vortex. However, as the wind calmed, Kakashi's voice rang out again. All right, Rin, after listening to my ramblings about so much unseen stuff, you must be tired of it. So let me share some good news. Sensei Minato's child is due to be born in 3 days. Click. Obito's pupils suddenly constricted, and a hand covering his face slowly lowered. Kakashi said obliviously, due to the precedent of the attack, the security measures during Sensei's wife's delivery will be unprecedentedly thorough. The delivery will take place in the back mountain, in a cave protected by barriers. Lady Tsunade will personally assist in the delivery, and Sensei Minato will also be present. By the way, Jiraiya has also returned to the village and is currently staying at Sensei's house. Although Jiraiya won't be present during the delivery, he will be on standby with the third Hokage, and in case of any unexpected situation, the communication techniques of the clan in the mountain will directly notify them. Looking at it this way, on the surface, there are 4 ninja of Hokage level guarding the delivery. So, the delivery of Sensei's wife is absolutely foolproof. Well, that's the current situation, Rin and Obito. Let's hold a joyful heart and pray for Sensei's soon-to-be-born child. After speaking, Kakashi deeply bowed to Rin's tombstone and turned to leave. Obito's fingers tightly gripped the tree trunk. After Kakashi walked away, he landed in front of Rin's tombstone, tearing apart the bouquet Kakashi had left and throwing it into the wind, vanishing into the vortex released by his right eye. Whoosh! The world turned upside down, underground lair. Obito landed directly in front of black and white Zetsu. 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news is that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki from Konoha is about to give birth, and the seal of the Kyuubi will be loosened like never before. The bad news is that because Nagato acted on his own earlier, Konoha has summoned unprecedented combat power to deal with the Jinchuriki's delivery. So it will likely not be easy to achieve our goal. Let's discuss your opinions. White Zetsu said, Lord Madara did say that the female Kyuubi Jinchuriki seal would loosen significantly during childbirth. The first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito, was one such case. If it weren't for Senju Hashirama suppressing it with wood release, the Kyuubi would have likely broken free back then. But the problem is, even if we capture the Kyuubi now, we have nowhere to put it. After White Zetsu's gaze shifted, Obito looked towards the Gedomazo. The Gedomazo must seal the tailed beasts in strict order from 1 to 9. if the Getomazo has already sealed 1 to 8. It would be fine if only the QB was missing, but right now, the Getomazo is completely empty. If we can't seal the Nine Tails, we might as well manipulate it to create chaos in Konoha and cause some damage. However, this could easily alert the snake and prematurely expose our intentions. So I think it's not worth it, really not worth it. White Zetsu sincerely expressed his opinion, and Obito's face under the tiger mask darkened as he clenched his fists. Not worth it. Is that so? Even if we can't seal the Nine Tails this time, we can at least greatly weaken Konoha's combat power, clearing obstacles for our future hunt for the Nine Tails. Isn't that right? White Zetsu internally scoffed. I don't believe you. You just want to take revenge on Konoha for pushing your little Rin into the abyss, venting your frustrations, and you're pretending to seek opinions. But you've already made up your mind. Forget it. You're the boss on the surface, so I'll go along with you. White Zetsu suddenly realized, that makes sense. Creating chaos in Konoha with the Nine Tails to weaken its combat power would immediately disrupt the balance of power maintained by the tailed beasts among the nations. And the lightning, earth, and sand countries would definitely take the opportunity to act. With our control over the mist, we could lead the charge, and the ninja world would be thrown into chaos. Once the ninja world is in chaos, our opportunity to fish in troubled waters will come. As soon as Nagato reorganizes Akatsuki, we can go from house to capture the tailed beasts. Obito, your idea of using the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to attack Konoha is truly visionary. Obito said solemnly, that's how it is. The problem is, Konoha's combat power this time is quite formidable. It's not that easy to succeed. Why not find some helpers? Helpers? Obito looked towards the half-shadowed figure under the aloe leaves. Black Zetsu said, that's right, helpers. This is indeed a matter, but the question is, where do we find this helper? Black Zetsu didn't directly express an opinion, just provided some ideas. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, seems to have secured his position, but actually, Konoha is not a monolith. Obito shifted his body and sat on a stone chair. White Zetsu said, by the way, the clone that went out to scout for information received news that Minato recently used very strong measures to weaken Danzo's rule in Konoha. Danzo must have sensed the crisis. If you can persuade Danzo to cooperate with you from the inside, wouldn't that be a good choice? Danzo, Obito's gaze flickered with a ghostly light. That is indeed a good option, but there is an even better choice. Who? Nagato. After the incident in the Rain Village, didn't you say that you wouldn't disturb him until the year-long appointment is over? Obito stood up and said faintly, how can it be called disturbing? Isn't he always thinking about destroying Konoha? There's no better opportunity than this, right? Chapter 137 So, move the heart and endure? Boom! The wave of sand gold crashed down violently, engulfing Pei Wu's figure. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, landed atop the sand fortress, his cold eyes fixed on the protruding silhouette in the sand gold. No matter who you are, daring to intrude into the heart of Sunagakure, the only outcome is death. He raised his palm, coldly tightening his grip. Magnet release, sand gold burial. The sand gold that was supposed to condense suddenly exploded apart. What's going on? Raza showed a look of surprise. The chakra I mixed into the sand gold has disappeared, just as Raza was astonished. An invisible figure hugged him from behind. Hungry Ghost Path. Whoosh! The terrifying chakra absorption force caused Raza's expression to change dramatically. This is... In just a few breaths, Raza's chakra was completely drained. Pei Wu gazed at the sand gold dissipating beneath him and murmured, a sand gold clone? This guy is quite cautious. He took out a kunai. Then, before Raza's main body and the sand shinobi arrive to besiege me, let's infiltrate. I'll use this shabby flying thunder god technique with a 30-second delay. On the terrace, Raza's expression grew serious. My sand gold clone has been eliminated. Maki exclaimed in shock, what? Who exactly is the enemy? Raza said, I don't know, but it can be confirmed that the enemy has the ability to perfectly conceal their form and chakra, and also possesses the ability to absorb chakra. The enemy is in Area B. I'll seal off Area B with a barrier first. Maki, you immediately notify the Jonin and Umbu in the village to wait outside the barrier, preparing to assist me in besieging the enemy. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Maki respectfully responded and then disappeared. Raza raised 2 fingers and placed them around his eyes, saying in front of Maki, I'm not exaggerating. That kind of concealment technique is not on the level of camouflage concealment. In the entire ninja world, only that person could have such skill. Combined with the fact that the pyramid tomb in Awagakure was just looted months ago, it seems to match up. The technique that can restore the dead to action is Konoha's Edo Tensei. But I've never heard of Edo Tensei being able to grant the dead abilities they didn't have in life. So, I'm really curious. Who could be the one that uses and manipulates that nothingness? Magnet release. Sand gold barrier. Boom. The violent sand gold surged up from all directions, forming a closed barrier that surrounded the entire Area B of Sunagakure. Whoosh. Next to Pei-Wu, Nagato, and Sasori arrived late. Looking at the settled sand gold barrier, Sasori said playfully, "Given this situation, it's impossible for you to meet the old lady peacefully. After flattening this village, capturing her and forcing her to hand over that technique seems more reliable. What's next? What do you want to do?" Crack, 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 crack. From all directions, countless sand gold spikes came rushing in. Nagato's right eye hidden under his bangs transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Boom! The azure bones stood tall, enveloping him and Sasori's forms as the sand gold spikes slammed against it. In the next moment, Nagato raised his hand to form a seal. Susanoo, water instant body. Whoosh! The Susanoo skeleton enveloping him shattered into water, along with Nagato and Sasori inside, disappearing without a trace. Rustle, rustle. The sand gold eye condensed into form, scanning the area but failing to find the enemy's figure. Just now, the sand gold spikes were indeed blocked for a moment by some powerful chakra. But since dustless concealment hasn't been dispelled, it means the attack still didn't actually hit him. Outside the sand gold barrier, Raza's true body slowly lowered his fingers. But the fact that he needed to use defensive measures indicates that he is not the immortal body of Edo Tensei. Murmuring to himself, he ordered the gathered sand jonin and Umbu behind him. "I will open the sand gold barrier. You form a matrix formation and use explosive tags in conjunction with ninja tools to attack relentlessly." "Yes, Lord Kazekage." The walls of the sand gold barrier rose, and the sand ninjas spread out, taking out kunai and shuriken, launching a carpet-style long-range attack at the open space with explosive tags. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions and smoke erupted. Raza's eyes sparkled. "This way, your chakra absorption ability will be useless, and no matter how powerful dustless concealment is, if physically attacked, it will be forced to reveal its form. You certainly have the option to use Earth Release to burrow underground, but the sand gold I buried underground will hinder your movements. Therefore, your only escape route is..." Raza's gaze slowly lifted, locking onto the sky. "As the teacher of the 5th Hokage, Noki, it goes without saying that I can fly, but I won't give you that option." Magnetic release, sand gold wave. Whoosh! A large amount of sand gold surged into the sky, blocking the enemy's only possible escape route. So, it's only a matter of time before you are forced to show yourself. In the distance, taking cover behind an outer sand fortress, Scorpion observed everything. Retracting his gaze, Scorpion turned to Nagato, using the water release technique water body flicker. "I remember that was Hans the Salamander's ability, right?" Nagato said, "Good insight." Scorpion clenched his fists, staring intently at Nagato. "So, combining that technique with Susanoo, what kind of joke are you trying to pull?" After Nagato obtained the released chakra network and activated Madara's eternal Mangeki Sharingan, his talent ninjutsu had evidently advanced further. He easily mastered the water body flicker that Hans had proudly used in life through the secret technique scroll left by Hans, even unprecedentedly combining it with Susanoo to escape the scene along with himself and those protected by Susanoo. Without a doubt, this was the pinnacle of body flicker techniques. Nagato turned around gracefully. "Let's go visit your grandmother, Chiyo." Scorpion pulled up his hood to cover his face and followed Nagato's steps, stopping at the door of what he thought he would never return to, his home. Whoosh! In a rain village, cold rain fell from the high tower. A mysterious vortex swirled. Obito landed grandly on the tower where he once stood with Nagato. "You're here." He glanced at the lone masked girl standing there. Perrin was at a loss for words. After Obito's footsteps settled, he looked around. "Where's your real body? Come see me. There's something important to discuss." Perrin remained silent. Boom! A thunderous sound like tearing fabric came from the clouds, and raindrops pattered on Obito's tiger-striped mask. His brow furrowed deeply, his gaze fixed on the cat-faced mask that obscured Perrin's true appearance. "This pain," he said ambiguously. "I wanted to say this for a long time. Are you mute?" Chapter 138. Enhance what you cannot. Are you mute? As Obito's words fell, he raised his hand hidden in his black sleeve towards Perrin's mask. Perrin tucked her small hands behind her back, spun lightly to evade, then raised a finger and made a shushing gesture at the mouth of the cat-faced mask. This left Obito somewhat perplexed. He looked towards the darkness of the tower entrance, implying that this wasn't a place for talking. Betty nodded. After staring at her for a while, Obito slowly lowered his raised hand. Fine, let's change places. Don't keep me waiting too long. After saying that, he leaped down from the high tower. Perrin slowly turned around and walked into the darkness. Knock, knock. She tapped on the door. Come in. Conan's voice came from inside. Perrin pushed the door open. Conan set down the milk bottle she was holding and wiped the milk stains from the corner of Feng's mouth with a soft tissue. Perrin said, "That guy has come." Conan furrowed her brow slightly, especially at such a time. Perrin said, "He doesn't look like he's here to cause trouble. He just wants to talk to my real body. There must be something to discuss. Is your real body unable to return?" It's hard to say for a moment. Conan's expression darkened with concern. If you don't meet him with your real body, it will inevitably lead to questions about where your real body is, right? Huh. Perrin chuckled lightly. The uninvited guy, giving him face was unnecessary. Crack. The coffin lid in the adjacent mortuary moved. Well, I have a rough idea of why he's looking for me. I'll let Pain go see him. Conan, you take Fong and head to the underground base. Orochimaru knows what to do. Understood, I'm going now. Whoosh. Pain, in black robes, riding the wind and rain, landed before Obito, taking the initiative. Madara. This isn't what we agreed upon, right? After Obito left Akatsuki, donning the tiger-striped mask, his inner cold persona seemed to be released even more thoroughly. He did not hold back in retorting to Pain. Where's your real body? Pain replied bluntly. Busy, can't get away. Obito's gaze darkened in an instant. In Sunagakure, in front of Chiyo's house, Nagato raised his hand to knock on the door, pausing in midair. Scorpion asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Nagato knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Chiyo was by the window, gazing at the distant flickering explosion lights through the sand and wind. Suddenly hearing the knocking sounds, she turned to look. She initially thought to ignore it, but after a moment's hesitation, she still walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was a figure cloaked in black, the hood obscuring their face, making her still unwrinkled, slightly heroic visage tighten. In the sleeve, a white scroll had quietly fallen into her hand. She said nonchalantly, "Visiting, you must have the wrong person." From under the hood came Nagato's gentle greeting. "Chiyo, may I trouble you for a cup of tea?" Chiyo replied in a low tone. "The tea from my Sunagakure may not suit the taste of outsiders." This calm demeanor truly befits an elder of the ninja world. Nagato removed his hood, revealing his true appearance. "It's okay. I grew up eating food from 100 families. And I'm not picky about taste." Chiyo's gaze flickered as she fixed her eyes on the Rain Village's rogue ninja forehead protector that Nagato wore. She was once the rival of the Rain Village leader, Hans the Salamander, and the only one who could brew an antidote for that nearly unsolvable Hans's poison. "Since you're not picky, then come in." Chiyo averted her gaze and turned to enter the house. Nagato and Scorpion, still with the hood over his face, removed their shoes at the entryway, following Chiyo inside. This action was caught by Chiyo from the corner of her eye. She led them to the reception room in the southeast corner. "Wait here. I'll go brew some tea for you." Nagato and Scorpion sat on the tatami mat. Nagato said, "Please." Chiyo returned to the corridor, her gaze shifting. The sounds of battle outside were their comrades providing cover for these two. To be able to ignore Sunagakure's guards, intrude into the heart of Sunagakure, and even deceive the Kazekage and others to come to my home, specifically asking for me. They must have an organization, a plan, and a clear escape route. Rogue ninjas from the Rain Village. As far as I know, only that organization that briefly appeared in the Rain Village could accomplish such a thing. It seems I should not act rashly. Let's see what scheme they have. Soon, Chiyo placed the tea tray on the table, setting cups before the two. Chiyo sat on the tatami mat, watching them. Nagato picked up the teacup, blew on the steam, and took a gentle sip. Chiyo said, "Young man, are you not afraid that I might tamper with this tea?" Nagato smiled lightly. "Your poison, no matter how potent, can't be worse than Hans's poison, right?" "Oh." Chiyo raised an eyebrow. "So, you really are aware." To this, Nagato was not surprised and calmly said, "I used to be." Chiyo said, "I never expected that the organization that has gone silent would still have survivors. So, someone from your side is willing to create chaos in Sunagakure just to meet me. What could this be about? Let me guess. Is it that one of your people has been poisoned by Hanzo Salamander, and you've heard that I was Hanzo's rival, so you came seeking an antidote? Impressive. This is almost the only reasonable explanation for Nagato's current motives. It really makes me admire him." Nagato put down his teacup and said, "If that's the case, what will you do?" Chiyo replied, "It's true that Hanzo is my rival, but Sunagakure is not the enemy of Amigakure. The war has ended, and I have no position or desire to interfere in the internal conflicts of other ninja villages. As for using the salamander's poison to save your companions, that can only be done if the Kazekage personally gives the order. However, Chiyo's gaze became sharp. The Kazekage is currently fighting alongside the people of Sunagakure against your allies, right? Given your current identity as invaders of Sunagakure, do you think I would be willing to provide you with an antidote under such circumstances? Considering that your motivation is to save your people and that you have shown some courtesy by coming into someone else's home, I won't make things difficult for you. Just drink this tea and leave quickly. It is quite foolish to oppose the great nations. Chiyo issued her eviction order without mercy. Nagato calmly finished his tea. After putting down the teacup again, he smiled and said, "You misunderstood, Chiyo. My purpose is not the antidote for the salamander's poison, because Hanzo is already dead." Under the tower, in the rain, after a brief silence, Obito ultimately did not dig deeper and asked him, "What is it?" "Then I'll be straightforward, Nagato. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from Konoha is about to give birth, and during the birth, the seal will weaken significantly. This is a great opportunity to release the Nine Tails and destroy Konoha in one go. Don't you wish to annihilate Konoha? You didn't succeed before because the timing wasn't right, but this time is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, isn't it?" "Ha! I knew it." Yahiko of the Akatsuki stared wide-eyed at the tiger-striped mask that concealed Obito's face, incredulously saying, "Heavens, I didn't hear you wrong, did I? Mr. Madara, you want me to attack a pregnant woman?" Chapter 139, What the Heavens? Sunagakure was filled with explosive sounds, and a chaotic sandstorm battered against the walls made of packed earth. The lights in the room flickered a few times. Chiyo finally regained her composure from the shock. She looked at the young man in front of her with amazement, his seemingly harmless face. "You said Hanzo is dead." Nagato calmly replied, "That's right. Who killed him?" Chiyo pressed. Nagato replied calmly, "I did." "You killed Hanzo?" Chiyo stood up, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Yes," Nagato replied calmly, picking up the teapot to refill his empty teacup. He glanced at Chiyo's teacup, which had not been touched from the beginning. "Grandma, your tea has gone cold. Let me prepare a new cup for you." Without waiting for Chiyo's response, he took her cup and poured the tea into a nearby waste bucket, refilling it. He set the teapot down and pushed the teacup in front of her, shaking his own teacup as he leisurely sipped while patiently waiting for Chiyo to recover from the shocking revelation. Finally, Chiyo sat back down on the cushion. At any other time and place, upon hearing what he just said, she would have scoffed at it. But this young man, wearing the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from Amigakure, was sitting across from her, drinking tea while speaking nonchalantly, disregarding the defenses of Sunagakure. Words can be disguised, but momentum cannot be faked. Chiyo, having seen countless people, was confident in her ability to discern this. She raised her gaze and re-evaluated Nagato. "I see. I thought the red hair was just a coincidence. It seems he has a significant connection to the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, his unusual eyes, this base color and ripple pattern, I have only heard a little about. It is said that the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths once appeared in the Land of Rain. In this regard, it may not be groundless." She picked up her teacup, took a small sip, and after putting it down, her expression returned to calm. "So, Hanzo ended up in your hands? Huh? The ninja world truly has an abundance of talent. Can you tell me your name?" "Oh, I apologize for my rudeness." Nagato put down his teacup and said solemnly, "I am Nagato, a junior. Nagato. Since you came to me for something other than the antidote for Hanzo, then I have nothing to offer you. You should know that aside from medical ninjutsu, I'm only proficient in some puppet tricks." Chiyo's gaze deepened. "These tricks should be difficult to enter the eyes of the Rinnegan, right?" Chiyo's sudden probing words did not faze Nagato, who remained calm. Since he had come personally, he had no intention of hiding the fact that he possessed the Rinnegan in front of Chiyo. However, for some reason, the scorpion standing behind Nagato quietly clenched his fist under his sleeve. With the trump card revealed, it was time to be forthright. Nagato said, "Chiyo, my eyes are indeed the Rinnegan. However, even with the Rinnegan, there are many things that are difficult to change. I went through great trouble to see you today, not for the antidote for the salamander's poison, nor for your puppet techniques, but for the other forbidden technique you developed, self-resurrection." As soon as Nagato's words fell, Chiyo knocked over her teacup. Her wide-open pupils reflected a shock even stronger than when she heard of Hanzo's death. "This is something only the Kazekage knows. How do you know this technique exists?" Only regarding this matter, Nagato could not be honest. He threw out the excuse he had prepared long ago. "My subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi, was an active, multifaceted spy across various countries, and he infiltrated Sunagakure. You secretly developed this technique to grant life to puppets, and it did not escape his notice. Chio finally understood. I see, it was him, Kabuto, that spy from Konoha who inherited the name of the wandering witch, Yakushi Nan, and once infiltrated Sunagakure, even becoming the deputy leader of the Sunagakure medical team. His medical ninjutsu skills are so impressive that even I admire them. I never expected that his intelligence-gathering capabilities would surpass even his medical ninjutsu. He has now become your subordinate. Please excuse me. Because he knew too many confidential matters, even Konoha could not accommodate him. So let's say I provided him with a place to stay. Since you know about self-resurrection, you should know what kind of technique it is, right? Yes. It is a technique that shares one's life force, sacrificing oneself to fulfill another's needs. Since you know, then why do you want this technique? Chio's gaze scrutinized Nagato seriously. Based on your answer, I will decide whether or not to give you this technique. Let me make it clear that if your answer does not satisfy me, even if you kill me, do not expect me to pass it on to you. Also, I will not accept any threats, so do not mention using Sunagakure as leverage. Now answer me. For the sake of... Under the rain at the tower, Nagato's questioning made the atmosphere drop to freezing point. Attacking a pregnant woman. Obito thought to himself, this guy always does this. Whenever I want to send him to do something, he finds a bunch of moral reasons. Previously, he said it was to mourn Yahiko, and then he mentioned preserving the bond between Jiraiya and his student. This time, no matter what, I can't let him lead me by the nose anymore. So, Uchiha Obito said sternly, that's right, it's to attack a pregnant woman. That woman is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, infamous in Konoha. She supports the balance of power among the great ninja villages. She gives Konoha, the leading great ninja village, the confidence to trample on small nations and villages at will. That's right, that woman is Kushina Uzumaki. She, along with the monster she carries in her womb, is a tumor that leads to chaos in this ninja world. They are original sins that should not exist in this world. Nagato, have you forgotten how your parents died? Have you forgotten how the Rain Village was ravaged and shattered by war? Forgetting about Yahiko, those former comrades of yours in Akatsuki still have their bones unturned. Meanwhile, the great ninja village led by Konoha bathes in the pain of small nations and the blood of innocent people, re-emerging after the war. Thunder rumbled, and under Obito's mask, his words were resolute. Nagato, as one who is guided by the will of the Six Paths, I advise you, do not be petty in small matters while ignoring great righteousness. Chapter 140. Toasts and Exchanges. It seems this guy is determined to make me his accomplice. But debating is Nagato's strong suit. He quickly found a flaw in Obito's logic. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke through Pain's Deva Path. Mr. Madara, if I remember correctly, what you have long been advocating for is the Moon Eye Plan, right? So what? You emphasize that there is no hope left in this world, and the only way to salvation is to use irresistible power to place all of humanity into the dream of infinite Tsukuyomi to achieve happiness. Although Yahiko opposed it, both Conan and I were once moved by it. So the question arises, Mr. Madara, who upholds this noble belief, should be indifferent to everything in the present world. Why then do you speak such bitter and vengeful words? Obito's brows furrowed deeply under his mask. You say I am bitter and vengeful? The realization of infinite Tsukuyomi requires the power of the tailed beasts. Did I not tell you this? Pain's Deva Path replied, but you also told me that the tailed beasts need to be sealed in the order from 1 to 9, right? Yet now, you directly target the Nine Tails. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Obito said, targeting the Nine Tails first? What's wrong with that? Pain's Deva Path said, all right then, after capturing the Nine Tails, tell me, how will you manage it? The Nine Tails, being the strongest of the tailed beasts, requires how many resources and personnel to guard it long term? Fine, even if we invest the effort to do this, we have already established Konoha as a formidable enemy, while also hunting the tailed beasts in the 5 great nations, and dealing with Konoha's actions to reclaim the Nine Tails. Why bother with such a thankless task? Obito was momentarily speechless. A playful expression flashed in Pain's Deva Path's eyes. No way, Mr. Madara. You don't want to achieve your personal vendetta under the guise of capturing the tailed beasts, do you? If I remember correctly, Mr. Madara is someone who competed against that Senja Hashirama, right? What personal vendetta could you possibly have with today's Konoha? Obito coldly replied. Are you questioning me? Pain's Deva Path shrugged. No, I just can't understand. If the invincible Madara wants the Nine Tails, just capture it. Just destroy Konoha. Why wait until the moment of her childbirth? Obito's hand, hidden under his sleeve, quietly clenched. At this moment, Yahiko spoke up, changing the subject. Well, it can be understood after all. You once said, Mr. Madara, that you were severely injured in the battle with Senju Hashirama, and now you are just an empty shell. But a true strong person, even if they lose their power, will not lose the demeanor of a strong individual. So, Mr. Madara, as a true strong person, could you please stop this pointless probing with me? That's right. You told me about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's impending childbirth and then incited me, merely to test whether I would lose my perspective due to hatred for Konoha, right? Why do it this way? I did argue with you verbally over Yahiko and Jiraiya, but I never intended to leave you and go solo. For a moment, Obito found himself unable to rebut Nagato's words. Nagato cleverly set up an unassailable robber logic, which is that a true strong person, even if they lose their power, will not lose the demeanor of a strong person. If Obito insists on attacking the pregnant Kushina, it would undermine his identity as strong Madara. Once that identity falters, everything he preached to Nagato as Madara will also collapse. It seems Obito's only choice is to follow the steps Nagato has provided and say this is a test of him. However, Obito was unwilling to do so. Since Yahiko's death, Nagato has become too opinionated, and that's not a good sign. If this trend is not stopped, it will only become more passive in the future. Therefore, Uchiha Obito decided to argue back. He raised his gaze and looked deeply into Nagato's face. Nagato, let me ask you, what is the demeanor of a strong person? In the room, Chiyo, this is me, hoping to achieve the purpose of self-reincarnation through you. After a long while, Chiyo asked, that person, is he someone special to you? Not really. Then why are you willing to go to such lengths for her? I, Nagato, only seek to act without remorse. If we dig deep, it should be said it's compensation. Chiyo said, you are quite honest, but I must refuse you. Konoha and Suna have always been in opposition, regardless of whether what you said is true or not. Even if it is true, helping you would equate to helping Konoha. Nagato replied, Konoha and Suna have already re-established diplomatic relations, and now it's an alliance. Chiyo chuckled. Establishing relations, alliances, those are just tricks for children. Between nations and ninja villages, there are only unchanging interests. No peace without reason. Having lived this long, do you think I can't see through this point? Moreover, even if Suna and Konoha really made peace, I personally would not want to do anything beneficial for Konoha. Oh, why is that? Chiyo said, you're honest with me. So I will be honest with you. The person you want to save, that person's disciple, is Kakashi Hitaki. And Kakashi's father, White Fang, is the culprit who caused me to lose my beloved son and daughter-in-law, and caused my beloved grandson to lose his biological parents. Her gaze was sharp and unreserved. Tell me, if it were you, would you be able to forgive those people? Nagato had no words to say. This was the one matter he could not persuade Chiyo to be magnanimous about. Chiyo's expression returned to calm. So, the matter of self-reincarnation is off the table. She picked up the teapot, and Nagato poured her another cup. After finishing this cup of tea, you can leave. If you want to fight me here, then this old woman is also willing to oblige. Nagato picked up the teacup and said kindly, you are overthinking it. After I finish this cup of tea, I will leave. However, before I go, I would like you to meet someone. Granny Chiyo smiled and said, now that's quite rare. But let me make it clear, no matter who you want me to see, it won't change my. The old lady, you are as stubborn as ever. The soft voice echoed in the tatami room. That voice, you are. Granny Chiyo's gaze trembled as she looked at the figure in the black cloak behind Nagato. That person raised his palm and removed the hood that covered his face. I returned home today after a long trip, but my headache flared up again. I took some Huoxiang Jingqi and slept all afternoon without feeling better. My condition is quite poor. I originally didn't want to write, but Otsutsuki K. Rin personally used the money for instant noodles to change it into a gift for encouragement. And also the expenses from Otsutsuki, Yubiryu, and others. It wouldn't be right not to write something. I wrote a chapter, but I need to go rest first. Good night. For today, please refrain from sending gifts, or else I would feel unworthy of them. Good night. Chapter 141. Toasting and Replacing Cups. Under the hood, a youthful face emerged. Scorpion. Granny Chiyo was startled and sat up. How could it be you? Scorpion smirked with a hint of mockery. Could you not show such a disgusting expression? Granny Chiyo clenched her fists tightly, suppressing her feelings for her grandson, and asked in a deep voice, you're just in time. I have something to ask you. The disappearance of the third Kazekage happened shortly after you defected from the village. Answer me honestly, does this have anything to do with you? Scorpion admitted generously, that's right, I did it. Granny Chiyo questioned sternly, why did you do this? Scorpion replied nonchalantly, it's nothing, just adding another piece to my puppet art collection. Granny Chiyo widened her eyes in anger. You turned the third Kazekage into a human puppet. Scorpion revealed a sinister expression. That's right, it was once my most satisfactory work. Unfortunately, it has been destroyed. Well, you don't need to look at me with such eyes. Although I shouldn't say this, you and Sunagakure, as well as many from the 5 great nations, should thank me for killing the third Kazekage, right? It was his warmongering policies that kept Sunagakure pushing forward with the war even when it was in dire straits. Even internally, they hoped he would die soon. If I hadn't stepped in to take him down, the third great ninja war would have lasted at least another 6 months. The current Kazekage and those suffering from the war should all thank me, as my actions conservatively saved thousands of lives. You bastard. An enraged Granny Chiyo punched Scorpion in the face. Boom! Scorpion crashed into the wall. Granny Chiyo was about to chase after him when her eyes suddenly widened. Scorpion sat up, touching his cracked cheek. How unfair. I have to redo my face now. Granny Chiyo exclaimed. You have turned yourself into... Yes. Scorpion stood up, opened his robe, revealing a body entirely made of puppet structures. Granny Chiyo staggered back, leaning against the table. What have you done with the body your parents gave you? Old lady, it seems you have no right to criticize me, right? The technique of reincarnation is not something a selfish person like you can develop. Scorpion's smile faded, and his expression turned grim. Giving life to father and mother to fill the void of my childhood. What a joke. Do you think I would accept such a one-sided act from you? Utterly foolish. Granny Chiyo's expression dimmed. You know everything. At that moment, Nagato stood up and faced Granny Chiyo. Granny Chiyo, I have 3 purposes for bringing Scorpion here. First, you are each other's only family in this world. As Scorpion's friend, I have the obligation to act as a bridge to facilitate your meeting, so you can know each other's true thoughts and avoid missing each other in private. Scorpion said, Miss you? Worry? I wouldn't. Nagato ignored Scorpion and continued. Second, I believe that family members should not hide things from each other, just as you, Granny Chiyo, developed the forbidden technique of reincarnation, sacrificing your own life to give Scorpion the life of a puppet for his parents. Your intentions are deeply touching, but you impose your love on him without consulting Scorpion. However, this love is too heavy and twisted. No one will find happiness from it. Just like Scorpion, he killed the third Kazekage for his puppet art, which is equally unforgivable for you as a ninja of Sunagakure. Scorpion does not seek your forgiveness, and you do not have to forgive Scorpion, but you must be honest about what has happened. Otherwise, it becomes deceit. Third, this is driven by my personal need. The reincarnation technique is urgent for me. I sincerely hope you can teach it to me, even if it's for the sake of your own grandson, Scorpion. That's all. Nagato finished speaking. Scorpion closed his robe and slowly said, Old lady, just give it to me straight. Granny Chiyo was about to speak when Nagato interrupted her. Wait. No matter what your choice is, there's one thing I must do first. Otherwise, it may raise suspicions about my motives. After saying this, in the shocked gazes of Chiyo and Scorpion, Nagato knelt down and performed a formal bow to Granny Chiyo. Granny Chiyo couldn't believe it. What are you doing? Nagato said, Granny Chiyo, I am confident in my ability to intimidate Sunagakure and you, but I did not do so today not because I am kind, but because this is my friend Scorpion's homeland, and you are Scorpion's grandmother. This kneel is not because I want to beg you to grant me the reincarnation technique, but because the death of the third Kazekage was entirely caused by Scorpion. This is a stain that Scorpion cannot wash away for you and for Sunagakure. What Scorpion has done is done. It cannot be reversed. Granny Chiyo asked, Are you apologizing on behalf of Scorpion? Nagato replied, No, what wrong has Scorpion committed? What reason is there for apology? Even if Scorpion believes he is at fault, what right do I have to kneel on his behalf? Even if Scorpion is not at fault, the fact that he killed the third Kazekage will inevitably add a sense of guilt for you, as a ninja of Sunagakure, towards this village. Granny Chiyo asked, Then what does this guilt have to do with you? It had a lot to do with me. Because Scorpion is my friend. This fact determines that your guilt towards Sunagakure will forever remain guilt, and you will not gain any substantial release. You can only carry the fact that your grandson killed the previous Kazekage of Sunagakure and live on. The reason you must bear all this is not because of Scorpion, but because of my existence, Nagato. Therefore, based on this fact, I express my apologies to you with this kneel. After saying this, amid Scorpion's complex feelings and Granny Chiyo's emotional response, Nagato stood up. All right, now no matter what your choice is, I have not come in vain. Granny Chiyo was left speechless, looking at Scorpion with emotion. Scorpion, you have found a good big brother. Scorpion wanted to retort that he's not my big brother. But in the end, he only coldly snorted and said, he is the same age as me. Chio sighed. Nagato, after all these years, how could I not see that you were full of schemes? Yet within those schemes, there is a sincerity that shines through. I've seen ninjas kneeling to achieve their goals before. One must always sacrifice either face or substance. But you're the first to kneel while maintaining both. No wonder even that arrogant kid, Scorpion, is completely convinced by you. Even I, a stubborn old fool who values face, must admit that the younger generation is formidable. While considering your genuine intentions, forbidden technique, self-body turn, you can take it. But whether you can learn it within 3 days depends on your ability. Under the tower, the rain poured down heavily. Obito asked quietly, no matter who it is, as long as they harm the village, even if they are my friends, brothers, or even children, I can kill them. Do you know who said that? Hehe, you really are going all out. Pain Yahiko said. Who? The rightful strongman, my arch-rival, Senju Hashirama. Then, I can say the same. For the lofty plan of the Eye of the Moon, for everyone to achieve happiness. Even if the other party is my mentor, my siblings, my biological parents, or even a pregnant woman about to give birth. I can kill them without mercy. This is the true demeanor of a strong man in my eyes. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 142, Watershed, in Sunagakure, Area B. Hundreds of ninjas used explosive tags on their weapons to cover the surrounded area with firepower for 10 minutes. Finally, the ghost hiding in the shadows was forced to reveal itself. Although still obscured by sand and dust, under the floating sand gold eye, there was nowhere to hide. Snap! Rasha did not give it another chance to conceal itself. The sharp sand gold spear pierced through. Even if you can absorb chakra from ninjutsu, the premise is that you can effectively identify the attack. Otherwise, absorption is out of the question. In the sandstorm, Rasha walked indifferently, coldly looking down at the fallen Pei Wu, who had received a fatal blow. As expected, the second Tsuchikage Mu, who was plundered along with the pyramid's secret burial. No matter who revived you, or by what means you infiltrated Sunagakure, you have now become my spoils. Rasha raised his palm, and the surrounding sand gold stirred with excitement. I will forge a true pyramid for you in Sunagakure, and at the same time, the secrets hidden beneath your mummy-like body will be analyzed by us in Sunagakure and turned into our exclusive property. But the self-righteous Rasha completely failed to notice another ghost quietly approaching him. Crack! Pei Wu of the human path's palm covered Rasha's head. Rasha sensed something was wrong, but could no longer move. His face flickered with absurdity and an unmasked fear of the unknown. What is this feeling? Nagato has now mastered the ultimate secret of the Book of Seals, forbidden technique, Blood Ramayana technique. One of the effects of Blood Ramayana is that it allows one to manipulate the fusion of chakra attributes, combining them into bloodline limits. However, the specific individual bloodline limits require directed research, which takes a long time. Each bloodline limit requires at least a year to develop. In addition to self-research, there is of course a quicker way. That is, through ready-made materials. Don't misunderstand, this material does not directly seize the opponent's bloodline limit like the Ghost Bud technique. Rather, it is a mental material. Information-level understanding and insights about the technique, etc. can all be copied over to accelerate the development of Blood Ramayana and the progress of individual bloodlines. Sand Gold Magnet Release. Regarding the mental material of this technique, I will take it all. Human Path, Heart Layer Dive. With the deepening mastery of the Human Path, Nagato can now quickly read the information in the brain without extracting the soul. In just a few seconds, Rasha's lifelong experience with Sand Gold Magnet Release was replicated by Pei Wu, and then, through Pei Wu's synchronized consciousness, was also read by Nagato. Pei Wu of the Human Path released his grip on Rasha's head and looked at the disheveled Rasha on the ground, saying, "The harmonious ninja world saved you." Rasha stared intensely at the air behind him, questioning, "Who the hell are you?" "Lord Wind Shadow." The people of Sunagakure crowded around. Bang, bang. The fallen Pei Wu of the Hungry Ghost Path and Pei Wu of the Human Path had already appeared outside the canyon, in front of Nagato, with the summoning white smoke. King Imma revived Pei Wu of the Hungry Ghost Path. Blood Ramayana, Bloodline Awakening. Nagato raised his palm, and with a thought, the particles of sand gold gathered in his palm, forming a third eye. Looking at the eye shining with golden light in his palm, Nagato couldn't help but be entranced. The third eye of Sand Gold Magnet Release can turn sand into eyeballs, even connecting to the optic nerve. What an incredible function. But how about the reverse? If I could turn a real eyeball into sand, could I then possess an external kaleidoscope Sharingan? Russell. The third eye dissipated. It seems. I've gained another pair of candidate eyes. Why? Do I say a pair? Because Feng also has 7 chakra attributes and meets the conditions for mastering the blood Ramayana technique. If both Nagato and Feng possess a third eye that can turn into a sand gold eye, wouldn't that be a pair? This trip has truly been worthwhile. Nagato smiled happily. Scorpion said, heading back home? Nagato sat down on the ground. No rush. An unexpected guest has come to my home. Let me send him away first. 2 months later, it will be the agreed-upon year. To be honest, by then, it's highly likely that we will tear our faces apart. Some things can be done more openly. Obito redefined the strongman demeanor with a set of combo punches, making Nagato's previous arguments seem untenable. Pain Deva, lowering his gaze, fell into deep thought, seemingly because Obito's words struck a chord. Pain Deva said, So, Mr. Madara, you are really not testing me? Seeing his words effective, Obito seized the opportunity. Testing is a tactic used in relationships of distrust. Nagato, I am someone burdened with the destiny of the 6 paths, guiding you. To me, you are like my child and disciple, given great expectations. Pain Deva conceded. Sigh. Then it seems I've been ungrateful, Mr. Madara. It's good that you understand, but I really can't bring myself to attack a pregnant woman. After all, I'm not a strong man like you. The sarcasm in this statement went unnoticed by Obito. So what do you want? I can assist you in this operation. But as for attacking the pregnant woman, I truly cannot do it. After a long contemplation, Obito finally made a concession. All right, then let's each take a step back. Let me handle the matter of releasing the Nine Tails through Kushina. Nagato, your job is to block the steps of Konoha's strongman. Pain Yahiko, feigning ignorance, asked, which strongmen from Konoha? As far as I know, the 4th Hokage and the Sannin Tsunade will be present at Kushina's birthing place. What you need to do is find a way to deal with the 3rd Hokage and Jiraiya. For you now, this should not be a difficult task, right? Okay, I understand. So, are you agreeing to assist me? Mr. Obito has gone this far. How can I refuse? Very well. 3 days later, I will come to pick you up. Slow down. What? Let's meet directly outside Konoha. Obito thought. Could it be that Nagato has already sensed the ability of my right eye and is on guard? It's only natural for someone of his caliber to notice. However, the true ability of my right eye is not something you can fully comprehend, is it? All right then, 3 days later, at the Valley of the End, outside Konoha. Let us not miss each other. Whoosh. As the words fell, Obito vanished into the vortex of time and space. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and the ninja world arrived at the evening of October 10th, the night when everything began. On the high tower's relief, Nagato looked back at Konan, Orochimaru, and Tobi, who were all on high alert. Are you all ready? Everything is as planned. Good, let's split up. The corners of Nagato's mouth curled into a playful arc. Obito, I really look forward to seeing the look of frustration on your face beneath that mask tonight. Thanks to the artistic Scorpion for the inspiration capsules and the update symbols. Thanks to Otsutsuki Kagaya for the 2 inspiration capsules and blades. And thanks to Nanda for the 5 likes. No more words. Please look forward to the Nine Tails Chaos. Chapter 143, Connection Line. On the evening of October 10th, at the Valley of the End, the sunset clouds burned red across the sky. The great waterfall, originating from the righteous river of the Land of Fire, rolled down with the cries of the Warring States period. The person has passed, but the statue remains. The glorious years are not over, waiting for future generations to sing the absolute sound. At the top of the stone statue of Hashirama, Nagato gazed towards the deep mountains in the southwest. At this moment, Kushina must have been prepared to unload. Nagato closed his eyes and began to deduce. With Minato's character, he would definitely take care of Kushina before Naruto. Back then, Obito used this to threaten Minato, successfully drawing him away from Kushina. At that time, Obito acted quickly. By the time Minato came to his senses, those responsible for watching the child, like Bawako and others, had already been taken out by Obito. But this time is different, with Tsunade present. Whether Obito can successfully grab Naruto is uncertain. Whoosh! The sound of the vortex spinning broke Nagato's thoughts. Obito slowly landed on the head of the statue of Uchiha Madara and saw Nagato arriving as promised, the corners of his mouth lifting beneath the tiger-striped mask. Nagato, you are a man of your word. I'm very glad. He looked around and said, Where's that little girl who loves origami and the 6 paths of pain? You didn't bring them? Nagato slowly turned around and said, There's no need. For this operation, it's enough to have my true body involved. Well, that's fine. To truly utilize the power of the Rinnegan, it still requires the true body. Obito tilted his head and said, "Why not try summoning the Outer Path's Getomazo?" Nagato laughed and said, "That would be a bit excessive, wouldn't it? This time, I allow you to unleash your full wrath and vent all the hatred you have for Konoha deep inside." Obito adjusted his robe and slowly sat down. "Nagato, do you know? The Getomazo has a technique that can extract the souls of enemies over a large area, just like the human path on a large scale, and it doesn't require direct contact with the target. Of course, I know that if you use that technique without tailed beast chakra within the Getomazo, you will be absorbed into a dried corpse. If I really use that technique as you wish, it will only make it easier for you to control me." These words, of course, cannot be said openly. Nagato said, "The Getomazo is our container for sealing tailed beasts. Its strategic significance is immense and should not be exposed to the enemy too early." Obito said, "Oh, I'm glad to see you considering things so far ahead. It shows you genuinely hope our future cooperation will go smoothly. As previously agreed, I will be responsible for attacking the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and releasing the Nine Tails. Once the Nine Tails is successfully released, I will use the summoning contract to directly summon the Nine Tails in Konoha. At that time, Konoha will surely be thrown into chaos and will organize forces to stop the Nine Tails' actions. Konoha has capable individuals who can contend with the Nine Tails, including the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the legendary Sannin Jiraiya." Nagato asked, "What about Tsunade?" Obito said, "Tsunade, Hashirama's granddaughter, a mere woman and just a medical ninja, since she personally delivered the Jinchuriki. I will strive to eliminate her at the first opportunity." Nagato reasonably asked, "Is that okay? Tsunade is one of the legendary Sannin, alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Even as a medical ninja, her combat abilities shouldn't be weak, right?" Obito said, "From what I know about her, she's just a trickster with brute strength. Her brute strength is useless against me." "Is that so?" Obito said, "Well, even if I don't eliminate Tsunade immediately, all she can do is use medical ninjutsu to reduce some casualties. To me, that is of no consequence. By eliminating Tsunade, the greatest threat left is just 3 people: Minato Namikaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Jiraiya. Minato, I will take care of him." Obito's words carried a calm confidence as he gazed at Nagato. "And Nagato, what you need to do is deal with the 3rd Hokage and Jiraiya. As I said last time, this shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" However, Nagato lowered his head, lost in thought. Obito furrowed his brow. "Is there a problem?" Nagato scratched his cheek and said, "Mr. Madara, I feel like you might not have considered everything thoroughly." "Oh, tell me more." "As far as I know, there are also top experts in Konoha, including the leader of Root, Danzo, right? Additionally, the Uchiha clan in Konoha is also full of experts. What if those people get involved?" Obito sneered inwardly. "Nagato, although you have some cleverness, you are ultimately inexperienced in the world. Don't worry. Danzo and the Uchiha experts will absolutely not intervene to hinder us." Nagato was puzzled. "How so?" "You may not know, but Danzo's root forces have recently been greatly weakened by Hokage Minato at this critical moment. The one who most hopes Minato cannot stabilize his position as Hokage is probably Danzo. He absolutely will not interfere with any events that could undermine Minato's rule. Furthermore, regarding the Uchiha clan," Obito's gaze darkened. "The day I defected from Konoha, not a single clan member followed me. By now, the people of that clan are gradually awakening to the fact that under the Senju's rule, Konoha does not have the soil for the Uchiha clan to survive. I guarantee they will not take action. If they do, it will only be for show and they will never risk their lives." "Exactly. This is another consideration for my determination to manipulate the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. Only the Uchiha Sharingan can control the Nine Tails. Even if my actions cannot destroy Konoha, they can shift the blame onto the Uchiha, accelerating the process of isolating the village, laying the groundwork for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The power of the Sharingan should not be buried in that land of mediocrity. Danzo and the Uchiha won't take action, huh? Mr. Madara, with your words, I can rest assured to assist you in this operation." Obito slowly stood up, pulling up his hood to cover his hair. "Nagato, infiltrate Konoha and wait for my signal when the Nine Tails descends upon Konoha. Assist me in launching the operation." Nagato stood up and said, "Understood. After the mission is completed, we will meet here." Obito's right, I released a vortex, drawing in itself. Tonight, Konoha will be filled with sorrow. Nagato looked at the place where he disappeared and said, "Fool, take the Nine Tails and play by yourself. After you're done, I can help deal with the aftermath from Minato and Kushina, and then sneak in smoothly to start my grand plan. Thanks to Watsutsuki Tornado for the explosive updates, Art Scorpion for the 2 shots of inspiration, a creativity capsule, and a prompt for updates. Oh my, coming back to see this. I have to add more updates. Not adding would be unreasonable. Let me finish my 4 drip tonight. Chapter 144. The Birth of Naruto. Chingbi Chieming exclusive sponsorship. Wah. It hurts so much. Kushina's screams echoed inside and outside the cave. The dark-suited Umbu stationed outside the cave's barrier remained undisturbed, closely monitoring the surrounding movements. Inside the delivery room, Kushina, wearing a thin white gown, lay on the delivery bed, hair disheveled, gritting her teeth, drenched in sweat. In one word, pain. Surrounding the sealing technique on her abdomen were reinforced talismans, while Minato stood nearby, drenched in sweat, maintaining the seal. But it was still difficult to restrain the loosening of the sealing technique caused by childbirth. The Ninetales was trying to seize the opportunity to break free from the seal. At the foot of the delivery bed, Tsunade was using both hands to maintain the hemostasis technique to prevent the risk of excessive bleeding that could occur during childbirth. Bawako shouted from the side, "The head is out. Kushina, give it another push." Nearby, Shizune, dressed in a white protective suit, reflected. Facing such a bloody scene, Tsunade-sama remains completely composed. Her fear of blood is indeed cured. What happened after I fainted in the land of rivers? Shizune, go get hot water. Bawako's stern shout brought Shizune back to her senses. Yes, Lady Bawako. Wawa. Kushina trembled all over, letting out heart-wrenching cries. The Ninetales roared, attempting to break through the seal. Minato strained to maintain the seal. Naruto, come out quickly. Ninetales, you stay put. Outside the barrier. Crack. Obito grabbed the throat of the last black-clad Umbu, choking him to death, his body collapsing at his feet. He raised his face, the Sharingan under his tiger mask glowing ominously as he advanced, ignoring the barrier, his body passing through. Wah! Wah! Finally, an astonishing cry rang out in the delivery room. Minato's eyes widened. It's born! It's born! Ha ha ha! Kushina gasped for breath, exhausted. Kushina-sama, Minato-sama. Congratulations! It's a healthy baby boy. Shizune picked up Naruto and activated the vibration mode. Ha 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 ha! Minato wept tears of joy. From today onwards, I'm a dad. Shizune gently placed Naruto beside Kushina. Kushina looked at the little Naruto wrapped in the monk's robe, unable to hide her joyful tears. Naruto, I've finally seen you. Whoosh. Tsunade finished stopping Kushina's bleeding and retracted the hemostatic technique. Bawako said, now is not the time to be happy, Minato. Quickly reinforce Kushina's seal. Right, Minato said. Although it's tough after giving birth, we must completely suppress the Ninetale seal. Tsunade-sama, since you've worked hard to stop the bleeding for Kushina, please take care of Naruto for me first. Tsunade held Naruto and stood aside. Witnessing the birth of new life, it was her first time experiencing such a feeling, and she couldn't help but feel something extraordinary in her heart. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Tsunade's mouth. If Dan hadn't died, we should have had our own child by now. Whoosh! At that moment, a dark hand reached out towards the baby in her arms. Tsunade's smile instantly froze. Swoosh! She ducked to avoid the reaching hand, protecting Naruto in her chest, raising her leg and sweeping towards the back with a fierce wind. Obito's gaze darkened as he penetrated. Whoosh! At the moment her leg passed through, Tsunade suddenly felt a shock. No, the feeling of impact. Boom! As her leg landed, the floor behind her heel cracked open like a watermelon, the shockwave demolishing an entire wall. Tsunade! Tsunade-sama! Bawako and Shizune both shouted in alarm. Minato and Kushina also looked on in shock. Whoosh! Obito's hand reached out again toward Tsunade. Minato, maintain the seal with all your strength. Leave this guy to me. Tsunade shouted, holding Naruto tightly with one hand, her fist raised, meeting Obito's grasping hand with a powerful strike. Thoughts flowed. How is it possible to invade here without us noticing? Even more troublesome is that this guy's body. Obito's thoughts were also racing. I can absorb her the moment I touch her, but with the kind of brute strength she just displayed, my arm would likely be broken first upon contact. Whoosh! The fists and palms met, and passed through again. Their bodies overlapped. Tsunade's pupils constricted. His body can indeed be passed through like this. At the moment of passing through, Obito suddenly turned around, his palm covering Tsunade's shoulder, the power of his right, eyes swirling. This variable, Tsunade, in a moment of urgency, couldn't anticipate. After all, her battle IQ, while high, was not at T0 level. In a hurry, she couldn't analyze everything step by step. Therefore, she couldn't make effective countermeasures. This confrontation was already won by Obito, of course. This was under the condition that no external forces intervened. In the peripheral vision of Obito's Sharingan, a needle-like gleam flickered. It was Shizune, launching a hidden weapon from her mouth. She had no idea that Obito would materialize while attacking. She was simply using her preferred method of attack to help her respected Tsunade-sama. The hue of the hidden weapon, is it poisonous? According to White Zetsu's intel, she is Tsunade's subordinate, Shizune. Obito decisively interrupted the absorption, entering the penetration, allowing the poison needle to pass through him. Just now, what was that? As Tsunade was astonished, Obito turned to face Shizune with a sudden attack. Shizune reacted quickly, dropping a poison kunai from her sleeve towards Obito. This kind of attack. Obito's Sharingan saw through it easily, dodging with ease, circling behind Shizune, delivering a naked choke. Ugh, let go of me. Shizune struggled desperately, but couldn't break free at all. Obito's cold voice sounded. Tsunade, I will count to 3. Put down that child, otherwise I will snap the neck of your beloved subordinate. 3. Shizune. Tsunade's pupils constricted. 2. Obito coldly counted down. Damn. 1. Tsunade's mind was in chaos as Obito's right eye suddenly widened, locking eyes with Tsunade. Illusion technique, Sharingan. G. Tsunade collapsed weakly. The swaddled baby fell from her arms. Obito was quick to react, releasing Shizune and dashing forward to grab the swaddled baby. But, just as he was about to grab Naruto's swaddled form, a flash of light occurred, and he grabbed nothing. Whoosh! Minato had already securely held Naruto in his arms and appeared beside Tsunade. As expected of, the yellow flashed so fast. Obito lowered his hand in disappointment. Minato held up 2 fingers. Illusion technique release. Tsunade's illusion was dispelled, using one hand to support herself. She got up. Careful, Minato. He has the Sharingan. I have already sensed it. Minato's expression darkened. The plan to use the child as a threat to draw Minato away has failed. Obito murmured, but I have other preparations. White vines emerged from around Kushina's birthing bed, quickly wrapping around her. Budo, I'm leaving first. Akatsuki surged underground. G. Countless explosive tags emerged on the walls and ceiling. See you. Obito's right eye spun, and he vanished into it. Not good. Minato, holding Naruto, looked at Lake Biwa and Shizune. His expression changed drastically. Tsunade bit her finger. Don't worry about me. Take Naruto to safety first. I will summon the slug to protect Shizune and Lake Biwa. Boom, boom, boom. In the explosion, the cave collapsed. In the back mountains of Konoha, Nagato, who was observing everything through the crystal ball, murmured, it seems that Obito is not entirely incapable of being flexible. Well, if he can't even manage to release the 9 tails, then he isn't worth my patience until now. Continue to serve me. In my plans, separating Kushina from the 9 tails is a necessary step. Once again, I thank everyone for their gifts. Wan Quan has seen them, and I will thank the generous readers one by one here, and add more updates. I won't take up space here. I will continue to update. The next chapter is an addition. Chapter 145, Chaos of the 9 Tails. Ain, boom, boom, boom. The explosion brought down the cave. Amidst the rubble, the slug stood firm. As the dust settled, the slug separated Shizune and Lake Biwa from its body, its antenna-like eyes bending downwards. Boom! Tsunade used her immense strength to shatter the boulder and landed in front of the living slug. Looking at the vanished shadow, she clenched her fists. Damn it, I was played. The slug's anxious voice sounded. Lady Tsunade, what happened? Tsunade said, Kushina was attacked during childbirth, and now the enemy has taken Kushina. Her 9-tail seal is not yet solidified. The current situation is extremely critical. The slug said, such a thing happened. Is there anything I can do? Tsunade, the enemy has the Sharingan, and in the worst-case scenario, the 9 tails could be used to attack the village, which would certainly cause massive casualties. Tsunade raised her palm to her forehead. Even during the days when I was downcast due to hemophobia, I never truly gave up being a ninja, and I will rise again one day. Releasing the extremely refined chakra, she gradually let it out onto her forehead. This spiritual seal is about to show its prowess. Zhi. A blue diamond-shaped mark appeared on Tsunade's forehead. This is Lord Mito's technique. Lady Tsunade, you finally. In preparation for the worst-case scenario, I must make preparations in advance. Living slug. Next, I will transmit chakra to you, and you will create as many clones as possible to stand by in the village. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Whoosh. Minato, holding Naruto, flashed into his bedroom. That strange white figure took Kushina away. The enemy's goal is Kushina. No. To be precise, it is the Nine Tails. Knowing that the seal weakens during the childbirth of the Jinchuriki, silently eliminating the Umbu and breaking into the delivery room protected by barriers. With the power of the Sharingan, and using just illusion techniques, he made the three legendary ninjas, Lady Tsunade, lose consciousness. Minato gently placed Naruto in the crib. A scene flashed in his mind of the enemy, using space-time ninjutsu to escape. And with capabilities even greater than mine, the enemy's identity could it be? Tap, tap, tap. The sound of wooden clogs stopped at the door. Minato, why are you back? Teacher, I'm sorry. It's urgent. I brought Naruto here. Jiraiya was startled, looking at the baby in the crib. Is that Naruto? He couldn't care less about his joy and asked seriously, what happened? The delivery room was attacked, and Kushina was taken away by the enemy. What? Jiraiya exclaimed. Wasn't Tsunade responsible for the delivery? The enemy was able to take Kushina away right in front of you and her. The enemy had another accomplice and was very well prepared. In short, the Nine Tails is likely to be released. Please notify the villagers to take refuge immediately and unite the third Hokage to gather manpower to resist the Nine Tails attack. Of course, I will do that. And what about you? Minato clenched his fists. I don't know, but I must bring Kushina back first. In the forest by the pond with 5 stone pillars, chains bound Kushina tightly. Kushina stood on the shortest stone pillar, questioning the man in the black robe and mask before her. You, what do you want? Obito said softly, to draw the Nine Tails out of your body, to destroy Konoha. Huh, what? Did you say? Obito stared at the sealing technique on Kushina's abdomen. Minato's flying thunder god can teleport instantaneously to different spaces marked with his technique. And it seems you also have that mark in your sealing technique on your abdomen. Minato has always been protecting you, but now he has finally been drawn away by me, and the seal of the Nine Tails has greatly weakened due to childbirth. Do you know how long I've waited for this opportunity? Kushina's pupils shrank. Gee, Obito's right, I met Kushina's eyes. In the spiritual world, the Nine Tails looked horrified at the man before him, its pupils turning into Sharingan. The scene shifted. The Nine Tails was being absorbed into a liquid sphere, with spikes and iron chains emerging from all sides, firmly binding its limbs and tail. Oh! Kushina's eyes rolled back. Her features twisted, countless red bubbles erupted from all over her body, transforming into the head of the Nine Tails fox. Obito formed a hand sign. All right, come out, Nine Tails. Whoosh! A beam of chakra shot into the sky, transforming into the massive form of the Nine Tails fox, crashing heavily onto the ground. Thud! Already extremely weak from childbirth, the Nine Tails was forcibly extracted, and Kushina, dressed in thin robes, weakly collapsed onto the cold stone. All right, although it took some extra effort, it was finally successful. Obito coldly turned around. Let's go to Konoha like this. Hug. Stop. Kushina, with great difficulty, raised her head. Toby paused. The Uchiha clan truly is formidable. Even when the tailed beast is stripped away, it doesn't die immediately. So, let me send you on your way. Aya! The Nine Tails raised its sharp claws high, striking at Kushina. Toby's eyes glinted coldly as he clenched his fist. Once the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, you will die at the hands of the Nine Tails. Boom! Under the moonlight, the claws fell, stirring up terrifying dust in the forest. Whoosh! Minato landed on the treetops, holding the barely conscious Kushina. Toby looked up below, quietly observing. No wonder they call him the Yellow Flash. What a pity, all is lost. Ha ha ha. In Minato's arms. Kushina looked weakly at him. Minato, where's Naruto? Don't worry, he's safe right now. Minato's gentle smile reassured Kushina as he turned his gaze. His sharp peripheral vision glared at the beast behind him. Minato, I have to stop that man and the Nine Tails. They're going to destroy Konoha. Minato averted his gaze and vanished. As he disappeared again, it doesn't matter, we will flatten Konoha. Toby withdrew his gaze and disappeared into the vortex of time and space. In his own bedroom, Minato laid Kushina on the bed. Kushina, confused, asked why. Don't worry. Jiraiya-sensei has gone to inform the villagers to take refuge. With Tsunade-san here, we can minimize casualties as much as possible. Naruto. Kushina helplessly hugged the sleeping Naruto beside her. Losing the Nine Tails means a certain death awaits her. Both Kushina and Minato understood this well. Minato's expression darkened. Given Kushina's current state, even if she were to become the Jinchuriki again, she would likely succumb to the power of the Nine Tails and die faster. At this moment, a thought began to brew in his heart. To think one could control the Nine Tails with ocular power. It seems that his identity can only be Uchiha Madara without a doubt, but Madara died many years ago. Is it a fake death? Or perhaps a certain existence that has deeply inherited Madara's true teachings? Crack! Minato clenched his fist. No matter who he is, he poses a great threat to Konoha and the ninja world. If we look solely at his performance when he fought Tsunade, then at this moment I have the ability to take him down. Whoosh! The white cloak of the fourth Hokage billowed. Kushina and Naruto, wait for me. Minato looked back and said, I will be back soon. At the Uchiha clan's residence, Itachi, sitting in the yard enjoying the cool breeze, slowly raised his eyes. What is this chilling feeling? Whoa! A baby's cry came from his arms. There's a sense of foreboding. Itachi looked down gently at the baby in his arms. Sasuke, don't cry. No matter what happens, your brother will protect you. The same scene, the same lines as before. But what's different is that the 5-year-old Itachi's eyes were glaring with a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. At this moment, in the Konoha police force, after gathering the intel just received from the Uchiha clan, this is the action we must take. Captain Fugaku, why do we need to do this? Let them charge into battle. We just need to evacuate the civilians. No, in the Konoha led by the 4th Hokage. The Uchiha must have a place, whether for the clan or the village. We should take the lead and spare no effort. The one-armed Shursui stood behind Fugaku. This event is clearly the work of someone with ulterior motives, leading the disaster toward us Uchiha. We cannot fall right into their trap. Since Captain Fugaku and Shursui have said so, our police force will also do our utmost. In front of the mansion, the 3rd Hokage had already donned his battle attire and came to the courtyard, seeing Jiraiya with his hands together, a light forming a circle in his palms. Is he going to summon the 2 great sages? I've lost the Monkey King. My strength is not what it used to be. Jiraiya, I will rely on you to take the main role. Whoosh! In the clearing of Konoha, Toby suddenly slammed his palm down. Summoning technique. Boom! Accompanied by the rising white smoke, the Nine Tails appeared in the heart of Konoha, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Boom! 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 In an instant, the surrounding buildings were shattered. Toby gazed into the distance. Nagato, then you will begin your actions too. I have no strength to thank you. I'll sleep now. Good night. Chapter 146. The Nine Tails Chaos 2. Art by Scorpion, exclusive sponsorship under the rampage of the Nine Tails. An entire block quickly turned to ruins. Toby walked among the broken walls, looking around. Had the crowds in this area been urgently evacuated? Konoha's efficiency after the Pain Nagato incident is indeed high. But, in a rush, how far can you run? Toby's right eye glimmered with a dark light. The bloodshot Sharingan of the Nine Tails locked onto the distant, indistinct figures. It opened its fang-filled mouth, whoosh. Black and white chakra condensed into a dark sphere. Boom! The tailed beast bomb pushed straight forward, its black hue rapidly enlarging in people's sight. Frozen in their eyes was despair and fear. It's over. Rumble. The explosive flames shot into the sky. The explosion area was directly leveled. The wind and waves raised by the explosion uprooted hundreds of surrounding buildings. Thousands of people were affected, most of them defenseless civilians of Konoha. They either crouched or lay down, desperately gripping anything they could hold onto to avoid being swept into the storm, facing a death without burial place. But the storm was too strong. They couldn't hold onto what they had. Their bodies swayed unsteadily. This was not the worst. The stones and debris kicked up by the explosion rained down like raindrops. Damn, how could the Nine Tails show up out of nowhere? While they were filled with resentment and unwillingness to die, suddenly, their bodies crashed into a soft, sticky wall of flesh. Blue and white. This was the last thing they saw before being enveloped. The snail army had arrived. Tsunade-sama truly has foresight. The Nine Tails really attacked the village. Fortunately, this prevented further casualties. We need to find more injured people. I'll go this way. I'll go that way. Okay, everyone move in an orderly fashion. Don't crowd. so we don't crush the injured inside us. Understood? Goo goo. The snail army crawled through the streets, scaring those who didn't know the details. Ah, monsters! Monsters! Don't be afraid. I'm here to protect everyone. The snail said in an ethereal, lowly voice. Aha! Beside the ruins of a house, a boy exerted all his strength to pry up a stone slab. Under the stone slab lay a motionless couple. Dad! Mom! What happened to you? Wake up! The boy knelt beside the couple, desperately calling out. Crack! At this moment, a high wall came crashing down towards him. Irika! Get out of the way! Nearby, a chunin who was rescuing shouted. Whoosh! At this moment, a golden figure flashed in, and a deep blue energy instantly condensed in his palm. Rasengan! Boom! The collapsed wall shattered under the Rasengan. In front of him, on the fluttering white cloak, deep red letters burned like flames. Irika! Tears welling up. Fourth Hokage, my parents, they... Don't worry, they can still be saved. The one speaking was a clone of a slug that had arrived. Irika exclaimed in surprise. Really? As the slug crawled, it split into two and crawled over to Irika's father and mother, showering them with healing green light. Minato smiled and said, Thanks to you. You bravely moved the stone slab away from them. That's great, really. So great. Irika wiped his tears, once again overwhelmed with joy. Boom! The massive foot stomped down. Minato turned back to look at the nine tails that was menacingly glaring at him from between two buildings. Found me so quickly, huh? From the side, on top of the collapsed half of a building, Obito looked at this scene and murmured, Teacher Minato, will you save yourself or save them? Show your hypocritical nature. Whoosh! The nine tails opened its large mouth with sharp fangs, and the tailed beast ball howled fiercely, aimed down at Minato. Irika shouted, Fourth Hokage, hurry, get out of here. The option of abandoning my comrades is not in my mind. Facing the tailed beast ball that was coming to kill him, Minato quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Time-space barrier technique. Z. The black incantation was inscribed into space in an instant, and the tailed beast ball collapsed rapidly upon impact. Swish! Minato held a sword of love in his palms. The scale of this explosion was quite clear, and he had to choose the transmission location carefully. Amigate Cure? This somewhat evil thought only flashed through Minato's mind for a moment before he dismissed it. No, it wouldn't be good if the citizens of Amigate Cure were affected, so it's decided it will be that. Flying Thunder God, Lightning Guide, whoosh, boom, from 10 kilometers away in the mountains. Accompanied by rising flames, the sound of explosions rolled in. At that moment, Nagato was watching the situation in Konoha through a crystal ball when suddenly, the ground shook and the trees trembled. A tree engulfed in flames flew past like a missile, nearly taking off half of Nagato's head. Damn it! Minato! Scared, Nagato shrank his neck and quickly had Pain provide long-range support, moving away from the bombing zone. This commotion also attracted the attention of the Konoha ninjas who came to assist. The technique that deflected the Nine Tails attack must be the time-space barrier technique. Minato has entered the scene. Boom! Boom! The third Hokage Hiruzen, along with Jiraiya, landed in front of the ninjas. The Nine Tails, its chakra, is indeed astonishing. Konoha has really been through a lot recently, and now it's affecting me as a housewife, making it impossible to prepare dinner for the kids. On Jiraiya's shoulders, the two sages were already in position. Jiraiya, we are ready. Let's go too. Hiruzen turned to look at Jiraiya. Noticing the shock on the latter's face, he asked suspiciously, Jiraiya, this, a chakra that is stirring and peeking in the shadows, is at the 8 o'clock direction. Jiraiya pointed at the building where Obito was standing. Sage Mode's perception? Have they discovered me? What is Nagato stalling for? Why hasn't he made a move yet? Well, my goal has always been only one. Whoosh! Just as the countless shurikens flew towards him, Obito dove into the vortex of his right eye. Whoosh! Then he parachuted down behind Minato, his palm, ruthlessly grabbed towards him. Minato's eyes shot a sharp glance. The shuriken came slicing through. Whoosh! The shuriken passed through his hand. In that split second, Obito's palm recoiled and grabbed Minato's wrist. It's over. Kamui. Thanks to the great Gachingbi Chinming for the certification, Art Scorpion for the explosive updates, Dayuan Emperor 3 for the great support, Junkie, user 333777704 for the inspiration capsules, and all the readers for their generous support. Chapter 147. The Chaos of the Nine Tails 3 Whoosh. The vortex of Kamui was released, and Minato instantly disappeared from spot. Obito murmured, T-Sif, did he escape again? But next time I will be faster, and at the moment I touch you, I will absorb you. You are. Irika looked at the man in the black robe and mask in front of him, his face filled with terror. Obito coldly glanced at him and extended his palm. The sharp edge of the ninja blade came slicing in whoosh. As expected, it passed right through. Hiruzen, while sheathing his sword, gently pushed Irika to the two slugs that were healing his parents. 3 shadow clones formed a triangle, simultaneously forming seals. Triangular seal. A green triangular barrier protected Irika and his parents within it. Obito maliciously said, "You two in Minato too. Protecting a kid who isn't even a ninja, risking your own lives." Hiruzen replied resolutely. "Regardless of whether they are ninjas or not, all the villagers of Konoha are my and Minato's family, and we will risk our lives to protect them." Heh, I've almost heard this line enough to develop calluses in my ears. Obito thought to himself. Then, Teacher Minato, why didn't you make it in time? Not only to protect your family, but also your most important student, right? Well, at this point, I've already forgiven Minato and his wife. After all, I have jumped out of the curse called bonds between people, and become the chosen executor of the Eye of the Moon plan. This despairing world will be completely ended at the root. Before Nagato makes a move, let the Ninetales greet you all first. Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. Just as Obito's thoughts flashed by, Jiraiya's high-pitched chanting interrupted him. How could such a technique possibly harm the Ninetales? Obito's eyes shifted slightly. The Ninetales shielded itself with its tail, blocking the impact of the Super Giant Rasengan. Roar! At the same time, it roared and struck at Jiraiya with its sharp claws. Ugh! Getting hit by that is no joke. A stream of flames erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, using the reverse thrust to narrowly dodge that claw. Boom! 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 The Ninetales rampaged. Jiraiya jumped left and right, dodging somewhat clumsily. Being so passive and taking hits is not the way to go. Little Jiraiya, do you remember the technique you learned in Amigay Cure? Jiraiya smiled and said, "Of course, that was a painful lesson. Let us use that technique to initiate our counterattack." Just as intended. Boom! Jiraiya's frog-like legs gathered power, and he leaped into the air, reaching eye level with the Ninetales, aiming for its cheek, and threw a punch from a distance. Frog convergence. Bang! The invisible impact formed by natural energy struck hard on the Ninetales' face. Ugh! The Ninetales let out a painful cry, staggering, and the entire fox toppled to the side. But its resistance to blows is astonishing, and it immediately adjusts its posture. Jiraiya makes hand seals in midair. Earth-style, Hell Swamp. Goo-goo 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 goo-goo. The ground beneath the Ninetales erupts into a terrifying swamp, and it quickly sinks into it. Not enough. Jiraiya lands on the crumbling buildings, and his hands form seals again. Summoning. Technique of the collapsing stage. Boom, 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 boom. The toad Gamagoro, with swords on his back, presses heavily on the Ninetales' spine, forcing it deeper into the swamp. Jiraiya laughs and says, "This should be enough to keep you quiet for a while, Ninetales." The Leaf Ninja watching are all in awe. Is this the power of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya? So strong. Even the Ninetales is no match. Don't celebrate too early. That's the Ninetales fox. Be ready to support Jiraiya. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Hisashi moves like a monkey, circling around Obito while continuously swinging his ninja blade. Obito maintains his intangibility, ignoring his distracting attacks. Does this guy's ability have no blind spots? Amidst Hisashi's frenzied slashing, he meticulously analyzes. This ability is likely not to make objects disappear directly. As his chakra is indeed present before me, I can sense it. If it doesn't disappear directly, it must be transferred. When my attack hits him, the part of his body that overlaps with the attack is transferred elsewhere. Moreover, combined with his ability to move through time and space, the principle causing this wondrous phenomenon in his body should be spatial displacement. If he hasn't discarded his in-release chakra network, the shadow imitation technique and mind-body switch technique should be effective against him. But at this moment, aside from relying on body techniques and sword techniques for high-intensity suppression, I seem to have no better way to restrict him. Additionally, one thing is at least clear. He must materialize when attacking. Minato, you should have returned to the scene by now, right? Hisashi's eyes twinkle cunningly. You must have discovered the truth of his ability and want to launch a deadly attack the moment he materializes, right? All right, at the right moment, I will show a flaw to lure him into attacking me. Obito continues to use intangibility to ignore Hizashi's attacks. But the expression beneath his tiger mask appears slightly anxious. Nagato, how long have I been summoning the Nine Tails? Why aren't you making your move? Hizashi is one thing, but Jiraiya's Sage Mode, that Toad song, is a huge threat to me. If you don't restrain him, how can I safely deal with Minato? Boom, 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 boom. Gamaguro sways around, and from the hell swamp beneath him, the Nine Tails extends a sharp claw and violently pushes Gamaguro down. Gukakaka. In a moment of panic, Gamaguro tries to draw his blade, but the Nine Tails' tail bursts from the swamp and wraps around him. Gukakaka. Jiraiya. Dad. Mom. I can't hold this guy down for much longer. Thanks for your hard work, Gamaguro. Go for it. Bang. Gamaguro disappears in a puff of white smoke. Jiraiya, bearing the two great sages, once again leaps into the air. No one has been able to resist this next move with their flesh and blood. Sage Art, 5 right gates. Raging fire, boiling oil, and fierce wind combine into a torrent that burns mountains and boils seas, rushing towards the still trapped Nine Tails. Chapter 148, The Nine Tails Chaos 4, Sage Art, 5 right gates. The blazing torrent pours all over the Nine Tails. The orange fur of the fox is singed and curled, sizzling. Under the intense heat, its exposed flesh is grotesque. Under the moonlight, the Nine Tails writhes its body, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, its eyes rolling back, nearly fainting on the spot. Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly wields his ninja blade, sticking to Obito like a leech. Although Obito wears a mask, Hizashi, a seasoned warrior, can still see the turmoil in his heart through his sluggish body movements and immediately provokes him. You tried to control the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha, and now your scheme has collapsed, hasn't it? No wonder you're flustered. Aside from relying on the Nine Tails, your only reliance is on that trick of making attacks intangible. And wearing a mask, what are you afraid of showing your face for? Coward, seeking death. Obito's gaze turns icy beneath his tiger mask. His Sharingan perceives Hizashi's movements, seizing an opening, and at the moment the blade pierces his body, his palm shoots out like lightning, accurately gripping Hizashi's wrist. Slap. A useless waste clinging to Danzo. I'll send you to the trash bin too. With a low voice, Obito's right eye releases a swirling vortex. What Hizashi wants is the moment he attacks and materializes. Now is the time, Minato. Whoosh! The white cloak, like a startled swan, comes swiftly. Minato, who had already returned and was hiding in the dark, decisively strikes, holding a Rasengan and fiercely hitting Obito's back. Huh! The corners of Obito's mouth curl up. Do you really think I can't see through your intentions? You reap what you sow, whoosh. Obito interrupts the absorption, switching to intangibility. Whoosh. Minato's hand holding the Rasengan passes through Obito's back and emerges from his chest, hitting Hizashi's torso. Minato is also startled by Obito's counter, but fortunately, he sensed something was off and reduced his strength when he felt the wrong touch, and Hizashi instinctively took a step back, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow that grazed his shoulder. Sizzle. Hizashi's right shoulder clothing is torn by the edge of the Rasengan, and after stabilizing, he looks at his bleeding shoulder, sighing, so close, if I'd been hit directly by the Rasengan, my body would have. Whoosh! Minato flashes in front of Hizashi, as if facing a great enemy, understanding how to turn his own weakness against him. It seems he's more difficult to deal with than expected. When Jiraiya looks back, he sees the three of them in a standoff. It seems that controlling the Nine Tails is even more troublesome than the Nine Tails itself. That ability to ignore penetrating attacks, disregarding attack strength, even sage techniques should have no effect on him. Not necessarily. Have you forgotten, little Jiraiya, our couple's most adept skill? Jiraiya looks in surprise at the deep zwa on his shoulder. Are you talking about Toad Song? But after the Rain Village, didn't you say you wouldn't sing anymore? This time it's a special circumstance. We're not so inflexible. After a huff from Sage Shima, she and Zwa clasped their frog hands together, already starting to prepare for Toad Song. You too. I am truly grateful. Little Jiraiya, don't celebrate too early. Preparing for Toad Song means during this period, we won't be able to assist you in suppressing the Nine Tails. That kind of monster can't be completely defeated with just 5 right gates. Goo 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 goo, goo 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 goo. Just as Zwa finishes speaking, the blood-red chakra of the Nine Tails erupts like boiling bubbles from its burned skin. That injury visibly heals. Z. The Nine Tails' white eyes, amidst the blooming blood vessels, The Sharingan once again reveals itself. With its sky-shattering roar, a violent white, killing, intense sweeps in all directions, lifting the Hell Swamp along with the surrounding remaining buildings into the air. Jiraiya used hardened Rancher's hair to wrap around himself. Everyone, please lend me a hand. As a shout fell, the Konoha ninjas, who were already eager to fight, rushed forward recklessly, throwing various ninja tools, explosive tags, and ninjutsu, with flames exploding like mushrooms on the Nine Tails. But these attacks were nothing more than a tickle to the Nine Tails, which furiously launched its assault with its sharp claws and tail. Ah! Konoha ninjas were continuously sent flying, bloodied, facing the Nine Tails' onslaught. It was unrealistic to think there wouldn't be sacrifices. Seeing this, Hisashi's expression became grave. Not good. The urgent matter is to stop the Nine Tails. Minato said, Third Hokage, can you use the Rui Bang to push the Nine Tails out of the village? It will be easier to act there. The third's gaze darkened. Sarutobi had already died, and to keep the secret, he couldn't be honest with Minato about it. Bang, 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 bang. He silently formed hand seals. In addition to the 3 shadow clones maintaining the 3-way seal, he created 5 additional shadow clones. Minato, I will try to attack the Nine Tails with 5 Nature's Great Bullets. You wait for the right moment to use Flying Thunder God to transfer the Nine Tails away. Predecessor, I know that transferring the Nine Tails will consume a lot of chakra, but there's no better way. Minato looked at Obito, who was watching closely, and said in a low voice, It's not just a chakra problem. That guy won't just stand by and let us do that. Obito's gaze followed the white-haired figure on the field, and more precisely, he was paying attention to the movements of the 2 sages on Jiraiya's shoulders. Back in Amage Cure, I had seen that technique in action. At that time, the 2 frogs also had their palms together like this. Sure enough, that technique. The frog song is coming, and it's aimed at me. I won't let you succeed, even if it means hurting the Nine Tails itself. He issued a command with his right eye. Whoosh! The Nine Tails opened its massive jaws, and the tailed beast bomb gathered with a furious howl, targeting right below. Hisashi's face changed dramatically. Intends to use the tailed beast bomb to directly blast the ground beneath us, planning to take us all out. Minato clenched his fist. Its penetrating ability can ignore the explosion of the tailed beast bomb. Indeed, this is the best option to deal with the current situation. Tap! Jiraiya's footsteps came to a halt. Not good. Things have changed. Sages, we need to change our strategy. You won't get any chance to counter. Obito's right eye gleamed ominously. Boom! The Nine Tails fired the condensed-tailed beast bomb toward the ground at its feet. Swish! Minato threw kunai at the tailed beast bomb's trajectory. You have to catch up, Hisashi shouted. Minato, that's too dangerous. Even if you stop that, you'll get caught up in it. Obito's eyes narrowed dangerously. Die. My cursed teacher, Namake's Minato. Boom! At this critical moment, 2 figures appeared forcefully beside Minato. When Obito recognized them, his expression changed drastically. How is this possible? 4th Hokage, leave the Nine Tails to me and my clan. You focus on dealing with the traitors of my clan. ZZZ, ZZZ, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, with their double Mangeki Sharingan, shone brilliantly at the same time. Crimson and emerald, the 2 colors of skeletal forms stood firm, their dual swords combined, striking against the overwhelming darkness. Susanoo Twin Blade Slash. Chapter 149, The Nine Tails Chaos, 5, Clang. The twin blades of Susanoo sent the tailed beast bomb flying into the air. But since it wasn't a complete form, even with the dual blade strike, it wasn't enough to send the tailed beast bomb high into the sky. The tailed beast bomb exploded in mid-air. Boom, 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 boom. The explosion lit up Konoha's night, and the impact it caused below was still astonishing. The ninjas searched for cover as much as possible, those who couldn't find any lay on the ground, hugging their heads, barely escaping disaster. Under the tiger mask, Obito's face was as grim as it could be. Why? Would the Uchiha clan stand up at this moment? During the 3rd Hokage's reign, didn't they harbor intense resentment towards the Senju? Even if they couldn't reach the level of rebellion in a short time, they shouldn't serve the Senju's Konoha anymore. Could it be that in less than a year of Namake's Minato's leadership as Hokage, the Uchiha stance has changed? No, I can't believe that. Obito had no idea that a series of events orchestrated by Nagato behind his back inadvertently led to improved communications between Minato and the Uchiha higher-ups. This allowed Fugaku to deeply feel the hope that the Uchiha could coexist peacefully with Konoha. Then, taking advantage of the Nine-Tails chaos instigated by Obito, Fugaku boldly led his clan to the front lines. On one hand, it was to contribute to the village as Konoha ninjas and a prestigious clan, and on the other hand, it was a sincere response to Minato's goodwill signal. Looking at the Uchiha clan members gathered behind Fugaku, Minato felt a surge of emotion. Mr. Fugaku, fourth Hokage, the Uchiha will not passively evade when the village is in trouble, nor will we shy away from the objective facts. Fugaku said, turning his gaze to Hisashi. The one controlling the Nine-Tails, that masked man, must be a member of my clan, or someone with ulterior motives who obtained the eyes of a clan member. His words were more meant for Hisashi. After all, as the former Hokage, Hisashi still held significant influence in Konoha, and Danzo had a close relationship with him. Even though the current Danzo had been stripped of most of his powers by Minato, sharp-eyed individuals like Fugaku knew very well that Hisashi still cherished the camaraderie he had with Danzo during their time together. Therefore, openly admitting that this matter was related to the Uchiha clan could potentially bury the seeds of suspicion and mistrust in their infancy, which was Fugaku's second wise decision as clan leader. How could Hisashi not understand the deeper meaning behind Fugaku's statement? Fugaku, you can take the initiative to clarify this matter, which shows that the Uchiha you lead is Konoha's most steadfast partner. Rest assured, no one can shake the bond between us. At this moment, members of the Sarutobi clan also arrived. In a Konoha where the Senju clan was nearly extinct, the Sarutobi could be seen as the most legitimate inheritors of the will of fire. Like the Uchiha, they were also a clan skilled in fire release. The two groups exchanged glances across the air, nodding at each other. In this moment, the most legitimate inheritors of the will of fire and a clan that had long been unable to ignite this will lay down their prejudices and grudges. Under the leadership of Hisashi and Fugaku, the two clans united seamlessly to form hand seals. Fire release Great Dragon Fire. Fire release Great Fireball. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Two brilliant pillars of fire intertwined in midair, creating a dazzling fireworks display across eras, striking fiercely at the Nine-Tails. Aha! Even the Nine-Tails let out a heart-wrenching scream under the scorching flames. Did you see that? Thieves! This is Konoha's power. This is the power of unity. Obito clenched his fists tightly, and by now, he finally understood. Nagato, that guy never intended to help me from the start. Betrayal? Fine. Ribbit, ribbit. On Jiraiya's shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima were puffing their cheeks, ready for the summoning chant. In front of the crowd, this technique would inevitably affect others. So once he was hit, little Jiraiya, you must immediately deal with him to prevent everyone from suffering together. I understand. Just like before, don't alarm the snake in the grass. Let the rising and falling tones fully transmit to his hearing. Ribbit, ribbit. Obito glanced sideways. During the battle between Jiraiya and Pain, I remember that this technique required a certain delay to take effect. The time that the Nine-Tails can manipulate is running out. It's time to confront Minato one-on-one and settle this. Obito dropped a wooden spike from his sleeve and lunged toward Jiraiya. He is suddenly coming at us. No way. Could he have figured out the details of the summoning chant? Don't even think about getting close to the teacher. Minato forcefully blocked Obito's path. Wood style. Hell's chaos. Crack. Without warning, a grotesque tree burst forth from Obito's right shoulder, instantly wrapping around Minato's white cloak. This is wood style. This unexpected killing move shocked Minato. Boom. Then flames erupted from behind the mask, igniting the trunk. Whoosh. Minato had no choice. He used Flying Thunder God to disappear from the spot. Obito broke free from the tree on his shoulder and hurled the wooden spike at the Jiraiya coming at him with a Rasengan. Jiraiya leaped to dodge, which gave Obito a chance to reposition himself. He decisively used his right eye to absorb himself, escaping the threat of the summoning chant. Whoosh! Outside the wooden house in the Konoha forest, Minato appeared, landing on the ground, his azure eyes trembling. He actually still had wood style. Moreover, the wood style technique he just used closely resembled the one described by the Umbu who rescued Kakashi years ago, which killed many of the mist Umbu. Could it be that he was also present at the scene when Kakashi and Rin were ambushed? Then why did he choose to spare Kakashi at that time? Despite attacking Kushina in labor, manipulating the Nine-Tails, harboring such hatred towards Konoha, what reason could he have to spare Kakashi? A myriad of doubts arose in Minato's heart, and a heart-wrenching speculation flashed through his mind. Whoosh! At this moment, the mysterious, swirling motion. The masked man appeared before him. Different paths, under the guidance of fate, ultimately converge. At this moment, finally, a low voice came from beneath the tiger mask. Minato slowly got up. The roar of the Nine Tails was carried by the mournful wind, coming and going. Yet Minato's emotions were stirred because of that baseless speculation that flashed in his mind. Is that you, Obito? This sentence, Minato. Chapter 150 Minato, Teacher. Additional update for Artistic Scorpion. Minato ultimately did not say this sentence. How could this be? Obito was already crushed under a large rock. In that situation, he couldn't have survived. If we're talking about with style, it requires transplanting the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Where would Obito get such conditions? Most importantly, Obito was such a kind-hearted child, aiming to become Hokage. How could he commit this series of insane acts? Are you Uchiha Madara? Minato confirmed his initial speculation. Obito seemingly casually removed his hood. Who knows? Having witnessed with style, Minato didn't rush to deny his speculation like before. He slowly said, "It's rumored that you died in the Valley of the End during the battle with the first Hokage. So if we interpret it differently, you didn't die and obtained his cells during the battle, and by transplanting his cells, you successfully survived. That makes sense, right?" Hee, interesting. And then? Obito asked with keen interest. Minato said, "All these years, you've been silent, so it's understandable that you've been lurking in the dark, plotting an unknown plan. Now, seizing the moment of Kushina's labor, you suddenly strike. I think your goal is related to the tailed beasts, right?" Obito fell silent for a long time, and from beneath the tiger mask came a dark laugh mixed with a sigh. In terms of combat experience, you might not be as good as your predecessor, but in terms of insight into matters, you're truly one of a kind. Fourth Hokage Minato. Minato felt a chill, his reaction as expected. Obito tilted his head and said, "Minato, if you keep flying around, we might never determine a winner. I guess you can't let go of your wife and want to rush back to see her one last time?" Minato clenched his fists, his face buried in shadows. "Indeed, time is running short. I must quickly resolve the trouble in front of me and return to Kushina's side to complete that task." He slowly raised his gaze. "As you wish, I one T fly out of your sight again. Let us settle this here." "Very well." Splash. Chains slipped from Obito's black robe, and he fixed the ends of the chains to his wrists, spreading them behind him. "I see." Using the chains to create an intercepting barrier, fully utilizing the property of being able to be penetrated. Planning to use the ability of my right eye to absorb me at the moment we cross paths. This is a tactic tailored for me. Minato's mind turned. The one who abducted Kushina in the delivery room is someone else. It's clear that he at least has one accomplice, who has not appeared since the Nine Tails emerged, but cannot deny that it has been lurking in the shadows. I'll go all out. Thus, Minato closed his eyes, and 5 clusters of chakra flames ignited on the fingers of his hidden left hand. Obito's gaze sharpened. Is he going to activate Sage Mode? "Minato, I have already seen your Sage Mode activation posture in the Rain Village. So, before this operation, I specifically learned about the details of the Mayaboku Mountain Sage technique. That's right. It's a technique that must be completed without moving, and I won't give you the time to do it." Whoosh! Obito unhesitatingly charged at Minato. His speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Minato, reaching out his palm. Whoosh! Minato's right hand unleashed a Rasengan, charging toward Obito. Obito entered the phase of intangibility, their forms crossing past each other. Crack! The chain tightened around Minato's waist. Obito suddenly turned to grab. Whoosh! Minato jumped to a nearby kunai. This round of confrontation ended in a draw. As expected, you avoided it again. But moving means that the Sage technique activation has failed. This time, I will be faster. Boom! Once again, Obito launched a deadly charge at Minato, focusing his attention to the utmost limit. Minato did the same. He eliminated all distractions and entered a state of calm clarity. Sage Mode. I was never good at it before. It requires a long period of meditation to barely enter Sage Mode, and the duration is extremely short. Over the past 6 months, in my spare time, while working at Naruto and taking care of Kushina, I have made a concentrated effort to study Sage techniques. I pondered deeply, trying to find a way to perfect Sage techniques without causing trouble for the 2 great sages. The most feasible idea I came up with was to use shadow clones to gather Sage chakra, then release the shadow clones to return the Sage chakra to my main body. Unfortunately, reality hit me hard. as my own chakra limitations made it impossible to ensure that I could collect enough Sage Chakra while using shadow clones. I thought I would never be able to achieve perfect Sage techniques, but seeing the Ninetales sealing technique on Kushina's belly inspired me. Since the Ninetales Chakra can be sealed and then utilized, why can't Sage Chakra do the same? Wow. Minato opened the zipper of his ninja uniform against the wind, revealing a unique sealing technique on his abdomen. Sage Sealing Technique. This sealing technique I created can accommodate up to 12 times the Sage Mode Sage Chakra. This way, I don't need to meditate in advance before a battle, nor do I need to remain still. By releasing the seal, I can instantly enter Sage Mode. And after depleting the Sage Chakra from one Sage Mode, it will automatically sustain a second Sage Mode, until all 12 times of Sage Mode Sage Chakra are exhausted. This ensures that I can continue to fight in Sage Mode for an hour. Crack. He struck the sealing technique with his flaming fingers. Release Sage Sealing Technique. Buzz. The visage of Sage Mode suddenly appeared on Minato's face. As Obito rushed forward, he noticed Minato's change. But the arrow was already on the bowstring. He had no choice but to shoot. With a fierce gaze, he reached for Minato. The Rasengan in Minato's hand thrust forward again. Whoosh! The two figures crossed each other once more. Crack! The chains tightened. Obito turned back to grab. His speed was faster than last time. This time, I won't let you escape. Minato murmured to himself. If it weren't for this Sage technique, I would probably use the Flying Thunder God technique. But now, there's no need for that, because the invisible natural energy will hit your physical form for me. Frog Group Hands. Whoosh! Just before Obito's palm touched the back of Minato's neck, a sudden wave of impact surged from the side, blurring the tiger stripes of Obito's mask. What? Boom! Half of Obito's tiger mask was shattered, and he staggered, falling awkwardly to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Minato broke free from the chains, leaping into the air, the Rasengan in his hand, infused with Sage Chakra, greatly expanded and transformed into a brilliant gold. Sage technique. True. Rasengan flashing radiant sun. Boom! The golden spiral expanded in front of Minato's palm, overwhelming Obito's form. Obito attempted to enter the intangibility, only to find the terrifying reality that awaited him. Impossible. I can't enter intangible anymore. Could it be that this Sage technique, Rasengan, interfered with my chakra network? Of course, this Sage technique, true, Rasengan flashing radiant sun, incorporates changes from yang release, and upon hitting the enemy, it can disrupt the flow of chakra. Madara, I know your strength well, and you are not at your peak. Otherwise, unless the first Hokage were to return, no one could be your opponent. For Konoha, for the ninja world, I must completely eliminate you here. Minato's killing intent was resolute. The golden spiral in front of his palm accelerated and expanded, and the flesh on Obito's entire back began to be shredded. Ugh! Under the night sky, the heart-wrenching screams of Obito echoed. No, I can't die here. Finally, facing death from under half of the tiger mask, came the true voice of Uchiha Obito. Minato, Sensei, are you really going to kill me? Chapter 151, The Earth Gate. Minato, Sensei, are you really going to kill me? The familiar yet strange call deeply struck Minato's heart. Whoosh! He forcibly suppressed the radiant explosion of the golden spiral, retreating 3 meters away. Looking at the person lying on the ground, their bloodied back. That back was no less than one that had suffered dismemberment, through the shattered bones and rotten flesh. One could see the internal organs squeezed to the point of bleeding. Such a devastating injury, even Tsunade-sama personally treating him might not save him. After confirming the injury, Minato's gaze darkened. Ugh! The other party struggled, trying to move their body. Minato tightly grasped the sword of patience and said in a low voice, "It's better to stay down. Causing a larger area of tearing wounds will accelerate your death." Obito remained indifferent, desperately trying to crawl up. Crack! Sure enough, halfway up, the wound tore further. The excruciating pain nearly made him fall back down. But he endured and stubbornly got back up. Turning his back to Minato, he slowly turned around. Clatter! As he turned, the right half of his body, transplanted from white Zetsu, completely fell off, with blood gushing from the torn area, dyeing his robe crimson. Finally, he faced Minato. Ha. Ooh, ah. Half of the tiger mask stubbornly clung to his left face, while the right side, filled with wrinkles, and that Sharingan, barely maintaining the 3-tomo state, was all displayed before Minato. That right half, clearly different from the bloodied flesh and that scarred face. Indeed, you are Obito. Even though Obito was covered in blood, Minato felt that the blood was flowing from his heart. Why? 3 words contained so much emotion for Minato. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah. After calming his breath, Obito spoke in a youthful and suppressed tone to sever the cause and effect of this world. To create a world without the hatred of war, without the sins of slaughter, without the pain of separation, without unrequited love, and filled with hope. Therefore, you did not hesitate to attack your sister Kushina at her most vulnerable moment, releasing the Nine Tails, waging war against your homeland Konoha, killing your former companions. Minato-sensei, whether it's so-called companions, master and student, the village, or even the entire world, they're all illusions created by people's hollow hearts seeking dependence. Everything is illusory, trapped by such illusions, making one utterly worthless. Minato stared in disbelief at the disciple who uttered these words. In the past, as a teacher and a friend sharing the same dream, the memories he witnessed felt like boomerangs stabbing at his heart. You say everything is illusory? What about your dream of becoming Hokage? What about your journey alongside your companions? That Uchiha Obito, who claimed he would rather violate the rules than abandon his companions, whom Kakashi, Rin, and I all admired. Are you saying that all of these are also false? Hee. Obito hunched over, letting out a sorrowful laugh. That's right. It is precisely because I have experienced all this and seen through it that I realize how naive and ridiculous my former self was. What does it matter if you are Hokage? As strong as you are, Minato-sensei, have you protected everyone you could protect? How about companions? They merely reflect the weaknesses and ugliness within each other's hearts. A true strong person does not need companions. That's right. Only the weak would indulge in the so-called bonds of companionship. The strong will conquer and drive others. As for Uchiha Obito, that's just a dead man's name. The dead who bore this name have formed so-called bonds with those living, yet acting like walking corpses, and have said profound words. But they have nothing to do with the false existence standing before you now, which claims to lead the world towards reality. Minato clenched his fist tightly and posed a soul-searching question to Obito. Is that your proof of having nothing to do with the past, that in the moments of near death, you forcefully made me stop by begging for mercy? Do you still want to say that Uchiha Obito is already dead? Obito was speechless. That was a reaction made instinctively in the face of survival, without time to think. As long as he wanted to live, he had to do so. Answer me, Obito. Minato pressed on in a deep voice. Fine, Minato-sensei. Since you insist on asking, I will tell you. Compared to the fear of death, the thought that this world will see no hope with my death is what truly drives me to despair. Even when I was begging for mercy, there was not a moment in my mind for my own selfish desires. Uchiha Obito, as a self, does not exist, so I can confidently say that I have nothing to do with the past. Uchiha Obito is dead. If not Uchiha Obito, then who was begging for mercy just now? Minato questioned in a deep voice. It was the world. That's right, I am the world. I bear the hope of redemption for this despairing world, and it is the hope of this world that calls out to you. In this sense, Minato, you have indeed saved the world. You can call yourself a savior and take pride in it. Obito's words, which turned the heavens and the earth upside down, made Minato's heart feel as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Obito, is this what you want to say to me at the brink of death? Or do you have some confidence, despite being so badly injured, to survive? Heh. Obito showed a non-committal smile. Who knows? But the time left for you is running out. Minato-sensei, the chance to completely end me may only be this moment. Minato raised the kunai in his hand, his eyes shaking with killing intent. He had sensed the presence quickly approaching Obito from underground. In the end, Minato's hand still fell. He allowed Tobi to appear beside Obito, wrapping him in a vine-like form. With Tobi's chakra assistance, Obito's right eye transformed back into the kaleidoscope. Whoosh! The summoning contract with the Nine Tails burned to ashes when the time limit was reached. Minato, this time, even if you achieve a great victory for Konoha one day, I will return. Obito's right eye began to absorb, unhesitatingly pulling in itself. Compared to the harsh words he had said, his posture resembled that of a desperate escape. Looking at the place where he had vanished, Minato sighed deeply. Third Hokage, was this your feeling back then? Sorry. I have ultimately left a big trouble for this ninja world. Then, it is my turn to handle the aftermath. Whoosh! Minato vanished in a flash. Witnessing this moment, Nagato put away the crystal ball, his expression solemn. No, Minato, those lines should be mine. Chapter 152, The Double Door. Boom! Sage Art. Super large Rasen Shuriken sent the Nine Tails deep into the hell of Yellow Springs. Uchiha Shursui, looking down from above, maintained his Susanoo in muscular form, with a crimson Magatama burning in his chest, while the armor on his chest opened up, and arrows shot forth like a machine gun, bombarding the Nine Tails. Susanoo 999. The surrounding ninjas gasped in astonishment. Shursui is amazing, truly deserving of being Uchiha's #1 genius. He can suppress the Nine Tails to the point where it can't even lift its head. At this moment, on the peak of the second Hokage's rock, a figure in a gray robe stood, unraveling the bandages around his right eye, revealing the Sharingan. Capturing this scene in its entirety, Uchiha Shursui, at such a young age, not only awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, but also mastered the power of Susanoo. As told in Uchiha legends, beside him, a man wrapped in a black robe, wearing sunglasses, and with strange tattoos at the corner of his mouth, said in a deep voice, "And who would have thought that a man like this would lose an arm during the trivial task of clearing traps at Kaiki Mountain? There must be hidden circumstances." Danzo's gaze darkened as he thought, "How could I not know there was something going on here?" However, the fourth Hokage is deliberately shielding it, and my current configuration makes it difficult to monitor Uchiha with high pressure as before. The man beside him said, "Danzo, perhaps you don't need to worry too much. The Nine Tails has been stripped away, and the Jinchuriki is bound to die. The fourth's era will likely end because of this." Danzo glanced at the man beside him. "What do you mean by that?" The man asked, "What kind of man do you think Minato Namikaze is?" Danzo pondered for a long time before reluctantly and appreciatively saying, "Since the founding of Konoha, he is a rare talent with potential that ranks in the top 5. If he can grow smoothly, he will surpass my teacher, the second Hokage, and even hope to reach the achievements of the first Hokage." The man said, "That's right, but I am not referring to his potential as a ninja, but rather his qualities as a person. He has known Uzumaki Kushina since childhood, and their feelings for each other are profound. I believe you know this as well. If Uzumaki Kushina dies, do you think Minato, with his deep feelings, would choose to continue living?" A sudden light burst forth in Danzo's eyes. "Are you saying Minato would follow her?" The man said solemnly, if there were no third party intervening. After Shursui finished his attack, his Susanoo dispelled, and Fugaku, who had exhausted himself before him, stepped forward to support him, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but with our current strength, suppressing the Nine Tails to this point is our limit." He raised his gaze, looking at the Nine Tails that had crawled out of the hell of Yellow Springs, its expression frantic and its face twisted in rage. "Look, Uncle Fugaku, the Nine Tails' eyes are no longer Sharingan. It seems the fourth has successfully stopped that masked man. Our mission is complete. Next, it will undoubtedly be about sealing the Nine Tails. After all, to maintain the balance of power, this is indispensable. However, it's truly perplexing why the Hokage's wife, Miss Kushina, who has a level comparable to the Hokage, was so easily captured by that masked man. Kushina is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, which is a secret known only to a very few people in Konoha. Shursui and Fugaku are among that very few, but Shursui does not know that Kushina is pregnant. Fugaku only learned about it not long ago from his wife, Uchiha Mikoto. The Nine Tails is an unexpected event. Fugaku did not overthink it, but hearing Shursui say this now, he suddenly had an inkling. Could it be that? Then if I were the fourth Hokage, in order to solve the current predicament and considering the long-term future, I would most likely place my hope on. Whoosh! The Nine Tails gathered the tailed beast bomb once again. Jiraiya and Hizashi's expressions changed. Damn, this is never-ending. With our strength, we can temporarily suppress the Nine Tails, but to truly resolve the trouble, sealing is the only way, and the only one who can accomplish this is Minato. No matter, the urgent task is to block that tailed beast ball first. I'll use the 5 elements Great Super Bomb. Jiraiya, you use the Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken. Just as both of their techniques were about to launch. Whoosh! A golden light flashed from the sky. In Minato's hands, the Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken gathered, combined with the Frog Group hand, ingeniously pushing the completed tailed beast ball into the mouth of the Nine Tails. Whoosh! In the next instant, he and the Nine Tails disappeared from the spot simultaneously. Hizashi exclaimed in shock. Minato, did you teleport the Nine Tails along with yourself away? Fugaku quietly clenched his fist. You really plan to do this, fourth Hokage? Boom, 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 boom. The Nine Tails' abdomen swelled into a sphere, and it unleashed a terrifying blast into the sky. After venting, its massive body collapsed onto the ground in the forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Minato used the flying thunder god to escape with the barely alive Kushina and the swaddled Naruto. Minato apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Kushina. Some things took longer than expected." Because of his recognition with Obito, Minato spent even longer than before, which left Kushina in a more precarious state. She couldn't even muster the strength to use the AdamantineSealing chains to temporarily suppress the Nine Tails. Fortunately, the Nine Tails had just consumed a tailed beast ball from itself and could only glare fiercely at the two with its bloodshot vertical pupils. Fourth Hokage, Kushina. Damn it. Will you plan to seal me away this time? Cough, cough, cough. Kushina let out a heavy cough, followed by Naruto's cries. Did I wake you up? I'm sorry, Naruto. Kushina. Blood flowed from the corner of Kushina's mouth, and the color of life in her dim eyes was already very bleak. Minato, I really have no strength left. I'm afraid I can't even drag the Nine Tails back into my body to die with it. She revealed a farewell smile. Thank you so much for everything, Minato. Minato's heart trembled. He knew time was running out for both Kushina and himself. Kushina, you made me the fourth Hokage, made me your husband. And Naruto's father, it should be me. Minato, don't say that. I'm very happy, and today is Naruto's birthday. Just think if I could live. Our family of three, living together, is there anything happier than this? If there is any regret. I really want to see Naruto when he grows up. As Kushina's words fell, Minato was already in tears. At that moment, he made up his mind. The same determination as before. He lowered his face, speaking slowly yet firmly. Kushina, your wish. I will fulfill it. Suddenly, words rang out from the forest, shocking Minato, Kushina, and even the recovering Nine Tails. Minato was the most shocked. A powerful chakra suddenly appeared without warning. It can't be wrong. This is my flying thunder god. Roar, 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 roar. Just then, the Nine Tails' claws slammed down towards the two. Not good, I got distracted. Minato's face changed drastically. Crash! But at that moment, countless golden chains burst forth, tightly wrapping around a Nine Tails' claws, arms, shoulders, and even its entire body. Nine Tails, could you please settle down for a moment? A man walked out from the shadow of the trees, a serene smile on his face, with chains trailing from his robe, moving in sync with his steps. This is the AdamantineSealing chains, the same as Kushina's, no, even greater than Kushina's. Minato stood up, facing the approaching man. They were not meeting for the first time. Holding Naruto, Minato sighed complexly. That red hair is indeed not a genetic mutation. You are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Nagato, my junior. Chapter 153. Aftermath. Nagato said, You only realize this now? Your sharpness and dullness coexist. Minato said sternly, Why are you here instead of discussing such matters? Nagato smiled slightly. You should have noticed the reason I am here. Minato's expression stiffened. When I visited the Hidden Rain, I sensed, through Sage Mode, another ominous chakra at the high tower, which vanished without warning when it reached Nagato. Thinking back, both the chakra's characteristics and the means of disappearance match Obito. So that is it. A sort of ninja love fell into Minato's hands again. Are you and Obito in cahoots? Obito? Ah, you mean that masked man who calls himself Madara? He indeed sought me out, asking for my help to complete tonight's plan. I did verbally agree to it. You mean, you have had no involvement in any adverse actions against Konoha from the beginning? Including that night's attack on the village, which took the sealing book? I've said it many times, the one who attacked Konoha was Pain, and I, Nagato, have nothing to do with it. As for the sealing book, I have no idea what that is. Minato said, still denying it. You clearly used my Flying Thunder God technique. Nagato said, Flying Thunder God? You mean my method of getting here? You misunderstood. That's my self-created Thunder God technique, which is a certified patent, and it's different from someone sneaking into another village in the dead of night while not holding his wife. Sigh. Minato sighed lightly. Nagato, you really are a non-stick pan. Well, I'll just believe that you didn't actually participate in tonight's Nine Tails incident. Can you tell me? When you said you will fulfill it, what is it that you want to fulfill? Nagato said generously, Of course, it's to fulfill your family's wish to see this child grow up. Minato, you originally wanted to die with Kushina, right? Then seal the Nine Tails into your beloved son, letting him bear the fate of being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, maintaining the balance of power. Additionally, you plan to leave a part of your chakra and Kushina's chakra with this child, so that when he grows up and tries to control the Nine Tails power, it would also fulfill Kushina's dying wish. Kushina listened to their conversation, anxiously looking at her husband's profile. Minato, is that true? Minato said sadly. Kushina, once the tail beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki is bound to die. That's absolute. I feel powerless against such a fact, and I can't accept the reality of leaving you. So the only thing I can do is, as Nagato said, boo-hoo idiot. Kushina bit her lip, tears pouring down. For Kushina, Minato's actions were both sad and touching. But for the Nine Tails, there was only rage, a furious rage. You all, one by one, what do you take me for? I am not your toy to be kicked around. What is even more unacceptable is that this time, it's that damned little ghost again. Ah! The creature desperately twisted its body, trying to break free from the adamantine seal. Nagato slowly raised his eyes. Z, a pair of eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan flashed through the mind of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails' vertical eyes suddenly trembled, and its body bristled with fur. Why, from the depths of those Rinnegan eyes, is there a power coming from Madara? Who the hell is this guy? Retracting his gaze, Nagato walked towards Kushina. Minato raised his arm to block his path. He had already guessed that Nagato had some way to save Kushina, but he still had his reservations. Nagato, can I trust you? Nagato calmly replied. That depends on how you see me, as a potential enemy of Konoha, or as your junior from the same lineage. Compared to the answer of, you may not trust me, but you have no choice, this response was undoubtedly more human. After a moment of contemplation, Minato lowered his arm. I trust you, so I leave Kushina in your hands, Nagato. If the title of junior during their first meeting was Minato's usual politeness, then this junior was true trust and entrustment. Nagato approached Kushina. A weary smile appeared on Kushina's lips. So it's you, Nagato. I've heard Minato mention you, but I didn't expect us to be from the same clan. I'm really sorry for you to see me in such a disgraceful state. What about Konan? Didn't she come with you? I heard Minato say you have deep feelings for her. Do you have kids now? I really want to meet them. Nagato smiled gently. You'll be able to see her soon. As his words fell, he formed a hand seal. A hand sign that Minato and Kushina had never seen before. Whoosh! Red fluorescent light enveloped Nagato's hands. Kushina's expression changed dramatically. This is the unique life energy of the Uzumaki clan. Nagato, what are you trying to do? Nagato's hands enveloped Kushina's abdomen and calmly said, What else can I do but transfer my life energy to you? What? Minato looked at Nagato in disbelief. Kushina's voice was filled with sobs. How can you do this? If you save me, you will. Nagato calmly said, This is a technique I specifically learned from Chiyo of Sunagakure. This technique is meant to be used on the living for the dead. It can bring the dead back to life, but the cost is the death of the user. However, don't worry, I am confident in my own vitality. Minato walked to Nagato's side and asked complicatedly, Nagato, why are you willing to go this far for us as a couple? Nagato did not rush to answer his question, but instead asked back, Minato, first answer me. After Kushina comes back to life, what do you plan to do with the Nine Tails? Minato replied, If the death process ends, Kushina would meet the conditions to become the Jinchuriki again. She is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. However, the weakness of the female Jinchuriki during childbirth, where the seal weakens, will not disappear because of this. I really don't want her to suffer a second time. So, Minato looked down at the swaddled baby in his arms. I plan to have Naruto become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. So, it is, while transferring life energy. Nagato said, You are the Hokage of Konoha and the father of this child. You have the right to make such a decision. But I wonder if you have considered one question. How many innocent civilians and ninjas were harmed by the Nine Tails tonight in Konoha? Even with Tsunade's protection, minimizing the death toll, there are still hundreds of lives lost. How will their relatives, lovers, and friends view the Nine Tails? How will they view this child who has become the Jinchuriki? Can you guarantee that they won't see this child as the embodiment of the Nine Tails? Do you really want him to bear all of this? Nagato's words left Minato speechless. I, for a moment, really hadn't thought about this question. So what should I do? The Nine Tails must have a place to be settled. And this place must be in Konoha, in the southeastern corner of the forest. Konan, dressed in a white wedding kimono, approached, holding keyed. Whoosh! Nagato completed the transfer of life energy to Kushina. Standing up, his red hair, now half turned snow white. Konan's eyes trembled, but she held her composure in front of others. Nagato said, Minato, Kushina, I have a proposal for you to consider, of course. The decision is in your hands. This child is called Kid, who has had astonishing chakra since childhood, enough to be the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Let him replace Naruto and become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha. And then, Keed, as your adopted son, will be Naruto's brother, raised by you. Chapter 154. For the rest of my life, please take care of me. Kushina, how are you feeling? Minato did not respond to Nagato's proposal immediately, but instead came to Kushina's side to check on her condition. The pale and weak color on Kushina's face was completely gone. Her cheeks were rosy, and she hardly looked like a woman who had just given birth and had the nine tails extracted. Thanks to Nagato, I'm fine now. Woo-woo. Upon hearing this, Minato, holding Naruto and supporting Kushina's shoulder, trembled, unable to care about his dignity in front of Nagato. Tears flowed down his face. That's great, Kushina. You're okay. That is really great. Well, Minato, Naruto. Kushina embraced Minato and Naruto, crying uncontrollably. The couple experienced great ups and downs on this day of welcoming new life. Their emotions were understandable. It seemed that Naruto could feel his parents' emotions, and he began to cry loudly in their embrace. Nagato and Konan exchanged glances, reaching a consensus to quietly wait for this family of three to finish crying. Aya. The Nine Tails, treated as a backdrop, with bloodshot, fox-like vertical pupils, stared intently at Keed. But aside from its impotent rage and roars, it could do nothing because the adamantine seal binding it had not weakened at all, despite Nagato using his life energy on Kushina, causing half of his hair to turn white. Nagato's chakra was ultimately too powerful. After crying, Minato wiped his tears and looked at Nagato directly. Nagato, are you serious? Nagato, with a solemn expression, replied, Do I look like I'm joking? Minato cast his gaze towards the black-haired infant in Konan's arms, speaking in a low tone. Keed, is it? To avoid having Naruto bear the hatred of those who lost loved ones in the Nine Tails incident, and instead have this innocent child bear it. I can't do such a selfish thing. Nagato thought to himself, Minato, you really are a good person, but some words may be harsh. Do you want to hear them, Minato? Go ahead, I'm listening. Nagato's expression was particularly serious. The system established during the era of the first Hokage, which maintained the balance of power through the tailed beasts, meant that there would always be children who were destined from birth to become Jinchuriki. Among them, who was not innocent. The root of the problem lies in the endless wars in this ninja world, where people cannot achieve reconciliation through mutual understanding, but must rely on the powerful force of the tailed beasts to establish constraints in pursuit of temporary peace. When an avalanche occurs, not a single snowflake is innocent. The idea that only allowing one's own children to bear the heavy fate is not selfish is, in essence, another form of selfishness. Do you understand? Minato's gaze dropped. Nagato continued. Whether it's Naruto, Keed, your child, or someone else's child, they're all equal individuals. Therefore, when they are subjected to unequal treatment, they are also equal in that regard. Minato clenched his fists, but Nagato said, You will accept the interrogation of your conscience. So I will give you a reason to choose Keed. Because I saved Kushina's life, allowing your family of three to be reunited. I designate you to seal the Nine Tails into Keed. Is that reason sufficient? Minato's heart was mixed with emotions. Nagato, after our last conversation in the tower, I thought I had a general understanding of your character and way of dealing with things. Looking back now, I see I was wrong. I have not truly seen through you. Your cognitive abilities and depth of thought, as well as your ability to resonate with people through words, are far beyond what I, as your senior, possess. All right, I really have no reason to refuse now. However, there's one question I want to ask you. Minato raised his gaze, looking directly at Nagato. You just said that because I am Naruto's father, I have the right to make such a decision. Then, who are you to this child? This question was quite sharp. Sure enough, you asked it. Nagato sighed inwardly. This matter is very difficult to clarify, because Keed is Nagato's second body, created with Nagato's genetic base, integrated with cells from Hashirama Senju, and 5 prominent Uchiha. Apart from the hair color influenced by the Senju and Uchiha cells, which is pure black, everything else is Nagato. Keed's appearance as he grows up will be black-haired Nagato. So, it really is hard to clarify. But still, Nagato had prepared his words. Keed is Nagato's child, and his mother was a female member of the Akatsuki during the Rain Village era, who has passed away. Saying it face to face is indeed very embarrassing. Nagato thought to himself, opening his mouth to say, Keed is the child of me and Nagato. Little Nan's words were shocking. What? Minato and Kushina exclaimed in surprise, with Kushina covering her mouth, her cheeks flushed. Not to mention these two. Even Nagato was shocked. Ah! My beloved Konan, actually said that Keed is the child of me and her. Is that so? Long, Nagato, my brother. Kushina's question snapped Nagato, who was immersed in shock, back to reality. Ah, yes, that's right. Keed is my and Conan's child, Nagato said bashfully. At this point, he could only follow Conan's lead. After all, could he publicly slap Conan's face? Minato, in disbelief, said, Nagato, Conan, you're not raising your child by your side, but sending him to Konoha as a Jinchuriki this. Conan said, as the child's mother, I certainly oppose that. However, Nagato said he wants Keed to be a bridge for peace between the Rain Village and Konoha. If I remember correctly, Kushina was also sent to Konoha as a symbol of friendship before the Whirlpool Village was destroyed, to take on the mission of being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, right? This is indeed the case. Minato couldn't help but curiously ask, by the way, Nagato, red-haired Conan, you have blue hair, but Keed's hair is black. How come? Kushina said, Minato, that question is unnecessary. A child's hair color not only inherits from their parents, but also from their grandparents. In other words, from grandfathers and grandmothers. Minato scratched his head. Then their genes must be very strong. Kushina stepped forward and said solemnly, Nagato, Conan, I want to thank you for saving my and Minato's lives, allowing our family to be reunited. I also want to thank you for entrusting your child to us. This is a tremendous trust, and Minato and I will not betray this trust. From today on, Keed is also our child. We are a family of 4, no, a family of 6. With more effort in the future, it might even become 7 or 8. It seems that Kushina has already made up her mind. Minato stepped forward and bowed with Kushina to Nagato and Conan. Let the fate that Keed bears be filled only with the love of his parents. Minato set up the sealing altar for the 8 trigram seal, looking back at the bound Nine Tails. Sealing the entire Nine Tails I couldn't do in the past, but now, with the aid of sage techniques, I can finally do it. After forming the hand signs, Minato used the power of sage techniques to activate the 8 trigram seal. Roar! The Nine Tails roared in unwillingness as it surged into Keed's small body. Minato marveled. Amazing. The complete power of the Nine Tails is so strong that Kushina could only accept it after becoming a ninja, but this child actually drank it all in one go. At this milestone moment, Nagato's gaze turned to Naruto, who was sleeping in Kushina's arms. He spoke his inner monologue. Naruto, I'm sorry I took away your difficult path of growth and your bond with Kurama, even the identity of a savior. In return, I give you a home filled with the warmth of having parents, where you don't have to drink expired milk or eat expired instant noodles. A warm and happy home. In a childhood without swinging alone, with playmates by your side, carefree. I don't know if this is a fair exchange, but without harming your family of 3, obtaining the Nine Tails is the greatest balance I could achieve between warmth and interest. Throughout my life, I, Nagato, do not seek perfection, but only to have a clear conscience. My second body, Keed, will now be your brother, and for the rest of your life, please take care of him. Chapter 155, Exchange of Tokens. In the clearing of the forest, the Nine Tails had disappeared. The restrictions set to contain the Nine Tails also lost their meaning and, under Nagato's mental guidance, withdrew from the ground, disappearing beneath his clothing. Lying on the sealing platform, Keed's abdomen was composed of dual 4-symbol seals, forming the 8 trigrams sealing technique. In this way, the chakra of the Nine Tails could flow out from the gaps of the 2 4-symbol seals for the Jinchuriki's use. It is said that this ninja world originally had no 8 trigram seal. It was created by Minato's cleverness when Kushina's Nine Tails went berserk, combining the 2 4-symbol seals to create the unprecedented 8 trigram seal. It is no exaggeration to say that the gossip seal is the second most sophisticated sealing technique after the 6 paths, 10 Tails coffin seal. Minato gently picked up Keed. This way, Keed becomes the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Kushina, holding Naruto, approached Minato to face Nagato and Conan together. From now on, we will treat Keed as our own, giving him and Naruto equal parental love. Nagato, my brother, and Conan, my sister, if you miss this child in the future, you are welcome to visit my home anytime. Nagato smiled and said, since the lady has made the decision, I will not decline. Minato helplessly smiled and said, so, my opinion as the Hokage of Konoha doesn't matter? Conan said seriously, by the way, Minato, how do you plan to explain Keed's existence to the other villagers? Minato pondered and said, I've already thought of an explanation. He is Naruto's twin brother, and in an emergency, we had no choice but to seal the Nine Tails into his body. Nagato said, there are many loopholes. First, Let's not mention their different appearances and hair colors. But the people who assisted Kushina during childbirth, like Tsunade and others, as well as the higher-ups of Konoha, probably all know that Kushina was not carrying twins. Minato lowered his gaze to Keed in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. There's no way around it. Since Keed has to bear the fate of being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I must give him the recognition he deserves, even if it invites doubt. I will do anything to protect Keed's healthy growth to the greatest extent possible. As for those who know the truth, such as Lady Tsunade, Lady Bawako, and the third Hokage, as well as Jiraiya-sensei, I will handle it and ensure they keep this secret from me. What else could Nagato and Konan say? Minato, you really are a gentle and kind person. Nagato thought more deeply. He did not believe that Minato, with his intelligence, could not see through it. The truth is, Nagato seemed to foresee the outcome of the Nine-Tails chaos, with self-life reincarnation and Keed replacing Kushina and Naruto, bearing the consequences they should have faced. Is it really just Nagato cherishing his comrades and, as the leader of Amage Cure, establishing an alliance with Konoha for survival and development? Nagato must have other schemes. The most practical answer I can think of is that he wants to use Keed to possess the Nine-Tails. However, what I can't understand is that with his strength, during my farewell with Kushina, he could have easily seized the Nine-Tails with brute force. Yet, he chose to sacrifice his own vitality to revive Kushina. He even used his own child, Keed, to replace Naruto and become the Jinchuriki. Pain is not Nagato. This is pure sophistry. I have seen with my own eyes that the masked girl among the Pains can summon other Pains, and even people who are not Pains. Looking at it this way, human summoning is itself a capability of the Rinnegan. If Nagato wanted, he could have a masked girl Pain summon him, Konan, and Keed at any time. Thus, the Nine-Tails sealed within Keed could also be summoned. You could say, from the moment the Nine-Tails was sealed within Keed, it was already in Nagato's possession. So why was he willing to leave Keed and Konoha as our child? From a purely profit-driven perspective, this is definitely a redundant move. Therefore, I have come to a preliminary conclusion. Nagato is not a purely profit-driven person. There is a purpose hidden within his warmth, and within his purpose, there is also warmth. Not only is it the objective fact that he sacrificed his vitality to revive Kushina, but the warmth in his purpose is also why I choose to turn a blind eye to his intentions. Let's coexist amicably with Keed as a bond. One day in the future, if you want to take the Nine-Tails from Konoha, we will rely on our own abilities. Minato threw a sword of endurance towards Nagato. After Nagato caught it, he said, I already have this. Minato said expressionlessly, this one is official. Please take good care of it and don't throw it in strange places again. Nagato smiled. After that, you really came again, didn't you? Our Amage Cure's cesspool must be quite a memorable experience for you. All right, I will take good care of it, but please do not come again. Nagato tucked the sword of endurance into his clothes. Minato extended his palm. Then, give me a beacon for your so-called flying thunder god technique as well. Nagato threw a double-pointed kunai over. After Minato caught it and examined it closely, he said, Yorashin? It really fits your dark humor. Yoroshiku, it means please take care of me. He solemnly put the Yoroshiku into his clothes. I will place it in my living room, so you won't have to think about how to sneak in through the back door. In the future, in Konoha, apart from my house, you are not allowed to go anywhere else. Thus, the two completed the exchange of tokens. Minato said, isn't it all right for your hair to be like this? Nagato replied, don't worry, our Amage Cure's barbershop provides dyeing services. Minato smiled meaningfully, that's good. Whoosh! In the forest, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. It seems I should go. By the way, here is a piece of advice. Minato, for you to achieve more in your position as Hokage, it's better not to reveal the identity of your disciple to anyone. This is a big problem. Bang! Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Nagato and Konan disappeared in a white smoke of summoning. I understand. Minato clenched his fist tightly. Bang! Outside Konoha, on a mountain far from the detection of Sage Mode. After Nagato appeared, he shouted, Orochimaru, hurry up. Orochimaru clasped his hands together. Summoning. Impure world reincarnation. Boom! Boom! Two coffins rose from the ground, and when the coffins fell, out stepped. It was none other than the brothers Kin and Jin from Kumoga Cure. Time rewinds to 10 days ago, the day when Nagato and Sasori headed to the Wind Country Desert. Nagato found Orochimaru and shared his plan. This plan was initially met with strong opposition from Orochimaru. Nagato-kun, I understand your feelings, but the cost is too great. The loss of vitality in the Uzumaki clan's body will ultimately affect the chakra. In other words, What you lose will not only be your lifespan, but also a significant portion of your strength. If immortality is one of your plans, then what you will lose is the strength to pursue immortality. Most importantly, in my current understanding, there is no way to replenish vitality aside from transplanting Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru, it seems we've touched upon your blind spot in knowledge. There is a way to replenish vitality other than transplanting Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru said eagerly, "Oh, please tell me more." That is, to use the Hungry Ghost path to absorb the tailed beast chakra. This method was personally verified by Nagato in the original work. The state in which Nagato was revived through impure world reincarnation was after using the Rinnegan's ability, exhausting his vitality, emaciated and with white hair. However, he merely used the Hungry Ghost path to absorb the tailed beast cloak from Killer Bee's 8-tail state and restored his health. It can be seen that the tailed beast chakra is special, even capable of replenishing life force. As for why the tailed beast chakra can replenish life force, Nagato couldn't provide a definitive answer, but he speculated that it is related to the tailed beast chakra being an important component of the God tree. Is that so? Nagato-kun. Trust me, it's definitely right. So, is there anything I need to do, Nagato-kun? Find the life essence of the brothers Kin and Jin from the cloud-hidden village, and use Edo Tensei to revive them. Orochimaru instantly understood Nagato's intention. I see. The brothers Kin and Jin, having consumed the flesh and blood of the Nine Tails, possess a large amount of Nine Tails chakra. Over the years, this Nine Tails chakra has become a part of their own power, theoretically, even under Edo Tensei. It can be carried over. That's right, this way, not only will the life force I lost be replenished, but I might even have extra gains. Obito once suspected that Nagato and Orochimaru had contact, but the surprise inspection months ago returned empty-handed. Those subsequent reports from the defected Zetsu indicated otherwise. It seems Obito has not given up on finding Orochimaru's whereabouts, still dispatching a considerable number of Zetsu to search for him. Indeed, Orochimaru has the ability to sense Zetsu, but with their vast numbers and elusive nature, they're often difficult to guard against. For this risk, Nagato's response is also simple and straightforward. If it were 3 months ago, I would have racked my brains and acted cautiously. But now, Obito is no longer someone I need to be overly wary of. Go ahead, be as careful as possible on the way. If you are discovered, it is fate. Fate has brought me to this point to tear the mask off. And if not discovered, then we have successfully taken advantage of the situation. Ultimately, everything still relies on strength. Thus, Nagato and Scorpion headed to the Wind Country, while Orochimaru and Tobi went to the Lightning Country, ultimately leading to the current situation. Boom! Boom! After stepping out of the coffin, the brothers Kin and Jin, under Orochimaru's control of the Kunai Talisman, both entered a state of Nine Tails chakra manifestation. Boom! Nagato broke through the earth and stone, lunging forward in the stance of Raijin's hot blade two-sword style, wrapping his arms around the thick necks of the two. Hungry Ghost Path. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Nine Tails chakra on the brothers Kin and Jin surged like rivers, being devoured by Nagato. The life force he expended to perform self-revival to bring Kushina back was instantly restored, and that half of his white hair turned back to brilliant red. This is the truth of what Nagato told Minato about dyeing hair. Previously, Minato had some foreknowledge, but tacitly did not break it. After fully restoring his life force, the absorbed Nine Tails chakra still had a surplus, girdling around Nagato, transforming into a demon fox garment. Six tails swayed behind him. Of course, the six tails here are merely symbolic and do not truly equate to the six tails of the Nine Tails. Moreover, it is in a state one, not tightly wrapped around him. But as long as Nagato is willing, with a bit of practice, he could achieve a transformation like that of a Jinchuriki in state 2. To think that so much Nine Tails chakra still remained truly extraordinary. This unexpected gain made Nagato overjoyed, and he looked brightly at Orochimaru. Your precision in Edo Tensei has improved. The power of Kin and Jin has been almost perfectly restored. Orochimaru smiled and said, After all, I am not very willing to produce inferior products like Kakuzu each time. Kakuzu's Edo Tensei really is, aside from managing finances, of no use at all. Nagato agreed. That is true. However, Edo Tensei is so exquisite that in such a short time, your precision couldn't have improved to this extent, right? Orochimaru said, You can't hide anything from you, Nagato-kun. Indeed, this time the sacrifices are very special. I used 2 Zetsu capture along the way. Nagato's brow twitched. They aren't our companions, right? Of course, as you said, Nagato-kun, we must treat the numbered Zetsu well. So you're saying, Information about your appearance has been leaked? It seems so. After all, Zetsu must be living before Edo Tensei. It seems the day we tear off the mask is not far off. Nagato's expression slightly darkened as his palms ruthlessly plunged into the chests of Kin and Jin. He pulled out 4 scrolls from within, which sealed the treasures of the Cloud Hidden Village, the 6 paths ninja tools, the illusory golden rope, the 7-star sword, the red gourd, the banana fan. For how the 5 6 paths ninja tools are here. As for why the amber clean bottle is not here, because that was forcefully taken from the brothers Kin and Jin by the powerful Third Raikage. It still remains in the treasure vault of the Cloud Hidden Village. Nagato wrapped the illusory golden rope around his wrist, strapped the 7-star sword to his waist, and carried the banana fan on his back, while the red gourd, which was inconvenient to carry, he sealed in a scroll and placed in his ninja tool pouch. Thus, Kin and Jin had no value left. Nagato's hands enveloped the tops of the two's heads. Using the human path, he directly extracted their souls. Crash! Kin and Jin fell to the ground, their bodies decomposing, the Zetsu as living sacrifices, dying with their eyes wide open. The relics of the old era exit the stage like this. The complete Nine Tails is within Feng's body. The small tails of Nine Tails chakra are on me. Thus, there is no shortcut to reviving the 10 tails. The future initiative is entirely in my hands, since we have already torn off the mask. Gurgle, gurgle. The outstretched palms on Nagato's demon fox garment touched Orochimaru, Tobi, Perrin, and Conan. As Nagato raised his hand to form a seal, after 30 seconds, everyone returned to the rain-hidden village. In a heavy rain, Nagato formed seals with both hands, striking the ground. A cold arc rose at the corner of his mouth. Then let's just go all out. Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. Thanks to Zhuanchuan Xiaokai for the explosive update and Flowers character summoning, and 5 update charms. Thanks to user 333777704 for the inspiration capsule. Chapter 157, Fortune and Misfortune Coexist. Boom! As the palm struck the ground, the earth and stone ahead cracked. A cloud of white smoke obscured the view, and a heart-pounding great power emanated from deep within the earth, even causing the pouring rain to pause for a moment. This is... Orochimaru covered his face with his hand. The vertical eye among his flowing hair surged with madness. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his expression solemn. There's such chakra, even I, a non-sensing ninja, have goosebumps. Conan recalled Nagato's initial summoning of the monster, the resounding shout. That was not the first time Nagato saved her and Yahiko, but it was the most unforgettable one. She stepped forward and said to Orochimaru and Kabuto, I've only seen it once too. Yahiko's evaluation of it was, that is a power that does not belong to this world. As the white smoke dissipated, when a monster loomed over the earth in a dominating manner, Nagato couldn't contain his excitement. Even as an outsider who had seen its visage, the summoning in person was still for the first time. It's no wonder he let out a sigh, finally meeting the Outer Path Golem. Nagato had long possessed the ability to summon the Outer Path Golem, but the reason he had not done so was due to concerns about the threat from Obito. In anything he did, he had to consider what Obito would think. But right now, he not only openly tore up the agreement to attack Konoha together with Obito, but Orochimaru's whereabouts have also been discovered by White Zetsu. There is nothing more to say about turning against each other. Why didn't he take control of the Outer Path Golem early on and wait for the new year? Logically speaking, this behavior is absolutely correct. However, in the rain, Nagato's expression slowly became serious, because a detail that was never examined in the original work, with the realization of the summoning of the golem, was noticed by Nagato. This is bad. What's going on, Nagato? Nagato's palm slowly clenched. I was careless, only realizing this after the summoning was complete. When Madara summoned the golem from the moon to the ground, it remained on the ground and did not return to the moon after the summoning ended. This actually does not conform to the logic of summoning techniques. But in the original work, after Nagato summoned the Outer Path Golem, the golem indeed disappeared. That indicates the summoning was. The golem returned to a certain place. Where's that place? It's not the moon, but Obito, no. It's the lair where Madara once resided. That lair is the reference point for the summoning. It was set by the original owner of this Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara, using his powerful ocular power for the golem. All summoning durations in the outside world will cause the golem to return to the reference point, which is Obito's current lair. And I only realized this at this moment. As expected, the plans I've been working on recently have gone too smoothly, leading to a careless advance. Overlooking the details I should have discovered. After careful consideration, Orochimaru said, Nagato-kun, you need not blame yourself. Because regardless of whether the summoning has a reference point, it was necessary for you to summon the golem at this critical moment. To change the summoning reference point, one must either alter it with ocular power comparable to the original owner, or use physical means to transfer the golem without summoning techniques. Kabuto pushed his glasses and said, "Physical means? That's nearly impossible to achieve, right?" Orochimaru replied in a low voice, "But in this ninja world, there are two people who can do it. One is Namake's Minato, who can transfer using the superb flying thunder god technique, and the other is Uchiha Bido, whose Kamui can directly absorb the golem into another space. Moreover, compared to the flying thunder god operated in the same space, Kamui's operation in another space is evidently more lethal, even capable of directly severing the connection between Nagato and the outer path golem, making it impossible for Nagato to summon the golem." "This," Kabuto gasped. Orochimaru said, "And Obito hasn't done this yet because he hasn't thought of this layer. After all, he just suffered a heavy blow from Minato, both physically and mentally. He probably has no energy left. However, I'm afraid that later on, we will be completely passive." Orochimaru's gaze slowly rose, staring at the place where Nagato is currently looking, in front of the outer path golem's chest. "Nagato-kun, if I remember correctly, the cells of the Hashirama clone that number one risked his life to obtain for us should be embedded in that position of the golem." "Right," Nagato solemnly said. "That's right, it's definitely there, but now that Hashirama clone is gone, stripped clean, this is no different from killing the goose that lays the golden eggs." Orochimaru looked at Nagato's profile. "Nagato-kun, what do you think?" Nagato said, "I think we should have thought of it together." Orochimaru nodded. "That's right, Uchiha Bido. Perhaps his injuries are too severe, or perhaps he is unwilling to accept his current power. So he decided to take a risk and completely remove the clone equivalent to Senju Hashirama from the outer path golem and transplant it onto his wounds." Kabuto trembled and said, "You can't be joking, right? Back then, in order to activate his Anaji, I also tried to transplant some Hashirama cells. But just that little bit caused me inhumane pain. Under the premise of being severely injured, choosing to transplant the whole thing is, in my opinion, no different from suicide." "Kabuto, I also agree with what you said," Orochimaru said deeply. "But to take a step back, if he succeeds, he will gain power that is almost comparable to that of Lord Senju Hashirama. He will succeed," Nagato said resolutely. Kabuto asked, "Why are you so sure?" Even if Nagato has personal grievances with Obito, he must admit one point. Uchiha Obito's will and obsession are incredibly firm and terrifying. That guy can endure the pain of the Ten Tails dismemberment, let alone the cells of Senju Hashirama. I'm afraid that when Obito appears next time, past common sense will be useless to him. This damn sense of crisis, haha. Sometimes it really is a blessing in disguise. It is precisely because Nagato did not consider the matter too thoroughly that he summoned the golem, confirming Obito's crazy idea. Additionally, it temporarily prevents Obito from operating on the golem, whether to the summoning or leave it as is for the golem to return on its own. Both are foolish decisions. Since a wrong step has been taken, then let us just go with it. The outer path golem, with my current chakra, can be maintained like this for about 3 days. Orochimaru, during these 3 days, do everything you can to analyze the golem and try to gather as much information as possible. Tick-tock, in the dark lair. Thanks to Art Scorpion for the 2 inspiration capsules. Chapter 158, The Nirvana of Earth. In the pitch-black stone chamber, there's a mass of bloated and ugly white tumors. The surface of the tumor is protruding with faces, all identical. The face of Senju Hashirama. If not for the one face that was pushed to the edge, it could probably be said like this. The folds on the right half of the distinct face, along with the hardly noticeable red, glowing object above, Sharingan, are the only 2 identifiers of this tumor being Uchiha Bido. That's right. After being utterly defeated by Namake's Minato, relying on his self-detonation identity to plead for mercy, he barely survived. The injuries Obito sustained are beyond the scope of medical ninjutsu. With Minato's compassion and the help of Zetsu, he desperately fled, and when he returned to the lair, he was left with only a breath. In order to survive, and more so to avenge today as humiliation, he knew the risks were life-threatening, yet resolutely transplanted all the Hashirama clone cells left by Madara on the outer path golem onto himself. The result turned into the current ugly state. The vitality of the excessively vigorous Hashirama cells proliferated in an instant, with a growth rate millions of times more powerful than the most terrifying cancer cells. If it weren't for Obito's foresight in choosing this room with a special barrier for the transplantation, the tension of the Hashirama cells would have caused the tumor to swell dozens of times bigger. By then, where would Uchiha Obito find a place to hide? Although the tumor is firmly restricted within this cubic chamber by the barrier, the trend of growth inside has not disappeared. The faces of Hashirama at the edges continuously kiss the barrier, making smooch, smooch sounds. Obito's own face and that eye are also being squeezed by the Hashirama faces protruding from the tumor. Whoa, ah! In this cramped space, the heart-wrenching screams of Obito echo. Obito's own body had been completely squeezed into the inside of the flesh tumor, and once even his face was swallowed inside the tumor, Uchiha Obito would die from asphyxiation. This scene was something Nagato had not anticipated. The pain brought to Obito by the Hashirama cells was actually no less than the splitting of the 10 tails in the original work. This is not hard to understand. Obito, who endured the 10 tails, was already an adult, both physically and mentally stronger. Moreover, at that time, Obito had already gone through the baptism of transplanting Madara's single Rinnegan. The current Obito, aside from having a special Mangeki Sharingan, in terms of hardware quality, how much stronger could he be compared to Naruto and Sasuke? What is he doing now? Relying on a body that had been almost destroyed by Sage Art, and using the flesh of the Senju Hashirama that Madara had bitten off, cultivating it with the Outer Path Golem for many years, creating an artificial body that was almost equal in power to Hashirama himself. The terrifying cell energy was causing rejection reactions, struggling. If it doesn't succeed, it will end in death. If one does not go mad, one cannot live. There is no retreat. At this critical moment, Obito's mind echoed Minato's words. You said, everything is an illusion? What about your dream of becoming Hokage? What about the experiences you shared with your comrades? That Uchiha Obito, who claimed he would rather violate the rules than abandon his comrades, whom Kakashi, Rin, and I are proud of? Are you saying that these are all false? Why? Am I remembering these words at this moment? Am I feeling guilty in the face of my teacher's sorrowful words? The moment of self-denial and doubt rendered Obito's already weakened resistance against Hashirama utterly useless. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Again, 3 faces of Hashirama squeezed out from the flesh tumor, compressing the last space for Obito to survive. Ha! Obito, in despair, was almost resigned to waiting for death. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, several white vines forcibly squeezed out from the gaps in Hashirama's face and wrapped around Obito's face. Is it Akatsuki? Akatsuki said, I can't protect you for long. This might be the last farewell. So there are some things I need to let you know to avoid leaving you with regrets. Orochimaru indeed has connections with Nagato. The information the clone knows is that Orochimaru helped Nagato find the gold and silver brothers from the Cloud Village and used 2 clones as living sacrifices for the impure world reincarnation. Also, just now, Nagato summoned the Outer Path Golem. Obito muttered, he is openly kicking me while I'm down. So that's it. The low profile he initially showed was all an act for the sake of patience. Using Yahiko's mourning as a pretext, he bought a year to play with me, secretly colluding with Orochimaru to eliminate Hanzo and take back Amage Cure as a stronghold. Who knows what he has been doing in the dark this past year? By the way, more than half a year ago, Kabuto appeared around the hideout, looking for the blood eye left behind back then, and it must have been Nagato directing it from behind. Nagato! He has long known my true identity and has been plotting everything step by step. Until today, he openly rebels, wanting to use Konoha, using Minato's hand to eliminate me? Does he think that since I have suffered incurable serious injuries, everything will be fine? The next step is to wait for me to die, and through Orochimaru, use the impure world reincarnation technique to turn me into his pawn, right? Ha ha ha. Uchiha Obito, the master of the eagles, was actually pecked in the eye by an eagle. How ridiculous. Madara, you really chose an incredible host for your eyes. Akatsuki, get away from me. Is it okay? Is it okay? No problem. Whatever. Clap. The vines opened, and Obito's Sharingan suddenly burst forth with indomitable brilliance. Nagato, I really have to thank you. You have given me such a painful lesson. However, those who do not yield to the arrangement of fate are not just you. Awoo! The powerful will transform into a strong spiritual energy, erupting from Uchiha Obito's trembling pupils, forcefully tearing apart Hashirama's face. The pain of the Hashirama cells devouring my body is not even 1/10,000th of losing Rin. I, Uchiha Obito, have a firm will. Chapter 159. Nagato has not yet slept. The Konoha Ninetales incident has already turned the page. At night, Conan stared blankly at the night rain outside the tower. Nagato had not yet slept, walking on the tower's sculpture, lost in thought. Conan. Conan had gotten used to not beating around the bush in front of Nagato, because through repeatedly reading The Paradise of Affection, she derived a realization from the female protagonist's experiences. Many times, the more one starts from the intention of considering others and not causing them trouble, the more the many words and actions taken without permission can lead to misunderstandings, becoming the source of trouble. In dramatic conflicts, these are necessary. Conan very much enjoyed the process of the male and female protagonists in the book pulling at each other. But she herself did not want to become such a troublesome woman. So, she made a resolution to answer any questions Nagato had. And if Nagato did not notice, then fine. If he did notice, she would speak the truth. She knew that there would be a reckoning battle between Nagato and Obito, just as she sensed that the layer of paper between her and Nagato was about to be pierced. I'm worried about Uchiha Obito. If he really gains power comparable to the first Hokage, it will be overwhelmingly disadvantageous for us. There are 2 months left until the agreed meeting date. But in the current situation of breaking relations, that year-long agreement is probably meaningless. Just thinking that he could attack at any time makes me restless. Even though I'm not actually sleeping right now. I want to share the pressure with Nagato, but my training with the Nightshade Flower still needs 3 months to be completed. Although after taking Orochimaru's special medicine, I no longer suffer from sleepiness. My current state is very low, and using even a little chakra will leave me exhausted and powerless, probably unable to provide any decent support. Nagato, I feel unprecedented disgust towards myself for being so useless. So that's it. Conan was troubled by this. Nagato said, Conan, you don't need to be too anxious. Even if Uchiha Obito successfully obtains Hashirama's power, he won't immediately attack. Why is that? Conan gazed at Nagato's face and asked. Due to her limited experience, 19-year-old Conan had not yet developed the ability to analyze others' deeper psychological and behavioral logic. Nagato, with a perspective of a time traveler and experiences in the three-dimensional world, had cultivated a delicate mind and was confident in this area. He smiled slightly, sitting on the relief, gently patting beside him. Conan understood and sat down next to him, naturally holding Nagato's hand. Nagato had become accustomed to this level of physical contact with Conan, focusing solely on explaining to her what it means to learn from one's mistakes. Obito Uchiha likes to be clever, but he is definitely not a fool. In the past, he has repeatedly suffered defeats in front of me, partly because he overestimated himself, believing he could absolutely control me. On the other hand, he underestimated my intellect and abilities, which led to many reckless decisions. I taught him a harsh lesson with reality, and he must have realized the seriousness of it. Therefore, this time he will definitely be extra cautious and won't act lightly without assurance. This is my judgment from the perspective of behavioral logic. Additionally, there is factual logic. Factual logic? Conan tilted her head. Nagato continued. That's right. Obtaining a body like the first Hokage does not mean he has gained the same power as Hashirama Senju. Orochimaru has detailed the growth history of the first Hokage to me. His physical energy and ninjutsu were developed through countless battles in the chaotic warring states period, gradually reaching the peak of a ninja and earning the title of the god of shinobi. Only one person could immediately wield power comparable to that body, and that would be the real Madara Uchiha when he was alive. As for Obito Uchiha, he is still far from that. Well, even if we take a step back and say that Obito has completely mastered that body, he still cannot truly compare to the first Hokage, because any method of transplanting cells, no matter how perfect, cannot be completely identical to the original, unless operations are performed on a genetic level, like my second body maple. In summary, Obito Uchiha will never be foolish enough to confront me head-on right after obtaining that body. I am certain that, at the very least, he will train to adapt to his new body before coming to settle the score with me. Nagato turned his gaze and smiled. If luck is on our side, Conan, perhaps you can hold on until your graduation from the Night of the Underworld Flowers. By then, your new form may also have its uses. Conan? He was rendered speechless, because the look in Conan's eyes was quite unsettling. Their faces were close, and their gazes met. Nagato could hear his own heart pounding. Suddenly, Conan inexplicably said, Nagato, I might not make it to graduation. Huh? Why not? Because I want to be useful sooner. That won't do. Your current physical condition is not suitable for high-intensity activities, Nagato said firmly. Conan muttered to herself, You analyze the enemy's psychology so thoroughly. But when it comes to your own people, you fall apart. Fool, Conan said softly. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Nagato scratched his head. No. Conan's lips curled into a faint smile, and their hands, which were holding each other, had unknowingly intertwined. The indomitable will ignited a surge of spiritual energy, violently tearing apart Hashirama's face, the flesh tumored rapidly shrinking, flooding into Obito Uchiha's remaining body. Ooh, ah. Obito lay naked on the ground, with only his heartbeat and heavy breaths in his mind. As his heartbeat gradually stabilized and his breathing calmed, a euphoric joy of survival surged up. Crack! He clenched his fist, feeling the unprecedented power contained within that body. He threw his head back and let out a wild laugh. I succeeded. I really succeeded. I did it. Something even Madara couldn't accomplish. Nagato, after all the schemes, ended up facilitating my success. This outcome, you must not have anticipated, right? Since you have reversed the natural order this time. I will set things right. Regret, tremble. I will let you know who the true trendsetter in the ninja world is. Chapter 160, Obito and Akatsuki. Akatsuki, do you see that I've grown taller again? Obito asked, looking at his taller and more slender figure in the mirror. Akatsuki stood shoulder to shoulder with him, measuring their heights. Oh, it's true. You've grown a full 5 centimeters. Obito smiled. It's 8 centimeters. Don't forget, I'm barefoot now. Akatsuki fell a little down. I could barely fit you in before, but now there's really no way. It's okay. I no longer need to rely on your body to protect me. Obito repeatedly clenched his fists. It's not just about height. I can clearly feel how incredible the power contained in this body is. The only downside is, Obito looked down at his right chest, where a face of Hashirama Senju still remained, filled with a sense of deformity. This face, no matter what, cannot be removed. Even if I tried to physically excise it, it wouldn't work because it forcibly pulled my heart to the right side and is firmly attached. But thanks to this, I can successfully control this Hashirama artificial body. Likewise, this will also become my biggest weakness. If it suffers damage, there's a risk of the Hashirama cells going berserk again, and by then, he gazed at the empty left eye socket in the mirror. After Madara's death, he left behind a Sharingan, but Obito did not implant it, leaving the left eye socket empty. Because he was confident enough in Kamui, believing that no one could crack it. In the original story, he only realized that his ability was not truly flawless after being severely taught a lesson by Minato, and then he transplanted the Sharingan left by Madara as a one-time tool for activating his Anaji, the second layer of insurance beyond Kamui. It was precisely that second layer of insurance that allowed Obito to survive later in Conan's assassination attempt. Now, what Minato gave him was more than just a lesson. It was sheer humiliation. He never wanted to experience the kind of low feeling again. Whoosh! He pulled out the Sharingan left by Madara and decisively inserted it into his eye socket. Zzz. Under the healing power of the Hashirama cells, the optic nerve connected at lightning speed. At this moment, Akatsuki asked him a very realistic question. Your identity has been exposed by Minato Namikaze, and Nagato probably also knows. Do you still plan to wear a mask in the future? Yes, why not? Obito said. Moreover, this time I will wear 2 masks. 2 masks? Are you saying you need to wear another one on top of the mask? Heh, I'm not saying you, Akatsuki, but your imagination is quite lacking. Come with me. Obito led him to the mask room in their base. The walls were adorned with a myriad of masks. Interestingly, Madara had already anticipated that after his death, Obito would hide his true appearance, so he had prepared countless masks for him. The previous tiger pattern mask was one of them. Obito's gaze scanned over the numerous masks. This time, he chose an orange whirlpool mask. This mask was designed to resemble Akatsuki's face. Obito firmly placed the mask on his face, concealing his true identity. Then, he chose a faceless mask made entirely of metal. The so-called faceless means that there are no holes even for the eyes. Akatsuki said, this mask is made of alloy steel. 1T it be too heavy? And without holes, 1T you see nothing once you put on. Obito did not answer Akatsuki's question. Looking at the faceless mask in his hands, feeling its heavy texture and weight, Obito fell into deep thought. Madara, did you even consider the possibility of transplanting Hashirama's artificial body onto me? Did you even anticipate my disgust for this face and prepare a mask to cover it for me? It seems he saw the mocking smile that appeared at the corner of Madara's aged mouth. Huh, but you probably didn't expect this. I never intended for Nagato to use the Rinnegan to resurrect you. Nagato's Rinnegan is ultimately meant to be used by me. Once the infinite Tsukuyami is complete, this world will undergo the final purification, allowing Rin to be reborn in this purified world and together with me. Become the god of the new world is my ultimate wish. But now, Nagato is trying to break free from my control. How can I let him have his way? Since he won't listen, I'll just change my piece. After getting rid of Nagato, the next one will be Minato, his child. Naruto has inherited the bloodline of his deceased mother, the Uzumaki clan, and should make a good new host for the Rinnegan. That's settled. Hey. Obito said, is it really okay for you to say this in front of me? We are loyal to Madara. Obito replied, what does it matter? You are my only friend. Hisses. He heated up that faceless mask with flames and directly branded it on his right chest. On Hashirama's face. Obito, I see, so that's what the second mask is all about. After establishing the new mask, Obito pulled a brand new black robe from the wall and wrapped it around himself. He walked through the dark corridor. Suddenly, Obito stopped. This long-lost feeling, could it be? What's wrong? Obito asked curiously. Obito calmly said, it's nothing. You go wait for me in the front hall first. Obito looked at the door near him, revealing a thoughtful expression. Hey, Obito, what exactly is the feeling of needing to relieve oneself? Obito clenched his fist. Damn it, did you notice? Obito laughed. Of course. Madara once said that Hashirama cells have both animal and plant characteristics. The greatest feature of the plant aspect of Hashirama cells is immortality, with no feeling of hunger, so they do not need to eat, nor do they need to excrete. However, the cell energy will be maintained at a lower level. The animal aspect of Hashirama cells is a living, fleshy body that, like normal humans, requires metabolism. Its lifespan is not infinite, but overly vigorous cell energy manifests as terrifying regenerative abilities and chakra. What you previously transplanted was the degraded Hashirama body from other clones, which exhibited the plant aspect, so you didn't need to eat or excrete. Now, it's different. You have transplanted the artificial body with Hashirama cells. Restoring the animal aspect of a fleshy body, you have reverted back to the Uchiha Obito, who needs to be full to survive, and, after being full, will feel the need to relieve oneself, leading to excretion. Obito, although you have saved me several times, and I consider you a friend, could you please not joke about this? I'm begging you. All right, but there's a condition for the exchange. You say it, I will agree to anything. You want to go against Madara and kill Nagato? I have no objections, but can you leave that Conan to me? Obito asked. That is fine. But what value does that weak woman have for you? Obito's eyes, which were rolling, carried an inexplicable depth. To be honest, I want to see her relieve herself. Chapter 161. Let's see who rolls whom to death. Obito, who spoke such frivolous words, had a serious expression on his rolling face. He sincerely regarded watching Conan relieve herself as a career. Obito's aura could not resonate with this kind of dark humor. However, the one who made this request was Obito. Since this is your wish, I will ensure that woman stays alive. But Obito did not know that while he was somewhat reluctantly agreeing to satisfy Obito's dark interest, Nagato had already used Rin's body to relieve himself countless times, and each time he cleaned himself thoroughly inside and out. Nagato had thoroughly understood Rin's territory. It is not an exaggeration to say that Nagato understands Rin better than anyone else. The one who is loyal to Conan, Nagato, knew his first girl was Rin. This indeed evokes a sigh of tragic fate. Obito and Obito had arrived at the base's front hall. Black Zetsu looked at him and grinned. Obito, you really are something. You managed to transplant Hashirama's artificial body cultivated by Madara and survive, and even gain strength from disaster. Congratulations at this rate. Your strength will rival Madara's. Obito snorted coldly, not taking Black Zetsu's flattery to heart. He had never forgotten that Black Zetsu was an alternative clone created by Madara using yin-yang release, and its purpose was probably to monitor whether he faithfully carried out the Eye of the Moon plan, guiding Nagato to grow, and one day use the Rinnegan to revive Madara. If it weren't for his inability to erase the yin-yang body, he would have long since eliminated Black Zetsu. He approached the outer path golem. Black Zetsu said, the golem returned an hour ago. That kid Nagato, thinking he was clever, summoned the golem, trying to claim it for himself. Haha. But as you can see, he exposed his intentions instead. Obito did not express his stance, just walked up to the golem, reached out to touch it, and asked softly, Black Zetsu, what do you think should be done about Nagato's outrageous actions? Oh, is this a test for me? Black Zetsu thought. It said, if it were Madara, he would definitely say, What kind of adult would bother with a child like him? Obito turned to gaze at it and questioned in a low voice. Are you suggesting that I should let him go? Black Zetsu slowly responded. What? Do you want to kill him? If you kill him, who will use the Rinnegan to revive Madara? Without reviving Madara, how will you achieve your dream of the Eye of the Moon plan? Obito ultimately was not foolish enough to say I will make it happen in front of Black Zetsu. He retreated to advance. Who said that killing Nagato means you can't use the Rinnegan to revive Madara? Black Zetsu was surprised. So what do you mean? Obito said, Naruto, Minato's newly born son, also has the power of the Uzumaki clan. He should have no problem mastering the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu said, Naruto? That kid is just a baby. How many years will it take for him to grow up? Obito said, raising a loyal dog from scratch is much more reliable than feeding a wolf dog that can't be satisfied, right? Black Zetsu looked down on him. Feed? Wolf dog? Obito, you really can speak without shame. The one who granted Nagato the Rinnegan was Madara. If we're talking about feeding, Madara is the master. And you have only brainwashed Nagato for a year or so, and it seems that this brainwashing has failed. A kid like Naruto is truly unreliable. Just half Uzumaki blood, and without the Senja bloodline. How can he master the Rinnegan? Unless he is the reincarnation of this generation's Ashura. However, Obito seems to have already made up his mind. It is indeed inappropriate for me to openly challenge him. Well, regarding Nagato's actions over the past year, although I do not know the full picture, I possess much more information than Obito. He sought out Orochimaru, trying every means to obtain Obito's blood. And it was certainly not just to use Minato's hand to eliminate Obito and then simply to reincarnate him with the Edo Tensei. At the very least, he wouldn't be easily taken down by Obito. Let Obito test him a bit, no matter how strong Nagato grows. If he is not used for the Eye of the Moon plan, he will only become a hindrance. By that time, it will be up to me. Indeed, it makes sense for an adult to discipline a disobedient child. Obito, go ahead and do as you wish. If Nagato truly dies, it would only prove that Madara was indeed mistaken. So let you correct the chaos. That is more like it. Whoosh. His right, I released an unprecedentedly vast vortex, rotating along the patterns of the mask, enveloping the entire outer path golem before pulling it into his right eye. In that instant of convergence, there was a crisp snap, and Obito's neck twisted accordingly. With this, Nagato would no longer be able to summon the outer path golem, which is truly ironic. I had hoped he would summon it early to be bound by this power. Black Zetsu thought. In an instant, he absorbed the golem into the space-time, and there was no sign of disruption in his breathing. His body's energy had increased, and even his ocular power had risen. Perhaps even Minato won't be able to take advantage of you, provided you don't make any more foolish mistakes. But for now, you're only at this level. Obito withdrew his gaze and walked towards the exit of the lair. White Zetsu asked, Where are you going? Obito replied, without looking back. Special training, mastering this body that is frighteningly strong. 2 months from now, on the day I promised Nagato, I will settle everything from the past with him. Black Zetsu smiled. So you know about special training. I suppose you're not entirely lacking in self-awareness. Meanwhile, as Obito resolved to undergo special training for the year-long appointment, the informant No. 67-foot transmitted this information back to the Hidden Rain Village. Outside the Hidden Rain Village, there was a valley surrounded by 5 towering mountains, protected by a barrier. Nagato removed the forbidden seal. Whoosh! The light and shadow distorted, and another Nagato appeared. Conan, watching the scene from the mountain peak, was astonished. I never imagined Nagato would use this technique for training. The mirror image technique activates automatically when the forbidden seal is torn off, creating a copy with the same appearance and abilities as the one who tore the seal at that moment. This technique's replication has virtually no limits. Of course, mirror image, as the name suggests, the copy will only attack its original, so don't ever think about replicating another self to deal with enemies together. Additionally, in actual combat, it is very hard for enemies to fall into this trap, because the higher the enemy's level, the lower the probability of falling into the trap, approaching 0. Can you imagine Madara falling into this technique's trap during battle? Therefore, everything is balanced. But, using the mirror image technique for training, Nagato is probably the first person to do so. Training is about breaking through oneself. Overcoming the self from a moment ago, discovered by Might Guy, is the only way to crack the mirror image technique. Just right, it is training itself. Obito, you have Narashikamaru. I have a wall-scaling ladder. 2 months. 60 days, counting day and night. That S112 days, I will surpass myself more than 120 times. Obito, let us see who outlasts whom. Unknowingly, 2 months have passed. Chapter 162. Have you been well? Near the border between the land of fire and the land of earth, there lies a terrain called Arakawa. As the name suggests, it is a desolate land surrounded by mountains. It is said that during the era of the Sage of Six Paths, Arakawa was once a land of great fortune, even nurturing dragon veins, but an unprecedented war caused the earth here to permanently lose its vitality. Today, Arakawa is filled with sturdy trees, gnarled and intertwined, as if gourd vines cover the cliffs. This is where Uchiha Obito trains. Even though tonight marks the one-year anniversary with Nagato, Obito tirelessly weaves through the colorful shadows of the trees. His body and mind are focused to the extreme. The air swept by his fists and feet is, in fact, the imagined enemy Nagato. Boom, boom, boom. Each collision of fists and feet with the ground is accompanied by the emergence of vicious wooden stakes. He has combined taijutsu and mokuton to perfection. Black and white zetsu are witnesses to his training. White zetsu said, "It seems Obito understands very well that 2 months cannot perfectly develop the power of Hashirama. So he chose not to follow Hashirama's grand style of mokuton, but instead combined it with his own fighting style. After the Flower Tree world, he took a different path, creating his own school. That is quite impressive, though what he is doing, Hashirama could easily accomplish." Black Zetsu said, in the past, he was able to use limited Hashirama cells to perform grafting techniques in Hell's chaos, balancing efficiency and lethality, which shows his talent in this area. This is also why he was chosen by Madara. White Zetsu said, "This is not good. If this continues, if Nagato is really killed by him, Madara's plan will. Should we persuade Obito again? Just teach Nagato a lesson by maiming him." Black Zetsu laughed. Let him be. Children in their rebellious phase don't know to turn back until they hit a wall. White Zetsu said, "Oh, are you talking about Nagato? In another month, he will turn 20 years old. For these ninjas, 20 seems to be a watershed, the dividing line between childhood and adulthood. The so-called 3 ninja prohibitions are limited to the age of 20. So, Nagato shouldn't be considered in a rebellious phase, right? Strictly defined, it should be." White Zetsu tilted his shared aloe head to the left. Puberty? Black Zetsu gave a sinister smile, perhaps. In the newly built outdoor hot spring in the Hidden Rain village, Nagato was fully immersed in the warm spring water. His training had ended yesterday, and after a good sleep, he was indulging in food, drink, and relaxation. He was completely unaffected by the pressure of meeting Obito tonight, with a barrier in place. The rain wouldn't fall into the hot spring. A light mist floated in the air, and Konan was washing her body in front of Nagato, completely unguarded. Nagato didn't know where to look. There had been times like this before, not with pain, but with Nagato in the hot spring. But that was separated by stones. How could it compare to now, with only a layer of mist thinner than gauze between them, so openly meeting? Konan has been increasingly bold and audacious with me lately, although there is a custom of mixed bathing in the culture of the Land of Fire. The world of Naruto is obviously much more conservative. This has long surpassed the boundaries of friendship, hasn't it? Could it be that she has slowly transferred her feelings for Yahiko onto me? Nagato is not emotionally dull. Rather, he cares too much, making him inevitably cautious. Some things, even if very obvious, he did not dare to think deeply, fearing to tarnish the friendship he has with Konan. But right now, he blushed and glanced over. The rippling water waves in front of Konan were almost transparent. He could even see details he shouldn't be looking at. Truly, time easily casts people aside. Konan's eyes lowered, her gaze rippling. Nagato, to be honest, this time let us not hesitate anymore. Let us just take decisive action. Gathering our current combat power, let us launch a joint attack and completely eradicate Uchiha Obito. Whether to kill Obito? This question. In the past 2 months of intense training, Nagato has been contemplating this at all times. To be honest, as Konan said, gathering all our strength to keep Toby here is not difficult. But if Toby leaves now, one person's actions will become completely unpredictable. That person is Kagaya's will. If Toby dies, who knows what this great filial son, Kagaya's will do to resurrect Kagaya? As the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki and a body of Yin-Yang release, Nagato currently has no means to eliminate it. Moreover, the core of Nagato's growth plan, the second body keyed, is still a helpless infant, and the current situation in the ninja world is not suitable for major changes. Even if it comes to it, if we really have to deal a fatal blow to Toby, it should be after Keed grows up, at least after we have smoothly transitioned to the stages of mastering Sage techniques in Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, right? Nagato calmly said, "Konan, tonight I will face Toby alone. Alone? You mean you and the 6 paths of pain? No, I don't plan to use the 6 paths of pain. I want Uchiha Tobi to lose convincingly, relying solely on my own strength. Why? I don't understand, really. Conan's eyes flickered. Nagato said earnestly, Conan, even though we now have a stable home in Amage Cure, do you not want to see Akatsuki rise again? Yeah. In front of Conan, Nagato stood up. To truly be invincible, we will eventually have to hunt tail beasts. But this will inevitably make Amage Cure, which we lead, become the public enemy of the 5 great nations. We are not afraid, but there is no need for that. So, are you suggesting? Rebuilding Akatsuki, we support a facade leader, and that person is Uchiha Tobi. Tobi. Once, you had behind the scenes of Akatsuki, directing everything, and I worked hard for you on the front lines. But this time, our positions and statuses need to be reversed. I will be the one in control, and you'll be the one selling your position. Just based on tonight's showdown, I will force you to accept this unequal treaty. Conan's gaze trembled. Nagato, you actually see so far ahead. As night fell, the agreed meeting place, the temple in the land of rain. Whoosh! A mysterious vortex stirred the space-time, and a dark figure descended in front of Nagato. Mr. Madara, it's good to see you. Chapter 163, Master of the Long Sleeves. Tobi glanced around, confirming that only Nagato had come to the meeting. Then his gaze fixed on the latter's pale face, and he said faintly, You betrayed me. Yet still want to mock me. Nagato, do you think you're funny? Nagato looked innocent. Mock? Ah, are you referring to the name Madara? It's strange. Haven't you always considered yourself the nemesis of Senju Hashirama? Madara? Tobi sneered coldly. Humph, I should have noticed this earlier. During the moment of deciding Jiraiya's life or death, and on the night of planning the attack on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, those sharp questions you asked, whether intentionally or not, were all pointed. Nagato, now that it has come to this, let's lay everything on the table. When did you know that I am Uchiha Tobi? Oh, what? You are actually Uchiha Tobi. Nagato stepped back in shock, his face displaying an exaggerated expression, but soon, it turned into a deep smile as he shrugged. Although I want to say this, indeed, as you said, there is no need to keep anything hidden anymore. All right, since you sincerely asked, I will generously tell you. Do you remember when Kabuto visited the Kaminaraman Bridge to look for the blood of Uchiha Tobi trapped under a giant rock? Tobi said, how could I forget? That was the beginning of my killing intent towards Orochimaru. Nagato calmly said, Kabuto's initial intention of seeking Tobi's blood was indeed for the purpose of Edo Tensei. But at that time, we had no idea that you were Tobi. Tobi coldly replied, Are you kidding? I used his Izanagi, and you tell me it wasn't aimed at me? The one who died in the ninja war was just a low-ranking Uchiha Tobi. What value could there be? Nagato said, that Izanagi was indeed not prepared for you, but for dealing with other unexpected situations. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Tobi's gaze deepened, and then, Nagato said, after successfully collecting the blood, we immediately started to perform Edo Tensei on deceased samples, including Uchiha Tobi, and everyone succeeded, except for Uchiha Tobi. What do you think that means? That's right. It means that Uchiha Tobi, the Uchiha boy who died during the Third Ninja World War, is actually still alive in this world. This was originally just a whim of Orochimaru to collect samples of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, and he thought of Tobi, a character with little presence, unexpectedly pulling out an astonishing secret. So the question arises, since Uchiha Tobi is still alive, why doesn't he return to his hometown of Konoha as a hero? Where is he, and what is he doing? I can't help but have such curiosity. I'm a person with a strong sense of curiosity. I must clarify what I don't understand, otherwise I won't be able to eat or sleep well. Then one night, I suddenly thought of a chilling scenario. When you appeared before me, Yahiko, and Conan as Madara, it was just after Tobi's incident. You wore a peculiar mask with only one eye, hiding your true identity. Uchiha Tobi entrusted his left eye to his close friend Kakashi Hatake, while the eye you revealed happened to be the right eye. Your right eye's ocular power allows things to penetrate through your body. Can I understand that when your body was crushed by stones, you survived thanks to that right eye? Additionally, your hidden lair happens to be near Kaminaraman Bridge. Knowing Kabuto's intention was to obtain Tobi's blood, your intense reaction at that time only raised more suspicion. But what truly convinced me of your identity as Uchiha Tobi was a careless slip of your tongue. Tobi raised his eyes. That's right, when you, as Madara, explained to me what it means to be a strong person, you once said the exact words were, if for the noble plan of the Eye of the Moon, for everyone to attain happiness. Even if the other party is my mentor, my brothers and sisters, my biological parents, or even a pregnant woman about to give birth, I can kill them without hesitation. I specifically looked into Madara's life. Madara was a self-taught genius. All his skills were learned from the brutal battles of the Warring States period. Where did the mentor come from? Therefore, at that moment, I was completely convinced. You're Uchiha Tobi. You are using the guise of Uchiha Madara to deceive everyone. A person who even fakes their identity. How credible can the so-called ideal world you sketch for me be? You simply want to use us. We are all born of parents. Why do you have to deceive me? Conan and I have genuinely trusted you from the bottom of our hearts. Tobi said in a low voice. So, on the night of the Nine Tails, you openly let me down? Nagato said solemnly. That's right, if people do not offend me. I do not offend others. If someone offends me, I will retaliate. It is you who acted without righteousness first. So you cannot blame us for being heartless. I am Nagato of Amigakure, born with the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. My fought this in my own hands. It will never be in the hands of someone as sinister as you. I see, is that how it is? Hiv hiv hiv, with Obito's cold voice. He said, since you've been honest, I'll tell you too, Nagato. I am indeed not Madara. I act in accordance with Madara's will. Furthermore, the Rinnegan is not the eye opened by Nagato of the Rain Village, and you are certainly not the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Because your Rinnegan was granted to you by Madara. What did you say? Nagato's pupils trembled violently. As Nagato stood stunned in place, Obito's figure darted like lightning. Nagato, in the moment of your hesitation, this battle has not even begun. It has already ended. I do not need a pawn with too many of his own thoughts. Return to me what belongs to me, the Rinnegan. No wonder. Nagato murmured, raising his gaze. Huh. Obito's pupils suddenly constricted. How is this possible? Nagato's right, I had suddenly transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Thank you. I finally understand why beneath my Rinnegan there is still the power of the Sharingan hidden. Crackle. The lightning erupting from Nagato's palm pierced through Obito's chest. Obito exclaimed in shock. This is Kakashi's Chidori? When did you? What Chidori? This is Raikiri. In his right eye, the Mugen Tsukumi ocular technique has already seen through the wooden clone before him. Also, can you stop showing off your clone's tricks in front of me? Slash. The lightning cut through, and half of Obito's body was mercilessly torn apart, turning into rotten wood. Madara's Sharingan, I see. No wonder this would clone that Hashirama is so proud it could see through. From a shadow of the statue, Obito's dark voice came, rumbling. Following that, the earth began to collapse. Nagato, your most foolish act was to appear directly in front of me with your real body. The chaotic and tangled trees violently rose, instantly destroying the shrine. With Nagato standing on the undulating ground, surrounded by the menacing tree trunks closing in from all sides. Behind the swaying tree shadows, Obito's gaze was dark. Nagato, I have assessed your strength. You have two choices. Either use Pain's animal path to reverse summon yourself to escape, or use Shinra Tensei. If it's the former, I will chase after you, first take out the animal path Pain, then eliminate you. If it's the latter, unfortunately, that move will at most push away the trees closing in on you, and then there will be a 5-second cooldown. Those 5 seconds are enough for the trees to crush you to bits. Endure this. This is the wood release power of Hashirama, who brought peace to the world. But to Obito's surprise, Nagato did not reverse summon himself, nor did he use Shinra Tensei, the birth of the tree world. Many people think this move is not weak, but in fact, it is really not strong. Under the dual enhancement of I technique, Ibud N, and Six Paths ninja tools, Banana Fan, even a seemingly ordinary wind release attack is enough to destroy the tree world. Whoosh, whoosh. Nagato's right eye swayed with a red glow. Utilizing the incredible insight of the Mugen Tsukumi, he navigated effortlessly through the expansive tree world as if entering a realm devoid of people, occasionally summoning the banana fan at lightning speed, dancing gracefully. Boom! The explosion from the fan unleashed a disaster-level gale comparable to half of a Super Shinra Tensei. Wind Release. Wind Spirit Malice Play. Chapter 164. Hell's Dance. Wind Release. Wind Spirit Malice Play. Nagato swung the banana fan around, creating a 360-degree gale impact without any blind spots. With Nagato's own powerful chakra fueling the wind release, the strength was already incredibly formidable, and after the stacking enhancement of Ibud and Banana Fan, the power had reached inhuman levels. Obito had obtained Hashirama's body, investing 2 months of painstaking effort to refine the birth of the tree world. And its power was now infinitely close to that of the original Hashirama. He originally planned to seize the initiative and crush Nagato with overwhelming momentum and situation. However, Nagato casually unleashed a wind release that turned out to be disaster level, overwhelming and destructive. It uprooted the tree world, which was poised for an ambush from all sides. Boom! Dust swirled, and scattered wood flew through the air as Obito was swept along by the wind. Forced into a state of penetration, his right eyes shining Manjiki Sharingan locked onto the fleeting red-haired figure within the storm. In Nagato's hand was a six-paths ninja tool, the banana fan. I see. So, it is like this, according to the intel from Akatsuki. Orochimaru once helped Nagato by using the impure world reincarnation on the infamous Gold and Silver brothers of the Cloud Village. I initially thought that Nagato was after the Nine-Tails chakra and the Gold and Silver brothers, but unexpectedly, it was actually the Six Paths ninja tools? That does fit Nagato's juvenile taste. A serious expression appeared on Obito's masked face. Madara had also dabbled in the Six Paths ninja tools. It is said that the banana fan can unleash all 5 elemental ninjutsu at will and provide an astonishing amplification of power. However, I didn't expect that this astonishing would be so astonishing. Even Obito didn't know the details about Madara's Sharingan ocular techniques. So he naturally assumed that all the issues lay with the banana fan. Using that fan consumes an extreme amount of chakra, but Nagato possesses the pure Uzumaki power. So for a moment, he might truly withstand it. I must use thunderous means. Otherwise, even with Flower Tree World, I might not be able to deal with him. Whoosh! After the violent wind subsided, the space between Obito and Nagato was as clear as a flat plane. Crack! On Obito's right arm, wooden thorns twisted together, transforming into a giant spear more exaggerated than Kimamaro's dance of the Shikatsumiyaku. Wood release. Fierce insertion. Fierce insertion is an upgraded version of the insertion technique. The wooden spear used for fierce insertion is more solid than the slender branches of the insertion technique, resulting in exponentially increased piercing power. When the fierce insertion pierces the enemy, it can unleash a grotesque barrage of stabs, more exaggerated than the insertion technique, instantly shredding the enemy's flesh into mincemeat, embodying the aesthetic of extreme violence in a killing technique. If the damage caused by the insertion technique could still be healed with powerful regeneration, then the fierce insertion would cut off all hope of regeneration. Obito's original intention in developing this technique was ultimate slaughter. Even the so-called god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, would have no place to die if caught by it. The only downside of the fierce insertion is that it cannot be thrown at a distance like the insertion technique. It can only be used for thrusting attacks in conjunction with the Sharingan, just like Kakashi's Chidori. Here I go. Obito charged violently toward Nagato. Coming straight at me? Nagato frowned slightly, raising the fan again, and the gale swept once more. Whoosh! Obito maintained his penetration, moving straight through the storm. His target was crystal clear. No matter how strong your technique is, my Kamui penetration can ignore it. Why get close? I will cancel the penetration. Although I can't avoid taking a lot of damage, this unparalleled Hashirama cell gives me the confidence to take the hit. Boom! Closing in on Nagato, Obito decisively canceled the penetration. The impact of the gale left Obito with skin torn and flesh exposed. Roar! But with a roar, he infused the power of the Senju with his feet, smashing the ground and thrusting the giant spear of his right arm toward Nagato's chest. Nagato saw through Obito's intentions. This little bastard is playing a meat suit assassin. In a critical moment, Nagato's thoughts raced rapidly. Should he use Shinra Tensei to push him away? No, he probably has already prepared for that. If he immediately turns to Kamui, I won't gain any advantage and will lose my skill for nothing. Then, let's see if micromanipulation works. Obito, your right eye, aside from the Kamui mechanism, is just an ordinary Sharingan in terms of its stats, while my right eye, besides being a higher-level eternal Manjiki Sharingan, even possesses the ultimate insight of Date Nabin. When it comes to extreme micromanipulation in close combat, you and I are simply not on the same level. Whoosh! Nagato's body evaded the viciously thrusting wooden spear in an impossible and strange posture, flashing to Obito's right side. And Obito didn't even react. In the instant their bodies crossed, Nagato's ambition surged. I want to see if I can directly gouge out his right eye. As he thought this, Nagato caught a glimpse with his peripheral vision, his left hand concealed by his body, swinging out from behind to hook towards Obito's right eye. With the mask in the way, he had to pay extra attention to the hand shape. His fingers changed shape while moving, forming a C with his middle finger and thumb, skillfully reaching through the hole in Obito's mask, just about to touch the eyeball. The shadow that teased his vision made Obito's hair stand on end. The cells of Hashirama ultimately gave his right eye's Sharingan a certain boost, and this enhancement also reflected in his insight. In other words, his insight was stronger than Nagato had anticipated. He couldn't see what was teasing his vision, but instinctively, he shifted to Kamui. Whoosh! The sensation of pressing out the eyeball didn't come. Nagato didn't get to experience the joy of the old man Danzo. A slight regret arose in his heart. Is it ultimately still unrealistic? Boom! An exasperated Obito flipped his body and delivered a sweeping kick. Whoosh! As Nagato ducked to avoid it, he was quick-witted, sticking a delayed explosion tag on Obito's right rear pant leg. Boom! Obito kicked down to the ground. Earth spike! Boom! 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 Several wooden stakes erupted from the ground, attacking Nagato. Nagato was taken aback, his body almost reacting instinctively, dodging to create distance from Obito. The taijutsu would accompany the wooden stake summoned from the earth to pierce the target. Truly remarkable. Nagato sincerely admired it, his thoughts racing. But what makes me feel the most danger is still that wooden spear entangled around his right arm. He is willing to risk injury to attack me up close, which shows how confident he is in that move. The injuries on Obito's body caused by the wind release were healing rapidly as he glared at Nagato. So that's it. The impeccable insight allows you to almost be invincible in close combat. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan of Madara, the ability of your right eye. No wonder you would go so far as to close one of your Rinnegan. With mid to long-range attacks, you still have the fan to assist you. Is this your confidence in openly challenging me? However, the outcome has only just begun. The combination of Senju and Uchiha has already surpassed Madara. I am a sage of 6 paths of this world, and you, merely a little brat flaunting Uchiha Madara's eyes and the tools of the sage of 6 paths, are just a petty thief. Obito's right eye burst forth with a dazzling light. At the same time, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, his black robe fluttering in the wind. The folds of his clothes, swirling, signify hell. The banquet of Abai never ends. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of large trees erupted around Obito, bending forward as if bowing to him in submission. At the same time, Obito's right eye released an unprecedentedly magnificent Kamui vortex. Crack! The Kamui vortex forced those large trees to intertwine together at terrifying speed, rolling towards Nagato. Nagato's gaze suddenly sharpened. The combination of Kamui and wood release. Is this an upgrade of Hell's Chaos? This is equivalent to taking the entire trees of the tree world and forcibly merging them with Kamui for precision-guided attacks. Truly terrifying. Uchiha Obito's eyes glinted with fierce light. Come, swing that ugly fan with all your might. Let's see if it can help you escape the suffering of hell. Wood release. Hell's Dance. Chapter 165. Exchange of Lives. Wood release. Hell's Dance. Crackle. The trees, swirling down like a turbine, pierced into the ground where Nagato stood, wildly intertwining, crashing and tugging, producing deafening echoes. From a distance, this scene resembled a group of hellish demons dancing enchantingly on the cold moonlit land. Both techniques are a combination of wood release and Kamui. Hell's Chaos is the hymn of a solitary tree. Hell's Dance is the carnival of all phenomena. In the bunker, the children of the rain gathered together. Konin, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and the scorpion of the red sand. Even Kakuzu, amidst his busy schedule, put down several billion projects to witness this battle that could determine the future of the ninja world. The crystal ball showed the scene of Hell's Dance. Kakuzu remarked cryptically, "This masked ninja is truly formidable. With dazzling wood release techniques, it's almost as if the first Hokage has returned. Who exactly is he? Why does Nagato insist on opposing him? Can anyone here tell me? Is the first Hokage at this level?" Scorpion looked at Kakuzu with a questioning gaze. With no other intentions, he simply wanted to know. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, setting aside the level of the first Hokage, "I personally believe that Uchiha Obito has truly turned wood release into a killing technique. I really wonder how Lord Nagato will respond to this Hell's Dance." Orochimaru and Konin did not participate in the discussion. Orochimaru knew well that Obito's Hell's Dance could not harm the current Nagato. What he was closely observing was not the chaotic trees, but Obito's clothing. Lord Nagato, could it be that you? Conan's orange eyes shimmered with unusual colors. She was aware of Nagato's current strength while also knowing about his plans for the future. To rebuild Akatsuki and hunt tailed beasts. Nagato would deal a severe blow to Uchiha Obito in this battle while preserving his life. But he understood that after Obito obtained Hashirama Senju's body, his power would exponentially grow with the passage of time. To let Obito live, this risk must be accepted. Thus, Nagato wanted to keep his greatest trump card against Obito in this battle, which was his left eye's technique against King Deva Path. He intended to reserve Deva Path for the true death match with Uchiha Obito many years later. And this is Nagato's layout. As a second layer of insurance to ensure that Uchiha Obito has no place to be buried in death years later. My layout must also begin from this moment. Crack. Snap. Within the power circle of Hell's Dance, Nagato's Susanoo had been activated, bearing the terrifying pressure from all phenomena. Even having reached the Yada no Kagami form, it was still unable to withstand the burden and was on the verge of shattering. To prevent nitpicking, let me emphasize once again, Hell's Dance can be seen as Obito relying on Tree World while using Kimi to execute Hell's Chaos. The lethality is self-evident. Now, let's split into two threads. The opening of Nagato's Susanoo is not simply to endure attacks, but to prepare for a counterattack. Outside, the sand, gold flowing from the fissures, coalesces into a Rinnegan. Yaoshi, sand, gold Rinnegan, optic nerve connection complete. Obito has not noticed the eyes watching him in the shadows, and his right eye is still madly releasing King. I can feel that Nagato is resisting the hellish dance. Susanoo? From a moment he used Madara's Sharingan, it was not hard to predict that he had awakened this power. However, without the original owner of those eyes, you cannot unleash the complete Susanoo. So, how long can you resist? Crack, crack, crack. The heavy armor of the Tengu Susanoo completely collapses, with skeletal muscles making their last struggle. Almost there, Nagato forms hand seals with both hands. While protecting himself with Susanoo, he synchronously uses it, achieving the golden cicada, shedding its shell in an instant. Susanoo, water body flicker technique. Splash. The nearly shattered Susanoo suddenly transforms into azure water splashes, and Nagato has disappeared. The reason he didn't use it at the beginning is that he needed to numb Obito. Crack. Sensing the tree stump completely close, a smile curves the corner of Obito's mouth behind his mask. Finally unable to hold on. Did he escape using the reverse summoning of the animal path pain? To be honest, that's exactly the result I was hoping for. So the next battlefield is the hidden rain village. I happen to want to see the true face of that mute little girl behind a mask. Whoosh! His right eye releases a vortex, about to suck himself in. Buzz! At that moment, a wind-style shuriken flies in rapidly from the side. Naive, Obito immediately interrupts the absorption and switches to piercing. Do you really think I didn't notice your little trick? Boom! Obito punches the ground, and a row of wooden stakes erupts directly, forcing Nagato, who is using Earth Style to burrow underground out. His right arm, with a menacing wooden spear, bursts forth in a flash, charging up. Nagato dodges quickly, but trees suddenly grow behind him, transforming into Obito's form, locking Nagato tightly with both arms. This is a Wood-style clone hidden under an Earth-style trap. Nagato, you're not Madara after all. With just a little enhancement on the basis of Wood-style clones, you can't keep up. Wood-style, menacing impalement. Crack. The menacing wooden spear pierces through Nagato along with his Wood-style clone, and the exploding branches simultaneously shred both bodies into mincemeat. Splash. Blood sprays wildly onto Obito's mask, his narrowed eyes dark and deep. Amidst the blurred flesh and blood, Nagato's lonely head falls there, seeing the smile frozen on his lips by death. Huh, even in death, must you mock me? Well, after all, I took advantage of you first. The Rinnegan, I will take it. Obito bends down, reaching for Nagato's eye socket. Suddenly, his pupils freeze as he catches sight of the explosive tag on the back of his pant leg, glowing with detonation light. This is a delayed explosive tag. Boom! The explosive flames engulf Obito's lower body. In that brief moment, he could have entered the intangibility, but to prevent the Rinnegan from being affected, he chose to endure the explosive damage. This explosive tag was meticulously prepared, and its power is naturally astonishing. Obito's legs are burned by the flames. The left leg is okay, just burns that can be easily healed by Hashirama's cells. But the damage to the right leg is not so optimistic. The bones have been shattered, an injury that even Hashirama's cells cannot heal. Ah. I see. Was it at that moment? When Madara's right, I evaded my kick. It stuck for a moment, and even after death, it played trick on me. Nagato, is this your last struggle? Obito stumbles and barely gets up, looking at Nagato's head that he protected in his arms at the moment of the explosion. And this look is disastrous. His pupils almost tear apart. That actually turned into Aom Woodhead. No, impossible this. Uchiha Obito, why do you think only you can use with style? Nagato's ghostly voice rings out in front of him. Obito looks in shock, just in time to meet Nagato's left eye. That left eye has transformed into an eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Although he does not intend to kill you now, but Heavenly Universe Command. Zing. In the moment of eye contact, the ocular power takes effect, amplifying the pain in Obito's right leg. 1,000-fold. Wawa. That's right, this pain will be permanently etched into your soul. Your right leg will forever become crippled. Chapter 166. Echoing Sounds. Ugh-hi. Obito's piercing scream echoes, filled with despair. The left leg is burned, the right leg severely burned with a comminuted fracture. This pain, amplified 1,000-fold by Heavenly Universe Command, would probably kill an ordinary person on the spot. Even Uchiha Obito, with his iron will, could not withstand it. After the scream fades, his eyes roll back, and he collapses on the ground, motionless. At this moment, he is actually already lost, unable to activate his Sharingan. Nagato could take his life with ease. But what Nagato wants is not to take his life, but to make him submit, to proceed with the next step of the plan. He must further wear down Obito's will. Make him kneel. Nagato stands in front of him, looking down coldly. Can't even stand up to take a beating? Truly ugly. Thud. He kicks Obito in the chest, sending him flying. Obito rolls and crashes into a rock, still lying motionless like a pile of mud. Nagato gently raises his hand. Universal pull. Whoosh. Obito is drawn in by the gravitational pull, and Nagato lifts him into the air with one hand. Zing. His left eye turns into a Rinnegan, and his right eye turns into a Mangeki. Crack. In the next instant, Nagato headbutts Obito's mask, looking at his face twisted with hatred. Mocking, is this the best you can do? You call yourself Uchiha Madara? Claim to be the second sage of 6 paths? I really wonder if Madara would be enraged by you rising from the coffin. Obito has not completely passed out. Hearing Nagato's words, his drooping right hand clenches. You little brat, still not convinced. Nagato delivers a heavy punch to Obito's abdomen. This punch is for Yahiko. Obito's clenched fist relaxes, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Nagato releases Obito, turns around, and delivers a flying kick hard into Obito's chest. This kick is for the Akatsuki members you cruelly killed. Boom! Obito flies out like a kite with a severed string, crashing through the previous rock. Obito tightly grips a nearby stone. He is unwilling, clearly surviving against all odds, gaining Hashirama Senju's body, and undergoing 2 months of brutal training. Yet, he is not even a match for mere Nagato. Moreover, Nagato clearly had the chance to kill him, but he tore off his mask, humiliated him to his face. Compared to the physical injuries, the psychological defeat drives him almost to madness. One Minato, one Nagato. You two really are a pair of brothers. Let me be as embarrassed as a clown. But even if I truly become a clown, my unwavering will to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan will not waver in the slightest. Nagato, you must die today. At all costs. I will take you down. Gee. Obito's tightly closed left eye suddenly opened, revealing the Sharingan that was transplanted as a second layer of insurance outside of Kamui, radiating a brilliant red light. Izanagi. The date, Nabanin Nagato's right eye has already sensed the subtle changes in Obito's chakra. Here it comes, Izanagi. With this backup measure, he certainly won't easily yield. Izanagi transforms all unfavorable factors, including injury and death, into dreams in an instant. It converts advantageous factors like attacks into reality. It is the ultimate illusion that can manipulate the boundaries of life and death at will. Back then, Obito used Izanagi to successfully escape from Conan's 600 billion explosive tags and completed a counterattack. The duration of Izanagi varies from person to person. Obito's was probably around 5 minutes. But now, he has obtained a nearly perfect Hashirama body, so 5 minutes is probably not his limit anymore. In any case, it is certain that Obito, who has activated Izanagi, can launch a reckless, mutually destructive attack without considering the consequences for a while. Zone. Red flames ignited the 5 fingers of Obito's right hand, and he slammed them down onto the ground. Uchiha Fire Formation. Boom! A dark red barrier encased the entire battlefield, locking it down. Obito knelt on one leg, standing alone. Nagato regarding Tobi. It seems you are not unfamiliar with the Uchiha's forbidden technique, Izanagi. To be honest, I am currently under the invincible protection of Izanagi. Nagato said without changing his expression. So what? Obito threatened fiercely. If you dare to escape using reverse summoning, I will use the invincible body of Izanagi to rampage an Amage cure, killing every civilian and your important people. Believe me, I can do it. Nagato sneered. You really have the nerve to say that. Threatening the enemy with the lives of innocent people instead of relying on your own abilities. I feel embarrassed for you. Obito declared emphatically. Face? What use is face? Face is the most useless thing in this ninja world. I have made up my mind. Even if I have to be a mangy dog, I will execute the infinite Tsukuyomi perfectly. This is me, the unwavering will of Uchiha Obito. Nagato shrugged. All right, when one reaches the bottom, they become invincible. I 1T run. Go ahead and make your move. Today I'll accompany you to the end. Clap. Uchiha Obito crossed his arms in front of his chest. Wood release. Flower tree world. Boom. 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 Giant trees rose up, transforming into a vast ocean of trees, countless flower buds emerging from the intertwined branches, blooming in a dazzling display, spreading deadly pollen. Obito lowered his hands that had formed the hand seals, waiting patiently amidst the darkened pollen. Nagato covered his mouth and nose, his expression serious. If it were just the flower tree world, it wouldn't be too bad, but the problem lies in the Uchiha Fire Formation that has sealed the battlefield. The Uchiha Fire Formation can withstand even a tailed beast bomb, far surpassing the 4 Purple Flames Formation. It is the second most powerful barrier after the 4 Red Yang Formation. I see, within a closed barrier that even the power of tailed beasts cannot break, is filled with pollen that even Uchiha Madara could not withstand. This indeed represents another form of combination between the Uchiha and Senju powers, yet another sure kill technique. Moreover, this move perfectly counters my wind release created with the banana fan, because in a sealed barrier, the presence of wind only makes the pollen even more deadly. That thing I originally thought was very ugly, but this move is indeed quite tricky. Nagato took a half-mask gas mask from his ninja tool pouch, covering his mouth and nose. Well, this way I 1T be poisoned immediately, but I still need to fundamentally solve the problem. I'll use that move. Nagato clasped his palms together, his left IS Rinnegan shimmering with light. Shinra Tensei, Chapter 167, The Final Resonance. A gap opened between the clasped hands. Whoosh! A dark gravitational sphere condensed in the gap. Nagato held it in one hand and sent it into the sky. This was Nagato's first time using Shinra Tensei after his resurrection. The pollen thick in the air greatly obstructed Obito's vision. He did not see the gravitational sphere ascend. Buzz! The black gravitational sphere stopped at an altitude of several hundred meters, its dark surface emitting blinding light. Boom! The void surrounding the gravitational sphere trembled with blurred lines. On this battlefield, every material object, from the tiny pollen particles suspended in the air to the flower tree world that produced them, and even the land that contained the flower tree world, could not escape. Rumble! The concentration of pollen in the air became thinner. It was not that it became thinner, but that everything was moving toward the sky. The flower tree world was uprooted. No, not just uprooted, but the soil to which the roots were attached, and the rocks carried by the soil were also being pulled out. Irregular cracks erupted in the ground. Countless dirt and rocks were lifted into the sky towards the source of the gravitational pull. This is, on the soaring stone. Obito looked around at the rapidly changing landscape and turned his gaze to his archenemy. It can't be wrong. The sealing technique of the Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei. Rumble. The vanguard crashed into the gravitational core, giving shape to the heavenly star, and the main forces followed, continuously expanding the scale of Shinra Tensei. Nagato raised his arms high, not paying attention to Obito because he was enjoying the initial experience of Shinra Tensei. It's amazing. The feeling of the world collapsing with just a gesture is simply fantastic. But speaking of which, this barrier shows no signs of being torn apart under the gravity of Shinra Tensei. The Uchiha Fire Formation truly lives up to being the Uchiha's signature barrier. Whoosh! Above Nagato's head, a black vortex spun, and Obito suddenly attacked. You don't think sealing the flower tree world means everything is fine, do you? Obito's voice was haunting, his palm ruthlessly looming. That's right. There is no need for any fancy tricks. With Izanagi as my protection, I can use Kimui to forcefully close the distance and absorb Nagato. No need to worry about the weaknesses that will manifest when attacking, because I am invincible. Nagato's peripheral vision caught the approaching hand, his mind racing. He has discovered the most threatening tactic against me, but Izanagi only prevents death. It doesn't mean one can't be knocked away. Shinra Tensei. Whoosh. Obito was blasted away, but he immediately used Kamui to pull himself in. Useless. The next moment, he used Kamui to forcefully grab again. Nagato's right I accurately perceived and avoided, countering with Raikiri. Whoosh. The attack penetrated. Obito did this to avoid being knocked away. As he passed by, Obito raised his hand to grab again. Nagato used Shinra Tensei again, but Obito repeated his old trick, using Kamui to pull himself in, grabbing him as if he were a parasite. Faced with Obito's shameless tactics, Nagato had no good solutions, relying solely on Date Nabin, keeping his nerves taut, engaging in a dance of blades with Obito. To be honest, in this contest, Nagato's heart was far from as fluid and graceful as his movements. Because Obito, having activated his Izanagi, had no worries, while even the slightest mistake on Nagato's part would lead to irreparable consequences. Amidst the intense back and forth, Nagato closely monitored Obito's left eye. Cold knowledge. The eye that activates Izanagi cannot be actively closed. Therefore, the degree to which this eye is closed can be regarded as Izanagi's progress bar. 10 minutes have passed, and Obito's left eye has only closed halfway. Shinra Tensei. Nagato's 108th Shinra Tensei sent Obito flying away. Looking at it this way, Obito's Izanagi can last for 20 minutes, although my chakra has been consumed quite a bit. If he continues this single attack mode for the next 10 minutes, I can still handle it. After being sent flying this time, Obito didn't rush to use Kimui. With more than half of his Izanagi's consumption gone, he is even more anxious than Nagato. Therefore, reason reminds him that to defeat Nagato, he must not be hasty. Unexpectedly, Madara's right eye is so flawless in close combat. Although Nagato's stamina has decreased, it is not obvious. If I don't find a breakthrough, I will only repeat the same mistakes. So, where's the breakthrough? Obito looked up at the Geto Mazo hanging overhead, his right pupil gleaming with brilliance. Got it. Nagato's gas mask cannot completely resist the pollen from the flower trees. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to use this move. Clap. Obito clasped his hands in front of his chest. Wood release. Flower tree world descends. Boom. Trees and flowers bloom once again on the earth, scattering pollen towards the sky. I'm so stupid. I should have thought of this earlier. I'm not Madara. Why shouldn't I use the same trick a second time? Obito lowered his hands from forming seals, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Moreover, the pollen from the flower tree world will surely weaken your right eye's insight to some extent, right? And I just need to mindlessly grab and absorb. What about you, Nagato? Are you going to create another star to seal this flower tree world? I won't give you a second chance. Whoosh! In the next moment, Obito used Kimui to appear directly above Nagato, forcibly grabbing him. Crack! Almost simultaneously, a steel wrist firmly grasped Obito's throat, and then several mechanical cables wrapped around Obito's grabbing arm. Amid the dispersing pollen, Obito saw the mechanical armor appearing on Nagato's shoulder. He couldn't help but sneer. The Azura path? It's just useless struggle. Whoosh! His right eye released a terrifying vortex, trying to suck in the mechanical armor along with Nagato. Crack! The black rod extending from Nagato's palm forcibly pierced into Obito's right eye, interrupting the absorption. Nagato coldly murmured, Izanagi only needs a very short time to turn unfavorable factors into dreams, but that doesn't mean it doesn't require time, right? Even if this very short time is only 0.001 seconds, it means that unfavorable factors objectively exist. It means that the Izanagi state can also be interrupted. Whoosh! Obito's figure turned into a blurred shadow, disappearing on the Azura Path's mechanical armor. 1 second later, he flashed out from behind Nagato. So what? You can't use Geto Mazo. Once the pollen you absorb exceeds the critical point, it will be my victory. You're right, Geto Mazo is no longer feasible. Crack! Nagato broke free from the mechanical armor on his right arm, leaping to a height of 10 meters, and then manipulated the gravitational field to continue ascending. What does he want? Obito narrowed his eyes. Nagato's suddenly abnormal behavior made him hesitate. Directly below Geto Mazo, Nagato stood suspended in midair, his arms spread wide. No matter what he wants to do, I must stop it. I am the immortal body of Izanagi. There's nothing to fear. Whoosh! Obito used Kimui to chase after him. A foolish move. In midair, where there is no point of support, you can't even evade using the ability of your right eye. Nagato ignored Obito's hand coming straight down from above. In his right, I had already switched back to the Rinnegan. This move is on a level that surpasses Geto Mazo. Therefore, both eyes need to have the Rinnegan activated simultaneously to perform it. In the 2-month challenge of the Mirror Surface Invader technique, I have awakened the Thousand Hands power. My current chakra and ocular power have surpassed the peak Nagato of the past. Therefore, the power of this move will also be stronger. If quantified, it might be about 6 times the power of Pain's Deva Path destroying Konoha in the original work. Even 30 miles away, it would inevitably affect the village, but with the Uchiha fire barrier as a buffer, it should barely stop at the critical point. Right? Buzz. The white light radiating from Nagato made Obito's pupils constrict. This is. Nagato's eyes suddenly widened. Ultra Shinra Tensei. Chapter 168. The situation is set. Ultra Shinra Tensei. Everything illuminated by the white light will undergo the baptism of all existence. Ugh. The first to bear the brunt is Uchiha Obito, who is only a short distance away from Nagato. His figure instantly disintegrated into dust. Then, the Geto Mazo hovering overhead was instantly crushed into ashes. The basin created by the Geto Mazo was instantly flattened by the gravitational field, and then it was forcibly dug into a basin again. Boom! Tons of earth and stone crashed into the Uchiha fire barrier. Fans of the Hokage like to jokingly refer to Ultra Shinra Tensei as carrying rice. So let's see how much rice we can carry. If it were the rice that Pain carried for Konoha back then, perhaps the raw rice would have already been cooked, because that was at most 3 dough of rice. But Nagato's rice is not so easy to carry. That's nearly 8 dough of rice. And it's high-quality Northeast black rice. Gulp, 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 gulp. Even the tailed beast bombs couldn't harm the Uchiha fire barrier in the slightest. Under Nagato's power of rice, it began to falter. 5 dough of rice can still make a strong man bend, let alone 8 dough. The barrier of the Uchiha fire barrier underwent wave-like distortions. Ultimately unable to bear the burden, it tore apart into a sea of flames. This barrier probably absorbed 3 dough of rice power, leaving 5 dough of rice power pushing forward with a force like a landslide. The scale of the basin continued to expand, like an exaggerated bowl trying to hold more rice. Finally, at the boundary of the inland lake in front of the Rain Village, the basin stopped expanding. The sky is clear for thousands of miles. Whoosh! Nagato's robe fluttered as he landed in the center of the massive basin, removed his gas mask, and put it back into his ninja tool pouch. The power of the Deva Path has temporarily exhausted. To recover, it will probably take 5 minutes. This coincides with the remaining time of Obito's Izanagi. Next, he will have to fight Obito under unfavorable conditions without being able to use the Deva Path's abilities. He cannot let him create a closed environment on the battlefield any longer. Zing! Nagato switched his right eye back to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, ensuring that Dado Nai Bien would maximize his insight. Animal Path, all-purpose summoning. Bang, bang, bang. A white smoke enveloped Nagato. Jata no Kagami, Hell Crab, Rhino, Bull, Centipede, Chameleon, Lizard, Stone Panda, Ape Demon. Nagato summoned all 10 types of summoning beasts he currently had contracts with. Each summoning beast is a right eye eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Left eye Rinnegan. Nagato does not expect these summons to inflict substantial damage on Obito. What he wants is vision, maximum vision. This way, he can target Obito to the greatest extent and launch sniping tactics. That's right, sniping. As a modern person, he understands the convenience of long-range firearms. The activation of ninjutsu requires hand seals, but no matter how fast the seal speed is, it cannot match the instantaneous nature of firearms. Nagato rolled up his right sleeve, revealing the stitching of the Geto statue on his wrist. Azura Sniper. Click. A precise armor piece shot out from the incision, wrapping around his hand seamlessly, assembling into a firearm. This Azura mechanism is not like before, summoning mechanical armor, but rather a transformation of the body. Nagato used the Geto art, the Scorpion's puppet modification technique, and the black technology of the Azura path to create this golden right hand that can switch freely between flesh and machine. The biggest difference from fighting with some mechanical armor is that this right hand possesses mecha nerves, directly connecting to Nagato's optic nerves, muscle reflex nerves, and chakra pathways. This allows for a qualitative improvement in operational precision and firing speed compared to traditional mechanical armor, truly achieving the ability to point and shoot accurately. Essentially an Asura Path mecha, the ammunition is automatically loaded, made from the reinforced alloy steel of the Asura Path mecha. With an effective range of 5 to 100 meters, 100 meters in a ninja battle is extremely overpowered. Don't confuse it with real firearms. Additionally, due to the connection with the chakra pathways, it can assign corresponding chakra attributes to the ammunition as needed. Since Nagato has just mastered this, the chakra attributes he can assign to bullets are only 3 types: lightning, wind, and fire. Lightning attribute bullets enhance penetration, sufficient to penetrate the skeletal form of Susanoo, but due to excessive penetration, they reduce the bullet stopping effect, although lightning release has a certain paralyzing effect. Wind attribute bullets can allow bullets to curve around obstacles and increase the air impact's gravity effect, creating a fragmentation bomb effect, which is quite brutal. Fire attribute bullets come with an explosive effect, causing terrifying damage while burning the target. Each of the 3 types of bullets has its own strengths. Thanks to the black technology modifications, the Asura Sniper is very energy efficient, consuming very little chakra. However, due to the need for precision, it requires coordination with the right eye's eternal Mangeki Sharingan's dash tend to maximize its power. Back to the main point. Whoosh! Obito flashed out from behind Nagato. The resurrection effect of Izanagi automatically selecting a favorable location. Obito observed, "Is that the ultimate version of Shinra Tensei? The power has reached such a terrifying level." However, Nagato's chakra plummeted drastically after using that technique. Clearly, that is not a move that can be used continuously. He swept his gaze. The specially arranged summoning beast formation seems to be intended to use the visual sharing of the Rinnegan to capture my position as I appear with Izanagi. His gaze fixed on Nagato's right hand. The right hand seems to be some kind of gadget from the Asura Path. The Rinnegan, with so many variations, after the pattern Sharingan, it's truly 100 flowers blooming. Unfortunately, I have one trick that can conquer all. In a situation where your Deva Path ability cannot be used, facing my Uchiha Fire Formation and Flower Tree Realms combination again, you will be helpless. Whoosh! 5 clusters of flames ignited on Obito's right hand's 5 fingers, striking the ground. Boom! The fire attribute bullet severed Obito's arm. The severed hand on the ground was burning in flames, and Obito's right arm was also engulfed in fire. What is going on? Obito was stunned for 3 whole seconds. He looked up and saw, 80 meters away, Nagato's right eye emitting a cross-shaped red light, with the muzzle of the raised right hand spewing flames. Did he do this with his right hand's gadget? What a joke. The burning, severed hand on the ground, along with Obito's severed arm, vanished into a dream. The lizard-shaped Rinnegan captured Obito's new resurrection point. Obito immediately used Kamui to absorb himself. Nagato's right eye swayed with red light as he turned, raising his right hand, and an attribute-less bullet pierced through Obito's right eye. Absorption interrupted. Obito staggered back 2 steps. Damn! After cursing, he transformed into a dream again. Whoosh! After resurrecting, Obito got smart and immediately cast a wooden pillar wall to protect himself. Then absorbed himself. Bang! But a lightning attribute bullet pierced through the wooden pillar and accurately hit Obito's forehead. Whoosh! Obito's resurrection point was behind the bull. Oh no, this guy's figure just happened to block Nagato's bullet trajectory. Even if Nagato knows I'm here, he cannot stop me. Whoosh! He immediately used Kamui to absorb himself. Whoosh! But the wind attribute bullet with a strange arc bypassed the massive body of the bull and hit Obito's chest. Boom! Under the cavity effect, a terrifying wind hole burst open on Obito's chest. What the hell? Obito resurrected again, and both hands suddenly embraced. Whoosh! The bullet passed through his body. It turns out Obito got smart. He pretended to perform hand seals while actually maintaining penetration to trick Nagato's bullet. Nagato frowned slightly. Not good. The rapid-fire mode is still not proficient. This undoubtedly gave Obito a chance. Whoosh! The vortex released from his right eye sucked in, rushing towards Nagato, forcefully grabbing with his palm. Nagato, your little trick's in here. Nagato's left eye slightly shifted. What a pity. You shouldn't have rushed in. If I were you, I would have tried to position myself at a distance to stay out of range, immediately using Uchiha Fire Formation and Flower Tree Realm. You missed the only chance to turn the tables. Click. As the approaching palm drew near, Nagato took a large step back, quickly modifying his right hand into a rectangular shape filled with neatly arranged bullet holes, transforming it into a shotgun. Modification, Azura shotgun. Bang! Obito's body was suddenly riddled with holes, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Nagato fired 2 shots at Obito's corpse, quickly retreating. Long Nagato, you've completely pissed me off. The resurrected Obito roared in fury, jumping on one foot to forcefully close in. Nagato leaped onto the Yada no Kagami, coldly looking down at Obito from 20 meters in the air. His right hand had been remodified into a sniper. It's over. You should know why, right? Obito stood dejectedly on the ground. He can't fly. The only way he can threaten Nagato is by using Kamui to rush in. But under Nagato's precise sniper fire, he couldn't even manage to teleport himself with Kamui. As for the way he tricked Nagato's bullet using intangibility, it wouldn't work a second time. Even knowing to stay out of range is too late. His right leg is useless, and he can only move with his left foot, unable to escape the range covered by Nagato flying with Yada no Kagami. The time limit of Izanagi, only 1 minute left. After 1 minute, what awaits him is predictable. This is a defeat that can be seen at a glance. He can use his right eye to activate Izanagi. But so what? It's just delaying the inevitable. Why is it like this? In just a year, how did Nagato grow to such an extent? Is there really no hope in this cursed ninja world? No, it absolutely cannot end like this. Even if there's only a slim chance. Even if I have to live humbly. I cannot fall here. I still have time. I still have a chance. He and Conan both once expressed their admiration for my Moon Eye plan. It was only because they later discovered my identity as Uchiha Madara was a fake that they lost trust in me and chose to go their separate ways. Recognizing reality, Uchiha Obito smiled sadly. Nagato, I admit I completely underestimated you. So be it. I am outmatched, and I have nothing to say about this outcome. It seems I have to endure humiliation and bear the burden. Nagato thought. Well, he brought it up himself. It's much more effective than me try to guide him deliberately. So, does that mean you've admitted defeat? I admit defeat. Obito's left, I was nearly closed. I'm about to die, dying at your hands, and I have nothing to say. But before that, can you listen to me for a few heartfelt words? Thanks to Zhuanchuan Xiaokai for the flowers and Shio. During these days of waiting at home, you are my ray of light. Chapter 169. The dust settles. Obito's humble plea was met with Nagato's scorn. Why should I listen to your heartfelt words? I thought you were truly a messenger sent by the Sage of Six Paths to guide me. But it turns out you were just a fraud pretending to be a big shot. A deceitful liar. This shows that the so-called Eye of the Moon plan is nothing but a delusional scam. A liar. How could I and Conan have been so moved by your blueprint for the Eye of the Moon plan back then? Nagato clenched his fists, filled with resentment as he condemned Obito. Yet he secretly smiled like a fox. I've already set the stage for you. Go ahead and perform, Obito. Nagato's harsh denunciation, however, gave Obito hope. Indeed, what Nagato cared about most was my deception regarding my identity. Deep down, he recognized the validity of the Eye of the Moon plan. It's just that his trust in me has collapsed, leading him to question the authenticity of the plan itself. There's a chance. First, I need to stabilize him. I admit that I impersonated Madara to approach you and fabricated the lie that you are the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. However, I ask you to believe me. The Eye of the Moon plan is not a delusion. Nagato questioned, why should I trust you? Obito astonishingly replied, because the one who proposed the Eye of the Moon plan is Madara. What did you say? Nagato's expression showed shock. Obito squinted his right eye slightly, instinctively wanting to absorb himself into his right eye, but Nagato suddenly pulled him in. However, Izanagi only had a few seconds left. If his surprise attack failed, he would completely become a clown. Obito couldn't afford to lose anymore. So he didn't dare to play any tricks and waited honestly for Nagato's response. Nagato's attitude was resolute. I don't believe it. Madara is dead. There's no evidence. Obito said, Madara is dead, but Madara's eyes are still with you. And that is the best proof. Nagato raised his hand to touch his eye sockets. Looking thoughtful, Obito said, when I told you the truth about your eyes earlier, you also realized it, didn't you? Nagato exclaimed, are you saying that these eyes were secretly transplanted to me by Madara? Didn't you take his eyes after he died and give them to me? Obito absurdly replied, how is that possible? Your Rinnegan awakened during the Second Shinobi World War, right? At that time, I was just a rookie who had just entered the ninja school. How could I have gotten Madara's eyes to do what you said? That makes sense. Nagato slowly lowered his hand, his expression calming down considerably. I just couldn't believe it for a moment. Someone like Madara, who lives in legend, would take an interest in a child like me. If you're not lying this time, it proves there must be a lot of insider information. Seeing Nagato's attitude soften, Obito's heart relaxed a bit. It seems I bet right. But considering Nagato's past cunning, I can't rule out the possibility that he is deliberately flattering to consume my Izanagi time. Zing! Obito's left eye completely closed. Izanagi reached its time limit. He decided to test the waters. The insider story is really long. My right leg is useless, and standing on one leg like this to talk is really exhausting. Can I use the ability of my right eye to come to your side? Nagato raised a shuriken and coldly said, no. What if you absorb yourself into your right eye and slip away? Where would I find you? Nagato's statement made Obito completely at ease. If Nagato was truly flattering, he would definitely take advantage of the situation and kill him the moment he absorbed himself. This shows that he really cares about the authenticity of the Eye of the Moon plan. It seems I need to set up again to regain Nagato's trust and make him execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Last time, the weapon I used to win Nagato's trust was a lie, which was ultimately seen through, leading to today's situation. This time, I will focus on sincerity. So be it, Nagato. I will tell you everything. It all starts from the Uchiha Shrine in Konoha, a stone tablet inherited from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Madara was the first to unlock the contents of the tablet and receive the guidance of the Sage of Six Paths. The interaction of Yin and Yang can create all things. The combination of Senju and Uchiha will gain the supreme power of the Rinnegan. Madara decided to betray Konoha from then on and planned the well-known battle at the Valley of the End against the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. However, few know that that battle was merely a prelude to Madara's escape from the world. Obito spoke in a low voice, narrating to Nagato. In the Rain Village bunker, Konan was filled with shock and anger. All this time, she had gathered fragmented information through her communication with Nagato, Orochimaru, and others, learning about Obito's identity and the origin of Nagato's eyes, but she never expected there was such a mad and twisted hidden truth behind it. Uchiha Obito was merely a stand-in for executing the Eye of the Moon plan after Madara's death, and Madara's purpose in granting Nagato the Rinnegan was actually to use Nagato as a pawn to resurrect him. This is simply outrageous. Obito willingly took it upon himself. He deserves it. Nagato is completely innocent, yet he was also caught up in this century-old conspiracy and became a pawn to be used. If it weren't for Nagato's incredible intelligence, noticing the subtle signs early on and making second-layer plans, one cannot imagine what would have awaited him. In the past, I vaguely felt that Nagato's change after Yahiko's death was a bit abrupt, perhaps not only due to being hit on the head by a rock. Now I understand everything. He was forced by these people. If he doesn't completely say goodbye to the past and strengthen his wings, how can he fight against such a dark and massive fate? On the Yada no Kagami, Nagato was unexpectedly surprised. He never thought that Obito would reveal all of Madara's schemes, just to prove to him that the Eye of the Moon plan is indeed the will conveyed by the Sage of Six Paths through the stone tablet. Whoosh! Nagato jumped down from the Yada no Kagami, landing in front of Obito. You must understand, even if the Eye of the Moon plan is real, I cannot become a pawn to resurrect Madara. After you reveal the truth, it is even more impossible. Obito said calmly, it doesn't matter. At this point, I don't mind telling you that although I willingly became Madara's stand-in, my loyalty lies only with the Eye of the Moon plan. I never intended to resurrect Uchiha Madara. As long as the infinite Tsukuyomi can be successfully activated, I don't care about anything else. In this hopeless world, even flowers will wither. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi is the only path to salvation. Nagato, I believe that the unpleasant events of this year are a test from heaven for us, so that we can truly understand each other and be honest. Let's join forces. We are the strongest in the ninja world. As long as you and I join forces, we can ensure the Eye of the Moon plan. Looking at Obito's outstretched hand filled with sincerity, Nagato lowered his gaze, unmoved. Obito anxiously said, "What's wrong? I've laid my heart bare, and you still won't believe me?" Nagato said in a deep voice, "I believe you and am willing to team up with you to promote the Moon Eye plan. However, the death of Yahiko and the deaths of the Akatsuki members are pains in my heart that cannot be soothed by your few words." Obito, exhausted, replied, "Then what do you want me to do? I don't have a Rinnegan, so I can't reincarnate them. The deceased are gone, and I won't force you, but Akatsuki was Yahiko's blood, and I can't let it go." At that moment, Nagato's T skills reached their peak. "Obito, The Akatsuki that you destroyed with your own hands, you will have to rebuild it with your own hands. If you can do that, I will consider forgiving you. Chapter 170, One Matter Settled. Sima E, who dotes on his female apprentice, is the exclusive sponsor. Under the guarantee of absolute strength, Nagato successfully induced Obito to compromise. Rebuilding the Akatsuki, Obito had no choice. But having learned from experience, Obito did not immediately agree. He wanted Nagato to clarify what the standards for rebuilding were. He truly did not want to be a fool again. So he wanted to see if Nagato was sincere in putting aside past grievances to collaborate on the Moon Eye plan. Nagato straightforwardly gave him the standards. Obito, including you, the leader, the Akatsuki must have 10 rogue ninjas at the level of Hokage, 10 members with Hokage-level strength. Obito frowned but soon relaxed. Although this standard was high, it was not completely unachievable. The problem was, what constitutes Hokage-level strength? Obito asked Nagato. The Hokage-level strength you refer to isn't the same as that of Minato Namikaze, right? Nagato smiled and replied, of course not. As long as they surpass elite Jonin and have a clear disparity in strength, they can be considered Hokage-level by my standards. I see, that's quite standard. Obito pursued. Also, must they only be rogue ninjas? He had the most advanced white Zetsu intelligence network in the ninja world and believed he understood the situation well. Below the 5 great ninja villages leading 5 Kage, he was aware of which ninjas were close to Kage-level strength or had the potential to become Kage, whether they were active or had defected from other villages. Thus, he concluded that gathering 9 defectors was a monumental and arduous task. If you can recruit the current Kage or the candidates for each village's Kage into the Akatsuki, then I have no reason to refuse. Nagato did not make it difficult for him. The implication was, if you can do it, then go ahead and try. He thought to himself, there's no way Shaonin and I will join Akatsuki. Scorpion, Kakuzu, Orochimaru, they're all my guests. BYJZ has already been taken out by Scorpion. Deidara and Haiden are still kids. Itachi is also a child, and this time, his fate may not be the same as in his previous life. Except for Kisame, the original members of Akatsuki have almost all been sidelined. Even if the vast ninja world has other candidates that meet the criteria, there won't be too many. So, Obito, for a long time to come, you can only take your only trusted aide, Kisame, to expand your territory. No matter what methods you use, forming the foundation I mentioned will take at least 10 years. If I throw in some obstacles, dragging it out to 12 or 13 years is not a problem. This will give the wind ample time to develop. Obito's palms clenched. He knew that this time rebuilding Akatsuki would require a significant amount of time, but there was no room for refusal. All right, I will rebuild the Akatsuki according to your standards, as a way to express my apology for Yahiko's death and for the deceased Akatsuki members. Nagato finally smiled. The day Akatsuki is rebuilt is the day you and I join forces to initiate the Moon Eye plan. Nagato said before that, please take good care of the Outer Path Golem. It is an important hardware guarantee for executing the Moon Eye plan. Obito was astonished. Nagato did not even demand that I release the Outer Path Golem from the time-space. Given the current situation, he could have insisted on it forcefully, and I would have had to comply even if I was unwilling. Indeed, he genuinely wants to realize the Moon Eye plan. He knows that with personal strength alone, it is difficult to forcibly seize and seal the tailed beast from the 5 great ninja nations. So, just as I need him, he needs me too. We are mutual necessities, 2 dreamers pursuing the moon. Obito's heart swayed, but deep in his eyes flickered an unknown light. Nagato, even if we share a common ideal, it is impossible for us to fight side by side until the end, because the only one qualified to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and activate the infinite Tsukuyami is me. And that person can only be me. Nagato, I admit that you currently surpass me in strength, but with the body of Hashirama and a firm will, I will one day surpass you again. The power of the Sharingan is a reflection of the darkness within. Obito's mind flashed with the image of Kakashi piercing Rin, having also experienced loss. But the depth of darkness is entirely different. Nagato, you have never experienced the pain of being ruthlessly betrayed by the one you trusted the most. Madara's incomplete legacy and a bit of Hashirama's power are your pinnacle. Just wait. The battle has only just begun. I am prepared to endure humiliation and carry burdens. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, or even longer, until I am certain I can completely trample you underfoot. I will endure to the end. As Obito's mind clinked with calculations, Nagato was also thinking. The real threat to me is not Obito, but Black Zetsu. Without Obito shielding me, I will confront Black Zetsu directly. Given that my current methods cannot kill Black Zetsu, this would not be a wise move. Therefore, I cannot break Obito's flag too early. That's right, what I really need to stabilize is not Obito, but Black Zetsu. Obito, put the mask back on. In your future activities to rebuild the Akatsuki, you will act under the identity of Madara. No, the identity of Madara can no longer stand. Following Obito's heavy words, Nagato looked at his dragging right leg. The explosive tag caused shattering bones, and with Tianyu's orders, the pain multiplied 10,000 times, directly leading to the nerve damage in his right leg, completely losing sensation. Obito chuckled bitterly. Who would believe that the mighty Madara would fall to the level of a cripple? Therefore, I have already thought of a new identity under mask. I am the son of Senju Hashirama, Senju Kage, deeply awakened Senju bloodline. A being who controls would release power. My right leg was injured in battle with the former Uchiha clan leader, Yagami Light, and became lame. But in exchange, I took Yagami Light's right eye, becoming a being that possesses the powers of both Senju and Uchiha. After the Second Great Ninja War, I lurked in the shadows of the ninja world, single-handedly creating the fearsome Blood Mist Village. This substantial and vivid history, compared to a crippled mass Madara, is more likely to attract those unruly, strong individuals, right? What do you think, Lord Nagato? Choosing to endure and move forward, Obito instantly completed the role change, even addressing Nagato. As Lord, very well. Then, Lord Nagato, until we meet again, I will definitely present you with a satisfactory answer and look forward to our pleasant cooperation. Obito vanished into the vortex of his right eye. Huff. Nagato took a deep breath, withdrew his gaze, and looked at the rain curtain at the end. Another matter settled. The next major event is to witness Xiaonan's transformation into the Knight Ming Bianhua. And so, a month quietly passed. At 4 a.m., on July 30th, my water broke, and I rushed to the local hospital to get admitted. At 5 p.m., I was given an induction shot. And after more than 10 hours of labor, I gave birth to a 6-pound baby boy at 9:58 p.m. Then I stayed in the hospital for 2 days. And today, I just arrived at the postpartum center on my doorstep. After enduring the pain of the episiotomy and the pain of engorgement, I wrote this chapter. Marking my return, the incident happened suddenly. It wasn't intentional to drop the ball, and I truly had no chance to inform everyone. I will do my best to maintain regular updates unless there are special circumstances. Thank you all. Thanks to the great Godson, who loves the Goose Disciple, for the certification. I apologize for not being able to add more updates. I can only express my gratitude by naming this chapter. Chapter 171, The Moment of Breaking the Cocoon, sponsored by Huan Xiaokai, practicing the forbidden technique, Knight Ming Bianhua, from the moment the practitioner establishes the seal of cultivation. The spirit medium, known as Night Demon, will reside within their body. The existence and growth conditions of a night demon are extremely harsh. It can only exist and absorb the power of the night while the host remains conscious. The growth period lasts for 1 year, and if at any point the host loses consciousness for any reason, the night demon will leave the host's body and can never be recalled. This is the truth behind the harsh cultivation conditions of the forbidden technique, Knight Ming Bianhua. If the night demon successfully survives the 1-year growth period, one cannot immediately relax, as a cocoon breaking ceremony must still be held. It is said that the night demon comes from mysterious underworld and has countless connections to the pure land of ultimate bliss. The night demon will manifest different forms based on the host's unique qualities. And only at the moment of breaking the cocoon will one know what the night demon has truly developed into. At this moment, Xiaonan is about to perform the cocoon breaking ceremony. The ceremony must take place in an outdoor low-lying area below 200 meters in elevation. And it must be a place that has existed or once had a shrine or temple, for reasons unknown, whose shrine or temple isn't built on a high mountain. Such harsh conditions make it truly difficult to find a suitable location. However, there is indeed a ready-made option. The rain-hidden mountain temple, which was destroyed a month ago during the Two-Month War, has turned into a massive depression with a radius of 30 kilometers. After a month of torrential rain, that depression has transformed into an inland lake, merging with the original inland lake in front of the rain-hidden gate, reaching unprecedented scale. Surrounding this super inland lake are 108 towering spires, connected by chains, forming a grand tower formation. There are piers in the north, south, east, and west, converging in the center of the lake to form a cross. At the center of that cross, The circular ritual platform is where Xiaonan will hold the cocoon-breaking ceremony. The 108 towers, the piers, and the ritual platform were all constructed at great expense after Nagato's battle with Obito. They are not mandatory specifications for the cocoon-breaking ceremony. They are merely for show. Are you ready, Xiaonan? At the ritual platform, Nagato, dressed in a black kimono, asked Xiaonan, who was clad in pure white. Xiaonan did not respond, but simply released the tightly held hand of Nagato. I'll wait for you. Nagato vanished into the rain. The cocoon-breaking ceremony must be completed by Xiaonan alone. Rumble. Lightning split the sky, and the rain intensified, creating ripples on the lake surface. Xiaonan closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and as the back of her white haori fell, a centipede-shaped scar appeared vividly on her back like green bamboo. Back on the tower, Nagato, using a telescope technique to observe this scene, suddenly narrowed his pupils. He was certain that a month ago, on the eve of the battle with Obito, Xiaonan had not had this scar. It had only appeared in the last month. No wonder Xiaonan had not revealed her body in front of me during this month. Was she trying to hide this from me? Worrying me? If this scar is something that must appear from practicing the Night Ming Bianhua, there's no need to worry excessively. What Nagato was most concerned about was Xiaonan's current physical condition. Since the 5th month of her training, she had begun taking a special medicine developed by Orochimaru. This medicine could suppress the sleep impulses of the cerebral cortex, blocking out drowsiness, but the side effect was a decrease in the body's resistance. The longer the medication cycle lasted, the more pronounced the side effects became, to the point that even a ninja with extraordinary physical qualities would become weak. Finally, this side effect concentrated and erupted in the last month. Xiaonan first developed stomach issues. Her appetite drastically decreased, even abandoning her once favorite grilled fish. Then came pneumonia, with pulmonary edema leading to infection, causing inflammation in her heart, liver, and kidneys to varying degrees, and her muscles began to weaken. In recent days, she hadn't had a bowel movement at all. The rain fell continuously. 3 days ago, a sudden viral flu became the last straw that broke Xiaonan. She had a high fever of 42 degrees, nearly passing out on the spot. After a year of self-abusive training, to have this situation arise just as she was about to graduate, who could accept it? Not to mention Xiaonan herself, even Nagato couldn't accept it. He urgently injected Xiaonan with antipyretic and adrenaline medications, barely managing to hold on until the final ceremony. Before the ceremony, Orochimaru had warned, Nagato-kun, do not be careless. Based on my simulations of the Night Ming Bianhua's technique, the pain brought by the cocoon-breaking ceremony will likely be no less than childbirth. Nagato didn't know how painful childbirth was, but he knew that to endure the pain of childbirth, one must be in the best physical condition. Xiaonan was currently in a state of illness and extreme weakness. Nagato said, then can we find a way to use analgesics to get through this wave? Orochimaru replied bluntly, no. Xiaonan's condition has reached the point where no medication can be used. Otherwise, even if she achieves the Night Ming Bianhua, it will cause irreparable harm to her body. Additionally, this pain is necessary to stimulate her nearly numb nerves, preventing her from entering a dormant state. As long as the ceremony is not completed, Xiaonan cannot lose consciousness for even a moment. Otherwise, all her efforts will be in vain. Nagato clenched his fists and said fiercely, damn it, if I had known this damn technique was so perverse, I would have burned the Book of Seals and never touched this technique. But now it's all in hindsight. I can only hope that Xiaonan's efforts over the past year will bring sufficient rewards. I hope this Night Ming Bianhua will not disappoint me or Xiaonan. The cocoon-breaking ceremony began. Thud, thud, thud. The raised scar on Xiaonan's back throbbed violently like a heart. Suddenly, it tore open. Xiaonan bit her lip tightly. Knowing Nagato was watching her, she didn't want her frantic appearance to be seen by him. But it hurt too much. The scar on her back was opening, seemingly pulling at her internal organs, her entire body's blood vessels. Ah! Ah! The physical pain exceeded all limits, and Xiaonan finally couldn't help but let out a hoarse, mournful scream. Her body curled up, her forehead pressed against the stone slab, her blue hair hanging down in a disheveled manner. That paper flower had long been crumpled. Xiaonan lay motionless, and even the wound on her back had stopped tearing. This was more terrifying than pain and struggle. That was exhaustion. Her entire body had no strength left. Just like this. Did I fail? No. It's not just failure. In this state, will I die? Xiaonan, pull yourself together. In her blurred vision, Nagato's anxious face was reflected. The nearly extinguished pupils of Xiaonan suddenly burst forth with light. No, I can't fail like this, and I definitely can't die. She suddenly looked up, her lips pressed against Nagato's lips. This unexpected move made Nagato's eyes widen in shock. Xiaonan's gaze carried the strongest desire she had ever felt in her life as she tore off her white kimono. Please, Nagato, whatever it takes. Do anything to me. Please give me stimulation. Please excite me. I'm begging you. Chapter 173. Shocking and surprising. The sacred cocoon-breaking ceremony has ended. With hope in her heart, Xiaonan wished to wash away all the fatigue, pain, and ailments accumulated over the past year. She spontaneously awakened the sleeping center paralyzed by medication and fell asleep in Nagato's embrace. Cold raindrops hung in the air. Nagato held Xiaonan's leg and, with the other hand passing through her armpit, stood up on the altar in the center of the lake. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he disappeared with Xiaonan into a ghostly white mist. The scene shifted to Xiaonan's bedroom. Pailin let go of her hand that was forming seals and vanished. Nagato carefully bent down and gently placed Xiaonan on the double soft bed. Observing the serene beauty in his arms up close, the gentle breath brushing against his face from her slightly parted lips. It was intoxicating. It's hard to believe. Just 15 minutes ago, he had an intimate encounter with such lips. An impulse to commit a crime arose uncontrollably. Given my current relationship with Xiaonan, even if I couldn't help but do something to her, she wouldn't blame me, right? No. This kind of thinking is no different from that of a beast. Nagato shook his head vigorously, trying to cast aside those thoughts. He tucked Xiaonan in. With his gaze lowered, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He wondered if Xiaonan would remember their almost accidental encounter when she woke up. If she remembers, would it make their interactions awkward? But if it wasn't just a fleeting infatuation, but a genuine expression of feelings? Thinking of this, Nagato shivered. He recalled all the moments he had shared with Xiaonan over the past year. Initially, they treated each other with respect, similar to how Xiaonan interacted with Nagato in the original story after Yahiko's death, except this Nagato wasn't crippled. The slightly out-of-line things were realized through Pailin, such as going to hot springs together, holding hands. This is normal between girls, right? But here's the problem. Pailin is controlled by Nagato. Xiaonan, despite her lack of boundaries, surely wouldn't fail to recognize this point. Moreover, everything Xiaonan did with Pailin, without exception, Nagato also did with her. And even things Pailin hadn't done, Nagato had done with her. Embraces, knee pillows, cooking, feeding. Upon further reflection, the things Xiaonan said to me, the way she looked at me, were completely different from how she treated Nagato in the original story. Oh my gosh! Nagato, who was gravely ill, sat up in shock. Xiaonan wouldn't have developed feelings for me earlier, would she? The sound of rain outside the tower pattered softly. Nagato's heart raced. Thump, thump. Calm down. Maybe it's just the practice of Nightmare's flower, making Xiaonan's spirit very fragile and sensitive, which is why she relies on me emotionally more. Yes, that's very possible. How could a romantic relationship with physical intimacy be easily shaken? As a loyal fan of the original Naruto, even if he was unwilling to accept it psychologically, he had to face a painful reality. Xiaonan and Yahiko probably had an intimate relationship. On that rainy day, in that small house, when Xiaonan bandaged the injured Yahiko, the two who had long had mutual feelings sparked a fire. This impression was also left in Nagato's memory. After hearing some rustling sounds, he showed a meaningful smile outside the house, and then turned to leave. It was easy to guess. Everything fell into place afterward. It's complicated and messy, now that Xiaonan has overcome her personal difficulties. Whether her unusual feelings for me are as I suspected will be revealed by her attitude toward me when she wakes up. Nagato, inexperienced in human affairs, is a sentimental novice, so he would be troubled by love. But he is earnest and devoted, so his will is strong. Yahiko is dead, and Xiaonan's feelings for him will no longer rise. They will only slowly cool with the passage of time. But I'm still alive, even if Xiaonan hasn't broken through to a deeper friendship with me yet. I can wait. 1 year, 10 years, 20 years. I can gradually transfer her feelings for Yahiko to me with meticulous companionship. This is the advantage of being close to the water's edge. Half a month later, Xiaonan woke up to a nutritious meal cooked by Nagato himself. Enjoying the delicious food, she occasionally glanced at Nagato in the kitchen, standing at the stove, wearing an apron and a tall hat, using his 2 real hands along with 6 mechanical arms to multitask perfectly, chopping vegetables, beating eggs, seasoning, and igniting the stove. Feeling touched, she couldn't help but feel speechless. The words she thought in her heart could be summed up as, Nagato, I admire you. Quietly taking advantage of me for half a year, you have no idea how much of my tears I've wasted. From today on, I won't cook anymore. After the meal, Xiaonan's expression shifted as she suddenly remembered something. Right, Nagato, what is Ki doing now? Nagato cleaned up the dishes, took off his apron, and walked out of the kitchen. Upon hearing Xiaonan's question, a brief moment of awkwardness flashed across his face. What else could the little baby do? Eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. Xiaonan gave him a meaningful look. If I remember correctly, Ki should still be in the nursing stage. The telescope technique was activated. The scene was in the bedroom of the Namake's household. Kushina sat cross-legged on the bed, holding Naruto in one arm and Ki in the other, feeding them both in a dual cradle style. Yoa. After a while, Naruto started crying. Oh no. Is Naruto tired? Minato, go prepare the milk bottle. Coming. Kushina looked at Ki, who was taking the lead, with a face full of affection, saying, Ki is much more patient than little Naruto, starting at 2 hours come on, after eating enough. You need to grow up quickly and become an excellent inheritor of the will of fire. They say that a crying child gets milk, but in the Namake's household, it's clearly not, Xiaonan thought. So that's how it is, the Namake's couple truly knows how to be grateful, treating Ki as their own. I now understand Nagato's reason for entrusting Ki to them. However, Ki and Nagato's consciousness are synchronized. Nagato wouldn't be trying to compensate for the regret of losing his parents in his early years through Ki, would he? A vague suspicion arose in Xiaonan's heart. To cover up the awkwardness of Ki being live-streamed in front of Xiaonan, Nagato pretended to be deep inside. This is what it means to be a parent? I wonder when I can have my own child. Hearing this, a bright light flashed in Xiaonan's eyes, and she slowly raised her gaze, meeting Nagato's. Then, let's have one ourselves, Nagato. Chapter 174. The Moment of Conquest. Haha, that sounds great. I want a baby girl. Nagato laughed heartily, completely unaware of the heavy word Xiaonan had just said. A fragrant wind rushed into his embrace, and the world spun. When he came to his senses, Nagato found himself lying on the tatami mat. Xiaonan, who tackled him down, was sitting on the doorstep in a straddling position, her pair of orange cat-like eyes shimmering as they gazed at the door. What's going on? I was tackled by Xiaonan? Wait a minute, didn't Xiaonan just say she wanted to have a baby with me? I'm not dreaming, am I? Right, this must be a dream. It definitely is. Smack! Xiaonan's palm landed solidly on Nagato's face, the crisp sound clearly telling him this was not a dream. Xiaonan looked at him gently, her hand caressing the spot on Nagato's face where he had just been hit, softly saying, Nagato, that's enough. You don't need to carefully hide your feelings anymore. I understand everything. In that instant, Nagato felt an overwhelming sense of shame. He couldn't meet Xiaonan's fiery gaze. When did she find out? Xiaonan said, are you stupid? A year ago, under the range shinobi's perilous peak. You shouted at the top of your lungs in front of Hanzo and a bunch of enemies. Did you really think I was deaf? Nagato suddenly froze. His thoughts instantly pulled back to the beginning of the dream. I must live. I must turn Nagato's fate around. I want to be the protagonist of this world, to save Xiaonan, to live a shameless life with her, and to have a bunch of children. I want to crush those self-important celestial beings and re-establish the banner of a ninja. None of this has been accomplished. How can I return to that cold reality? Look, hi. My head is so itchy. Godi. That version of me. Hurry and die. Xiaonan actually heard my outburst declaration from back then. Damn it. Did I just socially die as soon as I crossed over? The persona I carefully built in front of Xiaonan this past year, along with Yahiko's mourning period, have all become a futile endeavor, like lifting a rock to smash my own foot. Damn it. But actually, his performance wasn't as bad as he expected. On the contrary, it even accidentally struck Xiaonan's soft spot. Why? Because the Rinnegan and Six Paths reincarnation aura gave Nagato a divine status in Xiaonan, Yahiko, and the Akatsuki members' minds. He was an unattainable existence, even though they were comrades who transcended life and death. The disparity brought by his background and fate still created an invisible sense of distance. This sense of distance also determined that Xiaonan's feelings for the original Nagato could not rise to love. Gods are high and mighty, and should not have human emotions or thoughts. If a god falls in love with a mortal, can they still be considered a god? The moment Nagato shouted his outburst declaration in front of Xiaonan, he fell from his pedestal in her heart. All the prestige that came with the Rinnegan and Six Paths reincarnation was wiped clean, but precisely because he was no longer a god and no longer had that prestige, the cold sense of disparity and distance also disappeared. Xiaonan then had the foundation to love Nagato. With an already high initial favorability, knowing the other person had already fallen in love with her, and having shared joys and sorrows, it was only a matter of time before they mutually pursued each other. As for Yahiko, the influence of the deceased may exist, but it is far less intense than expected. The living must look forward. That is reality. Back to reality. Facing Nagato's overwhelming shame, Xiaonan pursued with a resentful tone. When you shouted that back then, I didn't even know how to face you, yet you acted like nothing happened, becoming a righteous man. Nagato, if I don't actively break this glass wall, do you plan to keep pretending to be clueless? Xiaonan was being so straightforward. If Nagato didn't respond head-on now, it would truly be losing his composure. So, he mustered his courage and said, because of Yahiko, he was my best friend, and also your lover, Xiaonan. You two even had a substantial, intimate relationship between lovers, so my heart is truly conflicted. On one hand, I feel sorry for Yahiko. On the other hand, I don't even know if my feelings for you are the right thing. Sure enough, it was because of Yahiko. Xiaonan murmured and asked sternly, Nagato, why do you think that Yahiko and I already had that kind of intimate relationship? Nagato gritted his teeth and said, that rainy day, you were bandaging Yahiko in the small cabin. I heard your interaction. Xiaonan calmly asked, did you hear the end? Nagato replied, no, I felt that it wasn't something I should listen to, so I walked away. Okay. Xiaonan nodded, staring unblinkingly at Nagato, and said, then I'll tell you, Nagato. Yahiko and I did not develop to the step you imagined. What? Nagato's eyes widened in shock, waiting for the next words in suffocation. Xiaonan lowered her gaze and said, that day I bandaged Yahiko's wound. I did confirm my feelings. But nothing happened as you thought. Nothing happened. Yes, because in this war-torn environment, once a child is born, the consequences are unimaginable. We should wait until Akatsuki truly brings peace to the ninja world before we can openly do the things that true lovers do. Yahiko said this back then. Xiaonan paused, her words complex. You also know what happened after that. Because of my mistake, I became a hostage that Hanzo and Danzo used to coerce Yahiko. The Akatsuki members were also wiped out by Obito, who was secretly making moves. Shock, emotion, ecstasy, an incredibly complex mix of emotions surged in Nagato's heart. He never imagined that Xiaonan would still be pure. This serves the setting of this work. The above explanation does not represent official settings. Nagato, we have relied on each other and walked to today step by step. Over this year, I have come to know you again and gradually develop feelings for you. I admire a different sex more than ever and sincerely hope that this life can continue. How should I put it? I might be shallower than you think, Nagato. I wonder if someone like me can serve you as your wife. Finally, it was said. Xiaonan nervously closed her eyes. Fool, why even say it? Nagato took the lead. With firm strokes, he wrote on every piece of paper that made up Xiaonan, leaving behind traces that belonged to Nagato. Time flies, the years pass. 12 years have swiftly passed, and the ninja world has entered a new era. Chapter 175, A New Beginning. Exclusive sponsorship by Wuji Sang. It was the 63rd year of Konoha, the timeline of the Book of War. 3 years later than the timeline of the Book of the Opponent. At 36 years old, it was the prime of life for a ninja. The fourth Hokage, Minato, who had been in office for 13 years, was now the father of 3 children. Both physically and mentally, he was in a true prime. It was rumored that his strength as Hokage was now infinitely close to that of the first Hokage, Hashirama, although it was uncertain whether there was any exaggeration involved. His long golden hair was tied into 3 braids, with a section hanging down his back and 2 strands at the sides resting on his shoulders. His appearance remained handsome and youthful. If one had to say what time had left on his face, it would be the unyielding aura cultivated from years of being in a position of power. On a sunny afternoon, Minato met in his office with Team 7, who had returned triumphantly from a C-rank mission in the Land of Waves, led by Jonin Kakashi Hitaki along with 3 genin, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. These 3 individuals were grouped together into a team, led by the most trusted disciple, Kakashi. Minato had his own motives. Naruto and Kid were both his children, and Sasuke was the youngest son of Fugaku, the Uchiha clan leader, who was currently on good terms with Konoha. However, this favoritism could not be publicly displayed. To avoid any gossip, the adaptable Minato proposed the formation of an ultra-elite squad in Konoha. This broke the traditional combinations of elites, stragglers, and jack-of-all-trades, selecting only elites. Coincidentally, the 3 were the top 3 geniuses in this year's Ninja Academy. Thus, the ultra-elite Team 7 was successfully established. Minato smiled warmly. Although Team 7 had just been formed, a C-rank mission shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Damn it, old man. What kind of C-rank mission is this that you assigned us? We almost got wiped out. Naruto shouted back in a loud voice. Cough, cough. Minato cleared his throat and said sternly, Naruto, didn't I tell you? Outside the house, you should call me Hokage-sama. Oomph. So annoying. Hokage, or whatever, that's just lame. Naruto muttered, turning his head away. Sasuke, who was listening to this father-son interaction, filled with brotherly love and family harmony, couldn't help but think, Hokage-sama is great in many ways, but he spoils his children too much. Look at how spoiled Naruto has become. If it were our Uchiha family education, he would definitely receive a stern reprimand from father. In contrast, Kid, also the child of the Hokage, appeared much more reserved. During their time at the Ninja Academy, Kid's ninja subject grades were basically on par with mine and Naruto's. However, my brother said that Kid had an aura he couldn't quite understand and advised me to pay more attention to him. I originally planned to observe this guy's abilities during the mission The Land of Waves, but unexpectedly, it turned into that kind of situation. Sasuke clenched his small fist, glancing at Kid. As Nagato's second body, aside from having pure black hair and normal black eyes, he was almost a smaller version of Nagato. Sasuke said, Hokage-sama, you should take a look at this mission report first. Minato opened the Land of Waves mission report. Everything seemed normal until a name that shouldn't have appeared made his expression turn serious. Zabuza Momochi. In recent years, this name echoed through the ninja world like his blade. The exploding blade missed. The reason Zabuza wielded the exploding blade, missed instead of the decapitating blade, had to do with the butterfly effect caused by Nagato's crossing over. The owner of the decapitating blade, Pakin Juzo, became a puppet collectible of the Red Sand Scorpion. Zabuza's fate was thus changed. As for how he obtained the exploding blade, missed, it traced back to 3 years ago when the first genius of the mist, Hozuki Mangetsu, died suddenly from illness. Mangetsu was a genius with ninja blades, and his scroll contained 3 ninja blades, the twin blades, Flounder, the exploding blade, Mist, and the dull blade, Keigai. Zabuza had long aspired to the title of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and after Mangetsu's death, he directly stole the scroll and defected from the Mist. After the incident, the Mist assassination unit pursued him, originally confident of victory. However, Zabuza had a powerful ally who could use ice release, leading to a fierce battle for the scrolls. In the end, the Mist assassination unit recovered the Flounder and Keigai, but the exploding blade, Mist, was taken by Zabuza Momochi. After that, Zabuza went silent for a long time. When he re-emerged, he was already familiar with the exploding blade and was hired as a core member of a criminal organization formed by the wealthy from the 5 great nations. He used the power of the exploding blade to cause a series of shocking explosions and bloodshed, while rising to be a wanted criminal in various countries. He also earned the terrifying title that made the 5 great ninja nations tremble, the Blood Mist Explosion Demon. Additionally, the masked female ninja who followed him, possessing a rare ice-release bloodline, was referred to as the Blood Mist Ice Princess. IC, the mission to protect Mr. Tazuna, the bridge expert of the Land of Waves, from the persecution of the wealthy merchant Kato, was originally just a C-rank task. If they encountered the Explosion Demon and the Ice Princess, it would inevitably leap to an A-rank, no, perhaps even an S-rank mission. Minato continued reading the mission report, furrowing his brows. It turned out that Team 7 faced a near-total annihilation crisis during their encounter with Zabuza and his partner. Kakashi was defeated one-on-one by Zabuza. Naruto and Sasuke teamed up but couldn't defeat the Ice Princess. Fortunately, the Ice Princess seemed to have underestimated them. At that time, she only wanted to stall the 2 children to buy time for Zabuza. When Sasuke awakened his Sharingan as Naruto was knocked down, he used Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, to create a feint, allowing Naruto to use the Rasengan to injure the Ice Princess. Zabuza, fearing the situation, chose to retreat with his companion, thus avoiding a complete annihilation crisis. As for Kid, he happened to be at the riverside fetching water, so he missed this battle. When it came to the confrontation with Zabuza, Kakashi still felt lingering fear. The attack power and range of the exploding blade, Mist, were terrifying. It was probably second only to the Great Blade, Samahata, among the 7 blades of the Mist, on par with the twin blades, Flounder. It was truly remarkable how Zabuza could combine such a fierce combat style with silent assassination techniques. Sensei, with all due respect, holding the exploding blade, Mist, Zabuza Momochi's strength is probably not inferior to that of the Mizukage. His companions were also quite strong, if they hadn't initially held back against Naruto and Sasuke. The two kids wouldn't have turned the tide. Minato asked. After that encounter, has the Zabuza duo appeared again? Kakashi replied. No. Until the construction of the bridge in the Land of Waves was completed, they haven't shown up again. To be honest, this is a bit unbelievable for me. Zabuza is known for his bloodthirsty battles. He probably wouldn't wait obediently until the enemy retreated to kill his target. There must have been some unexpected circumstances that made it unlikely for him to fight again. At this point, Kakashi's gaze meaningfully shifted to the silent Keed, then quickly returned to the topic, saying, well, this is just my one-sided judgment based on the information I gathered from one encounter. If Zabuza really comes back for a surprise attack, Mr. Tezuna's life might be in great danger. However, Konoha has already completed the commission and has no obligation to continue providing protection. Regardless, it's good that you were able to complete this mission safely. Kakashi, there are no further tasks assigned to you for now. Team 7 should take this opportunity to rest well and prepare for the upcoming Chunin exams. This year's Chunin exams held in Konoha will be an unprecedented grand event. Konoha, IWA, and Suna. Minato's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Additionally, after overthrowing the Rain country's regime in the past decade and establishing himself as the daimyo of Rain, he swept through and annexed the countries of Grass, Waterfall, Frost, and Field with a thunderous force, achieving a counter-surrounding against the three great nations along their borders. The current ninja world recognizes the 6th largest ninja village, the Hidden Rain Village, as it holds a joint event with the 4 major ninja villages. Chapter 176, Breaking the Mold. Exclusive sponsorship by Wu Ji-sang. After the mission report concluded, Kakashi went to visit his old friend at the Konoha Memorial Stone. The 3 young ones walked home together. But along the way, they felt numerous suspicious, wary, and even resentful gazes focused on Keed. 12 years had passed since the Ninetales incident, and thanks to Minato, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and other shadow-level experts' protection, the casualties in Konoha were far fewer than in the original story. However, that fear was deeply rooted in people's timid hearts. Paper cannot contain fire. Even though Minato and his wife declare that Keed and Naruto were twins to solidify Keed's legitimate status. They even managed to convince some high-ranking officials who were aware of part of the truth. But the people who are good at scheming still discovered the doubts about Keed through various clues. First, Naruto and Keed do not match the characteristics of twins with similar appearances. Then there is the issue of hair color. Naruto's spiky blonde hair is something everyone knows is undoubtedly the son of Minato. However, Keed has black hair, and with both parents having blonde and red hair, it is impossible for them to have a black-haired child. Moreover, Keed does not resemble either of his parents. As a result, there have long been rumors in the village that Keed is not the biological child of Minato and his wife. After all, this is someone else's family matter. And outsiders shouldn't meddle, but 3 years ago, the news that Keed is the embodiment of the evil Ninetales sealed away, and was personally sealed inside him by the 4th Hokage couple spread like wildfire, causing a panic among the people of Konoha. Various rumors intensified, even affecting Minato's credibility as Hokage to some extent. The 4th Hokage, unable to eliminate the Ninetales and prevent future disasters, had no choice but to seal it away. But he even kept the cursed child that contains the Ninetales by his side and raised him as his own son. It's hard to understand what he was thinking. Moreover, he has concealed this from us for so many years. If the news hadn't leaked, we would still be unaware that we were living under the same roof as the Ninetales. In this matter, the 4th Hokage was too autocratic. He shouldn't think that just because he has made outstanding contributions to the village's development and his position is secure, he can ignore the feelings of us citizens of Konoha. The malice that the people of Konoha once had towards Naruto has now shifted on to Keed, but due to his powerful guardian behind him, no rational adult would dare to speak carelessly. However, the little brats do not understand these social intricacies. Hearing the adults gossiping all day, their innate desire for destruction has long been stirring. Look, it's him, the wild child living in the 4th Hokage's home. He looks like a human, but is actually the embodiment of a monster. No way. I heard he is the top genius of this ninja school graduation class. Haha. Genius? He just relied on the Ninetales demonic arts to pass. I could do the same. So that's how it is. So disgusting. A parasite of a Ninetales. Can you just get out of the village? You're not welcome here. Keed remained unfazed, even wanting to laugh. Ever since his true self, Nagato, decided to save Minato and his wife, and took on Naruto's fate to become his brother. He had already considered these things and simply did not care about the thoughts of the commoners in Konoha. But he didn't care. Naruto was directly angered. Naruto glared. without saying a word, and threw the half-finished milk at the face of the child who was leading the provocation. Ouch! Naruto had been training in shuriken, throwing under Minato's guidance since he was 3, and although he was still a child now, his wrist strength surpassed that of adults. His throw knocked the leading child down. How can you hit people? Seeing this, the other 2 children rolled up their sleeves and were about to fight back. Bang! Bang! Without even looking, Naruto casually sent 2 shadow clones to subdue the other 2 children. Then he stepped forward, stepping on the big child's chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Hey, you little bastard, who are you calling a nine-tails parasite? Say it again, if you dare. Naruto, please calm down. The friends of these children in the crowd hurriedly came to mediate. What are you? You think you could just call the young master? But Naruto retaliated with a backhand slap, knocking the child who came to mediate to the ground. Whoa, what do you count as bullying me, a little kid? Kid is a wild child of unknown origin, the embodiment of a nine-tails. All of this is what the adults say. I don't believe it. You can ask them. The big child cried aggrievedly while being stepped on by Naruto. Naruto's eyes darkened, and his little fists clenched. Although he seemed to have developed the character of a spoiled rich kid, the elite education he received from a young age made him more mature than his peers. How could he not know where the root of the problem lies? Naruto and his shadow clones beat these children until they passed out. After the shadow clones dispersed, he spat on the face of the big child. He turned to face the crowd. Listen up, Kid is my brother. He is my most important family member. I can't stand it when others speak ill of my family behind their backs. If you have any opinions about him, just come at me. Don't gossip behind my back. And make sure to keep your children in check. Otherwise, if they fall into my hands, the consequences will be even worse. Ignoring the various gazes from the people, Naruto stuffed his hands into his pockets and left with Kid and Sasuke. Sasuke said, Naruto, although I also dislike what those people did, your response was a bit too harsh. It's enough to warrant arrest by our family's police force. Naruto laughed. Sasuke, you have an older brother, right? If you were wrong for no reason, your brother wouldn't just sit by and do nothing, would he? That's true. After thinking it over, Sasuke could empathize. He looked at Kid, who had a calm expression. Kid, I'm curious. Those people were looking for trouble for no reason. Don't you feel angry? Sasuke remembered that apart from routine sparring in ninja school, Kid never fought with anyone. In Kid, he vaguely saw the calmness of his older brother Itachi. But Kid is his peer, and he has always wanted to surpass him, so he especially wanted to know Kid's thoughts. Kid smiled slightly and said, Have you ever seen an adult get angry with a child? Naruto and Sasuke both paused, then burst into laughter simultaneously. Kid, I didn't expect you to be quite good at pretending to be profound. Sasuke gave him a playful look, patted his shoulder, and then the playful look in his eyes faded, replaced by a serious determination. At the fork in the road, Sasuke said, Kid, although I've never won against you in the ninja school matches, I'm determined to win in this upcoming CHNIN exam. If my opponent is you, you better be prepared to be defeated by me. Kid smiled. I will be. Let's both do our best, Sasuke. Sasuke snorted coldly, then turned and ran into the alley leading to the Uchiha compound with his backpack. By the way, the Uchiha compound is no longer on the outskirts of the village. I need to hurry home and tell my brother. I have already awakened the power of the Sharingan. As Sasuke ran joyfully, the single Tomo in his eyes sparkled. The Sharingan, huh? Looking at Sasuke's back, Kid murmured. The second body is already 12 years old, and I have awakened the wood release of the Senju body to the level of flowering trees. However, the Uchiha's ocular power, the Sharingan, shows no signs of awakening. This is inevitable. The awakening of the Sharingan requires emotions to dominate. Kid is too stable. He hasn't encountered anything that could stir his emotions, even during the mission in the Land of Waves. Witnessing Zabuza and Haku nearly wipe out Team 7, there are no signs of awakening. He could only step in to clean up afterward. Haku should have been safely escorted to the capital. And as for Zabuza, if he miraculously survives, that guy shouldn't miss the opportunity to recruit him. I'm back. Duo. Pushing open the familiar door with Naruto, the blonde little princess rushed from the other end of the entrance and threw herself into Kid's arms. Kid Oni-chan. Kataru, you little edamame. Kid happily spun around with the 6-year-old Bofong Kataru in his arms. Naruto shook his head with a bitter smile. Clearly, we're both brothers. But you really favor Erdwood too much. In front of Fong was a warm and harmonious family scene. Yet in the realm of consciousness synchronization, there was a brewing storm on the horizon. Nagato, be gentle. Nan will hear you. Chapter 177. Unconventional. Exclusive sponsorship by Wuji, Sand After the Storm. Xiaonan drifted at an altitude of 30,000 feet. The tremors from deep within her soul made her immersed in the afterglow, leaving Nagato to handle the aftermath for her. She had long since gotten used to such special treatment. At first, she couldn't bear to look at herself. She always felt that in front of Nagato, she was becoming more and more inappropriate, worried that he would dislike her. After all, she had always been the angel in the hearts of the Rain Village citizens, maintaining an image of a dignified lady in front of Nagato. However, under the collision and exchange of souls, her true self could not hide at all. But no matter how unworthy Xiaonan thought she looked, Nagato treated her with unwavering sincerity. Over time, Xiaonan completely let herself go, even eager to show Nagato her unknown side. She had always been able to ask anything of Nagato, even if it seemed excessive to outsiders. She could always accept it with a spirit of dedication like a Yamato woman. Every time she saw Nagato, full of exploration and thirst for knowledge like a child, tirelessly devoted to her, she felt deeply satisfied and inexplicably excited, losing herself in it and engaging in some role-playing. Take this time, for example. She said she was afraid Nanan would hear, but Nanan was out on a mission, preparing for the Chunin exam to prove herself. With no time to call them, Nanan had no idea she had become a part of her parents' play. After returning to her senses, Xiaonan lay on the bed, casually covered by a blanket, lazily looking at Nagato, who was wearing a kimono. She said playfully, dressed so formally, "Which man are you going to meet?" Late at night, Nagato tightened the black kimono's waist belt, smoothing out the wrinkles, looking elegant, completely devoid of the frightening appearance from earlier. He smiled slightly. "Do you remember what I said last time about the Fengxiao night waves?" Xiaonan's expression changed slightly. The one defeated by foam in the land of waves, the master of the exploding blade and flying spray? Didn't he escape heavily injured? Nagato replied. But the child who was taken in by Zabuza didn't escape. How had she bring him back? The three, captured by Nagato during the battle at Yamen Gorge, under Nagato's careful training, had now become capable individuals. Darui had become the captain of the Rain Village's Umbu. Samui had become the chief jounin of the Rain Village. As for Shi, with outstanding perception and illusion abilities, as well as stealth capabilities, he was given a special mission, to be Feng's shadow guard. She had mastered Nagato's holographic stealth technique, a unique technique created by Nagato that surpassed camouflage stealth, second only to the powerful stealth ninjutsu, dustless concealment, and rated S class. Outside of Nagato, she was the only one who mastered this technique. Under the holographic concealment, body shape, colors, chakra aura, and scent would disappear without a trace, able to deceive the Sharingan and the Inuzuka clan's sense of smell. Even Kakashi Hitaki could not see through it. The only downside of holographic concealment compared to dustless concealment is that it cannot escape the inside of Sage mode. Therefore, only Minato in Konoha knows of Shi's existence, but he has tacitly approved it. After all, he understands the feelings of being a parent. Xiaonan thought, is there something special about that girl named Haku that she brought back? Over the years, Nagato had indeed adopted a group of children with special abilities. Most of them were orphans from the war with tragic backgrounds. Among them, a child named Kimimaro left the deepest impression on Xiaonan. He was suffering from an incurable disease and had little time left to live. Yet because Nagato provided him a place to belong, he obeyed him completely and even willingly wanted to become Pain, to become part of Nagato. The two Pains of the human realm and the hungry ghost realm would eventually merge into the human realm. Pain would also retire someday. The angle Pain is good, but ultimately, it is not a talent that lasts long. The hungry ghost realm, animal realm, and hell realm, these are the lower three realms in the 6 paths of reincarnation, actually still have their true positions. If Kimimaro's illness truly cannot be cured, that bloodline limit allowing free manipulation of bones might not be a candidate for Pain. But Xiaonan understood. Kimimaro would most likely not become Pain. As for the candidates for the Hell Realm and Hungry Ghost Realm, Nagato already had his choices in mind. And regarding the gender of the Animal Realm, Nagato seemed to have a peculiar obsession, insisting that it must be a girl, which ruled Kimimaro out. Could it be that Haku brought back this time, known as the Ice Princess? She must be no less beautiful than Rin and possesses the rare ice-release bloodline limit. Looking at it this way, it seems quite possible. Wait, Nagato. I'm going too. Xiaonan got up and started getting dressed. Half an hour later, in the Rain Buddha Hall, Master, Mistress, the now grown-up she knelt and bowed to Nagato and Xiaonan under the statue of the Buddha. Nagato gently raised his hand. A gentle force helped him stand up. She said, I will return to the young master right away. As for the second core secret, she definitely did not know. He only knew that Foam was Nagato's son, the young master of the Land of Rain. Nagato smiled. No rush. Just in time for you to take a break. Return to the young master before the Chunin exam. Yes. Then I will take my leave. She vanished from the Buddha hall. Nagato's gaze turned to the petite figure bound by chains beside the Buddha's statue. He gently raised a finger. The chains broke. You are. The gaze behind the white mask looked at Nagato in surprise. You are that little genius's father? Nagato smiled. Hand behind his back. You figured it out? Haku self-deprecatingly smiled. I thought my strength was outstanding among my peers. I didn't expect there to be someone in the ninja world younger than me, with power that even I and Zabuza together couldn't match. Nagato replied frankly, it's not that exaggerated. You all underestimated him at first. Otherwise, the child wouldn't have been able to take advantage so easily. Haku's eyes fell. May I ask, is Zabuza still alive? Nagato asked. If he is dead, what will you do? Haku calmly and firmly said, Lord Zabuza gave me, who had nothing, a place to belong. If he is no longer in this world, I think I would choose to follow him. Nagato said, then you probably don't need to follow him, but you did indeed harm my people, and there will be a price to pay. Haku was very clever and understood the situation well. You say it. As long as it can save Lord Zabuza's life, I am willing to do anything. Nagato smiled with relief. Is that so? Knowing this, I can rest assured. Xiaonan's eyes moved slightly. This girl will become Nagato's animal realm. Nagato's face blossomed with a smile like a chrysanthemum. Haku, be my goddaughter. Chapter 178. Making an entrance. Leaving the Buddha hall. Nagato and Xiaonan strolled together on the stone steps of the bamboo forest. Haku followed closely behind them, not too far, not too near. Having taken off the mask, she released her long, shiny black hair with a beautiful face. The large eyes, like black gemstones, held a childlike innocence. Xiaonan still hadn't recovered from shock. Does this child really have a little thing down there? I always feel that it's not very real. Since he has acknowledged Nagato as his godfather, does that mean I am his godmother? Upon thinking of this, Conan calculated with her fingers and murmured, if we consider Zwajin and Eugene as one person, then Bai is just the 10th child. Yes, counting Bai, there are a total of 10 adopted sons and daughters that Nagato has taken in over the years. In chronological order, they are Hydrangea, Keirin, Kimamuro, Chg Day, Kidmaru, Jurbi, Zwajin, Sujetsu, and Bai. Hydrangea and Keirin are from single-parent families, while the others are orphans without parents. These adopted children are not just nominal. Nagato truly fulfills his duties as a father. In addition to providing them with survival and living security, he also spends time playing with them and guiding their training in ninja techniques. Given Nagato's current status and position, achieving this is extremely difficult. The leader of Amigay Cure is still Lord Pain. Nagato is no longer obscure. He has been crowned as the daimyo of Rain and is the ruler of the Land of Rain. Nowadays, there is a myth circulating in the Land of Rain. The heavenly god divided his will into two, transforming into the war god and the protector. Lord Pain is the embodiment of the war god, ending conflicts and bringing peace to the land. The daimyo of Rain is the embodiment of the protector, restoring order and bringing blessings to the people. From then on, Conan is not only the angel conveying the heavenly god's will on behalf of Lord Pain, but also the wife of the daimyo of Rain, the mistress of this rainy land. The daimyo of Rain has conferred Pain as the Grand Ninja Commander for the protection of the country. After that, Amigay Cure expanded its territory, sweeping eastward through the 4 countries of grass, waterfall, frost, and field. Unbeknownst to many, the land of birds and land of rivers to the southwest of the Land of Rain have already become vassals of Amigay Cure, having voluntarily surrendered. Since the Warring States period, the 2 countries have not formed a formal ninja village system, and after several rounds of ninja world wars, they have been precariously close to extinction. Rather than struggling to survive in the cracks, it is better to rely on a strong neighbor. After subjugating the land of birds and the land of rivers, all the land encircled by the 3 great nations of earth, wind, and fire has become Nagato's private territory. The territory under Nagato's control is shown in the following image. After the Land of Rain annexed the 6 countries, its land area is comparable to that of great nations. But for the sake of maintaining a low profile, it has not yet unified the name for this new territory. Otherwise, the 6th great nation and the 6th great ninja village would emerge, undoubtedly causing a massive upheaval in the entire ninja world. Nagato does not want to reveal his ambitions too early. So he has concealed the fact that the land of birds and the land of rivers have submitted and retained the original names of the 6 countries, as well as the ninja villages of the 4 countries of grass, waterfall, frost, and field. Ironically, while the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages are still trying every means to express loyalty to their respective daimyo in hopes of obtaining more construction funds, Nagato has already reversed the situation, grasping power and breaking the identity barriers of ninja workers, becoming the true capital class that controls both sides in the ninja world. As for the timing of revealing his hand, Nagato has a plan in mind. Uchiha Obito has gained a power stronger than before. The current Kirigakure is still under Obito's control, and the era of blood mist has not yet ended. Sooner or later, I will fall out with Obito, and by then, I will also have to clean up the mess left by the blood mist. Kurumi will not be able to become Izukage this time, as that does not align with the interests of AdamantineSealing, and personally, she is also one of the candidates I consider for Pain's successor. Therefore, I will focus on nurturing Bai from now on, and when the time is right in the future, I will push Bai to the Mizukage seat, effectively placing one of the 5 great ninja villages in my hands. By then, with a strong alliance of AdamantineSealing and Kirigakure plus Minato on our side, in a 3-on-3 scenario, I believe the stubborn old man Noki, the Raikage, and Rashi will have nothing to say, right? Bai does not know that the moment she acknowledged her godfather, she was already predetermined to be a candidate for Mizukage. What she thinks is, in this ninja world, there are no unearned favors. My father took me in, and he must want me to become his tool, just like Zabuza did. But it doesn't matter. I don't care whose tool I am, as long as in the end, Zabuza is safe and sound. It doesn't matter how I am. At the end of the bamboo forest, a beautiful Japanese-style courtyard by the water and mountains came into Bai's view. This courtyard is named Guardian Pavilion. In Chinese characters, Yu is a homophone for jade, and the meaning of jade in the Naruto world does not need explanation. The children adopted by Nagato all live in the Guardian Pavilion. In front of the Guardian Pavilion, a female ninja with blue hair and a stunning figure, just like Conan, suddenly appeared, kneeling before Nagato and Conan. Your Excellency, Daimyo, and Lady Mistress, Honglien welcomes your esteemed presence. Indeed, she is Honglien, who once pledged loyalty to the sound ninja village of Orochimaru and possesses the bloodline limit of crystal release. Now that Orochimaru and Nagato are like family, it is only natural that Honglien has joined Nagato's ranks. Although Honglien is a ninja of AdamantineSealing, she is nominally not under the control of Lord Pain. Her identity is a retainer of the Daimyo of Rain, equivalent to the 12 guardian ninja of the land of Fire's Konohagakure. Honglien is also the person in charge of the Guardian Pavilion. At ease, Nagato said, "Call the children out. I have something I want to announce to everyone." Honglien glanced at by behind Nagato and Conan, surprised. What a beautiful little princess. Is she the new daughter of the daimyo? She turned around and let out a long whistle. Whoosh! Figures swarmed. Soon, a group of teenagers gathered behind Honglien. Just as Honglien was about to say something, a white-haired boy stepped out from the crowd, carrying a big knife that was taller than himself. He approached Bai, grinning with his little tiger teeth, and said in a familiar manner, "Hello, I'm Zuki Suigetsu, the 9th son of father. Don't be fooled by my size. I'm the strongest among this group. You're way prettier than Day. You're my type. Would you be my girlfriend?" Day replied unhappily, "Suigetsu, stop bragging. I admit you're quite handsome, but the strongest person isn't you. It's Brother Kimimaro." Suigetsu laughed. "Brother Kimimaro won't live long. When he dies, I'll be the strongest." Kimimaro angrily said, "Hey, you're too disrespectful, old 9. Kimimaro smiled gently. "It's okay. Suigetsu is speaking the truth." Bai observed Suigetsu and noticed the big knife he was carrying. This is the beheading sword of Kirigakure. Zabuza mentioned before that he initially favored the beheading sword, but this sword has been missing along with its owner, Zuki Mangetsu, for more than a decade. I didn't expect to see it in AdamantineSealing. Suigetsu might be the descendant of that Zuki Mangetsu. I tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, "Hello, Brother Suigetsu. I'm really happy to receive your favor, but I'm afraid I can't respond to your request." Bai's shy expression made Suigetsu's heart race. It's okay. We can start as siblings." Bai blushed and said, "That might not work either, because I am aha, kill this guy." Suddenly, a roar of murderous intent came from the back of the crowd. It turns out, the curse seal on CHG was rapidly spreading. Not good. CHG's murderous intent has gone berserk. No way. In the presence of father and mother, there has never been a precedent for Brother CHG going berserk. Could it be Suigetsu's words just now triggered CHG. Aha, kill. CHG's arm transformed into a cursed seal flesh and lunged towards Suigetsu and Bai. Not good. Hong Lian immediately wanted a hand seal to stop it. No rush. Nagato stopped her with a glance, his eyes betraying a doting smile as he glanced toward the distant bamboo grove. There, a small figure with the thunderblade, Feng on her back, was rapidly approaching, her red twin tails fluttering, showing off her sharp little tiger teeth with a grin. Right upon returning, she encountered Brother Chong Wu's cursed seal going berserk. Perfect. Let Mom and Dad see Nan Nan's abilities. Whoosh, whoosh. While running, her small hands formed seals. Would release. Chapter 179. Vortex Nan. Would release. Great forest technique. Take this. Nan Nan extended her right hand, and 4 intertwining vines formed a tree that stretched forward, trapping the rampaging Chong Wu. Aya! Chong Wu roared, the cursed seal's flesh erupting wildly, trying to break free from the great forest restraints. Come here. Nan Nan's small face tightened, her left hand supporting her right arm as she turned her waist and hips, exerting force to throw. Vortex shoulder throw. Boom. After the trees wrapped around Chong Wu, they swung him around and slammed him to the ground. Nan Nan pulled out the thunderblade, Fong, and stabbed it into the ground, her small hands forming seals. Thunderblade technique, Thundergate. Crackle. Golden lightning was conducted through the ground to Chong Wu. Ugh. Amidst the wails, the cursed seal on Chong Wu began to dissipate, and after it completely faded, he fell into unconsciousness. Nagato thought to himself, truly worthy of being my precious daughter at such a young age. Her wood release has reached the level of Yamato. Her use of the Thunderblade, Fong, is also quite impressive, this time on the field trip. Sammy must have given her a lot of pointers, right? Bai curiously asked, who is this little sister? Shuei smiled and said, she is the apple of Father S.I., the little princess of the land of rain, Vortex Nan. Thanks to her, I didn't even have a chance to show off. In fact, Shuei was so scared that her liver trembled. Oh my. Chong Wu actually went berserk in front of father. Just thinking about it is frightening. Indeed, Jumaru's jokes shouldn't be taken lightly. If I said so, she is Father S.'s biological daughter, which means she is Feng's sister or younger sister. Shuei said, looking confused. Feng. Feng who? Takigakure has a little black girl named Feng, who is quite strong. You can't be talking about her, right? A little black girl named Feng from Takigakure? Clearly not the same person I'm talking about. I was instantly shocked, suddenly realizing that Feng's existence was not widely known in the land of rain. It makes sense, after all, he is Father S.'s biological son, born in the land of rain, yet a genin of Konoha, possessing strength that even I and Zabuza can't match together. There are too many intriguing things about this. I'll keep my mouth shut to avoid offending father and dragging Zabuza into it. Nan Nan pulled out the thunderblade, Fong from the ground, crossing it behind her back, and wiped the sweat off while facing away from everyone. Phew, finally subdued. Thankfully, I had the new techniques that teacher Sammy taught me. Otherwise, I would have embarrassed myself in front of Dad, Mom, Aunt Hong Lian, and all my brothers and sisters. Nan Nan is aware of her responsibilities as the little princess of the land of rain. I can only let everyone see my cool side. Adjusting her breathing, Nan Nan turned around. Seeing Dad approaching her with a smile, her little face instantly turned red, wanting to rush up and be lifted high. But then she thought about how Dad's many adopted sons and daughters were watching. Immediately, she straightened her little face, her hands placed in front of her chest. Dad is so slow. If it weren't for me acting, Shuei Yu and that unknown big sister might have gotten hurt. Sigh. I wonder if Brother Chong Wu got hurt earlier. After all, that move was so strong that even I was a bit scared. Nagato felt a rush of affection. Wanted to hug and lift Nan Nan immediately. They say that Sundara is faded from the environment. But how can my daughter be so cute? Speaking of which, where did this Sundara personality come from? Clearly not inherited from her mother. Forget it. Maybe it's a recessive gene. However, I am your father, in front of all my adopted sons and daughters. I can't show that I think you are very cute. So, Nagato also straightened his face, arms crossed in front of his chest. I thought you could subdue your brother Chongwu in one move, but it turns out you barely managed with the Thunderblade. Seriously, don't say your wood release was taught by me when you go out. Don't even mention that you can use wood release. Wait until you learn the birth of the trees, then it one team matter. I can't afford to lose face. Wah. Nan Nan's tense little face instantly turned tomato red. What? Stinky Dad. What is so great about it? Would release ISNT even my strong suit. If you hadn't insisted on teaching me, I wouldn't have learned it. ISN T-Mom S-Paper Butterfly Technique, much cooler. Stupid. I wouldn't use would release anymore. I'd rather jump off the Rain God Mountain than use it. Humph. In the bamboo grove, a sexy blonde big sister walked over. Samui. Her appearance immediately replaced the bickering between the father and daughter, becoming the focus in front of the Omamori Pavilion. After 12 years of nurturing, Nagato successfully raised Samui into a beautiful sight in the land of rain. Nan was sulking and very unhappy, turning around to complain, "Teacher Samui, you're so slow. You missed my Thunderblade technique just now." Samui leaned on her shoulder, lazily saying, "Is that so? After all, I walked a long way. My shoulder is sore." Ahem. Shaolin coughed twice, and Nagato immediately withdrew his gaze and walked forward. "Samui, thank you for your hard work." Samui put down her hand that was covering her shoulder and respectfully knelt on one knee. "Master, mistress." Behind her, Ajisai and Kei Rin respectfully bowed. Father, mother. Ajisai's biological mother, Madame Jilan, and Kei Rin's biological mother, Madame Kei Sha, had received much grace from Nagato even before giving birth, especially Madame Kei Sha, who had a life-saving bond and sibling affection when they learned that Nagato intended to adopt the two lonely children as his daughters. They directly knelt down in gratitude. Different from other adopted sons and daughters, Kei Rin and Ajisai were recognized as Nagato's daughters from birth, enjoying his fatherly love even earlier than Nagato's biological daughter, Nan. That bond was truly nurtured from infancy, accompanying them throughout their early childhood. In Ajisai and Kei Rin's eyes, Nagato was equivalent to their biological father. They were also very close friends with Nan. After becoming Genin, Nagato arranged for his direct disciple Samui to take on the role of Jonin, leading them to begin their training as ninjas. Nagato said seriously, "Now that all the children are here, I have two announcements to make. First, we have a new family member in our big family, Bai. You may not be familiar with each other, but that's okay. You will gradually get to know each other." Nagato smiled and patted Bai's head. The second matter, the Chunin exam will soon be held in Konoha. The 11 people present will be divided into 4 small teams, along with another special genin from our village, to head to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exam. Chapter 180, Scavenger. Nagato conducted the on-site grouping of the children. Vortex Nan, Kei Rin, Ajisai, Kagaya Shueyu, Bai Doyu, Kid Maru, Jerby, and Z Kentucky. After the grouping was completed, Nagato smiled and said, "No objections, right?" Shueyu raised her hand and said, "Dad, can you let me and sister Bai be in the same group and let Doyu go with Junmaru and Chongwu in another team?" "What did you say?" Doyu was immediately offended upon hearing this. "What is so great about it? Who wants to team up with a useless person like you? I'll participate alone." "That won't do. In the Chunin exam, a genin must compete in a team of 3. It's not just about individual strength, but also about teamwork. In short, you all need to cooperate well and not hold Bai back," Nagato said with a scheming smile. "What? Hold Bai back?" Shueyu and Duoyu both looked at Bai, who exuded an innocent aura, in surprise. Is this little sister really that strong? Strong enough for father to worry that we would hold her back? Shueyu thought, that can't be. Bai's my future wife. Although my dream is to be a lazy ninja, I don't want to be a freeloader. It's time to show her my strength and responsibility. Duoyu thought, I'm the strongest among all of Father's adopted daughters. Kagaya and Ajisai followed father the earliest, but their strength can't compare to mine. Father has said that he has high hopes for me. If Bai is really stronger than me, then I wouldn't be the most valued adopted daughter in father's eyes anymore. No way. No one can take my place in father's heart. I must prove that I am stronger than this new adopted daughter. If the team isn't harmonious, then set an example to stimulate the competitive spirit of the others. Nagato's words directly targeted the 2 problematic children, Shueyu and Duoyu. Nagato exchanged glances with Kimimaro, who was quietly standing beside Shugo. 10 minutes later, in the tatami room at the southeast corner of the Omamori Pavilion, Kimimaro sat upright and said, Father, you didn't assign me and Shugo to team up on the spot, which must have a special meaning. Nagato smiled slightly and poured a cup of tea for Kimimaro. Let's not talk about that for now. How has your health been lately? Kimimaro opened his clothing at the chest, revealing the cursed seal. Through the special enzyme extracted from Shugo's body by Orochimaru-sensei, the cursed seal has effectively delayed my condition. However, this delay is ultimately limited, and the time I can spend with you, Father, is probably not long. It's a pity that I haven't been able to repay your kindness until now. Nagato said, There is no need to talk about kindness. I adopted you not so you could serve me. This is the truth. Nagato himself is an orphan and has never experienced parental love. But he is not the kind of person whose lack of family affection leads to darkness and an unhealthy personality. On the contrary, this experience has made him a responsible and caring person. In the three-dimensional world, others' words are light and powerless to change things. But after crossing into the world of Naruto, he has gained a certain level of strength and authority, so he wants to follow his inner goodness and do what he can for those helpless orphans. Of course, he is not a great benevolent person who saves everyone. There are too many orphans in this world, and he doesn't have the energy and heart to redeem them all. Those he adopts as sons and daughters are all key care objects. Nagato said, I actually have an idea on how to cure your illness. Your adoptive mother's Higanbana Night Curse seal, since she learned it, has been immune to all diseases and hasn't even caught a common cold. This level of immunity is something I don't possess. Nagato took a sip of tea and said, this peculiar phenomenon has also attracted Orochimaru's attention. For this reason, he even transformed himself into a female body, practicing through self-harm, and successfully mastered that technique. Unfortunately, it seems that practicing in a gender swap form has led to some kind of rejection. As a result, he can only be considered to have mastered half of the Night Curse seal. Then he injected himself with hundreds of viruses, and without exception, he was immune to all of them. Just mastering half of the Night Curse seal has such miraculous effects. It is evident that the Night Curse seal can fully activate the deactivated mechanisms of the human immune system, greatly enhancing the body's immunity, far surpassing the cursed seal extracted from Shugo's enzyme. Kimamaro's eyes sparkled. Could it be that as long as I also transform into a female body and practice to master half of the Night Curse seal, there is a possibility my illness could be cured? Nagato said, the reasoning is correct, but the cultivation cycle of the Night Curse seal takes a year, and the process can be described as inhumane torture. Given your current physical condition, you might not even survive to finish it. Kimamaro said, then what should I do? Nagato said, Shugo's curse seal can be implanted, and theoretically, the Night Curse seal can also be, but it requires mastering the complete Night Curse seal, which only your adoptive mother has achieved. However, even if she fully masters it, her Night Curse seal technique is only a ninja art version. To truly perfect this art, it needs to be combined with sage arts, allowing your adoptive mother to use the curse seal method to grant you the Night Curse seal and help you rid yourself of illness. Your adoptive mother has been preparing to step into the sacred land of sage arts since a year ago, planning to go to the sacred land to seek wisdom right after this Chunin exam ends. If everything goes smoothly, then your illness could be cured for good. Is what you said really true, father? Shugo sat up from the tatami. You're awake. Sorry, Nanan was a bit rough. Shugo said with guilt. I should have been able to control my killing intent better. Nagato said meaningfully. I understand how you feel, Shugo. You will have an opportunity soon to unleash your killing intent. How so? Kimamaro and Shugo both looked up in unison. After finishing the tea and putting down the cup, Nagato's gaze became deep and contemplative. Currently, there is a force in the shadows of the ninja world that is subtly beyond his control. Although it's very secretive, through some clues, he can still catch a glimpse of it. He hasn't fully investigated the specifics yet, but it should be related to the butterfly effect caused by his crossing. Nagato has a strong premonition that this Chunin exam will not be peaceful. If the other party makes a big deal about it, it would be easier to handle. Along with Minato, the Tsuchikage and the Kazekage wouldn't sit idly by. What he fears is that the other party will exploit the Chunin exam's format, just like Orochimaru did back in the day, and even go too far. Therefore, for Nan, as a ninja, to have a wonderful experience in her first Chunin exam, and for the smooth progress of the second Body Fang's growth plan, Nagato must take precautions. The goal of the three of you participating in this Chunin exam is not to become Chunin, but to act as cleaners to eliminate any potential threats to the exam. 3 people? That's right, along with your team leader. A silhouette with long hair appeared at the door. Come in. Wow. The door opened, and Kimamaro and Shugo both widened their eyes in shock. Walking through the door was a handsome young boy in a white robe, and when they saw his face clearly, both Kimamaro and Shugo were stunned. It's Orochimaru. Sensei? Is it really you? The young Orochimaru smiled without speaking and sat beside Nagato. Shugo said, Are you planning to use transformation jutsu to turn into your younger self to participate in the Chunin exam? Nagato said, You're thinking too much. The Chunin exam held by Konoha has very strict criteria for participants. 10 days before the exam, each ninja village must submit the list of participating genin and their relevant resumes, and once submitted, it cannot be changed. before entering the exam venue. There's also a verification step. Disguising oneself with a mask or using transformation jutsu to conceal one's identity is not allowed. If discovered, the participant will be disqualified on the spot, along with their teammates. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely and said, "For this, I specifically cloned my younger self and then used forbidden techniques to transfer my entire soul into this new body. The cost is that I cannot return to my original body for 3 years," Jumaru asked. "You were born in Konoha? So there must be quite a few who have seen your youthful appearance. Showing up like this is equivalent to admitting it, isn't it?" "Hee," Orochimaru replied. "You don't need to worry about that. The contestant profile that Nagato submitted to Konoha has packaged me this way. I am named Hibikue, the son of the Sannin Orochimaru, a regular Genin born and raised in the Rain Village. To Konoha, Orochimaru is a deeply sinful person, but the will of fire that Konoha upholds will not blame the children of sinners. If everyone were to imitate that," Showu almost spoke but swallowed his words, as he could not think of anyone in the ninja world besides Orochimaru who could pull off such absurd maneuvers. Showu curiously asked, after changing into this body, "How is your strength?" Orochimaru slowly raised his vertical eyes. "Do you want to try, Showu-kun?" Hiss. The terrifying killing intent that rushed at him nearly pierced Showu, making him tremble uncontrollably. So terrifying. "My killing intent is nothing compared to this man." Orochimaru, no, Hibikue retracted his killing intent and said softly, "Jimaru-kun, Showu-kun, if it weren't for Nagato's interest in you, I think you and the children of the Omaru Pavilion would have become my precious experimental subjects. Well, this way of interacting at this moment isn't bad either. Please take care of me during our trip to Konoha." Nagato thought to himself, before departing for Konoha, there's still one matter to arrange. At the waterfall of the moonlit Taki, an old man with white hair knelt before a masked girl. The old man, named Shimokuyu, was once the spirited lord of the Taki village, but in front of the seemingly harmless masked girl, he did not even dare to breathe. "Lady Yurin, I have brought Ki to see you." The masked girl is Pylon, one of the 6 terrifying powerhouses who ruthlessly defeated the Taki village 6 years ago. And Yurin is the name she publicly claims. Trembling, Shimokuyu stood behind a girl with dark skin, blue-green short hair, and an elf-like demeanor. Her name is also Ki. Remembering when they conquered Taki, she was only 6 years old, but was already the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. In the original work, Ki remained a genin until she was captured by Haiden and Kakuzu. Even though she was exceptionally strong, she was kept hidden in Taki and had never seen the outside world, let alone participated in the Chunin exams. This was determined by the uniqueness of Taki. Surrounded by waterfalls as a natural barrier, its unique geographical position had prevented it from being invaded by other ninja villages since the Warring States period. Furthermore, as a small ninja village, Taki had the deterrent power of tailed beasts. The higher-ups of Taki naturally would not easily expose Jinchuriki to dangerous environments. Ki had hardly ever left Taki since she could remember. "Sister Yurin, can you let Grandpa Shimoku get up first? He's old and has arthritis, please," Ki said playfully with her hands together. Pylon glanced at Shimokuyu. "Then you can get up." Thank you, Lady Yurin." Shimokuyu supported himself on his cane and stood up shakily. Pylon was one of the invaders from back then, but did not indiscriminately kill innocents. The Rain Village behind her had not only never interfered with Taki's internal affairs over the years, but had also allocated a significant amount of funding to assist in Taki's development. Both Taki's ninjas and civilians seemed to have become beneficiaries. The ideology of divine right that the Rain Village upheld had, over the years, gradually spread to Taki and other countries through cultural exchanges. The Lord of Rain, Lord Pain, and the Daime of the Rain were believed to be sent by heaven to save the common people of small countries from fire and water. People gradually came to believe this without a doubt. The village's experience of turning misfortune into blessings, along with Ki's naturally cheerful and generous personality, allowed her to gradually become friends with Pylon, who frequently came to inspect Taki, and they developed a relationship where they soaked in hot springs together. A year ago, on her birthday, when Ki expressed a desire to see the outside world, Pylon took her to visit the Rain Village, where she unexpectedly got into a fight with Mizuki. "Ki, did you sign up for this Chunin exam?" "Chunin exam? Is it starting again?" Ki said with a confused expression. It seemed that Shimokuyu had not told Ki about this at all, and because Ki was a Jinchuriki, her peers kept their distance. So no one was willing to be friends with her. Pylon said with her hands behind her back, "Yes, it's starting. It will be held in Konoha in 10 days. Do you want to participate?" I want to." Keed suddenly became excited, but then her expression dimmed. But if I participate in the Chunin exam, it will trouble everyone in the village. Pylon asked, what trouble could it be? Because I am. Keed clenched her small hands. The village's weapon cannot leave easily. Pylon smiled and interrupted her. There's no need to worry about that. If you want to go, just go. I have the final say. Shimokuyu suddenly felt embarrassed. This probably really won't do, Lady Yurin. The list of candidates from Taki for the Chunin exam is almost about to be sent to Konoha. Pylon casually said, it's okay. I have a few internal slots in hand, but it has to go through our Rain Village's channels. So during the Chunin exam, let Keed temporarily join our Rain Village. Just like that, without waiting for Shimokuyu to respond, the Yada no Kagami had already taken Pylon and Keed into the sky. I will join the Rain Village. Will this be too troublesome? Not troublesome, just a change of forehead protector. Sister Yurin, I'm actually not that concerned about becoming a Chunin, but I really want to see the outside world and, if possible, make 1 or 2 friends. Your wish will come true. I'm so nervous. I'm so excited. Sister Yurin, Konoha is a big ninja village, right? Won't they think we people from small villages are bumpkins? The Chunin exam speaks for itself with strength. You'll teach them a lesson then. It can be like that. Then it's easy. By the way, the Chunin exam has to be in teams of 3. What should I do if I don't have teammates? It's okay. There will be a way when you get there. It's very easy to find 2 teammates for Keed from the Rain Village. But Nagato didn't plan to do that. We'll see how Minato arranges it. He's a very adaptable man. On a deserted island adjacent to the water country, a blood-soaked man, after a series of drifting with the tide, finally escaped death and successfully reached the shore. After bandaging his wounds, he leaned against the rocky shore in a disheveled state, reminiscing about his experiences in the land of waves. A rare feeling of palpitations washed over him, causing even someone who had licked blood with a knife for years to feel a sense of shock. Who would have thought that such an unknown little brat would suddenly unleash that terrifying would-release ninjutsu? Who on earth is he? How could someone of that caliber possibly be a genin? Whoosh! The sea tide rose and fell. Among them, there seemed to be a rhythmic sound of footsteps. No, it wasn't T footsteps. The clattering sound resembled a cane striking the ground. The man keenly sensed that the sea breeze was bringing some bad things over. He stood with 2 fingers erect. Thick fog quickly enveloped him as he gripped the hilt of his giant blade beside him, fully on guard. A man wrapped in a red cloud cloak, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, approached amidst the roaring waves. Deep words came from beneath his ogre-like mask. I'm very pleased to see you, the blood mist's explosive demon. The master of explosive blade, Momochi Zabuza. Zabuza stood with his sword, coldly demanding, who are you? The man stood firm, and cold words came from beneath the mask. Swing your explosive blade, Feimal, with all your might to attack me. If you lose, you will submit to me. How ridiculous. What an utterly nonsensical guy. If I don't cut now, if I don't attack. Chapter 182, A Unique Blossom. Without further ado, Zabuza violently unleashed the massive explosive scroll attached to the explosive blade, Feimal. Whoosh! The scroll rolled out, encircling the entire standing area of the mysterious man. The dark pupils under the mysterious man's mask stared coldly at the encircling explosive scroll. Yet he stood still without any movement. Explosive blade technique, destruction of heavy death. Boom! Zabuza shouted explosively, and the unfurling scroll triggered a tremendous explosion. No need for any tactics. Just mindlessly unrolling the scroll to form an encirclement comparable to a map bomb's explosion is enough to turn the enemy to dust. The explosive blade, Feimal, truly is a terrifying weapon. Crack! Zabuza retracted the explosive scroll, standing with his blade outside the line of fire, coldly watching the raging flames above the bandages wrapped around his mouth and nose. He murmured, I took you down, right? You rushed over with all that bravado, and this is all you've got? From the core of the explosion came a chilling voice. What? Zabuza's pupils contracted sharply. He saw a giant tree blocking the flames. Crack! The giant tree rotated and moved, pushing the flames aside, revealing a man in a red cloud cloak, completely unscathed before Zabuza. Again, would release. Hey, what kind of international joke is this? The legendary bloodline limit of the first Hokage has become standard equipment now. That little brat from Konoha could use it. I suspect he's an experimental subject to the first Hokage's cells. But what is this guy? Obito muttered. I wanted to test the current protective wood, intentionally not entering the penetration, but it ended up disappointing me. Protective wood. developed by Obito to counter Nagato's surest sniper, is a would-release absolute defense ninjutsu. When in danger, it automatically activates to protect the user, and its sturdiness depends on the user's will, akin to Gaara's absolute defense with sand. Boom! A sudden whirlwind of chakra blew away the entire area of flames created by the explosion. Cold sweat streamed down Zabuza's face. This chakra is not good. Very not good. Thud! Obito leaned slightly forward, tapping his dragon-headed staff on the ground, and shot forward explosively. Would release. Body flicker. Boom! He charged aggressively, swinging the dragon-headed staff with immense force. Crack! Zabuza's head was directly crushed by the powerful strike. Then his entire body turned into water and dispersed. Oh! Obito's long braids swayed in the wind, and the pupils under the mask shifted in color. Did he use a water clone at the moment of the attack and defense transition? The thick fog quickly spread, obscuring the vision. Then he swiftly used the mist concealment technique to hide himself. Obito finally showed a hint of appreciation. You indeed have a greater combat awareness than the previous master of the explosive blade, Fengas. Swish! In the mist, Zabuza silently approached Obito from behind. It was his signature silent killing technique. His eyes glinted with murderous intent, gripping the explosive blade, Fengas, to strike horizontally. The attack method of the explosive blade, Fengas, is not limited to unfurling the explosive scroll. Direct strikes to the target cause even more powerful and intense explosions. However, the explosion also generates violent shockwaves, and if the wrist strength is insufficient, it's minor if the ninja blade flies out, but there's a greater risk of being caught up in the explosion and dying. Therefore, to truly unleash the explosive blade, Fengas' real power, only divine strength can control it. Gurgle, gurgle. Water flowed around Zabuza's arms. This is a technique that surpasses the strength of the Great Water Arm. Water Release Body Technique. Great Strength Waterman. It's over. Obito reflected. Combining the silent killing technique and explosive blade technique, under my current perception abilities, it's truly ineffective. Using protective wood for defense seems a bit devalued. Zing! The wrist hidden in his left sleeve revealed a summoning technique, and in the next moment, the Uchiha flame fan appeared in his hand. Obito swung the fan to block behind him. Clang! The clash of blade and fan produced a metallic ringing. What kind of joke is this? He actually blocked my full swing of the Great Strength Waterman with a fan held in one hand. And why was there no explosion? Zabuza suddenly doubted his ninja life. Ridiculous, under the perfectly legitimate wood release. Diamond Force, your strength is like that of an infant. It's over. Uchiha rebound. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying explosion of flames erupted from the fan, sending Zabuza flying. The explosive blade flew out, spinning rapidly in the air before landing with a clang. Zabuza knelt on the ground, his arms already bleeding profusely, and he sighed, my power and his are simply not on the same dimension. Obito put away the fan staff and moved forward, pulling out the explosive blade. Fengas, and throwing in front of Zabuza. You lost, so you must submit to me. Zabuza fixed his gaze on the blood-red pupil revealed by the man's right eye in the mask. That eye, if I'm not mistaken, is a Sharingan, right? With both the wood release of the Senju and the Uchiha Sharingan. Who exactly are you? Obito said solemnly. I am the son of the first Hokage. The ghost of the Senju, Kage. Zabuza was shocked. The son of the first Hokage is actually still alive in this world, and has even gotten involved with the power of the Uchiha. What is your ultimate goal? Obito declared resolutely. To overthrow the decaying order established by our forefathers and let the light of dawn illuminate the ninja world. He released the dragon-headed staff, raised his right hand adorned with the zero ring, and took out the southern dipper ring. Zabuza Momochi, from this moment on, you are the southern dipper of Akatsuki. Living under someone else's roof is what I detest the most. Being compelled by force is something I find disgraceful. At this moment, Zabuza even thought of ending his life. But when the pure face of that boy flashed through his mind, he abandoned the thought of taking his own life, although extremely reluctant to admit it. Zabuza suddenly became aware. The child he once regarded as a tool has become an inseparable part of his life. He had a premonition that if White was still alive in this world, then he too must live, living with the hope of seeing White again. The fate of a person is indeed unpredictable, just like this vast sea. With no other choice, Zabuza put on the southern dipper ring and sighed in despair. Who says it isn't so? Obito looked up at the undulating sea, his gaze equally uncertain. Nagato's words of can't let go had caused him to toil for years, almost running until his legs were broken. Kakata, Scorpion, Orochimaru had all been recruited by the Rain Village, while Nagato and Konan remained uninvolved. The shadow level standard, with a 10-man structure, was stuck tight. Including Zabuza and Obito themselves, they finally gathered enough for 7 seats. He was truly going crazy. He even dragged down the high monk of the Fire Temple and the Earth Land that guarded the 12 ninja, making Nagato exclaim it was absurd. Who knows what methods he used and what he went through. With 3 seats left, Obito was truly confused. Could it be that he really had to target the current shadows? Suddenly, Obito's eyes trembled. He suddenly had a feeling of waiting for the clouds to part and the moon to shine through. The CHNIN exams set to be held in Konoha, with Konoha, Suna, and IWA joining forces. At that time, Tsuchika Jinoki and Kazekage Raza would both come to Konoha. Tsuchika Jinoki was, after all, somewhat unrealistic. But upon careful consideration, Fenging Luosha seems to be worth a try. Let's calculate the time. He should be on his way by now, right? Chapter 183 Exam Day. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Chunin exam has arrived. This year's Chunin exam is unprecedented, gathering 390 genin selected from the 3 great ninja villages and surrounding small country ninja villages, forming 130 teams of 3. To ensure order, all participating genin will undergo identity verification outside the first exam venue and will enter the exam venue together after passing. Next team, the staff shouted. A little guy stepped forward. Are you by yourself? The other 2 went to the restroom and haven't come back yet. The staff glanced at his Awagakure forehead protector and frowned. Only a complete team of 3 can enter the contestant hall. Didn't your supervising Jonin inform you? State your name. Let me see who you are. No, that's not necessary. I'm going to the restroom to find them. After saying this, the little guy ran away. The little guy ran into the temporary restroom set up in the open space outside, biting his thumb and muttering to himself. What should I do? I secretly snuck into the participating team, but my name isn't even on the list. I really don't know what that old man was thinking. He clearly said I could participate, but changed his mind at the last minute. Whoosh! The sound of flushing. Phone walked out of the restroom stall, looking at the little guy who was anxiously stomping his feet in front of the sink. He said, "Classmate, this is the men's restroom." "Ah, sorry." The little guy immediately became flustered and blushed as he ran out. "Wait." Phone called out to him, intriguingly saying, "You're a boy. Why are you panicking?" The little guy pretended to be calm, saying, "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Phone smiled deeply. "You're wearing the Awagakure forehead protector, and if it's not fake, then the grandpa you mentioned must be the Tsuchika Jinoki, right? Who are you?" The little guy was startled, and suddenly his eyes became sharp and filled with hostility, his little hands ready to form seals. "Damn it, that pretentious little punk from Sunagakure. If he falls into my hands, I'll make him pay." A contestant walked in cursing. Whoosh! Phone moved swiftly, pulling the little guy into the restroom stall and covering his mouth. The little guy began to struggle in fright. Phone said softly, "Don't move. You wouldn't want to cause a commotion in a place like this, right?" Whoosh! Someone outside already started urinating. The little guy was alarmed. What? How is this guy? Such agile movements, an imposing presence. Is he really a genin? Even my older brother Akatsuchi, who has become a jonin, would be no match for him, right? At this moment, Phone leaned closer and said, "You want to participate in the Chunin exam, right? I actually have a way." The little guy's eyes lit up, stopping the struggle. The sound of urination outside stopped, followed by the sound of a zipper and footsteps walking away. Phone released the little guy's mouth. "Who asked? Do you really have a way?" Phone said, "Yes. However, you have to show your true self first, or I can't help you." The little guy thought, should I trust him? Once I transform back in front of him, there would be no turning back. If he exposes me, it would be a small matter to lose my qualification to participate, but it would definitely embarrass Grandpa. But in this situation, I'm afraid I have no other choice. Not to mention, he does have a bit of a handsome face. He looks quite reliable. All right, I'll trust him this once. Worst case scenario, I'll just get scolded by Grandpa. Bang! She raised her hand and formed seals, dispelling the transformation technique. A red cheongsam wrapped around her delicate and charming figure, with fluffy black short hair framing her fair and round face. On her little face, a faint blush appeared. Her legs, as slender and white as lotus roots, stood on either side of the toilet, her gaze meeting Feng's. I have satisfied your unreasonable request. You have to keep your word." Phone, as expected, it's a leg shadow. In fact, Phone didn't see through Kuratsuchi's transformation technique. He just heard her muttering to herself outside and guessed, so he tested her with words. Fong smiled. Of course, I would never lie to a child. The encounter between Fong and Kuratsuchi in the restroom. The synchronized consciousness of Nagato immediately learned of this and informed Minato, who was traveling with him at the moment. Suchiki's granddaughter sneaked in. Are you sure, Nagato? That's right. My daughter's supervising Jonin teacher saw that child during his travels and recognized her at a glance. Understood. This really solves a pressing issue, but I feel a bit sorry for that old man on the scales. Minato smiled faintly. Outside the ninja school, on a lonely swing, a girl with pink hair was swinging dejectedly. Haruno Sakura. Because of Fong, her spot in Team 7 was taken, but of course. She didn't know that. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, the combination inherited from the Inuzuka, was Team 10. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba formed Team 8, maximizing their reconnaissance abilities. Niji, Lee, and Tintin made up the Special Physical Enhancement class, Team 3. Sakura, at graduation, formed Team 11 with two unfamiliar classmates from other classes, led by the veterinarian of the medical team, Inuzuka Hana. Originally, Sakura could participate in the Chunin exam with a new team, but unfortunately, just before the exam, during Team 11's first mission, those two teammates perished. Sakura was sad for a while, but did not fall into despair. After all, she had been unfamiliar with them before forming Team 11, and they had spent very little time together. After being sad, Sakura began to think about her path. Everyone else in the same period was allowed to participate in the Chunin exam, but I lost at the starting line because I lost my teammates. No, I can't just stand still. Please, Hana-sensei, I want to work hard for the portion I lost with my teammates too. Please, talk to Lord Hokage for me. Ask him to let me participate in this Chunin exam. Inuzuka Hana sympathized with Sakura's situation, so she submitted an application and explained the circumstances to Minato, hoping he would consider Sakura's special situation and allow her to participate in the Chunin exam as an exception. Minato did not agree at the time, nor did he refuse, only saying that he would arrange it on a case-by-case basis and ask Sakura to wait for news. As expected, is there no hope? It seems too demanding. How could Lord Hokage make an exception for a mere genin like me? Sakura looked at the shadow beneath her feet, smiled dejectedly, and a face of a handsome, gentle boy flashed through her mind. This way, when will I be able to get Fonkoin to notice me? Chapter 184 Family, Who Understands? Sakura has developed feelings for Fong. To be fair, there are many quality boys in this year's ninja school. Besides Fong, there are also the two geniuses, Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto is excellent, but the weight of his parents' legacy is too heavy, and he has developed an arrogant personality of a second-generation heir, which Sakura finds somewhat unappealing. After all, she is not that kind of superficial girl. Sasuke is also excellent, and in terms of looks, he can compete with Fong. Although his background is slightly inferior to Naruto's, he is still of a prestigious family. If Fong hadn't appeared, I would probably have liked Sasuke. Sakura often thinks this. Everything is about comparison. Compared to Fong, Sasuke always has a hint of childishness that detracts from his appeal, while Fong possesses a maturity and restraint beyond his peers, which is truly devastating for girls of this age. There are not only Sakura who likes Fong in the class. Even though Keed has some bad reputations due to her background, Sakura doesn't care at all. Instead, she feels that this tragic halo deeply resonates with her. What Sasuke and Naruto lack is probably this sense of tragedy. Born with a silver spoon, they have already won at the starting line from birth, and their future lives will likely go smoothly. A life sheltered by parents cannot reflect the role of a wife. The book says that behind every successful man, there's a virtuous wife. I have the confidence and awareness to face life's adversities with Keed, even if it means being abandoned by everyone. I don't know if Keed has the so-called nine-tails fox seal within her, but if she does, I wouldn't mind if she transferred that fox to me. If such a method exists, I am willing to bear everything for Keed. Unfortunately, Keed doesn't know my feelings. Sakura looked at the heart-shaped shadow under the swing set, feeling despondent. If I could become a Chunin, Keed would surely notice me. But heaven has played a cruel joke on me, making even the prospect of signing up for the Chunin exam a luxury. Haruno Sakura, there you are, making it easy for me to find you. A gentle, bubbly voice interrupted Sakura's thoughts. The swing came to a halt, and she lifted her face, revealing an incredulous expression. Why, you fourth Hokage? How did you come here? Minato smiled and said, your Jonin instructor, Hanazuki Hana, submitted a recommendation form for the Chunin exam. I'll ask you again. Do you still wish to participate? Yes, of course I do. Sakura exclaimed with joy. See, can I go to the contestant hall now? Minato replied, yes, but before that, I need to take you to meet your teammates. As he spoke, Minato touched Sakura's broad forehead, and with a whoosh, They appeared in a small alley outside the exam venue. In front of Sakura were two girls she had never met before, wearing forehead protectors she had never seen. Aren't they from Konoha? Minato explained, you all signed up for this Chunin exam as individuals, which actually goes against the spirit of the exam. To test the teamwork. The Chunin exam has always been conducted in three-person teams. There will be no exceptions for anyone. Minato then changed the subject. However, there has never been a hard rule that the three-person teams for the Chunin exam must come from the same ninja village, so I'm not violating any regulations. In short, forming this temporary team is the best effort I can make as Hokage within the rules. This temporary team has not gone through any formal training together, so you'll need to quickly adapt to each other's personalities and familiarize yourselves with each other's combat styles, which is a significant challenge even for actual Chunins. Tell me, do you, as Genins, have confidence? The key from Takigakure, to distinguish her from Nagato's second body, we will call her Takikid. Takikid thought, Sister Yuri, you really put in a lot of effort. Don't worry, I will cherish this hard-won opportunity. I will become a responsible Chunin. Kuratsuchi thought, that handsome guy didn't lie to me. Even the Hokage from Konoha showed up personally. I forgot to ask him his name, but I'll get to see him again soon, right? Grandpa will only show up with the other Kages at the finals of the Chunin exam. I wonder if he will be shocked to see me in the finals. Sakura thought, so that is how it is. The fourth Hokage gave these two girls from outside villages a chance for my sake. I will use the skills I learned at the ninja school and the practical experience guided by instructor Hanazuki to lead them to the finals. Because I have a reason I cannot afford to lose. We have confidence. The three girls said in unison. Very good. I will keep an eye on your performance through live footage. Minato left with a satisfied smile and disappeared into the alley. Is this satisfactory for you, Nagato? You really like to give me difficult problems by changing the identity of Takigakure's little key. Minato smiled helplessly, reaching out to Nagato's shoulder. Nagato subtly brushed away the covering seal and countered. Why does it feel like you're trying to help me? I heard your precious son Naruto even considered giving up his chance to participate in the Chunin exam so that the girl named Haruno Sakura could take his place. Who told you that? It can't be your precious son, right? You should clarify whose precious son it is. I certainly treat Keed as my own precious son. But over the years, Keed has never called me dad. He has called Kushinamon. Is it really true that Milk is mother? I wonder if I've failed as a father. Nagato looked at Minato's sideways profile, surprised. Senior brother, are you jealous? The exam venue for the first exam was filling up with candidates one after another. The number of contestants this year was several times greater than in previous years. So the classroom for the written exam in the first venue was also expanded several times. It was a sea of people, and with the seating all mixed up, the chances of familiar faces meeting were very slim. Just then, as Keed sat in the third-to-last row, he looked around but couldn't even spot a supporting character. Just as he was about to look away, two familiar red ponytails entered his view. The girl wore a black robe from Amigakure, and her pale face showed a very aloof expression. She stopped at the seat to Keed's left, and with a swish of her robe, she sat down in a very cool pose, ignoring everyone else. Although it was to his left, there was actually a narrow aisle in between. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Keed's mouth. That was a smile that all the familiar people from Konoha had never seen before. Family who understands. My homemade little cotton-padded jacket and I are participating in the Chunin exam together, and we even sit next to each other. Chapter 185, A New Beginning. Damn it, the proposed dam. Nagato silently cursed Minato's father in the afterlife. It's just the first exam. This is too detrimental to my lifespan. Minato had just revealed to him the hidden rules of the first exam. The exam questions, aside from the first question being simple enough for all contestants to answer correctly, were all super difficult questions. This is understandable, as the organizers want to assess not the ability to answer exam questions, but the ability to gather intelligence and cheat using ninjutsu. Staff members have already been arranged to pass answers in the exam room. However, this exam is different from the original work. Although the difficulty of the original exam questions was high, someone like Sakura, a super academic genius with perfect theoretical knowledge, still had the ability to solve them independently. In this exam, aside from the first question, all the other questions were impossible for the contestants to answer correctly. If we had to define the difficulty level, it could be compared to exam questions for selecting academicians in reality. How could that possibly be solved by mere academic geniuses? This also limited the contestants' only way to obtain answers in this exam, through the staff members arranged in advance. If the hidden rules were only this, there were quite a few capable genins who could sense it. The problem is that there were 18 staff members passing exam answers in the exam room. Only one was passing the real answer, while the rest were all traps, under the premise that all contestants couldn't discern the authenticity of the answers. Whether they could get the real answer would depend on luck. 1 in 18, just thinking about it is terrifying. Faced with Nagato's blatant sarcasm, Minato helplessly said, "This is something that can't be helped. There are simply too many participating genin this time. If we don't eliminate most of them in the first exam, then the survival match in the Death Forest during the second round will inevitably result in too many casualties due to excessive fighting. Personally, I don't want this exam to become too bloody. So you turn the first exam into a game of appearances? Only candidates like you and me with fair faces have a chance to advance?" Nagato said, underestimating him. Minato smiled confidently. "This is not just a game of appearances, Nagato. People like you and me with fair faces do have a chance of stumbling upon the correct answers, but only by breaking free from conventional thinking, not letting the joy of seemingly successful cheating under the rules blind us, and finding the sole flaw from the blind spots. Can we uncover the clues leading to the truth? Following those clues to find the only standard answer in the field, and ensuring that both of our companions know the correct answer within the time limit, can we truly advance to the next round?" With a hint of self-satisfaction, Minato finished his sentence. Nagato dismantled his argument. "So, the clue is that everyone can answer the first question correctly, right?" Minato was shocked. "What? How do you know that?" Nagato looked at the blank paper's first question and said solemnly, "Candidates are asked to check their ninja village headband pattern. It seems like it's to determine the candidate's village, but it really isn't necessary, right? So, I suspect there's something fishy about this question." "Oh, to notice the step, not bad. No wonder you're my junior, but this is just a clue. You're still far from seeing through my real scheme," Minato said with a chuckle. Nagato replied, "Of the 18 staff who spread the test answers, all are from Konoha. That's for sure. I think only one of them checked the Konoha headband on the first question, right? So the staff member who checked the Konoha headband on the first question is the source of the only correct answer. But noticing this isn't easy. People's habitual thinking tends to subconsciously overlook the definite and variable first question, which can become a blind spot. If not careful, these candidates, diligently bringing answers with their best ninjutsu like little bees, could turn their papers into waste." Minato sincerely exclaimed, "You really hit the nail on the head, Nagato. I almost doubted you were using a shadow clone or something, disguised as a genin, participating in the Chunin exam. Haha, just kidding. How could I, the great name of the rain, do something so boring?" Nagato changed the subject. "But honestly, Minato-senpai, your approach is a bit excessive, surpassing the standards of the Chunin exam. It could easily lead to criticism afterward." Minato smiled. "Don't worry. Mr. Ibiki has the same concerns as you." At his suggestion, every candidate has one chance to stop at the cliff's edge. Nagato laughed. "Stop at the cliff's edge? It won't be another human nature test, will it? To see if they think about their teammates?" Minato chuckled. "That was a trick often used by the third Hokage, Mr. Hiruzen, before he retired as the chief examiner last year. It's been used too frequently in recent years, leading to serious leaks. And too many people catering to it have made it lose its reference value. This time, we decided not to do it like that. We're going hardcore, making the first examination hall a classroom of strength-first ideology. Of course, teamwork is also a part of strength. At this moment, in the first examination hall, on the monitoring platform, Chief Examiner Marino Ibiki scanned the candidates, who were each displaying their skills and writing vigorously on their test papers, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These self-important genin thought they had seen through the examiner's thoughts and were feeling pleased with themselves, unaware that they had already fallen into the trap set by the fourth Hokage. Well, after all, this is just a selection for Chunin. Personally, as the chief examiner, I still want to leave some leeway for the candidates. Those with sharp minds should be able to sense something, right?" Using the mimicry ability of his Sharingan, Sasuke had successfully completed his answers. He knew that his two teammates, Sakura and Naruto, were both elite and not inferior to him, so he didn't worry at all about whether they could find the answers. Bored, Sasuke looked at the exam supplies. Besides a pen, there was a bottle of correction fluid that all candidates had. He couldn't help but wonder, given the difficulty of these questions on the paper, let alone someone at my level, even Itachi probably wouldn't be able to do it. So cheating with ninjutsu is probably the only way out. This line of thought should be correct. Sasuke's peripheral vision glanced towards the candidates seated on the left side in the front row, wearing a uniform. It was clear that the staff, distinctly different from the candidates, were arranged in such a conspicuous position to spread answers. But why did they give us correction fluid? Could it be That after getting the wrong answer, we still have the chance to modify our papers? Under the premise of only being able to obtain the correct answer from staff. Why would we need to modify the answers then? Thinking about this, Sasuke's head suddenly exploded. Hiss! He gasped. Unless the answers being conveyed by the staff are fake. Wait a minute. Could it be that Hokage-sama wouldn't be this sinister, would he? The more Sasuke thought about it, the whiter his teeth felt. No, that's Naruto's father. You can't judge him by common sense. He looked at the already completed test paper, cold sweat dripping down his face. If that's the case, wouldn't my paper have to be redone? A strong sense of unwillingness surged in Sasuke's heart. If it weren't for this hint from the correction fluid, I would have probably submitted the wrong paper. If Naruto and Sakura both got it right, wouldn't I be the one dragging them down? If it were Itachi, he would probably have noticed in an instant. Filled with unwillingness, Sasuke used the correction fluid to modify his already completed paper. In this examination hall, Naruto, Gaara, Takafumi, Kuratsuchi, and others had also started to sense that something was wrong and began to stop at the cliff's edge. At this moment, Uzumaki Nan was biting her thumb, her little face flushed. Damn, the second question is really hard. The first question was so easy. Strange. Why do I hear everyone around me writing nonstop? Am I the only one who can't do it? If I look up at everyone, will I be seen as cheating? What should I do? Maybe just a quick glance. Her eyes stealthily turned to the side, just in time to see the boy with half of his black bangs covering his eyes on the seat across the aisle, propping his chin up with one hand, the uncovered eyes staring at her without blinking. In an instant, she was lost in thought. Chapter 186, Takafumi and Nan. Why are you staring at me? Hurry up and answer the questions. Is there an answer to the questions on my face? Takafumi gently retorted. Uzumaki Nan snapped back to reality, her little face tight. Sorry. Continuing to bury her head in answering, Nan couldn't help but think. Strange, why do I have to apologize? Clearly, he was the one staring at me first. And what is there an answer to the questions on my face mean? Is he mocking me for not being able to do it? I want to see how much better you are than me. A glance away revealed that Takafumi's test paper was completely blank. Nan couldn't help but smirk. Oomph, you still have a nerve to say that to me, when you clearly can't do anything. But why is he not anxious at all? If he submits a blank paper, not only he, but also his teammates would be eliminated, right? Just then, while Nan was puzzled, Takafumi raised a small hand and formed a seal. Jinjutsu, Nirvana Temple, swish. Countless white feathers fall in the classroom. All the candidates present, the proctor and the chief examiner Sanai, Ibiki, all look up to observe this strange scene. Suddenly feeling so sleepy. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, candidates are collapsing in the examination room. This is the group illusion technique, Nirvana Temple. It can put anyone who sees the feathers to sleep. Someone is trying to sabotage this exam. A middle ninja proctor just stood up when suddenly his gaze became vacant, and he fell to the ground. The candidates were instantly in an uproar. Even a middle ninja couldn't withstand it. Who is the one casting this technique? Could this be part of the exam? Close your eyes and do not look at those feathers. As the candidates closed their eyes in unison to avoid looking at the feathers, a cold youth in a corner of the examination room did not believe in evil. Since he could remember, his biological father had used various means to try to kill him, including illusion techniques. Yet, even the illusion techniques of the village's upper ninjas were ineffective against him. His name is Gaara. He watched the falling feathers with a gaze as sharp as a hawk. In the next moment, Gaara's body trembled violently as a wave of strong drowsiness swept over him, almost making him fall asleep on the spot. Aha! From the depths of his consciousness, the sharp roar of Shikaku, the one tail, rolled in, waking him up. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Gaara, startled, let out heavy breaths. After the scare, Gaara actually felt an unprecedented excitement. He had already deduced from the examiner's reaction that this was an unexpected event, and the one casting the technique was among these candidates. Interesting too interesting. Among these participating lower ninjas, there is actually someone of this caliber hidden. The smile on Gaara's face was enough to rival that of a villain. He scanned the entire room. The powerful illusionist is among those who have not fallen, right? Good, I will remember their faces one by one, and I will definitely find and kill him. While the candidates were at a loss, the vice examiner approached Ibiki and quietly asked, Chief Examiner Ibiki, how should we decide? Should the exam continue? Should we pause and report to the fourth Hokage for further discussion? Ibiki's eyes flickered. With his level, the cheating methods that these lower ninjas were proud of were like child's play to him. He could see through them, but chose not to speak. However, this time, He truly couldn't see through it. When the feathers fell, he was also one of those who didn't close his eyes. And if not for him pinching the flesh in his pocket, he might have also fallen deep into it. Illusions are linked to the intensity of spiritual energy and the proficiency in release. Under the same casting strength, the hallucinogenic effect of group illusions is weaker than that of individual illusions. This is common knowledge. The fact that Nirvana Temple, this group illusion technique, was effective against me. A special upper ninja of the interrogation unit with willpower comparable to elite upper ninjas. At the very least indicates that the caster's strength is 2 levels higher than mine, referring to the resumes of the participating lower ninjas. The only one who could possibly achieve this is. Ibiki's gaze turned to the window seat in the 7th row, where a beautiful young man in a flowing white robe, with long, beautiful hair and an ethereal aura, sat. That face is strikingly similar to that terrifying man etched in his memory. I absolutely will not forget it. Sanai Ibiki was deeply concerned. If not only the appearance, but also the ninjutsu talent has been deeply inherited, it would not be surprising to achieve what just happened. What is his purpose in casting a group illusion in such a public setting? Ibiki's thoughts churned. The only thing I can think of is to cause chaos, attracting the attention of all the examiners, including myself, to cover for someone present. The list of all participants was personally reviewed by the 4th Hokage. Since he allowed that person's child to participate, he probably also tacitly approved of what just happened. Thus, under the gaze of the candidates, Sanai Ibiki said loudly, "All methods not discovered by the proctors are permitted in this examination. The exam continues, but I must remind you that the time you have left is running out. Wake up all those who have fallen asleep. The exam continues." Uzumaki then almost doubted her life. She was the only one who witnessed everything. She saw Kid using an overly intense illusion to create a chaotic incident in the first round of the middle ninja exam classroom. Oh my god, this is like dancing on the tip of a knife, almost like partying on a grave. But the chief examiner is not pursuing it? Why? Wait. That uncle with a screw hole on his face said, "All methods not discovered by the proctors are permitted." Does this mean that cheating is allowed in this exam? As long as it's not discovered? Oh no, there is not much time left. I need to think of a way quickly. Otherwise, it will affect Sister Kagaya and Sister Hydrangea's chances of advancing. Nan's small hands form seals. Ninja technique. Kid smiled slightly. My daughter, who excels in ninjutsu yet is still Navi, has finally noticed. Who finally done? If I had known cheating was allowed, I would have helped Kagaya and Hydrangea fly through. Nan's ninjutsu talent is exceptionally outstanding. At the age of 12, she has mastered 5 types of chakra transformation and over 90% of the mainstream ninjutsu in this ninja world. As long as she puts her mind to it and uses her best ninjutsu to achieve her goals, it's a piece of cake. She turned to her right. Kid's answer sheet, which had just been blank, was now completed in the blink of an eye. Uzumaki then twirled her pen with one hand, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth, thinking, why did he do what he just did? Once discovered, it's not a joke. Could it be that he is a show-off, someone who loves to act cool, just like that noisy younger brother Suigetsu? However, he really looks quite gentlemanly, not like such a superficial person. Uzumaki Nan suddenly thought of something, and the pen she was twirling fell to the ground with a thud, her little face turning visibly red. Could it be that he just wanted to make me notice the rules of the exam, going to such lengths? You got it right. You are the culmination of my and Conan's love. If Kid knew what Nan was thinking, he would surely think to himself, Nan, could it be that he likes me? I like your mom. Ding, ding, ding. The bell for the end of the middle ninja exam interrupted Nan's thoughts. Ibiki shouted loudly, everyone stop writing. Leave your answer sheets on your seats and wait for collection. Kid stood up and walked out. Nan, flustered, hurried to pick up her pen and inadvertently glanced at the name on the answer sheet. Uzumaki Kid. Chapter 187. The Stupid Darkness. Uzumaki? He is actually from my clan? Nan was astonished. Dad said that the Uzumaki clan's village, the Whirlpool Village, experienced a catastrophic disaster, with clan members either dead or fleeing. And those who survived went into hiding. Dad is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and Mom changed her surname to Uzumaki after marrying him. The members of the Uzumaki clan of the same generation as my parents include Kagaya's mom, Aunt Kagaya, and a Lady Hokage of Konoha Village, Aunt Kushina, whom I have never met. As for the clan members of the same generation as Nan, they're Dad's goddaughter, my older sister Kagaya. Uzumaki Kid. Could he be that Aunt Kushina's child? But that doesn't make sense. Sons should take their father's surname, so he should be called Namikaze Keed. Nan's little mind couldn't process the massive amount of information. She shook her little head and thought, no matter what, he and I are from the same clan. Moreover, our names are both plants. Is this fate? Upon thinking of this, Nan's little face turned red again. No, that's not it. It's just that he resembles my dad a bit, which gave him some bonus points in my first impression. It's impossible for us to develop a close relationship like dad and mom at this stage. Well, since he helped me a bit, I'll give him a friend request for now. Feng didn't realize that his little cotton jacket had a tendency to go bad. He and Naruto came to the 8th rest area on the 2nd floor of the examination building. The grading for the first exam would be completed within an hour. The total scores of the 3 members of the statistics team will be calculated, and the top 64 teams would be allowed to advance. So most candidates would wait in the rest area for the exam results. As soon as Feng entered the rest area, a strong leg wind rushed toward him. It was too fast. Even Naruto and Sasuke, who were with him, didn't react in time. Bang! Feng lightly raised his hand and casually blocked the sweeping kick. The watermelon-headed boy who launched the attack looked astonished under his thick eyebrows. In the next second, he widened his eyes, and, as he retracted his leg, a powerful punch was aimed at Feng, but Feng lightly sidestepped to avoid it. Damn, who is this guy? Daring to attack my brother on my turf. I'll take him down. Naruto reacted and rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight, but Sasuke pressed down on his shoulder. Hold on, Feng can handle it. Bang, bang, bang. Feng, with fluid body techniques, sparred with Rock Lee in the open area of the 8th rest area. The collision of fists and feet echoed violently. This stunned a group of Awakens ninjas who were resting by the water cooler. No way. Konoha lower ninjas? So hardcore. Bang! After the collision, both sides retreated. Rock Lee stood straight, one hand behind his back, to be able to compete with me solely based on physical skills. This year, as top genius of the ninja school, Uzumaki Feng, you indeed have some skills. So who are you? Feng placed one hand behind his back, feigning ignorance. My name is Rock Lee. My ninja way is to prove that hard work can overcome genius. Rock Lee said confidently, a smile on his lips, resonating loudly. You got the wrong person, Feng said. How so? Little Lee asked. I'm not a genius, Feng said seriously. You're not a genius? Lee didn't understand. After a slight pause, Feng said seriously, genius is defined as someone who is distinguished from ordinary people. So, how should we define someone who is neither ordinary nor a genius? Once this was said, the parties involved, Little Lee, Sasuke, and Naruto, all showed astonished expressions. Especially Sasuke and Naruto. They knew how reserved and low-key Feng usually was. But today, this statement felt sharp and revealing. Could it be he was influenced by this passionate watermelon boy? Not really. Hardworking people are commendable. Feng sincerely didn't want Little Lee to choose the wrong target for his efforts to avoid misplacing them. Little Lee lowered his head, raised his hand, and gave a thumbs up, smiling powerfully. Well asked. Then let me tell you how this type of person is defined. They have the aura of genius, or are determined to work hard towards their goals. If you are truly one of these people, then without a doubt, you will be my best opponent. Having exchanged greetings, I look forward to seeing you in the finals. With that, Rock Lee strode out, never once looking at Naruto or Sasuke. So strong. Uzumaki Feng. Although I was just trying out my skills, Feng is the same. He must be even stronger than Niji. I wonder if the techniques I prepared to defeat Niji could be useful against Uzumaki Feng. To this, Feng could only smile helplessly. Naruto scratched the back of his head. What is up with that guy with the thick eyebrows? It's really confusing. Sasuke said in a low voice, but that guy's indeed ridiculously strong. I heard that among the graduates of the last ninja school, he established the 3rd class specialized in physical techniques, and that watermelon head is one of them, right? The movements he just performed. I could barely keep up with using my Sharingan. And Feng, who is not from the Uchiha clan and lacks the power of the Sharingan, was able to trade blows with him. Feng so far has indeed never shown us his true strength. Damn, it really makes me unwilling. In a corner of the 8th rest area, 3 inconspicuous Iwagakure lower ninjas silently witnessed the entire conflict. Master Masato, that Rock Lee just now doesn't seem to meet the criteria for hatching. I think so too. His inner self lacks the necessary dark elements. Among the 3, the main one named Masato was short, covered with a gray veil, and wore a black eye patch, slanting to cover his right eye. His left eye had deep, dark pupils, swirling with profound colors. Zong si la, ti hong, du ala mitstan, The more outwardly upright a person is, the more hidden pain points they bury deep within. He desperately wants to prove that hard work can overcome genius, which reflects a negative emotion called inferiority, and the degree is extremely strong. I can conclude that he is a quality potential stock, worthy of hatching. I see, the master is far-sighted and can perceive what we cannot, including him. I have selected 18 seeds. Masato slowly raised his palm, covering his right eye, with a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. The Death Forest. I think will soon live up to its name. Rain Village, Pain Nagato. Even if you send Orochimaru to clean up afterwards, it will be useless. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki phone will definitely be in my pocket. Chapter 188. A sudden breakthrough. In the third rest area, Sakura sat on the cold bench, her face full of anxiety. It turned out that after leaving the examination room, she learned from the discussions among the contestants about the traps set by the examiners. The paper she submitted with full confidence was actually a wrong answer sheet. Sakura felt like she was about to fall apart. Sakura stared blankly at the ceiling, the angry persona deep inside her clawing for attention. Damn, 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 damn. How could the first test be so difficult? What kind of nonsense is this? The person who could come up with such a rotten idea must be an orphan without parents. Since we're sitting together like this, let us get to know each other. We were too anxious when entering the exam room, and we don't even know each other's names, right? From Takigakure, Fong asked shyly, sitting next to her two teammates. Sakura was lost in her own world and didn't respond. Beside her, Kuratsuchi, sucking on a yogurt-flavored lollipop, crossed her legs and said lazily, "It would be more appropriate to introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name, right? That makes sense." Takigakure Fong smiled and said, "My name is Fong." From Takigakure, "No. From the Rain Village, please take care of me." "What? Your name is Fong?" Sakura suddenly stood up, looking shocked at the girl who was about her age. Takigakure Fong was startled by her sudden reaction. "What's wrong?" Sakura hurriedly said, "Sorry. I'm just really surprised because I know a boy whose name is also Fong." She was overjoyed. "My temporary teammate is also named Fong? Could this signify a fateful connection between me and Fong-kun? It must be so. Otherwise, how could there be such a beautiful coincidence?" "Is that so?" Takigakure Fong scratched her head, a bit shyly said, "Indeed, the name Fong is a bit unisex. I used to think so too. What's your name?" Sakura hesitated slightly and said, "My name is Haruno Sakura. Just call me Sakura. Although our team is about to disband, since we've met, it would be nice to make some friends." When she mentioned the team disbanding, Sakura meant that after the Chunin exam was over, we would return to our respective villages, right? Takafumi, not thinking too much about it, said, "Sakura, what a beautiful name." "Thank you. Your name is also nice." Sakura's initially disappointed mood was somewhat comforted by Fumi. Takafumi smiled and looked at Kuratsuchi. "And you from Awagakure, this cool lady?" Kuratsuchi pulled the lollipop out of her mouth and said boldly, "My name doesn't have any meaning. Kuratsuchi." Takafumi blinked a few times. "Kuratsuchi? You're so white. Why are you called Kuratsuchi?" Kuratsuchi laughed. "Then you'd have to ask that three-headed little old man from our village." "Three-headed? My goodness. How big must that head be?" Takafumi imagined a grotesque image. "Sakura, Kuratsuchi, nice to meet you." Hee. Thinking carefully, our three names are all related to land. If we're lucky enough to enter the next exam, I think our team cooperation will definitely be in perfect harmony. Upon hearing this, Sakura showed a bitter smile. "No way. My answer sheet is basically useless. Unless both of you score full marks, our team would have a slim chance of advancing. But how is that possible? If I couldn't detect the trap in the questions, do you think you two could?" An hour later, the results of the first exam were announced, and a list of groups advancing to the second exam was posted in various resting areas. The first team caused widespread discussion. Sasori, Kimimaro, Yugo. In the second resting area, Tenten was surprised. "Hey, what's going on?" Me and Lee clearly figured out the examiner's tricks with Niji's help, and we got the correct answers. Our three answer sheets should all be full marks. Even if the first place team also scored full marks, they should be tied with us for first place. Niji Hyuga's gaze flickered slightly. "I think the reason for the ranking difference is probably due to the traces of correction." "Traces of correction? You mean they use correction fluid?" Niji said seriously. "For the participants, correction fluid is an opportunity to turn back from the brink. Using correction fluid indicates that during the exam, they fell into the examiner's trap at least once. So our third team's full marks, as well as other similar full marks, naturally have different value." Niji's words made sense. Perhaps that was the only explanation. Tintin clenched her fist. So the first place team, this Sasori team, has a flawless full-mark answer sheet? Does that mean they discovered that trap? And all three of them discovered it simultaneously? This configuration is beyond what a mere genin should have. Niji's gaze narrowed slightly. Perhaps there's another possibility. In the 8th resting area, Fumi looked at the top of the list, frowning. Orochimaru, you would have done this on a whim. Fumi, let us go. We need to gather in the Forest of Death. All right. At that moment, the review panel of the grading group was shocked. Hey look, these 3 answer sheets. What's going on? Looking at the answers, they're just ordinary full-mark answer sheets that didn't use any correction fluid. It proves that the participating genin immediately recognized the examiner's intentions and didn't fall into the trap. That is not the main point. The main point is, look, this answer sheet, without a doubt, is completely correct. However, their solution to the hardest 10th question is completely different from our standard answer, and even more advanced. What? Is this really happening? Does this mean? The review panel was in an uproar. The head of the review panel, Narashiku, pushed his thick glasses and said solemnly, Sasori, Kimimaro, Yugo. One of these 3 answer sheets was independently solved by one of them and then passed on to the other 2. At this age, I've seen young ninjas whose talents rival those of Hokage, but knowledge and ninjutsu ability are different. Without an astonishing talent for learning and years of accumulated knowledge, it's impossible to independently solve this exam paper. Then, there's only one possibility. The opponents fake their age, or even their identity background. I propose to temporarily disqualify these 3 from participating in the next exam until their identities are verified. No need for that. At this moment, Marino Ibiki stepped forward and took one of the 3 answer sheets. The participants of the second exam had gathered at the entrances of the Forest of Death, preparing to enter. At this time, even the Hokage couldn't make an appearance. Only the on-site examiners were granted the authority to make on-the-spot adjustments and certain unilateral decisions. Marino Ibiki, with one hand in his pocket, looked at the name Sasori on the answer sheet and said solemnly, I will pass the controversial exam papers to the examiner of the second exam, Mitarashienko. Chapter 189, Stunned. The rules for the second stage of the Chunin exam follow past precedents. Due to the large number of participants this time, even after the first exam's major screening, there were still 64 teams qualified. Therefore, the 26 pairs of Heaven and Earth Scrolls in the original work turned into 64 pairs. 32 pairs of Heaven Scrolls and 32 pairs of Earth Scrolls were randomly assigned to the 64 qualifying teams. Exam location: Konoha's 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. Exam rules: teams must gather the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach the central tower of the Forest of Death within 5 days without any casualties. Exam prohibitions: before reaching the central tower, candidates are forbidden from opening the scrolls on their own, or they will be deemed disqualified. Wow! The 7th entrance of the 44th training ground opened, and 3 petite figures rushed in. Running at the back, Sakura felt an unreal sensation at this moment. With my incorrect answer sheet submitted, our team actually passed with a ranking of 64th. Could it be that the god of love wants to bring me and Fumi together? Kuratsuchi looked around while running. Is this the so-called Forest of Death, the 44th training ground? It looks no different from an ordinary forest. Sakura said seriously, don't be careless. This forest is home to countless fierce beasts. It said that even experienced Chunin need to be fully prepared before entering in teams. Kuratsuchi was excited. Is that so? It sounds like so much fun. Sakura quickened her pace, leading the run, and turned to Takafumi. Fumi, can you hand over the Heaven Scroll to me for safekeeping? Takafumi thought. I can feel the strong confidence in Sakura's words. After all, Sakura is from the great ninja village of Konoha. Her strength must be extraordinary, and she is quite familiar with this forest. Takafumi said, if Kuratsuchi has no objections, then it's fine. Kuratsuchi laughed. It doesn't matter who keeps it between you two. Just don't give it to me. Here you go, Sakura. Takafumi tossed the Heaven Scroll into Sakura's hands. Sakura received the scroll, waited a few times, and put it in her ninja tool pouch. All right, next is my time to shine. Boom! A sudden explosion erupted in front of them, causing the 3 to halt in their tracks. The storm snapped the trees, and a strong wind pressure hit them, making them cover their faces with their hands. Kuratsuchi's small face couldn't hide her excitement. Hey, are we starting to fight already? The second exam is going to be so much fun. Sakura's expression changed, feeling apprehensive. This is too exaggerated. How many explosive tags would it take to cause such an explosion? Can you still live after being pulled inside? Just as she wanted to suggest changing the route to avoid this place of conflict, Kuratsuchi said, "Let's go take a look." That's not very appropriate, right? If we're lucky, we might find something good. I agree. Takafumi thought for a moment and agreed with Kuratsuchi. Well, all right. Hiding behind the bushes, Sakura cautiously peeked out. The recent explosion had created a clearing in the forest. A boy with an explosive hairstyle stood in the clearing, coldly watching the smoke from the explosion, and behind him stood two water-like lower ninja girls. "This guy's too reckless," Kuratsuchi murmured as she looked at the boy with the explosive hair. Takafumi asked, "Kuratsuchi, do you know him?" Kuratsuchi replied, "Yes. That explosive-haired guy is Kankuro, skilled in using space-time scrolls to summon explosive tags in battle. The old man has already promised him, if he can successfully become a Chunin, he can become a reserve member of our Awakens demolition team. Since Kankuro has made a move, the opponent is probably already dead." Kankuro stood proudly and coldly said, "They must have been crushed to pieces. Don't blame me for being ruthless. It's your own arrogance. It's not you." A cold voice came from the smoke. "What?" Kankuro and his companions were immediately terrified. As the smoke cleared and the sand shifted, a sinister face was revealed. Sand floated in front of them, and Gaara's icy gaze said, "This level is nothing compared to you." Whoosh! Gaara raised his hand coldly. The quicksand that emerged from the ground bound Kankuro and his companions just as they were in shock. "What is this?" Kankuro felt a terrifying grip. The sand was tightening, and he couldn't escape. Is it going to crush us to death with sand? Wait a minute. Neen. Gaara's expression twisted as he tightened his fist. Crack. Sand waterfall funeral. Doof. 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 Poor Kankuro and the two water-like lower ninja girls couldn't put up any resistance and were crushed into a mushy pulp by the sand. Blood sprayed from the shattered quicksand, surging into the sky, turning into a rain of blood. In the woods behind, Kankuro and Temari watched in horror. Temari said, "Don't kill the people from Awakens and Konoha." Gaara has completely forgotten his father's warnings before leaving. Kankuro replied, after the first exam ended. Gaara's mood became inexplicably excited, and sure enough, he started a massacre. No one could stop Gaara like this. In this second exam, it's bound to be a river of blood. Behind the tree, listening to the sound of blood splattering on the leaves, Sakura was so scared that her legs weakened. What has that guy done? Wrap people in sand and crush them directly? How could I possibly be his opponent? No, I'll die. If I get discovered, I will definitely die. Run, I must run. Kuratsuchi, let's hurry. Just as Sakura snapped back to her senses, she was about to call the two to escape with a trembling voice. That bastard actually killed Kankuro, Sho, and Rika. But seeing her village friends die tragically, Kuratsuchi couldn't swallow this anger. She dashed out from behind the tree, leaping into the air, her chi pao flaring, her small hands quickly forming seals. Melt, release. Lime solidification technique. GUH. A pillar of lime erupted from her mouth, quickly enveloping Gaara. Gaara's expression changed, and the sand quickly formed a defensive shield. The water flowing from Kuratsuchi's mouth poured onto the cement. Crack, crack, crack. Inside the sand shield, looking at the rapidly solidifying inner wall of sand, Gaara showed a surprised expression, changing the state of sand. Could this be cement? Kuratsuchi flipped down, her small fist clenched tightly. Rocks solidifying at her fist tip, turning into a rock fist. This is the rock fist technique I just learned. Take this. Crack. Her anger-fueled rock fist struck the surface of the cement like sand. Cracks rapidly appeared, and it collapsed with a loud crash. Now your turtle shell is useless. Take another hit. Kuratsuchi's left fist solidified, chasing after Gaara's face. Bang. The flowing sand moved to block Kuratsuchi's rock fist. What? Kuratsuchi's face changed. He can manipulate more sand than just what I've solidified? She was caught off guard and was kicked in the abdomen by Gaara. Gaara coldly raised his hand. You're not bad, but unfortunately, you're not the person I'm looking for. Whoosh! The swirling sand rushed toward Kuratsuchi, and it looked like she was about to meet the same fate as Kankuro and the others. At that moment, a strong light obstructed Gaara's view, and then his raised arm became uncontrollably numb in mid-air. What is this? Secret technique, scales and powder concealment technique. Takafumi stood on the treetops, maintaining the hand signs, but her face was serious, because she had just mastered this technique. And without borrowing the chakra from the seven-tailed Shomei, She couldn't move freely while using the technique. She shouted to Sakura, who was frozen below, "Sakura, quickly go, save Kuratsuchi." Chapter 190. Underestimated you. Yeah. Sakura snapped back from her shock, looking at Kuratsuchi half buried in sand. How do I save her? Attack that red-haired kid from Sunagakure. Takafumi reminded. What? How can I get close to such a terrifying guy? Just thinking about it made Sakura's calves cramp. Takafumi said, his vision has been temporarily obscured by my scales and powder concealment technique. Also, his body is temporarily paralyzed. He can't defend or evade attacks. As long as you land a solid hit, the sand binding Kuratsuchi will collapse, and she can escape. Is that so? Sakura hesitated. Takafumi urged. Please trust me. Sakura, I'm confident in my judgment. Gulp. Sakura swallowed hard, cheering herself on in her heart. Go for it. Sakura, didn't you always think about becoming the woman in Fum's arms one day? Then how can you hesitate when your companion is in trouble? You can do it. Gathering her courage, Sakura charged forward. She swung her fist with all her might toward Gaara's face. However, because of the scattering scales in the air, her vision was somewhat obstructed, so she didn't notice the stone in front of her that caused her to trip, and her whole body flew up as she lunged toward Gaara. In midair, she lost her balance, and her hand, which was extended to punch, instinctively grabbed forward. She caught and tightened Gaara's waistband. A second later, the whole world went silent. Behind the tree, Temari and Kankuro widened their eyes. What unfolded before the brother and sister was an unimaginable, grotesque scene. They had a terrifying power, a cold-blooded and murderous brother, who was hard-controlled in battle and then had his pants pulled down on the spot. Just as they could not predict this situation, the subsequent developments were equally unpredictable. Kankuro was sweating profusely. I think we should run away quickly. Temari was also sweating. Yeah, that makes sense. It hurts. In the middle of Gaara's face, Sakura raised her head, frozen in shock. What terrified her was not the tiny ornament floating in front of her, but the face above it that was gazing at her with deathly eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to run over and punch you. I have no ill intentions. Please believe me. Sakura's explanation was as pale and powerless as her current expression. How could this be? Gaara was so angry that he trembled. Countless grains of sand began to float into the air, and that terrifying aura left Sakura paralyzed on the spot. The kunai in her hand was trembling uncontrollably. Takafumi shouted, Sakura, get away from him. My jutsu can't hold on much longer. Gaara, shaking and enduring the interference from the sand, raised his palm toward Sakura's face. Sand swirled around Sakura, wrapping her up. Gaara's eyes were bloodshot, exuding a murderous intent. I will tear you apart. Suffocation, despair, unwillingness. No, Takafumi hasn't recognized me yet. I can't die here. Driven by a strong will to survive, Sakura's right hand, which was not completely bound, thrust the kunai forward with all her strength. Crack! The kunai clearly struck something. The sand binding her quickly loosened. Sakura opened her eyes to see that the kunai had hit Gaara's accessory. Ugh! Gaara roared and kicked Sakura away. His body hunched over like a shrimp, his eyes wide open, his mouth opening and closing as drool dripped out. This scene was already frightening, but what was even more terrifying was that the spot where he had just been struck had cracked open, sand continuously falling away. And the crack was rapidly spreading, reaching his abdomen in the blink of an eye. Because of Sakura's earlier strike, Kuratsuchi had also broken free from her bindings. She looked at the fear unfolding on Gaara's body, astonished. So that's it, he tightly wrapped himself in sand, creating armor for defense? To have defense at this level. How afraid of death must this guy be? Gaara lamented inwardly. Damn it. Even with the sand armor for protection, this part's defense is still so weak. This pink-haired girl is truly despicable. 2 consecutive low blows. I must kill her. Gaara gritted his teeth and, enduring the broken defense injury, lunged at the crawling Sakura. You little brat. I will kill you. You deadpan face. There should be limits to looking down on people. Kuratsuchi charged forward. Earth release, rock fist technique. Bang! Her rock fist struck Gaara squarely in the face, sending him flying, crashing through several large trees before landing awkwardly on the ground, his sand armor nearly stripped away. Seeing Kuratsuchi break free, Sakura's tense heart finally relaxed. But after witnessing her and Takafumi's true strength, she felt her own weakness. At first, I even thought about carrying both of them, and in the end, I was the one being carried. After seeing my embarrassing performance earlier, they must think I'm a hindrance, right? Sakura, You really are something. I underestimated you at first. Kuratsuchi stepped forward and patted Sakura on the shoulder. Huh? Takafumi approached and said, You seem so clumsy at first, like a rookie, but it was actually to distract the opponent. Now's the time to launch a fatal attack. This. Sakura was completely stunned. Kuratsuchi and Takafumi exchanged glances, asking, Isn't that right? Haha. Sakura laughed heartily, straightening her back. You guys noticed that? That's right, this is my rumble. Suddenly, the forest collapsed. Quicksand surged wildly. Gaara stood alone at the top of the quicksand, his head bowed. His eyes released a violent, murderous intent. You have completely ignited my anger. Quicksand waterfall. Rumble. Kuratsuchi exclaimed, controlling sand on such a scale to create disaster. Is this his true power? Boom. The quicksand transformed into a raging tide, rushing towards Kuratsuchi, Takafumi, and Sakura. Sakura despaired. It's over, completely over. Kuratsuchi smiled bitterly. There's no way to escape this range. I could use Earth Release to escape underground, but Takafumi and Sakura. Takafumi clenched his fist. I didn't expect this sand-hidden boy to be this strong. To protect Sakura and Kuratsuchi, I might have to use that guy's power. Rumble. And, at this critical moment, Chapter 191, One Blossom stands out. Fire Release, Great Fireball. Wind Release, Gale Palm. The strong combination of wind and fire clashed against the sand waterfall, causing both to come to a halt. Looking at the two figures flickering at the end of the wind and fire, Temari was shocked. Who can actually block Gaara's quicksand waterfall? The will of fire from Konoha's reject, Naruto Uzumaki, has arrived. Naruto retracted the wind palm, standing with one hand behind his back, a proud smile on his face. On the other side, Sasuke withdrew the great fireball seal, snorting coldly, glancing at the pink-haired girl in the distance, muttering, Naruto, that immature brat, really doesn't want to admit that this guy is my partner. Takafumi stood on the tree between the two, standing out alone. It's him, that kid who was messing with me in the restroom earlier. I even forgot to ask his name. Kuratsuchi's face lit up with joy. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura exclaimed with excitement. And, Takafumi-kun. Takafumi-kun. Takafumi was astonished, stepping forward to ask, Sakura, are you talking about that boy standing on the tree? Sakura shyly nodded. Yes, Takafumi. His name is also Takafumi. Uzumaki Takafumi. Her little heart was racing. Could it be that he came to rescue me because he knew I was in danger? Does that mean he has been secretly watching over me? Uzumaki Takafumi. Takafumi thought, the daughter of the land of Rain's daimyo, Nanana, whose full name is Uzumaki Nana, Uzumaki Takafumi. Could she be a relative or something? No, it shouldn't be. Otherwise, Sister Yuriko would have told me earlier. But our names are both Takafumi. I wonder if we could become good friends of the opposite sex? Kuratsuchi, hearing their conversation, thought, so his name is Uzumaki Takafumi. I've heard some things about the Uzumaki clan from my grandfather. I've heard that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha comes from the Uzumaki clan. It shouldn't be him, right? Takafumi, who had not made a move, attracted special attention, while the strong actions of Naruto and Sasuke were overlooked. Of course, this was only among the three girls who had interactions with Takafumi. In the eyes of Temari and Kankuro, the two who jointly blocked Gaara's big move were not to be trifled with. Swish, swish, both rushed to Gaara's side, with Temari unfolding her three-star fan and Kankuro summoning his puppet, Crow. Kankuro said, sociably, looks like the Konoha Street rat has made a move. Don't tell me you want to bully the few with your numbers. Naruto retorted, you dress like a black clown. It's just ugly. Kankuro angrily replied, what did you say? Shut up first, Kankuro. Temari looked at Sasuke with great interest and asked, that face, if I remember correctly, you're Uchiha Sasuke, right? The second son of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Sasuke coldly said, so what? Temari smiled playfully. Nice to meet you. Your brother Itachi became a renowned Uchiha at just 16, one of the top experts. His fame has even reached us in the sand. I wonder how much skill you have compared to your brother? She didn't mean anything else by this. She just thought Sasuke's looks were very much to her taste, and was looking for a topic to get closer. But to Sasuke, her words were particularly grating. For a long time, as the second son of Uchiha Fugaku, he had always lived in the shadow of his elder brother Itachi's genius. Everything is compared to Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha awakened his Sharingan at the age of 4. He graduated from a ninja academy and became a genin at the age of 8. In the same year, he participated in the CH-NIN exams, competing against opponents who were twice or even multiple times his age. He made it through the forest of death without a scratch. breaking the record for the fastest completion in Konoha's history. In the preliminary rounds of the third exam, Itachi overwhelmingly defeated all his opponents. Just when everyone believed Itachi would undoubtedly win first place in the finals witnessed by the daimyo, he unexpectedly announced his withdrawal, shocking everyone. To this day, the truth behind Itachi's withdrawal is known only to the higher-ups of Konoha and the core members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. It turns out that during that Nin exam, there was a conspiracy by the Kumogakure participants to kidnap the Hyuga clan's heiress. The one who uncovered Kumogakure's plot and successfully stopped it was Itachi. This act solidified the alliance between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Because of this incident, Itachi was kept in the shadows for 2 years, and when he reappeared in the public eye, he was already a squad leader in the Umbu directly under Minato. At that time, Itachi was only 10 years old. Even just his accomplishments by the age of 10 were beyond what Sasuke could hope to achieve. Sasuke admired Itachi, loved him, and was attached to him. But deep down, he suppressed a negative emotion he dared not confront. He didn't want to live his life overshadowed by Itachi. No matter what, he wanted to surpass his unparalleled older brother, to surpass Itachi, to gain his father's recognition, his clan's recognition, and everyone's recognition, especially to gain Itachi's recognition. Sasuke's expression darkened, and a Sharingan activated. The woman from Sunagakure. I warn you, do not mention Itachi's name in front of me. The young master has quite a temper, but I will mention it. After saying this, Temari raised her 3-star fan. If you want to know why, wind release, great sickle weasel, boom. The slicing wind generated by the fan surged forward. At this moment, Kankuro smirked, manipulating chakra strings with his fingers and under the cover of the wind. His puppet, Crow, approached as a backup. This was a combination technique he often used with Temari. If one wasn't careful, even a Nin could fall victim. The power of this wind technique far exceeded Naruto's wind palm. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand to form seals. On the tree, Kid's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, "When kids fight, it can go on forever." He raised his hand to quickly form a seal. Lightning release, false darkness, crackle. Lightning erupted from Kid's mouth, instantly condensing into a brilliant blue lightning spear that shot through the air. Boom! Temari's great sickle weasel was pierced through, and Kankuro's puppet, Crow, was destroyed on the spot. Whoa, that was incredible! Temari exclaimed in shock. Kankuro was furious. Sakura was terrified. Kuratsuchi was frightened. Takikaze was scared. Gaara slowly raised his gaze, focusing on Kid's face. Congratulations, you successfully caught my attention. I'm very interested in you. State your name. Kid flipped and landed, walking up to Naruto and Sasuke. Vortex Kid, and you? Sabaku no Gaara. I see. Sabaka no Gaara. That's a nice name. May I ask something? Go ahead. Could you pull up your pants first? Kid said seriously. Chapter 192. Stand up and kick. Gaara expressionlessly pulled up his pants, arms crossed over his chest. Temari thought anxiously. Naruto Uzumaki, son of the Hokage. Sasuke Uchiha, the second son of the Uchiha clan. Itachi's brother. According to prior intelligence, the strength of these two shouldn't be much inferior to Gaara's. As for this Vortex Kid, we have no intelligence on him. But he was able to counter my great sickle weasel using lightning release, which is supposed to be weak against wind release, and even destroyed Kankuro's crow. It must be that lightning release technique is S rank. To master an S rank jutsu at our age is an extraordinary talent. Moreover, Naruto and Sasuke clearly regard him as their backbone, though it's quite incomprehensible. But perhaps his strength surpasses even Gaara's. With this thought, Temari was already sweating profusely, cautiously observing Gaara's agitated expression out of the corner of her eye. It seems Gaara has noticed as well. This monster that people see is facing an even greater monster. If during the fight his true monster within awakens, then the mission our father entrusted us with could. Temari's mind raced, considering the wording that might make Gaara accept. Gaara, these two groups together do not have a numerical advantage. And the gourd of sand infused with your chakra has been solidified by that Awakens woman. It would be too disadvantageous if a real fight breaks out. I propose a temporary retreat. Shut up. Gaara's cold hand lifted, pointing at the already solidified cement. His pupils seemed to sparkle. Crack. The cement trembled and cracked, and the sand sealed within burst forth, reconstituting into a sand gourd. Kuratsuchi's expression turned serious. So strong. He forcibly broke the seal of the lime. His strength must exceed my 2 levels. This is outrageous. He doesn't have a monster sealed inside him like Uncle Zetsu and Uncle Han. Does he? Takikaze was surprised, raising his hand to his abdomen. Just now, that moment. The monster within me resonated. Could it be him? Gaara ignored everyone's reactions, his gaze fixed intently on Keed. "You're the one who used that feather illusion technique in the first exam, weren't you?" "What?" At this statement, Naruto, Sasuke, Temari, Kankuro, Sakura, Kuratsuchi, Takikaze. Everyone was shocked. "Is it true?" Keed. Sasuke clenched his palm, casting a questioning glance. Keed replied indifferently, "Illusions are not my forte." He wasn't lying. Among the 3 qualities of ninja body, his illusion skills were the weakest, second only to body techniques. After all, he hadn't even activated his Sharingan yet. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions relaxed. That makes sense. How could that possibly be? Not to mention whether Keed has that ability. Even if he does, what would be the point? Just to show off? But those who know him understand that he is a very composed and low-key person. Gaara smirked slightly. "That's fine. The sweeter the prey, the more interesting it is to save it for later. Vortex Keed, we will meet again soon." Boom! Dust flew up, instantly obscuring their view. When the dust settled, Gaara and the others had disappeared without a trace. Sasuke confirmed with his Sharingan. The chakra signatures had indeed disappeared. It seemed they had retreated. Naruto said speechlessly, "What the heck after all that? He's just a loudmouth. I didn't expect you to be capable, huh? Starting off with a big move to suppress the opponent's momentum and make them back off. Not bad." Kuratsuchi, holding her head, walked up with a smile. Keed smiled non-committally. "See, I didn't go back on my word, did I?" Kuratsuchi chuckled. "I'll give you that. But is it okay? Now we are in a competitive relationship, you know? You could have waited for us to fight with Sunagakure until both sides were exhausted, and then snatched our scrolls." "Scrolls? Are you talking about these?" Keed revealed 5 scrolls from his ninja tool pouch. "This?" Kuratsuchi's eyes nearly popped out in shock. 3 heaven scrolls, 2 earth scrolls. "Oh my, how long have you been in the forest of death? You've already exceeded the target." Maple smiled and said, "I picked up a wave of minions on the way. This scroll is of no use to us, so if you need it, just take one that you need. This. Heihui has been completely messed up. This guy is too warm-hearted, isn't he? He helped me secure a spot in the competition, rescued us once, and even wants to give us a scroll. I'm from a different village. What benefit does he get from doing this? Wait, could it be that he wants to date me?" Heihui suddenly recalled the scene in the cramped bathroom stall where she was treated like that by Maple, and a slight flush appeared on her face. Nagato is not a novice anymore. Seeing Heihui's subtle expression, he could roughly guess what was going on. Maple shook his head inwardly. "I didn't expect that Leg Shadow is also a self-strategizing type." Of course, he had no inappropriate thoughts about Heihui, not to mention that she is still just a little girl. Even if Leg Shadow grows up, she wouldn't attract him at all. He can carry the legs of the Angel Conan on his shoulders and even fold them backward while standing. The reason he helped Heihui was simply because life in Konoha was too stable, and he wanted to liven up the atmosphere during the rare Chunin exam. "Thank you for your kindness, but we want to rely on our own strength to fight for another scroll," Takifeng said as he stepped forward. "You're called Uzumaki Maple, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is also Maple, from Takigakure." "What a coincidence," Maple said, putting away the scroll with a gentle smile. "But you're wearing the headband of Amigakure." Takifeng smiled and said, "Oh, that's a long story. I can tell you, but there's one condition." "What condition?" "Let's be friends, okay?" Takifeng said boldly. "Just being friends is fine," Maple replied politely, watching Takifeng, who had grown up drinking milk with him, and how he was getting along well with others. Naruto thought to himself, "Stinky little brother, you really have a way with girls. You could compete with Dad back in the day. We're both Dad's sons, and I'm one of the top geniuses in class, so why am I so bad with girls? But it doesn't matter. As long as I persevere, Sakura will definitely." "Well, it's been a long time, Maple-kun," Sakura said, walking up with her hands behind her back, greeting him shyly. Maple turned his gaze towards her, hesitating for a moment before asking tentatively, "I remember. You're the classmate Sakura Hinata from the class, right?" Chapter 194, Masato. Rock Lee focused his gaze as 3 Iwagakure ninjas walked out from the shadows of the trees. The one speaking was a young boy at the forefront, wearing a gray headscarf and a black ribbon draped over his right eye, giving off a rather mysterious aura. "Are you lying in ambush?" Rock Lee turned to face them, his mind racing. Niji is constantly using his Byakugan to scout the movements around the camp and to facilitate support. I chose this training location within his line of sight. If all goes well, he should have already noticed the situation here. 1 against 3, without knowing their abilities, I don't have complete confidence that I can defeat them. It would be a small matter for me to be defeated, but it would be bad if it caused Niji and Tintin to lose their chance to advance to Chunin. To be safe, I should first probe their details and wait for Niji and Tintin to come for support. Rock Lee said calmly, "Excuse me, do we know each other?" The Dark Forge boy laughed. "We met in the 8th rest area during the day. You really are not good at remembering people's faces." Rock Lee thought, was that when it greeted Maple? Indeed, there were many Iwagakure ninjas in that rest area, and I have a vague impression of his outfit. Rock Lee said, "What do you want with me?" "If you're here for the scroll, I'm sorry, our team scroll is not with me." The Dark Forge boy sneered. "A scroll? You underestimate me too much. How could something of that level catch my eye?" What did he say? The boy's unusual words left Rock Lee astonished. At this moment, the Dark Forge boy changed the subject. "Rather than that, are you interested in what I just mentioned? Konoha's Taijutsu ninja. Rock Lee, I know all about you. To gain power, why go through so much trouble? This guy gives off a very dangerous vibe." Rock Lee clenched his fists and lowered his gaze. The other's aura and actions gave him an indescribable sense of oppression. "Sorry, I'm not interested in anything beyond hard work. Youth is about sweating and striving. Anything else is just nonsense." Rock Lee revealed his shiny white teeth and spoke firmly. "Lord Masato, there's no need to waste too much breath with him. Let me test his strength and see if he has the value for you to nurture." A burly, rugged young man rubbed his fist as big as a bowl and stepped forward. "Dongsi Luo, quick battle. There are 2 guys coming over. One of them has Byakugan, and he might be able to see through my details." Dongsi Luo grinned. Understood, just like during the day when he fought the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It will take at most 30 seconds to settle this fight. As soon as the words fell, Dongsi Luo shattered the ground and charged forward like a rampaging war chariot. Such speed, Rock Lee's eyes widened, not daring to be careless. He raised his elbow to counter. He faced Dongsi Luo's gaze, which was filled with a ferocious bloodlust, making it impossible to distinguish between the whites of his eyes and his pupils. The next second, Rock Lee was sent flying, crashing through several large trees and landing awkwardly on the ground. Feeling his numb arm, Rock Lee's expression couldn't hide his shock. What terrifying power is this? Is he also specialized in taijutsu? Dongsi Luo, Earth-style, Void Rock Fall, creating such exaggerated rocks in mid-air without relying on the terrain. Even without any knowledge of ninjutsu, Rock Lee could see how powerful this Earth style was. There's no way out. In the next moment, Rock Lee shot away like an arrow, escaping from beneath the rock at an unbelievable speed. Dongsi Luo frowned. His speed suddenly surged in that moment. With several beautiful backflips, Rock Lee landed on top of a large tree. He felt a lingering fear. If I hadn't urgently removed the weight from my left leg just now, I probably would have. Dongsi Luo referred to that Masato as Lord, indicating a subordinate relationship. He is merely Masato's underling. To have such strength as a subordinate is truly unimaginable. How powerful must that ninja named Masato be? If Niji and Tintin arrive, even with their combined strength, they might not be able to defeat them. Thinking of this, Rock Lee rolled up the pant leg of his right leg and removed the guts bandage from there, loosening his grip. Thunderous rumbling. With the bandage hitting the ground, the rising dust did not cause much change in Dongsi Luo's expression. So that's why he was able to increase his speed just now? Seeing that the other party was not surprised at all, Rock Lee's expression became even more serious. The level of these guys is not something a genin should possess, combined with Masato's words. It can be confirmed that they are not the genin participating in this exam. They must have mixed in through some special means. The Iwagakure must have some ulterior motives. Perhaps this is not the time for the exam. I must report this situation to Teacher Guy and let him present it to Lord Hokage for a decision. However, if I just walk away like this and they target others, it will surely increase unnecessary casualties. So, Teacher Guy, I have decided. I will fight here with all my might. I will do my best to take down these guys who might threaten my Konoha companions. If I use this move, I will probably be exhausted. So Niji, I leave the rest to you. The determined Rock Lee crosses his arms over his chest. 8 gates of death. Boom! In the midst of rapid support, Niji's gaze sharpens. How is Lee doing, Niji? Tintin asks anxiously. Lee's chakra suddenly surges unbelievable. Is this chakra really from the Lee I know? Niji can't hide his shock. What on earth is going on? Lee's entire body is enveloped in a green vaporous light, chakra spreading through his body with terrifying rhythm. His muscles are even starting to tear apart. Lee, has he actually used that move taught by Guy-sensei? Tintin is astonished. Boom! Niji suddenly quickens his pace, We need to get to Lee quickly. Tintin says, if Lee used that move, he might be able to escape danger. However, Niji's next words carry rare gravity. Not necessarily, because there's a guy's chakra that makes me feel even worse. The Byakugan sight is fixated on the unmoving boy. That guy's right arm is showing an abnormal chakra response. And what is the chakra focused on the eye chakra network, which is completely different in nature? The third gate. Open. Rock Lee erupts with power. Hey. This chakra is almost on par with mine. DSRO finally shows some emotion. The fourth gate. Open. Boom. Determined to give it his all, Rock Lee continues to break through his limits, and finally, he unleashes the full power he used when fighting Gaara. The fifth gate. Open. The energy surges into the sky. Rock Lee's skin turns dark red, filled with bulging veins. Seeing this, Misato's mouth slowly curves up. I see. The fifth gate of the 8 gates of death. At this age, it truly is possible. DSRO, step back. I have confirmed that you have made me use a move worth. He raises his hand and slowly lifts the ribbon covering his right eye. Z. The 3 Tomo swirl and transform into a dazzling NagatoAwakens. The violent state resonates with the dark emotions buried deep within my heart. For me, the value of this piece may surpass expectations. Z. A sinister smile creeps across his lips. Red light bursts from his right eye, easily focusing on the rushing. Rock Lee's eyes. A technique. Time of Demons. Chapter 195. Time of Demons. Z. A technique. Time of Demons. Crack. Rock Lee's high-speed charge abruptly stops, rigidly collapsing to the ground. Scorching smoke rises from his red skin. Rock Lee struggles to get up but can't exert any strength. His white pupils fixate on the boy with the red light in his right eye. Misato. Gritting his teeth, he asks, "What have you done to me?" Misato's lips curl into a wicked arc. His soft voice echoes, "Nothing, just helping you find your true self." It hurts so much. My head is splitting. Rock Lee holds his temples, his head pounding. The world before him turns into a dark swamp. His mental will trapped in the center of the mire. A whirlpool emerges. Dark waters surge from the depths, coalescing into a figure. It is another Rock Lee, dressed in a tight black outfit, with eyes radiating fierce bloodlust, exuding an extremely sinister aura. Who are you? I am you. The dark self that truly exists but you refuse to acknowledge, awakened by Lord Misato's supreme eye technique. Nonsense. How could I have a dark self? I am Gai-sensei's disciple. I firmly believe that through my own efforts, I can surpass geniuses. A Konoha ninja who sings loudly with sweat pouring down, willing to risk his life to protect those important to him. Rock Lee. How ridiculous. When you need so-called effort to prove yourself, it shows you're already inferior. If given the choice, who would want to be a hot-blooded underdog, rather than a born genius? As for the so-called sweat-soaked youth, perhaps. But to make those who once laughed at you pay a bloody price. You've had that thought more than once, right? To protect important people, even at the cost of your life. Rest assured, this nauseatingly naive thought will no longer exist from now on. Because from this moment on, I will replace you and become the new Rock Lee. Faced with the counterfeit's grandstanding, Rock Lee didn't even make a rebuttal, as an irresistible force dragged him deeper into the dark swamp, leaving him no chance to resist. How could this happen? Do I really have a side I don't even know about? I'm sorry, Gai-sensei. As your disciple, I have shamed you. DSRO marvels. Did it really succeed? Just as Lord Misato predicted, the more seemingly upright a guy is, the more darkness he hides within. Akihiko laughs. In this world, there is no one immune to Lord Misato's eye technique. It is a great fortune for the two of us to become Lord's followers. Misato, with his right hand covering his right eye, sneers. Of course, if it weren't to test the compatibility of this right arm and right eye, I wouldn't waste such precious ocular power on you two useless fools. After all, this is the strongest illusion that can stand alongside NagatoAwakens, and without Hashirama's cells. It can only be activated once every few decades. Who knows how much effort I put in to find this right eye? And who knows where the even more powerful left eye is hidden? Time of Demons, by exploiting the darkness deep within the opponent's heart, completes the manipulation illusion, where the caster knows they are being manipulated but willingly submits. In terms of manipulation effect, Time of Demons is not as good as NagatoAwakens. Its equal status lies in the demonization bonus after successful manipulation. In demonized state, the physical abilities, reflexes, and chakra of the manipulated will undergo a qualitative leap, with power amplification comparable to Sage Mode. Z. Masato's fingers rotate the kaleidoscope back to the 3 Tomo. The cooldown time for the ocular power is 12 hours. During the 5 days in the Forest of Death, I have 5 opportunities to use it, so I might as well gather a few more useful pieces. Unfortunately, Time of Demons is ineffective against Jinchuriki. Otherwise, things would be much easier. Phone can basically confirm it was a contingency plan set by Nagato. Allowing Uchiha Obito to rebuild Akatsuki is just a delaying tactic. He actually sacrificed his own child to capture the Nine Tails in advance of. Uchiha Obito probably can't outplay him, but Nagato is still too young. The contingency plan you painstakingly arranged will eventually be a wedding dress for someone else. As long as I control Feng in my hands, the future will be invincible. By the way, who should I use the next Time of Demons on? No matter how I think about it, there is no one more suitable than that person. This is like meat delivered to my mouth. Nagato, you can taste what it's like to lose both the wife and the soldiers. Whoosh. Rock Lee stands up again. The state of the 5th gate of the 8 gates of death has been released. Torn muscles, at the moment of entering the demonization, were repaired as a gift. His entire body was in a state of high muscle tension, veins bulging, with a dark red circle around his eyes. If the forehead protector were removed, one could see the swastika mark on his forehead. Demonized, Lee clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. So this is it, this power really is. He withdrew his hand and respectfully looked at Masato. Please give me your orders. As long as it fulfills your ambition, I will do everything in my power to accomplish it. Masato smiled and said, Go kill your teacher, my guy. Demonized Lee. This might be difficult. Masato laughed. Just kidding. I want you to get close to someone. You don't need to defeat him. Just use all your strength to weaken him. Who? Demonized Lee inquired. Masato, the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru. Who? Demonized Lee inquired. Masato. All right, you wouldn't know him anyway. P.S. Using the alias J. Kai-in this CH-NIN exam. Find him for me. Demonized Lee inquired. What if someone tries to stop me along the way? Masato grinned viciously. Kill without mercy. Understood. Demonized Lee nodded solemnly. Rustle, rustle. The sound of rapid footsteps came from a jungle behind him. Next. It's your personal show. Don't let me down, Lee. Masato formed a hand seal, and along with East Shira and Akahong, vanished into the ground, disappearing from sight. Whoosh! The wind blew, and Lee turned to face behind him. Lee! As he burst out from the thicket, Tintin rushed forward eagerly. Tintin! Don't go over there! Niji stared at his familiar, yet unfamiliar friend with his Byakugan. From Lee's chakra, it was clear he had fallen under some enemy technique. Is it an illusion? No. It shouldn't be that simple. Niji tightened his fist, his inner shock reaching its peak. At this moment, Lee was not in the so-called 8-gate state, but his chakra intensity was beyond that. Synopsis. Lin Feng was watching Naruto at home when he unexpectedly crossed into Nagato, who was confronting Hans. To break the deadlock, he directly unleashed the power of the whirlpool and began a life of relying on Konan. Rest in peace, Yahiko. I will live well with Konan. But not just the two of us, there will also be our future children. This time, I'm not here to make the world feel pain, but to give the world a final answer.